the 9 female disciples you adopted. Think about challenging you as their master every day. The eldest disciple was born with a fiery immortal body, and she, passionate as fire, actively proposed dual cultivation with you. The second disciple is a natural enchanting fox demon, often sneaking around in your bedroom. Just because you crossed over to become the son of destiny, in just 1,000 years, you became a dominant figure in the world. In order to not be lonely on the path of cultivation, you took in 9 direct disciples. However, after the battle with the demon emperor, you lost all your cultivation. You thought that your disciples would leave you, but to your surprise, they became excited when they found out. In a secluded cave, Jiang Ningxuan was tightly hugging a handsome man. Master, I know about your loss of cultivation. Stop hiding. The other disciples don't know your whereabouts. From today on, you are mine alone. Master, traitor, what are you doing? You, held tightly by Jiang Ningxuan, exclaimed in disbelief. According to your memories, Jiang Ningxuan has always been a respectful and obedient disciple, but today she seemed like a different person, like a hungry wolf. Just as you were puzzled, Jiang Ningxuan's delicate feet with a faint blush immediately hooked around your waist, firmly pressing you to the ground. Master, when I came here, I found that this cave had been discovered by outsiders. It won't be long before the enemies come. I am willing to accompany Master to the underworld, but before that, let me be a woman for Master. Jiang Ningxuan said foolishly, her pupils turning into heart shapes. You tried to stop her slender waist, but you couldn't exert any strength in front of Jiang Ningxuan. She is now a golden core stage cultivator, while you have lost all your cultivation and become a complete waste. Seeing you reaching for her waist, Jiang Ningxuan was delighted and licked her lips, saying, Master, you do like Xin'er, right? You can't resist anymore, right? Master, you don't need to restrain yourself. I exist for you. Master, you can do anything to me. You were about to explain, but Jiang Ningxuan seemed to know what you were going to say. Her fair arms immediately wrapped around your neck, and her exquisite face leaned in. You felt a moment of fragrance and a gentle scent. Jiang Ningxuan held your hand tighter, her face blushing even more. After a while, she slowly let go. This is Master's first kiss, right? It's mine now. Let's continue. Master, Jiang Ningxuan's jade-like fingers pointed at your chest, just as she was about to approach you again. A loud noise came from outside the cave. Jiang Ningxuan's face changed drastically. Not good. The enemies are coming into the cave. What a timing. You couldn't help but complain in your heart. You didn't want any disciple to die with you. Once the barrier was broken and the enemies entered, the consequences of the evil cultivators seeing the beautiful Jiang Ningxuan would be unimaginable. You lamented in your heart, where is the system? How come I, as a time traveler, don't have a system? Just then, a voice rang out. Ding! I'm here. You listened to the system prompt and were suddenly surprised. Brother Tong, is that you? Time is tight. The task is heavy. Listen to me briefly. I have prepared a task for you. Bring back the 9 disciples. There's a reward. Bro, the senior disciple Jiang Ningxuan has already been found, so I'll give you a reward first. The senior disciple Jiang Ningxuan's exclusive skill, Great Sun Flame Decision. The senior disciple can provide a bonus, invincible attack once a day. Second disciple, none. Third disciple, none. Looking at the system panel, you roughly understand the system's purpose. Each disciple found will receive a corresponding skill, as well as a phenomenal ability. For example, now that you have found the senior disciple Jiang Ningxuan, you can have an invincible attack once a day. As for the abilities of the other disciples, it is currently unknown. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again. That's all. There's nothing more. As the voice fell silent, the system's voice disappeared. System, Brother Tong, you called out in your mind, but there was no response. Just as you were about to criticize the system for being irresponsible, you suddenly felt a pair of soft hands cupping your cheeks. Jiang Ningxuan was looking at you with a concerned expression. Master, are you okay? You were just lost in thought. Could it be that the disciple's figure is not good enough? Not to your liking, Master? She had just removed her light veil and her well-defined snow-white skin was faintly visible. You looked at her like this without any hesitation, even zoning out, making her feel like a failure. If the Master didn't like her, then what use was her good appearance? Seeing this, you quickly reassured her. It's not like that. Xin'er is the most beautiful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningxuan immediately revealed the sweetest smile of a young girl. Indeed, Master still likes the disciple. The previous resistance was just a cover-up, right? Master still has his pride. It's okay, the disciple likes Master this way. Just as Jiang Ningxuan was about to continue, another loud impact sounded, followed by the entire cave shaking violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Jiang Ningxuan watched this scene, her smile fading, her expression gradually turning cold. It seemed that she wouldn't have time to be with the master, those despicable enemies outside. If her realm wasn't so shallow, she would have torn them to pieces no matter what. At this moment, Yu grabbed Jiang Ningxuan's arm and said seriously, Xian'er, master has a way to deal with the enemies. You should get up first. Although you can have an invincible attack once a day now, your realm is still that of a mortal. In other words, apart from being able to launch an invincible attack once, your daily life is no different from that of a mortal. You can't even resist the restraint of the senior disciple now. Jiang Ningxuan's expression changed as she looked at you with a mixture of belief and doubt. She knew about your lack of realm, so saying this at this time was clearly to comfort her. The master was still gentle, even at this moment, not forgetting to comfort her. Under your gaze, the senior disciple not only did not let go, but held on even tighter. You gently patted her beautiful butterfly-like back and said softly, Xian'er, trust me, master has a way to get you out alive. Jiang Ningxuan looked up, looking into your serious eyes, a familiar feeling filling her heart. In the past, on countless occasions when she had fallen into a crisis, her master teacher had appeared like this and rescued her safely, and every time she leaned tightly against her master's back, looking at his handsome side face, she couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster. That familiar master, he's back. Though she didn't know what her master had in store to take her safely away, she obediently got up and helped her master to his feet. I trust you, master, Jiang Ningxian said seriously. Chen Xuani nodded and headed towards the entrance of the cave. Get dressed. Let's go. Outside the cave, there were hundreds of figures in a row, perched not far from the cave entrance. At the head of them were 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, talking. An old man named White-Haired True Lord said, this cave here hides the world's most talented cultivator, Chen Xianyi. He has countless treasures on his body, but now that he has been reduced to an invalid, he can't even drive a magic treasure. Slaughtering him is like slaughtering a pig or a dog. Lu Qingxian, this kind of good news, why are you telling us both? Lu Qingxian, a beautiful woman in appearance. Although her features were exquisite, she revealed a meanness that was hard to hide. She said softly, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Chen Xuani was once at least a Deshang stage cultivator, although his realm is slowly falling, but now he still has a few % of his strength. No one can say, calling the 2 of you to come today is to join forces together to avoid him leaving a way out, and after we kill him together, the treasures will be equally divided at that time. The last of the 3, named True Lord Gathering In, said with an evil smile on his face, a good proposal, but I heard that not long ago, Chen Xuani's eldest disciple entered the cave. I've long heard that each of Chen Xuani's 9 disciples is a supreme beauty, and I'm practicing the In gathering technique, and what I'm lacking are these supreme beauties. When the cave opens then, that beauty must be mine. Lu Qingxian glanced at her sideways, a look of contempt in her eyes, but she didn't reject it and said in a cold voice, no problem, please also make a quick move to break the prohibition. True Lord Juyin wasn't being vague, and immediately condensed his spiritual energy, intending to unleash an attack, and at the same time, at the entrance of the cave, faintly, 2 figures walked out. Chen Xianyi stepped out of the cave. Listening to the conversation of the 3 above him, he looked upwards angrily, his gaze instantly locking onto one of them. Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian? I never thought that the news of my loss of cultivation would be spread by you. Chen Xuani had once been a great accomplished cultivator with affiliated forces spread across many continents. Countless people worshipped him as their master with respect. However, since he fell off the pedestal, many forces have cut ties with him. Lu Qingxian, the matriarch of the Lu family. Chen Xuani and her met by chance, and from the first time they met, Lu Qingxian had made countless advances, wanting to offer herself to him. Chen Xianyi wanted to be with his beloved, so he refused many times. However, Lu Qingxian had repeatedly presented her with heavy gifts, and Chen Xuani had returned the gifts many times in order not to owe her a favor. This went on and slowly got to know each other. Finally, there was a time for Lu Qingxian to find an opportunity to invite Chen Xianyi to a banquet in the family. That night, I don't know if it was because he had drunk too much wine or because he had poisoned himself, but Chen Xian fell asleep as soon as he returned to his room, and when he got up the next day, Lu Qingxian was lying on his side. Chen Xianyi was not remembering what he had done to Lu Qingxian in the slightest, but the other party was just flat out saying that he wanted her. Chen Xianyi was the one in charge. Whether it was true or not, he had not helped Lu Qingxian with various issues because of this matter. This is what made the Lu family the top family power in this continent. Now that he had fallen off the pedestal, he didn't expect that the first person to come for his life would be someone he had once helped. Chapter 3, System Ability. Genius is back again. Lu Qingxian, who was floating above the sky, looked at Chen Xuani below and couldn't help the incomparably sarcastic smile that appeared on her face. It was like looking at a little cutie. Generally, looking at Chen Xianyi. You're not even a chi refining stage cultivator now. Thanks to me calling so many people. You know why I want you dead. It's not just because the treasures in your body can bring the Ryu family to the next level, but also because of another thing. Chen Xianyi quietly looked at her without saying anything. He couldn't remember where he had wronged this woman. And if he really thought about it, it was all about what the other woman owed him. Just listen to Lu Qingxian continue. This seed is the patriarch of the Lu clan. It's your honor to show you kindness, and you even dare to refuse. Who are you to put yourself in front of me? I've had to lower myself many times to give you a smile. And you deserve it. Dog thing. Men like you deserve nothing more than to kneel before me. As Chen Xianyi listened to his words, not only did he not get angry, he instead felt somewhat amused. This woman has made repeated advances to herself, and she doesn't want them, so what's wrong with her? Faced with such a person, he could only use one word to describe it. Bitch. Before Chen Xianyi could say anything, Jiang Ningxian beside him suddenly shouted in a very angry manner. It would be an honor for our master to even look at you. You code. Chen Xianyi turned his head to look at the eldest disciple beside him who was cursing Lu Qingxian and couldn't help but laugh. The eldest disciple's natural red flame immortal body was even more cheerful and generous, and the sun was blazing. At this point, it's almost like she's her own mouth substitute. It's not very civilized language, but it just sounds awesome. Lu Qingxian was cursed, and for a moment, she didn't even know what language to use to respond, holding back half a day, even to the point of internal injuries. Me. Forget it, this seed doesn't see eye to eye with miscellaneous cultivators. By the way, Chen Xuani, since you are both about to die, this seed might as well tell you that we actually haven't done anything at all. Stupid people like you are rare. Ha 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 ha. Lu Qingxian laughed extraordinarily wildly, and between her brows, she had already revealed her killing intent towards Chen Xuani. It would be an honor for you to serve the Lu family with the treasures on your body after you die. White-haired true monarch, gathering in true monarch, I'd like to ask you two to make a move, so that I can kill him and dirty my hands. The white-haired true monarch, the gathering in true monarch, including Lu Qingxian, were all cultivators at the god transformation stage, and in their eyes, trying to kill Chen Xuani was simply not too simple. The two true lords looked at each other and did not push back, immediately rushing towards where Chen Xuani was. As soon as Chen Xianyi heard Lu Qingxian's words, not only did he not get angry, but he had a feeling of relief. That knot in his heart, after learning that he hadn't done that with her, was sort of untied. Chen Xianyi floated behind his back with one hand. At this time, the breeze blew by, driving the hair at the corner of his ear, and the young man's handsome face showed the immortal's aura. Chen Xuani faced the two killing spirit transformation stage cultivators with a flat expression and said softly, "Just with you guys, you also want to kill this seat? Have you forgotten who this seat is?" Chen Xuani's voice was cold and arrogant, causing the two true lords who had charged over to tremble violently. Although they didn't feel the pressure on Chen Xianyi's body, they had a feeling of its unease. Once upon a time, Chen Xuani was a great man who only had his hands on the sky, and cultivators like them at the god transformation stage only dared to look up from afar. Although they all knew that Chen Xianyi had no cultivation, that subconscious fear was still difficult to suppress. Die! Chen Xianyi was instantly about to leap up and unleash a powerful move to crush the two. A leap! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Xianyi bounced on the ground twice, not flying at all. The two true lords watched Chen Xuani bounce in place and immediately laughed their heads off. Ha 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 ha, once a genius, now a fool, not even a chi refining stage cultivator. But can't you fly? I think he's afraid to accept his mediocrity and just went crazy. Listening to the mockery of the two, Chen Xianyi also touched his face in embarrassment. It was just a matter of him being able to release his moves even if he didn't fly. And just then, Jiang Ningxian beside him suddenly hugged his arm. The beautiful face of the young girl's green and lovely face said close at hand, "Master, I'll help you. In the past, I was the one who relied on you. In the future, please rely on me more too." With that, Jiang Ningxian took Chen Xianyi up into the air and flew. Chen Xianyi was moved beyond words in his heart as he listened to her words. This was his beloved disciple, the most trustworthy of all. No matter if anyone betrays him, the disciples will always stand by his side. Even at this point in time, they don't forget to give their last for him. True Lord Zhuyin was looking at Jiang Ningxian at this moment, drooling at the corners of his mouth. His favorite thing to do is to break up the kind of passionate dog couples, commonly known as NTR. Facing the handless Chen Xianyi, he felt as if he had picked up a treasure. Chen Xianyi, I won't kill you. I'll keep you alive and then make your life worse than death. Soul-sucking. When True Lord Zhuyin said that, the black scepter in his hand began to emit an unpleasant putrid odor, and a shadowy baleful aura rolled towards Chen Xuani. With a wave of one hand, Chen Xianyi contained today's invincible ability. Although he didn't have cultivation, he borrowed the system's ability to unleash moves that only cultivators had. Fiery palm. The blazing flame burning above his palm was as hot as the scorching sun, and as he moved, it transformed into a palm that swept out. This was originally a most ordinary move, but it displayed monstrous power in his hands. At the same time that this fiery palm appeared, majestic pressure also surfaced in the surroundings at this moment. The unparalleled pressure enveloped everything around them, and the soul absorption technique released by the true Lord of Gathering Yin had already been destroyed by the pressure before it even touched Chen Xuani's attack. Everyone present, including the 3 God transformation stage cultivators, were immobilized by the pressure. It was absolutely powerful, and no one could do anything to resist in front of this. True Lord Juyin was so shocked that before he could escape, his face was already burned off by the edge of the flames. This was followed by the bones, and finally the whole person, which turned into a mist and disappeared completely. Located behind him was the white-haired True Lord, who reacted by throwing countless life-preserving magic treasures one after another, but all of them were to no avail. Soon after, it was engulfed in flames. The flaming palm then continued to roll downwards until it touched the ground, even burning the ground with a huge palm print that was so deep it couldn't be seen, as if it was going to run through the entire world. Chen Xianyi's eyes widened as he watched the scene. This was not much stronger than he had ever been at his peak. If he had this ability at that time, not to mention the evil demon True Lord, even if 100 of them came, he would still kill them. Today's move was still purposely suppressed a bit because he was releasing it for the first time and was worried that he wouldn't be able to control the power. If he went all out, I'm afraid that this world would all disappear into thin air. And what made him even happier was that just because he was the one who could invincibly strike once a day, it didn't mean he could only kill one person. If used properly, it could even destroy an entire force with just one hand. It looks like the genius that once was, is back. Chapter 4, Killing a True Lord. Jiang Ningxian's thief's heart is undying. Lu Qingxian looked at the 2 true lords who had died without even a corpse, and then her entire body froze in place. No! She could clearly see that Chen Xianyi was as much of a waste without cultivation as he could be. How was that terrifying and incomparable strength unleashed just now? Could it be that Chen Xianyi has been hiding his cultivation? It shouldn't be. If it was a fake, there was no need for Chen Xianyi to leave his disciples alone. After all, how much Chen Xuani favored his disciples was something that everyone in the immortal cultivation world knew. Previously, there was a yellow hair who insulted Chen Xianyi's disciple, and Chen Xianyi went up and executed all 9 of the yellow hair's clans. Even the worms at the door were cut in half and the eggs were given a good whisk. If it wasn't fake, then there was only one possibility, and that was that Chen Xuani had just utilized a magic treasure to unleash the move. Although he didn't know how Chen Xuani was able to drive the magic treasure without cultivation. But if that was the case, there shouldn't be a second magic treasure as terrifying as the one just now that he had. Just as she was pondering, Chen Xuani gradually turned his gaze towards her. A killing chance gradually surfaced in his eyes. Lu Qingxian was instantly shocked and no longer stayed, bringing the people who came along with him to quickly flee into the distance. Though she had her doubts, she didn't dare gamble with her life. Furthermore, everything Chen Xuani displayed just now was too shocking. It made her think about it and she couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. It's better to run away first, Chen Xianyi shouted when he saw her escape. You don't want to leave alive today. Punishing fist. Mountain opening palm. Don't run. Stop right there. Chen Xuani stood in midair and shouted in the direction where Lu Qingxian had disappeared. As Lu Qingxian listened to Chen Xuani's words, she became even faster in fear, cold sweat constantly breaking out on her head. He even dodged with an S-shaped walk, not even daring to turn his head back, while Chen Xianyi, who was far away, had no movement pressed into his body. The moves that are being called out are also fake. Jiang Ningxian tugged on his master's arm, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he asked, "Not, Master, why are you just shouting and not chasing after them?" Chen Xianyi scratched his head and whispered in her ear, "I'll tell you a secret. In fact, Master, I can only strike this once a day." To his eldest disciple, Chen Xuani naturally had no need to hide and directly revealed the truth. Just now, the first time he shot, he was a bit rusty, not to mention that he didn't expect the power to be so appalling. So he only aimed at the 2 people who rushed in, which allowed Lu Qingxian to get away with it. But this was for the best. When he had the chance, he would directly kill the Lu family and exterminate her entire clan. Chen Xianyi had the ability to make the Lu family rise up, and he also had the ability to make the Lu family disappear completely. Letting Lu Qingxian watch his family with his own eyes, destroyed, was enough to solve his heart's hatred. It would be too cheap for her to just die here. For an enemy that you hate to the bone, you must fight back in the most ruthless way possible, and outright death is considered a relief. Jiang Ningxian's expression gradually became comical when he heard what his master said. Seeing the move that her master had just unleashed, she had thought that she couldn't use forced love on her master anymore. Now it seems that the master is still unable to resist her. That's the best. With that in mind, Jiang Ningxian held Chen Xuani's arm and quickly fell towards the bottom. Then there was a thud. A thud. She directly pressed her master on the ground, her hands grasping her master's shoulders, fragrant saliva looming at the corners of her mouth. Master, no one is bothering us at all now. You won't refuse a disciple, will you? No way. Then we'll cuddle as long as we want. For as long as we want. Chen Xianyi hurriedly put his hand against the small of her back and shook his head. Xianer, calm down. Although master doesn't hate you either. We're progressing, aren't we? A bit too fast. I've just survived a life and death robbery. And this is a peach blossom robbery. Chen Xianyi didn't expect that this big disciple still has a thieving heart. Having not seen the eldest disciple for 10 years, the moment we meet we have to. No one can top this theory. In Chen Xianyi's impression, the last time he had seen his eldest disciple, she was still a green and cute little girl, following him around every day and chirping non-stop. Also a little girl who is always lazy and wanders off when she practices. This 10 years after meeting again, the character has not changed. The height has become taller, the legs have become long and thin, the hands are as beautiful as jade, and the breasts are also. This one can't be watched. Pretty big. Jiang Ningxian had long fiery red hair, and her pupils were as beautiful as rubies, and her figure was very voluptuous. In the blink of an eye, she tore her master's upper body clothes clean off while returning. Not fast. Not fast at all. Master, you don't know. In fact, disciple has been secretly in love with you for quite a long time. It's just that I was afraid of your rejection before, so I haven't dared to say anything. Over these 10 years, I have been practicing the secret method of searching taught by my master, and this is how I was able to find my master before other disciples. As Chen Xianyi listened to her words, the eyes that looked at her trembled with some emotion at this point. Jiang Ningxian had always disliked cultivation and was often lazy, and his previous cultivation was all done under his urging. And the secret-seeking technique he taught Jiang Ningxian was an extremely difficult tracking technique to learn. Jiang Ningxian, a person who didn't love cultivation, had practiced hard for 10 years in order to find him, and finally sought this place. The great disciple's heart for him had been unreservedly conveyed to him through his actions. At that moment, Jiang Ningxian interrupted his thoughts and spoke. It's been 10 years since we've seen each other. Quickly let disciple see if master has changed. With that, Jiang Ningxian scanned every muscle of Chen Xuani's upper body with full concentration, even touching. Chen Xianyi looked at the excited disciple and didn't refuse this time. The eldest disciple had wasted so much effort trying to find him, so there was no harm in letting her see the upper half of her body. Jiang Ningxian's cheeks were flushed, and the peach hearts in his pupils seemed to be burning with the flames of love as well. She said with a wipe of her fragrant spit, No change, no change. Then look at the lower half. Chen Xianyi, you're going a little overboard. Wait, this won't work. We're still out here. Seeing that Jiang Ningxian had no intention of stopping, Chen Xianyi added, what if someone comes? Just as his words fell, a figure really did fly in the sky. The figure was a woman, dressed in a long green-colored dress, which floated in the air, adding a bit of immortal aura to her. The pressure belonging to a spirit transformation stage cultivator was naturally revealed on her body. Seeing the other party approaching this way, Chen Xianyi immediately put up his guard. As he watched, the woman in green just flew to the side of the two. She then took a closer look at Chen Xianyi, who was lying on the ground. After determining who it was, she went straight down on one knee, her cool voice ringing out. Late generation Yi Mu Yun, meet Lord Superior. Latecomers are late, please chastise your highness. Hearing the other party's words, Chen Xianyi was slightly stunned. It had been 10 years, and this was the first time he had ever heard someone call him Superior Honor. Superior Honor was the honorific title of a cultivator's status, and the forces that were once attached to his banner all addressed him as such. Chen Xianyi thought carefully before remembering the origin of this Yi Mu Yun. Previously, when he brought his disciples to practice, he lacked a cave, and Yi Mu Yun provided a feng shui treasure, and the two of them became acquainted by chance. Afterwards, Chen Xianyi helped her out with some troubles in return, and she ascended to the position of Jade Maiden Sect Sovereign, while also becoming his subordinate force. After that, other than him receiving offerings from the Jade Maiden Sect every year, the two of them hadn't crossed paths too much. Chen Xianben thought that Yi Mu Yun was just like countless other affiliated forces, parting ways with him from then on. But I didn't expect to find it today. I don't know what it's for. Chapter 5, Learning the whereabouts of the second disciple. Setting off for Tianchuwei City. What is it that you have come to see the seat for? Chen Xuani asked as he looked at her. Yi Mu-yun knelt down and bowed, bowing her head back. Hearing that your highness has appeared here and has lost all of his cultivation, I was worried about your highness's safety, so I rushed here. Latecomer is late. Please punish your superior honor. Her gaze didn't dare to meet Chen Xianyi's, but she could sense it. Chen Xianyi no longer had any cultivation in his body. On her way here, she saw Lu Qingxian, who was fleeing in a sorry state, and learned that the other party had come to besiege Shangzun, and she fought with him. In the end, though, she was outnumbered and chose to disengage first to check if her superior father was still alive. Although she was delighted to see her superior father intact, she was a bit puzzled. If Shangzun didn't have any cultivation, why did Lu Qingxian, who came to the siege, escape in a sorry state? Feeling very unreasonable, she didn't pursue the matter. After all, it was the matter of her superior, and she was in no position to ask about it. Chen Xianyi saw the wounds on her arms and legs and guessed that she might have just fought someone. To do this for her who had become an invalid in the eyes of outsiders, he was inevitably a little touched in his heart. It's already a great relief for the seat that you've come to support it. Chen Xianyi smiled back. At the same time, he was still sighing in his heart that Yi Mu-yun had come at the right time. With an outsider coming, Jiang Ningxian should let go of him. Under Chen Xianyi's gaze, Jiang Ningxian still had no intention of stopping, and the lower half of his robe was about to be torn to shreds. Xianer, someone's coming, Jiang Ningxian said dully. I know, Chen Xianyi said in horror. So you don't stop? Jiang Ningxian said with a playful smile. So what if someone comes? Then let her watch us. Bad. It doesn't work at all. Chen Xianyi could only use a gaze of help to look at Yi Mu-yun. That said, this Yi Mu-yun endurance was also strong enough. Facing this outrageous posture he was in now, Yi Mu-yun even knelt down. Not even a laugh? Is this the nerd thing? When Yi Mu-yun saw that Shangzun looked at him, he thought that he had disturbed the two of them and silently turned his body back. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Supreme Being. You guys go on. I'll help watch the perimeter. Chen Xianyi, is that what I mean? You're good at your job. You're helping out? This Yi Mu-yun. It turns out that she really is a natural nerd. Just when Chen Xianyi was already ready to give up resisting, suddenly Yi Mu-yun added, by the way, Your Holiness, I have a message here that I need to speak to you about. Your second disciple, Hu Yaya, is in Tianshui City at the moment, and according to the news, she was captured there. And it looks like the city lord of Tianshui City is going to organize his own son's wedding to her. Knowing the whereabouts of his second disciple, Chen Xianyi was naturally very excited. However, upon learning that she had been taken under duress, Chen Xianyi immediately became eager, wanting to fly over and kill her right now. Jiang Ningxian was equally worried after realizing that his senior sister was in danger, which made him willing to put down the work at hand. During these 10 years, without the care of their master, the 9 disciples looked after each other from time to time, and they were all extremely close. Even though she hadn't seen her second disciple for a few years, she knew how much her second disciple liked her master. The thought of her senior sister being forced to marry someone she didn't love made her equally as anxious as her master. Her sister Hu Yaya is a fox demon in disguise, posture charming to the extreme. All men see will be fascinated as intoxicated. Far more seductive than her. Losing the protection of a strong person, it was very possible that Hu Yaya, who possessed such a heavenly beauty, would be coerced. We're leaving now to save her, Chen Xianyi said eagerly. By the way, before you leave, Master here has a gongfa for you. So keep it. After changing into his new clothes, Chen Xianyi took out the great sun-blazing flame technique gifted by the system from the system space. In this world, the ranks of Gongfu can be categorized into yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, and immortal, 5 ranks. And according to the system's description, the Gongfu that was given away had already exceeded the world's highest level, above the immortal rank. Jiang Ningxian received the Gongfu in Chen Xuanyi's hands, her beautiful eyes looking at the majestic spiritual power contained on that Gongfu, her moth brows rising in surprise. The spiritual energy contained on that Gongfu was as if it was innately made for her, and it fit extremely well with the spiritual roots in her body. Cultivating such a technique would at least increase her strength by more than a few times. Senior, where did you get such a good technique? By possessing this technique, disciple will be able to protect master teacher all the time in the future. Thank you, master teacher. Master teacher is the best. Master is the best. Jiang Ningxian cried out in excitement, saying all the words of praise she could think of in her life to her master teacher, and then leapt at him. The Yi Mu-yun on the side had just helped the Chen Xianyi on the ground up when Chen Xianyi was once again sent flying to the ground. Then Jiang Ningxian was like a woodpecker, cupping his master's cheeks and kissing them frantically. After a long interval, the old red-faced Chen Xianyi was then helped back up. Why the red face, you ask? Just try it and you'll see. Yi Mu-yun asked to Chen Xianyi. Lord Superior, we're leaving now? Chen Xianyi nodded. When Yi Muyun saw that the Superior Venerable nodded his head, he directly picked up Chen Xianyi's arm and carried him up in the air. Your lordship should be tired from the exertion. I'll just lead you to catch up. Chen Xianyi asked suspiciously. You going too? After experiencing what happened to Lu Qingxian, Chen Xuanyi was a bit more wary of the women around him, especially the pretty ones. Yi Muyun still treated herself as if she was serving her original superior honors for the sake of herself, who was already wasted and of no use in the eyes of outsiders. It was hard not to make Chen Xianyi feel suspicious. However, Chen Xianyi did need a force that could provide him with all sorts of information right now. As the Jade Maiden Sect's patriarch, Yi Muyun would just fit this status. After all, the system had run away after dropping a quest on him, and the search for news of the disciples would have to rely on the forces that were in the civil world to do so. Chen Xianyi felt that he could temporarily trust Yi Muyun as a test. Yi Muyun returned. Your lordship should rarely practice in the folklore, and without my guidance, I'm afraid it would be inconvenient to go in and out. Lord Shangzun had protected the Jade Maiden Chief for hundreds of years. This time it's my turn to come and help you. She placed her white jade hand in front of her chest and said very seriously to Chen Xianyi. To be honest, regardless of whether the other party's words were true or false, they did warm Chen Xianyi's heart. Right at this moment, Jiang Ningxian suddenly flew over and shouted at Yi Muyun in a very angry manner. Hey, don't take someone else's mentor with you in private. It's enough that master has me to protect him. With that, Jiang Ningxian pulled on Chen Xuanyi's other arm. Both of them held onto Chen Xianyi's arm tightly, and in the end, no one let go. Fragrant scents filled the sides, and there was even a hint of delicacy. Chen Xianyi could not help but sigh in his heart. Ugh, it's actually quite nice to not be able to fly. Chapter 6 Tears of the Second Disciple. Arriving at Tianshui City. Tianshui City, one of the cities in the continent of the 9 states. 9 continents, as the name suggests. 9 continents divide the entire metaphysical world into 9 parts, and the rest are all sea. And for each continent, each possessed at least one transition realm monarch, each ruling their own continent. Tianshui City was a city within the Zhangzhou continent, and the entire continent was under the jurisdiction of the Zhangzhou Empress. At this time, inside Tianshui City, in the middle of the city lord's mansion, inside a splendidly decorated red wedding room with the word she, in the deepest part of the middle of the room sat a woman. The woman's head was draped in a red cover, and her face was covered in a black mask that hid all of the stunning features she contained underneath. She was wearing a Chinese wedding dress, and despite the fact that it was extremely tightly wrapped, it was still difficult to hide her exquisite figure. What's even more peculiar is that this woman's head is erected with a long, yellow gradient fox ears, and behind her there is also a fox tail. Under the red cover, the fox demon woman's white as snow slender hand poked out from her sleeve, holding a scroll in her hand. Painted on the scroll was a handsome man. The scroll was very small in size, and it was painted by her in the likeness of the master she remembered from 10 years ago. For some reason, a choked sob suddenly came out from the woman's mouth, followed by a few churlish tears that fell on top of the scroll. Master, are you still alive? Disciple is going to marry. Disciple doesn't want to marry. Disciple's heart only has master. If I can't marry master, disciple would rather die. But disciples have heard that your life is in danger now, and if I kill myself, they will kill you. Master, where the hell are you? Ooh. As she spoke, she cried even harder, her tears hitting the scroll like rain. The person depicted on that scroll was no other than Chen Xianyi. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Another youthful voice followed. Mother, tomorrow is our wedding day. Let my husband come in to see you first. I promise not to touch you. The one outside the door was no one else but the eldest young master of Tianshui City, named Si Kong Kai, the fox demon woman in the room. Upon hearing this voice, hurriedly hid the scroll in her hand back, then shouted in a cold voice, if you come in here, I'll blow myself up in my room right now. After saying that, she also wanted to release her spiritual energy and seal the door of the room. However, it was not possible to release her spiritual energy as she was wearing a forbidden bracelet on her wrist. Fortunately, Si Kong Kai, who was outside the door, hastened to smile after hearing her words. Fine, fine, I'm leaving. After leaving the place, his expression immediately turned grim. Humph, pretending to be noble now. Wait until tomorrow when I'm explicitly married and pass through the door. It's still not like I want to play around as much as I want. Just let you rest for a few days, and when tomorrow is over, I'll give you no peace for a day. Although the fox demon woman in the house was his soon-to-be fiancé, he hadn't touched the other side of it so far, simply because the other party simply won't let any man touch her. Once someone dares to touch her, she really dares to hurt herself. Faced with a stunning beauty like an exquisite sculpture, He couldn't afford to let it hurt a hair on his head before he got on base. Early the next morning, Tianshui City's city lord's mansion was bustling with activity early in the morning, and the main entrance was flooded with countless gentry from all walks of life who had come to participate in the wedding. At this moment, above the dome of the sky, there were three figures that flew towards the bottom in a hurry. It was none other than the three Chen Xuani. During the rush, Chen Xianyi had also incidentally taught Jiang Ningxian to cultivate the great sun-blazing flame skill. Due to the fact that the gong method fit perfectly with it, Jiang Ningxian quickly reached the introductory realm and initially learned the first stance of it. After landing, Chen Xianyi gently patted the hands of the two and said, "There's a lot of people here, so let's not be so intimate." Jiang Ningxian and Yi Muyun had been holding Chen Xuani's hand in flying all night, so they were almost familiar with this feeling. When Yi Muyun heard Chen Xianyi's words, her cheeks flushed and she quickly pulled her hand away. Jiang Ningxian was not bashful and let go of his hand full of reluctance, muttering under his breath, "I used to do this all the time. Why can't I do it anymore?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xian couldn't help but recall previous scenes. The previous Jiang Ningxian used to like to hug him like this and stick to him all day. But the old Jiang Ningxian was still a little girl, and now cannot be generalized at all. Before was before, Chen Xianyi said back, then continued to walk towards the city lord's mansion in the front. The two women followed not far behind. Without taking a few steps, a young man dressed as a houseboy greeted him with a smile on his face. "This young master, the invitation is read." Chen Xianyi glanced at him and returned, "No." Saying so, he continued straight inside. He was here today to make trouble. There was no need to be polite to his enemies. The reason why he had held back until now was because he was worried about recognizing the wrong person. Just after taking a few steps, that family man immediately stopped over and said in an unkind tone, "You can't get in without an invitation." This family man was a qi refining stage cultivator, and just now, looking at Chen Xianyi's handsome looks, even though he didn't have any cultivation, it was possible that he was the young master of a certain family, so he was still respectfully smiling. Learning that Chen Xuani didn't even have an invitation, his attitude instantly chilled. The food at the wedding banquet is all excellent delicacies that ordinary people eat to prolong their lives, and it's possible for someone to try to blend in and eat for free. Moreover, when he thought of himself, a cultivator, just now smiling at an ordinary person with no cultivation, he felt that he had been insulted, and he was even more furious. Chen Xianyi clenched his right fist, intending to release an attack to send him flying, but he could only unleash the attack once a day, so if he used it here, he wouldn't have it for a while, so he simply ignored it and continued to walk towards the inside. Seeing Chen Xuani ignoring his words, that family man instantly became enraged and rebuked. "Stop! You, a mudblood with no cultivation, dare to ignore my words. I just gave you a smile. You really think you're an onion? Bastard! Let's see me teach you a good lesson today." The family servant who had long looked at Chen Xianyi with displeasure, immediately condensed his spiritual energy and was about to swing his fist towards Chen Xianyi. However, just as he had gathered his spiritual energy, he saw an invisible palm print strike out from somewhere and hit his body, and he spat out blood on the spot and flew backwards. The cacophony of voices over here caught everyone's attention, and passers-by looked this way. The bones in the houseboy's entire body were shattered, and he wailed on the ground in pain. The person who struck out was none other than Yi Muyun. "Even this one you dare to insult? You're really tired of living," Yi Muyun said in a cold voice, and only then did the family man react to who had hit her. Chapter 7 Yi Muyun came to my aid. "I don't agree." The crowd also discovered Yi Muyun's presence at this time, and passers-by whispered, "Isn't this the Jade Maiden sect's sovereign lord, Yi Muyun? The power of the Jade Maiden sect is also ranked in this Tsangzhou continent. How could Yi Muyun stoop to come to the small city in this place to attend a wedding banquet? It's probably because of the city lord's face, but why is she standing up for this little white boy? It doesn't make sense. Jade Maiden sect only recruit women. Rumor has it that the door is extremely exclusionary of the opposite sex. It is difficult to imagine that the sect leader of a sect would even fight for a man without cultivation. This will inevitably lead to suspicion." That crippled family member, learning that it was Yi Muyun who had struck, didn't even dare to make a wailing sound in the middle of it, but instead begged for forgiveness. "I had no eyes to know he was one of yours." Atonement. Atonement. Ah, don't kick it. Don't kick it. Jiang Ningxian is using his feet in this life, kicking cripple's good leg hard, cursing while trying to figure it out. "You've got eyes up your ass. You don't know what you're talking about. My master is the boss." Boss. Chen Xianyi had already walked away by now, and he greeted Jiang Ningxian behind him without looking back. "Xianer, let's go." He didn't want to waste too much time on this kind of houseguest who looked at people. Right now, he had more pressing matters to deal with. Jiang Ningxian added 2 more kicks to the family man on the ground before he was willing to leave. "Master, disciple will be right here. Red Heart, Zhang Ningxian and Yi Muyun followed behind Chen Xianyi, and the other guests who had come to the wedding banquet couldn't help but sigh as they watched the scene that had just occurred. No way. This teenager doesn't even have any cultivation. But he was able to get two beautiful cultivators to fight for him. This blessing is too big. Maybe being handsome can really be a meal. If I had his looks, I'd want to pick up 10 female cultivators. Just blow it off you. You won't even know how to die when the time comes. The voices of the people talking reached Chen Xianyi's ears, and Chen Xianyi gave a silent smile, not defending himself, and walked straight towards the wedding hall. Inside the wedding lobby. At this time, the lobby was already filled with all the gentry, as well as family forces, all of which were prominent figures in the city. At this point the bride and groom had not yet made their appearance, and the guests, seated in their chairs, were talking to each other. Hey, you guys heard about it? This time, the wedding banquet of the city lord's son, Si Kong Kai, is marrying a fox demon. I've heard. I don't know what Si Kong Kai was thinking, marrying a goblin. In this metaphysical world, the various races were often hostile to each other, and although it had eased up quite a bit over the years, things like marrying a foreigner were rare. Hey, it's a bit outrageous to say that marrying a demon is a good idea, but I can kind of understand him. It is said that the fox demon is an innate body of blessed Een, and was born with a flirtatious demonic bone. Once combined with it, not only can it hold a beauty, but its cultivation will also rise greatly. Who would not be moved by this? It makes sense. Except that demon clans with special physiques are already extremely rare. It's hard for us to meet them even if we want to. Demon clans with a special physique were extremely rare, let alone a demon clan with two special physiques. Moreover, in this world, the demon race, unlike demonic beasts, is unable to transform into a beast body, and is born as a half-human, half-beast. So it's all about what it looks like. There were those with beast heads and bodies, and those with human heads and beast bodies, and a perfect body like the bride's, which combined the beauty of man and beast and conformed to human aesthetics, was also an extremely rare existence in the demon race. While the crowd was talking, a young man in a man's wedding suit slowly stepped out from the dais in the deepest part of the auditorium. This person was none other than Sikong Choi. A crowd of guests who had come to the wedding banquet were congratulating the groom when they saw him come out. It was only with a smile that Sikong returned the salute, his emotions extraordinarily intense. Young master of the city, congratulations! Young master of the city, happy wedding! Young master, where is the bride? Let us have a long look. Hearing this, Sikong Kai waved his hand to the other side of the high platform. The bride isn't feeling too well, so I'll have her come over and pay her respects. After the words were spoken, two female cultivators at the chi refining stage were seen taking the lead and walking out from the side of the high platform. Under the red curtain, two chains made of special materials were slowly revealed. It was followed by a fox demon woman in a red wedding dress, led by chains. This fox demon woman moved her feet lightly. Her plump to the extreme figure was wrapped by the thick wedding clothes. Even if it hadn't been purposely modified, it was still charming to the extreme. The bewitching aroma emanating from its body, if anything, made the people in the distance feel that there was a kind of evil fire in their bodies that was difficult to suppress once they smelled it. Even if she was shackled with shackles that suppressed her spiritual energy, the power of seduction that naturally emanated from her body was still hard to resist. If the restraints were lifted, after revealing the amazing face contained under the veil, I don't know how many men would be mesmerized. As the bride entered the room, the master of ceremonies began to officiate. The bride and groom enter, and the couple worships. Because the bride refused to cooperate, Sikong just simply let the wedding streamlined, directly to the last step, and then rushed to carry back to the cave room, lest the night be long. Sikong Choi had bowed and lowered his head to the white, while the bride never made a move. The two attendants beside the bride saw this and pressed hard on the bride's back. The two maids were both chi refining stage cultivators, and their strength was surprisingly large for a cultivator whose cultivation had been suppressed. The bride's silver teeth were clenched under her veil, and she made resistance with all her strength. The sharp nails in Jade's hands also gouged dead center into the flesh, oozing bright red blood. Master, I'm sorry, if the disciple is allowed to marry this man, the disciple is willing to die. As she thought in her heart, the self-destruct talisman hidden among her sleeves vaguely began to be actuated, though the master could be in danger after her death. But it was more unacceptable to him than being touched by a man other than his master. She felt that losing her body was a betrayal of her master, and even if he was still alive, she herself would not have the face to be in the position to embrace a clean master when she saw her again in the future. That would be better than death. The MC in charge of the ceremony saw that the bride was hesitant to cooperate and had no choice but to continue. Let's give a blessing to the bride and groom. Does anyone object to this marriage? Intermarriage between humans and demon races was already out of the ordinary. and in order to make the wedding a bit more formal, the master of ceremonies deliberately asked this to the crowd. After all, those sitting here were all the city lord's people, and no one would make a fool of themselves by offending the city lord in saying the last word. As expected, it was immediately returned. The bride and groom were simply a match made in heaven. Our Tianshui City Zhao family naturally blesses this marriage. The Wang family of Tianshui City encloses a heavy gift to congratulate the bride and groom on their long life together. Our Tianshui City Li family also agrees to the marriage. The Lu family of Tianshui City also agrees. The fox demon bride was finally on the verge of exhaustion after a long period of resistance. Knowing that no miracle was possible, she was by now as good as dead. Master, if there is an afterlife, I must be your wife. I'm sorry, she murmured, and then she wanted to drive the self-destruct talisman. Just then, a voice suddenly came out from the main entrance. I disagree. Chapter 8, Chun Xuani's Marriage Robbery. Second Disciple's Amazing Beauty Eyes. I disagree. A loud youthful voice rang out, echoing in the lobby and clearly reaching everyone's ears. The people present stopped what they were doing and looked toward the doorway. He saw a young man with an imposing appearance and incomparably handsome features, who was taking steps and approaching towards the front of the stage with great haste. No one in the crowd recognized this person's origin for a while, and they were talking about it. Whose young master is this? How dare he offend even the city lord? Don't want to die. Yes, it's said that Lord City Lord broke through to the third level of the transformation spirit stage not long ago. This kid doesn't even have any cultivation, and he still dares to make such a mess in the wedding hall. I'm afraid that he'll die in a while without even knowing how to die. Let's get out of the way so we don't get splattered with blood later. For a while, the many guests present as well as the cultivators, not one of them even went forward to block. All of them watched the youth stepping on the red carpet to move forward rapidly. Sikong Kai naturally heard the sound from this side and looked up, frowning angrily. Who are you? Dare to crash my wedding banquet? That handsome young man's eyes seemed to contain a knife as he gazed at Sikong Kai and said in a cold voice, Chen Xianyi. Chen Xuani's reputation was known to no one in the continent of the 9 states. Ordinary people can only break through 100 years to break through the Jindan stage. He is enough for a year. 10 years to break through to transformation. 100 years to reach harmonization. And within 1,000 years to break through to the Deshang stage could be said to be a myth in the minds of all cultivators. However, the number of people who had actually met Chen Xianyi was few and far between. So much so that throughout the entire lobby, no one had ever seen Chen Xianyi himself. Upon hearing Chen Xianyi declare himself, the crowd was stunned for a moment. Chen Xianyi. It seems like it's been 10 years since I've heard that name. Didn't he fall in a great battle with a true immortal? I heard some time ago that he appeared in the world again after his realm was completely gone, but I didn't expect it to be true. It's an imposter, isn't it? Even if it's real, it's still a waste with no cultivation. It's still a death in the end. The guests in the lobby conversed, their words revealing contempt. Just then, on the stage of the lobby, the sound of violent chains clashing suddenly rang out. Seeing that the 2 maids in charge of escorting the bride, the chains in their hands were constantly trembling, and the 2 maids were gripping the chains with all their might, but they both looked a bit overwhelmed. What's wrong with her? Is she crazy? I can't hold her down. The 2 maids talked. At this moment, the bride was trying to tear off her bonds regardless, wanting to run in the direction of Chen Xianyi. She had thought she would never see her master again. It was all ready to die. But she never expected that master teacher would actually come. Even though she had long heard that her master's cultivation was gone, it originated from a feeling deep within her heart, or perhaps from her trust in her master. She still shouted the words she had shouted countless times before. Master, help me. At the same time she shouted, perhaps because of the intense struggle to get free, the cover over her head came off. What was revealed with it was a pair of beautiful eyes contained under the cover. The seductive fox eyes exuded an aura of 1,000 chicas, and the bean-sized tears could not stop falling from the corners of her eyes. Although her face was still veiled, her bright eyes alone were enough to stun everything. The cry was a heartbreaking one, with countless emotions pouring out of it. Chen Xian's heart stopped beating for a beat as soon as he heard those words. It was 10 years later and the voice had changed a bit, but he would always hear it right, and it was his second disciple. Ya, Hu Ya, the very name of the second disciple. Just as Chen Xianyi was about to step in to free him, Zhang Ningxian took the first step and slapped out 3 flaming palm imprints, respectively shattering the chains on Hu Yaya's body and the bracelet that imprisoned her spiritual energy. Hu Yaya, who had lost her restraints, immediately flew up and pounced in the direction of Chen Xianyi. Seeing this scene, Sikong Kai, who was on the side, turned red with anger and was about to go up and pull Hu Yaya's hand at once. You are my wife. Don't go. Watching the bride from his wedding fly off towards another man was naturally unacceptable and infuriating to him. Hu Yaya, who had lost her ban, had recovered to the 8th Jindan stage cultivation, and facing Sikong Kai, who was only at the second Jindan stage, she sent a mighty pressure to suppress it, directly shocking him several meters away. Then without even turning his head back, he jumped into Chen Xianyi's arms. Chen Xian caught her with a single conscious movement, then held her in his arms for dear life. The young girl's petite body is extremely soft, fragrant charm fragrance filled in the tip of the nose. Chen Xuani actually at time are a little dumbfounded. 10 years had passed, and the power of seduction was even more prevalent in Hu Yaya's body. The current him didn't even have a cultivation level, and it was as hard as hell for an ordinary person to resist this power of seduction. Not to mention that it was still Hu Yaya who took the initiative to express her love. And this kind of true love simply knifed out a storm in Chen Xianyi's heart. Chen Xianyi patted her beautiful back and comforted her. It's okay, it's all in the past. Here comes the master. Hu Yaya, as if she didn't hear her master's words, still hugging her master tightly, forcefully burying her head into her master's arms. These days, she didn't have an ounce of security, and she didn't even dare to sleep for fear that something bad would happen. Only now, as she embraced her master, did she gain an unparalleled sense of security. She never wanted to let go of her hand again, wanted to be stuck to her master like this forever. It was at this moment that Sikong slowly climbed up from the ground, and beside him, his Jindan stage uncles and uncles also gathered around. Chen Xianyi, you dare to touch my woman. Looking for death. Uncle and uncle, please also help me get rid of this guy. In the face of their own juniors being insulted, these elders naturally couldn't hang on to their faces and were ready to strike. No matter how strong Chen Xianyi was before, he was now a waste without a doubt. There was no need for them to save any face for Chen Xuani either. Soon after, the 5 Jindan stage cultivators revved up their surrounding spiritual energy and killed towards Chen Xuani. Seeing this, Jiang Ningxian shielded his master and sister behind him. Master, just leave it to disciple. After practicing the gongfu taught to her by her master, she very much wanted to find an opportunity to try out her strength. Fiery red spiritual energy surfaced around her, and her entire body began to become hot. The floor, under his feet, was burned with a black hole. Her showy fists were clenched, and a fire dragon gradually emerged above her fists. Fire dragon fist. As soon as the words fell, she similarly leapt up and blasted towards a Jindan stage 9th heavenly cultivator who was at the head of the pounce. The crowd watched her movements and gasped out in awe. Heavens, this little girl is holding out for the 5th Jindan stage, right? How did she dare to take on 5 Jindan stage cultivators? It's a pity that such a good girl has to die for a little white boy. Still really doesn't know the sky. Chapter 9, Slaughtering the Wedding Banquet Lobby. Are you worthy to call me by my name? Just as everyone was lamenting their pity, the reaction of the Jindan stage 9th heavenly cultivator who was enveloped by Jiang Ningxian's attack was exceptionally different. He was located at the center of the area enveloped by the attack's pressure, and he immediately noticed something was wrong when faced with the temperature of that flame. This was not at all the kind of power that a cultivator of the 5th Jindan stage could unleash. What level of gongfu was this? The man marveled. A teasing smile spread across the corners of Jiang Ningxian's mouth as he swung a fist at him. You're not qualified to know about the gong methods taught by master. As she swung her fist out, a giant dragon made of flames emerged, whistling towards the enemy. In this continent, the gongfu practiced by ordinary people is only the Xian rank gongfu, not to mention the immortal rank. The heavenly rank is not even dare to think about for mortals. Jiang Ningxian was originally a red flame immortal body, the innate heart of the Inferno Yang, and the fire technique was able to exert several times, or even dozens of times, its power on her, coupled with the fact that it was in existence above the immortal realm that was gifted by the system. The power caused by the eventual heavy augmentation was terrifying, not to mention that a Jindan stage cultivator was here. Even if he crossed a large realm, he would not be afraid in the slightest. Soon after, a wail could be heard, and that Jindan stage 9th heaven cultivator was immediately penetrated by the fire dragon and fell to the ground. The remaining 4 cultivators, looking at this scene, were dumbfounded. This is some kind of genius. Soon, though, they remembered something. Chen Xuani was the world's #1 genius, and the disciples he had taken in were all absolute geniuses as well. Having disciples with exceptional talent taught by top masters, it was normal for them to be stronger, but crossing 4 minor realms to face the enemy is also really outrageous. Don't be afraid, we're all in this together. The 4 cultivators looked at each other, then together they surrounded towards Jiang Ningxian, and 4 attacks were offered at the same time. Earth expelling sword, shocking fist, heaven and earth kick, 9 ding palms. 4 attacks in a row enveloped Jiang Ningxian in all directions, unable to find the slightest place to escape. Jiang Ningxian remained unperturbed in the face of this stance, and as she looked at the incoming attacks, she simply floated silently in mid-air. Subsequently, the moment the attack struck in front of his body, The majestic spiritual flames running within his body immediately erupted out in all directions. The flames in the great sun-blazing flame technique are beyond the existence of the laws of heaven and earth, and ordinary spiritual power or attacks are not a match for it. In just an instant, it burned and destroyed all the attacks. After that, the flames didn't show the slightest sign of receding, and even burned the remaining 4 cultivators to the bone. The 4 Jindan stage cultivators fell to the ground and wailed in pain, completely losing their ability to fight. After resolving the battle on this side, Jiang Ningxian hadn't relieved himself yet. It was Sikong who tried to harm her senior and take away her senior sister. No matter what, she would make the other party pay. With that in mind, she immediately gazed towards Sikong Kai. Siku had only just gotten to his feet when she stared at him, and he fell to the ground in shock. He couldn't figure out how this guy could be so strong, as he was also a Jindan stage cultivator. Even her own uncles and uncles were not a match for her. No, don't kill me. Even in the face of Jiang Ningxian's exquisite face, he couldn't afford to have any ill will, only the fear of death in his heart. I won't kill if you don't let me? Wouldn't I be disgraced then? Go to hell. Disgusting guy. Jiang Ningxian chided, then once again unleashed his fire dragon fist to smash away. The fire dragon whistled and rolled forward, and Sikong only covered his eyes in fear. Who dares to touch my son? Suddenly a thick voice came out, and a strong and incomparable pressure swept out. The aura belonging to the third heaven of the transformation spirit stage was revealed to the fullest. Under the angry roar, all the tables and chairs in the hall were directly shattered into crumbs, and in the face of this scene, the guests in the hall had also long since run away without a single one left. The attack released by Jiang Ningxian was also dispersed by the other party's pressure. Even though Jiang Ningxian displayed an incomparably strong strength, she was still unable to fight against a cultivator greater than 2 great realms. No good. Slipping away. Seeing that she had hit the little one and caused the big one, she hastily withdrew her arrogance and hid back behind her master's back. Jiang Ningxian grabbed his master's back and pointed at a middle-aged man in front of him. Senior, look at him. He's yelling at me. Yi Mu Yun, who was on the side, was a bit confused when she saw this scene. Come on, where's the Jiang Ningxian who was so arrogant that he wanted to kill heaven and earth just now? As soon as you hide behind master, you become a little bird-like girl? The contrast should not be so big. Lord Superior, leave it to me, Yi Muyan said to Chen Xianyi, then took up a fighting stance. Chen Xianyi reached out and blocked her. No need. This is this seat's personal matter. This seat will just take care of it, no matter what. Tianshui City was also the territory of the Zhangzhou Empress. He was definitely going to suppress this father and son today, but there was no need to implicate the Jade Maiden sect when the Empress looked for responsibility afterwards. This matter originally had nothing to do with Yi Mu Yun. She could do this step. It was already the biggest responsibility for the old favor. The rest is enough for him alone. Chen Xianyi patted Huye in his arms and said gently, Yeah, master will get rid of the enemy first, after which we will leave this place together. Huye tightly hugged her master and slowly raised her head. A pair of beautiful eyes locked with her master and asked with some worry, Master, won't be walking, right? She was a little worried in her heart, worried that if she let go of her master, she would never see him again, just like 10 years ago. Only by holding her master in her arms could she be completely at ease. Chen Xianyi rubbed her pink hair and the pair of soft fox ears on top of her head. In the past, he had often favored his second disciple in this way. The furry touch is very comfortable to the touch. You have my word. From this day forward, the master will not be abandoning you, ever. Huye was stroked on the top of her head by her master, and without realizing it, her cheeks under the veil were already flushed. It had been a long time since my master had touched my ear, and it felt ticklish and cozy. Good, disciple will wait for you. Speaking of this, only then did Huye willingly let go of the master teacher she was carrying in her arms. Chen Xianyi also felt relieved in general, exhaling the air in large gulps. The second disciple hadn't seen him for 10 years, and he had more than gotten bigger. He had gotten ridiculously bigger. It was a little hard to breathe at the top. Before Chen Xianyi could make a move, a middle-aged man's voice sounded not far away. Chen Xuanyi, a few hundred years ago, when you were competing for treasures in a secret realm, I had met you once, a few kilometers away. Never would I have thought that if I saw you again today, you would have already been reduced to an invalid. Ha 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 ha. To be able to personally suppress a former world's first genius today is enough for me to brag for 100 years. This middle-aged man was no other than Sikong Kai's father, Tianshui City's city lord, Sikong Yi. The one just now had been receiving guests in the inner room, never expecting anyone to disrupt today's wedding reception. It all happened too fast, and realizing that something was wrong, he rushed over at the first opportunity, which saved Sikong Kai in time. Chen Xianyi's expression was indifferent, unable to tell if he was happy or angry, making it hard to catch, And you are worthy to call this seat by its name? No one knows that Hu Ye is my disciple. You have seen this seat before, and you even dared to kidnap this seat's disciple. Today, this seat will suppress your Sikong clan's entire family and make you pay for what you have done. Chapter 10, Sacrifice Chen Xianyi to his ancestors? And watch the strongest strike. As Chen Xuanyi spoke, his face was smooth, as if he was talking about a small, insignificant matter. At one time, he had battled true immortals at the Great Completion realm, not to mention a small city lord. Even if a certain great emperor from one of the 9 states came, he would not be afraid in the slightest. Facing a spirit transformation stage Sikong was not enough to make him get serious. And Chen Xianyi's expression, when it fell in Sikong's eyes, directly turned into naked mockery. It made Sikong furious. The once Chen Xianyi was indeed qualified to say such things to him. But what does the current Chen Xianyi have? Did Chen Xianyi really think that by relying on the face he once had, he would have the entire clan stick out their heads for the other party to chop? Chen Xianyi, I see that not only is your realm gone, but your brain is gone as well. Can't you tell who's big and who's small here? Sikong scoffed angrily. Sikong Choi, who was hiding behind him, even chimed in. That's it, father, get him. When he dies, not only Witch Fox Demon Beauty, I want the one that spits fire. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing here that couldn't be set right with his father at the helm. Chen Xianyi's appearance had messed up his wedding, but the good news was that it had brought one more stunning beauty. This red-haired beauty, different from the fox demon the body belongs to the young girl's innocence and vivacity, such as the first love-like temperament simply poke every young man's heart. Today, Chen Xianyi was just right, allowing him to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Sikong's face sank as he listened to his son's words. The selfish son was thinking of himself and didn't say anything about saving one for him. He had lived to such a great age, but he had never seen 2 beauties with such a good appearance together at the same time. Shut up, useless thing. The old man has been following you all day worrying, Sikong Kai said without any good humor. After saying that, he then sized up Yi Muyan, who was flanked by Qin Xian's body. The reason why he hadn't made a move until now wasn't because he was afraid of Qin Xian, but because he was worried about the Jade Maiden sect patriarch on his side. Yi Muyun was likewise a cultivator of the god transformation stage, and if she was on the other side, it was hard to say whether this battle could be fought or not. However, the Jade Maiden sect was at least a power in the Tsanzhou continent, and was ultimately under the jurisdiction of the Empress. As the head of a clan, if one went to war with a city lord under the power of the Empress, it would be a rebellion in a sense. It is estimated that Yi Muyun, too, does not dare to fight with him. After all, not everyone was as crazy as Chen Xianyi, who didn't even put the Empress in her eyes. Without any worries in her heart, Sikong then leapt forward and looked down at Chen Xianyi below. Chen Xianyi, you should have quite a few goodies on you. Hand them all over in case they get damaged in the fight, and I'll give you a piece of my mind, or I'll make your life worse than death. Everyone thought that Chen Xianyi had countless treasures in his possession, but only Chen Xianyi himself knew that he really had nothing on his body right now. At first, he knew that his days were numbered, so he hid all the treasures that he had on him, and set it so that it could only be opened if 9 disciples went together, sort of leaving something good for the disciples on their deathbeds. But these things, not to mention whether we can tell others, even if we do, who will believe it? That was why Qin Xianyi never bothered to argue. You're great if you can fly high. Jiang Ningxian pointed at Sikong in the sky and shouted, then picked up his master's arm and flew above the sky. Hu Yao on the side watched as a look of worry surfaced on her face as her master could not even fly right now. Still, she quickly followed. No matter what the outcome was, even if he died, he would die with his master. Seeing that Qin Xianyi made no move to hand over the treasure, Sikong was no longer ambiguous, and immediately operated the spiritual energy around his body. Chen Xuanyi, take your blood and sacrifice it to the ancestors of the Sikong clan today. The ancestors would have been proud of me. Die. Heavenly thunder drop. With those words, purple lightning began to flash above Sikong's hands, splitting and cracking. Above the originally clear sky, a dark cloud appeared out of nowhere above Qin Xianyi's head. The clouds were pitch black, and for just a moment there was lightning and thunder. Drop. As he gave the order, a loud thunderous sound was heard. Boom. A thunderbolt that contained the cultivation of the 3rd stage of the transformation spirit stage converged at an extremely fast speed, and a strong pressure instantly shrouded dozens of miles in a radius. The people located on the outskirts of the city lord's mansion, feeling this layer of pressure, all stared in surprise. The power of this move. It seems that the rumors are true. City lord, he really has broken through to the 3rd sky of transformation stage. TSK, 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 a land city lord possessing this realm. Even if other city lords came, they would have to avoid it. After today's battle, The city lord will surely be so powerful that he will be crowned a king of some sort in the future. Yes, it's just a pity that those two beautiful people beside Chen Xuani look like they're going to perish here together as well. While the crowd was talking, Chen Xuani raised one of his hands into the air without anyone noticing. Incidentally, all of the techniques gifted by the system to the disciples, Chen Xuani had all reached the point of integration and great completion. These were all credits to the system, and it was also good for him to teach his disciples better. Xianer, and watch. This move is the strongest style amongst the great sun blazing flame technique. Observing it will also be helpful for your cultivation. With that, Chen Xianyi's hand slowly condensed a fireball. The fireball was only the size of a palm at first. Jiang Ningxian nodded his head as he listened. Okay, disciple knows. As she spoke, her eyes were fully focused on her master's handsome face, revealing a face of infatuation. Chen Xianyi reminded without any good humor. The master will show you the moves. Stances. What are you looking at me for? Jiang Ningxian playfully spat out her tongue. He. It's all because master is too good looking. There's simply not enough to look at. Only after hearing his master's reminder did Jiang Ningxian move his gaze to the moves. As for the crowd on the ground, they had all seen the move that Chen Xuani had unleashed at that moment. Si Kongkai looked at the fireball in Chen Xuani's hand with a face full of puzzlement and muttered to himself. He doesn't even have a cultivation level, but he can still unleash an attack? As he marveled, he soon realized that the fireball that Chen Xuani had condensed had not surfaced any pressure at all. Ha, it looks like it's just a blindfold. Originally are about to die. Still do what dying struggle. Quietly waiting for death is not good. The other Sikong family members not far away also chimed in. The way I see it, he's just not willing to accept the fact that he's a waste of space and wants to pounce at the end. Patriarch Sikong, quickly kill him, so that outsiders will know how powerful our Sikong family is now. The crowd mocked Chen Xuani with your words in mind. Between words, he had already designated it as a stepping stone to make the Sikong clan famous. And unbeknownst to him, Chen Xian's body, which was devoid of any spiritual energy, was at this moment beginning to rapidly converge with majestic spiritual energy. Chapter 11. Chen Xianyi shocked the crowd. Yi Muyun's thoughts. Hu Yeye was following behind her master teacher at the moment, and she didn't know the news that her master teacher had gained strength. Looking at the lightning that both Jiang Ningxian and her master teacher were about to face, she was worried. Although she was only at the 8th level of the Jindan stage, if she relied on her physical body to carry her hard, she would still be able to save the two. Thinking in her heart, Hu Yeye opened her arms and had already protected both her senior sister and master teacher behind her. Senior, leave this place to me. You quickly take senior sister out of here. Hu Yeye's stature was a bit taller than Jiang Ningxian's, and she was able to completely protect him behind her. Jiang Ningxian looked at Hu Yeye in front of him and a familiar feeling arose. Hu Yeye had always been a very responsible person, and in the past when she encountered danger, she had always protected her senior sister, as well as the other senior sisters behind her every time. I didn't realize it hadn't changed after all these years. Don't worry senior sister, just leave it to master. Jiang Ningxian patted her back and comforted her, and also at that moment, the boundless spiritual energy within Chen Xianyi's body suddenly surged out of nowhere, frantically converging towards the fireball in his hand. The fireball gradually became more brilliant and dazzling, turning into a light like the sun. Boom! There was another clap of thunder, and the crushing lightning above that cloud had finally built up to its limit. An incomparably thick, heaven-shattering thunderclap resounded with crackling sounds as it swiftly struck towards the top of Chen Xuani's head. Everyone on the ground subconsciously covered their eyes as they were faced with the lightning and were nearly blinded. Chen Xianyi, on the other hand, merely raised the fireball up with one hand, facing the place where the lightning struck down. Like the mythical quester, he holds the sun in his hands and plucks the stars. In an instant, the thunderbolt landed squarely on top of the fireball, and a huge crash sounded, followed by a shockwave that swept toward the four directions. The buildings in the city that were close by were destroyed, and the pressure caused by the collision of the attacks was comparable to half the end of the world. After a long time, some cultivators with high levels of cultivation were the first to open their eyes and see the situation above them. My eyes hurt. Tell me what's going on. No, it's Chen Xianyi. What happened to Chen Xianyi? Is he dead? No, he still has his cultivation. The previous rumors were all false. What? These words rang out like a thunderbolt in everyone's ears. Soon, as the light of the thunder and lightning cleared, everyone was able to get a good look at what was going on in the sky. The lightning that seemed to be able to destroy everything had already been absorbed by the fireball in Chen Xianyi's hand as if it had never appeared. Hu Yeye was also startled at this time, looking at the huge fireball condensed in her master's hands, her face full of questions. She clearly couldn't detect a single bit of cultivation within her master. So why was her master still able to unleash such a powerful attack? Master, how did this happen? So big, so thick, Hu Yaya asked in surprise. The corners of Jiang Ningxian's mouth twitched as he nodded and she said, Senior sister, you better be talking about fireballs ahoy. Between the two of them talking, Hu Yaya's mood was no longer so low. Her heart was happier than anyone else's when she learned that her master had regained his strength. As for Yi Mu Yun, the way she looked at Chen Xianyi at this moment, her eyes also changed a bit. She hadn't thought about Chen Xianyi regaining his strength or anything the entire way she followed him. Pure payback for what happened before. She was a person who placed great importance on contracts, and since she had once made a promise to serve her lord, she would still have to fulfill the contract even if her lord became an ordinary person with no cultivation. But now, after seeing the strength of her superior father, it was as if she had regained hope. If the Supreme Exalt could help her, she might be able to solve the Jade Maiden's sex troubles and wouldn't have to be in danger. Chen Xianyi was unaware of the thoughts of the female patriarch beside him at this time, and instead, he turned his gaze to Sikong Yi below. Watch this move. It's called Sunset. The fireball in Chen Xuanyi's hand was floating with the pressure of the anti-virtual realm at this moment, and it still wasn't a full body yet. But Sikong Yi didn't know that. In his opinion, Chen Xuanyi was the one whose cultivation hadn't dissipated to nothing yet, so he still retained the strength of the anti-virtual realm. The reason they couldn't see it just now was probably because they used some secret method to hide it. Sikong Yi shouted to the clansmen below, quickly take refuge in the city lord's mansion's defense formation. When cultivators above the god transformation stage fought against each other, the pressure inevitably caused damage to others, and today was his son's wedding banquet, so everyone within the clan who could be named was present. If they die here, then they will really be exterminated. Just in case, he warned at his clan. The clansmen of the Sikong clan, hearing the words of the clan leader, all gathered towards the place of the city lord's mansion. Sikong Yi similarly ducked in, intending to wait until Qin Xianyi's move had passed before coming out to find a way to meet the enemy. Within this Tianshui city, there were countless cultivators who would help him. Once he led the siege on Chen Xuanyi and used the treasures on Chen Xuanyi's body as bait, he might not be unable to kill Chen Xuanyi even if he displayed a cultivation of the anti-virtual realm. As long as he dodged this move, it would be Chen Xianyi's death. Chen Xianyi looked down below, at Sikong Yi who had gathered all of his clansmen together, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. Originally, he was thinking that when he turned back to pull out and kill them one by one, he would have to go through a lot of effort. This Sikong Yi can handle This are the clan members gathered together waiting for him to kill. With that in mind, the fireball in Chen Xianyi's hand swelled up once again, finally reaching the pressure of the ferrying stage. The reason why it didn't converge to a higher power at once was because there were still innocent people in this city, so he could suppress some of the power, but the power of the transitional stage was enough. After the moves converged, Chen Xian shot a pair downwards as if throwing a basketball. This fireball that was like the sun was merely an attack in Chen Xian's glance, but in the eyes of other cultivators, it was a divine miracle that contained infinite mysteries. Just observing from a distance was felt to be beneficial. Not to mention that Jiang Ningxian practiced this set of gongfu, and after seeing her master's hand, she felt that her cultivation had improved by another step. Sikong Yi hid inside the defense array of the city lord's mansion. At first he was not aware of the pressure contained in the fireball outside because of the barrier of the array. As the fireball gradually approached the ground, his expression gradually turned a little alarmed. It was so hot, as if it was going to melt. No, how come the defense array isn't working? Quickly converge the spiritual energy into the grand formation. He tried to organize the clansmen with cultivation and reinforce the formation, but when he, a cultivator at the god transformation stage, felt the blazing heat, then other cultivators at the bottom of the cultivation level would have already been not far from death. Patriarch, open the formation. I don't want to die. Let us out. The clansmen wailed in pain, and the entire defense array had turned into an oven. Chapter 12 Execution of the Sikong Clan. Second disciple unmasked. Sikong Kai was already half dead from the blazing heat at this point. As he was dying, he looked at Hu Yaya above him and only felt incomparable remorse, regretting that he hadn't used force. Even just touching Hu Yaya's skin, he would have no regrets in death if he could tarnish such a stunning beauty. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. On the other hand, as Sikong Yi listened to the wailing of the clansmen around him, he realized just how stupid a thing he had done. Going against Qin Xianyi was the dumbest thing he had ever done in his life. Under his gaze, a crack suddenly broke open above that defense array. It was followed extremely quickly by a broken trail that crawled all over the place like a spider's web. It's too late for him to do anything. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the fireball instantly engulfed the entire city lord's mansion. The blazing flames went all the way through to the ground, scorching the entire ruin once more. those who had long ago run away. The cultivators who had come to attend the wedding banquet saw the scene and were so scared that their legs and stomachs went soft. They could all see the tragic death of the Seacone family just now. If Chen Xuanyi came back to trouble them because of his grudge against the city lord, they were afraid that they would also. Puff, the patriarch of the Zhao clan, who had appeared at the wedding banquet, was seen kneeling down in Chen Xuanyi's direction at once. "I've met your highness. I've been rude before. Please forgive me." The rest of the patriarchs were dumbfounded by this scene. They haven't even reacted yet. "And you're apologizing? How can I say you have a long life? It turns out you're quick on your knees." The rest of the patriarchs were the casual cultivators watching the battle. Also at this time, all scrambled to kneel down. "Come on, if you're late. If Chen Xian blames you, a few lives won't be enough to pay for it. Forgive me, Supreme Exalt, it is the latecomer who has no eyes." "Greetings, Your Highness." The crowd kowtowed and performed the ritual of kneeling, completely enshrining Chen Xianyi as a god. Chen Xianyi clapped his hands in the air and scanned around the city lord's mansion below. After making sure that there were no living people, he then realized those who were kneeling towards him. This scene, which he had watched in the past with his eyes calloused, was more than familiar, so naturally there was no mental fluctuation. On the contrary, yesterday, Yi Muyan still honored him as a superior without knowing that he had strength, which was a completely different feeling. Being able to find the second disciple is also all thanks to Yi Muyan's blessing. If there's anything in the future, consider helping out. Chen Xianyi thought in his heart, and also considered Yi Muyan as one of the few people he could trust. Jiang Ningxian had just seen his master strike yesterday, so he didn't feel too surprised, but Hujarad didn't. Looking at the city lord's mansion below that had been destroyed into charred black ground, she felt incomparably shocked and excited at the same time. What she was excited about was that if her master possessed this strength, wouldn't she no longer have to worry about that evil demon true immortal, and would be able to return to her old life with them and live together forever. Thinking of this, she was so happy that she directly reached out her arms and hugged the master beside her. "Master, that's great. Never be separated again." Chen Xianyi was tightly strangled by her, and without cultivation, he was shaken around like a doll. His chest was also squeezed by the other party's pair of erect peaks, so much so that he could hardly speak. He barely managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Ya, you've really gotten big." Huya used her own cheek and rubbed it against her master's face. "It's been 10 years, and the disciples have certainly gotten older." Jiang Ningxian stood at the side of the two, and with her own green jade finger, she tapped her senior sister's mountain peak, as if looking at some diluted treasure. He stared at this with wide eyes and murmured, "Why do I get the feeling that the master is not talking about your age? But then again, senior sister, why do you wear a veil all the time? I haven't seen you for so many years. Take it off and let senior sister master take a look." Huya always wore a black veil on her face, and she had never taken it off in the years after she left her master and lost his protection. The reason for doing so is to avoid some unnecessary trouble. But even if she wrapped herself up like a dumpling, she still got into all sorts of trouble from time to time because of her natural charm bone. She also had to utilize her genius realm and cleverness to save herself several times. But even if she was extremely cautious, there would still be trouble that she couldn't avoid. If it wasn't for the presence of Master Teacher today, one wouldn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be. Huya placed her jade finger on top of the veil, her beautiful eyes inquiringly looking towards her master. "Master, is that okay?" She was worried that she would cause unnecessary trouble for her master because of her beauty. So before removing the veil, she first asked her master for his opinion. How could Chen Xianyi refuse? After not seeing him for so many years, he was also curious about what his second disciple had become now. "Don't worry, yeah, in the future, you'll have your master to protect you, just like before." Chen Xianyi rubbed her head and said, his eyes very doting. Huya's lips under the veil smiled slightly, and then gently used her hand, unraveling the veil. Under the veil was a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar to Chen Xianyi. Huya as a little girl, has already begun to have the potential of a red face. Only back then, her features weren't as three-dimensional. Nowadays, her nose is high and three-dimensional, her hydrated lips are just right. And even though she doesn't wear a bit of makeup, her skin is as flawless at all times as if she were wearing light makeup. There was not a blemish to be seen on her face, and every bit of it grew on the most extreme of human aesthetics, coupled with the seductive fragrance that silently emanated from her body. Chen Xianyi sniffed the flavor, and even he couldn't help but feel his heart fluttering, only to feel his heartbeat accelerating, making it difficult to resist. "Master, you're blushing." Huya looked at her master's face and said with a smile. Hearing the second disciple's reminder, Chen Xianyi felt his face turn even redder. No. As her master teacher, How could he be ashamed to admit such a fact as having a crush on his disciple's heart? Hu Yaya's smile widened at the corners of her mouth when she saw her master's reaction. Her smile was beautiful, as if the background of the world turned black and white and lost its color under her smile. The fact that her master's heart was soft and her mouth was hard could not be clearer to her. It just so happened to be this trait of her master's that seemed so cute to her that she couldn't help but want to flirt. Master, you're blushing. Disciple can see it all. You're heartbroken, right? It's okay. Oh, master can do whatever he wants. As long as it's master's words, it's fine for disciples. Chapter 13, Chen Xianyi's excellent qualities? Invited to the Jade Lady sect. As Chen Xianyi listened to his second disciple's words, a rush of blood nearly escaped from his nostrils. Everything? What's all right? Is it all I think it is? Jiang Ningxian gradually became a little jealous as he watched Hu Yaya keep hugging his master. Senior sister, you're molesting your master as soon as you return. I found master first, so at the very least, I should eat first. With that, she attempted to block her master's line of sight, stopping him from being mesmerized by the fox demon. Hu Yaya looked at Jiang Ningxian with a doting face and laughed. Yeah, senior sister is still as lively as she was as an hour. Her tone was flirtatious with elegance amongst others. Jiang Ningxian's willow brows slightly knitted as she beamed in dissatisfaction. Don't use your sister's tone of voice to talk to senior sister. I'm the senior sister. The sex in the immortal cultivation world did not care about age and generation, only the order of entry. After all, there were cultivators who had practiced for thousands of years and were still just a foundation cultivator, while there were geniuses who reached Jindan in a few decades. It would be easy to muddy the waters if the generations were based on age. That's why it's usually in the order of initiation that you line up senior sisters and junior sisters. In terms of age alone, Hu Yaya was actually a bit older than Jiang Ningxian. However, Hu Yaya had started a bit later, so she addressed Jiang Ningxian as senior sister. Hu Yaya said as she doted on Jiang Ningxian's head. Got it. Senior sister Sama. I'm sure I won't treat you poorly for going to such lengths to save me. Big deal. I'll just ask you to join me when I eat. Jiang Ningxian's face was filled with confusion after hearing this. What the hell is the senior sister saying? Why can't she understand? This is her. A pure love female cultivator can listen to the feed. I don't think it's the one she's thinking of eating. Chen Xianyi was also very pleased as he watched the two disciples remain as close as before. As for what the two were discussing, he ignored it all. Think of it as the disciples bonding. A pig-headed master doesn't dream of an infatuated female disciple. How could the once second disciple who loved to dress up and was lively and fun turn into an impulsive and rebellious disciple? After the matters in Tianshui City came to an end, Chen Xuanyi naturally had to bring his disciples to continue searching for the whereabouts of his other disciples. Chen Xuanyi looked towards Yi Muyun, who had followed him all the way to this point, to ask her what she planned to do next. Yi Muyun, on the other hand, was one step ahead of him and spoke. I don't think Lord Superior has a suitable residence yet. Why don't you come to the Jade Maiden sect for a temporary stay first, and we'll vacate the place with the most vigorous concentration of spiritual chi for you to cultivate. During this period, I will also utilize all the forces of the Jade Maiden sect to inquire about the whereabouts of your disciples, and when there is news, I will also be the first to tell you. What do you think? The previous Lord Superior had his own immortal abode to cultivate in, and basically looked down on these clans of theirs, but now that Lord Superior has nowhere to go, it would be a great blessing to invite Lord Superior back to the Jade Maiden sect to sit on the throne. Faced with such a good opportunity, she naturally wouldn't delay and hastily offered the best conditions. Chen Xian had thought that he was going to separate from Yi Muyun, but he hadn't expected the other party to extend another invitation. After he unlocked the system gave him the ability to repair the injuries in his body at the same time. In other words, he could now start practicing from scratch. If you wanted to cultivate, you needed a large amount of spiritual energy and resources, and because of his heaven-defying talent, the resources he consumed were dozens, hundreds of times more than that of an ordinary cultivator. Currently, it was really troublesome to obtain it by oneself. If one could utilize the resources of the Jade Maiden sect to cultivate, it would be a bit more rapid. Getting back to peak strength was indeed something he desperately needed right now. While he could invincibly strike once a day, he was guaranteed to get into trouble twice in one day. It is only prudent to have strength in yourself. Not to mention the fact that there was also the Jade Maiden sect helping to find the whereabouts of the disciples, which was far more efficient than him bringing two disciples with him to search as if they were headless. Chen Xuanyi turned his head to look at the two disciples and inquired, "What do you think?" Although he was the master teacher of two disciples, he would always ask his disciples for their opinions before making a decision, whether they were young or grown up. Xianer listens to everything Master Xianer says. Xianer will never go west when Master said east, and I will never wear it when Master said take it off. Jiang Ningxian took his master's arm with one hand and leaned his head on his master's shoulder. while the other hand patted his chest and said firmly. She was the less cerebral personality, always with a big grin on her face. But that doesn't mean she doesn't have a brain. When her master was away, she relied on her wits and moved between multiple forces to find out as much as she could about her master's whereabouts. And when the master was around, she completely emptied herself and just wanted to walk in his footsteps. Who told you to take it off? Chen Xianyi helplessly covered his head. This guy grew up not knowing what he read. Running trains all day long. After thinking for a moment, Hu Yeye spoke. As far as I know, third senior sister, she is also in the Zhangzhou continent, but I'm not too sure exactly where. It would indeed be easier if the Jade Maiden sect helped in the search. And disciples don't really like to come into contact with other members of the opposite sex either. And it'll be quieter without other members of the opposite sex within the Jade Maiden sect. So let's go there. Of course, disciples all listened to Master. In her opinion, there were a lot of good qualities in her master, and the point of respecting the opinions of her disciples was one of her favorites. Her master teacher would not be like others, treating his disciples as his subordinates, calling out to them like subordinates. Even if he hadn't seen his master for 10 years, he was still as good as he had ever been. Thinking of this, Hu Yeye's beautiful eyes seemed to shimmer amongst them as she looked at her master. She similarly stepped forward and wrapped her arms around her master's other arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Once Chen Xianyi saw that both disciples agreed, he himself was no longer ambiguous. Well then, let's go. Yi Mu Yun. Thank you, please lead the way. He thanked Yi Mu Yun. When Yi Mu Yun heard this, her face changed greatly and she hurriedly saluted. Your Highness, this is never acceptable. It's all what I should do. Not to mention what realm Chen Xuanyi was in now, but in the past, she would never dare to accept a word of thanks from Lord Superior. In other words, it's all a loss of life for her. I'm going to lead the way. After saying that, Yi Mu Yun intended to go and pull Chen Xianyi's hand, driving him to hurry along. After all, on the way over to Tianshui City, this was how she had brought Chen Xuanyi over. But as she watched Chen Xianyi's two arms fill up, she then silently lowered her hands. For some reason, she was still a little lost in her mind. Then again, the relationship between Lord Superior and the disciple is really good. It's completely different from those awful old guys within the Jade Maiden sect, she thought in her heart while also looking up at Chen Xianyi's face. Suddenly a fresh breeze brushed through Chen Xianyi's long hair, setting off Chen Xianyi's appearance in a more immortal manner. It was the first time she had scrutinized her superior father's appearance so closely, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's still handsome. Without her realizing it, her heart beat much faster. Yi Mo Yun? Realizing that Yi Mo Yun was frozen in place, Chen Xuanyi reminded. It was only when she heard her superior father's reminder that Yi Mu Yun reacted to the fact that she was dazed. Ah, Lord Superior, this way, she said hastily, then disappeared with the crowd. The people who were kneeling and worshipping below kept their heads up to look up at Chen Xuanyi and the others, going away for a long time before they dared to get up from the ground tremblingly. Chapter 14. The Empress was furious at her words. Chen Xianyi is in danger? The speed of spreading news between cultivators was extremely fast, and what happened in Tianshui City quickly spread into the Zhangzhou Imperial Palace, the imperial capital of Zhangzhou. Within the Great Hall of the Imperial Court, the hall was brilliant and covered an extremely wide area, and one by one, huge pillars of coiled dragons glittering with golden light extended out from among the deepest dragon chairs, setting off the entire hall in a more solemn and dignified manner. At this time, the Great Hall has gathered all kinds of civil and military officials, standing neatly in 2 rows, toward the deepest sitting on top of the dragon chair, kneeling and saluting. My Emperor Tenno 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 Tenno. Sitting on top of the dragon chair is a cold and noble woman with a tall, elegant figure and stunning red lips. His body was dressed in a golden sparkling and radiant dragon robe, and his head was crowned with a dragon crown of majesty. What is the report today? A voice filled with the Queen's crown of power came out, causing everyone present to tremble. Soon, there was a black-haired old man, who walked to the front of the dragon chair. The Empress looked at the person who appeared, her brows first furrowed, her expression slightly gloomy. She reacted this way because of the internal situation in Zhangzhou. Although the Zhangzhou continent as a whole was under the jurisdiction of the Empress, in reality, there were 4 other feudal kings within its borders. Each of the Seal Kings possessed the realm of the Great Success and owed their allegiance to her. However, among the 4 sealed kings, there is a Jinnan king who always tries to collude with forces in secret, and his heart is self-evident. But nay, she never found conclusive evidence. If there was no reason to make a move, it was likely to draw the displeasure of the other 3 Seal Kings. Once the 4 kings united to fight against her, not to mention what the outcome would be, after a great battle with internal conflict, it would surely lead to an invasion of external forces. Therefore, even though she had long since developed a murderous intent towards the Jinnan king, she still failed to make a move. And this black-haired schemer belonged to the Jinnan King's group. That's why she's showing her displeasure. However, soon after, the Empress hid her disgusted demeanor and returned to her majestic and serious appearance. The dark-haired schemer said respectfully, reporting to the Empress, just a short while ago, in Tianshui City within the Jinnan King's territory, a massacre occurred, and the entire clan of Lord Sikong's family was put to death, resulting in extremely harsh consequences. Someone who dares to make such a scene in Her Majesty's territory is simply not taking Her Majesty seriously. Please punish Her Majesty severely. The moment this strategist's words fell, the whole room immediately boiled over, and all the strategists were talking. The Sikong family has governed Tianshui City for hundreds of years. Its forces have been rooted for a long time, and Sikong is even a cultivator of the god realization stage. Not to mention that the whole family has been exterminated, even if they dare to make a move against them. There are very few of them. The person who struck out was at least at the Decheng stage. Could it be that one of the 4 great seal kings has struck out? Even if it's a sealed king, it can't be lawless and exterminate the clan at will. Who could it be? The ministers in the courtroom discussed, feeling extremely shocked by this sudden news. Although the Empress had only just heard the news, her reaction was very different from that of the ministers. Her pretty brow lifted slightly in rapt contemplation. The Sikong family of Tianshui City was located within the Jinnan King's territory and had very close dealings with him. In the governance of the city, the Sikong family is even more wantonly fish and flesh the people, and despicable, any of which can be given the death penalty. However, it was only because King Jinnan repeatedly defended him that the Sikong family made it to today. Hearing that the Sikong family was executed by the entire clan, the Empress was not only not a little angry, but on the contrary, she was also a little happy. Not only did she weaken the Jinnan King's power, but she also got rid of a scourge of her heart. Not to mention punishment, she had the heart to reward. But what she couldn't figure out was who would do the whole thing. The other 3 feudal kings, not to mention helping her, would be lucky if they didn't rebel with the Jinnan King. Who else would it be? Who did it? Did you find out? The Empress asked in a cold voice, and the others could not see any emotions on her unbelievably haughty face. The dark-haired schemer returned. Back to your majesty. We've found out. That person is none other than the once red-hot Chen Xuanyi. However, it is rumored in the world that Chen Xuanyi's cultivation has long since dissipated into thin air, and Chen Xuanyi has indeed been in hiding for 10 years. If Chen Xuanyi has not recovered his realm, I feel that it could also be caused by the Jade Maiden sect patriarch, Yi Muyun, who accompanied him. Whether it's Chen Xuanyi or Yi Muyun, to dare to act recklessly in Her Majesty's realm can be said to have completely disregarded your imperial power, and they should all be put to death with 9 clans. Your Majesty, the Sikong family has worked diligently for you in governing Tianshui City, and now that they are dead, please punish them severely. The more he talked, the more energized he became, and he couldn't stop at all. The reason why he would try his best to discredit Chen Xuanyi and Yi Muyun was because he wanted to deliberately stir up a dispute so that he could help the Jinnan King weaken the Empress. There was no telling how many people would believe his words, and the lobby was suddenly noisy. Just after hearing this, the Empress smelled colorful and furious, and immediately stood up from above the dragon chair. A strong and incomparable pressure then swept out from within the great hall, and her anger was detected for 100 miles around. She raised her slender and tall legs and kicked the table in front of her, forged from rare treasures, into 2 halves. She bellowed angrily. How dare these 2 behave so badly? No matter who did it, this emperor will not ask to spare them. Daring to trample on this emperor's royal authority like this is simply a heinous crime. This emperor will gather the palace's most elite imperial heavenly army to investigate this matter thoroughly. After the words were spoken, the Empress waved her hand at the civil and military officials and signaled, "That's it. This emperor is tired." When the heavy civil and military officials heard the words of the Empress, they were all stunned. The court had only just begun. How could they be told to withdraw? However, the officials did not dare to ask more questions. The Empress's authority was absolute. They all bowed and obeyed and retreated. The Empress is wise. Your Highness is wise. The dark-haired schemer was still respectfully admiring as he left, the corners of his mouth hardly hiding the upward smile. After another while, after everyone in the hall had gone quiet, a black-clothed figure suddenly appeared beside the dragon chair where the Empress was sitting. Your Majesty, when do we leave the palace? This black-clothed figure was none other than the elite force cultivated by the Empress, the Imperial Heavenly Army. When the Empress heard this, she turned the angry color she had just seen, but instead, she smiled in an English manner and said, "Check? When did this emperor say he would check?" The man in black froze upon hearing this. "Ah, didn't you just say?" The Empress did not reply, but continued to order, "From today onwards, you may not interfere with any of Chen Xuanyi's movements. This emperor would like to see what this Chen Xuanyi is up to." It's best to take the realm of the Jinnan king and make as much of a mess as possible. As an empress of a country, she knew the large and small forces within her territory like the back of her hand. As the Jade Maiden sect's patriarch, Yi Muyun's realm was only the sixth heaven of the spirit transformation stage. She did have the ability to kill the Seacombe city lord, but it was clearly impossible to use that strength to exterminate up the entire clan. If Yi Muyun didn't do it, then it would only be Qin Xianyi. After hearing this, that black-robed man nodded his head as if he came to a realization, and could not help but admire the pattern of the Empress in his heart. It turned out that the Empress's angry color just now was all acted out in front of the crowd. After all, the Empress and the King of Jinnan were still clearly monarchs and ministers, so if the Empress acted too relaxed, it would easily cause dissatisfaction among the other subjects. I know, Your Highness, the young state master you invited is now waiting in the guest hall. Look, the man in black asked respectfully. The Empress's beautiful eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she hurriedly got up from the dragon chair. This emperor will go over right now. Chapter 15. Arriving at the Jade Maiden sect and helping master teacher unclog his meridians. The Jade Maiden sect, located in a mountainous area, brimming with miles of peaks that isolated the place from the world. The Jade Lady sect's chosen site was on top of one of the most majestic giant peaks among the mountains. From a distance, the towering mountain peak was surrounded by a thin layer of mist, which were like small, agile snakes that swam and twisted around the mountain. The sunlight sprinkled down on the mountain through the mist, forming a brilliant and colorful light, and the entire sect was like a heavenly paradise on earth, which made people can't help but feel a sense of longing. And only when you get closer will you realize that those immortal mists visible to the naked eye are not just mist. Rather, it is the aura entity that is formed when the concentration of aura reaches a certain realm. The closer one cultivated to the spiritual mist at the top of the mountain, the more rapidly one's realm would improve. Lord Superior, up ahead is the Jade Maiden sect. I believe this is your first time. In the distance, four silhouettes gradually emerged, and the one leading the way was none other than Yi Muyun, who said respectfully to Qin Xianyi. Qin Xianyi nodded. Although she had once helped Yi Muyun ascend to the position of patriarch, she had never come to the Jade Maiden sect in person. The main point is that settling a dispute of this level is not enough to warrant a personal visit from him. Jiang Ningxian placed one hand on top of his eyebrows and made a looking up position to look at the Jade Maiden sect with a face full of novelty. Wow, master, it's nice here eh? Hu Ya also nodded. As far as she was concerned, any place that didn't have a member of the opposite sex other than her master was a good place. As soon as they approached the Jade Maiden sect, a disciple in charge of the guards soon came to greet them in the air. Seeing that it was the patriarch leading the group, the disciples quickly bowed and did not stop them. Only when the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect looked at Chen Xuani, they all had puzzled looks on their faces. The Jade Maiden sect did not allow males to enter, and Chen Xuani's appearance had clearly broken the rules. However, because of the reason that Yi Muyun was there, the disciples didn't dare to ask questions. The four of them had a smooth flight all the way to the place at the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain presents a breathtaking view. The center of the mountain top was opened up a square. The square was planted with all kinds of trees, surrounded by exquisite houses. There are also small bridges and water on the periphery, very beautiful and cozy, like a fairy residence. Yi Muyun made a gesture of invitation to Qin Xianyi. Lord Superior, ever since the last time we parted ways, after I assumed the position of the Jade Maiden sect's patriarch, I have embarked on the development of this cavernous land. This place was specially built for you to rest when you came on your rounds. Only after it was built, you never came here on your rounds, so it has been left empty. It just comes in handy now. Chen Xianyi twisted his head to look at her in surprise upon hearing this, and he did not know what to feel in his heart. The closer this mountain peak was to the top, the more lush the concentration of spiritual energy was, and the more precious it was. Yi Muyun was willing to keep such a precious place for him, and once he did, he kept it for 10 years. Chen Xianyi had never thought before that he even had people other than his disciples who were so loyal to him. It's hard not to have a warm heart. You have a heart. In the future, if there's anything you can't solve, come here and find me. Chen Xuani said that and flew down with two disciples. Yi Muyun's heart was very excited when she heard Qin Xianyi's promise. The gold content of being able to obtain a promise from a powerhouse of this level was invaluable. However, in her opinion, these were all things that she should do, and even if she got the promise, it would still be difficult for her to open her mouth to Qin Xianyi. Yi Muyun removed the storage ring she had been wearing on her finger and handed it over to Qin Xianyi's hand. Lord Superior, there are also 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones for cultivation in here. You and your disciple should be able to use them for cultivation. Sorry, this may not be much, but it's all I have on me. I have things to take care of, so I'll leave you alone for now. After sending the storage ring out, she didn't stay any longer, and after giving a salute to Qin Xian, She flew towards the bottom of the mountain peak. 5,000 lower grade spirit stones wasn't much, but for Chen Xianyi, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. On his body right now, he really didn't have any cultivation resources at all. Chen Xianyi didn't mean to ask for a lion's share, but the items taken out from the lord of a clan were at least medium-grade spirit stones. Yi Moyan should have no possibility of lying with him. Chen Xuanyi could easily tell from the spirit stones alone that Yi Moyan might have encountered some problems. Find an opportunity to help her. Just as Chen Xianyi was pondering, Zhang Ningxian looked at the storage ring in his hand and said with a playful smile, "Wow, master, she's being nice to you. It's not like I'm supposed to like you." Hu Ye likewise nodded at this point and said, "Most likely. Fox demons have a very keen sense of feelings. I saw her heart fluttering when she was gazing at master earlier." As soon as Chen Xian heard the two disciples' off-key words, he hurriedly interrupted. "That's enough of you guys, all what and what? Yi Muyun, she is only helping me out of her master in servant status." Hu Ye saw that her master's father did not find out Yi Muyun's emotion at all, and Zhang Ningxian looked at each other in silent agreement, and neither of them mentioned it again. It's good that master doesn't know, so that master is theirs. Although Chen Xianyi currently had no realm, his spiritual roots were at least there. He exhaled the rich spiritual energy around him after a long time and felt that it was time to impact the realm. Hu Ye, this 9 heavens demon god record is yours to keep first. After master has made a breakthrough, he will guide you in your cultivation, so you guys should all rest for a while first. Chen Xuanyi said to the two disciples beside him. The 9 heavens demon god record was something that had appeared in Chen Xianyi's system space after he had rescued his second disciple. It should be a reward sent by the system, and it was of the same level as Zhang Ningxian's gongfu, and at the same time, Chen Xianyi had also gained a new ability that was just as perverse as invincible strike once a day. Although the physical ability of Jindan stage cultivators had been strengthened, they still needed to rest, only at a lower frequency than ordinary people. Hu Ye hadn't slept for the past few weeks, and it could be said that she had long been exhausted. Now that she had finally arrived at a place that made her feel at ease, she really wanted to take a good rest as well, but the moment she saw the gongfu in her master's hand, she was instantly energized. It was as if there was some kind of magic above that gongfu that had an innate attraction to her, as if it was tailor-made for her. "Thank you, master teacher. I will definitely live up to my master's trust. Then disciple will not disturb master's cultivation for now. See you tomorrow, master." With that, Hu Ye hugged the gongfu and excitedly ran back to her room, leaving behind the two of them, Zhang Ningxian and Chen Xianxian. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Chen Xuanyi asked Zhang Ningxian, a bad feeling rising from his heart. His worry was not without cause, and he saw Zhang Ningxian playfully put his hands on his shoulders, followed by a firm press. Without cultivation, Chen Xianyi was no match for Zhang Ningxian, and was just pressed to sit on the ground. "Adversary, what are you doing again?" With the experience of the first 2 times, Chen Xuanyi somehow got a little used to it all. Zhang Ningxian slowly placed her white jade hand on Chen Xuanyi's back, as master teacher is cultivating for the first time and stepping into chi refining. If there is a cultivator to help unclog the meridians, it will definitely be twice the effort with half the effort. Just leave it to the disciples to help. He. Chapter 16, Zhang Ningxian's past. Chen Xianyi begins cultivation. Listening to the words of his eldest disciple, Chen Xianyi felt some guilt in his heart. It seems that I was wrong about the eldest disciple. The eldest disciple was only trying to help himself cultivate, and he had just called the other party a rebellious disciple. It's so badass on its own. Find a chance to apologize to the first disciple. Just as he was thinking about it in his mind, suddenly a cool wind blew across the mountaintop, and he only felt a chill all over his body. Strange. He's obviously wearing thick clothes. He looked down and realized with a jolt that the top half of his shirt had been torn to shreds. Zhang Ningxian was stroking his back with his own white moist hands. At the same time, the delicate and lovely pretty face was flushed with a face of infatuation. "Where are master's clothes?" Chen Xianyi chided. Zhang Ningxian whistled while looking at the sky in defense. "I don't know. Maybe it was taken by a kitten or puppy. How can there be an animal on top of this mountain? You're the one who tore it up. You little glutton." Chen Xianyi was still lamenting in his heart just now that he had wrongly blamed his eldest disciple, and he still had some self-blame in his heart. In hindsight, the press was not wrongly blamed. Zhang Ningxian also reacted to how flawed his lie was and quickly changed the topic. "Forget about that for now. Let's cultivate," she urged as she stroked her master's abs. Chen Xianyi sighed and didn't pursue the matter. After all, it was his own disciple, so he could only spoil it. Chen Xianyi first took out all the spirit stones in his storage ring and placed them on the ground, piling them into a small mountain. Then he began to exhale spiritual energy in large gulps, pouring all the spiritual energy contained in the spirit stones into his internal organs. At the chi refining stage, the first realm of a cultivator, aura would enter the cultivator's body with exhalation, enhancing all aspects of the cultivator's physical capabilities. The last of the spiritual energy would be poured into his dantian with the dredging, and the spiritual energy would take on a gaseous state in the cultivator's dantian. Cultivators who had reached this realm were able to initially release their divine sense to check their surroundings, with the release of spiritual power spells, and harnessing weapons to fly, but they could not yet do so with ease. As Chen Xianyi gathered his spiritual energy into his body, Jiang Ningxian also, at that moment, sent his own spiritual energy, probing into Chen Xianyi's meridians. Wow! This is the inside of the master. Master has been seen through by me. He. Jiang Ningxian said with great excitement, his face full of novelty. For her master, she felt a little more happiness when she could learn a little more about him. Concentrate, Chen Xianyi reminded. Hearing his master's reminder, Jiang Ningxian's heart suddenly trembled for some reason, as if he had remembered something. When she first met her master teacher, she was not yet a cultivator, just a waste of space who was unable to cultivate in the eyes of outsiders. Her parents are both cultivators, and the preference for sons over daughters. Already dissatisfied with their daughters, they saw that the birth is still a waste that cannot cultivate. So in the year she was 5 years old, secretly threw her out. The beauty of it is that you can't discredit the family, because the girl was quite pleasant to look at. She was able to maintain a living just by begging for food, and if she couldn't get it, she would go through the garbage to eat it. And so it went for a year. When she was 6 years old, her master passed through her city by chance. At that time, the master was immortal, accompanied by countless followers, and mortals could not wait to bury their heads in the ground and kneel down when they saw him. She, too, had never seen anyone so stunning and was dumbfounded at the time. Instead, Chen Xianyi, surrounded by countless people, just pushed through the crowd and walked straight towards her, then placed that large hand on her dirty, dusty forehead. In this small town, there's even a girl with such good talent. It's just a pity that the spiritual root is born with a piece missing that mortals can't detect, but it's no problem, it can be remedied back. She only heard her master say these 2 words that she couldn't understand. Then came the words she would never forget for the rest of her life. Chen Xianyi, girl, this seat wants to take you as a disciple. Are you willing? Jiang Ningxian, what do you mean? Do you have food? Chen Xianyi, ha. There, it can still be practiced. Jiang Ningxian, big brother, you're lying. My parents said I'm a waste that can't cultivate. But with food, hey, I'm up for it. Chen Xianyi had never seen such a lively girl before, and ignoring the dust and dirt on him, he picked him up and placed him on his shoulders. Call out to master. Jiang Ningxian, master. Ouch. Little mouth smeared with honey. Just like that, Chen Xianyi took her back to the mansion where she practiced. It was on that day that master placed his large hand on her back, and utilized a secret treasure of some sort to help her unclog her meridians, from then on allowing her to step into the world of cultivators. Looking back at today, Jiang Ningxian similarly placed a single hand on his master's back to help him step into the cultivator realm. The scenario is extraordinarily similar. Following the memories, she couldn't help but murmur in a small voice, Master, this is how you once helped me become a cultivator. Now, disciples can also help you become a cultivator. What a blessing. Chen Xianyi was concentrating on running his spiritual energy at the moment and didn't hear what she was murmuring in a small voice. So he asked, what did you say that I didn't hear? Jiang Ningxian smiled back. Disciple says he likes master the most. Chen Xianyi, naughty. Even though he said that on his lips, a smile was raised on his mouth as he turned his back to the disciple. Because of the help of the eldest disciple, the spiritual energy within Chen Xuanyi's body operated extremely smoothly. Soon, a circle of gas initially appeared at his dantian. Only the circle of psychic gas looked more like a liquid. Those who could achieve this kind of effect were usually only cultivators in the 9th heaven of the qi refining stage, and they also had to be the pride of the heavens to be able to do so. But Chen Xuanyi, having only just broken through to the first heavenly hall, had already reached it, and was even a bit more robust. Chen Xianyi was also surprised to find that his current spiritual root abilities seemed to be a bit more heaven-defying than the original. That's probably due to a system fix. After the breakthrough was complete, Chen Xianyi slowly opened his eyes, intending to save the remaining spirit stones, but it was only then that he realized that the 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones had already been half-used at this point. What a concept! Different refining stage cultivators break through a small realm, but also with dozens of genius, if hundreds of. Hold up, he used over 2,000 straight? Are you a Tao Tai? Breaking through a small realm used so many spirit stones. How much would it take to raise a large realm? Ugh, looks like there's a lot of work ahead. Learning that he was spending so much on spirit stones, he couldn't help but worry about his future. But for the sake of cultivation, he had to accept it. After putting away the remaining spirit stones, Jiang Ningxian suddenly assisted his arm and said, Master has just made a breakthrough, so he shouldn't be used to it yet. Disciples help you back to your room to rest. Chen Xianyi was full of confusion as she helped him up. He had just made a breakthrough and wasn't recovering from a serious illness. How could he be uncomfortable? However, in the face of his eldest disciple's kindness, he didn't reject it, and the two of them just went back to the house. Chapter 17, The Love of Master and Disciple. Crisis surfaces in the Jade Lady sect. As soon as the two of them entered the room, Jiang Ningxian hurriedly turned back to block and unlocked the door, as if he was worried that his master would escape. Chen Xianyi looked at her strange movements and asked, Xianer, what are you doing? Jiang Ningxian turned around and looked at him with a smile. A pair of bony, white, beautiful hands grabbed at the air and then rushed over to the master and hugged him. Master, disciple likes you the most. Let's stay together. Chen Xian placed one of his hands against the top of her beautiful shoulder and attempted to push her. Although Chen Xuanyi had broken through to the first sky of qi refining, and his strength might be comparable to that of a foundation establishment, his power was still inferior when facing a Jindan cultivator. Xianer, you're joking again. Hearing this, Jiang Ningxian raised his head and explained somewhat anxiously. Has master always taken disciple as a joke? Disciple is not joking. Disciple is serious in every confession. Disciple likes master teacher and only master teacher. And you don't want disciple to end up alone forever for your sake. Chen Xianyi was dismayed. This, to be honest, he had never thought of this kind of emotion from his disciples towards him. It was only now that he realized, for the first time, his eldest disciple's heart for himself. Seeing that the layer of window paper had been pierced, Jiang Ningxian was suddenly a little worried that his master would reject it, and hurriedly asked, Then, master, you don't hate disciples, do you? She was so nervous when she asked that her voice seemed to carry a slight sob. She was worried that the master would reject her, or even abandon her because of her own undeserved emotions. Chen Xianyi rubbed her head and comforted her. Of course I don't hate it. How could master hate you? Hearing the comforting words of his master, Jiang Ningxian's psyche then felt better. Then it's not annoying, it's just like it. Let's stay together. Chen Xianyi was just about to say something when he saw Jiang Ningxian stand on his tiptoes. Then it was kissed at him. Chen Xianyi's eyes subconsciously closed, and a nice fresh scent floated up to the tip of his nose. Jiang Ningxian's arm around his master teacher grew stronger. Chen Xianyi only felt his brain go blank at this moment, and at a loss for words, he grabbed her beautiful back. Only after a long time had passed did Jiang Ningxian slowly let go. Her petite body burned and her eyes were mesmerized. Sifu was really attracted to her. She liked him so much. Disciple doesn't want to hear master's explanation. Master didn't shoo me away, and even let me into the room. The implication is already self-evident. Besides, you didn't hide just now. Don't you just like disciples? She's so good at it. Chen Xianyi now didn't even know what kind of emotion he actually felt towards his eldest disciple. Or, perhaps, the emotions are souring. Ever since Jiang Ningxian started to say that he liked his master the most, it was hard for him to treat Jiang Ningxian as just an ordinary disciple like before. Chen Xianyi's face flushed. His reason made him shake his head and said, No, we're not in that kind of relationship yet. Jiang Ningxian pointed her jade finger between her master's lips. Her delicate face was extremely close, and the young girl's mouth spat out fragrant orchids that gently pounced on her face. What kind of relationship we have doesn't depend on master. Listening to her spit out her heart and express her love once again, Chen Xianyi felt his heartbeat accelerate rapidly. A very subtle feeling also rose in his heart. It's a heartbeat like no other before. Feeling the reaction occurring within himself, Chen Xianyi finally realized that he was fond of her. Why else would one's heart beat faster and be moved in the face of a great disciple's confession? If one really likes her, and she likes one, then one has to be honest about it. It's not good for anyone to go on with strong restraint. Master, stay together. Jiang Ningxian made another invitation. Her flushed face had long since spread to her collarbones. Her entire body was as if covered in a layer of red-inducing filters. As soon as Chen Xianyi was confronted with this stance, he also finally understood his own heart. He reached out and wrapped his arms tightly around her petite body. The master knows. For the next one, just leave it to the master. With that, Chen Xianyi picked her up and placed her on top of the soft bed. Then a softness once again came from Chen Xianyi's lips. Only this time it was he who initiated the kiss. Attached is a picture of a great disciple. Not entirely accurate. The exact look according to their own inner imagination. Picture from the hardcore fans have no book to see submissions. Welcome to contribute below. Contributions office. Jade Lady Sect. Council Hall. Outside the door of the hall, Yi Muyun had just arrived from the mountaintop. Before she left, a big trouble happened in the Jade Maiden sect, and the elders within the sect were trying their best to stop her from leaving the sect to search for her superior. However, she still put everything behind her. and traveled alone to the valley where her superior deity had appeared. This was why, as Chen Xuani's affiliated force, only Yi Muyun appeared to be the only one to assist. The others didn't even try to save him. Before even pushing the door to enter the council hall, Yi Muyun had already heard from outside the door the noises and grumbles from inside. It's been 2 days. Yi Muyun. She hasn't come back yet. The head of a clan doesn't manage the clan. She goes out to find smelly men to fool around with. What kind of behavior is this? Yes, we told her a long time ago that the Jade Maiden Sect's 2 spirit or veins are all depleted now, and the newly discovered Heavenly Spirit Mountain vein is being eyed by other sects. So if things continue like this, it won't take long for the Jade Maiden Sect to be unable to function. Spirit or veins were the foundation of a clan, and how many veins a clan had under its power meant how many elders of high cultivation could be enshrined, and a clan that lost its mineral veins was undoubtedly a scattered mess. The spirit or in the vein is not endless. There will be a time when it runs out, so there's a constant need to compete for newly emerging veins, and the vein of the Heavenly Spirit Mountain was rumored to be a vein with an extremely high mineral content, larger than any of the previously discovered veins, and with a better quality of spirit ore. In other words, whichever power seized this vein could make their clan prosper in this continent. In the face of such an important matter, normally, the sect leaders of all the major sects would invariably lead their teams personally, but the Jade Maiden Sect was the only one that hadn't made any moves yet. What made the Jade Maiden Sect feel even more pressured was that the veins that belonged to their sect before had all dried up, so this large vein in the Heavenly Spirit Mountain was very important to them. Yi Muyun didn't directly push the door in, but listened for a while longer. Grand Elder, if we say, directly let Yi Muyun step down, this Jade Maiden Sect position, or you win the most secure. Yes, Yi Muyun doesn't have the ability to be a sovereign. She takes the contract too seriously. Let's just say that the non-aggression pact with the Xian Sword Sect was signed, and after just a few years, the other party started to touch the bottom line of the pact, and it's only her, Yi Muyun, who still takes the pact seriously. Speaking back to this Chen Xuani thing, that Chen Xuani is an invalid with no cultivation, and she even wants to go up and help out, saying that it's for the sake of the contract that was once made. Tell me who else but him would take this contract seriously. If we continue with her like this, sooner or later our clan will be finished. The more the Jade Maiden Sect's elders talked, the more they got excited, and they were on the verge of turning Yi Muyun's black material upside down. But apart from the overemphasis on contracts, no other faults can be found. When Yi Muyun heard this, she finally couldn't listen anymore and directly chose to push the door in. Chapter 18, Jade Maiden Sect's Dark Currents. Yi Muyun seeks help from Chun Xianyi. The elders of the Jade Maiden Sect, when they saw the doors of the council hall being pushed open, all quieted down. Seeing that it was Yi Muyun who walked over, the elders all silently rolled their eyes at it, and no one came forward to speak. The deepest part of the council hall was the main seat of the sect leader, and Yi Muyun walked straight over. As soon as she sat her butt down on it, she felt the residual warmth on it, as if someone had sat on it not too long ago. It's obviously self-evident what someone has in mind when they dare to sit in this chair. Yi Muyun twisted her head to look at the Grand Elder beside her. The Jade Maiden Sect's Grand Elder was a white-haired old woman, and when she saw the patriarch looking at her, perhaps because of her weakness, she silently moved her eyes away. Go on, why have you all stopped? Yi Muyun's voice contained anger. Facing these elders, she was no longer as respectful as when she spoke to Chen Xianyi. The elders of the Jade Maiden Sect, and the Grand Elder counted together. There were 6, all of whom were cultivators at the God Transformation stage. With this number of God Transformation stage cultivators sitting in the town, it was considered an upper-middle-class existence amongst the sects of this continent. When the 6 heard Yi Muyun's words, they also realized that their conversation just now was exposed. But there wasn't anyone who showed a nervous look. The Grand Elder even directly questioned Yi Muyun. You've had enough of wandering around outside with that man Chen Xianyi and you're willing to come back? You're quite generous. So you're willing to exterminate the entire Sikong family for the sake of your lover? You said that you, even if you don't help the sect to solve the trouble of the mineral vein, you even stabbed such a big basket. What are you asking us to do? Yi Muyun froze, obviously somewhat not understanding. When did she overthrow the Sikong family? Lord Superior has regained his strength. I'm just in charge of leading the way. She didn't hide the meaning of her actions. She just told the truth. The Grand Elder glanced at her with a disgusted look, then swore. You're even lying. Our spies in the Tsangzhou Palace have sent back news. Just a short while ago, the female emperor's strategist admonished in the court, parting with the promise that the person who overthrew the Sikong family was likely to be the one who did it to you. Chen Xuani has no cultivation, who knows? How else do you want to weasel your way out of it? Chen Xuani, who had no cultivation, made the best shield for him. coupled with the fact that those cultivators who had witnessed Chen Xuani's strike had kept their mouths shut about the matter for fear of getting into trouble with the killers. So much so that most people, for the most part, were more than willing to believe that it was Yi Muyun who had struck. After all, of those present at that time, only Yi Muyun had the highest cultivation, while Chen Xianyi was nothing more than an ordinary person with no cultivation, being pushed out as a shield, coupled with the unintentional speculation of the black-haired schemer when the female emperor was at court. So much so that word spread to 10 and 10 to 100, causing everyone to think that Yi Muyun had made a move to execute the Sikon family. Yi Muyun just wanted to explain, and realized that she really had a mouthful to say. The Grand Elder continued to add fuel to the fire. That guy, Chen Xianyi, has no use for him right now other than being good looking. I advise you not to have any more dealings with him. Yi Muyun immediately returned. This seat has brought him back to the Jade Maiden sect. As soon as she said this, the 6 elders were immediately startled. What? The Jade Maiden sect has men entering. What would the others think of us if they knew about this? Are you stupid and confused? How dare you do this? Now! Right now! Right now! Blast him out of here! The 6 elders accused Yi Muyun at the same time, without the slightest bit of respect that they should have when facing the patriarch. Yi Muyun angrily replied back, "We can talk about other things, but not about Lord Superior." The Grand Elder coldly grunted after hearing this. Humph! Lord Superior? What a niche name. In the past, we honored him with the name of Shang Zun, but now, he's nothing more than a man who follows your ass and eats soft food. I see that you just have a lustful heart, and you still want to bring him around and pamper him at all times. Before she could finish her words, Yi Muyun finally couldn't listen anymore, and the pressure belonging to the 6th sky of the spirit transformation stage immediately suppressed the surrounding area and shouted angrily, "Enough!" The mighty pressure of the 6th sky of the God transformation stage surfaced, causing the elders who had been so arrogant just now to finally settle down as well. It was as if it was the only time they could remember that they were just a subordinate. Instead, the Grand Elder was unafraid at this time, and opened his mouth with an air of having the guts to beat me. Humph! Only harboring. The great mining vein of Heavenly Spirit Mountain now has 3 great sects all participating in the negotiations. The later you go, the more benefits you'll only lose. We're not like you, only thinking about bagging men. We have to think from the clan's perspective. We'll set off for Heavenly Spirit Mountain now. You, the Lord Sovereign, just sit here and drink tea. Let's go. At the Grand Elder's command, the rest of the elders got up and left the council chamber. Not a single person, on their way out, asked the patriarch for his opinion. After the elders left, Yi Muyun was left alone, sitting on a chair, pinching the bridge of her high nose with a headache. This clan, passed down to her by her mother, and these elders were there during her mother's reign. Her mother used to be a cultivator of the 9th heaven of the God transformation stage, and perhaps due to the pressure of cultivation, the previous elders hadn't shown too much rebelliousness. But when she succeeded to the throne at an early age, the elders' ambitions slowly manifested themselves. Only later on, with Chen Xianyi pressuring them, did the elders come to their senses? Of course, all of this had changed after Chen Xianyi disappeared 10 years ago. In the past 10 years, her power had gradually been hollowed out, and it was estimated that in this way it would not take long before the only legacy left to her by this mother, this clan, would no longer be hers. Taking care of the legacy left to her by her mother like this, if it came to that, she would have no shame in living in this world. She sat in her chair for a moment, thinking, and eventually stood up. In any case, the negotiations for the great mining vein of the Heavenly Spirit Mountain was something she had to go to. However, even if she arrived, the negotiations for this vein would probably not be contested. Just as she felt at a loss, she remembered Chen Xianyi. It'll all be solved if only his lordship would take action, right? But his excellency was resting, so how could she bother him just because of this? Moreover, even though she had helped Lord Shangzun to solve some troubles, they were the most insignificant trifles, and they were not comparable to this matter at all. How is she going to talk to his lordship? Even though she was 10,000 times embarrassed in her heart, under the ghost, she flew straight to the location at the top of the mountain. Huyaya had already rested at this time, and was sitting cross-legged on the roof of the house, meditating and exhaling cultivation while basking in the moon. When she saw Yi Muyun flying over, her expression froze. This guy came to see Master? It's the middle of the night, coming to see Master? It shouldn't be possible that the two of them have a little something, right? During these 3 years that I wasn't here, Master has a Taoist couple behind my back? Not sure. Look again. With that in mind, Huyaya directly concealed her breath and hid behind the house. Peeking out of the roof were a pair of bubbling green eyes and a pair of long fox ears. Chapter 19: Yi Muyun in danger. Chen Xianyi strikes out. Yi Muyun just walked up to Chen Xianyi's door, She placed her hand in front of the door panel and hesitated to knock. Your lordship should be sleeping at this time. Would it be disturbing if there was a knock on the door? Moreover, if I ask for help from my superior honors because of this matter, will my superior honors think that I helped him before? All for the sake of now. Then his lordship must be disappointed in me. No, it can't be. Disturbing his excellency's rest alone is enough to convict me of a felony. Not to mention disturbing his excellency's rest plus having something to ask. It's a matter that's better for me to handle on my own. Perhaps no one respected Chen Xianyi anymore, but in Yi Muyan's eyes, he would always be the superior lord who needed her offerings and respect. Thinking of this, Yi Muyan slowly drew back her hand. Under the moonlight, her cold white skin was very bright, and her delicate and cold face was a bit melancholy at this time, and as if she had made up her mind about something. She turned and then just flew away from the place. Alone, he traveled to the heavenly spirit mountain. It was late at night and the bright moon was in the sky. Inside Chen Xianyi's house, he had already woken up when Yi Muyan stepped into the doorway of his room. This was an alertness that he had cultivated after living for over 1,000 years. Not to mention that he had now broken through to the qi refining stage and possessed the thing called divine sense, can easily detect every blade of grass around. And the coverage of his divine sense at the qi refining stage had already reached a range that was only available at the ordinary foundation establishment stage. The Jindan stage would be even more terrifying, and could be detected even from a much greater distance. So the first disciple must have woken up long ago as well. With this in mind, Chen Xianyi patted Jiang Ningxian in his arms. Do you sense who it is? Jiang Ningxian was sleeping with an incomparably contented smile, and a blood-red rose bloomed on the bed sheet beside him. Just hear her slurring her words. Who else could it be? It's Master. Master is still up this late. It can't be that he still wants it. Chen Xianyi, you're not even awake. Where's all your divine sense from the Jindan stage? You don't even know someone's here? Chen Xianyi shook her shoulders and said, don't sleep. Get up quickly. Jiang Ningxian said with a very reluctant yawn. Oops. Master wants to do it himself. Disciple still wants to get some sleep. Chen Xianyi, who do you think I am? The master is calling you to get up. As her master teacher, Chen Xianyi didn't mind her either, and with one hand pinching her white and tender face, he lifted her up. Don't sleep. Get dressed and go outside with master. Jiang Ningxian, *ZZZ. Good. Disciple cooperate with you still not good. After Chen Xian put on a set of robes, he pushed the door and walked out. It was empty outside, but Chen Xianyi saw, at a glance, a pair of eyes lit up on the house across the street. Yeah, mooning on the roof again? Ever since she was a little girl, Hu Yaya has loved to look at the moon. Every time Chen Xianyi asked her, she said she was sunbathing on the moon, so he got used to it a long time ago. Only after Hu Yaya heard this did she scurry out from the roof. In mid-air, she met the moon and drew her perfectly stunning figure in a beautiful arc, landing gracefully in front of Chen Xianyi. Master, just now Yi Muyan came by. Looked like she had something she wanted to talk to you about. But in the end no she didn't say anything and left by herself. Probably in that direction. Hu Yaya and the master teacher reported. The fox demon's advantage at night was not only reflected in its eyesight, but even its divine sense saw more clearly. Know everything about the neighborhood. It was also at this time that Jiang Ningxian, who had just donned a thin skirt, also walked out from Chen Xuanyi's room. She asked with some confusion, why are you coming out? Isn't the master coming for the 100th time? Is it hard to believe that master wants to be outside? It's weirdly cold. But it's fine. Disciple will make a fire anyway. It won't freeze to master. As she said that, she got behind her master teacher and ambiguously wrapped her arms around his chest. Jiang Ningxian's upper body was only covered with a thin layer of light gauze thin skirt, and the lower half of his body was also wearing black silk pantyhose. For the origin of these pantyhose, this metaphysical world has 9 continents, and although it is a cultivation world, each country has a different direction of development. This kind of clothing, originating from a Western continent, the idea, if you will, was proposed by Chen Xianyi before. It is not a rare thing, as it is currently widely used in the clothing industry of the Xian fantasy world. I have to say, the stockings are very moldable. Hu Yaya watched the ambiguous movements of the two men, and her keenness immediately realized that something was wrong. Wait, you guys shouldn't have already? She didn't dare to imagine that the master she had longed for had already been taken down by her elder sister. I can't believe you didn't even call her? Just this one night's work? Chen Xianyi was just about to open his mouth to admit it when Jiang Ningxian covered his mouth at once. She hastened to explain. Senior sister is also here. I didn't see it just now. Of course master and I haven't progressed that far yet, so don't think too much. The news that she had managed to get on the base of her master teacher could not be told to her senior sister under any circumstances. If sister knows, won't she think master is a good pushover? By that time, if Senior Sister also succeeded in taking down Senior, then Senior would have less time to spend with her. It's got to be kept secret. It's got to be kept secret. A trace of suspicion flashed over Huyaya's fox eyes, somewhat less convinced. You better not be lying to me. Senior, what are your plans for Yi Muyun's matter? I actually have a crush on her. Kinda. She did not continue to delve deeper into the issue of the relationship between master and sister. After all, there were more important matters at hand. Chen Xianyi said. Huyaya knocked a handblade on the head of Zhang Ningxian, who was covering Chen Xuanyi's mouth. Don't let go of master. Zhang Ningxian, times, I was wrong. Chen Xuanyi said without a trace of anger after taking 2 sharp breaths. You're going to murder the master, are you? The conversation then turned. Master Yi Muyun's matter naturally has to be managed. After all, we took so many benefits from her. Whatever the value of these benefits may have seemed to be in the past, in the present, they are indeed a blessing in disguise. It's being human to remember the good that others do for us. Xianer, go change into a set of clothes. We'll leave now. These 2 words of Chen Xianyi were not the first time that the 2 disciples, Huyaya and Zhang Ningxian, had heard them, and had long since become silently familiar with them, always keeping them in mind. Yes, the 2 disciples returned in unison. On the other end, the Tianling Mountain mining vein. Tianling Mountain was a mountainous terrain, and it was rumored that the vein was located in the middle of a basin of mountains. The other 3 major forces that had arrived in advance, the Xian Sword Sect, the Trapped Buddha Sect, and the Xian Underworld Sect, were all present. The 3 major clans were all present, and their purpose was still to compete for a mineral vein, which should logically appear as a fireworks. And at this moment, there was a strange harmony between the 3 major forces. The reason for this scene is precisely because they had planned it, and Yi Muyun herself, who was not in the least bit aware of the situation, finally arrived at this place belatedly. Rushing in, she looked around and was puzzled when she didn't see the Jade Maiden sect elders. Logically, the elders were the first to go out and should have arrived faster than her. Mentally, the more she thought about it, the weirder she felt. In the past, in this kind of competition for resources, these elders were pushing her to go forward, and Fong was suddenly so diligent one by one, which was obviously abnormal. Just when Yi Muyun felt something was wrong, 3 figures slowly approached her. On each of their bodies, they exuded the pressure of the 5th sky of transformation stage or above. This was a strength that only the patriarchs of the 3 great clans would have. Chapter 20, A Huge Reversal. Chen Xianyi, who was a little stronger than a piece of crap. Those 3 figures just surrounded her, blocking her way. Yi Muyun frowned and asked in a cold voice, Sect Master Xian Jian, Sect Master Sleepy Buddha, and Sect Master Xian Moi, what do the 3 of you mean? Also being one of the 4 great sects, Yi Muyun naturally recognized these 3 people. Only these 3 people, who usually met and didn't fight, were good. How come they joined forces in a rare way today? The 3 patriarchs did not reply, but instead looked at each other as if they were waiting for someone. Yi Muyun asked again, Are you not going to talk about the vein? As soon as these words were out of her mouth, a familiar laughing voice slowly appeared from the night. It was none other than the voice of the Jade Maiden Sect's Grand Elder. Ha 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 ha, Tianling Mountain is just a barbaric place. Where did any great veins come from? Yi Muyun's moth brows knitted tightly, a bit in disbelief for a while. No veins? Soon, the rest of the Jade Maiden Sect's elders also appeared and surrounded Yi Muyun again. Yi Muyun finally reacted when she saw this stance. Spirit Void Mountain didn't have any mineral veins at all, and all the news was just fake news passed out by the elders. Her knowledge of this place was based on the word rumor. The reason for putting out this fake news was to lure her here and subdue her. And why the 3 great patriarchs were here? It was possible that the great elder had promised them some favor. Sect Master Xian Jian, you and I made a non-aggression pact between our 2 sects. Have you forgotten all about it? Just what benefits did the Grand Elder promise you guys? To have the 3 of you join forces together? The appearance of the Xian Sword Sect leader was a middle-aged man, who said with a frivolous and unimpressed face, The contract is naturally in effect, but at least you're alive to do so. If you were to die suddenly and violently in the wilderness one day, no one would know anything about the deed. The Xuanxue sect leader, a black-haired old man, picked up the conversation. What favors were promised to us? Does the entire Jade Lady sect count? His face was maniacal, his eyes were gloomy, and his entire person revealed a sense of uneasiness. The Trapped Buddha sect master was a bald young man, floating on one hand in front of his chest, muttering to himself, My Buddha is compassionate, and it is our duty to rid the world of evil. Faith can be bent in the face of profit. The Grand Elder said aloud, There is no longer a need for the Jade Maiden sect to exist. After today's battle, the sect and you, both ceased to exist. Their plan was to kill Yi Muyun here. then divide the resources of the upper echelons of the Jade Maiden sect and go their separate ways afterward. And what was left of the Jade Maiden sect would all belong to these three patriarchs. Not to mention how many spirit stones and formation resources were left. Just the female disciples within the Jade Maiden sect were a considerable inheritance. The female disciples of the Jade Maiden sect were all excellent cultivators who had gone through layers and layers of screening. Not only were they extremely talented, even their looks were not bad at all. Once the Jade Maiden sect lost the war, these disciples, all of them, would be treated as captives, and their fate could be imagined. Yi Muyun's showy fists were clenched, and countless spiritual energy was coalescing with her anger. The Jade Maiden sect was all of her legacy, and watching her sect being discarded by these elders as a bargaining chip was something she had long since been unable to tolerate. She raised her hand, and a palm imprint went towards where the Grand Elder was to suppress him. The Grand Elder was only at the 4th level of the spirit transformation stage, and when he was locked by this attack, his forehead immediately sweated and his face showed fear. However, soon after, the 7 heavens of God transformation stage, the Xianmei Patriarch, stepped forward to stop him. Yi Muyun, a few years ago, I wrote you several love letters, but they all ended up sinking like a stone. As you know, this seed has never had a Taoist mate, all because it has adored you for so long. You're about to die anyway, so it's nothing to let this seed touch it, right? With that, Patriarch Xianmei stretched out his large pale hand and grabbed towards Yi Muyun. Yi Muyun hurriedly dodged backwards, her expression changing from anger to some fear. She didn't feel fear when she said that she would be allowed to die, but the thought that she would be humiliated before she died really made her instinctively fearful. No! She let out a cry of surprise and had just taken a few steps backward when the trapped Buddha Patriarch blocked her way. Yi Muyun had to turn and retreat to the side. The Xian Sword Sovereign immediately put his longsword up in front of her. She had nowhere to go. The pale hand of Patriarch Xianmei grasped towards her chest, and just as it was about to touch, he heard Yi Muyun shout, "If you touch me, Lord Superior will not spare you." Patriarch Xianxian froze upon hearing this. After thinking about it for a moment, it came to me. Lord Superior? Are you talking about Chen Xianyi? He's been a waste for how many years now, and you still take him seriously? Not to mention that Chen Xian won't be coming in a while. Even if he doesn't come, this seed is going to find an opportunity to go and personally scavenge the treasures that he is carrying. You, better shut up and enjoy it honestly. Don't daydream. With that, his outstretched right hand probed forward, and also at the same time, a sun's light suddenly illuminated the dark surroundings. What followed was a blazing hot stream of inflammation that came flying towards this place. Patriarch Xianmei reacted quickly, and even though he could perceive that the attack was merely struck by a Jindan stage cultivator, he was on top of it, sensing an incomparably terrifying might. Knowing that he couldn't use his physical body to carry it hard, he immediately retreated backward to dodge. Who is it? Sect leader Xianxian was furious. He had just come so close to getting it, and someone dared to stop him. A loud, girlish voice came from the sky. "Don't touch Sister Muyun with your dirty hands." This was Jiang Ningxian's voice, which had a girlish vivacity to it at all times. Chen Xianyi then slowly emerged from the night. Hu Ye's arm around him appeared at the same time and made a nose-sniffing motion. Is it really a trap? No wonder I didn't smell any spirit ore. The surroundings of a spirit mine would usually be accompanied by very dense spiritual energy, but here there was no omen at all. Just now, when she flew not far away, she had already detected an abnormality. Yi Muyun looked at Chen Xianyi, who appeared in the night, and her heartbeat accelerated in excitement. Lord Shangzun unexpectedly appeared. Did he come to save her? How did His Eminence know she was here? Even though she was unable to see Chen Xianyi's face clearly under the color of the night, for some reason, her mind had automatically brainstormed the handsome appearance of Shangzun. Lord Superior, please, save the Jade Maiden sect. As long as you are willing to make a move, let me do anything. Yi Muyun prayed to Chen Xianyi in the sky dome. When the Grand Elder heard her words, he covered his stomach and laughed. Ha 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 ha, did you guys hear that? Yi Muyun is actually having a beautiful dream at this time. To be honest, before I met Chen Xuani, I was still skeptical, but once I saw him today, it sort of completely dispelled my concerns. A chi refining stage first heavenly cultivator. Ha ha ha, it's indeed a little bit stronger than the rumors amongst the rumors. A waste with no cultivation at all. The other elders also laughed out loud after hearing this. Chapter 21, True or False? Chen Xianyi's invincible true body. The three patriarchs reacted in the same way. The Xian Sword Sect's patriarch's eyes were even more glowing when he saw Chen Xianyi. Chen Xianyi? I didn't expect you to come to the door on your own. It's a double whammy today. Don't all of you grab it from this seat. The title of slaying the once world's first genius must be this seat's. Saying that, the Xian Sword Sovereign immediately drew out the long sword at his waist, and his spiritual energy gushed out recklessly. The cold sword body immediately locked onto Chen Xuani, and then swiftly stabbed towards him, as if he was worried that his head would be taken by someone else. Patriarch Xianmei similarly released his spiritual energy and gathered it on top of his own claws. I'll trouble you to take care of this matter. Just leave it to the seat. Saying that, he similarly swiftly killed towards Chen Xianyi, both of them worrying about their heads being snatched away by the other for a moment. In their view, it was a rare achievement. The sleepy Buddha patriarch similarly waved the scepter in his hand. My Buddha is compassionate, and the matter of transcendence should still be left to those who believe in Buddhism. In view of Chen Xian's great merits before his life, this seat will refine his skull into a wooden fish and stain it with merits in front of the Buddha statue. With those words, the three of them scrambled to be the first to arrive at the top of Chen Xianyi's head at the same time. 3 cultivators above the 5th sky of God transformation stage struck out at the same time, and for a moment, an unparalleled pressure suppressed this place to the extreme. Before the attack even fell, the mountain ranges near Chen Xianyi began to be unable to stand the pressure and began to collapse as much as they could. As for Chen Xianyi, he didn't have the slightest intention of counterattacking in the face of the trio's attacks, yet he simply stood in place. It's as if they'd been stunned. The Grand Elder teasingly said to Yi Muyun, "See, your superior lord has been scared silly." Facing the 3 lords, Chen Xuani can't do anything at all. You'll realize how hilarious the attentions you've offered for Chen Xianyi are. Yi Muyun didn't pay any attention to her, only nervously clenching her showy fists. The reason why she didn't take this opportunity to escape was because she wanted to see if Lord Superior was actually capable of defeating 3 cultivators at the God transformation stage. If not, then she immediately blew herself up on the spot as well. A servant who dedicates his life to his master is considered a servant who has done his best to serve him. I hope that in the afterlife, I can continue to serve His Excellency. Just as she watched, an amazing scene occurred. Chen Xianyi didn't put up any resistance by the end of the day, as 3 consecutive attacks, one after the other, struck his body. Spectral Claw, Great Buddha Vajra Seal, Outlier Stab. The 3 patriarchs were all killing moves. Facing a chi refining stage cultivator so seriously out of the blue was considered a bit of respect for the once superior honors. 3 attacks struck Chen Xianyi's body one after another, the overbearing and incomparable attacks striking up a burst of spirit mist in the air. It was as if Chen Xianyi had already been beaten into a bloody mist. After the 3 patriarchs made their moves, they directly fell into a picture of you fighting for me. It was my attack that hit first just now. The achievement belongs to me. No, it was my genjutsu claw that hit first. It's mine. The Grand Elder laughed out loud from below. Ha ha ha, it's dead as a doornail. It seems that Chen Xianyi truly has no cultivation, and with just the physical strength of the chi refining stage, it's normal for him to be directly subdued into a gaseous form by an attack from the transformation god stage. Yi Muyun, now you know how stupid you are. Yi Muyun looked at this scene, and her heart was immediately as if she was dead. It seems that even Lord Shangzun can't save her. Then she has no choice but to kill herself. That being said, if he hadn't gone to search for the whereabouts of the Supreme Exalt in the first place and chose to take the lead in going to the Heavenly Spirit Mountain to check out the mineral veins, I'm afraid that he would have long since been assassinated by the elders. Because of her insistence on searching for the Supreme Being, she also had the misfortune of being allowed to avoid the conspiracy for a while. In a sense, it was also a way for Lord Shangzun to finally renew her life for a few days, just as she reached out with one hand, intending to run her spiritual energy to explode herself. Suddenly, a coughing sound came out from among the aerosol above. Cough, 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 grass. Fighting is fighting. How do you raise sand? The voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough to reach the ears of everyone present. Yi Muyun's hand, which was preparing to explode itself, also stopped immediately after hearing the sound. Everyone's eyes looked into that mist. It was then that the fog gradually dispersed, slowly revealing 3 figures. The 3, including Chen Xuani, did not suffer a single scratch. Zhang Ningxian surprised himself by gesturing in front of him. Frog Fun, Master, how did you just do that? So many attacks, and they hit us all at once, and we didn't get hurt at all. The reason for this is all due to the second disciple. When Chen Xianyi retrieved Zhang Ningxian, he gained the ability to strike invincibly once a day, and it was the ability bestowed upon him by Hu Yeye that invincibly resisted 1 attack per day. This resisted attacks, and not just his own, but ranged. Yi Muyun's eyes trembled with excitement when she saw Chen Xianyi appear. Lord Superior is fine. That's wonderful. Some are happy and some are sad. When the 3 patriarchs saw this scene, they were all filled with disbelief. How could it be? Just now, the attacks of the 3 of them had definitely all hit Chen Xianyi. How he's still alive. The Xian Sword Patriarch looked at Chen Xuani and guessed with a face full of horror. To be able to rely on your physical body to resist the attacks of the 3 of us, This is at least the strength of a cultivator at the Dechang stage. It's over. We're done. Chen Shuani's cultivation hasn't disappeared at all. It was all an act on his part before. Everyone in the room froze at the sound of those words. That grand elder's legs were even more trembling. Wanting to escape but not daring to. They all knew in their hearts what kind of strength the former Chen Xianyi was. Facing a cultivator of this level, they didn't have any room to fight back. Just as the crowd was all on edge, the Xianmei patriarch suddenly opened his mouth. Wait, don't panic yet. It's probably because Chen Shuani released the magic treasure on his body that he resisted our attack. It's absolutely impossible to use a magic treasure of this level a second time. Let's continue to strike and kill it. Hearing his words, the crowd's emotions stabilized a bit. Couldn't help but feel in his mind that his suspicions made sense. After all, Chen Xianyi was a qi refining stage cultivator. They were all there for all to see. Besides, even if Chen Xianyi used a secret method to conceal his cultivation, he shouldn't be able to hide it from the three of them who were at the god transformation stage. And a magic treasure that could resist the simultaneous attacks of the three of them was at least at the heavenly rank or above. The levels of magic treasures are also divided into yellow, Xian, earth, heaven and immortal. It was already a miracle for a qi refining stage cultivator to be able to drive a heavenly ranked magic treasure. And they absolutely did not believe that Chen Shuani would be able to drive it a second time. Chapter 22 Chen Xianyi kills the traitor. Divine Fox descends into the world. The three patriarchs seem to have found their backbone at this moment, regaining their confidence. Chen Shuani, this seat doesn't know how many magic treasures you have on you, but if you're sensible, I advise you to hand them over before it's too late. Sovereign Xianxian threatened. At this point, he still didn't realize what kind of situation he was in. Chen Xianyi did not reply, but instead looked at Hu Yaya on his side. Yeah, Master is going to use the strongest style from the 9 Heavenly Demon God record next, so watch carefully. This move is called Divine Fox Descent. After saying that, he raised one hand high into the air, and gradually an infinite amount of spiritual energy converged towards above him. Seeing that Chen Shuani was ignoring him, the Xianmei patriarch became even more enraged. If you can release a magic treasure, you really think you're something. Let's go together. Quickly kill it. With that said, Elder Xianmei was the first to charge up. Whatever the remaining two had sensed at this point, it was too late not to get on. Under Hu Yaya's undivided attention, an illusory figure slowly emerged above Chen Xianyi's palm. The figure was extremely similar to her, but the figure possessed a total of 9 tails in the back, the highest form of a fox demon. Moreover, the might emanating from the figure was expanding rapidly. This was the Gongfu that her master had customized for her, so the moves among the releases would see her shadow. Looking at the figure, Hu Yaya seemed to see her future self, and the wonders of the Kung Fu contained on the figure even made her feel an enlightenment-like state. Master Teacher could benefit her greatly with just a casual strike. The 9-tailed divine fox silhouette above Chen Shuani's head turned more and more solid, converging into a spiritual statue. He then moved forward with one hand, facing the 3 sovereigns who were rushing in. The 3 patriarchs clearly did not feel any pressure from his hand, but a feeling of extreme unease arose in their hearts, and at the same time, Chen Shuani's hands, which were on top of the divine fox's head, were raised to the same position. Then on the palm of that divine fox's hand, countless demonic qi began to gush out. In that this demonic qi was different from ordinary spiritual energy, possessing an extremely terrifying corrosive power. Any wound that was touched would bring about heartbreaking pain. In addition to the pain, it will also be drained of the whole body's spiritual energy and spirit, and finally turn into a dry corpse. The host of spiritual energy on Divine Fox's hands converged to its limit, and then a purple light was seen shooting out, bursting towards where the 3 were. This time, Chen Shuani didn't suppress too much of his power, and in this deserted and uninhabited place, he could play as he pleased. So when this attack appeared, it was as if a meteor had flashed across the dome of the sky, and the strongest pressure in the world immediately surfaced. The surrounding huge mountains that stretched for 10,000 miles were immediately stopped and collapsed, and countless flying birds and demonic beasts flew out in alarm. The earth was shaken out with cracks, and the world seemed to be plunged into the end of the world. The 3 of them had felt an unprecedented danger the moment they saw that purple light appear. As the Xiandi patriarch watched this scene, he even revealed an incomparably unbelievable expression of shock. How did this happen? Doesn't he have no cultivation? How on earth did he do that? Run! He shouted the loudest and ran the fastest. In the face of an attack of this level, all they could do was lament their insignificance, and surprised at his own stupidity in underestimating Chen Xianyi's strength. But as soon as he turned his head around, before he could make a move, that purple demonic chi pillar of light burst out on top of his back. He let out a scream at once. Ah! He then lost his essence at a very fast rate before being dissolved to nothing. The two people following him saw this scene and their pupils exploded, directly finished with fear. No! I don't want to die yet. Shouldn't have taken the job in the first place. Damn it! Damn it! Buddha bless! The two screamed and retreated backward, and before they could take 2 steps, they were engulfed as much as they could. All the arrogance from earlier drew to an end with their deaths. All that was left behind was the sound of 2 people wailing echoing through the mountains. The Grand Elder froze in place for a moment when he saw all 3 patriarchs die in battle. Now all the speculation and suspicion, all of it, had melted away and was no longer needed. This was because all the speculations were not as shocking as seeing Chen Xianyi strike with his own eyes. Lord Shangzu and he really came back. But it's all too late. If I had known, I would have kept on acting. The Grand Elder murmured in horror, his face filled with a look of remorse. But she was remorseful, and it didn't change the fact that she had rebelled. All she could do now was run. Don't kill me, her pale voice cried out, and then she hurriedly concealed herself towards the depths of the valley. Most of the remaining elders followed. Grand Elder, don't leave us behind. As Chen Xianyi listened to the sounds below, it was as if he was listening to the buzzing of mosquitoes. With a casual wave of his hand, they shot past in the direction they had fled. Then came the sound of a mosquito howling in terror. Under this level of attack, it was useless for them to even run away. However, among the elders, there was an elder who reacted quickly. While the crowd all fled in one direction, he fled in the opposite direction. Chen Xuanyi gave a wink to the 2 disciples beside him while withdrawing his attack. This last guy is a cultivator who just broke through the first heaven of the transformation of God stage, so I'll leave it to you 2 to practice. A rare opportunity for his disciples to practice. Chen Xian did not want to miss a moment of it. Hu Yayet and Jiang Ningxian nodded, and Jiang Ningxian clenched both fists in front of him with confidence. Don't worry, Master, just leave it to the 2 of us. With that, the 2 of them hurriedly chased after him. Chen Xianyi watched the 2 leave, and then he plummeted toward the bottom at a free-fall speed. Master doesn't know how to fly yet. Once the disciples leave, no one will take him flying, but it will be a free fall. At least leave him some psychic suspension before you leave. Yi Muyan looked at the rapidly falling Shang Zun. Ignoring the doubts in her heart, she hurriedly went up in a princess hug and caught him. Lord Superior, are you alright? Must have consumed too much just now. I'll take you down. Regarding the fact that Lord Shangzuan could easily kill even a transformation god stage cultivator, but couldn't even fly, she could only explain it by saying that releasing her moves consumed too much. Just like that, she landed on the ground with Chen Xianyi in her arms. After helping Chen Xianyi to stand still, Yi Muyun looked up at him, her hands twisting and gripping the corners of her clothes, as if she wanted to say something, but couldn't. She wanted to thank Lord Shangzun, but she felt that she could not express the gratitude in her heart, no matter how much she said to thank him. Nor can I repay his lordship's kindness. She had just been really scared. Scared that she would be late. Scared that she would die somewhere. And even more scared that the Jade Maiden sect left to her by her mother would completely disappear. Now that that tension in her heart had dissipated, she felt like crying. She locked eyes with Chen Xuanyi for a moment. Just a moment of locking eyes. And for some reason, a feeling that had never existed before arose in her heart. In the past, when she looked into the eyes of Lord Superior, there was only awe in her heart. But now, for some reason, there was some shyness in my heart. His heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, and his face was even more shyly flushed. Her skin was cold white and stunning in the moonlight, and the slight blush from shyness was as much a highlight accent as anything else, emphasizing her vivid beauty to the extreme. She shifted her gaze to Shang Zun's chest because she was too shy to meet his eyes. Shang Zun's chest was very broad, so if he hugged on it, it must be very comfortable and secure. A young woman, who has just gone through a life and death crisis, wants nothing more than a hug at this point. Ghostly, she then took 2 steps forward, then quickly reached out and wrapped her arms around Chen Xuanyi, also at the same time, burying his head in Chen Xianyi's chest. Her voice was tinged with sobs, and she cried with some slurring. Chapter 23 Heartwarming Patriarch, Gentle Chen Xianyi. Her voice was tinged with sobs, and she cried with some slurring. Your Highness, I was so scared. I thought I was going to be unclean. It's great that you were able to regain your strength. My becoming the patriarch and being able to live up to this point all relies on you. Lord Superior, you are perfect. It is an honor to be your subordinate. I like you the most. Speaking of like, Yi Muyan suddenly realized that she had said the wrong thing and hastily put it back. She then cautiously looked up at Chen Xianyi, wanting to see Lord Superior's reaction. She had just had a surge of emotions and had accidentally said what was on her mind. It was already a great disrespect for herself to hug Lord Shangzun. If Lord Shangzun was disgusted with her because of her confession, the consequences are unimaginable. Under her gaze, Chen Xianyi did not get angry. Instead, he revealed a gentle expression. He slowly reached out his hands and just as naturally wrapped them around her waist. Having such a loyal subordinate as you, this seat is also very happy, Chen Xianyi tenderly returned. In his eyes, Yi Muyun was just a little girl. It's okay for a child to be scared and pout in their arms. Yi Muyun saw that Lord Shangzun didn't think elsewhere. Then she silently sighed in relief. I guess Lord Shangzun only thinks of himself as a little girl. Although she was relieved, she was still somehow a little disappointed. If His Eminence knew that he actually had that kind of emotion towards him, I don't know how His Excellency would handle it. Chen Xianyi just gently stroked her soft back, trying to ease her emotions. Having said that, Yi Muyun's features were delicate with a bit of coldness, and now that she was pampered and seemed to fall into her arms, she was quite cute. Back to Yi Muyun's character. After spending time with her along the way, Chen Xian had actually realized early on that she was a bit stubborn. Yi Muyun was a person who respected contracts and friendships, and although there was no insult intended, she really didn't seem like she was fit to be a sovereign. She was more suitable to be a subordinate than a sovereign. Her character would be an extremely good and loyal subordinate, and in the past 10 years, Yi Muyun has indeed been acting as a subordinate in this position, doing her duty and not being able to pick any faults. It was only after Chen Xianyi had gone into hiding that everything changed, but this was good. He was now making a comeback, and it was more than appropriate to have a subordinate like this to help him with all sorts of things. Compared to those scheming subordinates, Chen Xianyi did prefer dealing with Yi Muringyun, who had strengths that could be utilized to the fullest under his own command. Yi Muyun. Now that the 3 great sect masters have all died in battle, the various veins under their forces will all be handed over to the Jade Lady sect to take care of in the future. Turn around and remember to collect all the spirit mines. With today's aftermath, it is expected that the remaining remnants of the party will not dare to make any more mischief. Seeing that Yi Muyun did not have the intention of letting go at all, but instead hugged her tighter and tighter, Chen Xianyi also felt a little embarrassed and had to change the topic. After all, being hugged by such an extremely beautiful woman, it was inevitable that it would be a bit ambiguous after a long time. Not to mention the fact that he had just detached, sent his disciples away for training not too long ago, and the 2 of them were the only ones left here. It's in the middle of nowhere. There's no one around. A man and a woman are alone. Don't worry, just leave it to me, Yi Muyun respectfully replied back, still not showing any sign of spreading her hands. Although the great vein of the spirit void mountain was fake, the veins under the 3 great sects were real. If they were all collected, it would definitely be a very scary number. The 2 of them were so close that Chen Xianyi could even smell the light fragrance of Yi Muyun's body. Feeling a little pressed, he remonstrated. Muyun, are you comfortable? Yi Muyun smiled sweetly and returned. Well, it's cozy. Comfort you the hell. Can't you see I'm shy? I'm reminding you to let go. You're such a naturally nerdy guy to come here. Seeing that the other party was hugging her vigorously, Chen Xianyi had no choice but to let her hug her for the time being. Why don't you break free, you ask? All his daily abilities were now exhausted. How could a chi refining stage cultivator break free from the embrace of a transformation spirit stage? How humiliating it would be if it failed to break free. So I had to choose to enjoy. Endure. On the other end, the direction where the Jade Maiden Sect's elders escaped. The elder of the first Sky of God transformation stage used the fastest speed in his life at this moment to run wildly in one direction. Damn it, didn't they say that Chen Xuani didn't have any cultivation? Big elder, this stupid bee. The information is not accurate at all. Almost got her killed. Just after she thought she had gotten away with it, she suddenly heard a sound coming from behind her. Who? She turned around and realized that it was Chen Xianyi's disciple, Jiang Ningxian. How could that be? Even though I just broke through the transformation of God stage not long ago, the speed of my escape is definitely not something a Jindan stage cultivator can catch up with. With that in mind, she saw Jiang Ningxian burning with a blazing flame all over her body, and on top of her toes, she was stepping on the yin-yang, and the flames in her entire body turned into a recoil, causing her speed to skyrocket. To be able to utilize the fire spirit root so flexibly at this age, this is a natural red flame immortal body. This elder shouted in surprise. Jiang Ningxian flew in front of her, blocking her retreat. Dare to bully Sister Mu Yun? I'll give you a great sun yin-yang fist. A ring of blazing flaming fists surfaced on Jiang Ningxian's soft and tender fists, making her fists as huge as sandbags. The flames from among the great sun flame technique seemed to be even hotter than the sun, causing the cultivators who had no resistance to feel an enormous pressure. Without saying a word, Jiang Ningxian raised his hand and blasted a fist. That elder raised his hand and transformed his spiritual energy into a palm, slapping it out. Spiritual palm imprints struck on top of the flaming fists, resounding with zippy sounds. The palm prints showed signs of being swallowed up without a moment's notice, and that elder had no choice but to strike out several palms again. The 5th Jindan stage is actually able to fight against me. What kind of technique are you practicing? That's right, you're Qin Xian Yi's disciple. It's not uncommon for that guy to have any goodies on him. However, it's still too whimsical for you to think of killing me with just your Jindan stage strength. As that elder said that, the spiritual energy running around his body gradually turned dark brown, and each of them gradually transformed into the shape of a skull. 100 bones cry, she shouted, and then countless skeletons emitting an aura of death surrounded Jiang Ningxian, opening their sharp teeth and then biting towards him. Jiang Ningxian's 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands, and it was also at this moment that countless pink ribbons poked out from nowhere, like small snakes that came flying and swimming. Every time the ribbon struck a skeleton, the skeleton would die violently and turn into blood mist, and soon, a blood mist filled the entire field. Ya, you're finally here. Jiang Ningxian rushed at Hu Yaya behind the elder. Chapter 24. 2 disciples join hands to kill spirit transformation stage cultivator. Hu Yaya was clad in a pink gossamer robe with a pair of ribbons draped above her shoulders. The ribbon was a weapon once given to her by her master, which could change at will with her mind. And this stance of manifesting the 2 ribbons into countless attacks was precisely her first heaven that she had comprehended in the 9 heavens demon god record. 1,000 ribbons. That elder's expression, which had just calmed down when he realized that there was another person behind him, instantly became alarmed. Another one? What kind of perverts are the disciples of this Chen Xianyi? This cultivation technique? It can't be that they are all of the heavenly rank. In this world, the strength of a cultivator's strength depended most on the technique he practiced. Of course, unique physique, talent, and spiritual roots were equally a part of strength. But if both conditions were all present, the strength would only be so strong that it would exceed one's imagination. Ya, trap her. Jiang Ningxian gradually ran his spiritual energy above his right fist, and a giant flame dragon slowly formed. That elder realized that it was not good and immediately intended to give up the fight. Although being chased by 2 latecomers made her feel ashamed, nothing was as important as staying alive. Damn it, speed charm, out. That elder took out 2 life-preserving talismans from his bosom and stuck them on top of his feet. Then he was about to escape, but she hadn't run more than a few steps when a loop of ribbon, like a wall, blocked her path. With a twist of her head, she realized there was one behind her. Boom, heavenly palm. That elder hurriedly struck to offer up a move and blasted towards the ribbon. The ribbon did get a hole blasted out of it, but it quickly filled back in. Damn it, what kind of demonic art is this? The ribbons gradually closed off all around her, then tied her up completely. Under her horrified gaze, the fire dragon on Jiang Ningxian's fist was struck out and engulfed towards her. Go to hell. No, how can a girl say something like that? To hell with you, Jiang Ningxian shouted, and then the flame dragon flew to engulf her. The elder trapped by the ribbons had nowhere to hide, and a mournful scream came from mid-air. She was just burned alive. Before she died, her biggest regret was that she didn't die with the other elders. That would be less torture too. Woohoo! It worked! I was actually able to kill a cultivator of the god transformation stage. It's too powerful. Yeah, give me a high five. Jiang Ningxian excitedly jumped on the sky and then came to Hu Yaya's body, doing high fives. Hu Yaya looked at her favorably and raised her hand to give her a high five. Nabla. This was followed by a reminder. Don't be too proud. If the 2 of us join forces, killing a first heavenly cultivator at the god transformation stage is indeed possible, but it's also because this elder cultivates a backward technique and has just broken through the realm that is still unstable. If we meet a more powerful one, the 2 of us may not be a match. Let's go. Go back to the master first. Jiang Ningxian said with a mischievous smile as he put his arm around Hu Yaya's shoulders. Gee, don't be such a party pooper. It's so hard to admit you're good. As she said that, she seemed to suddenly remember something. By the way, Master Teacher seems to be spending time alone with the Yi Mu Yun right now. Bad. The 2 aren't doing anything weird. Hu Yaya made a helpless expression and returned. Who do you think Master is? Just for a moment. It won't happen. After things were done, the 2 of them chatted as they flew in the direction of their master. It didn't take long for the 2 to arrive. Elder's sister was wrong about you. You thought too right. That's the way it is with Master. Hu Yaya looked at her senior who was embracing Yi Mu Yun and said to the senior sister beside her. As Jiang Ningxian watched this scene, he was even more furious. Surname Yi, what are you doing to someone else's master ahoy? Hu Yaya pointed to the hand of her master teacher on Yi Mu Yun's back from the side. I don't think it's all her fault. Don't you see that Shifu is holding her too? Jiang Ningxian wrapped his arms around his chest. Unimpressed. That doesn't count. It's impossible for a man as honest as Master to actively seduce a girl. Chen Xianyi couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows as he listened to her words. Do you know me that well? How dare you jump to conclusions? Well, he is indeed passive. Yi Muyun felt that holding Shang Zun's possessed an unparalleled sense of security, so it caused her to only now realize that someone was approaching. Realizing that she had caused Jiang Ningxian's dissatisfaction, she hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, I was really scared just now. Please, just let me cuddle for a little while, just a little while." Jiang Ningxian, listening to Yi Muyun's apology, a sense of guilt arose in Jiang Ningxian's heart. She wasn't actually that angry. She always feels like less of a person when you apologize so humbly. Hug, sorry, I didn't mean it like that. You can hold me as long as you want, and if that's not enough, my boobs are good for you too. Jiang Ningxian's heart softened, and in turn apologized to Yi Muyun. Huyaya on the side couldn't help but cover her forehead. This senior sister, really, Sister Muyun, shouldn't we go back? Huyaya reminded. Only after Yi Muyun heard this was she willing to let go of Qin Xianyi with a fondness. As well, Lord Superior, let's go home. Because he had hugged her for so long, Chen Xianyi's remaining fragrance lingered on top of his chest. Hearing Yi Muyun say that she was going home, Chen Xianyi asked doubtfully, "Going home? Not back to the clan? Laugh it up. Where does he have a home now?" Yi Muyun picked up Chen Xianyi's arm and carried him up in the air. "As long as your eminence wants it, the Jade Maiden sect is your eternal home. So that's the family. It's actually pretty good." Chen Xianyi thought in his heart. Jiang Ningxian looked at the two who were slowly leaving and once again said with dissatisfaction, "Hey, wait for me. Just now, I was polite with you, but you really took my master. Don't think of yourself as an outsider at all." Jiang Ningxian shouted and quickly chased after him, followed by Hu Yaya. In a flash, the crowd once again returned to the Jade Lady sect. Arriving at the Jade Maiden sect's territory, a disciple who was watching the gate soon greeted him and saluted. A disciple in charge of watching the door asked with some confusion when he saw that only 4 people had returned. "Lord Sovereign, where are the elders?" Yi Muyun ordered with an expressionless face. "Pass on the order that the 6 elders of the Jade Maiden sect have been executed by Lord Shang Zun for the crime of mutiny. In the future, the Jade Maiden sect, for the time being, will not have the position of elder. The biggest role of an elder's existence was not to manage the sect, but to be responsible for protecting it, and because of the patronage of Lord Superior, that elder would have no value of existence. All the remaining resources happen to be dedicated to the practice of the Supreme Being." The female disciples who were in charge of watching the door had a blank expression when they heard this, and they didn't react for a while. The elders, they're all dead? She had only joined the sect 5 years ago, and compared to her sisters who had entered the sect much earlier, she had no idea that the Jade Maiden sect had the existence of an offering Supreme Exalt. The other disciples, too, were gradually forgetting the position. Despite the many doubts in her heart, however, in the face of the Patriarch's order, she did not dare to be slow in the slightest and hurriedly saluted. "Disciple knows. Disciple will go and do it now." Chapter 25 Instructing Disciples in Cultivation. More tests of disciples' cultivation levels. Lord Superior, I will now instruct my disciples to take over the issue of the spirit mine, so I will leave you alone for now. After returning to the Jade Maiden sect, Yi Muyun said about the matter of the spirit mine. After all, this is something that his lordship has ordered to be extremely important. Chen Xianyi nodded. "Alright then, I'll trouble you." Jiang Ningxian jumped and waved his hand at Yi Muyun. "By Sister Muyun." Hu Yaya, on the other hand, smiled politely at Yi Muyun, counting it as a farewell. The 3 of them, Chen Xuanyi, temporarily separated from Yi Muyun and returned to the cultivation mansion at the top of the mountain. As soon as he got home, Jiang Ningxian stretched and yawned, going back to his room to sleep. "Ha! Get busy and catch up on your sleep." She was just about to take a step when Chen Xianyi lifted the back of her neck. "Good disciple, where are you going? Such a good time. Instead of using it for cultivation, you want to use it for sleeping." Jiang Ningxian smiled awkwardly. "Ahahaha, I'd almost forgotten." It had been so long since she had been with her master. She had forgotten the whole thing about having a set time to practice every day. In the days without her master, she slept until she woke up naturally, used her energy when she wanted to get up and cultivate, and spent the rest of her time looking for her master. So much so that even though she had a heaven-defying talent in her body, her cultivation level was only at the 5th level of the Jindan stage. Although this realm wasn't low, and was even the best among geniuses, it wasn't excellent for her. Huyaya didn't mean to avoid practicing. Instead, she even said with interest, "Being able to cultivate with master. Great. It's been a long time since I felt this way. Master, where should we start?" With one hand, Chen Xianyi plucked away Huyaya's pink bangs, revealing the fair and beautiful forehead underneath, and then put his hand on it. "Master will first measure how well you have practiced over the years." As he said that, he put his spiritual energy and probed into Huyaya's body. Huyaya only felt a warm current seeping into her body. and a warm, soothing tickling sensation came over her. Realizing that her master's spiritual energy was flowing through her meridians, she couldn't help but use her own thin, soft hand to grab her master's wrist. She whispered with a gasp of aroma and a slight flush on her face. Master, you take your time to measure. The measurement is too fast. Disciples can't stand it. As soon as Qin Xian heard this, the head floating on her forehead couldn't help but tremble. The way he himself looked at Hu Yaya, he became a little embarrassed for some reason. Well then, for master to slow down. What kind of weird conversations are these? Calm down, calm down. I'm just measuring her cultivation. Hu Yaya is your disciple. You can't be imagining things. Chen Xianyi screamed in his heart. He also closed his eyes nervously in order to avoid seeing Hu Yaya's seductive, manic, and exquisite face again. Hu Yaya squinted her eyes at her master, noticing that her master had closed her eyes nervously, and the smile between her eyebrows was almost hooked into a crescent shape. I didn't expect master teacher to be so pure-hearted. It's just 2 words, and I can't believe I'm blushing. She muttered inwardly. Everything that had just happened was obviously intentional. In her opinion, with such a good opportunity to cultivate with her master, of course she had to find a good opportunity to molest her master. Chen Xianyi didn't notice his second disciple's mind tricks, but Jiang Ningxian, who was on the sidelines, was able to see it clearly. As the same master's rusher and rebellious disciple, could she not see this little thought of her senior sisters? Damn, so cunning. Jiang Ningxian bit his collar, jealousy flaring up. It's just a couple of words. Who wouldn't? Wait a while and watch me put on a good show, she thought in her mind. Soon after, Chen Xianyi ended the test. He rubbed his chin as he pondered. Well, the roots are well established, so not much has changed in the last 10 years. It's that the spiritual energy reserves in the body aren't pure enough. Or perhaps it's because too little spiritual energy is exhaled daily. Let's do it this way. Master will draw a spirit gathering formation for you, and you will get twice the result with half the effort if you replenish your spiritual energy in your cultivation. Although he hadn't seen his disciples for 10 years, when Chen Xuanyi had taught his disciples to cultivate, he had laid a solid foundation for each of them. So much so that in the later stages of cultivation, even without the help of the master, there would not be any dark diseases left behind. However, Hu Yaya and Jiang Ningxian were both top-quality 6th-grade spiritual roots. One was born with a charming demon body, and one was even a red flame immortal body. Having the best spiritual roots even, the physique added to their talent boost. For a genius of this level, if he didn't have enough resources supplied for cultivation and only relied on exhaling spiritual energy from the air, it would not be enough. After a long time, it would happen that the spiritual energy in the body was not pure enough, affecting the progress of cultivation. In fact, according to the two's talents, going under any power would be a good offering, and there shouldn't be a lack of resources. But Jiang Ningxian heart to find master, Hu Yaha to preserve their own body, but also dare not contact with outsiders. So the two so many years, not to mention cultivation pills, even in the hands of the spirit stone are few and far between. In Chen Xianyi's opinion, the reason why the two disciples had come to this end was all because of him. Now reunited again, he had to find a way to make up for what his disciples had lost over the years. Come over here, master will draw the formation for you. Chen Xianyi greeted the two disciples. Jiang Ningxian was all prepared to be tested, and once he saw that his master was leaving, he was instantly confused. Ha, don't you need to test Xianer? She hurriedly ran over and held her master's hand in a petulant manner. Chen Xianyi shook his head. No need. Jiang Ningxian lost it. Why? Chen Xianyi pursed his lips in some embarrassment and whispered. Saw it last night. Jiang Ningxian. Oh, Yasi, master is so naughty. With that, she also hugged her master's hand tightly and stopped being jealous. The mansion that Yi Muyun had left for Chen Xianyi's cultivation covered a wide area, and in another part of the square, an indoor hot spring was set up. The hot spring water comes from the convergence of auras from the top of the mountain, and only fills up once every 6 months. An ordinary cultivator would even need to take a bath here just once to raise multiple realms. Chapter 26, Drawing a Top-Grade Spirit Gathering Formation. You dare to question the master. Chen Xianyi led the disciples to the indoor hot spring. Because the hot spring water is so precious, there is only one hot spring pool for both men and women. There was a faint mist floating above the hot spring water. It was not ordinary steam, but a scene where the spiritual energy was too dense and was suspended around it. Chen Xianyi tried exhaling the spiritual energy around him. The consistency is good. It's just not quite there yet. Wait a moment. For master to draw a spirit gathering formation out. Jiang Ningxian asked somewhat half-heartedly. Master, can you still draw it now? If only low-level spirit gathering formations are drawn, the effect should be mediocre. She was also aware of the fact that her master's current cultivation level was only at the first level of the chi refining stage. She really couldn't figure out how her master would use this amount of cultivation to draw such a difficult formation. Chen Xianyi grinned as he waved one hand in the air, his spiritual energy gradually condensing the beginnings of an inscription in mid-air. This was the kind of empty-handed painting that could only be done without the aid of any magic weapon. After comprehending the formation to a great extent, dare to question master? Just watch. Thinking back to the beginning, Chen Xianyi's invincible general talent was not just talk, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, array alchemy, sword art, 18 martial arts. There is nothing he does not know, and each of them has come to a great success. This was why he dared to accept 9 cultivators with completely different cultivation directions as disciples. And since the system appeared, it was as if his talent had received another boost. To make an analogy, the original him was able to read all the feats and cultivate them to great success. So now it was that he could himself build on his original great accomplishment, create and refine it entirely on his own, and open up a new path of cultivation. It can be said to be unprecedented. Low-level spirit-gathering formation chi refining stage cultivators can indeed draw out, but the top-level spirit-gathering formation, not to mention Jindan stage cultivators, even if it is the great completion stage cultivators, no 10 days and half a month will not be able to do. But he, relying on his understanding of formations, drew and improved as he went, filling in all his understanding of formations. Soon, a spirit-gathering formation containing dense inscriptions was slowly formed in midair. What was even more shocking was that if one probed out his divine sense to look at it, the inscriptions on that formation were different from all the inscription systems in the current world. It was a system that no one had ever used at all and that Chen Xianyi had uniquely created. The entire formation contained endless wonders, and the entire formation was as unfathomable as the stars of the universe. If compared to the existing spirit-gathering formations, then this Chen Xianyi's original spirit-gathering formation was even higher than the top tier, and even the strongest in the world. Chen Xianyi pressed his hand downwards, and the formation slowly merged into the ground, and then began to drive. As far as the naked eye could see, the spiritual energy in a radius of hundreds of miles was converging towards this place in a large area, flowing in a steady stream towards this place. Zhang Ningxian was surprised to see the hot spring water in front of him gradually turn from water into a viscous spiritual liquid. Spiritual liquid, generally a liquid extracted from amongst the top-grade spirit stones. A top-grade spirit stone worth a lot of money would only be able to extract so much as a single drop. If there was a vial of spiritual liquid, I don't know how many great powers would go crazy. And this indoor spa, now that's a whole lot of it. If this was known to outsiders, I can't imagine how much of an uproar it would cause. Master, disciple was wrong. Disciple shouldn't have questioned master teacher. Master teacher will always be that strongest master teacher. Ah. Zhang Ningxian stared with wide, blinking eyes. Chen Xianyi smiled smugly. Humph, that's for sure. This master's father has an unexpectedly thick skin, and is proud of himself once he boasts. He hadn't been proud for long when he suddenly just felt a blackness in front of his eyes and fell violently towards the back. Hu Yeye was shocked at the sight and hastened to lend a hand at the back. Master, what happened to you? Chen Xianyi covered his face. The arrogance of the party gone. It seems like the spiritual energy used to draw the formation was too much and overdrawn. Sure enough, the cultivation level of the first sky of chi refining stage is still a bit of a stretch. I'm fine. You guys go ahead and cultivate. For the master to evade. With that, he was about to get up and leave. Hu Yeye hurriedly hugged him behind him. Master, the reason why you have become like this is all because you want us to cultivate. Since you're also short of spiritual energy, stay and cultivate together. Stay and practice together? How's that work? This is a hot spring. You have to take off your clothes for bathing and practicing. With that in mind, Chen Xianyi couldn't help but imagine in his mind the scene of taking a bath with 2 extremely talented disciples. The face was as red as a progress bar. Rubbing up against it, Chen Xian refused with a bow of his hand. How can this be? How inconvenient. Hu Yeye felt simply adorable when she saw her master's formal appearance, and she couldn't help but let her heart beat faster. She just loved seeing her master's shyness. It just hits her in the XP. She stood on her tiptoes and leaned over to her master's ear, blowing down her breath in a seductive manner. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Wouldn't we be better off with our clothes on? Hu Yeye's body, which was already inadvertently exuding a sultry fragrance, possessed a unique attraction to the opposite sex. Even if she stood there, even if she did nothing, there would be countless people of the opposite sex who would be swooning over her. But now, she was actively unleashing her seductive powers. For a member of the opposite sex, this kill is simply exponential. Even as strong as Chen Xianyi, he felt restless. Damn, the flirtatious power on the second disciple is so strong. Is it because I can't resist because I have a deficit of spiritual energy in my body? Something is going to happen if this continues. Indeed, we must hurry to replenish our spiritual energy. It shouldn't be anything if they're all dressed. Chen Xianyi thought in his heart before he willingly turned his head. Well then, Master will just accompany you for a while. When Master's spiritual power is restored, he will leave. He came to the edge of the hot spring pool and picked up some of the pool water slightly with his hand. The pool water soon evaporated and absorbed at her fingertips, and large amounts of spiritual energy surged madly into his body. The concentration is good. You guys get in there. The best opportunity to cultivate should of course be given to the disciples. And instead of choosing to be the first to enter the hot spring pool to cultivate, Chen Xuanyi intended to give way to the disciples. But as soon as he raised his head to look toward the two disciples, he saw a very shocking scene. Hu Yaya's thin pink skirt on her upper body was falling off along her white straight shoulders, revealing the cool lining she wore inside. The delicate figure was hidden at this time, and the fox demon's figure was plump to the extreme. And just right. Chen Xianyi didn't hold back at once, and his nostrils became hot as a rush of blood surged forth. He held his nose in horror. Yeah, I thought you said you weren't going to take your clothes off. Chapter 27, Spiritual Spring, Breakthrough Realm. Hu Yaya walked to the edge of the pool, her white jade feet stepping on the water and splashing. She explained in a fake manner. It's not still in its underwear. Besides, there's no way to better absorb the hot spring pool's spiritual liquid if you're wearing a skirt, right? She said that with her mouth, but in her mind she actually thought something else entirely. Laughing to death, having tricked the master in. It's still up to her to decide what she wants to do. Chen Xianyi felt that she had a point, so he simply turned his head away and closed his eyes to cultivate. That too. Jiang Ningxian stood beside the pool, looking dumbfounded at his senior sister's interlocking routine. Good man, you really don't treat master as an outsider. I can't imagine what you'd do if I wasn't here. Shibuya Fox. Vixen, you've got to stop. Jiang Ningxian looked at the molested senior and accused his senior sister in a jealous manner. Hu Yaya was called a vixen. Not only did she not get angry, but instead proudly covered her reddened cheeks and smiled back. Thanks for the compliment. Jiang Ningxian, who complimented you? No way. If this keeps up, master is hers. Might do something, she thought to herself. Realizing that she couldn't fight her senior sister at all, she had to choose another way. As the saying goes, if you can't beat it then join it. Jiang Ningxian reached out to undo the belt around his waist, and then directly plunged into the water with a jerk. Then she picked up her master's right hand. Master, you were the one who helped me bathe when I was little. Disciples want to. Chen Xuanyi closed his eyes and sat upright with a monkish look on his face. Grow up to be self-supporting. Hu Yaya put one hand in front of mastery and fiddled with it a bit and said, Master, disciples' hands are so tender and smooth. You raised them, don't you want to touch them? Chen Xianyi calmly said, a man and a woman are not related. Being a man, that's a bit of stamina. This bit of temptation couldn't stop him from cultivating at all. Master's cultivation is finished recovering, so you guys continue your cultivation, Chen Xianyi said, then immediately got up. Dragging his wet clothes with him, he walked out. The two women called out reluctantly, Jiang Ningxian, this is going. Hu Yaya, master, wait. Listening to the pleading-like voices of the two beauties, Chen Xianyi ignored them and walked straight to the door, then pressed his back against it. Just as soon as he went out, the evil fire that had been building up at the tip of his nose for a long time burst out. Just kidding, he just pretended. These two disciples, they really don't let people worry about them. Chen Xianyi muttered and used his spiritual energy to clean the blood from the tip of his nose, then walked out into the square. There was a wooden chair under a tree at the edge of the square, and in order to wait for the disciples to come out, he sat on it in his spare time, blowing the cool breeze under the trees. He then felt cleared, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. Regarding the matter between him and Jiang Ningxian, he had planned to confess to his second disciple first thing in the morning. After all, he had already done that kind of thing, so he must be responsible for Jiang Ningxian. But Jiang Ningxian interrupted her at that time, and that's why he wasn't able to say it. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to ask Jiang Ningxian alone what he really thought of him, whether to treat him as a master, or a Taoist. As for Hu Yaya's emotions towards himself, he was even more afraid to jump to conclusions. After all, this girl, Hu Yaya, has not been a peaceful master since she was a child. This was also why Chen Xianyi couldn't guess whether Hu Yaya was just teasing herself or if she meant something else. However, no matter what Hu Yaya thought, he, as a master teacher, should not take the initiative to do anything to the other party. That should be the bottom line for a division leader. You can't call it being in standing. Chen Xianyi thought about it. Time was gradually passing. Not knowing how long before the disciples came out, he sat down and slowly dozed off. I don't know how long it took, but there was a faint noise coming from the direction of the bathroom. It was Jiang Ningxian and Hu Yaya who came out of the bathroom. Perhaps because Jiang Ningxian was nourished by the spiritual liquid, his entire body had a glowing appearance, breaking through 3 realms in a row and reaching the 8th heaven of the Jindan stage. Soaking and cultivating is really great. This would be a great way to soak every day. Huyaya reminded without any good humor. You're thinking quite beautifully. This spirit-gathering formation absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy. It will take a long time to replenish it. And don't you look at Master's drawing of formations as if it's easy. But in fact, this kind of precise formation is very spiritually exhausting. You didn't say you'd leave some spirit liquid for Master. It's all absorbed and gone. A large pool with all the spiritual liquid inside was absorbed by the 2 of them. Even if the 2 of them required an extremely large amount of spiritual energy to cultivate, they had similarly broken through multiple realms. Huyaya had also arrived at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Jindan stage, and was only a foot short of yuaning. Jiang Ningxian said to Huyaya in dissatisfaction, "You still have the nerve to talk about me. It wasn't you who scared Master off, and wearing such shibori underwear. I don't know who I'm showing it to." She said this last one in a voice. Huyaya was equally unsympathetic. "You're not far off, are you? And it's time to take advantage of the situation. You, Master, disciple doesn't know how to take a bath. Quickly teach disciple." She followed Jiang Ningxian's tone of voice and retorted. The smell of gunpowder from the 2 men's shura began to fill the air at once. Just then, Jiang Ningxian suddenly pointed under a tree and said, "Wait, look at that, a wild master chief who grows on a chair. Chen Xianyi? What kind of description is that? I'm not asleep yet." Although he was in a lucid state, he still kept his eyes closed to see what the disciples were going to pull off. Chapter 28 Teaching Disciples to Cultivate. News of the 3rd disciple? Seeing that his master was still sleeping, Jiang Ningxian quickly ran to his master's side. The soft lips then kissed their way up to the master's cheek. "Huya, are you so casual? Me too." With that, her willowy lips similarly pressed against her master's other cheek. Chen Xianyi was now in an awkward situation. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have pretended to be asleep. Now it's a matter of waking up or not waking up. After Jiang Ningxian had kissed enough, he then stood up again and whispered to Huyaya on the other side. "Yeah, let's play that one." Huyaya was puzzled. Which one? Seeing that she had forgotten, Jiang Ningxian opened his mouth to remind her. "Have you forgotten? When you were little, you stole Master's underwear while he was sleeping." "Ha, so sick." Huyaya retorted with a red face when she saw her show a look of disgust. "You still have the nerve to talk about me. Didn't you also draw a bastard on Master's face? Chen Xianyi, so it was you who drew the king's ass the other day." Although Huyaya rejected Jiang Ningxian's naughty little game with her mouth, she nevertheless pondered slightly. "I'm tired of all the previous mini-games. Try a new twist." With that, she pulled out a set of rouge and applied it to her lips. "Give Master Teacher 2 lip prints on his face, and when the time comes, we'll both say in unison that Yi Mu Yun did it, and see how Master Teacher reacts." "Chen Xianyi, don't you go too far. I can't go back to sleep. Something's going to happen if we go back to sleep." With that in mind, Chen Xianyi slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Huyaya's exquisitely incomparably beautiful face rested in his near proximity. The fragrant red lips were about to stick over. Seeing her master's father wake up, Huyaya also had a blank expression and her cheeks blushed. "Ahem, are you finished practicing?" Chen Xianyi coughed awkwardly twice and changed the topic. These 2 disciples, a moment without looking at the demon. The 2 disciples said in unison, "Yes, Master." Jiang Ningxian realized that the big deal was probably to start practicing, stretching his head and turning his head to go back to his room. "Geez, after the shower, it's just like trying to get a nice long nap." Chen Xuanyi spoke coldly. "Come back, Jiang Ningxian, Omega." After calling out to the eldest disciple who was preparing to escape, Chen Xianyi continued. "The rest of the time for Master to teach you cultivation techniques. Let's start with Shinner. You unleash the Great Sun Inferno Sun Fist, for Master to see." Jiang Ningxian sighed helplessly, and in the face of his master's orders, he had no choice but to do as he was told. Arriving in the middle of the square, Jiang Ningxian slowly operated her surrounding spiritual energy, and a blazing flame gradually burned around her. Under the blazing fire, the red-haired Jiang Ningxian is even more domineering, and his face has become even more valiant. She focused the flames on top of her fists, and the flames gradually transformed into a flaming swimming dragon that hovered above her arms and shoulders. This was the Great Sun Inferno Sun Fist, the Inferno Dragon, the Red Inferno, all under her control. After building up to a peak, she swung her fist at the ground, and the special ground was burned to black. After releasing her skills, she crossed her arms and looked at her master as if she was very proud. "Master, how's it going?" Although Chen Xuanyi's realm was still shallow right now, he was well versed in every single technique. It can be said that the theoretical knowledge is full. and teaching disciples is not a problem at all. The power is okay, the spirit power operation is almost interesting, and the posture is problematic. Just listen to the master. Chen Xianyi came to Jiang Ningxian's side and explained to her about her deficiencies. Although Jiang Ningxian always liked to be lazy, in this serious moment of cultivation, he was also able to achieve the most basic concentration of a cultivator. Listening to her master's explanation, she quickly realized the mystery. After instructing Jiang Ningxian, Chen Xianyi taught Hu Yaya again. Ribbons are great weapons for women, and with a woman's soft body, you can maximize their power. And you're just resilient enough. Hu Yaya interrupted. Master hasn't touched this place yet. It's more resilient. Chen Xian blushed. Get a grip. This move, Thousand Threads, emphasizes the use of demonic power the most. So watch this. Although the demon race would also exhale spiritual energy and absorb it to cultivate, the spiritual energy was transformed into a different kind of energy when it reached the demon race's body. This energy was different from spiritual energy and possessed its own name, called demonic energy, which could also be called demonic chi. Demonic power was much stronger and more powerful than spiritual power, but relatively, it lost some of the ability of spiritual power to change unpredictably. The demon race was even better in combat, but in alchemy, formations, it was a bit weaker, and different goblins will have their own direction of talent. Hu Yaya's fox demon power was full of seductiveness and at the same time, it also had a strong corrosive power. Any wounds eroded by the fox demon's spiritual power would fester and die, similar to a poison. As long as one was able to make excellent use of demonic chi, one would be able to increase one's strength to a greater extent. Chen Xianyi taught the two disciples earnestly as time flew by. As for the two disciples, they also quickly brought the first stance of their respective gongfu from the realm of just starting to the point of minor accomplishment. After practicing until the afternoon, a female voice came from outside the mansion. Lord Superior, I beg to see you. It was Yi Muyan's voice. Upon hearing that someone had arrived, Chen Xianyi was then willing to let the disciples rest. Come in, Chen Xianyi shouted. A green-clothed Yi Muyan stepped into the air and respectfully landed in front of Chen Xianyi. Lord Superior, the work of taking over the spirit minds of the three major clans has all been done, and the process is going very smoothly. We've prepared all the spirit minds offered to you in the council hall, so we can also take this opportunity to let the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect all get to know you. In the meantime, we have searched for news of your third disciple. Would you like to hear it? Chen Xianyi quietly listened, originally having no emotional fluctuations. After all, having subdued and killed the sect leaders of the three great sects, the rest of them didn't dare to make any splashes. But as soon as he heard that there was news of a third disciple, he immediately got up from his chair. A message from the third disciple? Chapter 29. I protest. How can you slow down Lord Shangzun? Did you find out where Sudanju is? Chen Xianyi was surprised. Sudan Ro was the name of his third disciple? Yi Muyun nodded her head in reply. Yes, the disciple just sent back the news, and I rushed over at the first opportunity. I would also like to ask your lordship to come to the council chamber and listen to the messenger disciple report on the specifics. As soon as Qin Xian heard this, he didn't delay and immediately rushed at the two disciples to instruct them. Xianer, yeah, let's go. Both women also had a look of surprise on their faces as they hurriedly brought their masters up into the air. The council chamber was located not far from the top of the hill, and soon the crowd arrived. Inside the council hall, those seats that originally held elders were all torn down at this time, and the empty space was filled with disciples of the Jade Maiden sect. The disciples of the Jade Maiden sect who were waiting were all talking with puzzled faces. Did the Sovereign Lord call us here for something? I don't know. The whole clan was summoned. There should be something important to say. Have you guys heard about it? A man is living on the mountaintop of our Jade Maiden sect. What? I can't believe this is happening. Void, don't dare talk nonsense. It said that it was Lord Shangzun. The disciples obviously didn't know what the patriarch had called them over for. Even the matter of Lord Shangzun was only known to a small number of disciples, and some of them were even shocked and dissatisfied with it. Soon the doors to the council chamber were pushed open. Lord Superior, please. Yi Muyun made a gesture of invitation to Chen Xianyi. Chen Xianyi wasn't polite either. He was now preoccupied with the third disciple's matter and wanted to quickly ask for clarification. Coming to the deepest part of the council chamber, Yi Muyun similarly made him sit on the main seat. She then pulled out a storage ring and handed it to Chen Xuanyi with both hands. Lord Superior, this is 2W of inferior spirit stones, all scavenged from the three major sects. As soon as Chen Xianyi received it, he realized that the storage ring was densely piled with spirit stones. These spirit stones were enough for her to break through to the ninth heaven of the chi refining stage. He had just put the ring on his hand, intending to ask for news about the third disciple, when he saw Yi Muyun take out another ring. Lord Superior, this is 5. 000 medium-grade spirit stones in here. It's also from scavenging, keep it. Chen Xianyi once again took it and put it on, and just as he was about to ask, Yi Mu Yun added, here's another 500 top-grade spirit stones. They're all yours, Lord Superior. These are the items on the Transformation God stage elder you defeated. This, the breakthrough pill I bought for you. This one is for you as well. And this one. For a while, Yi Muyun seemed to have transformed into a huge storage room, madly pouring out treasures, while bursting equipment. Yi Muyun was still smiling exceptionally brightly. He. Give all the good stuff to Lord Shangzun. His lordship will be impressed with her. There's a sense of watching your loved one eat the food you've made. It wasn't long before Chen Xianyi's arms were nearly filled with various treasures. It's all here, Lord Superior. Yi Muyun, who had finished delivering everything, happily directly hugged Chen Xianyi's hand and pressed her face against it. To be able to give all of her treasures to her superiors was, in her mind, simply the happiest thing. Chen Xianyi held a bunch of treasures and only felt warmth in his heart and arms. Yi Muyun was really looking out for him, and it even gave him a feeling of being flattered. However, looking at the astonished expressions of the entire clan's disciples in front of him, he hurriedly coughed lightly twice to remind them. Ahem. When Yi Muyun heard the reminder from her superior father, she realized that she was being watched by the entire clan. Shy, she immediately reddened her face, and with the appearance of a little girl, she sat up straight again, finding as much of the sovereign's majesty as she could. As the disciples watched this scene, they had long since exploded into a frenzy of discussion at this point. Is this person Lord Sovereign's Dao couple? The sovereign is so kind to him. These treasures, even the patriarch himself can't afford to use them. Sovereign Lord is moving. Cootie. One can see that too. Discussions among the disciples rose and fell, and suddenly a loud voice rang out from the crowd. Lord Sovereign, how can you let a man sit on the main seat of our Jade Maiden sect? Someone dared to openly question the patriarch, and the gazes of the crowd quickly turned towards that disciple. That disciple's name was Qian Rongrong, and the disciples within the sect were all familiar with her. She was an extremely talented senior sister among the disciples, and had reached the fourth heaven of the Jin Dan stage at a young age, and was very prestigious among the disciples. Qian Rongrong didn't say half enough and continued. The Jade Maiden sect has always been female-dominated, and the Lord Patriarch has blatantly broken the rules and, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Shuani threw out an object in her direction. Qian Rongrong subconsciously took it and realized that it was a top-grade spirit stone, and it was of excellent quality. Spirit stones of this level, even an outstanding disciple like her might not be able to get one a year. And, it's surprising that you didn't notify us in advance of such an important event to greet us. Isn't this slowing down Lord Superior? The disciples condemn. The other disciples were directly dumbfounded as they listened to Qian Rongrong's words. Frogfun, you're caught off guard with that turn of phrase. How can you be so blinded by a spirit stone? And that's being bought? Seeing that there was a previous lesson, another disciple soon spoke up. Lord Sovereign, I protest. The Jade Maiden sect's mountaintop has the richest resources. For you to give it up to a man, this is too. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Shuani threw out another top-grade spirit stone. This is too much of a snub for Lord Superior. How can Lord Superior and the disciple reside without servants to attend to them? Please also let the disciple go to the top of the mountain and serve Lord Shangzuan in his cultivation day and night. Other disciple, protesting is a lie on your part. Seeing Lord Superior's speed of exploding spirit stones so quickly, the scene boiled over for a moment. Those who had something to say, and those who didn't, began to protest in their own way. Chen Xianyi couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the lively disciples. He waved his hand at the disciples and said gently, "Don't worry, there's a piece for everyone. We'll need everyone to take care of us in the future." The reason why Chen Xianyi was so easygoing with the disciples was because he was indeed able to find news of his second and third disciples, all thanks to them. In Chen Xianyi's opinion, the news of a disciple was priceless. He, on the other hand, was a man who knew what he was doing. Even if these people were worlds apart from him, he wouldn't treat everyone who worked for him poorly. So today he took this opportunity to give each disciple a reward. In the future, it would be good to ask them to be more diligent in finding the whereabouts of other disciples. Of course, it was also because these maids, in Chen Xianyi's opinion, were all lovely juniors, and it was even more unlikely that they would get angry over some trivial matters. Yi Muyun was all set to punish those disobedient disciples for Lord Shangzun. After all, in the future, Shangzun was going to stay and live here, and the disciples couldn't afford to be disrespectful to Shangzun. But I didn't expect that the imagined agitation didn't happen. But instead, the Supreme Being actually got along so well with the disciples. As expected, the Supreme Father would always be the Supreme Father, and the means would always be in existence she couldn't guess. It's great that her man is as good as he is. Ah no, the man she serves. Chapter 30 Learning the whereabouts of the third disciple. Setting off for the Jinnan king's capital. After taking care of the Jade Maiden sect's disciples, Chen Xianyi hurriedly began to inquire about the whereabouts of the third disciple. What about the news about Sadanju? Seeing that the talk was about business, Yi Muyun signaled Qian Rongrong to come forward. It appeared that she was the one who had found the whereabouts of the third disciple. Qian Rongrong stepped forward smilingly, still holding the top-grade spirit stone Chen Xuanyi had given her lovingly in her hand. Returning to Lord Superior, disciple traveled to the Jinnan king's capital for training some time ago and happened to learn that the Danding Pavilion was hosting a Dandao conference. I was slightly interested in the Dandao, so I went up to check it out, and on the enrollment list, I found Su Danru's name. So then first thing, come back and report. So it's just the name you see. Chen Xianyi listened to her report with a slightly despondent expression. It's inevitable that there will be people in this world who have duplicate names, and it's not easy to be sure if it's just a name. However, if it was the name of the third disciple that he had seen at the Dandao conference, then there was still credibility. After all, his third disciple was a very outstanding genius alchemist. It made sense for the third disciple who liked alchemy to be out at the Dandao conference. Good news. Thanks a lot. Chen Xianyi thanked him. After hearing this, Qian Rongrong did not have the slightest intention of leaving, and her hands were still raised above her head with a flattering expression. No hard work at all. Chen Xianyi couldn't help but be amused as he watched this action of hers, so he had no choice but to throw another medium-grade spirit stone into her hand. This guy's got a lot of money grubbing going on. Chen Rongrong mumbled in a low voice after receiving the spirit stone and sizing it up. It's just medium-grade spirit stones. Well, not bad either. He. While saying that, she also bit down on the spirit stone with her teeth as if she was holding a silver dollar. After Chen Xianyi learned of his third disciple's whereabouts, he did not want to make any further delays and immediately planned to depart. Then this seat will leave first, and after finding the third disciple's whereabouts, I will bring her back with me. Seeing that Shang Zun was about to leave, Yi Muyun hurriedly said with concern, I will accompany you. Chen Xianyi shook his head. No need. You should have quite a bit of management work to do when you take over the three great sects' mineral veins. I'll go with Xianer and Ye this time. In these days, Yi Muyun had almost spent most of her time with Chen Xianyi, and she was a little reluctant to part ways this time. Mortal cities. I don't think Lord Superior should have gone there often before. I have a map here for you to keep. In the past, when Chen Xianyi wanted to reach any mortal city, he would be invited by a special person and a divine beast would lead the way. Or maybe he'll just flip on one heel. Now you have to catch up by virtue of yourself, even though you use flying. But if you don't know the way, it's still a bit troublesome. It had to be said that Yi Muyun was very considerate, thinking of him in every way. Good for you, for thinking ahead. Xianer, yeah, we're leaving now. Hearing this, Jiang Ningxian happily hugged Hu Yaya beside him. Finally I get to meet senior sister Su. It's been a long time since I ate the sugar beans she gave me. When she was young, the breakthrough dan that Chen Xianyi had given to Jiang Ningxian, she disliked the unpleasant taste and would secretly spit it out at times. This breakthrough dan, in the outside world, is a treasure worth a lot of money? I don't know how it would make those cold doors feel when they see it. In order to make Jiang Ningxian take the dan quietly, Chen Xianyi often asked Su Danro to add some sugar to the breakthrough dan and refine it into the shape of a sugar bean, before tricking Jiang Ningxian into taking it. Hu Yaya hugged her rowdy senior sister while politely bidding farewell to Yi Muyun. See you later, Sister Muyun. As they spoke, the crowd had arrived at the door of the council chamber. Yi Muyun looked at Lord Shangzun's back, and his reluctance was overflowing. That, Lord Superior, come back early. Stay safe. She looked at Chen Xianyi, who was flying away, and said eagerly from below. Chen Xianyi gave her a bye in midair. The disciples on the side couldn't help but sputter as they looked at the soulful appearance of the patriarch. Sovereign Lord is so capable of. Lick. I don't know if the patriarch will be able to catch up to Lord Shangzuan. Don't you guys realize? I think the patriarch's infatuation is quite handsome. Frog fun? Same. Yi Muyun had watched Chen Xianyi leave until his figure had completely disappeared from sight before she returned to her state. She turned to the disciples and scolded them. What's all this nonsense? Don't go cultivate yet. Everyone will break through at least 3 minor realms this year. 1 less will be dealt with according to the sect rules. After hearing this, the disciples were in no mood to eat melons, and each of them wanted to cry, and their legs and stomachs were trembling. They were well aware of how disciplined the patriarch was. If you don't reach it, you can really be penalized. Wow. However, nowadays, the Jade Maiden sect had monopolized the spirit mine resources of the 3 major sects, and had also fired all the elders. The remaining spirit stones were distributed to the disciples to cultivate. and it was not really impossible to break through 3 minor realms in a year. Although the disciples complained on their lips, in their hearts, they were all grateful to their only Lord Superior. Chen Xuanyi and his group of 3 set out on the road to the Jinnan King's capital. In about a day's time, the crowd would arrive. Jinnan Wangdu, the most developed city in the southern part of the Cangzhou continent, where the Jinnan King lived. Jinnan Wanfu, the palace where the King of Jinnan lives. The scale of this palace, all built according to the specifications of the Cangzhou Imperial Palace. Within the palace complex, every building was gilded with splendor. To build such a splendid palace with only the people of the south, one shudders to think how much resources have been spent. Inside the royal residence, in the middle of a certain room, the room's furnishings were antique, with elegant screens blocking the surroundings, and the sound of an elegant guzheng echoing through it. In the center of the room, there stood a huge golden Dan furnace that was bubbling with hot air. Often, it took dozens of Dan cultivators to drive a Dan furnace of this level. However, at this moment, there was only a white-clothed young girl, sitting cross-legged across from the Dan furnace, her hands raised in front of her body, utilizing her spiritual energy to control the operation of the furnace. Chapter 31 Purple-haired girl Su Danru, the first genius of the Dan Dao. This young girl, with a head of silky purple hair, was as light and soft as a blooming and blossoming violet. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and her black and white, moving eyes, as if covered in water mist, formed a great sense of contrast with the half-rimmed glasses above her high nose, making one's heart tremble. Her figure was tall, her physique was graceful and natural, and although her features had the youthfulness of a young girl, there was a solemnity in her demeanor, as if she were a fairy who did not eat earthly fire. This ascetic general quiet beauty is all the more endearing. This purple-haired girl is Qin Xianyi's third disciple, Su Danro. She was currently concentrating on refining the elixir. Soon after, the lid on top of the Dan furnace was lifted by a gust of spiritual wind, and a medicinal fragrance came to the surface. 2 fifth-grade qi and blood pills, glowing with heat, flew out from among them and landed in the box on the young girl's side. The alchemy had just ended when the sound of applause came out from behind a screen somewhere, followed by a middle-aged man with a big belly, smiling as he walked out from it. Not bad, not bad. Worthy of being the youngest 5th-grade alchemist in all of Cangzhou, to be able to concurrently refine 2 5th-grade qi and blood pills at such a young age and in such a short period of time. If I had a few more years, I can't imagine how much I would have accomplished. Although this middle-aged man showed his amiable side as much as possible, the majesty that came out from his body always emanated inadvertently. It was only because this man was the current king of Jinnan, a top expert of the 5th sky of the Deshang stage, with an immense amount of power. When ordinary people saw the Jinnan king, they had already kneeled down and saluted, while Su Danru just sat there quietly, glanced at him, and was silent. Even in the face of such contempt from a Jindan stage junior, Jinnan Wang did not show any dissatisfaction, and just walked up to her with a fawning smile. Are you comfortable staying here for the past 2 days? Sudanju spoke coldly. It's uncomfortable. I want to go. With a look of concern, King Jinnan was about to reach out and touch her hand, causing her to dodge it. It's too dangerous for a genius like you to go outside. It's not that I won't let you go, but I'm mainly afraid that your life will be in danger. Why don't you just stay here properly and refine pills for me, and I'll fulfill whatever you want. This may seem like words of concern, but it is actually house arrest. Alchemists, divided into 1 to 10 grades. 10 grades is the highest, 1 grade is the lowest, and the pills made are similarly so divided. And 5th grade alchemists, in Cangzhou, were actually not too rare. However, the pills refined by Su Danro were not only of good quality, but each of them contained amazing abilities among them. To make an analogy, when a Jindan stage cultivator breaks through, he must take the Jindan breakthrough Dan, and taking the breakthrough Dan for foundation establishment is ineffective. However, the foundation building breakthrough pill that she had refined, even if a Jindan stage cultivator ate it, it surprisingly worked. This also meant that more concise materials could be used to refine more heaven-defying pills, not only breakthrough pills, but also qi and blood pills that increase strength, and great tonic pills, all of which had miraculous effects. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that when comparing the pills she made to a 7th grade alchemist, the 7th grade alchemist might not even be able to compare to her. Let me participate in the Dandao conference tomorrow, and I'll consider it. Su Danro continued to say back in a clear and cold manner. The Jinnan king smiled and nodded in agreement. Only in his heart, he was calculating something else. This is naturally no problem. I've already signed you up. Since you don't want to help me, I won't force you. After making Dan for so long, you should be thirsty. Someone, serve the best tea. The Jinnan king clapped his hands, and soon there was a maid carrying a teapot, walking over and pouring a cup for both of them. The Jinnan king took a sip first, and then quietly looked at Su Danru, signaling him to drink. Su Danru only glanced at the water in the teacup, and could tell that it contained poison. She was born with a Yuanchu divine body that could communicate with heaven and earth, incorporate the laws, and know the pharmacology of the world. Coupled with the fact that she had grown up with her master almost from a young age and was deeply taught, she knew all the toxins in the world at a glance. The poison in this teacup is not a poison that will kill you. This poison is called LSD, and if taken for a long time, a person will lose his mind and eventually become a marionette of the poisoner. This is why, when it is clear that it does not cause any harm to the body, it is called a highly toxic poison. Lose ownership of your body and watch yourself do things you don't want to do. Worse than any poison in the world that kills people. She could not only see the poison in this teacup, but even the incense that permeated the entire room was laced with this poison. But luckily for her, not only could she recognize toxins, but her special physique also helped her to be immune to them. It's just that, in the long run, it's inevitable that you'll suffer from it. The Jinnan king smiled as he looked towards Su Danru, sinister intent inadvertently appearing from amongst the cracked corners of his mouth. Knowing that she had no choice but to take the tea, Sultan Ru, King Jinnan watched her take the tea and picked up the 2 pills she had only just refined, before he was willing to get up and leave. I won't bother you then. I look forward to your performance at the Dan Dao conference tomorrow. After saying that, King Jinnan left. Just as soon as he pushed the door away, the amiable smile on his face disappeared completely. Toast to the cold. When this king controls your body, let's see if you're still cold. At that time, it won't be as simple as refining pills for this king. Inside the room, seeing that King Jinnan had left, Su Danru hastily reached up and clasped her hand to her throat, dry heaving into the ground one after another. That's when he spit out some of his tea. Her appearance was wretched, cold sweat was running down her delicate face, and her hair was haphazardly plastered to her delicate forehead. With a trembling hand, she took one of the medium-grade qi blood pills hidden among her sleeves and held it in her hand to protect it. It turned out that she had refined more than just 2 qi and blood pills, and the third one had made her hide it. Perhaps because she was too homesick, she clutched the elixir in her hand and muttered to herself, "This one is reserved for Master. No one can take it away. Master, disciple misses you so much. Disciple only wants to refine pills for you. Disciple managed to find news of you with great difficulty, and as a result, the result was not expected." She was just about to have a tear fall, when hallucinations had begun among her vision. She had ingested too many toxins these days, and even as strong as she was nearing the end of her rope. If she didn't have the faith in her heart to carry her, she wouldn't have been able to top it long ago. In other words, she couldn't give up her faith. She couldn't imagine that horrible thing happening, and she couldn't cry. Even crying was a luxury for her right now. I will be able to find Master. Definitely. At that time, we'll be able to live together, cultivate together, and spend every day together with Master. That said, I don't know if Master likes the current me. If so, I can join Master. Master, tomorrow is the Dan Dao conference. I won't give up. She mentally fantasized about her life after meeting with her master, trying to ease the pressure in her mind. She had been under house arrest by the Jinnan king for more than a week, during which time she had tried to escape, but the guards outside were all Jindan stage 5 or above cultivators, and although she was a Dan Dao wizard, I'm afraid it would be difficult for her to cope with even one of them in combat alone. Although her escapes have repeatedly failed, she is naturally calm and rational, and makes new escape plans for herself. Tomorrow's Dan Dao conference was her only chance to escape. Chapter 32 Dan Dao Conference. May I ask if you know how to make pills? Master, the Jinnan King's capital is up ahead. The Dan Dao conference is held at the Danding Pavilion. Let's see. It should be here, Jiang Ningxian said as he took the map given by Yi Mu Yun and looked at it carefully. The Jinnan King's royal capital is grand in scale. Looking from above, a glance can't be seen in general. The previous visit to Tianshui City, and here is far from being able to compare. Wait a minute. Huyaya took the map in her senior sister's hand and turned it over. Elder sister, you're holding it backwards again. You've been wrong 6 times along the way. Huyaya couldn't help but complain. Jiang Ningxian spat out her little pink tongue and picked up her master's hand to shake and pout. Hey, don't care about these details. It's not here. Senior, let's get going. I can't wait to see senior sister Su. Chen Xianyi held his forehead and said, it's a bit of a detour, but it's always here. Let's go. I don't know how she is now. Third disciple. The day's rush reminded him of an important question. Now that there was no cultivation, it was slightly tiring to just rely on flying to catch up. I'm going to have to research a beast mount to get back to it. As they pondered in their hearts, the crowd flew in the direction of the Danding Pavilion. The Danding Pavilion, a pagoda-style building, was hundreds of meters high, sticking straight up into the sky. as if it was the top pillar holding up the dome of the sky. This is not a metaphor. In this southern Suzhou, the most famous is this Danding Pavilion. I do not know how many economic benefits for the south. The Dan cultivators who practiced here were not only masters from Zhengzhou, but also talented cultivators from other continents and all over the world, making it one of the holy places in the hearts of countless Dan cultivators. At this time, at the entrance of the Danding Pavilion, there were Dan cultivators entering one after another. The two youths, who were having a joke, were walking towards the main entrance. It didn't take long for a woman wearing the Danding Pavilion's working attire to walk over and salute. "Two young masters, please also show your invitations." The two youths frowned after hearing this, as if they felt that they had been insulted, and were very dissatisfied. "What did you say? Looking for invitations from both of us. Are you new here? Don't know who either of us are?" The woman's demeanor was a bit alarmed, but she continued, "Young master, this is the rule. We will be punished if we let people go without seeing the invitation." The two youths waved their hands in a very impatient manner, as if they were afraid of being looked at by others as a joke. "Go, go, 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 go. Do you know who's beside me? Today's 7th grade alchemist in the Dan cultivation world. Master He's personal disciple. Yi Ling Tian. Little Master Me. 6th grade alchemist Master Hong's personal disciple. Hong Yunfei. Dare to stop the two of us. You live. Before he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in charge of the Danding Pavilion, hearing the noise over here, hurriedly greeted him and smiled at the two youths. "Young Master Yi, young Master Hong, this little girl is new and unknowledgeable, so I've taken a lot of liberties." Saying that, the middle-aged man in charge even slapped the woman loudly. "Eyeless thing, little green, why don't you apologize to the two young masters?" This woman was named Xiao Chang. She covered her red face from being slapped and hurriedly bowed and lowered her head to admit her mistake. The one who told her to come to the front reception to ask for an invitation was a steward, and the one who smacked her in the mouth was also a steward. In fact, she knew in her heart that she had merely refused the steward's harassment, and that was how she had gotten into unfair treatment. But in this world, strength is honored, and what could she, a weak woman, do? The two youths, Yi Lingyun and Hong Yunfei, got Xiao Qing's reparation and apology, and only then did they feel more comfortable and were ready to turn around and leave. Hong Yunfei had just walked out not more than 2 steps. When he saw that Yi Lingyun didn't follow, he asked suspiciously, still not relieved, "Brother, why don't I help you slap that girl a few times?" He thought it was Yi Lingyun who was angry with Xiao Chang and planned to teach her a few lessons. Frightened, Green fell on her butt and hastily stepped back. Fortunately, Yi Lingyun's gaze was not on Xiao Qing's body. Instead, they gathered somewhere in the vault of heaven. He was heard murmuring as if he had lost his mind. "In this world, there is such a stunning beauty." Just above the celestial dome, Chen Xuanyi slowly descended with 2 disciples. Yi Lingyun's gaze, on the other hand, was gathering on Huyaya behind Chen Xianyi. Seeing that someone had come over, Xiao Qing did not dare to slow down in the slightest and hurriedly rose from the ground in a sorry state, rushing to salute Chen Xianyi who had landed in front of him. "Is your excellency here for the Dan Dao conference?" Chen Xianyi nodded. "Yes." After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something in general and asked with some uncertainty, "Shouldn't we need an invitation too?" Once upon a time, Chen Xianyi traveled with a person in charge of greeting and planning the route, so there hadn't been such a thing as an invitation. Now often in the mortal world action, this various documents make him really some headaches. When Xiao Qing heard Chen Xianyi say this, her heart was as if it was dead. It looked like it was another young master of some family who felt that he had lost face by being asked for an invitation, and would surely make things difficult for her on purpose in a while. In her opinion, actually being smacked in the mouth by the steward was a small matter. If he was held in grudge by any of the Grand Dukes, a few of his lives would not be enough to compensate him. Although she was trembling in her heart, she still didn't show it on her expression, forcing back her sense of fear and said, "It is indeed necessary. Please show the invitation." "Young master." Chen Xianyi didn't have any on him and thought that Ji Muyan might have given the invitation to the 2 disciples for safekeeping, so he looked at the 2. Jiang Ningxian hurriedly waved his hand when he saw his master's eyes. "I didn't bring Wao either." Hu Yaya also shook her head. Is Yamu Yun unprepared? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult for a large sect like the Jade Maiden sect to get an invitation to the Dan Dao conference. Yi Muyun's meticulous nature shouldn't have not thought of this. Chen Xianyi thought in his heart. At this time in the Jade Maiden sect, Yi Muyun, who was practicing cultivation, opened her eyes as if she had suddenly thought of something. "The invitation to the Dan Dao conference, I put it in the first ring for Lord Shangzuan." Lord Shangzuan should know about it, right? This seed doesn't have an invitation. May I ask how to get an invitation? Chen Xianyi smiled awkwardly and asked politely to Xiao Qing. He had come to the Dandao conference this time. Unlike his previous participation in the city lord's wedding, one was running for a fight and the other was looking for someone. So he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for an ordinary person. The teenager's spring-like smile was very contagious. Even Xiao Qing, who had entertained many young talents, could not help but be amazed by it. Even though the questions asked by Chen Xuanyi seemed brain-dead to the onlookers, Xiao Qing did not show any sign of impatience and slowly spoke. Anyone who is a 6th-grade alchemist, or a disciple with a prestigious inheritance, can obtain an invitation. Knowing that there was a way to obtain an invitation, Chen Xianyi stopped being bitter and said with a bright smile, "That's fine. Wouldn't it be better for this seat to refine a 7th-grade elixir on the spot?" The easiest way to get certified as an alchemist rank was to take out the pills that you had made, and you would be able to obtain a certificate issued by the Danding Pavilion. However, Chen Xianyi's seemingly glib sentence, in the hearts of the onlookers, he didn't know how much of an uproar it had caused. Xiao Qing, who was in charge of hospitality, even asked with a face full of disbelief, "Now, live refining? Young master, are you serious?" One must know that those who could refine a 7th-grade elixir could be counted on one hand in the entire Danding Pavilion, and the only one who could refine an 8th-grade elixir was the Danding Pavilion master. But whether it was the 7th or 8th grade, if one wanted to refine an elixir, one would need to prepare it night and day before daring to open the furnace to refine it. Who would believe you when you say it's made on site? Ha 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 ha. Who is this rash person from the family? I'm afraid he doesn't even know what alchemy is. How dare you stand in front of the holy land of all Dan cultivators and spout such nonsense? The person who spoke out in mockery was none other than Hong Yunfei, who was looking for trouble not long ago. Chapter 33, Chen Xianyi alchemizes pills on the spot. A cutie, or a genius. When Jiang Ningxian heard that her master was insulted, her temper couldn't care less. Who are you to insult my master? You can't, as you're incompetent. Ratty, uneducated guy. When Hong Yunfei heard Jiang Ningxian's rebuttal, not only did he not get angry, he instead laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Did you guys hear what she said? That I'm ratty. The girl is good looking, but unfortunately a cutie. Let's not talk about whether I believe it or not. Everyone present, who believes that he can refine a 7th-grade elixir on the spot? As soon as his words fell, the other cultivators who had come to participate in the Dan Dao conference were all laughing and chiming in one after another. I see that youth is only at the first level of qi refining. A qi refining stage cultivator refining 7th-grade pills? Little cutie. Believe it. Ha ha ha. I think he's here to be funny. Hurry up and tell the steward to blow him out. The middle-aged steward in charge of the organization also noticed the commotion over here at this time. After understanding the situation, he was immediately about to whisk Chen Xianyi away. Where's the cutie pie? Hurry up. Hurry up. Don't delay the business of the day. He pushed Chen Xian once or twice and realized that he couldn't push at all. This housekeeper was at least a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, and facing a cultivator of the qi refining stage, his strength was unexpectedly completely outmatched. He was skeptical, but with so many people present, he wasn't worried at all about what would happen. If you don't leave, I'm going to call someone, and I don't know where the stupidity is coming from. If you delay the running of the Dandao conference, a few of your lives won't be enough to pay for it. In the face of the crowd's accusations, even Chen Xianyi's expression gradually became solemn. I said I want to make pills. You guys don't fetch the furnace even if you don't. In the face of an alchemist, is this the attitude of your Danding Pavilion? Right at this moment, Yi Lingyun walked over to Chen Xuanyi's side with a pitch-black Dan furnace in his hand. This Dan furnace was blown up after his failed alchemy yesterday, and the entire body of the furnace was covered with cracks, as if it was going to be damaged at any time. He casually threw the Dan furnace on the ground, then stopped the steward and said, "Listen up, everyone, we, Dan cultivators, have always emphasized etiquette. Since he said he wants to make pills, then I'll reward him with a pill furnace. Young master, this young master would like to see what he can refine." When that steward heard his words, he was like a pug and smiled repeatedly. Young master Yi is quite elegant. Right on, right on. The Dan furnace that Yi Lingyun threw out, not to mention alchemy. It was lucky that it didn't break down on the spot. The crowd could certainly see that he was teasing Chen Xianyi, but no one broke it down. Hey, little cutie, you've got the furnace, so hurry up and make one for us. Come on, the Dan furnace is for you. Don't just stand there. When Xiao Qing, who was in charge of hospitality, saw this scene, she looked at Chen Xuanyi with some worry. He had thought that Chen Xuanyi was someone who enjoyed alchemy as much as she did, and that was why he wanted to blend in with the Dan Dao conference. Now that Chen Xuanyi was being made difficult by the crowd, He was afraid that he would end up in the same situation as him, and being beaten was light. Moreover, it was nothing for her, a girl, to lose some face, and it would definitely be hard for a big man like Chen Xianyi to be insulted like this. It must have been because he wanted to regain face that he said something strange like he wanted to make pills in public. Thinking that Chen Xianyi might be a bitter person like her, she tugged on the corner of Chen Xianyi's coat and whispered, "My lord, why don't you go back first? I have a way to get you an invitation." Chen Xianyi shook his head. "I appreciate your kindness, but there's no harm in it. Just use this for alchemy. I haven't refined in a while either, so it's good to have some fun." Just as he was about to start refining pills, Chen Xianyi suddenly thought of an important issue. He didn't have any alchemy materials on him either. He had to look at Green beside him. "You're from the Danding Pavilion. Do you have any alchemy materials on you? Can you sell me some?" According to a normal person's perspective, it was impossible for Chen Xuanyi to refine a 7th grade elixir, and it was also 80% unlikely that he would have the money to pay Xiao Qing. However, Xiao Qing, for some reason, just ghostly took out some alchemy materials and handed them over to Chen Xianyi's body. Perhaps it was because, amongst all the people she had received, only Chen Xuanyi had ever smiled gently at her. "I only have the materials to refine the healing pills here, and I can only refine the 5th grade ones." Chen Xianyi gladly accepted it. Enough with the materials. Chen Xuanyi did not delay any longer and immediately probed his spiritual energy into the pitch-black Dan furnace. The surrounding crowd of onlooker cultivators, looking at this scene, had long ago been too lazy to spit, as if this little cutie, doing anything that is justifiable. After all, they're cuties. Them. Hua. Letting him concoct pills has really worked. Not to mention the 7th grade. It's a miracle that even 1 grade can be refined in this furnace. Never mind. Let's all leave him alone and see what he can fix up. The gazes of the crowd were all gathered on Chen Xianyi's alchemy at this moment. Yi Lingyun, on the other hand, quietly stayed behind Chen Xuanyi at this time and struck up a conversation with Hu Yeye. "Your Excellency's appearance is extraordinary, and your body's spiritual energy is even more abundant and vigorous. So you must have come from a famous family. May I ask what is the relationship between your Excellency and this youth?" The demon race is not a creature attached under the human social system. They had their own country, located just north of the Tsanzhou continent on a separate continent called the Demon State Continent. In the past, the relationship between the human race and the demon race was very tense, almost reaching an attitude of saber rattling. However, in recent years, under the governance of the Tsanzhou Empress, the intention to ease the relationship with the demon race through trade, which has soothed a lot, but more or less a disconnect. Although Hu Yeye's identity was special, her amazing beauty still made Yi Lingyun ignore the differences and go forward to fawn over her. Hu Yeye didn't look at him, her gaze always focused on the direction of her master. "He is my master. Ah no, my Taoist." Halfway through her sentence, she secretly pursed her lips and changed her name in front of the crowd. When Yi Lingyun heard this, he only felt as if he had suffered a bolt from the blue. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a flowering cow. He thought in his heart that Hu Yeye's inadvertent smile just now simply hooked his heart and intoxicated him for a while. He smiled fawningly and added, "Fellow Taoist is so beautiful and even more gifted. Why bother following this loser? Wouldn't it be self-destructive? Why don't you come to my residence for a while? I've prepared the best pills for you as a gift." In his opinion, Hu Yeye was only momentarily mesmerized by Chen Xianyi, the little white boy, and as long as he showed his generous family background, he would be able to take it down easily. Such a sultry woman. I can't imagine how soothing it would be to live with her. "Roll. My man is refining pills. I don't want to disturb. Otherwise you'd be dead already." Hu Yeye seldom said indecent words, but at this time, she inevitably could not help it. Men other than master were all the same, only craving her body and making her feel sick. "What? You guys say Master Shifu is greedy too? Master chanting my body, that's my honor. It's master chanting style elegance. Old double standard." Chapter 34, Chen Xianyi refines 7th grade Dan in public. Pavilion Master reveals himself. Dan cultivators were highly respected in this world because of their unique status and position, despite their low fighting ability. Although Yi Lingyun was young, the identity of genius alchemist gave him a lot of respect. In the past, when he had his heart set on the eldest daughter of whichever family, the patriarch of that family would hate to give him his daughter in person. Now that he was being abused by Hu Yeye in public, how had he ever suffered such humiliation? But the more this feeling of not being able to get it, the more it made his heart yearn for it. Women's homes don't always yell about fighting and killing, and you don't really believe that your man can make pills, do you? Why don't we make a bet? If your man can't refine the pills, why don't you come to the mansion with me? How about it? Yi Lingyun said with a smile on his lips. "Why don't you go? Since you want to bet, You can too. If my man really did refine a 7th grade elixir, you're kowtow and admit your mistake. Hu Yeye impatiently dismissed. When Yiling Yun saw that the ploy was successful, he immediately responded. Okay, it's a deal. Don't say that he refined a 7th grade elixir. Even if he refined a 1st grade, this Gonzi would still count him as a winner. Then I'll leave Miss alone for now. We'll see you at the mansion in a while. After saying that, he instructed the subordinates beside him, ordering them to prepare a dinner party in the mansion in preparation for welcoming the honored guests. In his opinion, Chen Xuanyi didn't know where he had found these female cultivators who were extremely good-looking, but not very good in the head. Chen Xuanyi was a little cutie, believing that he could refine pills even if it's not enough. Surprisingly, his Taoist couple would believe it as well. But it's good to be stupid. When you trick Hu Yeye back to your house, you'll still be at his mercy. Although such a superb piece is not always clean, it's worth it to touch it. Hey, why haven't you finished refining? Hurry up! With that in mind, Yiling Yun had long been impatient and began to urge Chen Xuanyi. This little cutie, get it done early so he can hold it sooner. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Xuanyi was muttering some terms he had never heard before. Take 3 grams of 1 meter long 1000-year Ganoderma lucidum, 10 grams of vermilion fruit, and polish them into powder. 2. 5 grams of cypress cress, 3 liters of spirit water, fire temperature. The crowd of alchemists present were puzzled as they listened to the words muttered from his mouth, but none of them were able to understand them. What they were puzzled about was not the materials Chen Xuanyi used, but the way Chen Xuanyi blended them. Rice? Eat rice? Grams? What unit of measurement is the gram? Liters? What the hell is a liter? The words that popped out of this man's mouth didn't seem to be this world's unit of measurement at all. And what was even more outrageous was that the way Chen Xuanyi blended the materials was completely different from the common way of alchemy blending. It seems to be his own original creation. As the crowd watched Chen Xuanyi's steps in alchemy, no one was speaking out in mockery at this point. It wasn't that Chen Xuanyi's methods were so brilliant, but that they had never seen them before. And each one of them watched with new curiosity, wanting to see what kind of a thing could be refined in the end. And at this time, inside the Danding Pavilion, inside an overlook lookout, a woman dressed in a gorgeous golden cheongsam was standing in front of the window, looking at what was happening at the entrance of the Danding Pavilion. Her white hair was nobly coiled on top of her head, her eyes were golden, her skin was fair, her figure was tall and qualitative, and her temperament was as honorable as it could be. This woman is the owner of the Danding Pavilion, the only 8th grade alchemist in Suzhou, Dan Ningxuan. She had been here watching when the noise started. This seat seems a bit familiar. Grams, liters, degrees, this unit of measurement, and this extraordinary alchemy technique. This seat remembered. 100 years ago, this seat had the honor of seeing him make pills. The maid beside her had a very surprised expression when she heard the 2 words fortunate. The pavilion master is the best alchemist in Suzhou, but even he would use the word fortunate. Then how perverted this man must be. Master of the court, who is he? The maid on the side asked. Dan Ningguang smiled and returned. Chen Xuanyi. That maid looked even more shocked after hearing that. Chen Xuanyi, the one who killed the entire Sikong clan not long ago, and yesterday, he even killed the patriarchs of the 3 major clans in the territory with the power of one man? How could a character of this level appear here, in this posture? What's even more outrageous is that someone dared to speak out against him. While saying that, cold sweat ran down this maid's body. I wonder how those people would feel if they knew what a great power they were insulting. Dan Ningguan looked at the Dan furnace in front of Chen Xian's body, in which golden light popped out, as if a pill was about to break out of the furnace. She moved up in a hurry and headed downstairs. How many do you think have seen Chen Xuanyi in person? Even this seat has had the honor of observing it thanks to my mother's blessing. Thinking about the Chen Xuanyi of the past, even though he hadn't reached the immortal realm, he was still in existence on par with the immortals. So what qualifications do we mortals have to pay our respects? This seat is also curious as to why he came. Let's go down. I guess there's a good show to watch. Dan Ningguang walked quickly, unable to wait to enjoy the show. Outside the Danding Pavilion, the pitch-black Dan furnace in front of Chen Xian's body was trembling violently at this moment. A dazzling golden light emanated from within, and even if they were 100 meters apart, they could still feel the strong medicinal fragrance within. Those present were all excellent Dan cultivators, and they could see the quality in them at a glance. The golden light appears at first, the aroma stretches for 100 miles. This is at least a 7th grade elixir, and really let him refine it? I'm afraid it's not an illusion. It must be an illusion. Don't be confused by the illusion. Let's see if he can take out the pills. Despite seeing visions frequently in all the signs, they are still thieves in general, refusing to believe. Yiling Yun looked at the Dan furnace that was supposed to be eliminated to actually refine the pills, and was even more nervous that his palms were sweating. Fake. Definitely fake. This furnace, not to mention the 7th grade, can't even make a 1st grade Dan. What are you still dawdling here for? It's not even if you can't make the Dan, but you're still trying to use a secret technique to hide your face. You've lost the face of the cultivators. He pointed an accusing finger at Chen Xian as if he was afraid that he would refine the elixir. And just as the crowd was laughing at Chen Xuani for fabricating a false impression, that Dan furnace suddenly let out a vibration. Boom! The Dan furnace, which was already barely holding on, exploded at that moment. Dazzling golden light exploded in place to reveal itself. Such a piercingly bright aura. Far more astonishing than any alchemy vision anyone present had ever seen. Only an 8th grade elixir could have such a shocking sign. The crowd subconsciously covered their eyes in the face of this bright aura. After a long time, the bright aura receded, and only then did the crowd slowly open their eyes, rubbing their eyes to look, wanting to see if there were actually any 7th grade pills revealed. The place that was originally a Dan furnace was now a pitch-black residue. The Dan furnace exploded. A broken furnace meant that the alchemy had failed. Chapter 35 8th grade pills revealed. Dan cultivation worldview collapses. The crowd couldn't help but sigh as they looked at the broken remnants of the Dan furnace on the ground. AI. What a pity. I almost saw an 8th grade elixir reveal itself. It's all because the quality of this Dan furnace is too poor. If we use a top-notch furnace to refine it, it will definitely work. Han Yunfei's eyes were stung by the brilliant bright aura that had just flashed out. And only then did he open his eyes. Looking at the wreckage on the ground, his heart palpitated. This guy, just now, really came close to refining an 8th grade elixir? No, although the bright aura before that elixir manifested seemed real, it could have been faked. It's not difficult to use a secret technique to fake it into the illusion of a potion display. Do you guys really think that with this Dan furnace and these broken medicinal herbs, you can refine an 8th grade Dan? It's a laughing stock. The crowd of Dan cultivators surrounding him, after hearing his words and pondering for a while, also nodded their heads with a look of sudden realization. It makes sense. We are addicted to alchemy and don't practice other crooked arts. That's why we forgot about this matter. Yeah, it's not that hard to fake it. It's only a skill if you make a real elixir. Yi Lingyun was similarly taken back after a brief moment of surprise. For a moment just now, he really thought he had lost the bet. By the looks of it, it didn't. He walked up to Hu Yeye and flirted. See, your man has lost. According to the bet, tonight, you're come to my house. As a demon cultivator, you shouldn't go back on your word, right? Everything was just as he expected. Chen Xuani's alchemy failed and he hugged the beauty. In order to prevent Hu Yeye from disobeying the bet, he even used the name demon cultivator to kidnap her dignity of her race. Jiang Ningxian's face was full of fear at this time, squatting in front of the Dan furnace dregs with a look of being at a loss. How could it be? Master's alchemy has never failed. Could it be that I didn't control the temperature of the fire properly? It must not be the master's problem. It's all my fault, she muttered, showing a look of overwhelming self-loathing that was on the verge of tears. The thought of her master being humiliated because of her mistake made her hate to die. Compared to the intense reaction of the crowd, Hu Yeye did not look the least bit flustered in the face of Yi Lingyun's taunts. Instead, she was very calm, just like her master teacher. Looking at her master's expressionless face, she had already guessed. She was seen sniffing with the tip of her own upturned nose, and soon showed a surprised expression. A fox demon's sense of smell is dozens, if not hundreds, of times that of an ordinary person. The air was thick, masked with odors that ordinary people couldn't smell and that she could easily detect. That pervasive scent of medicine. Can't be wrong. Hu Yeye pursed her lips and smiled, her jade finger pointing in the direction of the Dan furnace residue. Who said my man lost? Yi Lingyun's brows were furrowed, thinking that this woman was not even giving up and making a dying effort. In that case, let's see what other tricks she can pull. At the same time, Chen Xuani pointed both his fingers upwards in the direction of the Dan furnace residue. In the place covered by the ashes of the furnace, a green elixir glowing with golden light slowly broke through the residue and flew into the air. The body of the elixir is a natural green. The body is not stained with a trace of impurities. The rich and incomparable fragrance of the medicine within 100 meters refreshing. Whether it was the color or the taste, it was a trait only found in 8th grade pills. With the introduction of the elixir, all of the cultivators who were talking about it, all of them shut their mouths. For these people who only practiced the art of alchemy, there was nothing more appealing to them than a top-tier elixir. 8th grade pills, they, Dan cultivators, might not be able to see them a few times in their lives, let alone copying the refining of the pills with their own eyes. It's great enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Surprisingly, it's really an 8th grade elixir. He actually did refine an 8th grade elixir. What a fragrant medicinal aura. This smell, It's even more tantalizing than the best perfume. The color of this elixir is purer than all the healing elixirs I've ever seen. I can't imagine how amazing the effects are. Some time ago, my father plucked a 7th grade elixir and spent almost all of the family's inheritance. This 8th grade elixir shall not buy the lives of my entire family. When the crowd looked at the elixir, they couldn't help but TSK and TSK, as if they wanted to observe it up close, but they didn't dare to go up for fear that they wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility if they ruined it. An 8th grade healing elixir was able to save a dying anti-virtual realm cultivator, and an anti-virtual realm cultivator was a mighty level existence second only to the Jinnan King. How precious is that status? It was no exaggeration to say that this elixir was worth more than the life of any of the people present. Yi Lingyun looked at the 8th grade elixir suspended in midair, and although he was surprised, the anger in his heart caused him to clench his fists even more. Just now, he was clearly close to taking down this absolute beauty to come. Surprisingly, I missed. No, this elixir is definitely fake. He must have hidden the elixir there ahead of time. Look guys, with this broken furnace, how can he possibly refine an elixir? Don't be fooled by his illusion. He had wanted to say that Chen Xuani's 8th grade elixir was a fake, but that elixir, regardless of its appearance or odor, had been truly incapable of being real, so he had to be difficult on the origin of the elixir. The gazes of the crowd of Dan cultivators had long been attracted by the pills at this point, but there was still a small portion of them that believed what he said. This scene could give Jiang Ningxian a lot of anger, waving his fire-dyed fists, wanting to beat him up. You're not finished. What are you doing making an elixir for my master? I heard all the bets you made just now. Why don't you kowtow to my master and apologize? Yi Lingyun relied on his noble alchemist status, and even if he was not Jiang Ningxian's opponent, he was not afraid in the slightest. I'm not convinced, unless he produces proof that the elixir was made by himself. Just as the two were arguing, Chen Xuani controlled the elixir to fly in his direction. However, he didn't place the elixir in his own hand, but rather rested on the hand of Shaoqing beside him. Take it. It's a gift from this seat. Consider it as repayment of a debt. The materials for the alchemy were provided by her, and Chen Xianyi himself would not forget. Shaoqing held the elixir with both hands, with a look of brain dangling, her mouth open twice, not even knowing what to say. It was only after another moment that she held the elixir over her head with a face full of panic. My lord, this elixir is too expensive. I don't dare to accept it. In her opinion, she herself was the most ordinary subordinate, although she had the hobby of alchemy, but she did not have the capital and talent for alchemy. It's just as well to be an underling for the rest of your life. She had thought that Chen Xuani was an existence similar to hers, but she had never expected Chen Xuani to be a true alchemy master. This 8th grade elixir given to her, not to mention whether she was worthy of it or not, just to touch it would be a blessing he had cultivated in his 3 lifetimes. How dare she accept this? Chen Xianyi smiled, and with 2 more fingers, he ticked in the direction of the remnants of the Dan furnace. Immediately afterward, 2 more 8th grade healing pills came out, the quality of which was not in the least inferior to the ones just now. It's not like it's a precious thing. Don't you see that there are still 2 of them here? Chen Xian said with a smile. 2 more. The surrounding crowd of Dan cultivators, looking at those 2 8th grade healing pills, no longer found it as simple as being shocked. Rather, it felt as if the entire worldview of life had collapsed at that moment. Chapter 36 Dan Ningxuang relieves himself in public. Chen Xuani disguised as a bandit and robbed in public. What Chen Xuani was doing was as if he was shattering the worldviews of all the Dan cultivators present, ravaging them, and finally throwing them into the trash. Many of the Dan cultivators who refused to believe this scene turned to join Yi Lingyun's speculation. I think he has a point. How could anyone, with such a broken furnace, refine an 8th grade elixir, and still 3 at once? I also think this kid is faking. He hid the elixir underneath in advance. How shameful to try to muddle through with such lowly means. The crowd blamed Chen Xuani with your words and mine, simply refusing to believe the facts before them. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Chen Xuani did not explain, but rather waited for someone. And just then, the man he was waiting for came. Just see the dense crowd quickly became quiet. The crowd are consciously back to the sides, leaving a spacious open space. A woman dressed in a golden-colored fancy dress Cheongsam with a stunningly beautiful face slowly walked over from the other side of the crowd. The girl had long silver-white hair coiled up high. Her eyes were as bright as golden stars. Her skin was as white as snow. Her figure was tall and substantial, and her temperament was elegant and honorable. Underneath the gorgeous Cheongsam, on her slender and beautifully moist legs that were like sheep's fat white jade, she was also wearing gold and white gradient pantyhose, which trimmed her figure to the extreme. That's enough. Be quiet. The woman snapped. A group of Dan cultivators who thought they had noble status, faced with this Cheongsam woman. None of them even dared to speak. Greetings, Lord Pavilion Master. Greetings to the Pavilion Master. The crowd of Dan cultivators saluted respectfully. This woman was none other than the Pavilion Master of the Danding Pavilion, Dan Ningguang. As soon as she entered, without saying a word, she began to speak sternly to the crowd of Dan cultivators. Refining an 8th grade elixir in public, and even someone dares to say it's fake? Are our Sangzhou Dan cultivators all confused? Let me ask you all, in the entire Sangzhou continent, who is capable of refining an 8th grade elixir? When the crowd heard this, someone returned in a hurry. In all of Sangzhou, only Lord Pavilion Master is an 8th grade alchemist, so naturally it's Lord Pavilion Master. Dan Ningguang looked solemn as he continued. Then this seat will tell you that this seat has never refined 3 8th grade healing pills. As for foreign Dan cultivators, how precious are 8th grade pills? Not to mention the fact that it has fallen into the hands of the people. The royal family of this country may not even have a few of them, so how could it come into the hands of foreigners? You guys, this elixir, can it still be conjured out of thin air? When the crowd of Dan cultivators heard the Pavilion Master's words, they all looked at each other at this moment, their faces not to mention how shocked they were. If even the Pavilion Master hadn't refined 3 8th grade healing pills, then these 3 in front of him were definitely real. Thinking about it like that made them all a bit finicky. To be able to do something that even Lord Pavilion Master couldn't do, how strong must this youth be? Moreover, since Lord Pavilion Master was able to speak for this man, it already reflected the extraordinary status of this man. So, this youth is actually an 8th grade alchemist? How is it possible that it's only in 8th grade? This youth can refine 3 8th grade pills in one breath, so he's at least a 9th grade level mythological existence. What are you thinking about? Such a powerful alchemist. How could he be just a youth? It's probably some kind of hermit powerhouse. Quickly call senior. The crowd began to speculate about Qin Xianyi's identity for a while, and some even began to apologize already. Greetings, senior. It is we who have no eyes and have been much rude. Senior, atone for your sins. Ah, senior would like to gift this 10,000-year-old spirit ginseng to senior as a sign of reparation. It's an honor for us to observe senior's alchemy. And I also have a treasure to give, so please forgive me, senior. Reacting to the wrongdoing they had just done, the crowd of cultivators worried that Chen Xianyi would blame them. Saluting and presenting gifts, their attitudes suddenly shifted drastically. As soon as Chen Xianyi was confronted with the things that these people had gifted him, he was not ambiguous and put them into the storage space. There's no chance it'll be useful later. He doesn't even just take it, he explicitly asks for it. Just you. That necklace is nice. Bring it to this seat, Chen Xuanyi said to a Dan cultivator. Upon hearing this, that Dan cultivator hurriedly protected the necklace around his neck. Elder, this is my ancestor. Without saying a word, Chen Xianyi snatched it. Bring it on you. What your stuff? This is clearly mine. The Dan cultivator had a tearful expression. Elder, there's still my family's name on it. Chen Xianyi didn't blush and waved his hand to dismiss. Go. How dare you carve your family's name on this seat's things? How bold. That Dan cultivator's face was full of tears when he saw this. This which is to make amends, this is clearly a Mingqiang, even robbing and insulting you. Although he was 10,000 times unwilling in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything else in the face of Chen Xianyi. It was already a blessing for him that senior did not punish him. Facing this kind of hermit powerhouse who could concoct 8th grade pills with his hands, in case he was a careful one, he would die without even knowing how. He bowed and saluted to Chen Xuanyi before silently retreating. Chen Xianyi happily put the treasure into his storage ring, and then it wasn't over yet. That's a nice bracelet you have. Bring it. These earrings are nice too. Bring them. Hey, that's some good quality inner armor you've got there. Take it off and give it to me. That Dan cultivator covered his chest and pleaded. Elder, I'm a female cultivator. It's not appropriate. Chen Xianyi nodded and murmured. Well, it really doesn't fit. Upon hearing this, the female Dan cultivator thought that Chen Xuanyi had spared her, and was about to thank him gratefully, but Chen Xianyi's next words directly made her dumbfounded. Xianer, go, take off her inner armor. Alright, Jiang Ningxian excitedly went forward. Female dancers, I thank you. Before long, Chen Xianyi had robbed every onlooker cultivator. Whether or not the crowd of Dan cultivators volunteered or not, I don't know, but anyway, there was no one who dared to go against it. It's all very voluntary to give up your baby. Groans. Chen Xuanyi harvested treasures that his storage ring could barely fit, and only then was he willing to gladly let them go. Dan Ningguang's hand covered her lips as she looked at Chen Xuanyi with a smile. I didn't expect Lord Superior to have such a funny side, but it's really a relief to think about it. These Dan cultivators, they really do owe a lesson. As she thought in her heart, she couldn't help but feel pleased with what Chen Xianyi had done. It was only when Chen Xuanyi was done with his business that Dan Ningguang went up and bowed elegantly to him. Latecomer, meet Lord Superior. Chen Xuanyi looked at the Dan condensed light in front of him and frowned with some doubt. That said, the person he was waiting for was indeed the pavilion master of the Danding Pavilion. But it wasn't this woman, though there was a slight resemblance in looks. Who are you? Where is the master of the Danding Pavilion? Chen Xuanyi had some friendship with the original pavilion master, and just now he had made such a big commotion at the entrance, thinking that the pavilion master should have found him, and that's why he was waiting for someone here. When Dan Ningguang heard this, his expression fell a bit, but he quickly transformed back and said respectfully, back to Lord Shanzuan. The original pavilion master was my mother, and she passed away 100 years ago after a failed breakthrough. Now that the Danding Pavilion is under my jurisdiction, you can call me Ning Shuang. As soon as Qin Xian heard this, he realized that he had said the wrong thing and said with a face full of apologies, I'm sorry, this seed didn't expect this. Your mother is an excellent alchemist. This seed once had some affinity with her and discussed alchemy. In the world of monks, the parting of life and death is very sudden. In Chen Xianyi's eyes, it was as if he hadn't been too long since the last time he came to the Danding Pavilion. But I didn't realize that things had changed. Chapter 37 Dan Ningguang submits. Searching for the third disciple's figure. Dan Ningguang shook his head and returned with great humility. Lord Superior need not apologize. If it wasn't for your guidance, my mother she wouldn't have become a mythical 9th grade alchemist. With those words, she then once again gave Chen Xianyi a curtsy and said with an apologetic face, Your lordship personally visited the Danding Pavilion today. I was unaware of it, and it's a serious offense to not provide good hospitality. Please also invite Lord Superior to the guest room. Chen Xianyi was not polite and nodded. Before he left, though, he had some business to attend to. That youth who had insulted his second disciple couldn't just be let go. He looked around. Yi Lingyun and Hong Yunfei, the two youths, had already fled to nowhere. Dan Ningguang had long heard that Chen Xuanyi was particularly protective of his disciples, and what those two youths had done just now had touched his reverse scales. Seeing that Chen Xianyi was searching, Dan Ningguang whispered to him, Lord Shanzuan, could it be necessary for me to bring them? Because of her special status? She didn't say it outright, but her meaning was already self-evident. Although Chen Xianyi didn't show anger, his eyes had revealed a grim intent. There's no need. In a moment, this seat will just take care of itself. They won't be able to run away. By the way, Xiaoqing is a nice girl. Don't let her be humiliated again in the future. Consider this elixir as a reward. With that, Chen Xuanyi threw the 8th grade healing elixir in his hand to her. Xiaoqing was genuinely thinking of him when she was able to lend him the alchemy materials, and even said that she would help him get the invitation when he was in danger. Chen Xianyi naturally saw it all in his eyes and remembered it in his heart. Those who have been good to him and helped him, he will not forget a single one of them. Although Dan Ningguang can also refine the 8th product Dan, but every time the furnace is opened is the general scene of the rise of the public. Without a few years of preparation cannot be refined. So this elixir was a rare treasure even for Dan Ningguang. Furthermore, what she could pull in Lord Shangzun was something she was very, very happy to do. Thank you, Lord Superior. Then I won't be polite. It just so happens that I'm still worried about the prizes for the Dandao conference today. This time it looks like we have something. With a competition as grand as the Dandao conference, the prizes naturally couldn't be bad. Unfortunately, she didn't have many 8th grade elixirs on hand either, and even fewer were suitable as prizes. This elixir that Chen Xuanyi had gifted her happened to be used as a prize, so it could be said to be a solution to a pressing problem. Regarding Chen Xianyi's request, Dan Ningguang did not slow down and immediately called over the steward from the party. The steward rolled and crawled over, kowtowing to Chen Xianyi and Xiao Chang. My lord, I'm sorry, it's all because I have eyes to see. It's all my fault that I spoke disrespectfully to your excellency. I beg your excellency to be lenient. Our family depends on me. He was kowtowing and slapping himself in the mouth, with a look of intestinal remorse. In the face of his confession, Dan Ningguang ignored it and said in an expressionless cold voice, From today onwards you may not set foot in the Danding Pavilion. Your place will be taken by Green from now on. Get lost. Knowing that he was powerless to return to heaven, the former steward tremblingly led the order and then left silently. I know. After he walked out for some distance, Dan Ningguang whispered to the maid beside him, After he leaves the city, say that the bandits have robbed the road and arranged for him to be put in the ground. If Lord Superior doesn't like him, there's no way he can live. That maid nodded respectfully, then slowly disappeared into the field. At this time, Xiaoqing was all flattered after learning that she had assumed the position of a steward. With a trembling hand of excitement, she wanted to return the elixir in her hand. It was already thanks to Chen Xuanyi's blessing that she was able to serve as a steward, and she couldn't afford to take on something so expensive. Chen Xianyi naturally saw her thoughts at a glance and reached out to touch her head, smiling. This seat gave it to you. Just feel free to keep it. Do a good job when you get promoted. You deserve it. As for the other troublesome things, someone will take care of them for you. Xiao Qing lowered her head, her eyes wanting to steal a glance at Chen Xianyi's handsome face, but she didn't dare to, and could only blush at a loss for words. Green nose. Thank you, my lord. In the face of Chen Xianyi's sincere gift, if she were to reject it, it would in turn be a sign of disrespect. So in the end, I chose to take it. She carefully placed the elixir in her arms for safekeeping. What she doesn't know now is that her fate, from this day on, will change radically. At this time, she only knew clearly that she was incomparably grateful to Chen Xianyi in her heart, and remembered Chen Xianyi's appearance forever in her mind. She would give anything for this man if it were possible. As things came to an end on this side, the camera turned and Chen Xuanyi brought 2 disciples to the interior of the Danding Pavilion. The upper and lower 100 floors of the Danding Pavilion were connected together, and from the first floor, one could look up to the very top, and on either side of the tower are various rooms and living quarters. The place where the Dandao conference was held was in the hall on this first floor. At this time, there was still a while before the start time, and all the talented Dan cultivators were in their own competition positions, preparing their tools for competition. Chen Xianyi flew over all the young Dan cultivators present and did not see Su Danro's figure. He was a little disappointed, but it wasn't time for the start yet, so maybe she was somewhere else. Lord Superior, this is the VIP guest room. There's still a little while before the start of the race. Would you mind going in with me for a moment? Dan Ningguang said respectfully, looking like he might have something to ask for. Humph. Chen Xianyi withdrew his gaze and walked in with the disciples. Entering the middle of the guest room, Dan Ningguang sent away the maid and personally poured tea for Chen Xuanyi. Dare I ask if your highness has come to the Danding Pavilion for something? If you're here to participate in the Dan Dao conference, then I guess there's no need to compete for this first place. Ha ha ha. Dan Ningguang flirted, his smile elegant and natural. Generous. Chen Xianyi picked up a pastry from the table and handed it to Zhang Ningxian's mouth. The eldest disciple has a favorite sweet tooth. You can spoil her. He then returned. Naturally, I'm not here to compete. Is there a woman named Su Danru competing in today's Dan Dao conference? Dan Ningguang didn't even think about it. She knew everything about the Danding Pavilion and spoke directly. Indeed, there is this woman competing. May I ask what is her relationship? In fact, she shouldn't have asked her lordship this personal question. But Lord Superior personally came to look for a young female Dan cultivator, and this strong desire to gossip inevitably rose in her heart. As the pavilion master of the Danding Pavilion, she knew quite a lot of news on her, and often people would throw away money just to ask her something. Over time, she has also developed gossipy personality. Chen Xuanyi had no thoughts of hiding anything from her and was straightforward. It's this seat's disciple, and this seat came here this time to look for her. Have you ever seen her? The true identities of Chen Xianyi's 9 disciples. In fact, even their names were rarely known in the world. It was also his intention to hide and protect the disciples. It was only that as well as he hid himself, it was still a bit difficult for him to fool a true immortal. Nowadays, he had gained the ability to be invincible in general, so he no longer intended to hide it. On the contrary, letting more people know about it will, in turn, better protect the disciples. Let those with a thief's heart, fearing his strength, not dare to lay hands on his disciples. Back to Lord Shanzuan. I have indeed never seen it before. Regarding her information, I will send someone to look for her as soon as possible to find out if she is your disciple. That Lord Superior. I actually have one more thing to ask for. Dan Ningguang turned to business. Speak. Chen Xianyi leisurely sipped his tea. Dan Ningguang put down the teapot in his hand, changing his solemn and dignified look in front of the crowd. Half kneeling in front of Chen Xuanyi pleaded. Once when my mother was alive, you looked at old feelings and protected the Danding Pavilion for safety, which allowed it to develop into a holy place in the minds of countless Dan cultivators. Now that my mother has passed away, I would like you to take up the position of the Danding Pavilion's provider upper honor, and we will supply the best alchemy materials on time. Please also take in your lordship. Chapter 38 Chen Xianyi and former pavilion master, Dan Ningguang are illegitimate daughters? Please also take in your lordship. Speaking of Chen Xianyi's friendship with her mother, it was all hundreds of years ago. Chen Xianyi was recognized as the world's first genius, an all-around master, and the art of alchemy was naturally in his element. When he was searching for herbs in a dense forest, he met Dan Ningguang's mother by chance, who was still a little girl at that time, injured by a demonic beast and trapped under a tree. When Chen Xianyi happened to see it, he saved it and even gave it a healing pill. It was also this elixir that changed the course of her mother's future and plotted the emergence of the Danding Pavilion. Because she remembered the kindness of the past, After her mother first created the Danding Pavilion, although the scale was not large, she still gifted heavenly materials and treasures to Chen Xuani for alchemy from time to time. After Chen Xianyi began to take on disciples, because of the need to teach his disciples, he had even less time to go out to the mountains to collect medicines, and the alchemy materials gifted by the Danding Pavilion became his main source of alchemy. One by one, the relationship between the two grew more and more familiar, and Chen Xuani would naturally protect the Danding Pavilion's well-being in order to have a stable source of materials. The few words that Chen Xuani had unintentionally taught her mother had even caused her to become a Dan Dao master, so much so that the two of them were different and very subtle, even though they were in a relationship of interest. Recalling the past, Chen Xianyi drank the tea in his cup in a single gulp, then smiled brightly. Ha ha ha, you're also considered the daughter of my late husband. There's no harm in it. This seat agrees. Chen Xianyi laughed, signaling her to get up. In fact, part of the reason why he had agreed to the allegiance of the Danding Pavilion was also for the sake of his third disciple. After all, when the third disciple was found and returned and wanted to teach her alchemy, the resources of the Jade Maiden sect alone would not be enough. There was an offering from the Danding Pavilion that just filled the gap. Upon hearing Chen Xianyi's agreement, Dan Ningguang's hanging heart was able to settle down. Although the Danding Pavilion had a huge influence, it ultimately lacked the ability to fight, and it was inevitable that there would be strong people spying in the shadows, and the Jinnan King was one of them. Ever since her mother's death, King Jinnan had been testing the bottom line of the Danding Pavilion from time to time, wanting to bring it under his power. Now that she had the personal protection of Lord Shangzun, she could also take charge of the foundation left behind by her mother without fear. Previously, Chen Xuani had seen it as a friendship before protecting the Danding Pavilion, but now it was considered a formalized master-servant relationship. Dan Ningguang was all smiles as he crept over to Chen Xuani, followed by his white jade hand knocking back and forth on his thigh with a pleasing expression. Then, Lord Superior, since we're all on our own now, can I ask you a question? As soon as Chen Xianyi looked at her fawning movements, he felt that nothing good could come of it. You tell me? Dan Ningguang licked his lips and asked with a suspicious face. Lord Superior, you and my mother, what exactly is your relationship? To be honest, I haven't seen my father since I was born, and my mother hasn't said a word about it. I shouldn't be. Is your daughter? When Chen Xianyi heard this, the tea he had just sipped nearly gushed out of his mouth. The two disciples who were originally idle and drowsy also snapped to attention at that moment. With an expression as if he wanted to see through his master, he gazed earnestly over. Zhang Ningxian even couldn't even think of eating sweets and put them aside. What? Has master ever had a lover before? Then what is she? Wasn't she the first one here? Chen Xuani hurriedly wiped his mouth and returned in a serious manner. This seat and your mother are naturally just close friends, so don't think too much. Oh. Dan Ningguang was still undeterred, and a pair of beautiful eyes that revealed a strong sense of gossip, as if she wanted to see everything through, pursued the question. Then how come I found this diary when I was packing up my mother's belongings earlier? There's a lot written in there, about you, and it's also written inside that our family will serve Chen Xianyi for generations to come in return for saving our lives. It should be more than just saving your life. Equals Omega smiley face? Good guy. Came to a trip to Danding Pavilion and almost recognized a daughter back. Who can stand up to this? Chen Xuani was made to sit still by the three women's gazes, and fearing that the more he explained the more confusing it would become, he immediately stood up, and with a hold of his sleeves, said as he walked, Ahem. It seems like the Dandao conference is about to begin. There can be no delay in searching for the third disciple. There is nothing to be done. This seat will lead the disciples away first. With that, Chen Xianyi pushed the door out without looking back. Your Highness, wait. I was about to ask about your relationship with the disciple. Dan Ningguang shouted behind him, as if there were many things he wanted to explore from Chen Xuani. It was as if, in her opinion, Lord Superior's gossip was worth 1,000 pieces of gold and 10,000 taels. Ahem. Let's talk freely sometime. Chen Xianyi coughed lightly twice and led his disciples to quickly leave the place. Dan Ningguang looked at the hastily departing Lord Shangzun and secretly pursed his lips and snickered. I have to say, Lord Shangtsung is quite cute. She could gradually understand why her mother was so fond of Lord Shangzun. Handsome, capable, and interesting man. Who could resist that? I just don't know what young Lord Zun is afraid of to leave in such a hurry. Seems like we need to find an opportunity to get a good set of words. Anyway, now as servants of his lordship, there's always a chance to meet. The Dan Dao conference was a competition of the young Dan cultivators' alchemy attainments and an opportunity for them to find a master. From the south and north of the heavens, long-established alchemy masters would all gather at the Dan Dao conference today to observe young Dan cultivators refining pills in order to take on their most favored disciples. Chen Xianyi was guided by his maid all the way to the VIP viewing platform. As for this VIP viewing platform, at the very least, All cultivators who were 6th grade alchemists and were qualified to take on disciples had the permission to enter. Chen Xuani had similarly entered this viewing platform to wait because he had been recognized by the pavilion master. In order to better search for the third disciple, he casually found a seat in front of him and sat down. He had just sat down on his front foot when the first disciple posted up first. That delicate yet passionate pretty face asked from a close distance to Chen Xianyi. Master teacher. You haven't said nah. What is your relationship with Dan Ningguang's mother? Chen Xianyi cast his head to the side. Told you. Just friends. Jiang Ningxian was unforgiving, as if he wouldn't stop until he asked for the results. What is this? I am at least considered Master's palace. Master, quickly tell the truth. Chen Xianyi popped his 2 fingers together and waved towards her in a nuclear manner. Jiang Ningxian didn't know that a crisis was approaching and obediently pressed his ears over. Chen Xianyi tensed his fingertips, then flicked them violently at her head. Still commanding the upper division, you reversed the Big Dipper. Jiang Ningxian covered his head and ran in small steps to Hu Yaya's side to complain. Senior sister. Senior bully me. Hu Yaya smiled and rubbed her head gently. I do think that Master Teacher is right in his lesson. And Master didn't use any force. So stop pretending now. Seeing that she was recognized for pretending to be fake, Jiang Ningxian smiled and spat out her tongue, going back to clinging to her master. Hu Yaya looked at the way her master's father was impatiently dismissing the noisy senior sister on the surface, but in reality, he was enjoying himself in his heart, and he also inadvertently revealed his aunt's smile. Where there was a master, there was laughter, and it made her feel happy and at home. Hopefully, Sister Su, too, will be back sooner. Chapter 39, Sultan Ro's Escape Plan. The Lost 3. Chen Xuani and his disciples, waiting at the viewing platform for the Dan Dao conference to begin. And at this moment, in the middle of the preparation room of the Dan Dao conference's participating cultivators, a purple-haired girl in a purple Dao robe with a tense face was talking to a strange woman of about the same stature as her. Here's the pre-negotiated payment. And when my name is called for the match in a few minutes, you get out of there. It must be delayed until the end. This purple-haired girl was no other than Su Danru. And that strange woman with a similar figure to her was the inside man she had bribed with the elixir. In a moment, when the match started, she used her opponent as her cover, intending to escape the Danding Pavilion alone. After that, it's completely far away so that you can go and find out what happened to your master. I also don't know where master is now, the strange woman said with a grateful nod. If it weren't for the healing pills gifted to me by the young lady, my mother would have died of her illness long ago. Don't worry, I will never betray Miss. Sultan Ro gratefully hugged her. And at the same time, the voice of the Dandao Conference's presiding officer sounded outside the door. The Dandao Conference officially begins. Will the contestants please come forward according to their names? Feng Yishui, Mu Shishi, Hong Yunfei, Su Dan Ro. Satanu and the strange woman looked at each other one last time, nodded to each other, and then put on their veils and hoods at the same time. The 2 men each went in their own direction. Not long ago, the Dandao Conference, the VIP viewing platform. As soon as Chen Xianyi sat down in the front seat, it wasn't long before a middle-aged man wearing a green-colored robe walked over from behind him. This alchemist who had gone through the examination actually had their own specialized clothing, and the one who wore a green robe represented that he or she was a 7th grade alchemist. Different colors correspond to different grades. That green-robed middle-aged man, known as Master He, was none other than Yi Lingyun's master. He first sized up Chen Xianyi and realized that the other party was only wearing civilian clothes and was still an unfamiliar face. So he immediately said in an unkind tone, "Who are you to dare sit in Elder Hua's seat? Do you not know what grade you are?" These cultivators who were able to come to the VIP viewing platform were special guests, and the route to enter the Danding Pavilion was different from the others. In other words, they were unaware of the clamor that had occurred not long ago at the main entrance of the Danding Pavilion. Chen Xuani had no intention of getting up. This was the best location to search for the third disciple's figure, so he naturally wouldn't give in to it. Whoever delayed him from finding the whereabouts of his disciples was his greatest enemy. Who is Elder Hua? Never heard of him. Let him come and speak to the throne himself. Chen Xuani's gaze was fixed on the place where the competition was taking place, and he said in a cold voice without turning his head back. When Master He heard Chen Xuani's words, his expression was solemn, and he was completely treating him as if he did not know how to concoct pills at all. Elder Hua is a master alchemist second only to the pavilion master, enjoying a reputation in the alchemy world and having countless disciples under his tutelage. How dare you say you don't know Elder Hua? I see that you don't know alchemy at all. Strange. How did someone like you get in here? The other Dan cultivation masters present were also talking and discussing this VIP seat, but there were even abusers. Chen Xuani had no intention of ignoring them, simply because he saw the contestant seats, and there were already young cultivators gradually entering. Looks like Sadanju will be entering soon as well. Being ignored, Grandmaster He's anger grew even more, and he immediately tried to reach out to Yangshin Xuani. And just at this critical juncture, an old voice rang out from not far away. It's just a bit. It's just a bit. Speaking this person's sideburns gray, pale face, but the air between the temperament of the lofty, full of energy. He is none other than Elder Hua. As soon as Elder Hua entered the room, the many Dan cultivators present came forward to make polite remarks. Greetings to Elder Hua. It is said that you attempted to refine an 8th grade elixir not long ago to impact an 8th grade alchemist. What happened? It was then that Hua Lao shook his head in a lost manner. AI. Trying to refine an 8th grade elixir is really difficult, and the furnace blew up when I was halfway through my progress. When the crowd of Dan cultivators heard this, not only did they not flirt with him, but instead, they came forward to express their joy. It was only because before him, apart from the pavilion master, refining 8th grade pills would fail without even reaching halfway through the progress. When Master He saw Elder Hua appear, he first smiled curtly at him before pointing his spear at Chen Xuani once more. Hey, why don't you get up? Elder Hua gave you face just now. You really take yourself seriously. If you delayed Elder Hua's rest, a few of your lives wouldn't be enough to compensate for it. So get lost. If you don't leave, I'm going to do it. The reason he sided with Hua Lao so much was to leave a good impression in front of Hua Lao, which might be useful in the future. Elder Hua watched from a short distance away, silently shaking his head and saying nothing more as he continued to follow the Dan cultivators beside him as they climbed into conversation. It was as if, in his mind, he didn't care about anything other than discussing alchemy. And it was at this moment that Chen Xianyi heard Su Dan Ro's name and the voice of the presiding referee. He was fully focused on the door to the preparation room when he saw a woman with purple robes come out of it. The woman walked straight to Sultan Ro's position. Is it the third disciple? Chen Xianyi's heart was in his throat as he watched the woman. If he found the wrong one, then he had worked so hard until now for nothing. The next time there was a third disciple's whereabouts, there was no telling when it would be. Hu Yaya also clenched her fists nervously at this time, and Zhang Ningxian even made a prayer in place. Because of the rules of the Dandao conference, in case there were any top-up exams, the staff saw that the woman was wearing a head covering and a veil, so they went up to her and ordered her to take it off. The woman delayed for a long time before she was forced to slowly remove her veil and hood under pressure, finally revealing her face hidden underneath. Seeing that face, Chen Xianyi instantly slapped on the chair. The armrests of the chair then snapped, and the loud sound immediately drew the attention of everyone present. What's more, the middle-aged man, who had been preparing to unleash his attack, was startled for a moment. As soon as he saw Qin Xin get up, he did not care about the gazes of the crowd and turned his head with a face full of loss. Xianer, yeah, let's go. Looks like it was a wasted trip. Zhang Ningxian and Hu Yaya also couldn't help but sigh at the loss. It looked like there was no telling when one would want to meet up with the third disciple. Although Chen Xianyi was saddened himself, he still rubbed the heads of the two and squeezed out as much of a smile as he could as he gently comforted the two disciples. Don't be sad. No matter where Dan Roshi is, even if we have to turn over the entire Xanzhou continent, Master will find her. Just in case, let's go out first and make sure with Dan Ningguang. In his heart, he was still holding on to the last shred of hope, wanting to determine if that person was really named Su Dan Ro. Perhaps, maybe it's a mistake? Chapter 40, Sultan Ro's Escape. The master and disciple who can't meet each other. Chen Xianyi left the viewing platform, wanting to find Dan Ningguang for further confirmation. And at this moment, within the Dan Dao conference, the competition venue was somewhere in the middle of a dark corner. Several black-clothed men, looking at the masked Su Danro, suddenly changed color. No good. Following the wrong person. She's not Su Danru. Bad. If the king of Jinan finds out that we let her escape, none of us will survive. Go after them. These black-clothed men were the eyes and ears that the Jinan king used to secretly detect Su Danru's movements in case she escaped. But the clever Su Danro, still utilizing the dead angle of her sight when she was indoors, came up with a steal, and at that moment, she herself had already run outside the Danding pavilion. She held several qi and blood pills that she had prepared long ago and took them one after another to maintain the fastest escape speed. Finally ran away. Master, I've come to find you. I don't know where you are yet, but I have a feeling that you must be very close to me. The king of Jinan regarded the entire royal capital as his base, and it was littered with lines along its interior. The black-clothed people sent to observe Su Danro quickly ordered a citywide search to begin after learning of her escape. Suthanu always runs close to the ground to avoid attracting attention. It didn't take long for her to notice a number of men in black following behind her. To be able to do this line of work, the people in black have practiced the art of tracking. There are not many people who match Su Danro's temperament and stature. Plus she is masked and even more guilty inside. she was quickly discovered. Surprisingly, did you find out so quickly? As expected, trying to escape under the eyes of the Jinnan King is not that easy, she thought to herself and had to silently speed up. But still, not long after, he was stopped in his tracks by several black-clothed men coming after him. What a guy! Take off the mask. Several black-clothed men surrounded Sultan Ro. Although things were running in a direction that Su Danru hadn't expected, she still kept a backhanded approach. She was seen sighing darkly, then pulling out another blood-red eruption dan. After swallowing it in one gulp, an unprecedentedly majestic aura erupted within his body. She instantly soared into the sky and exploded with amazing speed. Several of the men in black were Yuaning stage cultivators, but they couldn't even catch up with her, a Jindan cultivator. Soon, Su Danru was about to arrive outside the city. Once outside the city, there were no eyes within the city to guard her, and after she concealed her cultivation, even the king of Jinan might not be able to hold her. Su Danru was overjoyed and immediately left the city with a final sprint. But suddenly, a strong and incomparable pressure swept over her body in an instant. Faced with this absolute power enveloping her, she instantly lost all ability to move. Didn't you say you were going to the Dandao conference? Where do you want to go? The Jinnan King's voice rang out from the sky above, and then in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Su Danru. Although Su Danru was only a Jindan stage cultivator, in his eyes, it was a priceless treasure, a great weapon that he needed to fight against the Empress. In any case, he didn't want to put it away. Su Danru looked at the city that was close by, and the heart that had been hanging on, finally died. With her heart set on freedom, she was determined to return to her master, but it's still a step short. I don't want to participate in the Dandao conference anymore. Let me go back, Su Danru said in a cold voice. Facing Su Danru, who was trying to escape, the Jinnan King was no longer amiable, and his original form was revealed in a furious voice. That's not up to you. After today's Dandao conference, the world will know that you are my disciple, and by then, you and I will be grasshoppers on a rope. You're not going anywhere. The reason why he was so bent on having Elemental Dan Ro participate in the Dandao conference was to get rid of the suspicion that he had placed her under house arrest, and to put on a show of accepting an apprentice in full view of the public. After that, if any outsiders saw Su Danru in his palace, the world would only know that she was the Jinnan King's disciple and would not be aware of the fact that the Jinnan King had placed her under house arrest. This way, no one would ever save her again, and the Empress would think that she was on the same side as the Jinnan King, completely tying the two together. At that time, Su Danru couldn't even think of not listening to him. That's a really good play. The resourceful Sultan Ro can be said to know all about his calculations, but even if she knew, there was nothing she could do about it. The thought of being imprisoned in a room in the future, turned into an alchemy machine, and never seeing his master. A sense of unparalleled despair set in. Her right hand slowly took out a purple elixir, and the poisonous fury that permeated the elixir was very appalling. As long as she took this elixir, she could end this forever. She clutched the elixir in her hand, the fragrant sweat on her palm continuously flowing out and her fingers trembling. She was seen taking a deep breath, as if she had made some major decision, and finally crushed the elixir. It's not time to give up yet. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. Okay, I'll just go. With a flutter of her sleeves, Su Danru turned around and flew towards the Danding Pavilion, ignoring the Jinnan King's attitude. King Jinnan looked at her back and smiled coldly. Although Su Danru had been wearing a loose robe that covered up the outstanding poise inside, the curvature of the robe that was inadvertently held up was still tantalizing to the extreme. Even if the Jinnan King had read countless women, but Pixel Danru's unique cold and arrogant beauty and that stubborn temperament still made him unable to resist wanting to take it for himself, trying to ruffle her stubborn, cool veneer and turn her into a worldly prodigal daughter. It's the first time I've seen such a stubborn woman. However, when the psychedelic emissions are made, they will still be at my mercy, he muttered behind it, then slowly disappeared into the air. Dandao Conference. Sutano re-entered the venue and walked straight back to her entry. The playing field was a huge ladder of steps, with each competitor sitting individually in his or her place, from bottom to top. The woman who had taken her place was shocked when she saw Sultan Ro return. Miss you, how come you're back? Sutano sighed. Failed. You go, just leave the rest to me. After hearing this, the woman also sighed regretfully, and then said goodbye to him before slowly retreating from the field. The gazes of the crowd were all gathered on those talented Dan cultivators, and no one was paying attention to the changes over here at this time. The rules of the Dandao conference were simple. Whoever made the best pills on the spot would take first place. Su Danru sat back in her seat, and for some unknown reason, she subconsciously gazed over in the direction of the VIP viewing platform. It was as if someone familiar, not so long ago, had been there watching her. It was as if a figure he had dreamed of meeting had sat there not long ago and had only left a short time ago. Satana shook her head. I'm afraid it's the LSD kicking in again, and I'm hallucinating thinking about my master's father. Chapter 41, Shrinking Qin Xianyi. The first alchemy wizard comes to life. Su Danro retracted her gaze and was just about to start refining pills when she heard a loud, excited laugh suddenly emanate from the position in front of her. Ha 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 ha, a 4th grade healing elixir. I'm sure to come out on top in this competition. The one sitting in front of her and laughing was none other than Yilingyun, who was still betting with Hu Yaya not long ago. Perhaps after learning of Qin Xianyi's identity and background, he was cowed and ran to the competition venue at the first opportunity. There are many people here, but also his master to help. He Chun Xuani can still be in the eyes of the public. In public to him not. Not to mention after he refined an excellent elixir and got the attention of millions of people. Countless Dan cultivation masters would grab and pull him in. And anyone who didn't say they wanted to lay their hands on him, even if they were to speak disrespectfully, would have to think twice before doing so. Yilingyun's 4th grade elixir was revealed in his hands, and the young Dan cultivators around him who were participating in the competition all felt the pressure multiply at once. His good friend Hong Yunfei was similarly present, and at this time, the party had only refined the 3rd grade Dan, and came forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, for refining a 4th grade Dan. If nothing else, the first place this time, it might be you. Yilingyun laughed out loud. Ha ha, overpraise, your 3rd grade Dan is just as capable of taking a ranking. The gazes of the Dan cultivation masters on the VIP viewing platform were all drawn to this side at this moment. This young student is not ordinary. As I recall, he is Master He's disciple, isn't he? Master He, congratulations. Receiving such an excellent disciple. There really is a successor. If I say so, why don't we let him worship a master? Having 2 masters won't get in the way. Such a young 4th grade alchemist was very much in demand. And there were even already Dan cultivation masters who were willing to be their second masters and work together to teach this outstanding disciple. That 7th grade alchemist who was a he master was also complacent when he heard the words of the crowd and stroked his beard as he said, Yilingyun is my favorite personal disciple. It's only natural that he has such achievements. But there's no rush. After such a long time has passed, I'm sure the little ones are almost done with their pills, so it's not too late to take a look and make a decision. As soon as his words fell, as expected, pills broke out of the Dan furnaces within the competition venue one after another. Most of the pills that were refined were 2nd grade pills. A few had 3rd grade. And 4th grade was not even in the picture. Due to her late arrival, Su Danro had only begun to prepare the materials for the alchemy at this time. In the face of the rest of the people ending their alchemy one after another, she did not feel the slightest bit of nervousness as she prepared her materials step by step. 5 grams of 1000-year blood Ganoderma, 10 grams of Shawu, 10,000-year-old tortoise shells ground into powder, 1 liter of saber-tooth demon blood, and a medium-grade spirit stone for its essence. She muttered under her breath as she used the pre-prepared tools to grind the ingredients into powder one after another. The steps she took to make pills were different from every cultivator present, yet there was a strong resemblance to Qin Xuani, as if she was carved out of the same mold. Soon after, all the pills of the rest of the people present were finished except for Su Dan Rose pills which were still not yet out of the oven. It's all been refined. Why don't you announce the end? Yeah, I'm still waiting to pay my respects. Who's so abrasive, can't make pills, and still comes to what Dan Dao conference? The crowd talked to each other, searching for who was still delaying, and since he was sitting not far from Su Danro, Yilingyun heard the words muttered from her mouth. Hearing the words coup and rise, he instantly stood up from his spot with a jolt and looked back in a panic. He was afraid because of this unit of measurement, which only that person would use. He thought that Qin Xianyi had come to seek revenge on him, but when he fixed his eyes on it, the one who was refining pills was a woman. This woman, is she that guy's disciple? Humph. Dare to embarrass young master me. Let's see how I'll fix you, he thought in his heart. Seeing Su Danro's method of alchemy, he guessed in his heart that she was most likely Qin Xianyi's disciple. Qin Xianyi had caused him to flee in front of everyone, so he couldn't forget about it. Since he couldn't retaliate against Qin Xianyi, then he would take his disciples. She's the one who can't refine the pills and is still stalling here. I don't think she knows how to make pills at all. Referee quickly blast her out. Don't delay our precious time. When the crowd heard the noise from this side, their gazes all gathered on Su Danro's body as well. Seeing that she had just started refining pills, the crowd, without exception, began to accuse her. She hasn't even begun to raise the spirit flame yet. I don't think she knows how to concoct pills at all. It's no use stalling. Trash is trash. Yeah, don't waste everyone's time. Just get out. The most important thing to avoid in alchemy was distraction. and the crowd mocking her with such outbursts could easily distract her. Su Danro's moth brows furrowed slightly as she tried her best to act as if she hadn't heard, placing as many alchemy materials as she could in the furnace. The crowd was even more confused as they looked at the ingredients she had concocted. What's all this? That 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma. She even ground it into powder? Who taught her to refine it like this? What a waste! And the order in which she put in the ingredients. If I'm not mistaken, she should be refining the chi and blood pill. What the hell is putting in the blood Ganoderma first? While the crowd was discussing, the Dan furnace in front of her had already raised its spirit fire. She poured her own spiritual energy into it, and the fragrance of the medicine gradually emerged from the Dan furnace, diffusing in all directions, and all the cultivators within 100 meters around her smelled the unique odor. How did this medicinal scent get so strong? How did she do it? Strange. This kind of alchemy technique has never been seen before. Look at the color of the elixir. Look at its appearance. Smell its fragrance. And try its effect. The people who had originally spoken out of turn, all of them shut their mouths one after another after smelling the fragrance of the pill she had refined. Yi Lingyun saw that the situation was not developing well. If it continued like this, he was afraid that he would really let Su Danru refine a good Dan. It might even surpass him. In a moment of urgency, his hand hidden in his sleeve shook, and he immediately sent a spiritual force out of Su Danru's Dan furnace, trying to disturb her control of the furnace. As Su Danru realized the change, her cold eyes immediately gazed towards Yi Lingyun where the source of the spiritual energy was located. Yi Lingyun took it all in stride. Humph, if you want to blame it on your master. You won't be famous today, he thought to himself. Su Danru's alchemy had just reached a critical juncture, and being disturbed like this, the quality would inevitably drop. Fortunately, because of his defenses, Yi Lingyun's disturbance did not continue to work, and soon after, the Dan furnace gradually emitted a dense red mist. The red mist emanating from the furnace before the appearance of the chi and blood pills was a sign of the grade of the chi and blood pills. When the crowd saw the mist, all of them, no matter how far apart they were, shut their mouths. Simply because this kind of dense red mist was at least a sign of a 5th grade chi and blood Dan coming out. Chapter 42 Surprising the Third Disciple. Master he feels threatened by death. The scene where Su Danro was about to refine the 5th grade chi and blood pill was caught in the eyes of all the Dan cultivation masters located at the VIP viewing platform. This purple-haired girl is the best genius I've ever seen. Look at the signs revealed by that Dan furnace. It must be a 5th grade elixir without a doubt. Quickly pass the order. The old man is going to accept her as a personal disciple. Hey, don't even think about it. A genius of this caliber will surely be under Elder Hua's door. Can you and I still have any hope? Don't worry. Why don't we be fair and each write down a note and hand it over to that little girl and see what he chooses? The crowd of Dan cultivation masters, hearing this proposal, all nodded their heads, thinking that the proposal was good. If we all go on arguing like this, we will never be able to reach a result, so we might as well let myself choose who to worship as my teacher. Hua Lao took the first time to take the pen and ink, writing as he did so. Then I'll be polite. I'll write first. Outside the VIP viewing platform, Chen Xianyi was walking slowly in the direction to the guest room. At this point he had moved away for some distance and could not hear any of the discussion in the distance. But Huyeya on his side, the fox ears erected on top of his head, moved deftly, subtly catching some movement. She hurriedly stopped the master teacher beside her and said, Master, I think I heard something. The purple-haired girl who can refine a 5th grade elixir. Magical alchemy techniques. Senior, how does disciple listen to these descriptions? How is it so pixelated, senior sister? The unique ear construction of the fox demon is not for show, retaining some of the abilities only found in demonic beasts. A sense of smell and hearing beyond the norm is the unique ability of a fox demon. Jiang Ningxian reached out and touched Hu Yaya's furry ears incredulously. Ya, what kind of talent is that? Why can't I hear anything? Then, Master, should we go back and take a look? Chen Xianyi's footsteps lurched as he twisted his head to look in the direction he had come from. Though he couldn't hear anything, for some reason he had a strong premonition telling him so. If he turned his head and walked away at this time, he was afraid that he would regret it for the rest of his life. Then we'll go back and check it out. Not for a while anyway. Never give up the slightest possibility. The two disciples also nodded and rushed towards the VIP viewing platform along with Chen Xianyi. The reason why he came here was because this was the only place with the best view, where he could see all the participating disciples below clearly. Arriving at the viewing platform, Chen Xuanyi crossed over all the crowds and once again arrived at the very front. Looking excitedly at the crowd of participants below, Chen Xianyi was also a person who had lived for thousands of years, and he had seen all kinds of great storms and waves, but he had never felt this kind of nervousness before. The disciples, they were everything to him, and he couldn't wait to see everyone, to see his long-lost third disciple. He swept his gaze over all the Dan cultivators present one by one, and realized that all of them were looking towards one place. He also followed the gazes of the crowd and gradually saw a Dan furnace that was rising with a gust of red mist, and sitting behind the Dan furnace, the young girl born with purple hair and a delicate, but slightly haggard face, also slowly fell into his gaze at the same time. The moment he saw this purple-haired girl, Chen Xuani's eyebrows rose, his eyes suddenly brightened up, and his heartbeat was even faster. That woman was none other than Su Danru. Jiang Ningxian also got a good look at her at that moment. It's Su Danru. It's really her. I've missed you. Senior sister Su. Look at this. Jiang Ningxian shouted at Su Danru below, but the distance between the two places was so far that he couldn't hear it at all. Seeing that Su Danru didn't hear her, she was about to leap down immediately. Hoya reached out and tugged her back, smiling. Since we've found senior sister Su, there's no need to rush. She's still refining pills, and it's reaching the most critical moment. If we go down at this time, we'll definitely disturb her. It's not too late to see her when she's finished. Having successfully found his third disciple, Chen Xianyi was in an extremely good mood. Looking at the surrounding Dan cultivation masters, who were all talking about taking Su Danru as a disciple, Chen Xianyi also took out his own pen and ink, then let the master surprise her. With that, he wrote the words Chen Xianyi on a piece of paper. The same was then placed in the pile of paper. This pile of paper, written are all the various Dan cultivation masters, want to collect Su Danru's sincerity, and ultimately together by the referee to Su Danru's choice. Not long ago, Chen Xuani lost his way out of the chair, and when that scene fell into the eyes of Master He, who was making things difficult for him, he thought that he was afraid. Now that Chen Xuani was back, and even wanted to take on a disciple, this scene could give Master He a blank stare. How dare you come back, wanting to take the best Dan cultivator of the younger generation as a disciple? How dare you? Are goods like you worthy? With that, he was about to take Chen Xianyi's paper out of the pile. Chen Xianyi stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. There was a killing chance in his eyes. He had lived for so many years that he had long practiced a smooth heart and did not like to fight with others. But this guy had repeatedly insulted him and was planning to badger him, so it was inevitable that he would have murderous intentions. However, this was at least the territory of his own subordinate, Dan Ningguang, and if he were to strike here, it was estimated that the entire Danding Pavilion would have to collapse. Moreover, he could only invincibly strike once a day, so perhaps more would be wasted if he used it. After thinking about it, he finally chose to convince people with reason. What? Why don't you let this seat participate since you said it's a fair fight? Could it be that you are afraid that this seat will steal your thunder? Master, he is at least a cultivator of the God realization stage. Although the Dan cultivator's fighting ability is not strong, but to deal with a Jin Dan foundation building, or more than enough. However, facing Chen Xuani, he didn't know why, but he felt an unrivaled sense of crisis amongst its square gaze. It was as if just now, if Chen Xianyi had thought about it, he would have already died without a burial site. He fought back his fear and slowly put the paper back. Che, am I still afraid of you? With that, he slowly willed himself to leave the place without further words. Behind him had long been drenched in cold sweat. The crowd of Dan cultivation masters gathered together, waiting for Su Danru to finish refining the pills while discussing what the final prize of today's Dan Dao conference would be. When the Dan Dao assembly was being organized, Dan Ningguang made a suggestion to all the Dan cultivation masters. Each of them would submit their own refined pills and take the best of them as a prize, and they would be paid afterwards. All of the Dan cultivation masters saw this suggestion as an opportunity to be able to become famous, and scrambled to submit their pills. That said, I don't know if I can take the top spot this time around with the 7th grade Pin Pui Yuan Dan I submitted. What are you thinking about? That must be that the 7th grade spiritual movement pill refined by Elder Hua is much more effective and must be the prize for this competition. I'm submitting the life enhancement pill. I don't know if it'll work. Everyone was talking about the pills they had turned in, bragging about how good the quality of their pills were. Master, he looked sideways at Chen Xuani and asked aloud, "Dare I ask this excellency, what elixir did you submit?" He purposely pulled up his voice, as if he wanted to use this method to properly humiliate Chen Xianyi. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian recalled that Dan Ningguang had said that she lacked pills to use as prizes for the Dan Dao conference, and it appeared that she had taken the pills that she had gifted as a reward for first place. 8th grade healing pill, Chen Xianyi said without changing his face, while observing Su Danru alchemizing below. Chapter 43, Su Danru refines 5th grade pills. Chen Xuani accepts a disciple. Upon hearing Chen Xianyi's words, everyone present stared at each other with wide eyes. Elder Hua even got up in place and walked over to Chen Xianyi's side, asking suspiciously, "Do you know that in Sangzhou today, only the pavilion master of the Danding Pavilion is capable of refining 8th grade pills? When I say that I can refine 8th grade pills, I'm sorry that I don't believe it. Chen Xianyi was watching his beloved disciple make pills, and it was inevitable that this group of people came to disturb him from time to time, making his heart irritated. He didn't have the heart to say it back. What has it to do with the seed if you believe it or not? Hearing Chen Xuanyi being rude to Elder Hua in this manner, the crowd all moved to anger for a moment. You an unknown junior. It's just a matter of speaking out of turn. How dare you insult Elder Hua? Who believes that you can refine an 8th grade Dan? Quickly apologize to Elder Hua. Elder Hua shook his head as he looked at Chen Xianyi's sightless appearance. That's just it. It's normal for young people to be high-minded. Let's ignore him and keep talking about us. Obviously, Elder Hua had also never thought about the fact that Chen Xuanyi, who had the appearance of a youth, could possibly be able to refine an 8th grade Dan. And just as the crowd was talking, among the competition grounds, it suddenly became noisy. Seeing Su Dan row in the competition venue slap at the top of the furnace, a blood-red chi and blood Dan swept with gusts of red mist and broke out of the furnace. All the cultivators who had come to participate in the Dan Dao conference looked at the pills that had come out of the oven, and their mouths were filled with awe. This is the 5th grade chi and blood pill. She actually refined a 5th grade elixir with such a fast speed. How come I've never heard of this genius before? I guess it's the disciple of some hermit powerhouse. We really looked away just now and underestimated her. I'm afraid that this time the first place will be hers. Su Dan caught the flying pills, and compared to the horrified gazes of the bystanders, she just sighed silently. Only one was refined? What a pity. Seeing this elixir manifest, Yi Lingyun only felt that his worldview, which had been shattered by Chen Xuanyi, had been crushed once again. He considered himself a genius, and to be able to refine a 4th grade Dan at this age was already a masterpiece. How is it possible with this 5th grade Dan? Feeling overwhelmed with frustration, he planted his butt on the ground. Surprisingly, it's a 5th grade elixir. You're just as much of a monster as your master. He gritted his teeth and said to Sultan Ro. First, Chen Xianyi had disgraced him, and first, his disciple had taken away his first place. He now simply hated the people involved with Chen Xianyi to the bone. Su Danro had originally planned to expose the dirty deeds Yi Lingyun had done to the referee, but after hearing his words, Su Danro suddenly froze. Reacting to the situation, she leapt over at a fast pace regardless of everything, even ignoring the precious 5th grade Dan in her hand as it fell to the ground. What did you just say? You've met my master. Su Danro grabbed his collar and loudly questioned. Yi Lingyun was intimidated by her aura and said with a slightly trembling voice, why should I tell you? As soon as Yi Lingyun's words fell, he saw an unprecedented pressure erupt from Su Danru's body, and a strong aura of anger immediately enveloped his body. Yi Lingyun had never seen a weak woman of a Dan cultivator who could also explode with such strength. Su Danro condensed the spiritual energy in her body and gathered it on top of her right palm, and immediately wanted to abolish the other party with a palm. Although both of them were cultivators of the same realm, when they fought against each other, it was a complete case of one side crushing the other. The reason for this was because Su Danro had grown up with outstanding senior sisters and brothers, learning about combat with them, so to speak. Even though it was still a bit difficult to fight against a true battle-shaped cultivator, it was still more than enough to deal with an ordinary Dan cultivator of the same realm. Yi Lingyun's entire body went limp in the face of this stance, and he hurriedly waved his hands to beg for mercy. No, don't do it. I'll talk. When I was entering, I saw a handsome-looking youth whose way of refining pills was very similar to yours. He must be your master. Only after Su Danro heard this was she willing to throw it out as soon as she could. Su Danro knew that in this world, if the master hadn't taken in any other Dan cultivator disciples, then the only people who would use this unique way of alchemy would be her and the master. According to Yi Lingyun's description, it was likely that the master was nearby. Is master unexpectedly also come to participate in the Dan Dao conference? Is it coming for himself? The thought that her master teacher, whom she had longed for countless days and nights, might be watching over her from her surroundings right now, made her heart overwhelmed with excitement. Her eyes darted across the field, trying to find her master's figure. And just at that moment, the referee in charge of organizing the Dandao conference, holding a stack of white paper, walked over to Su Danro with a big smile on his face. This girl, congratulations! Today is the grandest apprentice acceptance ceremony since the Dandao conference was held. There are a total of dozens of Dandao masters, all of them wanting to take you on as a disciple. This is a spectacle that has never been seen before since the beginning of time. I'll read to you first, which masters there are. Su Danro's gaze was still searching the field, not caring about him in the slightest, as if she hadn't heard him at all. She couldn't fit anything in her heart right now except for searching for her master. What cultivation? What alchemy? Compared to her master, they were all worthless in her eyes. That referee didn't get angry in the face of Su Danro's indifferent attitude and read to himself. The first master, Master Ho wrote on the paper. I see that the girl has both talent and appearance, and is an alchemy wizard, so as long as she worships at my door, there are still 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, as well as me personally guiding her in her cultivation. After saying that, he paused for a moment, wanting to see if Sultan Ro had any intention of worshipping him. Sultana didn't pay him the slightest bit of attention. That referee had to shake his head at that and move on to the next one. The second Master Lu promises you that as long as you worship under him, he is willing to drive away all his disciples and leave you alone to focus on teaching. Girl, I dare say that since the Dan Dao conference was founded, there has never been such a sincere offer to take on a disciple, so don't miss out on it. To be able to give up all other disciples for the sake of one disciple, this sincerity could be considered unparalleled. The young Dan cultivators who gradually gathered around them, listening to these Dan Dao masters, in order to accept Su Dan Ro as a disciple, actually offered such attractive conditions, one by one, enviously almost drooled. Unfortunately, they didn't have this kind of talent and only had the chance to envy it, just to see Su Dan Ro still looking cold. Not a single reaction in the face of the tantalizing conditions. It was as if no matter how good the offer was, it wouldn't get her attention. The surrounding young Dan cultivators, looking at Su Dan Ro's surprising lack of agreement in the face of this condition, couldn't help but murmur as well. Master Lu is a 7th-grade alchemist, willing to disband all his disciples for her. All this sincerity, and she's still unmoved? Can it be that you want to worship Lord Pavilion Master as your teacher? This heart is too high, isn't it? It's normal for geniuses to have their own ideas. If I could also refine a 5th-grade Dan at this age, I'd have to pick those masters, one by one. Although Su Dan Ro's behavior was, in the eyes of outsiders, extremely prideful, most people chose to respect and understand, and no one dared to speak out to discredit it, because in this world, talent and strength are everything. Those who are gifted have the capital to be proud of themselves. That referee waited for a long time, and seeing that Su Dan Ro still had no intention of worshipping the master, he had no choice but to continue talking about the next one. Since the girl still isn't satisfied, I'll continue reading. This third person is Chen Da. No, how come I haven't heard of this person? The conditions for accepting an apprentice were not written either, only his name. That's just it, just cross over. Next, there were only a handful of dignified characters in the alchemy world, and he had never seen the name of the person on this paper, much less what conditions for accepting an apprentice were written on it, so he intended to skim over it directly. After all, even that tantalizing condition offered by Master Lu, Su Danru did not agree to it. What makes this Chen? What makes him catch Su Danru's attention? But to everyone's surprise, when Su Danru heard the word Chen, her originally cold and incomparable expression suddenly reacted. She trailed off excitedly. Say it again. Chapter 44, Surname Chen, can you take on a disciple? A female demon pig can even get up a tree. Say it again. The man's name, in its entirety. That referee was all set to cross the paper surname Chen over, but after hearing Su Danru's excited voice, he had no choice but to bring it back. He asked with some confusion. This girl, this Dan cultivator surnamed Chen, I've never heard of him before. Wouldn't you be wasting your precious time if you cared so much about him? After all, there are so many excellent masters to choose from right now. Before he could finish his words of persuasion, Su Danru directly interrupted him, eagerly pursuing the question. Cut the crap and talk. That referee, faced with Su Danru's eager tone, not only didn't have the intention of getting angry, but on the contrary, he hastened to reveal a fawning compensatory smile, as if he had done something wrong. Geniuses of Pixel Danru's level, although their backgrounds were still shallow now, in the future, it was likely that they would all be big shots with only their hands covering the sky. The most ordinary cultivator like him naturally didn't dare to neglect this kind of genius. Seeing Su Danru's eagerness to know, he had no choice but to say the words on the paper, carefully. There are only 3 words written on this paper. Chen Xian Yi. When Su Danru heard Chen Xuani's name, her heart, which had long been unable to hold back, finally exploded completely. Her heartbeat raced with excitement, simply because the only person who could call her by that name was her master. Mastermind. Where is he? Take me to him. Su Danru said hastily. Hearing Su Danru's words, that referee's expression began to lose its composure. He hastily made a shushing gesture and said to Sultan Ro, Shu, you can't call this master before you've paid your respects. If the others hear this, how will you ever worship anyone else? Su Danru didn't care about this at all. She now desperately wanted to see her master. Other than that, she didn't care about anything. He is the only master I have and will ever have. Take me to him now. The many young Dan cultivators on the sidelines who had gathered to watch let out gasps of astonishment one after another after seeing Su Danru call Chen Xuani her master. Which alchemy master is Chun Xianyi? How come I've never heard of him? This girl is so talented. Isn't it self-destructive to worship him as a teacher? I did hear my grandmother talk about this name, saying something about the world's first genius, breaking through to the great success stage in 1,000 years. Hey, who believes it? It's all a lie to children, and it's not even certain if it's a person. I don't believe it either. Master Lu, Master He, she doesn't want any of them, but she wants to choose a guy she's never heard of. Alas, I don't know what to think. Hey, girl, make a good choice. This is about your future. Think twice before you act. In addition to the people watching and discussing, there were even more cultivators who couldn't bear to see such an outstanding genius like Su Danro destroying her own future and began to speak out to persuade her. Even Su Danru herself, after hearing the persuasion of so many people, began to worry a little. The world is not without people with the same name. This Chen Xianyi really is her master? Despite some of her concerns, she still had no intention of backtracking, because whether it was real or fake, she had to see it with her own eyes to be sure. One must never give up any shred of hope of seeing the master. Seeing that Su Danru was so resolute, that referee didn't dare to be slow and guided her in the direction of the VIP viewing platform. Alas, such a good genius. What a pity. Come on, girl, this way. VIP viewing platform. At this moment, all the Dan cultivation masters had gathered at the entrance location, discussing with interest who would be chosen by Su Danro to be their master. Congratulations to Elder Hua. This time you have received another outstanding disciple. It really makes you and others envious. Elder Hua bowed and said politely, in my opinion, it's rather Master He who is more likely to receive this disciple. After all, the youngsters nowadays all like to worship young masters. No one likes a bad old man like me. Master He humbly said. Elder Hua is joking. Worshipping a master is all about true talent. How can a face alone be useful? But there is one shameless one among us who just thinks he can rise above it all with his face. With that, he turned his gaze towards Chen Xianyi, who was not far away. The flirtation between the words was clearly directed at it. According to Chen Xianyi's nature, he would have disdained to entangle himself with such irrelevant villains. But when he thought that he would soon be meeting with his third disciple, in a good mood, he had the leisure to retort a couple of times. Are you so unconvinced that this seat can receive disciples? He said with a scornful frown, looking at Chen Xianyi's careless expression. Master He, who felt slighted, became more and more angry. If you can receive a disciple, that she-devil pig would be able to climb a tree. Not even a grade. How did you dare to have this spring dream? The Dan cultivation masters present were all wearing robes that corresponded to their grade. Only Chen Xianyi's clothing was irrelevant to it. This allowed him to conclude at a glance that Chen Xuanyi was not a certified Dan cultivator at all. It's probably some kind of miscellaneous cultivator who blended in somehow. Just as the two were arguing, the door to the VIP viewing platform was, at that moment, pushed open. The referee of the conference took the lead and walked in, bowing to all the Dan cultivation masters present before respectfully introducing them. Masters, the genius maiden is here. With those words, Su Danru took a quick step and hurriedly walked in through the door. Chapter 45, Master and Disciple Meet. Favorite Elixir of Master. The many alchemy masters present couldn't help but start marveling the moment they saw Su Danro enter the door. Only the content they marveled at was not her excellent talent in the Dan Dao. Rather, it was her astonishingly stunning looks. I couldn't see it from a distance just now, but this close-up I realized that this girl is so beautiful. Yes, whoever receives this disciple is truly blessed. Even just looking at it is eye-pleasing. Look guys, she's walking towards Master He. Master He stood not far in front of Chen Xian's body. Under the gazes of the crowd and the sound of discussion, everyone assumed that Su Danru was running towards Master He. The crowd of Dan Dao masters, looking at the fact that they had no chance of receiving such an outstanding disciple, all sighed secretly, all the while inwardly lamenting that Master He could be so blessed. It was even if the female disciple was extremely talented, but on the contrary, she was also so beautiful. When practicing alchemy, there will inevitably be accidental physical contact. Master He watched as Sultan Zhou walked briskly towards him, smoothing his hair and straightening his collar. At the same time, he also put up the stance that a master teacher should have, ready to receive Su Danru's kneeling. Ahem. It seems that this seat's fame has long been spreading throughout the 4 seas. Since you want to worship this seat as your master has 3 conditions. You and Grandmaster He spoke with a big smile, afraid that others wouldn't see this outstanding disciple that he had taken in. After all, it was a matter of honor for the star-crossed genius to cross over all the other Dan Dao masters and choose him alone. And what made him even happier was that after taking in so many male disciples, he was finally able to have a stunningly beautiful female disciple. It's not unheard of in this history for a master and a disciple to fall in love. being able to be both pensioned off and warmed up by a disciple. He couldn't help but smile a few more times when he thought about the possible ravishing encounters he would have after he got his hands on them. But just as he was about to state his 3 conditions, in full view of everyone, Sudanru actually did not kneel before him, much less a single moment in front of him. It directly crossed him over, completely ignoring him, perhaps because she was in too much of a hurry. In this last stretch of road, she ran straight towards the front. Grandmaster, he was just now posing as if he had something to say, and said something about having 3 conditions for accepting an apprentice, with the purpose of wanting to make a good show of himself in front of the crowd. This time Sudanru directly ignored him and left, directly causing his face to fall to the bottom. Now he was embarrassed, holding his cheeks purple. The many Dan Dao masters, watching him get defeated, could not help but purse their lips and snicker. The target of this talented young girl is not even Master He, so in my opinion it should be Elder Hua. Look, you guys, it's not going over towards Hua Lao. Elder Hua has enjoyed a reputation in the alchemy world for many years and is highly respected, so it's only reasonable that he can receive such an outstanding disciple, so we can only be envious. Elder Hua, standing not far from Chen Xianyi's side, the crowd looked at the target that Su Danro was running towards and instantly guessed the possible candidate she had in mind. After all, after crossing over to Master He, there was only one other Dan Dao master resting in the deepest part of the room, Elder Hua. As for Chen Xuani, no one had ever thought that he would have any possibility of receiving a disciple. At that time, when everyone left their words on the paper, everyone could have offered Su Danru a generous offer. Only Chen Xianyi only wrote 3 words, which is his own name. If Chen Xianyi could take Su Danru as a disciple even like this, then where would they put their faces? That's not purely a shoehorn. Elder Hua had pursued the Tao of alchemy all his life and wanted to inherit his life's learning to an outstanding disciple worthy of entrusting him. Su Danru's talent was perfectly suited to his requirements. Elder Hua stroked his florid white beard and smiled kindly as he walked towards Su Danro. Miss, the old man's original alchemy heart sutra has not been learned by anyone so far. From today onwards, I will impart it to you, as our master and disciples meeting gift. After saying that, Elder Hua directly pulled out a whole book of merit laws from his sleeves. All of the Dan cultivators present, looking at that feat, were extraordinarily covetous. This alchemy heart scripture, an original alchemy technique created by Elder Hua, was a top-grade alchemy technique of the Xian rank. If they could obtain an alchemy technique of this level, their attainments in the Dan Dao would certainly soar. Such a precious private secret book, Hua Lao just like this to give to the disciple who just met. This sincerity can be imagined, but any normal Dan cultivator, after seeing such sincerity from Elder Hua, would change his mind at this time even if he had other master candidates in mind. But the heart of Sultan Ru, no matter what happens, will not change with it. She had never taken her eyes off of Chen Xianyi's body since she entered this room. No matter who was in her way, she never looked at anyone else. Her actions, although all of the people present were also able to detect them, just no one was willing to believe that her ultimate goal could possibly be Chen Xuani. Under the attention of countless people, Su Danru deftly leaped up and directly leapt towards Chen Xuani. Chen Xian stretched out his hands as he looked at the disciples who were close at hand, and also revealed the brightest smile of a teenager. Master! Just then, he heard Su Danru shout out, and then directly jumped into Chen Xuani's arms. She hugged Chen Xianyi tightly, and with all her might, she buried her head into her master's arms. The most familiar, best-smelling aroma of her master's body was all around her, and that was what finally allowed her to feel a hint of comfort. As soon as Chen Xian rubbed her head, he naturally wrapped his arms around her slender, soft waist. On the third disciple's body, there was a faint medicinal scent that was also mixed with the unique aroma of a young, green girl, kneaded together and very refreshing. Master, disciple has finally met you. Disciple really misses you so much. Disciple really hasn't given up looking for you. The disciple almost thought he wouldn't see you again, and for a moment, almost gave up. But hooray, hooray, there is still now. Su Danro looked up at her master's familiar face and choked with incomparable grievance. She had already inhaled too much psychedelic dispersal, and was even a bit gradually unable to distinguish between reality and dreamland. Even she was a bit skeptical that what she was clinging to right now was actually the real master, or maybe she fantasized about it after being too poisoned. After all, in a place like this, how could she possibly meet her most missed master? Just as she was doubting herself, the gentle voice of her master rang in her ears. Zwire, master has made you suffer. Open your mouth. Hearing her master's concerned words, Su Danru only felt that all of her grievances and sadness over the years had all dissipated into thin air. She had never had the slightest intention of complaining about her master since he had disappeared. All the time, they were reflecting on whether they had done something wrong, where they had wronged their master, which had caused him to abandon them forever. If she had another chance to follow her master, she would give it all, everything, all, to serve him. She obediently opened her watery lips. Then it felt like something round and smooth, entering her mouth. Chen Xianyi stuffed the elixir into her mouth and said with a smile, "You have the scent of ecstasy scatter on you, and my master happens to have a healing elixir here, which is more than enough to cure the poison. You and take it, and later talk to your master about who did it." Chen Xianyi's senses were different from normal people, and he was easily able to detect the poisonous aura on his third disciple's body. Just now, he happened to refine an 8th grade healing dan, which could be healed after taking it, but there was no major problem. However, it was impossible for his beloved third disciple to take this kind of poison for no reason. The third disciple's special physique and talent was naturally understood by Chen Xianyi, not to mention that he would not inadvertently take poison. Then there was only one possibility for the outcome. The third disciple had been coerced by someone. If he dared to coerce his disciples, he would have to put them to death no matter what. Su Danro had the elixir in her mouth. This was the first time she had taken the elixir given by her master after a 10-year gap. When they were together in the past, Master Teacher used to give her pills to eat. Since the separation, she had kept all the pills that her master had once given her, because the elixir was made by her master. It would have his familiar scent on it, and she couldn't afford to eat it. It was this meager trace of breath that she relied on to get through countless days without her master and missing him. The elixir refined by her master who had once caused her to cherish it immensely was now actually being held in her mouth. This caused her to swallow it for a moment. She carefully took the elixir in her mouth, her pink and full tongue, licking the flavor of the elixir again and again. Master's elixir. It smells so good. Favorite. Master's elixir. Can't afford to take it at all. She murmured without thinking, and girlish scented spit wet the corners of her rose-petal lips. Chapter 46. No. Buddy. Chen Xianyi, what are your credentials? Chen Xianyi looked at Su Danro's mischievous appearance and couldn't help but smile, rubbing her head and saying, "Don't be naughty. How grown up are you still playing with potions?" Only after hearing her master's words did Su Danru reluctantly take the elixir. After all, she didn't want to be mistaken by her master as some kind of perverted teacher lover. As soon as that elixir entered her body, she only felt an unprecedented lightness in her body. All of the previous discomfort, the sense of ecstasy, all of it completely disappeared at this moment. Even the color and appearance were better by an unknown amount. Zhang Ningxian looked at the change in Su Danro and was surprised as he went up and pinched his face. "Senior sister Su, after not seeing you for so long, you've gotten prettier again." When Su Danro saw her eldest senior sister, who she hadn't seen for a long time, it was likewise the same as when she saw her master. Countless good memories surged to her heart. She smiled sweetly and went forward to hug Zhang Ningxian. Senior sister is still so lively. Huyaya and Su Danro had also not seen each other for a long time, and both of them similarly hugged each other. Sutanu's cheeks were wrapped in softness. A little shy, her voice muffled out. "Sister Yaya, you've changed a lot." Huyaya smiled extraordinarily brightly, looking at Su Danro's blushing and restrained appearance, but also could not help but hug her tightly with force. "Do you think sister doesn't understand your harmonic stance? Really, still as cute as when I was a kid." The four masters and disciples met again, and for a while there was a lot of laughter. And at this moment, all of the Dandao masters present, looking at the cozy scene of Chen Xuani and his disciples getting along with each other, all of them revealed expressions of incomparable unbelievable shock. Chen Xianyi really received disciples, and 3 of them at that? You even hugged me when we met? Are the benefits that big? No, man, what gives him the right? Grandmaster, he did not receive a disciple, and at first thought that he had lost to Elder Hua, and felt convinced, but he was 10,000 times more unconvinced when he lost to Chen Xianyi. Girl, why is this necessary? He's just a waste who can't make pills. Aren't you destroying your own future by worshipping him as your master? Grandmaster, he changed from the majesty of his teacher just now, as if he wanted to ask Su Danro to worship him as a teacher, and said bitterly. The other Dandao masters beside him were also filled with righteous indignation. Yeah, this kid doesn't even have a blue robe, so he must not even be a 5th grade alchemist. The girl is thinking about it, but she can't be fooled by this kid's pretense. By the way, according to the rules of the alchemy world, you can't take on a disciple below a 5th grade alchemist. He's not qualified to take on a disciple at all. The crowd spoke in your own words, and some even brought up the rules of the alchemy world, desperately trying to tear the two apart. Su Danro hugged her master tightly. Hearing the words of the bystanders, she realized at that moment that her master's cultivation had fallen to the qi refining stage. As a qi refining stage cultivator, it was true that he could no longer refine advanced pills. This 8th grade healing elixir given to her by her master must have been treasured a long time ago as well. If master can no longer make advanced pills, that to her It's just great. She could finally allow her master to take the pills she had refined to cultivate, and could even assist her master in refining pills, just as her master had taught her before. Shut up, to be my master teacher. You don't need to know how to make pills. I'll be just fine. Su Dan-ro chided the crowd of Dan Dao masters. All of the Dan Dao masters present couldn't help but be touched by her loyalty when they heard her words. What kind of divine disciple is this? A disciple should be like Su Dan-ro. Chen Xianyi, he had better have saved the world in his previous life if he could receive such a gentle disciple. I can't. I'm just envious. I can't watch it anymore. This seat will report this to Senior Dan Ningxuang and ask her to dismiss Chen Xuanyi's qualifications as a Dan cultivator, so that he will never be qualified to take on a disciple. Good point. Let's go together. I just don't believe that he can still become a Dan Dao master after losing his Dan cultivation qualification. The crowd of Dan Dao masters were sour with jealousy, saying whatever they could to make Chen Xianyi's reputation go down the drain. And just as the crowd was scrambling to get out of the viewing platform, the Dan Ningguang they were looking for was currently standing at the doorway in a golden-colored fancy dress. Her tall figure stood out, and she was holding an extremely delicate jade box in her hand. Just outside the door, she heard the noise in the room, and she angrily scolded. As a Dan cultivator, and even more so as a teacher of others, what's the point of making such a racket? Her incipiently imperious features were even more distinctive when she was angry. However, the Dan cultivators present could not afford any ill will in the face of such extreme looks, and they all respectfully apologized or bowed. Dan Ningguang was the only 8th grade alchemist in Suzhou, and his status was incomparable to anyone else's. Even Elder Hua, who enjoyed a reputation, could not even reach the existence of an equal. Elder Hua looked at the exquisite jade box Dan Ningguang was holding in his hands and went up to guess. May I ask if what pavilion master is holding in his hand is the prize for the winner of this Dan Dao conference? Dan Ningguang nodded. I came over this time to present this prize to Su Danru. When the Dan cultivators heard that the box contained the champion's prize, they all raised their percent of interest. This champion's prize, using whoever refined the elixir, meant that the better the quality of the elixir who refined it, it would also increase one's reputation in the Dan cultivation world. Master, he hurriedly urged. In that case, hurry up and open it. He had concocted excellent 7th grade pills this time, so he thought that he would have a high possibility of taking first place. By that time, it was possible that his reputation would surpass that of Elder Hua's. Thinking about it, he had been impatient for a long time. The other dancers flirted. What are you in such a hurry for? It's hard not to think you can surpass Elder Hua. The pavilion master definitely won't be competing in person. The first place this time will definitely remain with Elder Hua. We all have no chance. Lord Pavilion Master, open it up and take a look. As someone who was given high expectations by the crowd, Elder Hua also looked like he was at ease. The pills he took out this time were second only to the 8th grade pills, so it could be said that he was undoubtedly the winner. Under the urging of the crowd, Dan Ningguang was not ambiguous and slowly opened the jade box. The elixir therein was slowly revealed, and everyone's eyes widened. Chapter 47 Prizes Revealed. Elder Hua kneeled and called him honored. It's jade box in the middle of the pills. Body green, clean and clear in the body, not stained with any cracks impurities. The rich and fragrant aroma of the medicine spread throughout the room, and anyone who smelled it felt refreshed. This was clearly a healing elixir and of a frighteningly high grade. Elder Hua was close enough to observe the elixir, and with a single glance, he could tell what grade it was. This is an 8th grade healing pill, and it's of excellent color. Who refined it? Is it hard to believe that in our Suzhou, another 8th grade alchemist has appeared? After Elder Hua's voice rang out, the many Dan cultivators present all looked at each other. It was as if he was asking who had made this elixir. This 7th grade to 8th grade is no small thing. When Dan Ningguang refined the 8th grade pills, the Suzhou Empress had personally received them, rewarding them with countless benefits and status. Totally a national treasure. After a while, when no one acknowledged it, murmurs ensued. I think Lord Pavilion Master himself has entered the competition. So in that case, we're convinced of our loss. It must be so. It seems that Lord Pavilion Master's art of alchemy has improved again, and the color of this elixir is far more excellent than the ones he had made before. Everyone guessed that it was refined by Dan Ningguang. After all, there was no one else present who could have the strength to refine an 8th grade Dan without having to think about it. But Dan Ningguang's next words truly left everyone dumbfounded. If I were interested in refining pills myself, there would be no need to solicit pills from everyone. This elixir was not made by me. It's not refined by the master of the court. Hearing Dan Ningguang's words, everyone was puzzled for a while, and before the crowd could ask any questions, Dan Ningguang walked towards the front and then stopped in front of Chen Xuanyi. She smiled politely at Chen Xuanyi before raising the jade box over. Lord Superior, since it was your disciple who took first place, Then this elixir will be returned to its rightful owner, returning things to their rightful owners. The whole room was silent for a moment, and the sound of breathing was even audible. This top-grade 8th-grade healing pill could have been refined by Qin Shuani? How could this chi refining stage cultivator have the ability to refine an 8th-grade Dan? It can't be. There must be some mistake. Master, he walked up incredulously and asked after Dan Ningguang. Lord Courtier, are you sure you're not mistaken? This elixir, did he really make it? Dan Ningguang's face sank as he said seriously. What this pavilion master says can still be false. This pavilion master just witnessed Lord Superior refining this elixir with his own eyes. There is absolutely no possibility of forgery. You saw it with your own eyes? Hearing Dan Ningguang's words, the cultivators present not only didn't lift their doubts, but on the contrary, they felt even more that this matter was unbelievable. How could it be so easy to refine an 8th-grade Dan? Not to mention that just that a moment of effort can be refined. Even if you give you a year of time, even to prepare and then open the furnace, you are not enough. This is too much of a stretch. Was this Lord Pavilion Master out of his mind today? That he would even say such words? Elder Hua, as a learned titan of the Dan cultivation world, was the first to raise a question. Pavilion Master, this refining of the 8th-grade Dan, one has to prepare the materials beforehand, choose a Dan furnace that conforms to the 5 elements, find a blessed and precious land, and take the essence of the jade liquid as the base. Even if all these steps don't go wrong, it's still not something that can be accomplished in a matter of moments. What you're saying is inevitably a bit too outrageous. Calling any Dan cultivator, it's hard to believe. If it is said that the pavilion master himself wants to compete but is too embarrassed to do so, just say it outright. Or that he wants to hold up his beloved. We can understand that. So why come out with this lie and treat us all as fools? More than believing that this pill was refined by Qin Xianyi, he was more willing to believe that Dan Ningguang had long been attracted to Qin Xianyi, a handsome young man, so he wanted to take this opportunity to hold him up well so that he could gain the other party's favor. Regardless of her attainments in Dan Dao or business, she was always a blank sheet of paper when it came to relationships. Being misunderstood in this way, she inevitably blushed a little shyly for a moment. Words cannot be spoken. Lord Shanzu and he. Before she could finish her sentence, a number of young Dan cultivators walked in outside the room's door at that moment. These were all those who had come over to find their masters after attending the Dan Dao conference. Hong Yunfei was the first to run in. Coming to the master's side, he didn't say anything about the Dan Dao conference. Instead, he talked about something else in the first place. Master, disciple was just outside and saw someone instantly concocting an 8th-grade elixir. It's simply outrageous. Apart from him, the rest of the disciples who had entered through the doorway were also talking to their masters about what had happened at the doorway. Even the process is clear. If Dan Ningguang had lied for whatever reason, the Dan Dao masters present could still understand. But there was no need for their disciple to lie for Qin Xianyi. Was there? It couldn't be that this 8th-grade Dan was really refined by Qin Zuaniki? But how can this thing be true? Of all these people, the one who reacted most strongly was Elder Hua. He had studied the Dan Dao for his entire life and had never been interested in anything else. It was extremely important for him to explore the truth of this matter. He took out the Alchemy Heart Sutra amongst his sleeves and handed this secret book of alchemy, which he had created uniquely, to Qin Xianyi. Junior, if you can really refine an 8th-grade Dan, the deficiencies amongst this gongfu will surely be pierced through at a glance. Please also point out the crippling of this gong method so that we can be convinced. Qin Xianyi was at this time immersed in the joy of meeting his master and disciple, and had no intention of explaining these mundane matters. However, he felt a pang of amusement when he looked at Dan Ningguang's face that was red with shame because of the misunderstanding. It's just a matter of helping Dan Ningguang clear up his misunderstanding. Chen Shuani took the gongfu and beat his eyes to it. He then casually scribbled on it with his spiritual energy and threw it back. Hua Lao received the gongfu with both hands and looked at the altered areas on it with full concentration. His expression first shifted from puzzlement to understanding, and finally to unparalleled shock. One of the feats that Chen Shuani had casually altered turned out to be a mystery that he had been unable to delve into all his life. It turned out that this teenager who looked the most unassuming was actually a true alchemy master. And for them to think they are underestimating the true masters all the time is laughable. But what he couldn't figure out the most was why he had never heard of an alchemy master of Qin Xianyi's level. It seemed that Dan Ningguang knew him and even addressed him as Lord Shangzuan. Wait a minute, isn't the title of the world's first genius, Lord Shangzuan, a title of honor? He vaguely remembered that Lord Superior's name was Qin Xianyi. Out of nowhere, Hua Lao's mind recalled the 3 words Qin Xianyi had written on the white paper, which appeared to be Qin Xianyi's own name. At that time, he only swept by the corner of his eye and didn't care. And even if he saw it, he wouldn't associate it with that genius. And most of them didn't even know what this teenager's name was. Now that I think about it, With such a handsome appearance and doing that kind of over-the-top thing, only the one among the myths would be able to do that, right? Thinking of this, he flung himself to his knees and trembled. So you're Shang Tsung, that world's first genius. I've only heard of your deeds in the midst of mythological stories. I didn't realize they were all true. I have spent my entire life delving into Dan cultivation, and I consider myself quite knowledgeable. But in front of you, I can't even count it as one hair of a 9-ox. For the insolence that I have been displaying, I would like to spend my entire life atoning for my sins and be your subordinate forever. Elder Hua spoke with a serious look of guilt. The few strokes that Chen Xianyi casually changed on his gungfu were enough to benefit him for life. If he could follow Chen Xianyi in the future, even if it was just as a subordinate, Chen Xianyi casually mentioning him a few times would be enough for him to achieve a lifetime of cultivation on his own. He wanted to capitalize on this opportunity. The rest of the Dan Dao masters present did not react as quickly as Hua Lao. They who hadn't yet figured out what was going on felt as if their worldview had collapsed as they watched Elder Hua resolutely give Chen Xianyi, that titan who had a reputation in the alchemy world, an existence they idolized, was actually looking up to this youth? What the hell is going on here? Chapter 48 3 days without blinking your eyes? Punish the crowd. Master, why is this necessary? Get up quickly. Master, why are you doing this? There were many disciples under Elder Hua, and when his disciples saw that their revered master was actually kneeling down to worship someone, they all went up to advise him in disbelief. Hua Laomian, surrounded by the crowd of disciples, still did not have the intention to get up, but instead said loudly, "Shut up, he's the true world's first genius, the great success realm battle true immortal superior expectation. If you neglect the superior expectation like this, a few of your lives won't be enough to compensate for it." Hua Lao's voice was resounding, and everyone in the room at that moment could hear it clearly. Elder Hua's disciples hesitated for a long time after hearing this, and then, horrified, they also knelt down along with their master. Latecomer meets the Supreme Exalt. That's a mythical figure, and it's standing right in front of me today. Don't blame it on your lordship. The room was abuzz with activity for a while. Not only were Elder Hua's disciples convinced at this point, even those Dandao masters who had been looking down on Chen Xuanyi had been unable to stand still. This time, they had clearly heard Elder Hua's explanation and learned the true identity of that mysterious teenager. The various stories of the world's first genius were, in this world, like the Monkey King in the Journey to the West. The difference, though, is that Lord Shang Tsung is not a story, but real. If the Supreme Exalt's heart was filled with hatred, they would go up in smoke with a single thought. Thinking of this, suddenly, one after another of the Dandao masters in the room knelt down and begged for mercy, and those who hesitated, seeing someone take the lead in begging for mercy, panicked even more within themselves. In case he was treated with respect by his superiors, I'm afraid that he would die a much worse death when the time comes. For a time, all those Dan cultivators who had once looked down on Chen Xuanyi prostrated themselves before him. Lord Shanzuan, before, I didn't know your name and was much rude. Please chastise me. I repent. Please don't execute my 9 clans. Lord Superior, I'll do whatever you want me to do, but don't touch my wife and children. The ruthlessness of Chen Xian's strike, the fact that striking out at an enemy was to strain 9 clans, was passed around as a myth, so much so that no one knows about it. The first reaction to learning of one's sin against Shang Tsung is to hasten to ask for forgiveness and perhaps save one's wife and children. Facing the pleas of the crowd, Chen Xianyi turned a blind eye. He was seen pushing the jade box in Dan Ningguang's hand back and said, "This seed was able to retrieve the 3rd disciple, and it's also thanks to you. So this elixir will be considered a gift from this seat to you." If it wasn't for this conference organized by Dan Ningguang, he still might not be able to say when he would be able to meet up with his 3rd disciple. Chen Xianyi had always been temperamental, and he would respond several times over to anyone who had helped him. Dan Ningguang shook his head and excused himself. "I'm not doing you any favors either. That's never going to happen. Moreover, this elixir is a prize. If I were to accept it, wouldn't I be breaking the rules of the Dandao conference?" Once Chen Xian heard it, he felt that there was some truth in what she said. It does seem a little inappropriate to take this as a gift. Chen Xianyi had no choice but to let Su Dan Ro accept the pills, and then thought about what would be suitable as a gift for Dan Ningguang. It was also at this moment that he finally noticed the many Dandao masters present. These dog-eyed snobs really should be taught some lessons. If they are pulled out one by one to be connected to the 9 clans, so many people together, but really some trouble. Their crimes, moreover, are not so deep. Thinking of this, he pondered a nice gift for Dan Ningguang. Chen Xuanyi cleared his throat at the crowd of Dan cultivators and said aloud, "Thinking about when someone insulted this seat killed from the southern heavenly gate to the white jade capital for 3 days and 3 nights without blinking an eye. Today, this seat is in a good mood and is merciful, so I will spare your lives. The Danding Pavilion is this seat's power. So you guys can stay here and refine Dan for 10 years for nothing. Chen Xianyi's face was extremely serious and grim, as if he was still carrying a bit of anger. And instantly, the crowd present was given a shiver of fear. Jiang Ningxian stood behind him and leaned over to whisper in his ear and asked, "Master, don't your eyes dry up after 3 days of not blinking?" Hu Yaya and Su Danro both pursed their lips and snickered as they listened to what eldest sister asked. Eldest sister isn't giving master teacher a leg up at all. Master's words are obviously hyperbole. Chen Xianyi's expression was somewhat speechless as he similarly whispered back, "Master scared them. How would master kill these people? Master has killed more than that." Hu Ya, Sadanzo. It turns out that there was no exaggeration at all. With a face full of adoration, Jiang Ningxian hugged his master's back and said, "Master is awesome. Come on. The murderous master is super handsome eh?" Chen Xianyi also scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard his disciples' compliments. "It's not that great. He, laughing his ass off. Those Dandao masters who had knelt down to worship Qin Xuani were somewhat silent for a moment after hearing his words. What Qin Xianyi meant was to let them refine pills for the Danding Pavilion for nothing for 10 years? One must know that each of the dawn they refined could be worth a lot of money. This white alchemy for 10 years, and also so many people. This is how much benefit. However, they who were worried about being retaliated against by Qin Xianyi, how could they dare to speak out in resistance? It was then that a Dandao master clenched his silver teeth, and then squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "I'll do it. Better alive than dead." Seeing someone take the lead, the rest bowed their heads in resignation one after the other. "Just refine it. Consider it a practice. Yes, I still have a wife and children. Nothing can happen to them. At least it's working for the Danding Pavilion, so even though there's no pay, it's not too bad." Seeing that the crowd of Dandao masters had really obeyed the order, Dan Ningguan could be said to be pleasantly surprised. This gift given to her by His Eminence was not even close to being as big as that 8th grade elixir. With so many people giving her free alchemy, in time, after a few years of development, the Danding Pavilion might not be one of all Dan cultivation shrines, but the only one. She couldn't afford to pass up such a heavy gift, and these people deserve what they get. Thank you, Lord Superior. Chapter 49, Broken Danding Pavilion. King Jinnan's killing appearance. Dan Ningguan was so excited that he was about to bow and kneel to Chen Xuani right away. Chen Xian held her shoulders with one hand. "There's no need to curtsy when it comes to you and me. Take care of your family business and count it as a thank you." Listening to Qin Xianyi's sincere words, Dan Ningguan was touched in a million ways, his dark golden pupils trembling. Chen Xuani was still the only one who had genuinely helped the Danding Pavilion since her mother had left, and who had also genuinely helped her. When she was with Chen Xianyi, she never had to care about the pulling interests between businessmen, and it would make her feel an extra sense of relaxation and dependence. She didn't know if this kind of feeling came from love, but she really liked the feeling of spending time with Chen Xianyi so much. She nodded silently, keeping all of Qin Xianyi's kindnesses in mind. Hua Lao was still unwilling to give up at this point, kneeling on Chen Xian's side and pleading once again. "Supreme Father, old man wants to follow you. As long as I can follow you, I'll let my old man do anything." Chen Xianyi didn't expect this old man to be so difficult. He only wanted to keep disciples on his side. Others didn't interest him, but with Elder Hua being so sincere, perhaps there really was something useful for him to do. The Jade Maiden sect was now considered to be his base, so he could properly develop it. Letting Elder Hua temporarily reside on the outskirts of the Jade Maiden sect, an alchemy expert of this level could provide a constant stream of pills to supply the sect with cultivation. If you have the heart to follow this seat, go to the Jade Maiden sect. But the Jade sect doesn't receive the opposite sex, so you'll have to live outside, or much hardship. The conditions offered by Qin Xianyi can be said to make a person with a large fortune leave all his family assets behind and live in a hut. Chen Xianben thought that he would back down from the challenge, but he didn't expect Elder Hua to immediately agree. "As you wish, I will move now," Elder Hua respectfully said. Chen Xuani asked in surprise as his eyebrows rose. "You don't mind?" Hua Lao said seriously. "No matter where you are practicing the way of alchemy. No matter what." Chen Xianyi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in his heart. Worthy of being a master alchemist? His mind is just strong. He couldn't do it anyway. Cultivation is not for enjoyment, and you have to suffer every day. So isn't it a waste of cultivation? Captain Jia. Chen Xianyi suddenly came up with this sentence in his heart. Just when everyone in the room was convinced of Qin Xianyi, suddenly a man, full of reluctance, shouted, "I'm not convinced. I don't believe it. Where is my personal disciple Yilingyun? If he hadn't told me himself, I wouldn't have believed it no matter what. A qi refining stage cultivator refining an 8th grade Dan? Humph. Joke. This person is none other than Master He." The disciples of the others returned one after another, and only his disciples disappeared into thin air. He who hadn't heard the disciples' own description of what happened outside still refused to believe the truth. Seeing Grandmaster he's searching for his disciple, a young cultivator who had seen Yi Lingyun before pointed at the field where the party was competing and said, "I saw him when I was just here and it looks like he's still sitting in the competition field, and he's in a state that's not quite right." When Master He heard this, a bad feeling rose in his heart. Yi Lingyun was the personal disciple who was going to inherit his mantle, and if anything went wrong, all his hard work over the years would be lost. Without saying a word, he hurriedly flew towards the field to check it out. Su Danro had thought that Master Teacher was only a chi refining stage cultivator now, but when she learned that her master was able to personally refine the 8th grade Dan, as well as the fact that even those Dan Dao masters gave their masters a kneeling salute, she also realized that her master was still that strong. She wasn't sad when she learned that her master was getting weaker, and she was happy when she was getting stronger. If her master was unable to cultivate, she would protect him and accompany him. If Master Teacher remained the genius he once was, then she would be a docile disciple, silently helping Master Teacher share the pressure and serving him for the rest of her life. Su Danro hugged her master's arm and said softly, "Master, regarding the matter of the psychedelic dispersal in my disciple's body, it was all the work of the Jinnan King. He has imprisoned me in the Great Hall and has sent men to guard me at all times. I guess it won't take long for the King of Jinnan to realize what's going on over here and kill over. If we're no match for them, we'd better leave quickly." Although her master teacher was able to refine 8th grade pills, she still wasn't sure if her master teacher would be able to go up against the great achievement stage Jinnan King. She was followed by many men in black, and if she didn't leave soon, she probably wouldn't be able to. Chen Xianyi smiled and rubbed her head, confidently saying, "Don't worry, Zoe, Master is stronger than ever now. We'll go back together after Master gets rid of the damned." Sutano nodded happily, already beginning to fantasize in her mind about the days when everyone would live together again with immense anticipation. Still, what she looked forward to the most was the fact that now that she was older, she could do things that she didn't know how to do as a child and couldn't do as a child. As for what it was about, that can't be said yet. After Chen Xianyi said that, he and his disciples came together to the competition venue of the party's Dan Dao conference. From a long distance away, he could see Master He hugging the eyeless Yi Lingyun with a pained look on his face. Looking at Yi Lingyun's appearance, Chen Xuanyi could tell with a single glance that he should have an unstable Dao heart. First, he was struck by himself, and then crushed by Su Danro. His state of mind that he thought he was a genius completely disintegrated at this moment, so much so that for a while they refused to believe in themselves, doubted themselves, and after their minds were unsettled, their future cultivation was problematic. Even though he had become like this now, Chen Xianyi had no intention of letting him go. The fact that this fellow had insulted his second disciple so much outside was enough for Chen Xianyi to cut him into 1,000 pieces. As soon as Chen Xian stepped in front of the two, he immediately ran his spiritual energy, intending to nullify Yi Lingyun. As for why not just kill, Chen Xianyi felt that for this kind of young cultivator, especially the kind of young cultivator who used to be a genius, making him a complete waste was more despairing than death. He was not a kind man, and made it as hard as he could for his enemies. Seeing that Chen Xuanyi was about to take a shot at his beloved disciple, Grandmaster He immediately became enraged and stepped in front of him. "Stop it, you've gone too far. To harm the seat's disciple like this and still dare to make a move. Do you really think this seat is incompetent?" As a 7th grade alchemist, Grandmaster He's realm also had the strength of anti-virtual, but when it came to true combatability, the strength of a transformation spirit was still there. If it wasn't an extraordinary situation, Danxiu normally wouldn't fight. But now that his beloved disciple had suffered a heart injury to this extent, he couldn't care less. Chen Shan only felt incomparably amused once he heard the other party say that Yi Lingyun's heart injury was caused by himself. From start to finish, it was his own fault. The noise over here drew the attention of all the Dan cultivators. Those Dan Dao masters who were still floating around Chen Xianyi just now, all of them paid attention when they saw that the two were about to fight. Although they were all afraid of Chen Xianyi's strength, no one had actually seen Chen Xianyi strike with their own eyes. At the end of the day, there's still something to be said for that. Plus nowadays someone has to be the one to step up. They were just in time to see just how much of a caliber Chen Xuanyi's so-called invincible strength was. If Chen Xuanyi was crushingly undefeatable to Grandmaster He, then it would be necessary for them guys to listen to Chen Xuanyi as well. And just as Chen Xuanyi and Master He were at swords drawn, the entire top of the Danding Pavilion building suddenly let out a loud bang. The entire building began to tremble violently, and a huge hole was seen to have been shaken open somewhere above, with countless pieces of broken stone and wood collapsing from the roof of the shed. At the same time, there was a figure that flew in from the broken hole in a flash. The figure was clad in a purple and gold-yellow robe, somewhat obese, with a solemn face. As soon as he arrived in the arena, an unprecedented pressure enveloped in. causing everyone's spirits to tighten. Then he heard the figure shout angrily, "Chen Xianyi? I should have thought of that. The person Su Danro has been longing to see is actually a former world's #1 genius." That obese figure was the Jinnan king who ruled over the southern territory with an evil intent. Chapter 50 King Jinnan takes a shot. Danding Wang falls for Chen Xuani. The Jinnan king came in with great force, breaking into the Danding pavilion and entering. So it could be said that he didn't put the Danding pavilion in his eyes at all. Even though the Danding pavilion was powerful and also relied on its resources to raise a number of cultivator fighters, none of them would be a match for the Jinnan king. If there was to be a war here, the only person Danding Wang could rely on was Chen Xuani. King Jinnan looked at the scene below and realized that there were actually 2 disciples beside Chen Xuani. There were rumors that each of Chen Xuani's disciples had great powers and extraordinary talents, and if all of them could be taken under his wing, they would definitely be a great help to him against the Empress in the future. Chen Xianyi, Su Danro's delay in submitting to me is because of your presence. Today this king will put you to death, so you can pass away in peace, and I'll take care of your disciples for you. After saying that, King Jinnan clenched his hands into fists and spread his arms out like an ape. At once, countless spiritual energy converged behind him from within his body, and a dark purple divine Buddha shadow slowly emerged. This shadow was nearly 100 meters tall, filling up the entire top space of the Danding pavilion, and the building seemed as if it was about to collapse. There were 3 heads and 6 arms growing on the silhouette's body, and its face was like a clown in an opera, born with fangs, and dancing in midair with its teeth and claws open. An unparalleled overbearing pressure emanated from above the silhouette, and its strength was straight up to the 9th heaven of the Deshang stage. Those Dandao masters from before, seeing the situation, ran to a safe place to watch the battle. The reason why he didn't run away in the first place was because there was a high possibility that observing a cultivator of Jinnan King's level making a move would lead to enlightenment from it. This is a rare opportunity to practice. I remember, isn't the Jinnan King a cultivator of the 5th sky of the Deshang stage? This intensity of the shadow he manifested. How come he is only 1 step away from crossing the threshold? Hey, who doesn't have some secret tactics? Besides, the Jinnan King has always regarded the female emperor as a rival, so he must have prepared for it. The Jinnan King has made his move, but on the contrary, Chen Xuani hasn't made a move yet. He can't be simply no match, can he? That's not good. This way we won't have to work for the Danding pavilion for nothing. Everyone was expecting Chen Xuani to fall in this battle, so they could get out of it. Grandmaster, he had been worried that he would lose a battle with Chen Xuani. Now that King Jinnan also viewed Chen Xuani as an enemy, then he just happened to join forces with him. Your Majesty, Chen Xianyi has insulted me many times and injured my disciples. Let me help you. After saying that, he immediately flew to the Jinnan King's side. The King of Jinnan did not refuse and looked up to the sky. Ha ha ha, good. After this king raises the Danding pavilion into ruins, you will be the new master. Danding Wang's animosity towards King Jinnan was deep, and King Jinnan knew deep down that he would not be able to subdue him. Then it would be just right to set up a new, loyal Dansei in this realm. Master, he was delighted to hear it. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will set my life as a liver and brain for the great king from now on, and will only follow your instructions. Although he had already been a famous Dan Dao expert in the past, such a thing as becoming the head of the Danding pavilion was something that he didn't even dare to think about. If he is allowed to sit in this position, the benefits are too numerous to even think about. At that time, Danding Wang lost his position as the pavilion master, and might even have to put down his high and mighty stature and come over to lick him in a lowly manner. I can't tell you how beautiful that felt. Just as he was dreaming, Chen Xianyi's voice suddenly sounded from below. King Jinnan, I think that when the Empress had not yet ascended to the throne, you came to the outside of this seat's residence to seek an audience, wanting this seat to clear up your confusion. When this seat saw that your heart was not sincere, it politely declined. Once you lowered your eyebrows and bowed your head, now how do you dare to flaunt your power in front of this seat? Chen Xuani's figure is straight and lofty, and his voice is even more powerful, as if no matter what kind of enemy he faces, he is calm and relaxed, and he looks like an immortal in the world. As King Jinnan watched Chen Xuani show no fear towards the Dechang Stage 9 Heavens figure he had displayed, he couldn't help but speculate in his mind about his opponent's strength. However, no matter how he looked at it, Chen Xuani was only a qi refining stage cultivator, so there was no possibility of hiding anything more than Chen Xianyi's strength. He guessed that Chen Xianyi was a fox in a tiger's hide. Chen Xuani, I've heard all about the matter of you being poisoned by a true immortal. Even though you killed the entire Sikon clan and subdued the 3 great clan lords, it was more than enough to kill them, not to mention cultivators at the Dechang stage, even at the harmonization stage, not to mention how much strength you still have nowadays. Even if you were at your peak, this seat might not be able to defeat you. In his opinion, Chen Xuani might have regressed a bit from his peak strength. coming to the harmonization, or even lower. This strength was enough to kill those sovereigns and city lords, but against him, it's not enough. Moreover, he had made many preparations over the years in order to fight against the empress, and even if Chen Xuanyi still retained his original strength, he was not afraid. With that, he gave Chen Xian an ultimatum. There is no need for more nonsense when you are about to die. The true body of divine law. The shadow behind the Jinnan king turned more and more substantial, and in the end, it completely turned into a 100-meter fang giant. The entirety of the pressure belonging to the ninth sky of the Great Perfection stage completely enveloped out, and the shocking waves of might caused all the low-ranked cultivators within a few kilometers to lose their ability to move. In front of this kind of strength, ordinary cultivators were as easy to slaughter as ants. Chen Xianyi's figure, in front of that huge shadow, was even more petite, just like a child with no hands. Dan Ningguang at this time quickly leapt to Chen Xuanyi's side, smoothly holding Chen Xuanyi's hand. Her clear and pleasant voice rang out eagerly. Lord Superior, the Jinnan King doesn't know what kind of evil magic he used. This strength has skyrocketed too much compared to before. Let's leave quickly. We must not lose our lives. I've stored some precious eruption pills here. After taking them, although they are somewhat harmful to the body, they are enough for a few of us to escape. She didn't realize that Chen Xuanyi's current strength was invincible. Thank you for the inspiration capsule X2 and the reminder payment X2 sent by memory to what is it? Thank you for the milk tea X2 sent by Denghua Chen. Thank you for the reminder payment and the milk tea sent by the loyal messenger of the god of Lizi, and thank you for all the readers for their support. Chapter 51. Dan Ningguang was shocked by Chen Xuanyi's stance. Although Dan Ningguang worshipped Chen Xuanyi as his superior honor, it was to fight against the Jinnan King and protect the Danding Pavilion. But he didn't expect the two to go to war so soon. She was also thinking of refining more healing pills in recent days and getting some other methods to see if she could help Chen Xuanyi get rid of the true immortal's poison, and then discuss it afterward. Looking at the absolute strength that the Jinnan King had erupted, she couldn't imagine what means Chen Xuanyi, who had been poisoned by the true immortal's intense poison, could have to fight against it. So all she could imagine was to take Lord Zun and get out of there. It was the only thing she could do for Lord Zun. Chen Xuanyi did not take her pills, and in the face of the huge shadow and pressure above the sky dome, he did not have a trace of fear. Instead, he asked with a faint smile, if you and I both leave, what should the Danding Pavilion do? Isn't she the most precious thing you have? Hearing Chen Xianyi's words, Dan Ningguang suddenly froze. Yes, just now, when he saw that Chen Xianyi was about to be attacked, his first thought was to use what he could to quickly take Chen Xianyi away, and that Danding Pavilion, which she regarded as the most precious, was surprisingly not even in her consideration. It was all done subconsciously. It was only logical that she should consider the Danding Pavilion as the most important object to protect. When did she start to change? It was from the time she met Chen Xianyi's unique personality of not bullying the weak and treating even the most statusless Shaoqing with equal status, or from the time she had worshipped Chen Xianyi as her superior, being convinced by his strength, or maybe when all the businessmen were pulling their interests with her. Only Chen Xuanyi's selflessness in the party, ordering all the Dan cultivators to work for the Danding Pavilion. It is also possible that she saw in her mother's diary the most unique yearning her mother had ever had for Chen Xianyi. In her mother's diary, among the descriptions of Chen Xianyi, there was this passage. He was different from everyone else in this world, as if he wasn't supposed to be from this world in the first place. His way of thinking, charisma of character, wants me to spend my entire life following her. And if I were to elect a hegemon to rule this world, then I would still actually have to choose Chen Xianyi. These few short sentences had created a strong curiosity towards Chen Xianyi from the very beginning of Dan Ningguang's childhood when he read them in his diary. She wondered what kind of person would be worthy of her mother describing him in such a way. Now that she had actually seen it, she could say with certainty that Chen Xuanyi was completely worthy of her mother's evaluation, and was even far more than there was. This caused Chen Xuanyi's position in her heart to be even higher and more unrivaled. It was then that she realized that she probably didn't start caring about Chen Xianyi because of any one thing. Rather, it was the fact that when all things were added together, it caused her heart to begin to care immensely about Chen Xuanyi's existence, to the point where it all surpassed the Danding Pavilion. This is by no means an ordinary sentiment. She seemed to like this man without realizing it. After ascertaining her feelings for Chen Xianyi, Dan Ningguang was even more eager to take Chen Xianyi away from here. She had never had a Taoist yet, and this rare favorite could not be buried here because of herself. She opened her mouth to Chen Xianyi very eagerly. It doesn't matter. I want Lord Shang to live. Please don't try to be brave. Lord Superior. Before Chen Xianyi could say anything, Jiang Ningxian, who was on the sidelines, said with an interested and skeptical expression, "Oh, Sister Nimbus cares so much about Master." She used a gossipy expression as if she had already read Dan Ningguang's mind. Huya coughed lightly from the sidelines. Ahem. Don't talk nonsense, senior sister. This kind of thing, even if you can see it, you can't talk to your master. Master has always been passive and, to put it bluntly, wooden. If she let her master learn of Dan Ningguang's feelings, would she still have a chance to be with her master? Confidentiality must be maintained. Dan Ningguang found it inexplicable that both Hu Yeye and Jiang Ningxian looked so relaxed and cozy. Y'all, aren't y'all worried? Jiang Ningxian said with his fingers against his chin in a thoughtful manner. There is indeed some concern. Dan Gelding felt that this was the right reaction for her. Just worry. Let's hurry. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Ningxian continued. I'm worried that if Master Teacher strikes here, he'll blow away the Danding Pavilion. It would be troublesome to rebuild it at that time. Dan Nimble, you're out of your mind. Your master is the weak one. Right. Do you trust your master so much? Hu Yeye looked at Dan Ningguang with an expression that was about to be played out, elegantly covered her mouth and laughed, patting her back to comfort her. No kidding. Master, he's very strong now. We've all seen it. Su Dan-ro had not seen her master's hand, and despite the fact that she had heard his promises, she was still inevitably a little worried. She silently hid behind her master. No matter what the outcome was, if she had to die, then she would be the happiest person in the world if she could die with her master. The king of Jinan looked at Chen Xuani's several people who had no intention of escaping at all, and thought that the several people were saying their last words before they died. Looking at the disciples that always surrounded Qin Xianyi, this really bothered him a bit. After all, he still wanted to keep those three geniuses and work for him. However, since they were determined to die, he could not leave them alive. Since they can't be of use to me, they can all go to hell. In the 9 springs, you meet well in. Immortal locking god execution fist. The king of Jinan shouted. Just above the fist of the huge silhouette behind him, pale white streams of light began to be discovered. The stream of light seemed to be the center of a tornado, drawing all the surrounding buildings and pillars over to be rolled into crumbs. The shadow moved along with his movements. The huge fist mixed with majestic pressure, causing a huge airburst roar in the air as it swept towards Chen Xuani. The location where Chen Xianyi was located instantly became the very center of the pressure enveloping him. Before that punch even reached his face, the ground beneath Chen Xuani's feet had already crumbled into spiderweb-like cracks. Dan Condensed Light Anti-Void Realm Cultivator. If not for her release of spiritual power to resist Chen Xuani's chance for invincible defense once a day, I'm afraid that it will have to be used here. It was inevitable that the disciples would be deeply implicated. Chen Xianyi looked at the scene of earth and rocks tumbling around him and revealed a somewhat distressed expression. If we were to fight here, the result would surely be a ruin. I'm afraid it's too late to lure the king of Jinan away. Just as he was thinking hard, he suddenly remembered his third disciple's gong method. After retrieving the third disciple, Chen Xianyi similarly obtained the third disciple's techniques and abilities. The third disciple's gong method was called the Star Dan technique, which just happened to fit the qualities of his Yuanchu divine body, and the strongest strike of the last stance of this feat would be just enough to kill all the enemies without destroying the building. Chen Xianyi said with Su Dan-ro beside him. Zwire, Master has gotten you a super powerful technique. When we return, the Master will impart it to you. Now, it might be helpful for you to observe your Master using it first. After Su Dan-ro heard this, she also lifted a percent of her spirit. The gongfu she was currently practicing was one that Chen Xuani had tailored for her in the past. Now Master has made her a new one? Without further delay, Chen Xianyi slowly gathered his right hand into the air, in a manner that he was going to hold that huge fist in his hand. However, Chen Xianyi did not have the intention to do so, and he saw that a pitch-black ball quickly surfaced amongst his palms. The black ball was surrounded by a dense black aura, which seemed to be manifested by the unjust souls of countless dead people, and an extremely disturbing feeling was revealed on it. Zwire, unusual Dan cultivation techniques usually don't have the ability to fight. This new kung fu that can be gotten for the master is both. This is a move you and watch. Named, The Human Emperor's Past Life Streamer. Chapter 52, Chen Xianyi's One-Handed Fist Catch. Where's my strength? As the gong method operated, the dark aura within Chen Xuani's palm continued to expand, spreading rapidly in all directions like a ghost. The ground and the air were covered by this layer of extremely disturbing black gas, as if it was going to cover the sky. With Chen Xianyi as the center in all directions, it seemed as if it was a gigantic formation, and no one knew what terrible things would happen if they entered this range. The Dandao masters who were far away did not know what Chen Xuani was doing, and could only see him stretching a hand into mid-air. It was as if he was trying to catch that huge punch with his empty hand. Looking at this mind-boggling image, they murmured. It is said that the Jinnan king is practicing an earth-ranked technique. This level of technique is extremely destructive. Chen Xian is trying to follow it with one hand when he takes a look at this stance? Impossible. If he could really do this, the world's cultivation system would have collapsed long ago. A chi refining stage carrying a De Chang strike hard? Joke. Yeah, I think he's scared silly. It's good he's dead so we don't have to work for nothing. The crowd murmured and looked gloating. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Chen Xianyi being crushed into mush. In stark contrast to the Dandao masters was the Jinnan king. He had already detected the vision the moment he saw Chen Xian's expressionless face raised high into the air with one hand. It was impossible for an ordinary chi refining stage cultivator, or a harmonization, or even a Deshang stage 1, to stand where this fist of his was about to land and still remain motionless. It was clearly beyond the pale, and took him by surprise. Humph, playing God. The Jinnan king shouted and finally pressed his fist down with force. He could only hold one thought in his mind, and that was that Chen Xuani was just pretending to be a god. If he was truly indifferent in the face of his attack, that would be a little too scary. And just as everyone was harboring ill intentions, the two men's attacks collided together in a flash. Chen Xuani raised one hand and did not move a muscle, and the purple fist that fell from the 100-meter giant body shadow was firmly grasped in his hand. The two enormous forces colliding together caused a huge roar, and the shockwaves scattered in all directions, making the scene grandiose to the extreme. Dan Ningguang utilized his spiritual power to protect the surrounding buildings, so much so that the ground and the buildings didn't collapse. The Jinnan king used all his strength in general, and every muscle in his body was firing downwards. Yet he kept feeling as if something impenetrable was naturally shaking his authority. Just a moment ago, the Dandao masters who had been mocking Chen Xianyi saw this scene and their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. And without the protection of Dan Ningguang's spiritual power, even if they were far away, the hills under their feet began to tremble violently as they were shaken by the shockwaves. There were even more timid cultivators who were scared and directly collapsed to the ground. No, he's still human? Really grabbed this of what a huge power. Is this the difference between the world's first genius and us? Convinced. All the rumors they had heard previously were not as shocking as seeing Chen Xianyi strike with their own eyes. From having seen this scene, they wouldn't even dare to raise their heads at any time in the future when they saw Chen Xianyi. Su Danru and Dan Ningguang beside Chen Xuani were all looking at him with faces full of admiration at this moment. Su Danru had seen her former master teacher strike, but the master teacher at that time should not have been strong enough to easily block this level of attack with just her body. In the 10 years that he has been missing, Master has gotten stronger again. Dan Ningguang didn't know what the previous Chen Xuani's strength was, and thought that he had always been this powerful. That looking at Chen Xianyi's handsome side face, her saliva slipped out in adoration. The look was even more unrivaled in its yearning. Women were born mu strong, let alone cultivators like her who practiced the Dan Dao of weak fighting ability. They would need a strong reliance even more. She just felt her heart racing, utterly and completely captivated and bowled over by this man. The reason why Chen Xuani could easily block this strike was not the ability of the Gongfu, but the ability given to him by his second disciple to defend himself invincibly once a day. It wasn't as if he was using this ability for the sake of pretending, but rather, if he wanted the human emperor's past life streamer's ability to be completely unleashed, he needed to be close enough. The distance right now, it's just right. If the human emperor is not allowed to pass on to the next life, the 9 springs will not have peace. Human emperor past life streamer, open. Chen Xianyi softly chanted, and then countless black qi began to rapidly crawl out from within his palms. This black qi was like a small snake, and as if it was a human soul, it began to crawl towards the purple fist grasped in Chen Xianyi's hand, and the might on that fist was dropping at an extremely fast speed, as if it was being absorbed. The Jinnan king immediately sensed the change and was shocked. What Chen Xianyi was sucking away was not only the power of his silhouette, but also his own cultivation. He could feel that his cultivation level was falling rapidly. What kind of sorcery is this? The Jinnan king's eyes were horrified and shocked. He had never seen this kind of gong method before. It was simply terrifying. He now wanted to retract his shadowy fist, but it was held by Chen Xuani's death grip, and he couldn't retract it. He wanted to release other moves to attack, but his spiritual energy was being absorbed by Chen Xianyi's blockade, and his moves could not be released. The feeling of losing control over himself was both difficult and terrifying. Realizing that he was afraid that he would be sucked dry at this rate, he quickly came up with a countermeasure. He was seen taking out an incomparably blood-red elixir from his bosom. Chen Xuani, this explosive yuan pill can increase my strength by 2 times in a short period of time. Although it's a huge damage to your body, it would be worth it if I can win against you. Incidentally, I'll tell you that this elixir was precisely refined by your disciple. Dying at the hands of an elixir refined by your disciple. I don't know how you feel. This explosive yuan pill was an extremely famous life-preserving pill that could explode all of one's potential in a critical situation. But after taking it, you can't continue practicing without recuperating for a few years. The materials used to refine this pill were extremely precious. and he had ordered Su Dan-ro to refine it while he was under house arrest. It's coming in handy right now. With that, he took the elixir in one gulp. Su Dan-ro watched Jinnan King take the pills he had made, his palms slowly clenching together, his heart feeling very bad. Just after seeing King Jinnan take the elixir, he laughed freely twice. Ha ha ha, my power, power, power. Where's my power? He waited for half a day, and the majestic strength he had imagined erupting did not appear. Even on the contrary, he felt a surge of chi and blood. Put! A mouthful of his old blood spurted out several meters, and the blood was pure black. Grass! There's poison in the medicine. Chapter 53, Dividing the Jinnan King's Cultivation. His mighty name shakes the four seas. Grass! There's poison in the medicine. Su Danru, when did you poison yourself? I can't believe this king didn't see it. King Jinnan's face was full of disbelief. The current him was even weaker compared to before he took the elixir. The reason why Su Danro clenched her fists and looked tense just now was not because she was worried that King Jinnan's strength would increase dramatically after taking the elixir. Rather, it was because as a Dan cultivator, it was her due diligence to refine each and every Dan, and the thought that she had poisoned the Dan while refining it earlier put her in a somewhat bad mood. However, the master would have understood her. I think, she really didn't want to alchemize pills for her enemies. She wanted to save all the good stuff for her master. And her amazing talent in alchemy was such that even if she had poisoned the pills, she could still make it undetectable to the great achievement stage Jinnan King. That's the one thing no one but her can do. Master he, who was beside King Jinnan, was even more anxious than he himself as he watched the way he was going to be unable to hold on. If the king of Jinnan is all dead, then you can imagine what will happen to him. The Jinnan King was his only thigh independence now, and nothing could happen to him. He immediately took out the explosive Yuan Dan he had refined. Even the one with the best color. Even though this kind of elixir was worth a fortune, he couldn't care less at this juncture. Great king, take the elixir. Master, he urged. The Jinnan King hastily took the elixir and swallowed it in one gulp. The injuries in his body then began to ease, and the spiritual energy in his body swelled and exploded out again and again. The shockwaves of spiritual energy that erupted around them shook the building violently, and it was as if the earth was letting out a wailing cry of awe. At this time, he was even more powerful than before the war started. This level of strength could already be directly comparable to the transitional succession stage. Chen Xuanyi, you will die today. With that, he waved his other fist and blasted towards where Chen Xianyi was. The monstrous might once again swept in an even grander form. And no matter how far away one viewed this place, it was as if an endgame battle that was about to destroy the world was erupting. Su Danro's delicate and pretty face was crawling with worry at this time. She took out an elixir and asked her master. Master, I have another explosive Yuan pill here. It does very little damage to the body. Would you like to take it? Dan Ningguang was just as anxious as she was, and with a strong family background, she directly pulled out a large handful of pills. Lord Superior, I have them here as well, all of which I've treasured for years. So many precious pills each emitted their own light, and the various rich medicinal scents converged together, which could be described as a wondrous sight for the ages. Sultan Ro's eyes widened as she watched this scene. No, you really haven't been a cabinet master for nothing. This pulling out any of the pills was a top grade 7. And even more so, there were grade 8 pills. Hu Yeye and Zhang Ningxian were also at this time, could not help but think more highly of her in their hearts. It is said that suffering shows true love, and at this point in the fight, Dan Ningguang was really pulling out his family's money for his master. They recognized whoever was good for their master, and it was a rule they had inked. Chen Xianyi smiled and shook his head. No need, you guys just watch. The Jinnan King's identity is different from others. After he dies in this seat's hands today, even if someone goes against this seat again in the future, they'll have to think twice before acting. Take this opportunity to put the prestige out, or let the disciples scattered all over the world, who have not yet found their way back, have one more thing to rely on, so that those who have the heart, do not dare to lay hands on the disciples of this seat. Speaking of which, Chen Xuanyi became even more serious about this battle. The other disciples still don't know where they are, if they are in danger, if they are being held captive by bad people. Today, he had to fight this battle beautifully and let the world know that he, Chen Xuanyi, had returned. Human Emperor past life streamer second stance. Heaven and earth overthrown. All things return to honor. As Chen Xiande hailed, he saw that there was an additional circular formation underneath his feet, as well as the women beside him, and the space around them all became dim, as if they couldn't reach out. Suck. As Chen Xian recited each word, everything changed drastically. The Jinnan King's newly fallen fist was pulled in when it was a few meters away from the black gas. It wasn't his own force, it was absorbed and pulled in. The two shadowy fists suddenly disappeared quickly amongst the black gas, the Jinnan King's original body. 2. began to be yanked over by this strong suction. What the hell? No! All the power in his body was resisting this powerful suction. But no matter how much he struggled, it was like a dry duck falling into the water. All the tossing and turning was futile. The closer he got to the black gas, the faster his cultivation plummeted. Chen Xianyi's own cultivation level, on the other hand, was rising rapidly. Qi refining stage 2nd heaven. Qi refining stage 3 heavens. 9 heavens of the Qi refining stage, until the peak of the 9th heaven of the Qi refining stage. As for the women beside Chen Xianyi, their cultivation levels were also skyrocketing. Zhang Ningxian's cultivation level skyrocketed from the 8th level of the Jindan stage, all the way to the 9th level, and finally had an epiphany breakthrough in a flash, flying straight to the peak of the 1st level of the Yuaning stage. Su Danro continuously broke through from the 7th heaven of the Jindan stage to the peak of the 9th heaven, and her talent, which was equally outstanding, instantly broke through in place to the 1st heaven of the Yuaning stage. Hu Yaya, because of the different physique with humans, the way of cultivation is also different. She has a demon stone in her body. All the spiritual energy in her body is stored in the demon stone. It needs to be refined before it can be upgraded to the realm. Although it was much slower to raise her realm compared to a human, the advantage was that she could store down more spiritual energy than an unusual person for a rainy day. And among the 4 beauties, the one who gained the most was Dan Ningguang. She had helicoptered from the 5th sky of returning void to the peak of the 9th sky, a breakthrough speed that would be unthinkable for a high-ranking cultivator. This was also thanks to the fact that Chen Xianyi had utilized the power technique to part her with more cultivation. If she had parted her disciples with too much, the girls, whose realms were still shallow, would likely suffer greatly. Chen Xianyi and the ladies, utilizing the human emperor's past life streamer, divided up the Jinnan king's cultivation. The Jinnan king just watched as all of his years of cultivation disappeared into thin air, and his entire heart ached to the extreme. His heart and soul accumulated over countless years had just been eaten away a little bit in front of his eyes. No one can accept this scene. After Chen Xianyi finished devouring his cultivation, he began to devour his flesh. The king of Jinan looked at his arm that had turned into a withered bone, and when he was about to die, he regretted it. He never expected that he hadn't died at the hands of the empress, but had actually died at the hands of Chen Xuanyi. If he were to be given another chance, after seeing Chen Xuanyi and his people, he would hide as far away as he could, but it's too late to think about anything. No! The king of Jinan shouted on his deathbed and then completely obliterated. Master, he looked at the Jinan king's downfall as if he had seen his own downfall soon. He was so scared that his legs and stomach were trembling, and he was cursing countless times in his heart. He should never have come to wade through a mess. I still have glory and riches yet to enjoy. I can't die yet, he chanted shakily, and then without looking back, ran as fast as he could toward the distance. Chapter 54, Master, he perishes. Subordinate with liver and brain. Master, he turned around and ran without looking back, as if there was a vicious, bloodthirsty beast behind him, chasing him. The image of the Jinnan king's death replayed over and over again in his mind, practically breaking him. An unparalleled sense of despair filled his heart. If he had another chance, he would not dare to provoke Chen Xianyi again no matter what. Unfortunately, there won't be a second chance. Don't try to run. Hu Yaya's voice sounded in the distance as she chirped. At the same time, multiple ribbons were seen flying out not far behind Master He. The pink ribbons chased after him as if they were alive and soon wrapped around his ankles. Entangled in the ribbons, he couldn't move a bit, no matter how hard he tried to escape. Master, he exclaimed. Ah! What the hell? He haphazardly slapped out a palm strike and the ribbon was immediately shattered. But then, more and more, countless ribbons, wrapping his ankles and calves, all wrapped up. After gaining more spiritual energy reserves, Hu Yaya could now release unlimited moves regardless of spiritual energy loss. Its outburst of strength was just like taking the explosive Yuan pill, but the difference was that it would not cause damage to the body. After all, the spiritual energy that she used was the spiritual energy that was stored in her body amongst the demon stones. Master, he struck several more palms in quick succession, hitting the ribbons wrapped around his legs. But as soon as the ribbon was destroyed, it was quickly restored, as if it were endless. Don't! Get out! Master, he was unable to break free from its bonds and was dragged back with a shriek. Despite his attempts to break free again and again, he was still completely swallowed up by the human emperor's past life streamer. His sounds of shrieking and cringing continued for a long time before the surroundings grew quiet. Su Danro looked at Hu Yaya's moves in surprise. She didn't think that her senior sister, who was in the same sect as her, would be so powerful by now. Dragging a cultivator whose combat strength was equivalent to the transformation of God stage was as if he was a chick? What on earth had elder sister gone through in her absence all these days? Only after the Jinnan king and master he had fallen one after another did Chen Xuanyi slowly retract the human emperor's past life streamer. He saw an elixir with a deep purple color, which then landed in the middle of his hand. It wasn't a medicinal fragrance that emanated from that elixir, but an extremely disturbing feeling. The aura emanating from just one elixir would send shivers down one's spine. The grade was even more of an existence that had never been seen before, far more terrifying than the 8th grade by several times. After the end of the human emperor's past life streamer, the world returned to silence. It was as if the end of the world had swept through the place, but only 2 people had been erased. The 2 enemies had all disappeared as well, leaving behind only a few broken traces of the Danding Pavilion. Seeing the matter come to an end, Dan Ningguang's heart, which was always hanging with it, was finally put down. With her taut nerves finally loosened, Dan Ningguang felt an unprecedented sense of relief and couldn't help but hug Chen Xuani in excitement. Lord Superior, we've won, she exclaimed with an excited laugh. Su Danro's reaction was even stronger. She who was prepared that she would die together with her master, as if she had regained her life. She excitedly hugged her master teacher's other side, and the 2 of them almost hung on to Chen Xianyi's body one on top of the other. The body of a young girl is very soft, and her body also emits a unique fragrance. Dan Ningguang always gave Chen Xuani a kind of intelligent and resourceful, but also some spiritual beauty. Su Danro, on the other hand, is rationally cold and beautiful, calm and reassuring. Isn't it normal to win? Why are you so excited? Chen Xianyi said in a calm manner, but in reality, his heart was beating fast. Chen Xianyi's shoulders on both sides were supposed to be Hu Yayet and Zhang Ningxian's positions. Both of them now puckered their lips in anger as they watched their places being taken over by other women. Hu Yaye's features were already inclined to be charming and enchanting, and at this time, bulging up the cute little mouth is adding charm. Behind her, the furry fox's tail wagged back and forth in the air, as if eagerly thirsting for something. The fiery red hair on top of Zhang Ningxian's head seemed to be literally on fire, and he was even more jealous. Dan Ningguang looked at the purple pill in Chen Xuani's hand at this moment, and she, who was very sensitive to pills, asked in shock, Lord Superior, where did that elixir come from? The pills in Chen Xuani's hands were refined from the human emperor's past life streamer, in which was the cultivation that hadn't yet been refined in Master He and King Jinan. The cultivation that had been absorbed by Chen Xuani's several people was only a very small portion of the 2. Because the cultivation that was refined by the human emperor's past life streamer was extremely overbearing and strong, it could not be absorbed too much at once, so the excess spiritual energy was accumulated in this elixir. Of course, the spiritual energy amongst this purple elixir was even stronger, so don't try to absorb it easily. It wouldn't be too late to absorb and refine it when the realm was higher. This pill is called the Human Emperor Pill, and its grade should have come to the 10th rank. This seed can't be used if I keep it, so I'll leave it here with you for now, Chen Xuani explained, then handed it over to Dan Ningguang's hand. Both he and his disciples' cultivation levels were still shallow, so they couldn't absorb this elixir for the time being, and putting it in their hands would be a waste. If it could stay in the Danding Pavilion and be exhibited, I think it would soon be very appealing to cultivators from all over the world to come and watch. After all, a 10th grade Dan, so far, was only possible to have a replica in the middle of an immortal secret realm. I'm sure there will be many Dan Dao masters who will come from far and wide to get a glimpse of the real thing. The economic benefits brought to the Danding Pavilion by then should be enough to repair the broken building. Danding Pavilion is now its own force. Chen Xianyi is very generous to his own people, never ambiguous. Dan Ningguang carefully received the elixir. At this point, she was at a loss as to how she could repay her superior father. It wasn't enough for his lordship to protect in addition to the Danding Pavilion, but he even had to gift her such a precious elixir. She had already received too many favors at the hands of Lord Shangzun, and all the favors put together were enough to take her life. She was now fully devoted to Chen Xianyi's liver and brain. Even if Chen Xianyi told her to die, she would not hesitate at all. Chen Xuani had saved the entire Danding Pavilion, and this favor was enough for her to repay for the rest of her life. However, compared to dying for Chen Xianyi, she actually wanted more. With his body. Chapter 55, Chen Xianyi's Revenge. Plus 100 years of white work. Chen Xianyi didn't know about Dan Ningguang's inner fluctuations at this moment. In his opinion, the other party had called himself Shangzun, and had gone through so much together. It was normal to pop some gold coins out to her for nothing. Chen Xianyi was both a man of temperament and a man who held grudges. He remembers the little good that others have done him, but he won't forget a single one of the ones with a grudge, and will pay them back one by one. Even after Master He died, he didn't forget to come to Yi Lingyun's side. Junior, you insulted my disciple in order to have a way to take death, but it would be too cheap to just let you die like that. This seed abolished your whole body cultivation, in the future to be a beggar scribbling for life. Chen Xianyi said in a cold voice. Making a genius completely turn into a waste unable to cultivate was far more terrifying than death. As cruel as this was, Chen Xian would not be a bit soft on his enemies. If Hu Yeye was not his disciple, with Yi Lingyun's nature, would he use force? It's not that those things that haven't happened won't happen, but they've changed because they're guarded by themselves. In the event that he is moved to any evil thought, he must be retributed. When Yi Lingyun heard Chen Xian's words, he, who had originally lost his concentration, immediately came back to his senses, making a person with an unstable Taoist heart immediately cheer up. Chen Xuani was also considered a divine doctor. No, don't. I apologize. I kowtow. I won't dare to do it again. Where is master? Where is my master? Master, save me! He shrieked as he crawled backwards. He hadn't realized that during the time he had been lost in thought, his master had died. Chen Xianyi didn't delay, and without saying a word, he slapped his palm over. Chen Xuani, who had been elevated to the ninth heaven of the qi refining stage, had once again gained a qualitative leap in strength. A cultivator like Yi Lingyun, whose combat strength was equivalent to that of the foundation establishment stage, was defenseless in front of Chen Xuani, not even to run away. Yi Lingyun was struck in his meridians by Chen Xuani's palm imprint, and a dark current entered his body, burning all the meridians in his body. It also shattered his bones and was as good as a vegetable. Hu Yeye looked at this scene, as if she was not yet relieved, and probed out the ribbon to poke him in his vulnerable part right away. The corrosive demonic qi immediately seeped into his body, completely destroying one of his organs to the point where it could never be repaired. Only after doing so did she silently avert her eyes. When Yi Lingyun spoke out to molest her, this was his destined downfall. It was Chen Xianyi who, for some reason, silently clenched his legs. I'm sure any man would have that reaction. The sound of Yi Lingyun's wailing was frightening and incomparable, and even those who were far away from each other, the Dandao masters who had been observing the battle, vaguely heard some miserable screams. They couldn't help but scrunch up their legs as they witnessed the entire scene. Looking at Yi Lingyun's tragic scene, an incomparable sense of crisis rose in their hearts. They had, more or less, all counted as having offended Chen Xianyi. This would be disastrous for them if Chen Xian were to pursue the matter. The current ones were completely convinced of Chen Xianyi, and no one dared to second-guess Chen Xianyi's strength anymore. All of the Dandao masters present actually didn't have a single one that escaped. They all flew as fast as they could to not far from Chen Xuani. Then a sliding knee, instantly falling to his knees. The poses are more standard than one another. King Jinnan, he's despicable. We've long looked at him with disdain. Worthy of being a superior honor. Removing violence and peace for the people is simply a model for our generation. Junior is willing to kowtow 100 times to your highness. This group of people acted more loyal than one another, with a look of worship to the point of no return. A Dandao master named Grandmaster Hong brought his son, Hong Yunfei, to kneel at Chen Xuani's feet. He saw Master Hong pressing Hong Yunfei's head and said as he kowtowed frantically on the ground, Your Highness, my son has rushed you before. My son deserves to die for his sins, but he didn't speak out against your disciple, so please be lenient. Their father and son kowtowed frantically, and Hong Yunfei was so scared that he urinated incontinence. Perhaps it was in seeing Yi Lingyun go down. Chen Xianyi didn't care much about what the onlookers thought of him, remembering that the Hong family did not run away, but instead came over to sincerely apologize and did not touch his scales. Chen Xianyi was willing to use his discretion. Not bad, considering your heart is sincere. Your son retreated 3 great realms on his own. You're guilty of not teaching your own son as a father, so just refine pills for him for 1,000 years for nothing in the Danding Pavilion. 1,000 years is not a small amount, even for cultivators with a long lifespan. It was extremely appalling. However, Master Hong did not dare to show any dissatisfaction and immediately kowtowed to his orders. Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy. After saying that, he slapped his palm on his own son and immediately abolished Hong Yunfei's 3 great realms, falling back to an ordinary person. Doing so, the meridians would naturally be damaged, but after doing his best to repair them, it would be best to be a qi refining stage cultivator in the future. I don't know how much better than what happened to Yi Lingyun. The crowd of Dandao masters looked at this scene and kowtowed their heads even harder, their faces almost buried in the ground. Turns out volunteering to ask for mistakes really works well. Your lordship's bosom is so big that it can hold a boat. The nobility of Lord Shanzuan's character is something we admire. To be able to refine pills for Lord Superior, we would be willing to come back for another 100 years. He said this, which was meant to be polite, but after it fell on Chen Xianyi's ears, he immediately complied. Good. For the sake of your sincere hearts, just for each of you, add up to 100 years. A group of Dandao masters. No, you're really adding up. Now those Dandao masters were looking at the person who shouted at Feng, and the killing intent in their eyes could hardly be pressed into hiding. We worked 90 more years for nothing because you said so? Even though they didn't want to do it in a million ways, how could they dare to go against what Chen Xianyi had said? They were now truly afraid of Chen Xianyi's scrapped set of dragons. One dragon finger, first destroying the meridians, unable to cultivate, then destroying the bones, unable to even be a normal human being, and after that, in making it impossible to experience pleasure, completely castrating. Who's not afraid of this? Chen Xianyi felt extraordinarily pleasant as he looked at this defeated expression of the crowd of Dan Dao masters. In fact, even if no one yells, he's going to add 90 years of white labor to these guys in. He knew the character of these people too well, and they must have been gloating from afar early on, hoping for his death. Naturally, Chen Xianyi wouldn't let them off lightly. The small action of Chen Xianyi could be said to have allowed Dan Ningguang to pick up another big leak. After seeing that everything that needed to be done was in order, Dan Ningguang invited Chen Xuanyi, Lord Superior, after working for so long, stay for a meal. The chef at Danding Court is also very good at his craft. She knew that after Lord Superior had found the third disciple, he would surely leave soon with his disciple to go back to cultivation, or perhaps look for another disciple. It wasn't all because of polite manners that she wanted to keep Lord Superior for dinner. She really wanted to spend a little more time with Lord Shangzun, and couldn't bear to part with him. When Jiang Ningxian heard that there was something delicious to eat, he immediately jumped and raised his hand. Master, I want to eat. Hu Yaya was puzzled. Senior sister, now that you're all wanting, it's time to learn to dispel the grain. Jiang Ningxian shook his head with great resistance. I don't. There are two kinds of cultivators that I have least understood in my life. Those who abstained after cultivation and those who abstained after cultivation. If you don't want good food and fun, you can't fix it. As Su Danru listened to her words, she was actually unable to refute them for a moment. Good point. Chen Xianyi had always favored his disciples the most, and since his eldest disciple had spoken, he was in no hurry to leave. That's good. It's just as well that we're all reunited and it's nice to celebrate with dinner. Dan Ningguang was happy as a child when he saw that Lord Shangzuan agreed to stay. Then we're on our way. Chapter 56, The Battle for the Chair. Chen Xianyi's motivation for accepting disciples. Danding Pavilion. Inside Dan Ningguang's room, exquisite and delicious dishes soon filled the table, and the room was filled with the tantalizing aroma of the dishes. The reason why they were gathering in Dan Ning Su's room was because the place where they originally ate was damaged during the battle. Chen Xianyi was the first to take his seat, sitting at the main seat without any ceremony. The four girls were seen staring at each other, and for some reason, the room suddenly smelled like gunpowder. They all wanted to sit beside Chen Xianyi, but Chen Xianyi could only sit with two people beside him. Jiang Ningxian took the lead and unceremoniously landed directly on Chen Xuanyi's right hand, but Hu Yaya had, at some point, laid a ribbon on the chair. As soon as Jiang Ningxian took his seat, before he could react to what was going on, he was maneuvered by Hu Yaya with a ribbon and carried to another chair. Jiang Ningxian, Yaha you, that's too much. Damn it, she's obviously sitting on it. As long as you sit next to your master, you can give him food, and you can make him eat the dishes that you picked up with your own chopsticks and that are tainted with your own flavor. It couldn't have felt better. Hu Yaya pursed her lips and snickered, slowly sitting on Chen Xianyi's right hand. Although Jiang Ningxian was a senior sister, in terms of mind alone, she was still too far behind. Just as she was inwardly gloating, she suddenly felt the chair she was sitting on suddenly start to burn. It was so hot that it made her sit up and take notice. She stiffened and twisted her head to look at Jiang Ningxian at her side. She saw that Jiang Ningxian was looking at her with a bad smile, a faint flame burning in her beautiful eyes. Hu Yaya quickly realized that she had done it. Elder sister Yu, despite Hu Yaya's reluctance, she finally couldn't stand the heat and had to get up. As soon as she got up, she saw that the special, precious chair was scorched black from the heat. Good man. Senior sister is ruthless enough. Hu Yaya had just gotten up when she saw Dan Ningguang sitting up nonchalantly. Despite the lingering warmth of the chair, Dan Ningguang acted as if nothing had happened. A bemused look, sitting demurely on top of the chair. Jiang Ningxian was shocked, not expecting her to be able to relax under her own heat. That being said, Dan Ningguang was a cultivator of the ninth heaven of the void returning realm and it was indeed difficult to put pressure on him with this bit of his own ability. It's just a matter of looking like you're going to have to admit it to yourself. However, the left-hand side of the master is still empty. Just as she moved her target there, she realized that Sultana had already sat on it. Jiang Ningxian was just about to repeat the same trick and use high temperature to drive it away, but Su Danro suddenly looked at her with a very tender expression. The moist and beautiful eyes that wore half-framed eyes made a pitiful supplication, as if saying again that she hadn't met with her master for so long, so just to accommodate her for once. Jiang Ningxian was instantly softened, and after letting out a long sigh, he could only pick up the chopsticks on the table and drum his mouth alone to eat vinegar. A battle for chairs ends with Dan Yanquang and Sedanju winning, and as the mastermind who caused this fight, Chen Xianyi was in a daze. What are the disciples doing here? Is the chair uncomfortable? Why do you keep switching them around? He was completely unaware of the fact that in that brief moment, a shura of the ages took place between the girls. Dan Ningguang picked up the wine pot and filled it with wine for Chen Xuanyi and himself, saying respectfully, "I'll raise a cup first, and I wish your excellency to find all the disciples soon." With that, she drained her glass. Chen Xianyi was not ambiguous either, and similarly drank it all, smiling back. "This blessing this seat does need. You have a heart." Dan Ningguang watched as Shangzuan finished the wine, revealing a conspiratorial expression. The wines she took out today were the most powerful immortal wines, the kind of unique wines that would make even a cultivator drunk. It was getting late now, and as long as she was getting her superior to drink more, she'd let him stay here tonight. Maybe if Shangzun is drunk and disorderly, she still has a chance. Can't say. Seeing Su Danru licking the head of the chopsticks in her hand at this moment, she then picked up a dish and passed it to her master's mouth. "Master, don't just drink, taste the food." She watched with an infatuated smile on her face as her master devoured the dish while the corner of his mouth touched the head of the chopsticks. She wore an expression of unrivaled satisfaction. Jiang Ningxian looked at this scene with an expression of speechlessness. Her vegetarian senior sister was the kind of person who looked proper, but was actually very immodest behind her back. In one word, it's boring. But all these things that Sudanju did were originally what she intended to do. Damn it, stealing all her ideas. Looking at Su Danru's intimacy with her master, Jiang Ningxian couldn't help but think of how lively it would be in the future if his other senior sisters all came back. It's so hot that it's not even her turn anymore. Really? Why are all master's disciples girls? It would be so nice if she was the only one. Thinking of this, she glared at her master. "Master teacher, actually, I've had a question I wanted to ask for a long time. Why is it that the disciples you take in are all girls?" As soon as Chen Xian heard this question, it also really stirred up his memories. Yeah, why does he take in disciples who are all girls again? He thought carefully. Part of it seems to be karma. The other part, when he had practiced before, he had been on his own, with little of the opposite sex around him. It wasn't that he couldn't find a Taoist couple. At that time he concentrated on cultivation and lived in seclusion in a cave for many years. But even then, there were still often stunningly beautiful women who took the initiative to visit him, both explicitly and implicitly hinting at the promise of their bodies. But Chen Xianyi didn't know if true papaya didn't see the hint or didn't have that heart. In any case, they were all pushed away. Men are yang and women are yin, and the metaphysical world places more emphasis on feng shui harmonization. Later, Chen Xuanyi somehow enlightenment, suddenly want to accept disciples to inherit their mantle, thinking that their side of the yang energy is already strong enough, then accept some female disciples. And female disciples are good for the eyes when they're raised, aren't they? How nice not to have to watch a couple of lads bicker every day. But it never occurred to me that the female disciples had grown up and didn't seem to stop. Chen Xianyi spoke out his thoughts. That's the reason in a nutshell. Any questions? When Jiang Ningxian heard what had happened to her master, she couldn't help but laugh delicately. It wasn't the master that she was laughing at, but the stunningly beautiful women who had visited him. According to her understanding of master-teacher, there was absolutely no need to be suspicious. Either master-teacher didn't want to make Dao couples with them, or he simply didn't realize what they had in mind. Chase master, you're used direct. Implied words, he can't even see the wow. Huyaya also laughed extraordinarily happily, but she wasn't as open as Jiang Ningxian, and instead used her beautiful jade hand to gently cover her willow lips. Accepting female disciples to feed your eyes. Master, your motives for accepting disciples were impure to begin with. She teased with a bad joke. Thanks to Ku Yen for sending the explosive more sprinkles. You are my god. Chapter 57, Why are you wearing glasses? Dan Ningguang's heartwarming confession. As soon as Chen Xian saw that he was suspected of having impure motives, he directly blushed in embarrassment. How? He argued. Huyaya's heart was greatly satisfied when she watched her master's father eagerly trying to explain clearly, but with a mouth that couldn't speak. On top of that, there's the unmistakable feeling of heartbreak. However, she was worried that if she continued to tease her master like this, she was afraid that he would really hold in his internal injuries, so she had no choice but to let it go for the time being. Yes, everything master said is correct. Huyaya said with that disciple understands you smile. When we got home, there was a quiet atmosphere and plenty of time to properly molest the master where no one would bother us. Once Chen Xian saw her reveal this expression, he couldn't help but spit even more inwardly. Come on, what's with this unexplainable feeling? It's just a matter of not being able to say it, and the facts will speak for him anyway. At this time, he didn't know that his current thoughts were ruthlessly slapped in the face later. The people ate the food, drank the wine, and had nothing to do. Huya asked a question that had been hidden in her heart for a long time to Su Dan-ro. Zoe, why are you wearing glasses? Something like myopia is only for mortals, right? By becoming a cultivator, one had already transcended ordinary people, and vision problems even more so never happened to cultivators. Looking at a Jindan stage cultivator wearing glasses, it was inevitably a bit strange. She hadn't had a chance to ask before, but now that she was free, she was very curious. Su Dan-ro smiled and said as she took off her glasses and put them on Huya's eyes. Of course it's an ornament. Don't you think it looks nice? Master, which of us do you think looks better in glasses? With that said, Su Dan-ro asked the topic to Chen Xuani. Once Chen Xian heard this, he waved his hand in a somewhat embarrassed manner. We're master and disciple. It's not good to ask that. You should ask eldest sister. Asking if the dress is good or not is the kind of thing that is usually only asked by young dogs, right? It's not quite right how you think about it in relation to the master. Huya has always been very confident in her own charm. Su Dan-ro's question rarely caused her desire to win, and immediately pursued the question seriously. Just say something, master. If master doesn't say anything, disciple will sleep in your room every night. You can't kick me out now anyway, can you? He. Huya revealed a very belabored expression. Although her master had broken through to the 9th heaven of the chi refining stage, after she had practiced the 9 heavens demon god record taught by her master, her strength was far beyond that of a Jindan. If she insisted on sticking by master's side and chaining him to the bed, I'm sure she wouldn't be able to break free. Chen Xian was a master teacher. How could he compromise on his disciples' threats? Joke, how is that possible? Then master will take a closer look. Chen Xian returned, and finally viewed the faces of the two with glasses himself. Huya's eyes were seductive fox eyes, so flirtatious that it was as if they were trying to seduce people. These beautiful eyes had some of their charm obscured by the glasses instead, but there was something else about them. And Su Dan-ro's eyes, cold with some solemnity, on top of the deep sockets with a pair of glasses. It is simply a perfect match among perfect matches. It felt like a woman who was usually unsmiling and serious, but it is this kind of character of the woman. In the initiative and you get along, only more will produce a strong sense of contrast. It is difficult to resist its unique charm. I think that Zoe's is better looking, I guess. Sultan Ro happily revealed a sweet smile after hearing this. Nothing would make her happier than to be recognized by her master. Huya, on the other hand, was a bit jealous, and secretly said in her heart that she must find an opportunity to make her master re-examine her beauty. But, Sister Zoe does look good in glasses. She lost convincingly. Dan Ningguang looked at Chen Xuani, who was mingling with his disciples without any barriers, and immensely enjoyed the cheerful atmosphere. The reason why she particularly enjoyed spending time with Chen Xiani was not only because she had fallen in love with him, but also because of the soothing atmosphere whenever Chen Xiani was around. In the face of such a good man, how can we not keep it? With that thought, she struck once again. She filled the two men's glasses again and said respectfully, Lord Superior, you helped me protect the Danding Pavilion and granted me a 10th grade Dan. You're simply too good to me. What does it call me? Anything you want or want to figure out for me, you can say it to me. With that, she drained her glass once more. After finishing his drink, Dan Ningguang looked at Chen Xuani with a smile on his face, his eyebrows all hinting at the meaning. She had said this. Chen Xiani should know what she meant. Chen Xiani laughed and flirted after drinking the same. What can I figure you? When I earn enough money, properly repair the Danding Pavilion. If you're really over it, why don't you give this seat a whack on the back? Seeing that he didn't realize what he was implying, Dan Ningguang had to get up from his chair. She placed her hands on her slender waist, her slender legs in gold and white gradient pantyhose standing straight, displaying her tall figure to the extreme in front of Chen Xiani. She asked, blushing again after the good-looking gesture, Do you just want a back rub? Chen Xiani looked at her suddenly doing strange movements and was a little puzzled. Why don't you pound your leg again? Dan Nimble. It's so hard to handle Lord Shanzun. Looks like we'll have to find a chance to come down hard on them. Seeing that the ploy failed, Dan Ningguang signaled back to his chair and poured 2 large mouthfuls of mulled wine one after another. Time passed in the blink of an eye as the crowd ate and chatted, occasionally chatting about interesting stories from the past. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. The disciples' cultivation was still shallow, and after a few cups of this level of fine wine, they were not strong enough to drink, and returned to the room that Dan Ningguang had prepared beforehand to rest. At this moment, only Dan Ningguang and Chen Xianxian were left in this room. Both of them had a little redness in their cheeks and some drunken huffing and puffing. Chen Xian was strong again and again, but in the final analysis, his realm was still shallow, and being able to last until now was already outstanding. Feeling that the time was almost right, Dan Ningguang placed his hand on Chen Xuani's arm. Her delicate face was a little flushed, not just from drinking, but more than a little shy. But she knew she would regret it for the rest of her life if she didn't take this step. She feared. Lord Shanzuan, I have something to say to you. As she spoke, she helped Shinxiani up and walked to the bed on the side. The bed had been inhabited by her before, and it still had the general perfume scent of her aristocratic body on it. Chen Xianyi returned. You and I are related. But say so. Chen Xianyi thought that she had something to ask of herself, but Dan Ningguang's next words directly made him sober up from his alcohol. Just listen to Dan Ningguang say very seriously. Lord Superior, though I know that there is a world of difference between us, but it is a fact that I adore you, and love you, and like you. If you don't mind me, take me. I'd be willing to do it even if I was made a little. It would be an honor. She said it very seriously, afraid that Lord Shanzun would take her words as a joke. Dan Ningguang drank a lot of wine today, perhaps to give himself courage. The two of them were sitting very close to each other, and Chen Xianyi could even smell the smell of alcohol in her mouth. This flavor is not difficult to smell. After all, the immortal brew is originally a superb good, coupled with the young girl's mouth spit out the fragrant orchid, fused together in turn more seductive. Chapter 58 Dan Ningguang's Adoration. A comedic scene. To be honest, if Dan Ningguang hadn't confessed to Chen Xuani actually wouldn't have been able to detect this emotion on his own. However, when Dan Ningguang began to show his love and confessed with incomparable sincerity, Chen Xuani could not help but be somewhat moved in his heart. Even at that moment, it began to think about what kind of emotion he had towards Dan Ningguang. If he was only helping Dan Ningguang for the sake of the master-servant relationship, then those helps were really a bit too much. The reason why she was so good to Dan Dinga was actually still that he still had some good feelings in his heart for Dan Ningguang as a person. For example, helping Dan Nimitsu out at the door when he first appeared. Although Chen Xianyi didn't need this kind of help, and he could have solved it himself, Dan Ningguang's feelings were genuine. There was also the time when Dan Ningguang held himself as his superior. Although the situation was different from Yimuyun's, the ability he had shown at that time really hadn't reached a point where he could be completely convincing. Especially in the final battle with the Jinnan King, Dan Ningguang was really going out of his way to help her. If Dan Ningguang didn't want to, she could have run farther away, and Chen Xuani wouldn't have blamed her. That was what she should have done, but she has neither. Dan Ningguang and Jiang Ningxian's situation was still a bit different. Dan Ningguang was not his disciple, even if they were really together. The nature was different, and he didn't have the kind of guilt that he wanted to reject. But even thinking about this, Chen Xianyi still felt that the two were progressing a bit too quickly and were being a bit too abrupt. Nimbus, you do look beautiful, but this seat has thought about it, so let's not progress so quickly. Chen Xuani did not hide it and said truthfully. Dan Ningguang hadn't heard the answer he most wanted, but the answer was good enough for now. His lordship was praising her, which meant that he still didn't hate her. They say a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. Since you said you don't want to move too fast, you're just waiting for me to push back. Super outrageous brain circuits. Dan Ningguang, perhaps because he had drunk a little too much wine. Under the daze, he even directly pressed his hands on Chen Xuani's shoulders. A hard push ensued and it pushed right through. Those slender legs in gold and white gradient stockings had their knees directly on their calves, preventing them from moving. Chen Xian was greatly alarmed, and he was naturally incapable of resisting against the power of the void returning realm. But how did Dan Ning Su know the truth about him? Chen Xianyi thought that it was because Dan Ningguang knew the fact that he could only invincibly strike once a day. Actually, Dan Ningguang didn't know at all. She had only used the strength of her drink to exert herself, not expecting to directly give the unstoppable Lord Shanzun a push. Even she was baffled. When did his lordship's power become so light? Where was the Lord Shangzun who thought that the one who had taken the 100-meter fist of a harmonized powerhouse next with a single palm? But that's good. That's it. Let's eat Shangzun dry. Lord Superior, I am clean. Even my first kiss was my first time, and my first embrace was given to you just now. So don't worry. For so long, I haven't had a Taoist couple. Today, give you this complete body, in its entirety. With that, she retreated the gold-colored Huafu Chongsam she was wearing on top. What lies beneath it is the sizzle of a tightly spaced undergarment. Without saying a word, she cupped her superior's cheeks and carefully observed each and every one of her features. Lord Shangzuan, you are also too handsome. All the men I've ever met have not been as perfect as you. With that, she turned to Chen Xian and kissed him. Chen Xianyi immediately felt an incomparably soft and comfortable sensation come over him. At the same time, the unique and elegant fragrance above the young girl's delicate body surfaced at the tip of her nose. Chen Xianyi's eyes widened in surprise. Is this being, I've been kissed? He pushed harder and, not surprisingly, realized that he couldn't push Dan Ningguang at all. There was even a slip of the hand that smoothly embraced her soft, boneless, slender waist. Dan Ningguang's gentle breath hit Chen Xuani's face, and Chen Xuani could feel that her entire delicate body was burning. People in this world care extremely about chastity. Even the first kiss is an extremely important part. Things had already progressed to this point. Chen Xianyi, even if he didn't have this idea at first, the other party had already given himself his first kiss. Besides, he didn't have any antipathy towards Dan Ningguang. Instead, there was a lot of goodwill. So no matter which way it goes, he is also sure to be responsible for it to the end. But, since it's all been done, let's just do it to the end. Nimbus, you're a very nice girl. This seat has already been with Xin'er before. If you don't care, this seat can also. Chen Xianyi felt that it was necessary for her to make herself clear with Dan Ningguang. She couldn't be with her for no reason. At least tell her about Jiang Ningxian and let her make her own decision. After Chen Xianyi asked, he waited for half a day with no reply. Only the sound of Dan Ningguang's well-proportioned breathing. Strange, was Dan Ningguang pondering? Or was it rejecting him? Chen Xuani patted the Dan Ningguang in his arms, wanting to ask for clarification, but he realized that the other party was breathing steadily. Wait, are you asleep? No way. What a comedy. Thinking carefully, Dan Ningguang did drink a lot of immortal brew today, and after all she's been through today, she must be exhausted. It's normal to get sleepy with this return to comfort. But he had already been aroused by Dan Ningguang. Dan Yanquang fell asleep alone. This long night of, what about him? /TT/. Chen Xianyi now had 10,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. But what else could he do? Chen Xianyi sighed, thinking that he would like to climb up and get a good night's sleep in a different place. But it was found that Dan Ningguang was still maintaining the position of holding him, even holding him tighter in his sleep, completely unable to let go of him. Chen Xianyi also pressed without the strength to break free. Bad. He's not going to stay in this position and just sleep all night, is he? Thanks to Zhu Yan for the hypnosis charm and inspiration capsule. Thanks to Su Qing, who loves egg and tofu casserole, for the bobo milk tea. Chapter 59, Chen Xianyi, caught in the act of adultery, getting up for Shura daily life. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. Chen Xianyi was jolted awake amidst a shrieking sound. Ah! Master, you shouldn't have gotten beastly yesterday after we left and gave Sister Ningxuang. Damn it, how come this kind of good thing is not my turn? Jiang Ningxian's flaming red pupils widened as he stomped the ground with his feet, shrieking with a look of remorse that was too much for him. Chen Xianyi was awakened by the sound and slowly opened his eyes with a look of Huaiman has not yet gone to bed. Opening his eyes, he saw the three disciples, who had already straightened their attire, standing beside the bed. Looks like he came over to wake him up and go home. It's just that they didn't realize that there was even one lying on their master's bed. That's what caused the noisy scene. Hu Yaya gently patted Jiang Ningxian's back and comforted him. Senior sister, don't be too sad. Senior is just taking advantage of the wine and making a little color-crazed, wolfish, unforgivable, brazen, pig dog worse than a dog. All the human nature. The men will make the mistake only. As he spoke, that final pair of sharp tiger teeth were inadvertently grinding and cackling. How she craved some wine yesterday and went back to bed early. If she could have stayed a little longer, wouldn't there have been a share for her? I'm sorry to hear that. Satana corrected as she worshipped her hand at Hu Yaya's side. Ah, this master should not be that bad, right? Hey, but running out to pick wildflowers when you don't want so many family flowers around you does deserve strong condemnation. Sultan Ro also joined the two in a rare move. In fact, when she was small, Sudan Ro was much more quiet than these two elder sisters, and seldom messed around with them. Still, she couldn't phase out on the topic of master's ownership. Chen Xianyi fell asleep on the bed not long after his fruitless struggles yesterday. After all, he'd had some wine, too, and had been sleepy for a long time. He didn't do anything yesterday. Ah no, anyway, at least not the last step. He couldn't admit that his disciples had falsely accused him in such a way. The two of us are not what you think we are. Listen to my master's explanation. Chen Xianyi tried to defend himself. Jiang Ningxian pointed at the golden underwear that Chen Xianyi was grasping in his hand. What else is there to say? You still have the evidence in your hand, nah? Chen Xianyi suspiciously looked towards his hands, only to realize that he was grasping the undergarments that were originally supposed to be worn on Dan Ningguang's body. Strange. When did this detach from her? No way. Is it possible that she still has the habit of sleeping empty? It's not. Chen Xianyi seemed to have burned his mouth. On the scene, it looks like the evidence is really overwhelming, and it's hard to know where to start. And it was at this time that Dan Ningguang finally slowly awoke amidst the noise of the crowd. When a young girl awakens early in the morning, she makes a light moaning sound, as if it were a melodious song. She slowly sat up from the bed, her green fingers gently rubbing her eyelids. The three disciples watched from the side of the bed, and a flush came to their cheeks. It's like this because they all saw it. The previous Dan Ningguang had maintained the position of holding Chen Xuani, which had concealed the important parts. Chen Xianyi was naturally no exception, and what should be seen and what should not be seen were. Come on, what's so good about eating this early in the morning? Who can stand that? It's so lively? Dan Ningguang looked at everyone and waved his hand in greeting with the crowd. The three disciples hurriedly reminded her in various ways. Jiang Ningxian gestured with his hands. Su Danro squeezed her eyebrows. Hu Yaya was different. A gesture of going up to touch it. Dan Ningguang was not a foolish person, and only then did he realize what the problem was. In a panic, she snatched the quilt away and wrapped herself in it. Hu Yaya stroked her pointed chin and looked at the two with scrutinizing eyes. TSK, to be able to make the unrivaled lord of the court become flustered. I shudder to think what all happened last night. The more Chen Xianyi heard, the more outrageous it became. You're thinking too wickedly, Nimbus. It's just as well you're awake. Why don't you explain? It just so happened that Dan Ningguang had woken up, so as long as she was allowed to explain, the disciples should be able to understand the truth, right? If he was accidentally treated by his disciples as the kind of master teacher who would be beastly towards women at any time, he was worried that his disciples would hate him in the future. After all, what disciple would there be that would accept a master who laid hands on his disciple? Jiang Ningxian is an example, an exception. He can't have 9 disciples under him, can he? So the necessary explanation should still be done, at least to clear up any unnecessary misunderstandings. A cultivator of Dan Ningguang's level naturally wouldn't break off just because he drank some wine. She still remembers well about yesterday's events. She remembered that when she hugged Shang Zun yesterday, she fell asleep unconsciously after smelling the uniquely nice fragrance of Lord Shang Zun's body and that unparalleled sense of security that Lord Shang Zun gave her. If it's over by there, then nothing really happened. But after she falls asleep, it can be hard to tell. After all, she's not conscious either. If his lordship takes advantage of her sleep, that would be two. That's great. Is that a good thing? Being able to be with Lord Shang Zun was the most dreamy thing she had ever dreamed of right now. She probed out her spiritual energy at the first opportunity and began to check her internal meridians. As a cultivator, it was easy to spy on oneself. After checking it out, though, she soon wore a sad expression. When Jiang Ningxian saw this scene, he jumped out of his skin for a moment. Looking at this saddened appearance of Sister Ningguang, Master wouldn't still be using a strong one, would he? Hu Yaya even clenched her soft and tender show fists. Master, if you really couldn't help it, you could have told me earlier. Sultan Ro was even more flustered than before and stopped in front of the two. Wait, Master is definitely not that kind of person. Also, Yaya's sister, you're a bit too open-minded. Facing these two out-of-tune senior sisters, Su Danro could be said to be worried. Chen Xianyi covered his head tightly with a headache. These 3 disciples, just Ro is a reliable awe. Seeing that Jiang Ningxian and Hu Yaya misunderstood, Dan Ningguang hurriedly explained. You've got it all wrong. Here's what happened yesterday. Dan Ningguang told the crowd about yesterday's events one by one. The 3 disciples nodded as if they were relieved after hearing this. Jiang Ningxian, so that's how it is. For the sake of the fact that Sister Ningxuan has invited me to dinner, I'll allow you to chase after my master. Hu Yaya looked at Jiang Ningxian speechlessly, thinking that this guy would be bought by a meal. Hu Yaya scrutinized Dan Ningguang's looks carefully. Master unexpectedly did not have an animalistic outburst? It's a strange pity. I had originally come up with a move to capture the enemy. Seeing as Nimba-san is so beautifully grown, I'll agree to it. After saying that, both disciples turned their gazes towards Su Danro, as if waiting for her to comment. Su Danro was directly confused. What are you all looking at me for? That said, we are disciples of the master, aren't we? What kind of Taoist couple does the master choose? Who are we to interfere? It seems so. Jiang Ningxian and Hu Yaya looked at each other with a look of realization. I don't know when it started, but the two subconsciously substituted the role of the teacher's wife. Within the 3 disciples, only Su Danru was awake. Chapter 60 Bidding farewell to Dan Ningguang. Teaching immortal rank technique. Chen Xianyi took a deep breath. Xianer, yeah. Bumping into master early in the morning. Are you guys trying to? Chen Xianyi had just planned to say some harsh words to scare these 2 disciples who were out of tune and had crossed the line to teach them a good lesson. But the 2 men had been kneeling by the bed waiting to serve since who knows when. Jiang Ningxian, master, let me help you put on your shoes. Hu Yaya, master, I'll wipe your face. You 2 are pretty quick to react. It directly stifled Chen Xuani's harsh words that were on the edge of his mouth. Who told her to favor her disciples the most? That's more like it. Chen Xianyi extended her feet, and Jiang Ningxian quickly helped her put her shoes on. At the same time there was Huya taking out a milky handkerchief and wiping his face. After enjoying a rare return to his disciple's service, Chen Xianyi couldn't help but sigh at how good it felt to have a disciple. With that ready, it was time for the crowd to prepare for the journey back. Jiang Ningxian, bye. Sister Ningxuan. Huya, see you next time. Nimbus-san. Sedanju, thank you. Sister Ning ****** Su. Goodbye. The disciples bid farewell to Dan Ningguang one after another, and then with an impatient look, they went to the door to wait. It's been a long time since I've seen Yi Muyun, and I don't know how she's doing at home. Jiang Ningxian and Hu Yaya both miss it. We'll be off then. We'll meet again some other time. Chen Xuanyi also said goodbye to Dan Ningguang, and he just turned around with the intention of leaving. He saw Dan Ningguang behind him, holding his hand. Chen Xianyi asked in a soft voice, anything else? Dan Ningguang's cheeks were slightly flushed, and the gaze she looked at Chen Xuanyi was laced with strong feelings of affection. That, Lord Shangzuan, although I drank last night, what I said was not in the heat of the moment. I really like you, and I want you to think about it. If you want, I'm always here at the Danding Pavilion, always waiting for you. She was worried that Lord Shangzuan might mistake the words she said in the thing she did yesterday as just taking advantage of the alcohol. The relationship with her superior honors was a very important thing to her, and in her opinion nothing could go wrong. That's why she wanted to say it again seriously before Lord Shangzun left. Chen Xianyi couldn't help but feel a little moved as he listened to her sincere confession. He smiled and nodded, expressing his true feelings in the same way. I'll give it serious consideration. Anyway, yesterday we, at least have kissed. I will be responsible for you, and in the future, no matter what difficulties occur, you can call on me and I will protect you. By the way, I left you a present under the pillow, so you can open it later. Upon hearing the promise of her superior father, Dan Ningguang also revealed a stunning and charming smile like a spring breeze. Then please consider it carefully. I, and the Danding Pavilion, will always be yours. Thank you for being able to help me, and thank you for being able to meet such a good you, Lord Superior. Dan Ningguang waved his hand reluctantly and said a final goodbye. Me too, Ningxuan, I'm happy to know you. Chen Xuanyi also waved his hand with it, then slowly caught up with the disciples. Inside the room, Dan Ningguang watched Chen Xuanyi leave until his figure disappeared. Having lost the company of his superior honor, Dan Ningguang always felt empty in his heart. Suddenly, she remembered that Lord Shangzun had said he had left her a gift. Looks like it's under the pillow. She hastily picked up the pillow from the bed and realized there was something else. It's a book. It appears to be a kung fu. If that's accurate, His Excellency left her this technique? Only that the technique had no name, and she had never seen it before, not knowing which cultivator it came from. Holding a curious mind, Dan Ningguang turned the gung fu over. This one Dan cultivation technique. At first, Dan Ningguang's expression was merely one of curiosity, but as she viewed the contents inside, she quickly turned into an expression of incomparable horror. She hurriedly put her kung fu together, then clutched it tightly in her arms and hid it, then nervously looked around to see if anyone was there. After making sure it was safe, her whole body trembled a little with excitement. What's written inside this gongfu is Lord Shangzun's own original alchemy secret, a precious technique of this level. Lord Superior, he gave it to her as a gift? How high is the gold content of this feat? Other than her, Elder Hua, who was the closest to an 8th grade alchemist, all admired Chen Xuanyi's liver and brain and knelt in worship because of the few strokes he casually changed on his gongfu. The reason why she was able to become an 8th grade was also because she had seen some detailed accounts of Chen Xuanyi's alchemy in her mother's diary, which gave her the ability to advance to the 8th grade, and she was holding a whole book in her hand. What kind of gold is this? To describe it in terms of rank, wouldn't this be an immortal ranked technique? It is the empress of this Sangzhou. She can't cultivate immortal rank techniques. Taking this gongfu and practicing it, not to mention an 8th grade alchemist, it would be extremely possible for her to be promoted to the 9th grade, the 10th grade, or even the 11th grade, which no one had ever set foot on. In the future, it is only that this gongfu is too valuable and should not be passed on. And why did Lord Superior choose to hide something so valuable under his pillow? Chen Xianyi, who was trapped in bed last night, other than being able to hide under a pillow, he can't move either. Oh, T Omega T, oh, your lordship, you are truly mesmerizing. Dan Ningguang hugged the gongfu tightly and smiled extraordinarily happily. Although being separated from her Elder Highness had made her a little sad, Lord Elder Highness had presumably thought of this long ago, so he had left her a gongfu to ease her mood, and at the same time, in order for her to focus on her cultivation. Your lordship is so attentive. She was simply lucky to be in love with such an attentive man. She also had to hurry up and start her alchemy and cultivation before she could live up to her superior father's trust. Also, in order to catch up with Lord Shangzun faster, or to be worthy of Lord Shangzun. With that in mind, she just felt extra motivated. Chapter 61, The Empress Learns News. Fourth disciple state master appears. After bidding farewell to Dan Ningguang, the four masters and disciples continued on their way back. On the way, Chen Xianyi couldn't help but recall what Dan Ningguang had just said to him. In fact, he could have just agreed to Dan Ning's confession when he left. There was no need to think about it. After all, he had already made up his mind. But he had more important matters at hand. He still had 6 disciples that he hadn't retrieved, and he had to teach his disciples to cultivate in his free time. With all kinds of troubles waiting for him, he simply couldn't be bothered to have a serious relationship, so he could only use the excuse of giving it some thought and politely reject Dan Ningguang for the time being. He'd be the first to come to her when all that needed to be done was done. I'm sure he must have been single at that time, too. After all, he didn't often come into contact with other women around him besides his disciples. How can there be such a thing as a dog? Zhang Ningxian was an exception. It can't be that every one of his disciples is a punching bag against his master, can it? It's too comedic. Until that time, let's live up to Nimbus' intentions. Hold on tight, master. Be careful of falling. Zhang Ningxian warned as he held his master's arm in flight. Chen Xianyi helplessly returned. Master has already broken through to the 9th heaven of the qi refining stage, and is now able to fly on his own. When Zhang Ningxian heard this, he only felt that the sky had collapsed. What? No, you can't. You are the master who can only rely on his disciples to fly. Hold my waist tight. Being able to carry her master in her arms as she flew to catch up was the thing she looked forward to the most whenever she went out. She even came up with so many comfortable flying positions. And then you tell me you don't need it. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. As soon as Chen Xianyi saw that his eldest disciple had such a strong obsession, he could only carefully and lightly wrap his arms around her thin and soft waist. He was still a little shy because of the presence of his third disciple who had just returned. The second disciple's character was fine, but the third disciple, who was so serious, if he saw him as the master's father being so intimate with the eldest disciple, how would he look at him? It's embarrassing. Zhang Ningxian was even more furious when he saw his master teacher being shy. Master, I'm a girl. It's normal for me to be shy. But you're shy. My hand is for you to hold waist is for you to embrace mouth is for you to kiss my body, which is a little bit of resistance to your performance. Saying that, Zhang Ningxian's fragrant embrace of her master's hand became even more forceful. The whole thing was hanging on by a thread. The young girl's delicate body is extremely soft. Zhang Ningxian so close over. Let Chen Xianyi feel that half of his body is wrapped in fragrant soft, extremely comfortable, in order to hold her up. Chen Xianyi also had no choice but to tighten his arms around her waist in a smooth manner. This Xianer, she really doesn't let people worry about her at all. And surprisingly, it's getting better at teasing. On the side, Sudan Ro watched the movements of the two and asked in a low voice to Hu Yaya. Sister Yaya, eldest sister, she's always let loose like this? Hu Yaya also pretended to be helpless. Of course it's more than that. It's the same for me. Saying that, Hu Yaya similarly stepped forward and hugged her master's other arm. So Danu? I'm late, aren't I? The crowd continued on their way amidst the banter. The flying speed of a cultivator is extremely fast. After Zhang Ningxian and Su Danro both broke through to Yuaning, with 2 Yuaning cultivators leading the way back would only take half a day at most. And even swifter than the flying speed of the cultivators was the speed of spreading news between them. The great king of the town governing one side was killed by someone on the spot in the Danning pavilion. Such a big news that it could not be suppressed even if he wanted to. Within half a day, it reached the Tsangzhou imperial capital through various means, the royal capital of Tsangzhou. At this time, the palace could be said to be abuzz in a very short period of time. In less than a day's work, a great power second only to the transitional succession stage had fallen, and it was unknown how many people's interests were involved. The palace had secretly attached to the Jinnan king's ministers. At this time the big tree toppled, a time of panic. Many of the Jinnan king's ministers hated Chen Xuanyi to the bone, because he touches on someone else's fundamental interests. And in this palace, when some people are sad, others are happy. In the middle of the imperial garden of the palace, in the center of the clear lake, there is an elegant pavilion in which 2 women are sitting. One of them, dressed in supreme majesty in dark gold dragon robes, was sitting in front of a table, sipping tea and enjoying the scenery. Even though it was in leisure time, she did not forget to head the purple and gold dragon crown, as if she was always showing off her untouchable dragon authority. Her skin was fair and snowy, and she always wore colorful red lips that made her even more noble and cold. The woman with such an aura was the only female emperor in Tsangzhou. At some point, a talisman suddenly appeared in her hand. The talisman quickly exploded in her hand, and a message that came into her mind. Her willow eyebrows rose slightly, and her red lips even silently curved up into a thought-provoking arc. The king of Jinnan is dead, the empress said with a smile. During the last time she heard news of Chen Xianyi, at that time, Chen Xianyi was still only killing a few small cultivators at the god transformation stage. The thought was to leave Chen Xianyi there and continue to cause some trouble for the Jinnan king, but she never expected it to be more than just looking for trouble. This directly killed the Jinnan king himself. Chen Xuanyi got rid of her biggest problem at once and stabilized the situation of the whole country. This credit is really too big. It was no exaggeration to say that this news was still the best news she had heard since she ascended the throne. It turned out that it was still Chen Xianyi who did it. She didn't even know how to thank Chen Xianyi properly. If this was the case and she didn't even take the initiative to summon her, it would be too much to ask. And right now, she was not the only one who wanted to see Chen Xianyi. Who did this? Across from the empress, there was also a woman in white who asked. This white-clothed woman, looking at her appearance obviously only in her early 20s, but gave people a feeling of looking at flowers in the fog, looking at the moon in the water, and her whole body exuded a mysterious and unpredictable atmosphere. She held a fan made of feathers in her hand, and her long, natural silver-white hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her features were delicate and three-dimensional, stunning and absolutely beautiful, as if they were works of art carefully carved by the heavens. She was tall and well-proportioned. Her skin was as white as snow, and under the sunlight, it seemed as if she was emitting a faint holy glow. The empress returned. Master of the state, it looks like you found the person you were looking for. It was your master's doing. Saying that, she also looked at the white-haired woman with some reluctance. Since the state master has already found the person he wants to look for, can you still go on this mission to the demon state on behalf of this emperor? This white-haired woman was the most favored state master beside the empress these days. To be worshipped as a country's national teacher at only the age of early 20s was something unheard of in any country or dynasty. But if anyone had known what the white-haired woman was capable of, they would have understood perfectly why the empress did what she did. After the white-haired woman learned of her master's whereabouts from the female emperor, her expression revealed an incomparable emotion of longing. The feather fan that was always swaying in her hand stayed in mid-air, and her long white and curved eyelashes fluttered slightly as if she had remembered something very precious from the past. Master! Ah! That was the person she had missed with all her heart for 10 years. She couldn't wait to immediately drop everything right now and run all over Tsangzhou, wanting to find her master as well. But because of something, she couldn't do that. There was a long, dull moment like that before he finally spoke again. Just see her take a deep breath. Naturally, if my master's father comes here one day, your highness remember to give this to him, so that the demonic plague can be solved and the danger to the country can be stabilized. Saying that, the white-haired girl handed the empress a formation compass. Since that's the case, I won't delay any longer, so I'll depart immediately for the demon state. It's better to leave early, or come back early to reunite with master. With that said, the white-haired girl immediately got up from her seat. The empress hurriedly got up to see her off, and it wasn't until she was out of the capital that she could only look at the state master's back in the distance. The state master did not have many days in the court, but even though it was just a few days, it was as if the state master was able to foresee the future and help her solve countless troubles, big and small. She really couldn't afford to let such a heavyweight go. The empress summoned the maid beside her and commanded, Chen Xianyi has just finished a great battle, so I guess he still needs to rest. 3 days later, you send someone to the Jade Maiden sect to invite him to come to the palace. Be sure to be sincere in your attitude, and anyone who disrespects Chen Xianyi will be killed. The maid hurriedly nodded in response. Yes, your majesty. After ordering all this, the empress, who had returned to the palace, immediately began to work on the trial. When King Jinnan was alive, there were some ministers she couldn't kill. Now that she was dead, she wouldn't keep any of the people who were related to the Jinnan king. Getting rid of those who hated Chen Xianyi would be considered helping him with his worries. Chen Xuanyi, Chen Xuanyi, how should this emperor thank you? The empress murmured as she drew a death mark on the list of ministers. Chapter 62. It's good to be home. Why are you cutting my nails? What Chen Xuanyi didn't know was that the entire interior of Tsangzhou was in the midst of a major reshuffle because of something he had done. Countless people will die in the midst of this bloodbath. Of course, even if Chen Xianyi himself knew about these things, he didn't care at all. He himself was talking and laughing with his disciples as he returned to where the Jade Maiden sect was, a long way away. Chen Xianyi could see that a thatched hut had been erected a few dozen miles outside of the Jade Maiden sect's mountain peak. A white-haired old man resided in the field and was cultivating spirit grass in the field. This old man was none other than Elder Hua. Once Chen Xian saw that he had actually moved after him, he was inevitably a bit surprised and grinned at him. Since he wants to come, let him. With this in mind, Chen Xianyi did not keep his gaze any longer and turned around to return to the Jade Maiden sect. As soon as they arrived at the Jade Maiden sect's boundary, a female disciple guarding the gate immediately greeted them. Only these disciples, it seemed, were not coming over to stop the road. Wow! It's Lord Superior returning. Your Highness is tired from the journey. Do you need disciples to help carry your luggage? Carrying luggage is nothing. I'll carry your honor back to the mountain on my back. No, sister you. I'll pinch Lord Shangzun's leg. Chen Xianyi was quickly surrounded by a group of female disciples, vying to be the first to come forward to pinch their shoulders and pound their backs. Chen Xianyi was all confused. When did he become so popular? I'll say at first, oh, there's no more spirit stones to give today. Chen Xuanyi thought that they were all running towards his small treasury, and immediately told the truth. Come on. He still had to keep his spirit stones for his own cultivation. He couldn't afford to spread them all out. Who knew that the group of disciples had no intention of letting him go? Good grief! What does Lord Superior think of us? Of course we all admire Lord Superior, which is why we want to serve you. Listening to the words of the disciples, Chen Xianyi could not help but feel a warmth in his heart. It's true. It's always better to be home at all times. Outside it was either this one who gave him the cold shoulder or that one who wanted him dead. What a lovely disciple who cared for her when she returned home. Just as Chen Xianyi was feeling a lot of emotions, he suddenly felt a pain in the top of his head. A female disciple was seen holding a root of hair and smiling extraordinarily happily. He. Lord Superior's hair. Wouldn't this be worth 1,000 spirit stones when sold? Chen Xianyi? Before he could react, he felt something missing from his fingertips again. Chen Xianyi, who cut my nails? Another female disciple was seen holding Chen Xianyi's nails and letting out a strange laugh. The holy relics of Lord Superior. This has to sell for 10,000. No, I'm still alive. Why are you guys taking it apart? Besides, when did the parts on him become so valuable? Chen Xianyi's heart was 10,000 question marks. What he didn't realize was that everything he had done in the days since his return to the jungle had been a big deal. This has caused the already long-established star to step deeply into the public eye once again. So much so that those who practiced martial arts family, almost every family will be enshrined in a Chen Xuanyi statue. In order to bless the martial arts luck, born son can get gifted. Then every single thing that Chen Xianyi had used in the past had been auctioned at sky-high prices. And where Chen Xianyi himself lived, these disciples, moreover, smelled the smell of business opportunities. The top of the mountain was definitely not something that they, ordinary disciples, could wade into. Then there's always a chance to come here and meet Lord Shang in person. Isn't there? Do what? Stop it, you naughty boys. You're all grounded for the night. Outside the crowd, a mighty and serious voice suddenly rang out. When the disciples heard the voice, they hurriedly stood upright in a row. Seeing not far away, Yi Muyun didn't know when she appeared there. Looking towards this side very anxiously. Lord Superior, you're back, she called out excitedly, then rushed to meet her. Aha, they're all cute juniors. It's normal to be naughty, so the punishment will be waived. Chen Xuanyi smiled back, blithely not putting the matter of the party in his mind. After all, they were all lovely juniors, so how could he possibly care about this little thing? Yi Muyun wanted to directly embrace over, but there were too many people present, so much so that she had to hold back. Only the way she looked at Chen Xianyi, every cell in her body, seemed to be saying that she wanted a tight hug. Chen Xianyi didn't care about that much and directly spread his arms to embrace her into his arms. What's wrong with a hug between friends? What's going on? Yi Muyun was first a bit surprised and formal, but she couldn't care less when it came down to it, and hugged him tightly all the same. Lord Superior, have you found the third disciple? She asked softly with a red face. Hugging Shangzun. Chen Xianyi slowly released her after hugging her enough, and then introduced Su Danro to her. Sutano stepped forward and smiled politely in greeting. Hello sister. Yi Muyun revealed a somewhat surprised expression when she saw her. Surprisingly, it was another female disciple, and so pretty, so personalized. Even though it had nothing to do with her for Lord Superior to accept a female disciple or anything like that, she couldn't help but be a little jealous. Hello, she smiled the same greeting. After identifying with the new disciples, Yi Muyun planned to arrange for everyone to rest. Your lordship is tired from the journey. I'll send you back. On the way, Chen Xuanyi asked as he looked at her. Any news of the other disciples during my absence? Yi Muyun shook her head, obviously not finding it. However, she did have another piece of news to share with Chen Xianyi. Although I found no news of your disciples, I investigated something else. Lu Qingxian, perhaps because Lord Shangzun has been too popular lately. She's afraid inside, so she's recently relocating her clan, intending to withdraw from Tsangzhou. If we let her leave Tsangzhou, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find her again in the future. Thank you to the poor monk who can't help but send aluminum coloring to rush the shift in milk tea. Chapter 63, Transmitting the Third Disciple's Technique. Sticky alchemy together. As Chen Xianyi listened to her description, he couldn't help but lament the fact that news traveled really fast. He had just killed the king of Jinan himself, and in this short while, surprisingly, the whole country knew about it. It was assumed that Lu Qingxian was afraid of his retaliation after learning of his strength, so he planned to take his clan far away. This kind of information would definitely be kept secret by Lu Qingxian, and I'm sure Yi Moyan had gone through a lot of trouble to find out this information. For Lu Qingxian, the guy who tried to take his life and take his disciples along with him, Chen Xianyi was bound to let her die without a burial place. This seat has a way to find her, but if she leaves Sungzhou, it would indeed be a bit troublesome. Sungzhou is a vast area, and with her family in tow, she will never be able to leave without a few days' travel. Tomorrow, this seat is dealing with her. The disciples had been running all the way, and although there was nothing to be gained by continuing to travel, Chen Xianyi wanted the disciples to rest and take a break first, and this time out of the mountain town to kill Lu Qingxian. Chen Xuanyi phase out a good, training disciples of the idea. With that said, the crowd returned to the top of the mountain. Chen Xuanyi and the disciples and Yi Muyun recounted the various things that had happened during the time they had been away. Zhang Ningxian's speech can be cheerful. Muyun's sister, I tell you. Master at that time can be handsome. Master, he huffed. The king of Jinnan's ouch. And then, he's like, eek, he's all dead. Didn't understand a word of it. The crowd kept chatting for a long time until the sun was about to set, and only then did Ji Muyun reluctantly part with the crowd because she had clan affairs to deal with. On her way out, she also gave Chen Xian 500 top-grade spirit stones, the output of the spirit mines during this period of time. A top-grade spirit stone would be equal to 100 lower-grade spirit stones, and these 500 of them would be enough to convert to 5W, together with what he had left over from before. Breaking through to the next realm was completely more than enough. After bidding farewell to Yi Muyun, Chen Xuanyi took out a merit law from amongst the system space. This gongfu was the exclusive gongfu of the third disciple, Su Dan Rou, and was called the Star Dan skill. When the gongfu was viewed from the outside, the cover seemed as if it was not made of paper, but was wrapped in a piece of the stars of the night. Extremely mysterious. The aura revealed in it was even far beyond all the gongfu in the world. Nothing given away by the system is mortal. Sultan Ro's natural special physique, the Yuanchu divine body, was a perfect match for this technique. The moment the aura of that gongfu was revealed, it exerted a strong attraction on her. Chen Xianyi handed it to her. The quality of this gongfu. Master teacher, how did you get it? Thank you, master teacher. Master teacher is the best. Su Dan Rou excitedly took it over, and as soon as the gongfu touched her skin, it quickly turned into a stream of light, and all the knowledge of the gongfu entered her mind. The gongfu gifted by the system could not be practiced by any other person other than the designated person. As Su Danru felt the countless alchemy recipes and new fighting techniques that sprang up in her mind, she only felt as if she had opened up a new world. She simply had no resistance to the new knowledge of alchemy, and immediately planned to call on her master and refine a furnace. Master, I want to cultivate now. Can you guide me? She reached out her own bony jade hand and took her master's hand. Chen Xianyi naturally wouldn't refuse the matter of instructing his favorite disciple in cultivation. Of course, I'm your master. Who will teach you if I don't? Fetch the cauldron. With a single movement of Su Dan Ro's consciousness, a star Dan furnace that seemed to be illusory, yet real, appeared directly in the center of the square. This was the ability amongst the feats to take out the best Dan furnace at any time. Master is going to break through to the foundation establishment stage, right? Then disciple will refine a foundation establishment pill, using the latest learned method. Saying that, Su Dan Ro probed her spiritual energy into the Dan furnace and directly began refining the pills. For the newly learned art of alchemy, she was naturally a bit rusty in multiple places. Master, it seems like my spiritual energy is stuck. How to get it? With a deeply puzzled expression, Su Dan Ro asked her master teacher. Chen Xianyi sat beside her and taught her once more. After listening to the master's teachings, Su Dan Ro added, "It still doesn't seem right. Master, can you teach me by hand?" Seeing this, Chen Xianyi had no choice but to sit behind her. Reaching out his hand, he intended to grab her wrist and guide the workings of her psychic energy. But just as he was about to grab it, Chen Xianyi was a bit hesitant. Isn't it a little bit not good for a disciple to grow up and stick so close to himself? After all, the gender is different. More or less to care. Seeing her master's hand stop in midair, Su Dan Ro pursed her lips anxiously. Come on. She, a 5th grade genius Dan cultivator, although she was using a new method to refine a Dan, it was just a base building Dan. How could she possibly make such a low-level mistake as her spiritual energy getting stuck? She just wanted her master to stick it to her. How could he not see it? Hurry up and kill her fast. "Master, hurry up. The Dan furnace is going to blow up." Satana had to find a way to hurry things along. As soon as Qin Xian saw that he was going to fail at alchemy, he couldn't care less and directly grabbed her slender wrist. The entire body, too, leaned toward the front. Su Danro felt a burst of warm breath pounce over her, as well as the unique fragrance of her master's body, and she instantly revealed an expression of incomparable happiness. The corners of his mouth were raised harder to press than even AK. The white legs that were coiled together trembled even more slightly. "Yeah, that's the flavor. It's this feeling of practicing with your master." After 10 years apart, she finally felt it again. Never again can I be separated from my master. Let's just live forever and ever and make pills together, Su Danru thought in her heart, and her entire delicate body went limp in her master's arms with it. Jiang Ningxian clasped his arms and watched the two alchemists, always having an indescribable feeling. Even though master and sister are refining pills, why do I always feel that something is not right? Hia did the same. It's weird to be able to feel good. Don't you see the corners of her mouth lifting up to the sky? Senior sister, I guess it's not our turn to cultivate today, so I'd better meditate and break through on my own. Saying that, Huya directly sat in place on her tail and began to refine the spiritual energy among the demon stones, striving for an early breakthrough to Yuaning. Jiang Ningxian didn't have such a spacious mind as her and paced back and forth in place anxiously. Although she was in a hurry, she couldn't disturb her master in teaching his disciples. Could she? That's a rule she still understands. Thinking about it, Jiang Ningxian suddenly had a ghost idea. What kind of idea is that? Isn't that a good idea? He saw Jiang Ningxian walk straight to his master's room. Master has to come back to bed sometime. She would surprise her master when he returned. But it's a bit boring to wait around like this. Jiang Ningxian felt great joy when he sniffed the entire room, which was filled with his master's scent. She made her way to her master's bed and hugged his quilt and inhaled furiously. It smells so good. The entire soft bed was filled with master's unique scent, which made her simply irresistible. She laid straight up, then put her long, plain white legs, riding on top of the covers. The whole soft and delicate body hugged the quilt of the master, listening to the voice of her master who was teaching her senior sister outside, and fantasizing in her mind about the scene of the two of them sticking together in cultivation. Her body temperature rose sharply to the point of burning, and with that, she slowly fell asleep. Chapter 64, Su Danzu. I don't sell matches. Outside the house, with Su Dan Ro's help from her master, a top-grade 8th grade foundation building Dan was born from the Dan furnace. It was said that Su Dan Ro refined it, but in fact, halfway through the refining, she directly collapsed in Chen Xianyi's arms. In the end, it was still all Chen Xianyi who took over and finished refining the pills. The 8th grade foundation establishment pill emitted a strong medicinal fragrance, and it seemed as if there was a faint star power around it, providing it with even more intense medicinal power. Chen Xianyi had now reached the 9th heaven of the qi refining stage, just in time to utilize this elixir to advance to the foundation establishment stage. After retrieving the third disciple, Chen Xianyi gained another special ability. This new ability is very different compared to the previous one. Whereas his previous abilities were on the combat side, the new ones given to him this time are supportive. He could double his cultivation speed in a short period of time. At the same time, elixirs and spirit stones caused him the same doubled benefits and immunity to all toxins in the future. This also meant that he could use fewer spirit stones to impact the realm. This is extremely good ability by any measure. Seeing that Master Teacher was about to prepare for a breakthrough, Su Danru also hurriedly climbed up from Master Teacher's arms. Master, let me help you. With that, she sat down behind her Master Teacher and placed a single hand on his back to help clear his meridians. She had never imagined that she would one day help the unbeatable Master Teacher raise his realm. That being said, it was surprising that Master Teacher had to re-upgrade from the refined Qi stage when he could unleash such a strong attack. It's really weird stuff. Though she had realized the strangeness early on, she hadn't asked much about it. None of the strangeness, in her mind, mattered. She just needed her master to be by her side. When she watched her master's father take the pill she had refined and give his full attention to the breakthrough, she felt that she had gained a great deal of pleasure within her heart. It's great to be able to make pills for master. Thinking back to when she first met her master, it was when she was 8 years old. At that time, the Dan cultivation world was not as tolerant as it is now. There was Dan Ningxuang's mother in the front, Dan Ningxuang in the back, and more outstanding female Dan cultivators appearing, changing the current Dan cultivation landscape. In the past, female Dan cultivators were ostracized. As for why this tradition exists, perhaps it is partly due to the small number of female dansei. The second reason is because it is widely believed that women are creatures that favor sensuality. And alchemy requires enough rationality that most people feel that women are not suitable for alchemy. And it's also true that the number of female dancers has always been pitifully low in the past. and it was only after the emergence of a number of outstanding female Dan cultivators, led by Dan Ningguang, that society as a whole began to change its view of female Dan cultivators. In a sense, it is also attributed to a certain extent to the contribution of Chen Xuanyi. Su Danru was born into a martial arts family, a large local family. Patriarchal customs were played out everywhere, and remembering that she was a cultivator would alleviate it a lot. Because of being able to cultivate, Su Danrua had not yet fallen into the same situation as Jiang Ningxian of being kicked out of the house. However, she was passionate about alchemy rather than practicing combat techniques, and from time to time, she secretly concocted pills behind her back. The clansmen all thought that having such a female Dan cultivator in the family would be looked down upon by the other clans, so they repeatedly had arguments with her, and scolding her was a common occurrence, so much so that when she was very young, she was scarred, jagged and skinny all over. Not the slightest bit of the stunning looks that are now on this side of the world. Originally with the family does not get along with her. The character is even more stubborn. Fed up with the clan, she directly in the age of 8 years old to find no one gap ran out. Never returned home again. Her people also pressed on without ever looking for her, allowing her to leave. Her foolish clansmen still didn't know what kind of alchemy wizard they were missing out on. Leaving her family, she tries to make a living by selling potions. But you have to know that serious pills can have official sales channels. She wanted to sell her pills to the alchemy organization, but the alchemy organization looked at her as an 8-year-old child, or a girl child, and no one paid any attention to her. She then tried to sell Dan on the street. This looked like a child who was a liar, saying that he could refine pills for sale. The amount of who would not believe it. In a flash, she was hungry for days, but even when she was starving to death, stubbornness never occurred to her to visit home. As she was dying, she remembered that there was a grandmother in the family who loved her especially. Even if he liked alchemy, her grandmother supported her and never scolded her. Her grandmother, unfortunately, has passed away. She picked up an elixir and realized she could vaguely see her grandmother's outline on it, but the grandmother's vapors, again, quickly disappeared. And just then, a very abrupt voice rang out in front of her. "How do you sell matches, little girl?" It was a bright male voice, again still one she could never forget. She didn't have the heart to say it back. "I sell pills." The male voice went on to speak to himself again. "Have a match." She gasped. "Told you I sell elixirs, potions, not matches." She looked up angrily and sized up the man in front of her, and it was this one glance that directly shook her young mind to the core. She had never seen before such a handsome-looking man, as if his body was radiating a pale light that belonged to the heavenly realm. The surrounding people all looked at this man with eyes like they were looking at a god, and their expressions were filled with awe. Beside this male god, there followed 2 little girls who looked about the same age as her, all of them glowing, unlike earthly mortals. It simply contrasts with her. One of the redheads said as she took the man's hand, "Master, she looks like a fraud. You're not going to buy her pills, are you?" Another pink-haired, slightly older fox demon girl, likewise held the man's other hand. "Master, what are we doing here? You're not thinking of taking on an apprentice, are you? Accepting girls again? Master you." Chen Xianyi had practiced the best alchemy in the world, and with a single glance, he was able to tell the extraordinary nature of the elixir in her hand. Chen Xuanyi asked as he looked at little Su Danyu, "Did you really make this potion?" She thought nothing of subconsciously returning. "Told you I don't sell matches." "Ah, wait, you asked about the potion. Of course I refined it. If it wasn't me it could still be you." She was now starving with her eyes dimmed, and she was still being teased by this man, so it was inevitable that she had a belly full of anger. Chen Xianyi didn't get angry when he saw her contradicting himself, and placed one hand on top of her head to check her qualifications. A born Yuanchu sacred body, alchemy ghost talent. What luck I have. I've picked up another treasure. Chen Xuanyi said to her, "I'll buy all your matches for the price of being my teacher. Will you?" The little Su Tanzo corrected in exasperation. "I'm really impressed. I don't sell matches. But, you said you want to take me as a disciple. You don't mind female Dan cultivators?" Chen Xianyi waved his hand. "What's there to dislike? Just say if you're willing to go with this seat. If you worship this seat as your master, this seat will give you the resources to refine pills." And, he hadn't even finished his words yet, and just by finishing the item of alchemy, Su Danru's head nodded like a rattle. "You're a living god. I'll go. Nah, you can have all the matches. If you say they're matches then they are." Little Su Danru chose to compromise, and no longer corrected, but obeyed him. Who told him to be rich and powerful? Jiang Ningxian smiled and went forward to take Su Danru's hand, helping her to stand up. "We're all family now. It's okay, don't be formal. I used to beg for a mouth." Little Suzumi Danzo? Since when did she become a discussion partner? She's clearly the little girl who sells matches. Ah shucks. Selling potions. Chapter 65, Chen Xianyi's Breakthrough. Amazing heaven and earth anomaly. After that, Chen Xianyi brought little Su Danro back to the immortal mansion and taught himself the art of alchemy that he had opened up day and night. There, not only is there no scolding from vicious parents, but there is no inexplicable discrimination. Comparatively, there were 2 other sisters to accompany her for a pleasant time. It was literally the happiest years she had ever had since she could remember, and she always remembered that all this goodness was bestowed upon her by her master. Master never owed her anything, yet he also selflessly taught and raised her in everything. No matter what happened in the future, she would repay all of her master's kindness. It's just that. I wonder if it's because she likes her master so much. She could never help it. She always wanted to stick it to her master. It's all sort of normal contact, exchanging teacher-disciple feelings, right? When Su Danro came back to her senses, she had already leaned her entire body against Chen Xuanyi's back, and Chen Xianyi had already started taking pills to break through. The medicinal effect of the top-grade 8th-grade foundation building pill exploded and operated within his body in an instant. The original process required to impact the realm was drastically mitigated. For an ordinary cultivator to break through the foundation establishment stage, only a foundation establishment pill of around the 2nd grade would suffice. However, Chen Xianyi had a special physique, and even after using the best 8th grade foundation building pill, he was still a bit stretched. Chen Xianyi had no choice but to use the ability given to him by his 3rd disciple. The speed of cultivation is doubled, the potency is doubled, and again, it can only be used once a day. Immunotoxins, on the other hand, are readily available. With the use of the ability, the effects of the medicine increased dramatically, and Chen Xuanyi also began to absorb the spirit stones drastically. Beginning his breakthrough, spiritual energy impacted his organs and bowels, percolating into the dantian along with his mobilization, nourishing his entire body. The so-called foundation establishment stage was to transform the sea of spiritual energy within the dantian into a liquid state, becoming more dense. But this item, Chen Xuanyi had already reached when he was at the qi refining stage. As a cracking sound rang out, a whirlwind of spiritual energy erupted from within Chen Xianyi's body. The cyclone spread around like a shockwave, and an unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted within him. This was the heaven and earth anomaly caused by his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Chen Xianyi floated his divine sense inside his body and checked his qi. He was shocked to discover that the liquid qi within his body could no longer be described as liquid. It was clearly a boundless sea of qi like the dome of the sky, as if the spiritual energy contained within his body was an entire boundless world as vast as it was incomparable. The strength that came from his cultivation again was even far more terrifying than his previous strength. However, although strong was strong, he had just broken through that one big realm and spent a whole 1W of lower grade spirit stones. This was still with the added benefit of him using his double cultivation ability. After the breakthrough was over, Chen Xuanyi saw that there were still many spirit stones left, so he simply planned to use this opportunity to continue impacting the realm. He absorbed the spirit stones in his storage ring, and his realm soared all the way from the foundation establishment stage 1st heaven, to the 2nd heaven, the 3rd heaven, until the 6th heaven. The sea of qi shockwaves as well as heaven and earth anomalies were even more frequently staged at the top of the mountain. The cumulus clouds on the sky were stirred up and turned upside down. A moment of dark clouds, a moment of clear skies. The surrounding trees and weeds were blown scattered and swaying. Chen Xianyi's breakthrough had a look of pulling heaven and earth within him. And this, too, was only a vision that occurred when breaking through the foundation establishment stage. After breaking through to the 6th level of foundation establishment stage, the spirit stones given to him by Yi Mu Yun were also used up. The further he got, the more spirit stones he needed to break through were frighteningly high. It started out at 2W and then even doubled right up. It seems that not collecting more spirit stones is not an option. Chen Xianyi murmured. The vision caused by his breakthrough was seen by all the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect. One by one, the disciples looked up at the sky, not even knowing what strange things were happening. The only 2 people who had seen Chen Xuanyi's breakthrough with their own eyes were Huyaya and Su Danru. What happened in front of their eyes was too much for them to expect. A foundation establishment stage cultivator's breakthrough attracted such a shocking sight that they simply couldn't even think about. And it was really happening in front of their eyes. Master's foundation stage strength. They are so-called geniuses who are as small as ants in front of him. Worthy of the master, the eternal God. Once they thought that their master was actually so good, they, who were disciples, were genuinely happy for him. Congratulations on the breakthrough, Master. Su Danro sat down across from her master teacher and hugged him excitedly to congratulate him. She looked up at her master's face and realized that her master, who had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, was much more handsome than before. Although his features hadn't changed, somehow it was as if they had a stronger attraction to him. Unconsciously, Su Danro's flushed face was filled with affection in her eyes as she looked at her master. Think of it as a way to congratulate her master. It shouldn't be a big deal for her to be a little more proactive. Without further hesitation, she opened her arms and completely embraced her master before her face slowly leaned in. Chen Xianyi had just made a breakthrough and was using his divine sense to investigate the state of his body's spiritual energy reserves, and didn't pay too much attention to this side. Moreover, Chen Xianyi simply felt that Su Danro was happy for herself and leaned over to hug herself. But as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he was incomparably surprised to see that Su Danro, the disciple who had always been the most well-behaved, stuck her head out to herself, and then an unparalleled feeling of warmth and softness came from his lips, accompanied by the unique fragrance of a young girl. Chen Xianyi felt a trance. In addition to the trance, he was surprised. He was actually kissed by this most well-behaved disciple. He had already had that kind of relationship with Jiang Ningxian, and now he wanted. And it's still the good disciple's initiative. How is this going to work? Before the hug or whatever, Chen Xianyi still felt that it was considered normal contact. But now, that was completely abnormal. After a short period of surprise, Chen Xianyi intended to reach out and push Su Danro away. After breaking through to the sixth sky of foundation establishment stage, his power, already, could be compared to that of the disciples. In fact, his current strength was already fully capable of competing with the cultivators of the transformation god stage. And the reason why he was still comparing himself to the disciples was because the disciples were simply too strong. However, when Chen Xianyi's hands, placed on her soft and fragrant shoulders, as long as a slight force was exerted to try and push it away, Su Danro hugged her even tighter. As if by spilling the beans now, something very important would be lost. Chen Xuanyi slid down with both hands instead, wrapping one hand around her slender waist and grabbing her beautiful back with the other, hugging tighter. As for Su Danru, who was tightly hugging her master, her beautiful eyes gradually became mesmerized. Chapter 66, The Simple Third Disciple, breaking the bottom line one by one. A few minutes passed. The two men then drifted apart. Sultan Ro was incomparably contented as she leaned her head against her master's embrace. The rolling body just went limp as if it had lost its strength. Master is really attracted to her. Being with her master was simply the happiest thing she had ever done. Chen Xianyi also reacted at this time, looking at Su Danro with a look of confiding eyes. He then quickly revealed a serious expression and earnestly said, "Zoe, we are master and disciple. We shouldn't be like this." Su Danro's head fell into her master's embrace, her small pink tongue slightly spitting out, breathing in the fresh scent of her master's body with a big mouthful. Looking at the serious expression on her master's face, she then realized what kind of a thing she had done. Now that it had happened, she had to think of a way to put it off with her master. Disciples don't understand. No? Hearing Su Danro's words, Chen Xuanyi froze. That said, the third disciple had been with her almost since she was a child, and it wasn't like she was untutored like the first and second disciples. If no one had taught her about men and women, she probably wouldn't even know. She didn't know that men and women can't just kiss each other. If that was the case, then it would be a dereliction of duty on his part as a master teacher. You can't blame the disciples for that. So it's the fault of the master. Zoe, men and women are not allowed to do that anymore. And master taught you that you can't just hold hands with a man, kiss him on the mouth, and you can't just stick together. What happened just now? For the sake of your ignorance, I'll forget about it. So be careful in the future. Otherwise, you will not be able to marry later. Chen Xian as a master teacher should indeed educate her properly before doing so. And he himself could still hold back now. In case he couldn't hold back one day when Sultan Ro was sticking it to him again, then it would be troublesome. That's why it has to be avoided in advance. After the education, Chen Xianyi was still worried that he had spoken too harshly, as he once again gently stroked Su Danro's head, stroking Su Dan's soft rational purple long hair and looking at her pure and incomparable appearance. The sternness on Chen Xianyi's face turned into gentleness. This good disciple is so innocent and cute. How could such a cute, obedient, and well-behaved disciple be an impulsive and rebellious disciple? The corners of Su Danro's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly as she was stroked by her master. It looked as if master teacher really hadn't noticed the lie she had told. How could she not know anything? Master Zun also said that she would not be able to get married in her life. She doesn't want to touch any man except her master. How can you marry someone else? And what made him even happier was that he could just sense that his master hadn't shown any particularly resistant movements. After all, with master's ability, wouldn't it be easy to get rid of her if she desperately wanted to? However, after only a token push, the master's father made no move. It showed that Master Shifu was equally fond of her and had thoughts about her. It was just that he was still too embarrassed to express it due to the face of his master. For this kind of thing, one should never be in a hurry. She was going to slowly launch an attack on her master. gradually feeling him out. In the end, it will definitely be watertight. She was smiling involuntarily with a demented smile at the thought. Zoe, still gawking? There's still a lot of time. Let's continue refining pills. After Chen Xianyi's own breakthrough ended, he didn't forget to teach his disciples to cultivate. After all, only cultivation is the important thing. The ones just now were just inadvertent hiccups. Su Danro obediently climbed up from her master's arms, and despite all her reluctance, she knew that it was important to push her master back appropriately. If you make it too hard all at once now, it's likely to cause a bad reaction. It's better to take alchemy and divert your attention for a while. Master, disciple is ready, she said with a sweet smile, then joined her master teacher and continued to begin her alchemy cultivation. Who was meditating and refining her cultivation not far away, always felt as if she had caught a whiff of something. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at her master and senior sister who were practicing together not far away, stealing 2 glances suspiciously. These two should be refining pills, right? But don't let anything bad happen without me realizing it. As a demonic fox demon, she was extremely perceptive of earthly emotions. She always felt like something had just happened. But just now, she was concentrating on refining her cultivation, and she didn't see it with her own eyes. It's true, none of the sisters in the same family have any heart. It's important to be fair in competing for master. No stealing food. Chen Xianyi had been teaching Su Danro to refine pills until late at night. Because alchemy was extremely draining of spiritual energy and mental energy, he chose to rest in the latter half of the night. Chen Xianyi yawned as he bid farewell to the disciple before returning to his room. He removed his clothing and lifted his own covers, just as he intended to go to sleep. But just as he lifted the covers, he realized that a person had grown on the bed from who knows when. Xianer, the young girl's delicate body was incredibly soft, and her long, fiery red hair fell wantonly over the bed. The way the moonlight hit her delicate face through the window, breathing evenly, was a stark contrast to her normally loud personality. It had to be said that the Jiang Ningxian at this time was simply adorable to the extreme. So much so that Chen Xianyi was too embarrassed to disturb her sleep. But Jiang Ningxian woke up and looked at her master teacher beside the bed. She first froze half asleep for a moment, then smiled and sat up cross-legged. It took too long to wait for master to return, and fell asleep. Senior, I've warmed up the quilt for you, come in. Jiang Ningxian's white and tender jade hand patted the bed, signaling the master to sleep in quickly. How could Chen Xianyi follow orders? Something like sleeping with a disciple. How could one even think about it? What nonsense are you talking about? How is this going to work? Jiang Ningxian saw that her master was still refusing. She wasn't as formal and hesitant as her third senior sister. In a straight-up flying leap, she hugged her master and brought him to the bed. What's the hesitation? Master, haven't we already been through this? Chen Xianyi was perhaps because he had just been with the third disciple. Moreover, there was Dan Ningguang's earlier provocation. Surprisingly, he had a feeling he couldn't say no. But before that, Chen Xianyi still had something to ask her. Xianer, we haven't made sense of what happened before. Why did you hide our relationship from your senior sisters? Don't you want to become a Taoist couple with your master? Chen Xianyi wanted to ask for some clarity on the unexplained relationship between the two, so that he could live up to this, his most beloved great disciple. Chapter 67, Maintain the current relationship. Master, I'm leaving the window. Chen Xianyi had just been carried by Jiang Ningxian and sat on the bed when he saw that. Jiang Ningxian smiled at him. Then with a roll, she came into his arms and came face to face with him close at hand. Jiang Ningxian's white tender hands even reached out and tightly wrapped around his neck. The legs, covered in black pantyhose, wrapped right around him. The incomparably soft sensation and fragrant breeze swept along with it, causing Chen Xianyi to feel somewhat in a trance. The sense of initiative of the first disciple was really appealing to him more and more. This also caused Chen Xianyi to be unable to resist reaching out with both hands and embracing her incomparably delicate and soft body. Of course Jiang Ningxian liked master teacher, so how could he possibly refuse to become a Taoist couple with master teacher? However, if she became a true Taoist couple, she wouldn't be able to continue to call Chen Xianyi her master, right? She still wanted to keep the mentor-apprentice relationship. She couldn't afford to give it up. It was as if she was the only one who could get inner satisfaction and solace when she was called master. That's why she's been avoiding the subject, not wanting to poke holes in it. However, since master teacher had asked now, she couldn't hide it anymore. Tell me, master, what's the difference between a Tao couple and a disciple? Jiang Ningxian asked as he wrapped his arms around his master's neck. As soon as Chen Xian heard her ask this question, he felt very puzzled. There's certainly a world of difference between a Taoist and a disciple. Tao couples can cultivate together and progress with each other, and the one with more profound cultivation can also teach the weaker one. That's why they're called Tao couples, and surely to live together. 2. to experience danger together and taste the fruits of victory, Chen Xianyi said seriously. But Jiang Ningxian was wrapping her arms around him, and above her expression there was an incomparably happy, sweet smile that only belonged to a young girl. What Master is talking about is not what we are doing. Xianer wants to become a Taoist couple with Master Xian, but would prefer to address you as Master Xian. Between us, no matter what kind of relationship we maintain, that name is nothing more than a code word, and life won't change. So Master, I think it would be best to continue as we are now. Ah. As she spoke, she also realized through the moonlight that Master Teacher had unexpectedly become even more handsome in this moment of absence. It was simply immensely appealing to her. He saw Jiang Ningxian lick his moist lips, his face completely flushed, and her delicate body, too, was beginning to burn. That fiery red pupil was filled with disorientation amongst them. Senior, if you're really over it, the big deal is to wait until everything settles down. Let's have the biggest wedding ever. When the time comes, have all the senior sisters come as bridesmaids. And now, Master, I can't help it anymore. She spat, her warm breath hitting her master's face. She saw her arms go up, and her head went up with them. Chen Xianyi already knew what she was going to do, and after hearing Jiang Ningxian's words, Chen Xianyi then solved the confusion in his heart, and his heart was no longer burdened. Like she said, there's nothing wrong with keeping the relationship the way it is now. It was far more important than anything else as long as one treated her truly and gave everything they had to protect her. When it's all over, make up for it by giving her the biggest wedding ever. Chen Xianyi didn't say anything, but instead hugged her beautiful back tightly with both hands. With a single push, he placed it on top of his bed. Subsequently, Chen Xian proved, once and for all, with practical actions, how he thought. Brother to save his life, should not write a word did not touch. The following omitted a dream of the Red Chamber. Late night, Huyaya was still meditating to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, as if sensing something, her eyes snapped open once more. Beautiful eyes peeked into Master's room. Master is going back to rest, right? Why does it feel a little off? Damn, why am I distracted again? Just now, it was because Sultan Ro was distracted, and now he himself was inexplicably interrupted. At this rate, she was not going to be able to break through to Yuaning in this lifetime. Forget it, it's better to seek help from Master tomorrow. The time came early in the morning of the second day. Early in the morning, Chen Xianyi's room. Chen Xianyi was awakened by the first rays of the dawn sunlight, and seeing that it was getting late, he patted his eldest disciple who was sleeping beside him. Xianer, it's time to get up and cultivate. Master has another task for you today. Jiang Ningxian was hugging him and breathing evenly, and an incomparably satisfied smile was appearing on his delicate face, as if she was holding her most important treasure in her arms. She slept sweetly and sweetly. Jiang Ningxian may fly lazily on the bed for a moment, before she opened her beautiful eyes in a daze. She had just come to her senses and looked at her master, who had also just come to his senses, and that handsome temperament mixed with a bit of early morning lethargy simply took hold of her heart. She licked her little pink tongue, then poked her head right over without the slightest bit of hesitation. Chen Xianyi also had no choice but to grab her beautiful back and allow her to be pampered. This first disciple is so soft and charming, and just woke up looking downright adorable. And that delicate voice when he was awake, it was as if his bones were softened by the sound of it. Only after a long time had passed was Jiang Ningxian willing to let go of his master. It's not really that she wants to let go, but she's worried she won't be able to resist. Nah, Master, disciple has done so much for you. Can we stop practicing? Jiang Ningxian tried to pout. Chen Xianyi refused very seriously. No, one size fits all. Get up quick. Seeing his master's seriousness, Jiang Ningxian's idea of relying on his looks to get out of cultivation had to go out the window. However, the only master who did that was the master within her, right? If one day Master Teacher really didn't care about her cultivation, that would be when something really went wrong. He loved the original Master Chief. Okay then, disciple serves master to get dressed. Jiang Ningxian got up and was excitedly in front of Chen Xuani's closet, helping him pick out the clothes to wear today. I can't imagine how cool it is to be able to make my master wear the clothes I picked out. Once Chen Xian saw that his eldest disciple was actually so filial, he was also pleased to let his disciple serve him. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The feeling of having a pro-disciple is just good. With the help of his first disciple, he quickly organized his attire. The first disciple was also dressed, but just as Chen Xianyi intended to push the door out, he was suddenly stopped by Jiang Ningxian. Just see, Jiang Ningxian said with a very careful look, looking left and right. Master, wait. I'll take the window. Chen Xianyi? Chapter 68, Misunderstanding. Chen Xianyi draws a mighty formation. Chen Xianyi? Why are you going through the window when there's a door? And we're in our own home. Chen Xianyi was filled with doubt, unable to figure out what this great disciple, whose head was full of ghostly ideas, was thinking in his head at this moment. You have to go through a window in your own house? I don't know who I'm hiding from. Jiang Ningxian explained haphazardly. Disciples naturally have a reason for doing so. That's right, master. Our relationship must not be told to the senior sisters. See you in a minute, master. With that, she jumped out the window. As for why she took the window, it was naturally because she didn't want her senior sisters to find out that she had spent the night in her senior's room. If the sisters knew that she had to eat, they would skin her. Also, it was important not to let the sisters know that the master turned out to be such a good pushover, especially Yaya. According to this charmed fox demon's character, if she knew about it, she probably wouldn't want to wait a day. After all, the senior sisters hadn't been making any direct moves, all because they were worried that their master would turn against them, which was why they had always hidden their faces and tried to slowly test the waters with other methods. Although Jiang Ningxian looked dull some of the time, she was actually smart as hell. Anyway, one day is one day to hide it. Just as Jiang Ningxian was secretly saying that he was extremely smart, she had just tumbled out of the master's window in front of her, when she bumped into one of her sisters head-on. It's Sadanju. It was just that Sultan Ro was about to sneak closer to the window, not knowing what she was going to do. The two fought straight through. Sudan Ro was shocked and trembled, and the glasses above her beautiful eyes nearly fell to the ground. Eldest sister? Why are you here? Jiang Ningxian was directly confused by the question. It's going to be discovered. That being said, why is Sultan Ro appearing here? What would happen if this exposed the fact that he had spent the night in his master's room? We have to find a way to hide it. That's it. Jiang Ningxian squirmed. It's over. I don't know what reason to use. And just when Jiang Ningxian's CPU was about to burn out the fire, Su Danro suddenly jumped ahead. I see. You too, in the morning, came over to peek at master's sleeping face, didn't you? Actually, I had this habit when I was a kid. I didn't realize that eldest sister had the same fetish. It's really great. Su Danro said happily with a look of I know you and understand you. Jiang Ningxian was even more confused. What kind of fetish? That said, you still have this hobby? You don't cultivate every morning. The first thing you do is come to peek at your master sleeping? You look so quiet and wear glasses, but you're so fancy behind the scenes. Seeing that Jiang Ningxian was hesitant to admit it, Su Danro directly took her hand and seriously explained. I was actually embarrassed when I first realized I had this hobby again, but then I thought about it. People, it's normal to have a few hobbies. You don't have to beat yourself up. After all, master is so perfect that I feel energized every time I see an early morning sleeping face. After a long time, I can't stop. Eldest sister, why don't you say something? You're really honest, aren't you? Please don't say anything. I really don't have a hobby. If you keep talking, you're going to give away your bottom. Jiang Ningxian couldn't help but spit in his heart, but now that it was over, she really couldn't find a better reason to explain why she was here. Yeah, I'm here because of that too. Weirdly embarrassed. Thank you senior sister for enlightening me. Jiang Ningxian smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Satana looked at her and nodded with a pleased anti-smile. Accepting your hobbies can be a no-brainer. It was great that eldest sister could compromise with herself. Strange misunderstandings increased. On the plaza, Chen Xuanyi sat in front of a stone table, on which several portable formation stone discs were placed. He called the disciples over and around the table. Su Danru asked curiously, Master, what is this about? Chen Xianyi casually took the tools needed to draw the formation and slowly gathered his own spiritual energy into them. Master intends to draw a few formations. You guys and observe and learn. Although the disciples were not practicing the art of formations, there was always no harm in knowing more. Chen Xuanyi's main intention in drawing the formation this time was to use it to deal with Lu Qingxian. If he went out to kill it himself, he really couldn't use a formation to be so troublesome. However, Chen Xianyi, this time, wanted to send his disciples forward. The disciples had already possessed the ability to fight against a spirit transformation stage cultivator, and this time was a very good, unparalleled opportunity to practice. The ever-cautious Chen Xianyi naturally wouldn't risk his disciples, so he planned to draw a few powerful formations and leave them for his disciples to use. With that in mind, Chen Xianyi began the drawing of the formation. Ordinary formation stone discs. Because of the consideration of portability, the grade was generally at the yellow or Xian grade. A formation stone disc of this grade would be able to cope with Yuaning level cultivators' top day at most. After all, more powerful formations needed to rely on the right place, the right time, the right people, in the right place, with all kinds of complicated materials, and also consider feng shui for its own sake. A portable formation stone disc cannot have anything other than the ability to rely on the ability of the person who drew the formation himself. But what Chen Xianyi, precisely, did not lack was this ability. He was the strongest gifted cultivator in the world, and his self-created formation system was even more unique. The one chance for a daily invincible strike is mapped in there, and the setting sun, the human emperor's past life streamer, and the divine fox descending. One of each, Chen Xianyi murmured, quickly inscribing the strongest moves he currently knew, one by one, amongst the portable formation stone discs. Now that he had broken through to the sixth sky of foundation establishment stage, the amount of spiritual energy reserves, and the power of unleashing moves had increased dramatically with it. Even if it didn't contain a once-a-day invincible attack, his full strength would not be something a spirit transformation stage cultivator would be able to resist. Do you think that what the system sent, that heaven-defying technique that transcends the immortal realm and beyond, is fake? As Chen Xianyi drew his gung-fu, this action really gave the three disciples present a dumbfounded look. They had already seen the power of their master's strike before. That unrivaled Jinnan King was all as unbeatable as a mole cricket in front of its attacks. And with an attack of this level, Master Teacher was actually prepared to leave it in the formation stone disc? He was even planning to get more than one. That all the moves that had ever appeared, if they were smashed together. Shudder to think about it. However, if Master Teacher was going to do it himself, I don't think there would be a need to make so many formations. It is presumably time to send them out on the mountain. But, according to their ability, what should they do if they encountered some unexpected situations and could not even use the formation in time? And according to Chen Xuanyi's character, he had naturally thought of all of this a long time ago. Chapter 69, sending two disciples out to eat the master dryly. Well, defense formation. It should be carved like this. There's also this formation that absorbs the rebound of attacks. Come 1-2. This isolation formation is also necessary. The enemy must not escape. After all, it is going to exterminate the clan. Chen Xianyi mapped out all the defense techniques he could think of while chanting. Originally, this ordinary formation, usually dozens of inscriptions are sufficient. However, the formations carved out by Chen Xuanyi had thousands of inscriptions each, and the level of refinement was not even comparable to the immortal realm formations. The most outrageous thing was that he didn't show any difficulty in the process of carving. Anyone who was able to do this could only look beyond the reach of anyone other than Chen Xianyi. As the disciples watched this scene, they couldn't help but shake and spit in their hearts. Master's head. What the hell is in it? It is amazing that you can handle the drawing of so many inscriptions at the same time. They couldn't imagine what was inside their master's brain, but they who watched their master draw the formation only had the shape of a love heart in their heads now. It couldn't be helped. The master teacher who showed his talent was simply too attractive. Chen Xianyi was just having a new epiphany while drawing the formation, noticing the deficiencies and improving them, feeling that the formation drawn in this way was just stronger. However, the disciples felt that looking at the dozens of formations in front of them that were all of immortal rank, or even above immortal rank, they were blissfully shocked and felt like they hadn't woken up. The Sikong clan that was destroyed before, the clan protection formation used by the Sikong clan, the formation that was used to protect the entire clan, was only a top-tier yellow rank formation. To put it in a larger perspective, the protectorate formation used by the Zhangzhou state capital is, at best, an earth-ranked formation. And these things made by the master have been able to shake the very foundation of the entire nation. How could this not be shocking? Xianer, yeah, master sent you two out this time. Relying on this tracking formation, you can seek out Lu Qingxian's location, and remember to bring back all the resources after executing his entire clan. Only after getting everything done did Chen Xianyi feel relieved as he instructed his disciples. At the same time, it also focused on the attack that contained his invincibility once a day, and singled it out. This formation can only be used at the most dangerous times and is very destructive. Be careful when releasing it. With a look of impatience, Zhang Ningxian held all of the formation stone discs in his arms. The moves contained in each of these formation stone discs were all close to a heaven-destroying existence. I can't imagine how cool it will be when it's time to let it out. After all, the opportunity to unleash a formation of this level was not rare. The average person doesn't have that kind of luck. She was totally playing this thing up. Compared to her, Hu Yeye was much more stable. Chen Xianyi sent her there because he also wanted her to keep an eye on Zhang Ningxian and not go overboard. But Hu Yeye, however, had something to say to the master. Senior, I didn't manage to break through to Yuaning last night, and I would like to ask for your help. If master sent two disciples out this time, wouldn't that leave Su Danru at home? Only master teacher and Su Danru were practicing together, and he didn't dare to imagine how cool it would be for them to be alone together. Such a good opportunity to be alone with the master. Hu Yeye didn't want to miss it. Chen Xian pondered for a moment after hearing this. Originally, he wanted Su Danru to stay home and study alchemy. However, her newly learned star dance skill also had the ability to fight. Playing this low-end game at the transformation stage is pretty good for practicing. Thinking of this, Chen Xianyi opened his mouth to command. In that case, then Zoe will accompany Xian'er. There's no time to lose, so you guys go and get back. Remember to keep yourself safe. Nothing is as important as your safety. Su Danru was also eager to try out her newly learned techniques and was equally excited. Jiang Ningxian and Su Danru bowed together. The disciple leads the way. After the two bowed, they put away as many of their master's formation stone discs as they could. The trip wasn't too far, and if it went well I didn't expect to be back in the evening, so the two of them didn't intend to dilly-dally, finishing their work early and coming back early to resume their orders to their master. The two were seen hugging their master teacher one after another before they were willing to turn around and fly towards the outside of the mountain. After a while, after the two of them, Jiang Ningxian and Su Danru flew out some distance. Su Danru's speed suddenly slowed down. As if she was thinking, she said to Jiang Ningxian beside her, "Eldest sister, why do I always feel that something is wrong? With us all gone, won't we be left on the mountain with Master and? It is said that triangles have stability. Now that the trio is split up, who's going to keep an eye on Huyaya? Wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted for the rest of the day?" Jiang Ningxian was full of happiness as he hugged the formation stone disc given by his master. So immersed in joy that Feng had never returned to his senses. Now that he heard Su Danru say it, he was appalled. "I'm going. Master is in danger. One day of our absence is enough time for her to eat her master out of house and home." As she spoke, she couldn't help but fantasize in her mind the mocking expression that the astringent fox had shown to her after she had eaten her master dry. "Just can't help the jealousy." Sutano comforted. "We'd better hurry. Finish your master's mission early, and maybe you'll come back and interrupt them." Interrupted? Nice interruption. Worthy of being senior sister Zoe. She is resourceful. Jiang Ningxian marveled in his heart. Good idea. Just saw Jiang Ningxian pulled up her hand, and above his feet burned a blazing flame propelled to accelerate. The two traced in extreme speed in mid-air, the top of the Jade Lady Sex Mountain. After bidding farewell to the two disciples, Chen Xianyi proceeded to prepare to help the second disciple break through. As a competent master teacher, he had no leisure time at all when his disciple needed it. Yeah, why don't you sit down, and for the master to see why you failed in your breakthrough. Chen Xuanyi said to Huyaya. Logically speaking, with his second disciple's talent, this breakthrough to a Yuaning should be a handful. How could it fail? This puzzled him doubly. Huyaya obediently coiled up her legs, patted her foxtail underneath, and sat up. The look was as of a well-behaved child, the fox ears on top of his head twitching slightly. Today she had also deliberately worn black ice silk pantyhose that wrapped her slender legs tightly and trimmed her figure. It's all about the present. Chapter 70, Second Disciple's Breakthrough. Desire to attack. Demon cultivators. Each cultivator possessed a demon stone in their body, and every demon race cultivator's demon stone was located in a different place within their body. Huyaya revealed her demonic stone, slowly in front of her master. Her demon stone was in the middle of her forehead, as if it were a third eye. The demonic stone was like a gemstone, a deep pink color, crystal clear and extremely stunning. The reason why the demon stone, which was usually contained within the body of a demon cultivator, would not be actively revealed was because this demon stone was very important to the demon cultivator. She was not only the place that contained the demon cultivator's spiritual energy, but also their source of life, and most of all, very fragile. No matter how high level the demonic cultivator was, as long as they destroyed their demonic stone, they could easily kill them. For a demonic cultivator to display his demonic stone in front of them was the same as displaying all of himself. All of himself. This was a sign of a demon cultivator's greatest trust in others. And without the need for any words, Huyaya showed how much she trusted her master. Chen Xianyi looked at the demonic stone she had revealed and marveled. The coloring is more muddy than when I was a kid. Master will help you refine your cultivation, so get ready. With that, he probed his hand and pointed both fingers at the demonic stone above her head. After the demon cultivator refined the cultivation contained in the demon stone, he supplied the demon stone to grow, and when the demon stone eventually took on a new state, it was considered to be the same breakthrough as the human race. Huyaya nodded, signaling that she was ready. As Chen Xianyi probed his spiritual energy into it, warm warmth surged amongst the demonic stone on her forehead. Perhaps it was because she was connected to her master's heart and mind. Her body did not have any rejection of her master's spiritual energy. On the contrary, it was surprisingly very harmonious. Despite the help of his master, refining spiritual energy in a short period of time was still a very physically demanding task. After another moment, the demonic stone companion above Huyaya's head emitted a blinding burst of colored light. After the colored light faded, The color of that demonic stone became even deeper. Obviously the scene after successful refining. Chen Xuanyi slowly withdrew both of his fingers, lightly exhaled, and said with some fatigue, "Well, want to try the strength of the Yuaning stage?" He had just drawn so many powerful formations, and now that he was helping Hu Yeye refine his cultivation, if it wasn't for the fact that he was blessed with a heaven-defying talent, I'm afraid he would have collapsed long ago. But even if he was as strong as he was, with such a drastic exertion, it was inevitable that he would be a bit tired. Hu Yeye gasped lightly, feeling the bursting out of the body. Belonging to the strength of the Yuanying stage, the body felt an incomparable sense of pleasure. It made her a little impatient to try out her new strength. It was then that her delicate jade hands reached out and placed them on her master's shoulders. Before her master could react, she pressed him down with a force. Then, try the strength of the Yuaning stage. Within Hu Yeye's eyes as she looked at her master, those originally pink pupils had turned into the shape of peach hearts. Ya, what are you? Chen Xianyi asked in astonishment. When she said that she would let Hu Yeye try the strength of the Yuaning stage, she meant for her to release 2 moves. Instead of competing with him for strength and pinning him to the ground. Could it be that Hu Yeye had just had a change of heart during her realm breakthrough, causing her to go off the deep end, and the desire to attack belonging to the demon race went wild with it? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. He was present throughout the second disciple's breakthrough. If it was really the second disciple who had gone berserk, then according to his current condition, it was indeed somewhat dangerous. After all, he had used up all of his invincible strikes today, and had consumed so much spiritual energy that he really might not be a match for the second disciple of the Yuaning stage. What Chen Xianyi didn't know was that Hu Yeye was not what he thought she was at this time. Her white moist hands cupped her master's cheeks, her mouth slightly open, revealing the sharp tiger teeth within. "Master, there is no other person now. You can't resist me either, so it's better not to struggle and just close your eyes," Hu Yeye said, and then without a bit of hesitation, she poked her head down. Chen Xianyi was surprised as he watched the exquisite and absolutely beautiful cheeks close in, accompanied by the unique fragrant breeze of the seductive fox demon. He couldn't even think of resisting, grabbed her beautiful back directly, and then the only thing he could feel besides softness was a trance. The seductive power of Hu Yeye, who had broken through to the Yuaning stage, was even better, making it difficult for him to put up any resistance. Even the brain could think of nothing but a blank. As for doing things behind Zhang Ningxian's back to apologize to her, and being in the middle of an undeserved relationship with his second disciple and all these things, he couldn't recall all of them. The only thing that remains is obedience. Only after a long time did Hu Yeye let go of her master. Her cheeks were flushed beyond belief, and her body was hot to the touch. She was ready for anything. "Master, really, as long as you hold on, you simply can't let go." The master teacher didn't even put up a bit of resistance. "It's really beyond my disciple's expectations." Sure enough, master is just as subtle as third senior sister. It's never shown on the surface, but in reality, on the inside, you've liked me for a long time, haven't you? Hu Yeye said with a bad smile, her expression showing her obsession and belly. Chen Xianyi strongly opposed it. Yeah, master has always treated you as a disciple. Absolutely nothing. Before he could finish, Hu Yeye used her own jade hand and covered his mouth. She leaned over to her master's ear, blowing on the fragrant breeze, and said in an incomparably flirtatious voice, "Master needn't explain. As disciples have said before, disciples can do it all. As long as it's master's idea, disciple can fulfill it. Disciple, don't hate Shibuya's master at all." As far as she was concerned, she had grown for so long, developing from a budding bud to a ripe fruit, also that one day her master would be able to pick it. It would be the happiest thing that could happen to her if her master could take it off. With that in mind, her lips parted once more, only this time it was even more exaggerated, a beauty that seemed to be about to prey, and Master Chief, like prey in her arms. As soon as Chen Xianyi looked at the incomparably sharp tiger teeth in her mouth, with that predator-like demeanor, he couldn't help but think in his heart, yeah, it's not like she's really going to eat her up. Physical level. Look at this demeanor. It really feels like this. Hello. Xianer, Zua, do you want to come back to see me? Master is going to be eaten. Wow. Chapter 71, Chen Xianyi's relatives. The pilgrimage Chenzu. The two of them, Zhang Ningxian and Su Danro, naturally didn't know what was happening at home. Both of them were running at full speed towards where Lu Qingxian was shown on the formation stone disk, and at this time, within Sangzhou, outside a certain village, Lu Qingxian brought about 200 people from her clan and floated high in the sky. Looking at the village and town below, Lu Qingxian asked to the middle-aged man beside her, "Is it here?" This middle-aged man was named Lu Hong, the second in command of the Lu family, and his realm also had the second level of the transformation spirit stage. "This is it," Although Chen Xianyi has no wife or children living, he was born in this village in the first place. Lu Qingxian had now ended up relocating her clan. And in her opinion, it was all because of Chen Xuanyi. The seeds of hatred sprouted in her heart, and she thought that before she left, even if she couldn't take revenge on Chen Xianyi, she had to take revenge on the people around him. Investigating and searching, he really couldn't find any of Chen Xianyi's immediate family members alive. That's how we found this village. Even though this village might not have had much of a blood relationship with Chen Xianyi long ago, it was ultimately Chen Xianyi's hometown. Being able to raze it to the ground would be a way to get rid of part of her hate. They lifted the whole family to relocate, although the people are still there, but the original family of those fixed formations, as well as other facilities, but also plus the family influence of the power, can all be gone. When you get to a new place, it all needs to be redeveloped again. This loss, this revenge, she had to get back. Lu Qingxian said to Lu Hong, who was beside him. Do it, don't leave anyone alive. Hurry up and finish killing and continue on your way in case Chen Xianyi comes after you. She had no mercy for these mortals. Even if you kill the wrong one, so what? It's better to kill another village. Mortals were no different to her than ants crawling on the ground. Lu Hong nodded, then began to condense his spiritual energy. Just as he was about to unleash his attack and destroy the village, his expression suddenly became startled, because she was surprised to see that almost all the people in the village were actually cultivators. You know, it's rare for a village of mortals to have an unusual martial artist or two. It had never been possible to have a spectacle where all of them were cultivators. Only the realms of these cultivators were pitifully low. Most of them were around the first heavenly layer of chi refining, or the second or third heavenly layer. The people in the village, apparently, also discovered the Ryu family in the sky at that moment. A little boy in the village, running on his butt to the middle of a house, said to an old man, Village chief, there's someone outside. This old man, who was called the village chief, had white hair and a kind face. As a chi refining stage 3rd heavenly cultivator, he naturally noticed the majestic pressure outside a long time ago. He was currently kneeling in front of a statue, kneeling in reverent prayer. And shockingly, the statue he knelt before was not a god or a monarch. It is exactly 1-to-1 size of Chen Xian's handiwork. Ancestors bless and help us to resolve this crisis. Ancestors bless. That village chief kowtowed to Chen Xianyi's statue while chanting piously. The reason why their village was full of cultivators was naturally thanks to Chen Xianyi's blessing. After Chen Xianyi was born in this village in the first place, despite trying to help his parents extend their lifespan with all the means at his disposal, mortals were still mortals. He stayed with the village until after his parents died, and then he drew a spirit-gathering formation in the village that could operate forever. It's kind of like he's doing something nice for these relatives on his way out. However, with Chen Xuanyi's ability, he was perfectly capable of helping these loved ones go farther. But in his opinion, exposing mortals to the greater world was not a good thing. The world of immortals is a world of deceit. Life and death are only in a moment. The slightest carelessness will be because of the offense of someone. The dead body in the wilderness. Letting them continue to live here and live a peaceful life of their own is the best place to be. The people living in the village had remembered for generations that it was because of Chen Xuanyi's presence that they were able to become cultivators. Although the realm is not high, but at least get rid of the disease, lose the pressure of survival. Parochial, happy for life. To be able to make a group of mortals with no food to eat, live such a good life. Even if Chen Xianyi had not returned for hundreds of years after he left, it made them always remember Chen Xianyi's goodness. Remember that the first genius of that world was born in their village. Therefore, every family in this village enshrined the statue of Chen Xianyi, worshipping him day and night, treating him as if he were a god. Now that there were suddenly transformation god stage powers pressing in, although this village head did not know why they had come, the only thing the village head could do was to make a pilgrimage to Chen Xuanyi first. The village chief knelt down and kowtowed to the statue several times before slowly getting up. Let's go. Call up the cultivators with cultivation in the clan and go up with me to take a look. We are at least members of the Chun family, and at no time do we have a tradition of cowering and waiting for death. The mayor's voice threw back. Soon, a group of about 100 people had gathered. The village chief led the way, and even though the person they were facing was of a realm they couldn't see through, none of the Chen clan people present showed any sign of retreat. This was the land where they had lived for generations, and they had no room to retreat, nor could they. Who are you, and why have you come to invade our Chen clan's land? The village chief questioned Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian raised her eyebrows slightly and surveyed the group of close to 100 people. Among the team, the tallest was only at the 3rd level of the chi refining stage. A mole at this level dared to ask questions in front of him? It's hilarious. The Chen family? Do you guys recognize Chen Xianyi? Lu Qingxian originally didn't care to have a conversation with them, but in order to make sure that he was looking for the wrong place or not, so he still forced himself to be unremitting and sent out a question. When the village chief heard her question, he immediately guessed the cause of the matter. It was assumed that this group of cultivators, who had a conflict with Chen Xianyi because of something, but couldn't defeat their ancestor, had come to find trouble with them. But even though the village chief guessed the other party's intention, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately affirmed, "How could those who live in this land and have been worshipping Ancestor Chen for generations not recognize it?" The village chief was not a foolish man. Even if he did not admit that they were Chen Xianyi's relatives today, there was a lot of evidence amongst the village, and it would still be difficult for them to escape death. Might as well admit it in a big way. And, even if the other side couldn't find any evidence, he wasn't going to hide that fact. Chen Xianyi had blessed them for so many years, so how could they forget their ancestors and do such treasonous things? Lu Qingxian snorted coldly after hearing this. Chen Zhu, humph, it's you who will be killed today. Might as well tell you that the reason you all died today is all because of Chen Xianyi. When you die, go to the 9 springs and hate him. Chapter 72. The Chen clan's family members are at risk. Disciples arrive. The reason why Lu Qingxian had said all of this was because she intended to make this group of Chen family members to hate Chen Xuanyi, telling them that they all died because of Chen Xianyi. When Chen Xianyi meets his loved ones in the 9 springs, he must be very remorseful. To be hated by one's loved ones is the most life or death feeling. The Chen clan village chief was also more certain of his thoughts as he listened to Lu Qingxian's words. This group of people, indeed, came because of Chen Zhu. Since they had come here to kill because of Chen Zhu, it was all the more important for them not to sit around and wait for death. All of them turned out to be dead, so it was better to be able to replace one with the other. As for hating Chen Xianyi, Chen Zhu has already given them nearly 1,000 years of happy life in return, with several generations enjoying the heavenly pleasures that ordinary people don't have. There is no disease or pain to suffer, because of the ability to go beyond the ordinary people, not to mention not to worry about food and clothing, will not be bullied by the outside village, do not have to worry about the mountain beasts to attack, generations here to enjoy their old age peacefully. Even if the whole clan died here today, looking back at the past, there would be no regrets and it would be worth it. The village chief raised the wooden scepter in his hand and shouted in a neutral voice, "People of the Chen clan, we might all have a hard time escaping death today. If there are those who are not afraid of death, follow me to kill the enemy. Although our strengths are worlds apart, it's better to be able to swap one out and help Ancestor Chen exterminate an enemy than to wait here to die." A cultivator at this level of the chi refining stage might only be able to kneel down and beg for forgiveness when they saw a great power at the god transformation stage. However, as descendants of the Chen family, they were unwilling to kneel for outsiders even on their deathbeds. As Chen Xianyi's relatives, they could not disgrace Chen Xianyi. The village chief's voice rang out loudly, followed by a call for help. Behind them, all the clansmen with cultivation levels raised their arms and shouted, "Since the outcome is all but inevitable, we might as well fight hard. Ancestor Chen has given us nearly 1,000 years of happiness in exchange. Now it's our turn to repay him. Kill the enemy for Chen Zhu. Long live Chen Zhu." Even though those of them, had never seen Chen Xianyi in person, but at the moment, was willingly giving his life fighting for him, even if the result might be that the nearly 100 of them couldn't even replace a single one of their enemies. Lu Qingxian couldn't help but feel surprised as she looked at the demoralized Chen family members. This group of people who were like ants surprisingly did not have the slightest bit of timidity when facing her. This group of people looked ordinary, but they were different from all the other chi refining stage cultivators he had seen. What she doesn't realize is that these people are different because they still have faith in their hearts. The first genius of that world was born in their mediocre village. It's a faith that they all should be proud of. Lu Qingxian waved her hand very impatiently. "Hurry up and kill them, it's noisy." Lu Hong's attack had already coalesced, and he slapped his palm out in a smooth manner. He didn't even need any moves to deal with cultivators at the chi refining stage. With just an ordinary palm, the palm wind that swept with majestic spiritual energy whistled and charged towards the Chen family members. It was the first time that the people of the Chen family had seen such a terrifying attack, and they couldn't even move in the face of the absolutely powerful pressure. The crowd offered countless attacks in place, striking above the sweeping palm imprint in an attempt to stop it. However, their attacks were like a drop in the bucket under the palm imprint of the god transformation stage. The village chief looked at the sweeping palm print and murmured, "Is this the world out there? I'm sure it's better to be in the village." They had lived in the village all their lives, and the strongest cultivator was a chi refining triple sky at the level of the village chief. It was only after seeing the absolute strength of this transformation god stage today that they learned how ridiculous their cultivation level was in front of it. It was only at this time that they understood why Chen Zhu had left them in the village. Chen Zhu did the right thing. Only here are they entitled to enjoy their blessings. "Thank you for the blessing of Ancestor Chen. We are willing to die." Seeing the sweeping palm wind close at hand, the village chief shouted loudly. The rest of the villagers were ready to die as they were, and responded in the same loud voice. Thank you for the blessing of Ancestor Chen. We are willing to die. Thank you for the blessing of Ancestor Chen. We are willing to die. A slogan was shouted in the air, and they did so with the sole purpose of expecting that Chen Zhu would never blame himself if he learned of their deaths. In his dying moments, the village chief looked at the sun and the sky, his white hair blown in all directions in the air, and his mind had begun to recall the walking lanterns. It was just that for some reason, as if he was presbyopic, he saw two suns in the sky. I don't think he's old enough for that. As he watched, that second sun was actually approaching at a rapid pace, as if it was falling from the sky. Lu Qingxian, fishy, finally found you. Suddenly, that sun let out a feminine chortle. A flaming swimming dragon then swept out from amongst the sun, flipping its body, and instantly struck above that palm wind. The whistling hot wind could be felt from a distance of 10,000 meters, and the flaming swimming dragon instantly engulfed the palm wind. Sultan Ro flashed into the field at an unknown time, utilizing her spiritual power to protect the Chun clan members behind her, so much so that they were not affected by the waves. Not long after, Zhang Ningxian also wielded those fists that burned with blazing flames and landed on the side with an overwhelming aura. The village chief was shocked as he looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Like a fairy, he felt like he had just died once already, and this really was the feeling of a life after a robbery. He asked suspiciously, respectfully, "You are?" Sadanju spoke back aloud. "We have come to suppress the Lu family by order of our master." Her voice was clear to the ears, and after it landed in Lu Qingxian's ears, she was instantly astonished. Chen Xianyi is coming after us. Bad. If they really let this guy come after them, they're afraid they'll be exterminated. Lu Qingxian was horrified and immediately probed out her divine sense, looking around in an attempt to find Chen Xuanyi's scent, but you can't find a bit of it at all. Is it a hidden breath now? She murmured, her heart in her throat at this point. It was as if he was going to fall at any moment. The Chen clan's village head, when he heard Su Danro say that she had come on the orders of her master, he was thrilled. Dare I ask, your master, is it Ancestor Chen? When Su Danro arrived, she had swept the surrounding area with her divine sense and discovered the statue of the master enshrined in the village. I have to say, the scene was pretty dramatic, but she could also tell from that these people must be the master's relatives. Hearing the village chief address her master as Ancestor Chen, she became even more certain of this fact. Sutano nodded her head. Exactly. Thanks to user 44767927 for the inspiration capsule. Chapter 73, Chen Xianyi is not here? Just the two of you? Chen Zhu has come to save us. Chen Zhu is here. Upon hearing this, the village chief immediately conveyed the good news to the clan. As expected, Chen Zhu would not forget them and would not watch them die. It's great to be able to continue to live to make the pilgrimage to Chen Zhu. This feeling of being given a second life after a robbery and being given a second life by Chen Zhu made him believe in Chen Zhu's majesty even more. The clansmen looked around excitedly, similarly trying to find Chen Zhu's figure. In their eyes, Chen Xuanyi was a godlike existence, and how could they not be excited when they had the opportunity to meet a god today? But after searching for half a day, they did not seek out Chen Xuanyi's figure. The village chief respectfully snapped, "May I ask, where is he now? Ancestor Chen?" Su Danru shook her head back. "My master, he didn't come. So he dispatched two of our disciples." Didn't come? Lu Qingxian was not far away from them, and as a cultivator of the god transformation stage, these hearings were naturally there. Hearing Su Danru say that Chen Xuanyi had not come, her hanging heart was then released. If Chen Xianyi himself didn't come, then what was the meaning of sending two disciples over? Could it be that Chen Xianyi thought that two Yuaning stage disciples would be able to exterminate their Lu family? Are you kidding me? You don't look down on people by underestimating them, do you? The Chen family village chief was also very surprised after hearing this. The difference in cultivation was too great, and although he couldn't see through Su Danro's cultivation, just by looking at her appearance, she was only in her early 20s. Would a cultivator at this age be that strong? However, he quickly figured it out. They were the disciples of Ancestor Chen, and it was normal for them to possess strength beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Regardless of the other party's strength, they appeared on behalf of Chen Zhu, and he, as the village heads, could not afford to be negligent. He bowed in a hurry. Latecomer meets disciple Chen Zhu. The other clansmen also saluted. When Su Danro saw the situation, she had a feeling of being flattered and hurriedly waved her hand to signal to get up. They're all on their own. There's no need to salute. Then again, she had met her master's relatives today. Human weddings are preceded by meeting loved ones. Does the fact that she was the first one to see her relatives mean that she was the one who was the first one to potentially consummate her marriage with her master? Today was not a wasted day. The thought made her feel better. You guys go rest in the distance. Just leave the next thing to the two of us, Sadanju said with a smile. Inevitably, the sky will crumble in a fight, and it's not good enough to keep these people from hiding. In the face of Su Danru's words, which seemed to the members of the Chen family as if they were Chen ancestors' holy decree, they naturally didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly retreated into the distance. Only after settling the master's relatives did Su Danru take out the array stone disc that had been prepared long ago. The deposit formation stone disc was an isolation formation that could isolate dozens of miles of space in the vicinity. It was unusual for this kind of formation to be used to defend against outside attacks, but it could just as easily be used as a cage. Trap the people inside, and no one will be able to escape. After all, it was the master's command to kill the entire Lu family, so she immediately released this formation. An invisible barrier was seen enveloping the surroundings in an instant, and the barrier did not display any breath. So much so that the Lu family members trapped in the middle of it were not even noticed by anyone. Lu Qingxian even sneered. Chen Xianyi actually really sent only the two of you. Originally, I was thinking that killing Chen Xianyi's relatives wasn't enough of a relief, and you guys came just in time. It is said that Chen Xianyi loves his disciples the most. If you guys die here, I wonder how sad he would be. Lu Hong, make a quick move and kill the two. Lu Qingxian looked at the two of them as if she had picked up a treasure. Kill Chen Xianyi's disciple. No. This is not enough, but also rape before killing. Afterwards, the corpse, which was covered in filth and did not come with any clothes, was thrown in front of Chen Xianyi. It could definitely make Chen Xuani's life worse than death in terms of abhorrence. That would ease her mind. Facing the strength of the Yuaning stage, Lu Hong also slightly brought out some skills. He saw him draw the sword at his waist and waved a few sword blades in midair, and the sword blades of spiritual energy swept densely towards where Su Danro was. As Su Danro stood still, Zhang Ningxian raised his huge flaming fist and blocked her in the process. Sisters and sisters, even if they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the memories of once getting along still existed. Fighting in tandem is very much a matter of understanding and comfort. Master sent the two of them here this time, not only to kill the entire Lu family, but also to train them. That was why she didn't use her master's strongest strike right off the bat, but planned to play it casually first. Zhang Ningxian, who had broken through to the Yuaning stage, had once again gained leaps and bounds in strength. In the face of the attack from the second sky of the God transformation stage, Zhang Ningxian erupted into an even hotter temperature, like a fiery furnace, and struck out with a strike of the Great Sun Inferno Sun Fist. The sword blossoms that struck over were as if they were drops of water, and just as they touched the surface of the flames, they were roasted into a puff of white mist. The temperature of the entire surrounding area was drawn up to unbearable levels because of her. There were young people in the Lu family whose cultivation was still shallow, and when faced with this temperature, they directly fainted to death, as if their skin had been roasted. Lu Hong even never saw such strength of the fire cultivator. He had thought that the attack he hit, even if he could not kill the other party, it was enough for the other party to eat a pot. As a result, it never occurred to him that he couldn't even hurt the other party's skin. Surprisingly, you still have some strength. I'm sure Chen Xuani must have smashed a lot of heavenly materials on you, but with just this, if you want to take on a cultivator of the God transformation stage, you're still far from it, Lu Hong shouted, preparing to use his strongest strike to suppress the two to this point. He was seen raising the long sword in his hand, and a giant sword shadow gradually materialized above the sky. The long sword exuded a cold, chilling aura, and the sharp aura made it feel as if the taste of blood filled one's mouth. As the people of the Lu family watched their cultivator display such a strong strength, they all shouted in excitement. Uncle is awesome, kill them all. Chen Xianyi is truly hateful. His people must be broken into pieces. Yes, when we've developed, we'll kill back and make Chen Xianyi's life worse than death. The people of the Lu family, from the old men to the children, all regarded Chen Xuani as the family's sworn enemy. This was why, every time Chen Xianyi made a move, it was to wipe out someone's entire clan. He summarized the truth that he had to cut the grass to get rid of the roots and not to leave behind any scourges. It was a bit harsh to kill them all, but having them stand in a row, shelving one to kill another, there were bound to be leaks. So simply exterminate their entire clan. Lu Hong couldn't help but feel proud as he listened to the bragging of the clansmen, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He raised his long sword high in the air with great vigor, and was about to swing it down. Show the clan his moment of glory. Chapter 74, Sultan Rose ability. Just play with this first. But just when he was all ready, as if he saw the moment when he would enjoy the call, suddenly, he felt a surge of qi and blood in his body. Before he could react, a mouthful of black blood, unstoppable, sprayed out of his mouth. It also drove a 7-pronged flow of blood. The scene was very rarely appalling. The people of the Lu family were shocked at this scene. and the harsh words on their lips were all held back in their stomachs. Lu Hong was even more puzzled and wondered what was wrong with him. I'm poisoned? When? This was clearly a symptom that he had been severely poisoned, but he had no idea at all at what point he would come into contact with the toxin. A faint purple poisonous mist filled the two fingers of Su Dan-Ro's right hand, and her eyes were cold. Those who practiced the Dan method were like physicians. Not only would they refine the pills, but they also knew how to use the medicine to save people. And at the same time, they also knew what was a severe poison on Earth. The Star Dan skill gave Su Dan-Ro the ability to communicate with space more acutely than normal people. So much so that she could directly place the poison in her enemy's body anytime, anywhere, and without anyone noticing. This is extremely vicious ability to kill the enemy's defense. With this ability, her combat strength was far more than 100 times stronger than the weakling she was before. When fighting in conjunction with other cultivators, it was more than capable of utilizing its divine toxin to its fullest potential, holding the enemy at bay to the greatest extent possible. Lu Hong's spirit power mobilization in his body was very disorganized after he had been hit by a severe poison. The long sword shadow that manifested above his head was even more flickering and difficult to maintain. Taking advantage of his illness, Jiang Ningxian took this opportunity to strike another great Sun Yin-Yang fist. Roaring flames soared out of her fists, gradually transforming into a swimming dragon that was tossing and turning in the air like a living thing. Whistling, it swept towards Lu Hong, facing the attack of the Yuaning stage. Even if Lu Hong couldn't do anything to deal with it easily, at the very least, he didn't have any problems blocking it. But now, when she was facing the attack struck by Jiang Ningxian, a sense of fear actually arose in her heart. A threat of death enveloped his entire body in an instant. There was not the slightest doubt that he, who was heavily poisoned, could no longer fight Jiang Ningxian head-on. It's even going to be a one-sided death. No good. Patriarch, help me. Lu Hong cried out in panic and turned to Lu Qingxian for help. The clansmen watching the battle behind them were all filled with shock as they watched the sudden scene. The selfsame spirit transformation stage cultivator couldn't even fight back in front of two Yuaning stage cultivators. This is too much of a shame. If not long ago, they knew that Lu Hong would lose so miserably. In how many guts they were given, they would not dare to say those harsh words again. Useless! Lu Qingxian shouted angrily, even though she was very dissatisfied with Liu Hong's performance. But after all, it was her own clan, and she was the first to top it. Possessing a cultivation of the sixth sky of the spirit transformation stage, she held a rapier, which stabbed out towards the front, and the blazing sword-ons broke through the air until it reached the flaming dragon. The two attacks collided together, and the flame swimmer burst into a shower of sparks in midair. Chen Xuani's disciple really does have some tricks up his sleeve. If you two alone want to stop us from leaving Sangzhou, you're not even close. Lu Qingxian scolded the two Jiang Ningxian in the air. At the same time, she didn't delay any longer and directly released her stance. 10,000 swords break through the air. In an instant, the rapier in her hand suddenly manifested into thousands. The densely packed long swords shrouded the entire range of sight in the air for almost as long as they could. The might belonging to the fifth sky of the transformation spirit stage instantly swept into the surroundings, and a solemn killing intent enveloped the entire arena. Even the people of the Chen clan, who were hiding in the distance, could feel the mighty pressure in the middle of the engagement site. The heart couldn't help but raise a few concerns. Village chief, do you think Chen Zu's disciple will be a match for that woman? It feels like there's a bit of a power gap. Even though the villagers couldn't see through the realm of the people at war, they could vaguely sense the strength of the aura. The village chief returned with steely eyes. Whatever the outcome, all we can do is pray. But I'm sure that Ancestor Chen will definitely leave something behind. The villagers murmured. I believe in Ancestor Chen as well. The big deal is that we're just going to put our lives on the line and die in battle. Yes, even if we lose, we must not let Chen Zu's disciples fall into the hands of the enemy. We can cover their retreat. Even after seeing the absolute strength and pressure of the transformation god stage, the villagers actually had no intention of retreating yet. The crowd was watching the engaged field with very heavy eyes and full attention. And Jiang Ningxian even directly gave up resisting in the face of Lu Qingxian's full force strike. The flames above both fists gradually faded, and he pulled out a formation stone disc from his bosom. The scene that appeared to outsiders was that Jiang Ningxian had given up resisting. Only then did the people of the Lu family get some of their confidence back. What's that she's holding in her hand? Did I read it right? A formation stone disc. Ha ha ha. Is it hard for her to want formation stone discs to fight against cultivators at the god transformation stage? She's afraid she's not a cutie. Right. It seems to have given up the fight. But she injured Uncle Lu Hong like that. Even if she surrendered, she can't be spared. Lu Qingxian looked at the array stone disc in Jiang Ningxian's hand, and was even more confused. As a cultivator, who didn't know that the power of the attack that could be caused by a portable formation stone disc was extremely limited? Even a good formation stone disc would only kill a foundation stage cultivator at the end of its life, or take advantage of the enemy's inattention to sneak in and attack. As a result, you're now taking it out in the open and trying to deal with her attacks head-on? But the more counterintuitive this action was, the more uneasy Lu Qingxian felt. Looking at the erased stone disc in Jiang Ningxian's hand, she had a vague sense of crisis. But how could this unspoken thing, born of a sixth sense, hold her back? Besides, there were still so many clansmen behind her. If she retreated at this time for no apparent reason, wouldn't she be laughed at by the clansmen for the rest of her life? Playing God. Let me guess. Is it your master? Who is already on his way here? Lu Qingxian said in a cold voice. With Lu Qingxian's understanding of Chen Xuani, he wouldn't be so gullible as to send only 2 disciples over. So there was only one possibility. Chen Xianyi might be on his way here. The reason why Jiang Ningxian took out the formation stone disc was to deliberately disturb her mind. Good for stalling. She wasn't going to fall for this cheap ruse. Go! Lu Qingxian waved her right hand forward, instantly catalyzing the 10,000 long swords in midair, sweeping towards Jiang Ningxian and Su Danro with a destructive momentum. Jiang Ningxian didn't delay any longer and immediately probed his spiritual energy into the erased stone disc. Just play with this for now, Jiang Ningxian said with a smile. Thank you to the poor monk who can't help but couple colors for the inspiration capsule and milk tea. Thank you. Chapter 75, The Afterglow of the Setting Sun. Slaughtering the Lu family. Her master had given her so many treasures that it was simply too much fun to fight. It wasn't even necessary for her to strike out on her own. It's nice to have a master teacher. When we get home, we must reward the master. Jiang Ningxian thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise in an arc. As she drove the formation stone disc in her hand, above her head, a fireball slowly swelled out. The fireball gradually became huge and eventually became like the sun, covering the sky. The stance contained within this formation stone disc was one that Chen Xianyi had once used, the last stance among the great sunflame technique, the sunset. Jiang Ningxian had only studied the technique to the first stance right now, so he couldn't use stances of this level yet. Looking at the majestic might displayed above the setting sun, a look of yearning filled her eyes. At the same time, the 10,000 long swords controlled by Lu Qingxian swept over at that moment. Only, under the attention of the crowd, all of those long swords were vaporized just a few meters closer to the setting sun. Countless long swords whistled and impacted, and were vaporized in the air one after another. No matter what methods Lu Qingxian used, her attacks, she simply couldn't get half a step closer to the setting sun. What level of move is this? Earth rank? Heaven rank? Immortal rank? How is that possible? How could there be an immortal rank technique out there? Looking at this unexpected scene, Lu Qingxian exclaimed with wide eyes. She couldn't figure out no matter what. As a cultivator of the god transformation stage, she couldn't even defeat the attack contained in the stone disc of the formation. The might displayed above that setting sun, the power of the great Tao it contained, and its grade even surpassed the strongest technique she had ever seen. Just as she was puzzled, the massive sun, visible to her naked eye, suddenly swept towards where she was. Jiang Ningxian didn't even give her a chance to think. Under the lock of the setting sun, extreme high temperatures spread out, causing the skin of Lu Qingxian, who was the closest to the setting sun, to be rapidly burned and scalded. Her skin and appearance, which had been somewhat poised, were all but destroyed at this point. Under the pressure of the setting sun, she couldn't even escape. I couldn't do it. No, my face. Stop it. She yelled hysterically at Jiang Ningxian. For a woman, especially one who relies on her looks in exchange for benefits, looks are extremely valued. Even though cultivators had ways to reshape their appearance, they could not go back to what they once looked like. How could Jiang Ningxian listen to her? After hearing Lu Qingxian's miserable screams, she in turn sped up the speed of the sunset. This is the same guy who tried to hook up with Master Teacher earlier. She had to be taught a good lesson. In fact, for those of the opposite sex who seduced their master, although Jiang Ningxian was jealous, it was not to the point of hatred. Only those who seduced her master, who did so to harm him, were hated to the bone by her. She wouldn't particularly mind if it was the same woman who was doing it for the good of her master. Su Danru couldn't help but think as she looked at the belabored expression on Jiang Ningxian's face. It's somewhat personal. Elder sister, I don't think she's going to fireball me like that someday, right? I don't think so. No. Lu Qingxian had been pushed to the point of death, and now what she should be thinking about was no longer as simple as disfigurement. She wants to stay alive. Looking at the setting sun that was close at hand, Lu Qingxian began to burn the essence blood of her entire body. Finally, after overdrawing everything in her body, she gained the ability to move under this pressure. If it was Chen Xuani personally striking out, Lu Qingxian would not be able to break free under the setting sun by any means. However, the setting sun in the middle of this formation stone disc was merely an ordinary strike by Qin Xianyi, and did not use the invincible once opportunity. She also managed to gain the ability to move and quickly fled towards the side. Although she had gained the ability to escape, Lu Hong and the rest of the clansmen, who were shielded behind her, were truly defenseless in front of this setting sun. Patriarch, help us! Patriarch, don't leave us behind! We don't want to die! Miserable cries for help resounded in place as they looked at Lu Qingxian, who was fleeing in a sorry state, and sent out cries for help in desperation. But Lu Qingxian didn't hear it at all and ran off into the distance without looking back. While loved ones were important in her eyes, it wasn't to the point where they could be more important than her life. She chanted in a near-epileptic manner as she fled. You guys die. As long as I'm alive, the Lu family won't go extinct. In a few hundred years, the Lu family will still be the Lu family. She quickly disappeared from sight. The people of the Lu family looked at the Lu Qingxian who had completely disappeared, and their hearts were as if they were dead. There will be no one left to save them. They've been abandoned. Soon, the flames of the setting sun enveloped all the members of the Lu clan and kept burning and smashing into the earth, and those who were hit were all vaporized into air. The ground where vegetation grew was smashed out of a huge hole by the setting sun, and the roaring flames extended in all directions, all of them burning into ruins. Fortunately, the isolation barrier kept the Chen village out, otherwise the Qin village will also be affected. The setting sun had taken away the vast majority of the Lu family members, but there were still those who had scattered to the side and were lucky enough not to be enveloped by the attack. At this time, they did not have the slightest desire to fight. The matriarch had led the escape, and they also scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Zhang Ningxian didn't panic in the slightest and took out multiple formation stone discs from his arms one after another. There are so many more. It's a shame to play just one. All array stone discs all. Start. And this, she released all the formation stone discs in a row. For a time, it could be said that all kinds of attacks bombarded the ground in all directions. The scene was extremely shocking. The shock level is comparable to Armageddon. A certain member of the Lu family, who was about to run away, shouted excitedly, I escaped. I'm the only descendant of the Ryu family. I escape. Before he finished shouting, he heard a fluttering sound, as if he had hit something invisible, and was directly blocked in place. He looked towards the front with a puzzled face, only to realize that there was an invisible barrier in front of him. An isolation formation? When, seeing that this way was not possible, he quickly hurried towards the side again. He didn't believe that in such a barren land, there would be an isolation formation that could isolate a huge space. This formation, surely, is only part of it. He would soon find the exit. He ran along the edge of the barrier, his expression gradually changing from the excitement of a robbery to one of overwhelming despair. It was because he realized that this isolation formation had no boundaries at all. Chapter 76, Death to Lu Qingxian. I, Zhang Ningxian, will be the master's palace. How could it? It's impossible for such a large isolation formation to suddenly appear. It's hard to believe that this isolation formation was already set up here several years ago. I see. This is a battle of extermination that has been planned for several years, against our Lu family. That Lu family member touched the borderless barrier in despair, his mind guessing a conspiracy for the ages. In fact, Chen Xian had placed an isolation formation in this place a long time ago. It was likewise calculated that they would come here today, intending to overthrow the Chen family. Chen Xianyi is really a good tactician and a good mind. Just when he thought he had seen it all, an attack landed on the place where he stood from above the dome of the sky. No! He screamed in horror before being completely obliterated by the attack. Countless attacks landed in the space amongst the isolation array, and it took a long time before it gradually quieted down. Zhang Ningxian, who was suspended above the sky dome, looked at the scene below and murmured, It's blown up like this, there shouldn't be any living people left. Master instructed that no one should be left alive. Zhang Ningxian still released his divine sense to explore the surroundings first just to be on the safe side. Only after being completely sure that there are no living people can we be considered to have fulfilled the master's mandate. As her divine sense probed out, she was surprised to find that there was actually an aura present. That person was no other than Lu Qingxian. She found a remote corner in the middle of the isolation formation and used her figure to avoid the majority of the attacks as much as possible. Only she was now very weak. Zhang Ningxian immediately brought Su Danro to kill him. As soon as he arrived, he realized that Lu Qingxian was attacking the isolation barrier in a near frenzy, as if he was trying to break through the barrier and escape. It's just an isolation barrier. How can it be so strong? Why? Why on earth? Ever since in the beginning of meeting Chen Xianyi, everything had been too much beyond her imagination. Chen Xuanyi's sudden and powerful strength, these formations that came from nowhere, and the top-tier techniques used by his disciples. She had lost, utterly and completely. Sensing an aura approaching behind her, Lu Qingxian slowly turned around. Seeing that it was Jiang Ningxian and Su Danro, she directly flopped and fell to the ground. Please be merciful and let me go. My family is gone. My loved ones are all dead. I'm disfigured. I've lost all my essence and blood, and I've gotten the revenge I deserve. Please, I don't want to die. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Lu Qingxian was covered in broken wounds, while still stained with the black inverse of ash, and her clothes were in a sorry state, as if she had rolled in a cesspool. She called out to Jiang Ningxian again and again on the ground, begging for mercy. At the time when she had led the people to besiege the cave where Chen Xuanyi was located, she wondered if she had ever expected that she would end up where she was today. Jiang Ningxian stroked his chin and pondered with some pity. You do seem rather pathetic. Satana looked at her with wide eyes when he heard her say that. Eldest sister, you're not going to let her go, are you? That's no good. Never. Jiang Ningxian snapped her right hand and blazing flames began to burn at her fingertips. I was going to nickel and dime you, but since you're so pathetic, let's just burn you. Sadanzo, what difference does it make? I had thought that eldest sister had become a saintly character after not seeing her for so many years. As a result, I didn't expect that it was worthy of being a disciple of the same master, and that his hand was still so decisive. Perhaps because of the influence of their master, their 9 disciples were extraordinarily decisive in the matter of executing the entire clan. Lu Qingxian looked at her body that was gradually burning up and shuddered in shock. Don't! I'm still so young. I have thousands of years to live. Chen Xianyi, I hate you. I hate you. I hate. Before she could finish her sentence, the flames had spread to her head. It was eventually burned to a dry body, which then turned to ash. The flames took away the only trace of her having existed on Earth. Finish up and call it a day. By the way, take some ash back with you, so you can prove it to your master. Saying that, Jiang Ningxian really did pick up a piece of ashes and put it in a bottle. The storage ring belonged to the category of magic treasures and was made to deal with various battles, so it was very sturdy. Other than an invincible strike at the level of a master teacher, most other attacks would be difficult to destroy the storage ring. She hadn't used her master's invincibility ability in this battle, so the battlefield still retained a large number of storage rings to scavenge. Su Danru said to Jiang Ningxian, Senior sister, it's time to search for treasures. I wonder how many resources the Lu family will have. Jiang Ningxian nodded excitedly. Then the two of them quickly spread out and began to scavenge the remaining relics on the battlefield. The feeling of being able to scavenge treasures for the master was simply too good to be true. A little bit of the good stuff. They can't leave it behind. Soon, they had collected all the storage rings together. As far as the eye could see, it was like a miniature hill. The Lu family was relocating their family this time, so naturally all the good things, the things of great value, would be brought along. This time it's all theirs. After putting the storage ring away, Su Danru also put away the isolation formation, because it was a portable array. This isolation array could be retrieved and reused, but not other attack-type formations. It requires the person who drew the formation, once again, to imbue their attack in it before it can be used again. Seeing that the things commanded by her master were done, Su Danru opened her mouth. Senior sister, let's go back? Jiang Ningxian smiled and shook his head. Wait a minute. It's not easy to meet my family once. My first impression of my family. Meet the family? See what family? Why can't she understand it? Su Danru was filled with confusion. He saw Jiang Ningxian fly to the front of the Chen family and proudly patted his chest, saying, The enemy is taken care of. You are safe now. The village chief was excited to hear this and was about to kneel down. Thank you, fairy, for the rescue. Thank you. Jiang Ningxian hurriedly used his spiritual energy to help him up. They're all family members, so you can't kneel down. Reintroduce me to you. I, Jiang Ningxian, am the wife of your Chen ancestor, also known as Chen Xianyi. The only wife, the main house, the main wife. Remember that. So Danu, when did you become master's wife? That's a lie you've been telling all along, isn't it? She now sort of understood what Jiang Ningxian meant. This was an intention to make a good impression in front of the master's loved ones in advance. Although the identities of these Chen family members and master teacher were worlds apart, they were all relatives in the end. If there is a wedding sometime in the future, surely it's all about coming on. Good for you, big sister. You're really smart at times like this. Thank you to time will not favor for the inspiration capsule, and to user 4435902A for the milk tea. Thank you. Chapter 77, Who is the Palace? Unique sculpture of Jiang Ningxian. The village chief who was in charge was baffled when he heard Jiang Ningxian's words. Just now, this purple-haired fairy said that you guys are the disciples of Ancestor Chen. How did you become a wife again? Jiang Ningxian waved his hand repeatedly and corrected himself. Don't you dare listen to her. She's my husband's concubine and called her that because she was jealous. Sutanu, when did I become a concubine? Sister, you brag about yourself even if. How to bring me also step on a foot Aline. Since her senior sister had fought to this point, she couldn't show weakness either. Elderly man. My name is Su Danro, and I'm Chen Zhu's main palace. This guy was just lying to you nah. Su Danro also did not show any weakness and corrected with a serious face. Jiang Ningxian looked at Su Danro with contempt. Ha, that's a nice thing to say. I'm afraid that's all you've ever done is hold hands with your master? How can you call yourself a wife just by holding hands? Su Danro puffed up her small mouth in displeasure. I've hugged master and Jiang Ningxian, I even kissed it. Su Danro, I made the bed for master. Jiang Ningxian, what's this? I've even slept in my master's bed. Sadanju, what? There is such a thing. Childhood ones don't count. I slept with them when I was a kid. The two were obviously arguing to the point of anger. And Jiang Ningxian had forgotten about his need to keep things secret. I'm talking about right now. Oops, that slipped out. Jiang Ningxian hurriedly covered her small mouth with a bad thing expression. Su Danru pushed the glasses above her beautiful eyes and looked at Jiang Ningxian incredulously. You? When are you? I don't believe it. It's impossible. Absolutely don't believe it. You must have been thinking about it and hallucinating in your dreams. How could master's first time be taken away so quickly? Eldest sister must have said that just to piss her off. As the village chief watched the two men scrambling, he couldn't help but uplift Chen Zhu's impression by another notch in his mind. A fairy of this level can turn the world upside down with just her hands. Surprisingly, they all competed to be Chen Zhu's wife. Then how strong is their Chen Zhu? Now, the village chief smiled kindly and said, two fairies, they are both family members. 10,000 can't hurt the peace. You have just finished fighting and need rest. Would you like to come to the village? It's also good for us to hear what Chen Zhu has done over the years. Jiang Ningxian and Su Danro's daily tossing and turning about the matter of their master. Naturally, they would not really get angry. Seeing the village chief's invitation, Jiang Ningxian didn't refuse, so he followed the village chief to his home. Su Danru followed behind him, always feeling as if she had forgotten something. Aren't we forgetting something? She murmured, unable for a moment to remember exactly what she had forgotten. Soli followed along. The village headman has a shrine in his house. The shrine was already considered to occupy a large area among the buildings in the village. Inside, many elders of the Chen family were enshrined, and at the head of them was the statue of Chen Xianyi. Jiang Ningxian was filled with surprise as he rushed forward when he saw the equivalent statue of his master. A touch here, a look there. Wow, a statue of the master equalizer. This thing should get one out in the house. It's cool. However, the restoration of this statue, it's a bit not too high. Jiang Ningxian looked closely at the statue's face and felt that it was far from the handsome appearance of his master. The village chief asked as he walked up, what exactly is different that we change? The statues were all passed down nearly 1,000 years ago, and through the years of time, there would be more or less some changes. It would be best if it could be repaired properly by Jiang Ningxian's hand. After all, Ancestor Chen's majesty was a supreme existence in their eyes. Jiang Ningxian pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to propose. Good point, I'll change it for you. No one knows more about master teacher than I do. She had paid full attention to her master's appearance, knew every inch of master's body. That being said, she had just spilled the beans about herself and her master, and Sultan Ro surprisingly didn't believe it. But it's for the best. Thankfully it's hidden. That said, no one was better at the matter of restoring the statue of the master than she was. With that in mind, she directly utilized her spiritual energy and began carving at the statue. Master teacher's eyes were sword-browed and starry-eyed. The nose needs to be taller and the chin needs to be shaped too. A little more depointing here. A little more leveling here. Jiang Ningxian was fully focused on his work while muttering. Sultan Ro watched the movements of the eldest senior sister and always felt that something wasn't quite right. When did eldest sister learn such a difficult skill job as sculpting? According to her nature, if she was asked to learn such a boring thing, she would have snuck off to sleep long ago. Is she really any good? Soon the facts gave her the answer. Jiang Ningxian proudly patted his work. Finished? How was it? The village chief and a group of villagers, surrounded by the side, looking at this can be described as a wonders of the world general sculpture, have stared wide-eyed. Can this really be considered personal? Demonic beasts don't look this abstract. Super defined nose, plus cheeks that have been cut at right angles. It's really abstract to the core. This you have them making a pilgrimage to this thing every day? Shame on you. But even so, Jiang Ningxian was, after all, Chen Zhu's disciple, plus a possible rightful wife. So they couldn't say anything. The village chief led the way with a smile. Ahahaha, worthy of being a disciple of Ancestor Chen, The carving is very distinctive. Okay, clap, clap clap clap. The crowd was applauding together in an extremely bizarre scene. Even Su Danru couldn't look away and covered her face in silence. Jiang Ningxian turned his head to look at his own masterpiece, also realized how abstract the things he carved out. She scratched her head, a little embarrassed. Carved crooked. Sorry haha. The village chief shook his head, not caring, and opened his mouth. It's almost afternoon. You're all hungry. Stay for dinner. My wife's handiwork is still very good. Hearing that there was food to eat, Jiang Ningxian immediately nodded his head. Worthy of being the master's relatives. They really are all good people to come. It's great to be able to mix a meal. Jiang Ningxian had obviously been mesmerized by the dinner and had already forgotten a very important thing. But Su Danru was thinking about it. She hurriedly took Jiang Ningxian's hand and opened her mouth. Elder sister. It was morning when we arrived. And now it's already afternoon. Jiang Ningxian was puzzled. What happened this afternoon? Satano said as he patted her shoulder. Home. Master has already been alone with the charmed fox demon for almost the entire day. Probably by now, it would have been eaten up. Jiang Ningxian. Chapter 78, Farewell to the Chen family. The master is swallowed. After hearing Su Danru's reminder, Jiang Ningxian then remembered this most important thing. He couldn't think of eating his meal and lifted his steps to leave. We both suddenly remembered that we have urgent business to attend to, so we won't stay much longer. Next time I'll buy you a wedding banquet. Jiang Ningxian said to the village head and a group of Chen family members. Then he flew towards the sky in a hurry. Su Danru bowed slightly to the village chief and then also went with Jiang Ningxian. The village chief looked at the two people who came like a shadow and went like a trail, and he couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion inside. The cultivators outside were truly as terrifying as they were, and both of Ancestor Chen's disciples were already powerful to such an extent. It must be that their Chen ancestor was already rivaling an immortal-like existence as well. It was truly an honor for their Chen family to produce such a genius for the ages. Just as the village chief was feeling a lot of emotions within his heart, a Chen family youth beside him asked, "That village chief, the statue of Chun Zhu in the ancestral hall, do we need to replace it?" What an inexplicable feeling of joy at the thought of them having to make a pilgrimage to that thing when they hold various ceremonies. The village chief took the wooden cane in his hand and whipped the youth. That statue was left behind by a disciple of Ancestor Chen. How can it be exchanged? That's a great disrespect. You go find a new one and forget about blocking the old one. Somewhere above the sky dome, Jiang Ningxian and Su Danru, who had completed the task explained by their master, were flying at full speed in the direction of their home, and the summit of the Jade sect. About a few hours ago, that was when Jiang Ningxian and the two of them had just left. Xianer, Zua, do you want to come back to see me? The master seems to be getting eaten well. After bidding farewell to Jiang Ningxian and the two of them, Chen Xianyi helped Hu Yaya successfully break through to the first sky of Yuaning stage, and Hia, in her own way, began to experiment with her brand new strength. Master, it's not safe here. Let's change places and get on with it. Hu Yaya probed the two ribbons around her waist, which were like spider silks, trapping the master tightly like a cicada chrysalis. Chen Xianyi was thus hoisted back into the middle of Hu Yaya's room. Come on, you fox demon or spider demon. Surprisingly, you used this method to trap the master. You still really broke through and became stronger. Chen Xianyi couldn't help but spit in his heart. Without realizing it, he had already been laid flat on top of the soft bed by Hu Yaya. The ribbons came undone with it, and Hia pressed her head flat against it. As you know, master, fox demons have a keen sense of smell. Disciple me usually. I like to smell master's body the most. Just as she was inhaling the scent of her master's body through her nose, her face suddenly changed drastically. Nope. You, master, have the scent of other people on you, and someone I know very well. Hu Yaya immediately revealed a suspicious expression, her face full of alertness. The smell was clearly that of a woman, and the more this flavor extends, the stronger it gets. Chen Xianyi sniffed in the air, and he obviously couldn't smell anything. Master, it turns out you have. Hu Yaya realized something at that moment. The master was, at some unknown time, unknown to me, pushed back. She was both happy and a little lost when she learned the news. Happily, she learns that the master is not actually a rock that can never be obtained. Lost that she wasn't first. It was a pity that her natural seductive demonic body would lose out to others. But who could it be? The three of them are the only women who have access to the master. Sedanzo just came back, so it shouldn't be too late to do it. If we were to say who it was, it would only be Jiang Ningxian who had the time, and enough guts. Damn, it's good to be back early. I can't believe she beat me to it. So it's like this, master, disciple knows it all. Oh, yours and Xian's, the unspeakable secret, Hu Yaya said with a bad smile, her white tender hands cupping her master's face. Once Chen Xian heard this, her cheeks immediately blushed a little. It's not an unspeakable secret, but being found out by someone else and volunteering to say it yourself are two different things. It's hard not to be shy. However, no matter what, Chen Xianyi would not shirk away the responsibility. Yeah, you're still so smart. You can't hide anything from me. It's all Master's fault. Master laid hands on him first. Chen Xianyi said seriously. If Hu Yeye would loathe him because of this matter, then it would be better for him, who was the master, to carry it alone. It's not Xian's fault. Hu Yeye looked at her master and sighed in disappointment. Hu Yeye shook her head. Disappointed. Senior, disciple is too disappointed in you. Sure enough, will it still be disliked by the disciples? As a master to disciple this thing, also as a disciple Hu Yeye will certainly not be able to accept it. Will the second disciple leave him because of this incident? Hu Yeye continued. The disciple is disappointed in that you would not believe the disciple. Disciple's loyalty to master's feelings is unshakable. Not to mention Xianer is voluntary. Even if she's not, if you give a word, disciple will still help you tie her over. That you would even suspect that the disciple is not of the same mind as you. The disciple is too disappointed. She looked at the look on her master's face, one that was worried that she would be angry, and felt very disgruntled. It was surprising that her master did not know that she was absolutely loyal to her master's heart. If her master is going to be a good person who saves the world, she will give to the world along with her master. And if her master is going to be a devil who destroys the world, she will kill the world along with her master. No matter what her master did, even if it meant killing her, she would still feel that her master had done the right thing. And how could he leave his master for such a thing? Chen Xianyi felt very incredulous as he listened to her words. Also there is unparalleled emotion. Can the second disciple even tolerate him for such a thing? But I don't think it's a good idea to force someone to do something like that. Forcing something like that on someone is still a big no-no. Yeah. Chen Xianyi's pupils were trembling slightly as he looked at her, and he murmured with great emotion. Under his gaze, Hu Yeye smiled charmingly and said seriously, Master, do what you and Xianer have done with me again. Chapter 79, Fox Demon. Start again. Speaking of this, the flush on Hu Yeye's face covered her delicate and absolutely beautiful face. She's always been aggressive with her language and actions, but she's ultimately a white person. Still can't help feeling very shy. Chen Xianyi still maintained a trace of sanity at this point as she opened her mouth. Yeah. Master has already developed a relationship with Xianer that shouldn't be. Master doesn't want to do anything wrong again. Besides, we're not a Taoist couple yet. That's not good. Hu Yeye licked her lips, and her bony jade hand grabbed her master's large hand, crossing her fingers. Once again, she made a nice sound. Worthy of a master. That's just it. Let's do it again then, Hu Yeye said, and before she could wait for her master to respond, she once again held his head and kissed him. Attached is a picture of the second disciple, which doesn't exactly match, and the final look is based on what you have decided in your heart. Picture from Sinan's first deep submission. Again, feel free to contribute below. Contribute STH. Sundown will come. In the middle of Hu Yeye's room, Chen Xianyi lay on his back on the bed, one arm wrapped around the pink-haired fox demon Hu Yeye. A beautiful rose bloomed on the light pink sheets. Above Hu Yeye's expression was an incomparably happy smile. Inside, he was more than satisfied. She, the disciple who loved her master the most, was also finally with him as she wished. It gave her great satisfaction. Even though Hu Yeye's delicate body was a bit weak, she still tried her best to put her body, leaning into her master's arms. Chen Xianyi stroked the fox ears on top of her head with his hand, and the soft and furry feeling of it gave him great comfort. Fox-eared ladies' beastly ears are simply fantastic, aren't they? Mentally, he sighed, but he sighed silently in his mind. He had actually really developed this kind of relationship with Hu Yeye, his disciple. This matter, still don't know how to talk to Xianer. Chen Xianyi more or less blamed himself. If it wasn't for his brain going blank for a moment, it shouldn't have happened. Of course, these were his guesses. Even if he insisted on enduring until the end, Hu Yeye wouldn't let him off so easily. When that happens, it won't be as simple as two lovers. She'll still eat her master dry. However, no matter what, as long as things had happened, Chen Xianyi would not shirk his responsibility. He'll take full responsibility for Hu Yeye. I just hope Xianer won't be angry. Chen Xianyi didn't want to see the image of his disciples having broken relationships and arguing together every day. Then he'll be really sad. After all, they were all his disciples, and each one was the existence he cared about the most. Ugh, why does that feel like such a crummy thing to say? However, in order to avoid Xianer's sadness, Chen Xianyi felt that he still needed to prepare a gift for Xianer. When she comes back, grant her a wish. Just as Chen Xianyi was thinking about the matter of the eldest disciple in his mind, suddenly there was an aura outside approaching rapidly. Even from a great distance, Chen Xianyi could feel that it was Xianer who had returned. Only for some reason, there was only one aura of Jiang Ningxian. Hu Ye said with a bad smile while hugging her master. Master, Xianer, she's back. Oh, it's going to be Xian's turn to find out about our relationship. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Chen Xianyi shook his head. We have developed this relationship, and master will be responsible for you. So, the master will not hide it. What Chen Xianyi said about being responsible was not just talk. She could openly tell everyone about her relationship with Yaya, even if she would face cold stares from the others. And he didn't care. After all, when he's done something, he's bold enough to admit it. It's not a man's place to hide. Hu Yaya tilted her head and asked suspiciously. Then why did you hide Xianer's matter from us? Chen Xianyi returned. This is because Xianer, she said she couldn't tell anyone else about it. In fact, for the master, there has been no intention of hiding it. Although Chen Xianyi he does not care about exposing the relationship, but to care about the women will. Since Xianer had said he couldn't be exposed, there was nothing he could do. Hu Yaya looked at her master with somewhat skeptical eyes, and finally resolutely chose to believe. It must be Jiang Ningxian. She was worried that everyone knew about the news of the master's good push, so she deliberately hid it in this way. This kind of handiwork couldn't have come from the master. Good for you, big sister. That's all you've got for them, isn't it? If she hadn't been so determined to push her master's buttons today, she might have been kept in the dark for much longer. Chapter 80, No Shibuya. Swear to your master. Chen Xianyi revealed a puzzled expression after seeing Jiang Ningxian outside the window through the indoor window and realizing the empty square. Where did master and second sister go? Soon, Jiang Ningxian opened the rooms one by one to look for them. He first opened Sultan Ro's room. Don't move. No Shirbari. Jiang Ningxian opened the room and shouted to the empty room. The sound was so loud that even Chen Xianyi could hear it. Seeing no one, Jiang Ningxian opened multiple rooms in a row, shouting at every door you open. At the end of the day, Jiang Ningxian finally looked for the room where Chen Xianyi was. Hearing the sound of footsteps close at hand, Hu Yaya subconsciously grabbed onto her master. I still don't know how Jiang Ningxian will react when he sees the two of them. If Jiang Ningxian was really angry, then she definitely couldn't be allowed to take it out on her master. After all, it was only because she had initiated the temptation that it had come to this. Just as Jiang Ningxian pushed the door of the room open, he shouted into the room. Don't move. No Shirbari. It's really here. Jiang Ningxian looked at the two with slight surprise. Bad. Too late. This is clearly Shibuya finished. Seeing the situation clearly, Jiang Ningxian was shocked and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret inside. She was speeding back so fast, but she didn't realize she was still late. Chen Xianyi smiled slightly awkwardly as he looked at Jiang Ningxian seriously. Xianer, that master has something to say to you. What Chen Xianyi had to say was naturally about Hu Yaya. He had no intention of hiding and intended to confess his crime to Jiang Ningxian. Jiang Ningxian walked forward and said to his master teacher with an anxious face, Oops, master, let's not talk about that for now. Zoe, she's coming back. You guys hurry up and clean up. I'll watch the door. Chen Xianyi? Huya? Both of them listened to her words with puzzled faces. What do you mean? Go to the door and watch? Xianer, who the hell are you working with? You're not here to ask for forgiveness? Chen Xianyi asked. So you left Zoe her behind and ran back first yourself? Why did you do that? Aren't you angry to see the two of us? Jiang Ningxian jumped onto the bed and stretched out his arms, hugging the two on the bed tightly. How could it be? Yaya is my good senior sister. Her character is so good, long also so excellent. If it is cheaper for someone else someday, I will feel heartbroken. It is naturally the best to be able to be with master. Well, I'm not angry, but I'm definitely jealous, so we'll talk about that later. Anyway, this is something the three of us just need to know and keep it a secret from Zoe. Jiang Ningxian made a shushing gesture, then immediately flew to the door. No good. Zoe's back. You guys hurry up and clean up. I'm going out. With that, Jiang Ningxian walked out, then pressed the door against his back. Chen Xianyi did not expect that this matter would end in this manner. Perhaps, in this metaphysical world, it was normal for powerful cultivators to have multiple Taoists. It's great that Xianer understands and accepts it. To be honest, he didn't even know what he should do if Jiang Ningxian got angry. Luckily this is the metaphysical world. Thanks for the gift of the metaphysical world. But there was one thing I didn't understand. Why did Jiang Ningxian want them to hide it from Su Danro? Hu Yaya smiled and explained when she saw her master's father show a puzzled expression. The reason eldest sister she hid it from Zoe is the same reason you all hid it from me together. If we don't let Zoe know, master will just belong to the two of us. Oh. Hu Yaya's hints were already very obvious, as if she was already making it known that Zuozua also liked the matter of master. But Chen Xianyi just didn't understand. What's this all about? It's so hard to understand things between women. We are all disciples of the same school. Why should we hide from each other? However, this was all a disciple's request, and Chen Xuanyi naturally had to accept it as well. Chen Xuanyi asked Hu Yaya, "So Yaya, what do you think? Not going to talk to anyone else either?" Hu Yaya pondered for a moment, feeling that it would be interesting to hide it from the others, taking advantage of the gap that others don't know, secretly keeping the forbidden love with the master. It called to her how she could refuse. Aha! Master must keep it a secret. Hu Yaya got up from the bed and said as she walked. Chen Xianyi respected it despite not understanding it. Well, for the master knows, we'll keep your secret. Hu Yaya took the clothes on the table and handed them over to the master. Master, let me serve you to get dressed. She knelt obediently at the side of her master, the fox ears on the top of her head swaying, her appearance alive and well as a beast-eared lady's attentive maid. Chen Xianyi was not polite either, popping his arm open and allowing his disciple to serve him. Outside the door, Sadanju landed in front of the room. Seeing Jiang Ningxian blocking the doorway, she said anxiously, "Eldest sister, master is inside. Why don't you go in? If it's any later, I'm afraid that master will be eaten." Jiang Ningxian clasped his cheeks somewhat sheepishly while thinking inwardly, "Zoe, it's actually too late. They both ate and drank a long time ago. No entry." Jiang Ningxian said seriously. Su Danru was instantly alert. "Why? We're not on the same side, are we? Is it hard to believe that you've been bribed by Yaya?" Jiang Ningxian said with an awkward smile. "How could you? I care the most about master. I just went in to see. Master and Yaya are cultivating for a breakthrough. It's at a critical moment. 10,000 can't be disturbed. I'm a little resourceful for coming up with this excellent excuse." Sutano listened and nodded in understanding. "So, that's good. By the way, eldest sister, do you still remember? When we were young, all 9 of us disciples said that we wanted to marry our master when we grew up, and in order not to secretly trip each other up, we agreed to play fair and not to sneak around and make small moves. Can you swear to master that everything you say is true? Is there such a thing as a pact?" After Jiang Ningxian heard this, his brain flew through his memories. It seems to be true. At that time, 9 of their disciples joined hands together under the peach blossom tree and made this vow out loud. Looking back, time flies. Everyone's grown up. Wait, this isn't the time to reminisce. Hello. Zoe was obviously doubting her. But how can that kind of verbal agreement from childhood count? Hey, but if you swear on your master, then you absolutely can't lie. Jiang Ningxian stammered. Shifu he, bad. She couldn't even lie about the matter of swearing on her master's oath. To be exposed. Wow. Thank you for the roll call. That time will not favorably send. You are Tweedledum God. Thank you Draux for the milk tea. Thank you Irina Avalon of Winan for the milk tea. Chapter 81, Smart Sultan Ro. You'll recognize her even if she turns into ashes. To be exposed. Wow. Just at this critical juncture, when Jiang Ningxian was unable to defend himself, the door to the room behind her was suddenly pushed open. Chen Xianyi and Hu Yaya both got dressed and walked out. Chen Xianyi revealed a smile like a spring breeze and said to Su Danru, "Zoe's back. People are all here. Quickly tell me what happened this time out." When Su Danru saw her master's handsome smile, all the speculations in her heart dissipated with it. The master's every move was too appealing to her. All the rest, can't even think of. She rushed up and hugged her master's arm tightly. Yeah. Disciple will make tea for master teacher and talk about it while drinking." Jiang Ningxian saw that the matter had passed and breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. Luckily, the master is here. Otherwise, in letting her act on, she will definitely reveal. Hu Yaya walked in front of the crowd, her legs still wearing those black pantyhose. Sultan Ro inadvertently saw the tear above the pantyhose. She asked, pretending not to think about it, "Sister Yaya, why are your pantyhose broken? It's not like someone tore it up, is it?" All 3 were shocked to hear her question. Cold sweat is pouring out. Seeing that the situation was bad, Jiang Ningxian hurriedly explained, "It's probably the visions caused by the breakthrough that gave way to the shock." Ha. So stupid. Who would believe such an excuse? As expected, Su Danru looked at her with a speechless face. "You think I'd believe that?" Hu Yaya at this time suddenly stood in place. Hands cupped the hem of the light gauze thin skirt, turned in place to show. "It's a new style I've been working on. Don't you think it's tempting?" It had to be said that the broken parts of the pantyhose tightly strangled the full thigh meat, while the other parts were like a pattern that trimmed her already long legs, which was really more seductive. But more than crediting the trimming of the pantyhose, it was better to say that Hu Yaya, who had an excellent foundation herself, could hardly hide her charm in anything she wore. Su Danru nodded as if she believed it this time. "Well, it sure is pretty." The 3 of them watched as Su Danru actually believed it, and they were all relieved. But the three people did not know that Su Danro did not believe it at all. Come on, this treats her like a cutie. It was no exaggeration to say that if one wanted to talk about wisdom under the master's door, apart from the four disciples who could divine all things in heaven and earth, the next best thing would be her. How could she believe such an excuse? There's definitely something fishy going on between you two. The only way to find an opportunity to do a proper investigation is to do so. As for why not investigate now? What could be more important than making a pot of tea for master? The four of them sat around the stone table, and Su Danro's bony, white and tender hands fiddled with the teapot a few times. The graceful posture made the brewed tea all the more distinctive, and she poured a cup for each of the four. Jiang Ningxian took a shallow sip and revealed a very ugly expression. This stuff doesn't even taste good. Not as good as sugar water. He saw Hu Yaya's sleeve gently cover the front of his body, and lightly took a sip, his expression intoxicated. Jiang Ningxian looked at Hu Yaya in great disbelief, not understanding how she could savor an intoxicated expression from within something like this. Chen Xianyi similarly sipped the tea and couldn't help but marvel. Zoe's tea is making better than ours. I don't know if it was because of her special talent, but the tea that Su Danro brewed was just as perfect as the Dan she refined. However, the only one who could enjoy the aroma of this kind of tea was Chen Xianyi, who had this treatment at all times. Sudanju nodded tenderly. Thank you, master, for the compliment. It's all what disciples should do. Chen Xianyi sipped his tea again, then said to both Jiang Ningxian and Su Danro, okay, you guys tell us about this experience. Sultan Ro was just about to open her mouth when Jiang Ningxian suddenly interrupted her. Jiang Ningxian asked back at his master teacher, Master, why don't, before we speak, you tell us about your experiences during the time we were away? As she spoke, she wore a very comical expression. Chen Xianyi gave her a headbutt. Don't interrupt. Tell us about his experiences. What experiences he could have. That's nothing more than being with Hu Yaya. Flipping clouds. Amount of. Shinner is too naughty. After no one interrupted, Su Danru began to talk about the experience. After Chen Xian heard about the Chen clan, he was obviously a bit surprised. He didn't expect that this fellow, Lu Qingxian, would be able to find out where the Chen clan was. It's not an easy thing to do. When Chen Xuanyi first drew the spirit gathering formation for the Chen clan, he also drew the hidden formation. What is a hidden formation? Cultivators rarely use their eyes to search for things on a large scale, and generally use their divine sense to cover directly, which is more efficient. But if there was a hidden formation, then no matter how strong the cultivator was, it would be difficult to find it. Moreover, Chen Xianyi had also instructed the Chen family to minimize walking outside when he was leaving. This also resulted in the fact that even if Chen Xianyi had messed with so many people outside, even if there were people who had extermination in mind for Chen Xianyi, they simply couldn't find where his relatives were. And since this Lu Qingxian was able to find it, it meant that uncountable ways had been used in advance to find it. He also really hated him, Chen Xianyi, to the bone. If this kind of enemy is not gotten rid of, then it will definitely be a super big hidden danger in the future. Seeing his master's father worried, Jiang Ningxian opened his mouth. Don't worry, master. There isn't a single living person in the Lu family. There will be no more hidden dangers. Chen Xianyi naturally had absolute trust in his disciples. Moreover, there is still Su Danru accompanied by a relatively calm character of her. There is even less need to worry about making mistakes. Well, the master believes in you. However, even if Lu Qingxian is still alive, I can recognize her even if she turns into ashes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningxian's aura manifested and took out a speck of Lu Qingxian's ashes from his storage ring. Nah, master. See if this is Lu Qingxian. Chen Xianyi. Can't you see that I'm making a metaphor? A metaphor? You're just trying to embarrass me. Sultan Ro and Hu Yaya looked at this scene and couldn't hold back their snickers. Big sister has too much to live for one day. This family can't be bored at all as long as she's around. Jiang Ningxian was filled with confusion. What are you laughing at? Didn't your master say you'd know him even if he turned into ashes? Chen Xianyi dryly coughed twice. Ahem. You guys did a good job on this mission. Chen Xian rubbed both of their heads with one hand as a sign of encouragement. Both of them had a beautiful expression on their faces as they were stroked on the top of their heads by their master. After working for so long, they had waited for this moment of being encouraged by their master. It's so satisfying. After receiving the loot brought back by the disciples, Chen Xianyi said, It's getting late, and you've all been busy all day, so go back and rest early. Master also has some business to attend to, so I will not accompany you for now. Hu Yaya's seductive demon body could be more than simply possessing seductive power. The innate charm bone, to put it bluntly, is some sort of yin-collecting body. After being with them, their cultivation would increase tremendously. Chapter 82, 3 Women in a Play. Shura's famous scene. This was why cultivators with this special physique were so popular. After being with Hu Yaya, Even someone like Chen Xianyi, who needed a massive amount of cultivation for a single breakthrough, made a rare breakthrough of a small realm to the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage. It's worth 10,000 lower grade spirit stones at a time. Only, it was not always possible to obtain such a strong cultivation bonus. The reason why the counter replenishment was so strong this time was because the extreme power accumulated in the body was vigorous enough, and to put it bluntly, it hadn't leaked. And with all this cultivation, Chen Xianyi really needed some time to refine it. Master will leave first. You guys also take an early rest. Don't play too late. Chen Xianyi walked straight back to his room. The 3 disciples sitting at the stone table smiled and waved their hands at their master. All 3 of them were in a good and agreeable mood. It wasn't until after watching the master teacher close the door behind them that the 3 disciples' originally smiling expressions suddenly sank. Sultan Ro was the first to speak grimly. Are you two hiding something from me? Just now, there was a master teacher present, so naturally there were some things that were not easy to talk about. Now that master is gone, there are some things that must be properly checked. Huyaya hugged her arms and said absently, You're ask eldest sister about that. I'm a victim too. After all, one shudders to think what all has happened in the days we haven't been back. Seeing that the spearhead was pointed at her, Jiang Ningxian quickly retorted, Yeah, you have the nerve to talk about me. It's okay. Oh, master can do whatever he wants, she said in Huyaya's tone. How can you say this kind of fleshy words out of your mouth? Jiang Ningxian looked at her with a very disgusted look. Huyaya didn't feel embarrassed at all, but instead smiled proudly. What's wrong with that? Just don't use it well for master. It's not like I'm talking to you. Sutana tapped the table. Hold it. You guys are taking the conversation way off topic. I'm still puzzled as to why you're all dressed so thinly once you arrive home. You guys weren't dressed like this when you were out there, were you? When she was out on a mission, eldest sister was wrapped as thickly as she was, both wearing a robe. How is it that just as soon as you arrive home, in the blink of an eye, the light tulle dress is changed and the black and white silk is changed? Who are you guys dressed like that for? The purpose should not be too obvious. Jiang Ningxian explained. I'm a fire cultivator. It's normal to wear less to dissipate heat. What an outrageous excuse. Eldest sister is so full of holes in her excuses all the time. Huyaya laughed and clapped her hands. Aya, all are their own people. The idea is well known. It's all for the sake of the master. Zoe, you really need to improve on your dressing. Why don't senior sister help you dress up? It's guaranteed that master will not be able to move his eyes when he looks at you. Su Danru's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. All these years her time had been spent on alchemy, and for dressing up she had at best worn glasses. As for why she came up with the idea of using her glasses as an ornament, it was mainly because of the fact that when she was little, when I was young, my master always said, don't stick too close to reading Dan books, be careful of wearing glasses when you grow up. So much so that she grew up with a great curiosity about eyeglasses. When I grew up, I searched for all kinds of glasses in the world as a matter of course, and every day I would look in the mirror and pick them out one by one. When she heard that Sister Yaya was going to help her dress up, she became very excited. On the point of possessing femininity, all the women she had met so far were not as good as Yaya's sister. Really? Then please. Su Danru laughed excitedly. Hoya got up and led her towards her room. Jiang Ningxian gave Huyaha a thumbs up from behind. Worthy of being Yaya's sister. So easy to fix for Zoe. Otherwise, if Zoe was pursuing the matter, with her intelligence, it was expected that the two would soon reveal themselves. Hoya returned the same thumbs up with her back. 3 women are one drama. Ah, terrible. Late at night, Huyaya's room. Sultan Ro was pressed by Huyaya in front of the dressing mirror. Sudan Ro's delicate and pretty face was coated with a layer of rouge, and the originally hydrated and white skin was even more lustrous at this time. Her moist lips floated with a bright red color, and she looked extremely seductive with her half-rimmed glasses. She wasn't as delicately built as Yaya, but her well-proportioned figure was just right. Dressed in a purple gauze dress, her fair shoulders are supported only by a halter, and her beautiful back is even more visible. The bottom half of the skirt is pitifully short, and the lust-filled purple and white gradient pantyhose pushes its sass to new heights. The young feet were topped with stiletto heels, and all of these anachronistic products were initially inspired by Chen Xianyi. Sudan Ro looked at herself in the mirror and blushed. Yeah sis, it's indecent to dress like this, isn't it? I'm embarrassed too. Wow. Huyaya patted her on the shoulder. What are you shy about? The only male on the mountain is master teacher. Is it hard for you to guard against him? Hearing this, Sudan Ro suddenly won the confidence in general and straightened her beautiful back. And oh, she wasn't going to defend herself against her master. It would be nice for him to see more of her. Seeing that it was getting late, she was ready to stop bothering Huyaya. Thank you, senior sister. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. pushing the door open. Sultan Ru waved goodbye to Huyaya. Huyaya smiled and waved her hand in the same way. Good night. Get an early night and don't do anything you shouldn't. After saying that, Huyaya closed the door tightly. Doing things you shouldn't? What can she do? Yaya's sister couldn't be worrying about her staying up in the middle of the night and secretly knocking on the door of her master's room. Come on, how could she do such a thing? With that in mind, Su Danru returned to her room. Back in her room she stood in front of the full-length mirror admiring her costume. And the more she looked at it the more pity she felt. It was hard to get dressed up today, so it would be a shame to just go to sleep. If only I could show it to master. Ghostly, she slowly pushed open the door to her room, her eyes looking across the room to her master's room. If she sneaks in the middle of the night, no one will notice, right? It's time to stage a middle-of-the-night emo female disciple seeking comfort from her master. The master may not have taken the bait? Yeah, let's do it. Sadanzo was instantly energized, but just as she was about to take a step toward her master's room, she suddenly remembered Huyaya's reminder. It seemed like he was a bit sorry to the two senior sisters for doing so. After all, there was a deal. No one was allowed to steal food. Just when Su Danru was feeling a bit self-conscious, suddenly she saw the door to the next room being pushed open. A silhouette, sneaking out from the middle of the room. Thank you for the milk tea that time will not favorably send. Chapter 83, All come for a night attack? Emo disciple seeks comfort. Sultan Ro fixed her eyes on the figure and realized that there seemed to be a long fox tail behind the figure. It's obviously Sister Yaya. What's Sister Yaya doing out here in the middle of the night when she's not sleeping? Su Danru looked and watched, and realized that the direction Huyaya was advancing in was exactly the room of her master. Good for you, Shibuya Fox. Charming Fox. Vixen. Telling her not to do something she shouldn't do. You're doing it yourself. No, we can't let her get away with this. With a few catwalks and a soft leap, Huyaya landed in front of the door of her master's room. Her beautiful green eyes in the night looked around for a moment. It's a good thing no one noticed. Senior sister is still too tender. How can you really sleep with such a good opportunity? Master. Darling, I'm coming. She put her hand on the doorknob and was just about to push the door open. Suddenly there was a white hand on hers. She turned her head to see that it was Jiang Ningxian. Eldest sister? Why are you here? Jiang Ningxian frowned slightly dissatisfied. I'd like to ask you that, but forget it. I know why you're here without asking. Her frown gradually unfurled and she continued with a light smile. Since both of us are with master, there's no need to fight anymore. Let's go in together and serve master together. Huyaya naturally wouldn't refuse. Good idea. Just as the two were about to join forces and push open the door to the room, suddenly another extra hand came and rested on top of both of them. Both of them were startled at the same time and turned their heads to look. Jiang Ningxian, Huya, Zoe? Su Danru's beautiful eyes contained anger as she stared at the two. I thought we all went back to bed. Please give me an explanation. Jiang Ningxian retorted. Explain what? You're not here. You made a mistake too. It was only then that Su Danru responded. Seems like it too. I at least thought of a reason to come over. Have you thought of any reason for coming in the middle of the night to disturb master's rest? Seeing that she couldn't refute it, she turned her words around. The reason she came up with was absolutely seamless. Jiang Ningxian said confidently. That's for sure. I have an excellent good reason. Late-night emo female disciples seeking comfort from their master. Sultan Johan was alarmed. What? You too? Don't be so coincidental. Steal my inspiration you. With that in mind, she twisted her head to look at Huyaya again. What about you? Huyaya scratched her head in some embarrassment. Mine's not quite the same. Mine is a late-night emotional emo female disciple kneeling for spiritual comfort from the master. It's the same. This is just a little more modifier for you, isn't it? Jiang Ningxian and Huyaya asked at the same time to Su Danru. What about yours? Shouldn't it be too? Sutano lost her head and nodded without denying it. All three covered their heads with their hands. It's really not a family that doesn't enter a clan. Jiang Ningxian opened his mouth. So what now? How about all three of us go in? Su Danru shook her head back and forth. How can that be? That's too noisy, and I can't let go. If you ask me, let's all just put up with it tonight and sleep honestly. Jiang Ningxian and Huyaya listened to the unexpected very able to dry. Also did not refute. Immediately nodded. Well then, that's that. With that, both returned to their rooms. Su Danru looked at the two of them to have agreed so quickly and felt a little strange. But, since it's all over, she'll go back too. The front foot just arrived in the room. Going back is weird. Sutano tumbled out of the room's window in one smooth motion. This was done, naturally, so as not to be discovered. She went in a big circle, eventually winding up outside the window at the back of her master's room. She was the favorite disciple of her master, so how could she just give up? Going through the door would be noticed, so she'd go quietly through the window. Sister Dumb and Dumber. Wait and regret it. Sutano put her hand in front of the window and looked inside the room. The master was found to be asleep. It was perfect the way master's father slept. She couldn't help herself a little now. With one hand, she was about to roll over the window in one smooth motion, but her hand, which was resting in front of the window, was suddenly yanked by two hands. Sodanu? She twisted her head and realized that it was none other than two senior sisters. The three looked at each other. The late-night sky was very silent. Aside from the slight sound of the wind driving the leaves, there was only the three of them staring awkwardly at each other. Needless to say, each other knew why the three would meet here. It's all gone on the surface, but in reality it circled around and touched from behind again. After a while, Jiang Ningxian slowly spoke. I've had enough. It's not going to end like this. As a big sister, for the sake of your health, all of you go back and sleep well tonight, Jiang Ningxian said, grabbing the two senior sisters and leaving the spot, then snapped his fingers with his right hand. A blazing, incomparably hot, roaring flame circled the area around Master Teacher's room. With this flame, an ordinary god transformation stage cultivator might not even dare to approach it easily when he came. This flame is the boundary, so everyone get an early night. As a senior sister, one should still have the courage to do so. She, too, gave up on the idea that she shouldn't have and returned to her room to rest. When Su Danro and Huyaya saw that both eldest sisters had taken the initiative to back down, they had no choice but to return individually. Even if it doesn't work tonight, there's tomorrow night, and the night after that. There's always a chance. Chen Xianyi's room. Chen Xianyi in her sleep was sweating hotly, and being in the dream world was as if she was in a boundless lava inferno. Why is it so hot? Turn the air conditioning on. Where's the air conditioning in the dormitory? Chen Xianyi spoke in his sleep, as if he had returned to the time when he was attending college in Blue Star, and he couldn't help but kick the covers under the bed. The last of the injured showed up. Early the next morning, Chen Xianyi stretched and slowly sat up from the bed. I don't know what happened to this sleep, but it felt like I was breathing in hot air. Strange. Being a cultivator himself, it was only logical that ordinary temperatures wouldn't make him feel uncomfortable, unless it was a special fire that made him feel it. Forget it. Don't think about it. Go out and see the disciples. Pushing open the door of his room, Chen Xianyi greeted the early morning sun and walked out with a spring in his step. On the face, three disciples were bound to be seen, performing their daily early morning meditation and cultivation. It's just that the state of the three disciples, they're all a bit strange. One by one, their heads drooped as if they were about to fall asleep at any moment. Seeing their master's father rise, the three disciples came forward to salute. Jiang Ningxian, good morning, master. Huyaya, your highness, your peace. Su Danro, good day, master. As she asked for peace, Sodenru even yawned. It was apparently almost midnight after they had worked on that yesterday. Those of them who were disciples had to get up very early in the morning to cultivate, and in order not to be detected as abnormal by their master, they even got up without much rest. Although Yuaning stage cultivators, they can usually do it for a few days and nights without rest. However, because of their master's unique way of teaching, telling them that the only way to refine their daily cultivation was to rest better, they had developed the habit of sleeping every night since they were young. Chapter 84. What color sack does master like? Bathing is also disturbed? And it was true. Under the original sleepgong method created by Master Teacher, they were also able to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to a certain extent while they slept, nourishing their entire body. This was something that no other cultivator could do. Master Teacher is worthy of being the world's first genius, even able to make this kind of gong method, and because they slept every day, it kept them in excellent spirits without interfering with their cultivation. The speed of cultivation simply doubled. It's just that, after getting into the habit of resting daily, it's kind of hard on the body to suddenly rest less one day. Can't help but doze off. What's the matter with you guys? Didn't rest well? Chen Xianyi asked suspiciously. The three of them quickly raised their spirits and shook their heads frantically. They hadn't slept well on this matter because they had planned to attack their master last night at night. You can't talk to the master no matter what. You practiced too late last night. Remember to rest early. Master will go take a bath first. You guys meditate on your own first, and I will guide you in your cultivation in a while. Chen Xianyi rubbed the heads of the trio and said in a doting manner. Jiang Ningxian saw that her master had unexpectedly helped them brainstorm excuses, so she nodded her head obediently. Ah yes. Yesterday the three of us were exchanging cultivation experiences together. It was so serious. Huyaya and Su Danro looked at eldest sister with shocked eyes. You're really lying about it. You don't even hesitate? Chen Xianyi actually saw through the three disciples at a glance that they definitely weren't not sleeping because they were practicing. There is no other reason. because among the people who dozed off there was also Jiang Ningxian. There was no way in hell she was not going to sleep because of her practice. Definitely the three disciples got together last night and didn't know what kind of tricks they were up to. However, although Qin Xianyi was their master, he was very concerned about his disciples' privacy. She wouldn't have a strong controlling interest in knowing all about such insignificant little things. Disciples should have their own space, and he didn't want to be as if he was their master, and whatever they did had to be controlled in the palm of his hand. It's like a child locking the door to their room and a controlling parent removing the lock on the door, not allowing the child any privacy in general. This is not right. So Chen Xianyi, too, did not have the intention to ask in detail. Jiang Ningxian saw that his master was going to take a bath, and out of nowhere, he conjured a bath towel out of thin air. "Master, what color bath towel do you like? Would you like a disciple to serve you with a pink towel?" she said with a smile, pulling her master to run to the bathroom. Chen Xianyi hurriedly pressed one hand on her head to stop her. "Stop. For things like bathing, master can do it himself. You meditate well, and in a moment you will be the first to be trained by your master." After saying that, Chen Xianyi bid farewell to the three disciples and entered the indoor hot spring. Jiang Ningxian looked at his masters departing back and very unwillingly grabbed the bath towel in his hand. Since she didn't want to give her master a bath towel, next time she would simply bring a sack. Hey, what color sacks does Master Chief like?" "It's supposed to be red. When the time comes, the master will be packed up in a red sack and taken to a place where no one is around. Just her and the master." Thinking about it, she couldn't hide the somewhat lewd smile on her face. Su Danru couldn't help but shiver as she looked at her extremely weird smile and slapped her on the back. "What are you thinking about? Forgetting your master's instructions?" Sultan Ro said seriously, pulling her to sit back down to meditate and practice. In the middle of an indoor spa, Chen Xianyi had thought that last night's heat was him dreaming. "I ended up getting up today and really sweating. To heat him up like that, unusual temperatures probably couldn't do it. It must be that the eldest disciple has done something strange again." Chen Xianyi took off his top, revealing his fit body that belonged to a male. With just the right amount of knife-carved muscles, he was a unique and handsome young man even in this metaphysical world. In these days, the indoor hot springs had accumulated a lot of spiritual energy, and if all of it was absorbed, it would be enough for the disciples to break through multiple realms again. Chen Xianyi immersed his body in the water, the warm spring water wrapping him up, his mind thoughts feeling much clearer at this point. He first remembered what he had promised Dan Ningguang some time ago. He said he would give Dan Ningguang an answer. Only at that time, he still only had a relationship with Jiang Ningxian, and now there was another Hu Yaya. I don't know if Dan Ningguang can still take it anymore. Shouldn't he wait until the day he promised Dan Ningguang that he would develop some other Taoist couple, right? Should. No, I don't think so. Since he had regained his strength, things had all gradually gone more or less beyond his expectations. Originally, all he had thought of was just getting his disciples back and continuing to live his old life. As a result, I didn't realize that I had become a wife after living. Although the relationship had changed a bit, at least the essence hadn't changed, and those disciples he knew so well were still as cute as ever. It's pretty good to just keep going, as long as the disciples grow up safely. Speaking of security, not long ago he had made such a big mess that the Jinnan king had been killed by him. It was reasonable to say that the emperor of the Tsanzhou kingdom shouldn't have no indication. After all, this world also has countries and rulers, and killing the sky and the air in someone else's territory by yourself will affect the interests of the rulers to a certain extent. They will not be indifferent. At least someone will be sent to summon him. Well, counting the hours, it won't be long before a messenger comes. Chen Xianyi guessed in his head. As for what kind of attitude the emperor of Tsangzhou had towards him, that was unknown. If it was hostile, then he wouldn't mind having the Tsangzhou kingdom change emperors, all possessing invincible strength. The so-called rulers were no different from ordinary people in Chen Xianyi's opinion. As for why Chen Xianyi didn't become the emperor himself, it was mainly because he didn't have the heart for it. His only goal in life was to teach his disciples to become immortal and ultimately allow them to live forever. Being a ruler in all that is too draining. In short, what to do now was to teach the disciples while quietly waiting for the right time. Of course, that evil demon true immortal who had caused him to lose all his cultivation. This revenge, he had not forgotten. It was only that the evil demon true immortal was a true immortal, and after defeating himself, it was even more impossible to say how strong he had become. It's possible to become above the immortals. An existence of this level would no longer live in this ordinary metaphysical world, but had gone to a new heaven and earth. Wanting to seek revenge on the evil demon true immortal, it was very difficult just to find him. However, although his real body was not here, the forces distributed under his banner might still be spread across the continents. If the evil true immortal didn't come to him, Then he would go through all these clues of power to uncover that true immortal step by step. Just as Chen Xianyi was running through his thoughts with this rare free time, he suddenly heard a thin and broken sound coming out of the window of the indoor spa. Before Chen Xianyi could go and explore the situation, a delicate figure leapt in along the window. Chen Xianyi, how can you take a bath and be disturbed? Thanks to Drux for the reminder charm. Chapter 85, A Master with a Changed State of Mind. Strange master traditions. How can you take a bath and have someone interrupt you? See that delicate figure wearing a purple gauze skirt. Perhaps the force of leaping into the place is not in control, but directly into the hot spring water with a jerk. Puff. A gush of bubbles surfaced. Seeing this, Chen Xianyi hurriedly probed his hand into the water and fished out the figure in the water. Zoe, what are you doing here? And why do you all like going through windows so much? First, Jiang Ningxian had a door but didn't go through it and jumped out the window. And then Su Danro did the same. When did all these disciples get into this habit? Sutana spat as she scratched her head and smiled. Ahahaha, master, you don't understand. This is a tradition of our division. Chen Xianyi doesn't understand? You're saying he doesn't understand the traditions of our division? He's a master teacher. There's been a mistake or something. All what and what? When did master teach you to jump out of windows? Tell me, why are you here? Don't say you're here to serve the master. No, need. Something like having a female disciple serve him in the bath was a bit too reminiscent. It's better to avoid it at all costs just in case something crosses the line. Su Danro stroked the wet purple long hair behind her back, such as gelatinous skin, delicate and smooth, stained with a little water droplets of stunning appearance, at this time seductive to the extreme. She wiped the half-rimmed glasses above her beautiful eyes, a slight blush surfacing on her face as she stood face to face in front of her master, and she moved with some shy squirming. Dang, of course not. Disciples have other reasons. Ah no, reasons. Disciple is afraid that you don't have a change of clothes, so I've come specially to deliver them. She replicated yesterday's makeup according to what Hu Yaya taught her to wear yesterday. The purple and white gradient pantyhose were soaked in water, and the wet top skirt clung to her pale, tender skin. The curvaceous figure is unobtrusively revealed. Unshod, bare feet wrapped in special colored pantyhose were recklessly exposed in the water. This outstanding to absolutely beautiful like poise was exposed in Chen Xianyi's eyes. Truth be told, Chen Xian's book shouldn't and wouldn't have any heartfelt thoughts about disciples. However, since Jiang Ningxian's initiative to stick again and again, and Hu Yaya's extreme temptation, Chen Xianyi realized that his heart had already changed inadvertently. It was surprising that he would be moved by the tantalizing figure of his third disciple, that he would seek to develop emotions he shouldn't have. He realized that he had become no longer able to look straight at his disciples who exposed their perfect bodies. If he hadn't kissed Jiang Ningxian and hadn't been with Hu Yaya, he wouldn't have had some of these thoughts. But now, it's too late to say anything. Since he realized that he was stepping into the path of no return, he should restrain himself in time. Sutano could see that the master was restraining himself. All of her master's emotions were perceptible to her. Whoever called master was the person she cared about the most. Since her master was strongly restraining herself, it was all the more important for her not to let him succeed. She had to make the master's mistake. Despite being a bit shy herself, she gathered her courage and reached out her arms from the water, hugging her master's neck tightly. Shyness is not as important as rushing the division. As soon as Chen Xian felt a burst of softness close towards him, he then looked to see that the third disciple had poked his head out towards him. There was a softness on his lips and a quick burst of girlish aroma, coupled with the unique warmth of the indoor hot spring scent. Chen Xianyi felt his head spin. Third disciple, ah, third disciple. You call me like this, how to do good, ah? Master clearly said that you can't just stick it to a man. If you're so simple, aren't you forcing me to make a mistake? At this time, Chen Xuanyi thought that Su Danru hadn't taken his words in. Why else would he stick his head out at him again? This disciple of his is so simple. If it was in the past, Chen Xianyi would still be able to manage to keep his sanity and push him away. But now, after Chen Xianyi's change of heart, he was already on the verge of not being able to resist making mistakes. He put his hands on her fragrant shoulders, and instead of pushing them away, he slid them downward, one hand grasping her beautiful back, the other. The air was extraordinarily quiet, except for the sound of water flowing in the hot springs. Satana was no longer sure if it was herself that was burning, or the temperature of the hot spring water. Master, the brain is going blank. Su Danro slowly let go of Master Teacher, speaking somewhat indistinctly. Her pupils involuntarily rolled upwards, the whites of her eyes showing most of their whites, and her face was flushed beyond recognition. Chen Xianyi had already reached the limit of his control as his magnetic voice said, "Zoe, Master wants to." Chen Xianyi was in the middle of his sentence when suddenly there was a knock on the door of the indoor spa. Chen Xianyi's spirit, which was already half close to being mesmerized and intoxicated, also suddenly came to its senses at this moment. What was he going to say? He was just going to say something. How dare he want to say that kind of thing? To Zoe. Almost. Didn't hold back. Just then, he heard the voice of the eldest disciple coming from outside the door as he knocked violently on the door. Master. Still not well? Disciples have been meditating for 10 weeks. They're ready for the big time. Master. You're not asleep, are you? Master. If you don't reply, disciple may come in. Oh. With that, the sound of unlocking actually did come from the door of the room. Chen Xianyi couldn't help but spit inwardly. You really don't treat me as an outsider. You're just going in? No. If Jiang Ningxian saw himself and Zhuozhou soaking in a hot spring and hugging each other tightly, he was fine with it. But he didn't want his third disciple to get involved in a shigenja with the two Taoist disciples. It's all for the sake of the third disciple. But hurry up and leave before you do. Thinking of this, Chen Xianyi hurriedly scurried out of the pool, casually draping himself in the new clothes sent by Su Danro. Zua. Master will leave first. See you in a minute. With that, Chen Xianyi intended to head towards the door, but he suddenly remembered that if he went through the door, he would be discovered by the two disciples. In his urgency, he saw the window through which Sudanju had burrowed. There was no time to think about it, so he just put his hand on it and jumped out in the process. Something doesn't seem right. Window jumping is really becoming a tradition in the division. Even he, as a master teacher, is starting to jump out the window. Strange division traditions have increased. Just as Chen Xianyi left with his front foot, Jiang Ningxian rushed in with his back foot. Master is not here? Zoe, what are you doing here? Where did the master go? She asked to Sultan Ro in the water. With a very complaining look, Su Dan Ro looked at senior sister. Just now, the tone of the master teacher's voice towards her, his look, was definitely moving. As long as Jiang Ningxian came a little later, I'm afraid that master has already said those words out loud. There was no need for any consideration. As long as her master had a need for her, she would do her best to fulfill it without the slightest hesitation. Thank you for the milk tea that time will not favorably send. Chapter 86, Disciples' Daily Routine. Interesting life. Even though she was badgered, Su Danru was still happy inside, because today, she realized that her master was actually liking her. This was something she would never have thought of before. Although he didn't know why the master had produced a change, this was always good news. It looked like she was just one last step away from pushing back her master. Just one more time, master will definitely fall in love with her completely. In response to Jiang Ningxian's question, Su Danro returned. The master, he, was gone when I came. Jiang Ningxian looked at her with suspicion. Really? Why am I so unbelieving? Why is your face so red? She inquired suspiciously. Sultan Ro covered up somewhat sheepishly. The hot spring water is too hot. It's normal to blush, isn't it? Watch. Jiang Ningxian carefully stared at Su Danro's expression, as if he was trying to see through her heart. Well, grudgingly, I believe you. You go ahead and wash up. I'll go out and find master. She left the indoor spa with nothing to do. Sudanju sighed in relief. She had at least made a pact with her senior sisters to compete fairly for the master, and it would indeed be a bit not so good if they knew that she did not keep the pact. What Su Danru didn't know was that in fact, this rule had long been broken by the senior sisters for I don't know how many times. Coming out of the pool, Su Danruo was just about to leave, but she happened to see the clothes that her master teacher had taken off. Ghostly, as if possessed, Su Danru picked up the clothes. As expected, because of the fact that master teacher had sweated too much, there was a very strong master teacher's body odor smell on the clothes. This fragrance, for her, is a natural charm. She hugged the dress and took a big gulp. She hugged the dress, looking left and right, and only after realizing that no one was there did she quietly hide it in her storage ring. This one is baby, come on. No matter how many spirit stones you take, you won't exchange them. After leaving the indoor hot spring, Chen Xianyi carefully walked towards the square. Really? When did he, as the master, have to do things behind his disciples' back? It's very humiliating, isn't it? But there's really no way around this kind of thing. He couldn't hold Su Danro while speaking to Jiang Ningxian. You're just in time. It's just outrageous. Arriving at the plaza, Chen Xianyi saw that Huyaya was meditating and practicing. Still, the second disciple was more reliable and didn't fool around with the first disciple all day. What have you gone to do, master? How come the clothes aren't even on? You wouldn't have cheated with Zoe and then been discovered by the eldest disciple, so you haphazardly put on your clothes and came out, right? Huyaya saw her master's father sitting beside her, and reached out to help him straighten his clothes and fasten the buttons, while smiling. The development of a mature body gave her the qualities of a full-fledged housewife. I have to say that the second disciple's guess was somewhat accurate. but only half right. After Huyaya helped her master to organize her clothes, she cupped her master's cheeks with one hand and said with her beautiful eyes in deep emotion, "Master, if you have a desire you can't solve, just come to Yaya, but don't bully the senior sisters." She made a very enchanting and seductive sound. The long fox tail behind her also wrapped around her master's entire body. "Wait, you're talking about something." Chen Xianyi looked at her in surprise. When did he himself become, in the eyes of his disciples, a master teacher who was so lustful and even beastly as to make a move on his youthful disciples? He definitely didn't okay it. He was the master who loved his disciple the most, so how could he be willing to do something bad to his disciple? "Oh, then when Zoe comes back, I'll ask her?" Huyaya said with a bad smile. Chen Xianyi waved his hands in succession. Better not. Regardless of what the two had just hugged because of, they had ultimately kissed. It's hard to tell with this kind of thing. Huyaya pursued again suspiciously. "Why can't you? Is the master in a state of weakness?" Huyaya and master teacher were so close that the corners of her lips were almost close to master teacher's ear. Chen Xianyi finally couldn't resist the pressure and couldn't stop his face from turning red with shame. Seeing this reaction from his master, Huyaya was only then willing to let him go with satisfaction. That's just it. Disciple trusts master. Believe it or not, there's definitely something going on with those two. But she didn't care. All she had to do was see her master's blushing and shy look and she would be satisfied. Shy master teacher. In her heart is simply good to see. Really, if I don't watch you in a while, you'll molest your master. Jiang Ningxian ended up returning to the square after searching for his master teacher. Looking at his master's shy appearance wrapped in a fox's tail, there was no need to think that Huyaya must have used some kind of seduction skill on his master again. How can you call it molestation? I'm just exchanging feelings with my future husband. When Huyaya saw her big senior sister coming, not only did she not loosen her hold on her senior, but on the contrary, she hugged her even tighter. It was as if he was deliberately trying to piss her off. "Your husband? That's clearly mine. You can only be little." Jiang Ningxian puffed out his little mouth and gamely hugged his master's face. "You guys are almost making it impossible for master to breathe." Su Danro had just come out of the bathroom, and seeing the scene hurriedly rushed over in 3 steps, pulling the two apart. Both of them were a bit unfulfilled, but for the sake of the third disciple, they had no choice but to let go. Seeing that the disciples were all together, Chen Xianyi prepared to begin a day of teaching. Xianer and Yaya have both broken through to the Yuaning realm. You guys practice against each other for a bit while master instructs you on the shortcomings of your gong methods. Jiang Ningxian and Hu Yaha followed their master's instructions and each came to stand opposite each other in the square. Jiang Ningxian first bowed to Hu Yaya. "Please enlighten me, fishy fox demon." Hu Yaya also did not show any weakness. "Understood, stealing sister." It was as if a spark of electricity flickered in the middle of the air as the two men looked at each other. What was clearly an ordinary sparring session suddenly burned with the smell of gunpowder. As Chen Xianyi looked at the state of the two, he always felt that this sparring session seemed to be laced with personal feelings. "Begin." With Chen Xianyi's command, the two disciples each charged their bodies to kill. The great Sun Yen Yang fist unleashed by Jiang Ningxian was already unrivaled among cultivators of the same realm. But when it came to meeting a fellow senior sister, everyone practiced the same level of gongfu, and she couldn't take advantage of the extra advantage. Huyaya's 1,000 silk wisps occupied the field like ghosts, killing from multiple directions while disrupting Jiang Ningxian's line of sight. Thank you to Memories of What Is for the Flowers and Inspiration Capsule. Thank you. Omega? Asterisk. Chapter 87 Teaching Disciples to Cultivate. Celebrating the Immortal Festival. So much so that Jiang Ningxian, who had been focusing on offense, could only turn to defense at this point. The two of them fought for a while without distinguishing one from the other, and Chen Xianyi carefully noted down the shortcomings of the two when releasing their moves, and spoke out a reminder from below while the two were each attacking. "Xianer, when unleashing the Great Sun Inferno Sun Fist, pay attention to the mobilization of spiritual energy from the 6 meridians. Don't act like a reckless person. Ya. Don't forget to utilize your flexible form while releasing your moves to strangle the enemy in all directions." And Chen Xianyi stuck a waist and looked at the battle above him. Every seemingly seamless attack of the disciples was full of holes in his eyes. Su Danro looked at the battle between the two senior sisters with a face full of envy. Although she also had the ability to fight now, she was still far from wanting to become at the same level as her two elder sisters. After teaching the two in the sparring session, Chen Xianyi reached out and rubbed Su Danro's head next to him. "Zoe, fetch the Dan furnace. You have different directions of cultivation to practice." Su Danro nodded happily after hearing her master's words. Although she couldn't fight as intensely as her two senior sisters, she could rely on alchemy and support everyone from behind. Although the three of them often argued over the matter of the right to belong to their master, they were always one heart in the main, all wanting the best for the other. and would not mix in any personal feelings. And don't look at them, if they really can't make a choice, they are also able to do the second best, and it's no problem to be a little. After all, it was enough to stay by master's side, but it's a good fight if it's not there yet. It's hard to say who the final flower will be. Chen Xianyi and Su Danro sat cross-legged on the ground, summoning a huge star Dan furnace in front of them. Chen Xianyi first started with the simplest healing Dan among the star Dan technique, and then moved on to the Qi and Blood Dan, the Explosion Dan, and the Breakthrough Dan, teaching her to refine them one by one. Su Danro was an alchemy genius second only to him, his master, who knew all the Dan methods as soon as he learned them. It was only that Su Danro from time to time, while refining pills, secretly went to glance at Chen Xianyi's abs that were leaking out from his collar. The cravings are drooling, Chen Xianyi reminded her several times before she came back to her senses. In this manner, Chen Xuanyi maintained a day's worth of teaching for the three disciples. Such days were the main theme of Chen Xianyi's time with his disciples. After a few more days in a row, the three disciples had already practiced the first stance of their respective feats proficiently. Next, one could attempt to learn the second stance of their respective feats. With each higher style of the system's complementary feats, the destructive power would be enhanced even more. The original stance was already appalling enough, and if it was refined, one wouldn't dare to imagine how terrifying the power would be. On this day, Chen Xianyi was teaching his disciples until the evening when Yi Muyun suddenly paid a visit. Sister Yun Yun, quickly sit quickly. Jiang Ningxian waved excitedly at Yi Muyun who flew over. Hello everyone. Yi Muyun flew to the ground and greeted each person with a salute. Chen Xianyi sat down at the stone table and poured a cup of tea for Yi Muyun. Muyun, come and try the medicinal tea that this seat and the third disciple developed together. Drinking it will help raise your cultivation. Yi Muyun, full of curiosity, picked up the teacup and took a light sip. A refreshing feeling filled her brain, and all the mysteries of the gongfu that she had previously realized and not understood became clear at that moment. This tea that could lead to enlightenment with a single sip was in no way inferior to top-grade treasures. This kind of treasure, Lord Superior had even given it to her casually. Your Highness is simply too generous. Compared to this kind of treasure, what were the tens of thousands of spirit stones she had offered to her superior? It's not enough. It's not enough at all. Why don't we just scavenge all the spirit stones in the hands of the entire clan's disciples and give them to Lord Shangzun? Unbeknownst to Yi Muyun, this so-called treasure was nothing more than a product that Chen Xianyi and his third disciple had casually crafted. Besides, they were already incredibly talented, and drinking it themselves didn't even improve them much. I didn't think that giving it to Yi Muyun would work so well. Muyun, is there something wrong with you this time? If you're fine, accompany this seat to drink more tea, Chen Xianyi said with a gentle smile. Being able to stay with Yi Muyun, Chen Xianyi was naturally happy. It was only that she usually had clan affairs to attend to, so she rarely came up to him. Hearing Lord Superior's reminder, Yi Muyun then remembered the main event. Ah, yes, the clan is going to hold a once-in-a-decade immortal celebration festival, and I wanted to ask your highness if you want to attend. Upon hearing this, Chen Xianyi looked at the disciple beside him with some doubt. Celebrating the fairy festival? What's that? Sadanju explained. Something like the spring festival in the mortal world. Cultivators also need to rest. And of course there will be festivals. A day in which the monks set aside the work at hand to celebrate the progress of the decade and to share the fruits of their respective endeavors. Then again, our master has never had a festival before. Hu Yaya interjected. The most we've ever had in our division was 9. What about this festival? When Jiang Ningxian heard the word festival, he immediately became interested. Festival? Any good food? Yi Muyun smiled and nodded. Of course there is. Every disciple of the Jade Maiden sect will participate in this festival. There will also be a lot of celebrations that mimic folk celebrations, like there will be stalls selling goods, snacks and pastries, and so on. It is considered to be a way for monks to empathize with the people of the mortal world and not forget their beginnings. Jiang Ningxian excitedly patted his master's shoulder. Master, I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. A day where you don't have to practice and have good food to eat? That's just not good enough. The eldest disciple had always been so energetic, and the moment Yi Muyun opened her mouth, Chen Xianyi had expected this result to come about. He looked to Hu Yaya and Su Danro. What about you guys? Wanna go? Hu Yaya listened and thought for a moment. Shopping with your beloved. Isn't this something that only dog couples in love would do? There's no way to say no. She nodded directly without saying a word. Seeing that both senior sisters had agreed, Su Danru immediately nodded herself. Not for anything else. If the two elder sisters were given space to get along with their master, it was unimaginable what would happen. Besides, she was eager to hang out with her master. The three disciples were united in their opinions, and Chen Xianyi finalized the result. Then it's settled. We're in. Yi Muyun's happy pupils trembled a little after hearing this. This rare opportunity to roam around with Lord Shangzun was finally seized by her. Then it's a deal. Tomorrow night, we'll meet you in front of the council chambers. Lord Superior, I will leave you alone for now. After saying that, she hurriedly bid farewell to Qin Xianyi. Gotta hurry back and pick out a dress. You must put on a beautiful makeup. The kind that makes Lord Shangzun not be able to take his eyes off of you. Chapter 88 Disciples Wear. Case and Festival Regulars. Yi Muyun hurriedly went back to prepare after informing the news of the celebration of Immortality Festival. The time soon came to the second night. Because it was a rare day to travel and play with their master, all three disciples were extremely well dressed. Even Chen Xianyi took the rare step of cutting his hair and simply styling it. It had to be said that going out with a girl was just slow. Chen Xianyi sat at the stone table and drank a few cups of tea down before the disciples finished preparing. Zhang Ningxian was wearing a light gauze thin dress with a red and white background, and the lower half of her body was covered with white calf socks that came down to her calves. The thin skirt was short, just enough to reveal the red floral leg rings she wore over her thighs. This kind of product that did not fit the times were all substituted by Qin Xianyi along with his thoughts after crossing over. Zhang Ningxian's outfit and her natural red hair simply bring out her playful and lively sense of humor. Wow! Master teacher actually dressed up for a rare occasion. It's so handsome. Zhang Ningxian trotted over to his master's side and looked at him with a face full of adoration. On weekdays, master has already been handsome to no end. And this slightly dressed up is even more handsome to the extreme. Especially since master teacher was also wearing a white robe today. His immortal and Taoist appearance was dashing and incomparable. Huye wore a light dress that was mainly white, with a unique array-like decorative pattern on the neckline of the dress, and a light pink color as the matching color at the waist. Behind her, a large pink bow was tied around her long fox tail. The pair of fox ears on top of her head were similarly coiled with jeweled adornments. The lower half of her body was not wearing any pantyhose, and her long, beautifully moist, white legs were just exposed. When she was dressed like this, she added a bit more noble and elegant compared to her usual charismatic aura. Senior, does disciple look good? Huye similarly stood at the side of her master's body and said with a smile as she spun around in place. Satana was also fully prepared at this time, and she was wearing a creamy white blouse on the upper half of her body, with purple as the matching color on the cuffs and neckline of her dress. The bottom half of the dress was a purple skirt that came down to her calves and was embroidered with a lavender design on top of it. Inside the hem of her skirt was a thinner pair of black silk pantyhose that wrapped tightly around and trimmed her full legs. The more different is, her beautiful eyes on top of a big round glasses, so where actually accidentally show her a kind of pure literature department schoolgirl feeling. Master, it's getting late, shall we go? Because she had deliberately dressed up, she was still a little shy when she stood in front of her master. Chen Xianyi got up from his chair and rubbed Su Danro's head. Ro is getting prettier and prettier, he said gently as if he had read Su Danro's thoughts. Having received the affirmation from her master, Su Danro instantly smiled happily. Yeah, and Xianer as well. He then complimented the remaining two disciples. Although they had waited for a long time, the disciples were all well dressed, and Chen Xianyi naturally wanted to praise them. But this compliment is not in the least bit unethical, because they are truly beautiful. Even though the master's praise was very ordinary, it fell in the hearts of the two. It was really the most delightful thing they had heard in this day. Let's go! Join master teacher for the immortal celebration banquet. Zhang Ningxian bounced and flew up, his entire body full of vigor. The crowd took off and moved together towards the place they had arranged with Yi Muyun. From high above, Chen Xianyi could then see that Yi Muyun was already waiting at the entrance of the council chamber. Yi Muyun was wearing a plain green long skirt. The long skirt had a hanbok feel to it, and a ribbon was tied around her waist, trimming her slender and tall figure even more delicately. It could be seen that she wore delicate light makeup, which blended well with her already cool white skin. Hardly any makeup flaws could be seen, so much so that it made her appearance even more stunning. Chen Xianyi slowly landed in front of her with three disciples. Yi Muyun excitedly looked towards Chen Xianyi and was immediately attracted to his appearance. Unlike Chen Xianyi's disciples, she could not be seen every day. Every meeting with Chen Xuanyi made her remember it in her mind and savor it for a long time. Greetings, Lord Superior. She greeted Chen Xianyi and at the same time saw Zhang Ningxian and the others beside Chen Xianyi. These disciples of His Holiness were all originally gifted with national colors, and when they were dressed up like this, they were even more beautiful to the point of making heaven and earth lose their colors. Compared to them, Yi Muyun suddenly felt that she was too ordinary. Is such a self really worthy of walking with Lord Shangzun? Muyun, you're extraordinarily beautiful today. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xianyi landed in front of and behind her, marveling in surprise. On weekdays, Yi Muyun usually does not dress up much, and her natural light-cold temperament is already very elegant. Today, after this dress, It is even more beautiful as the 9 heavenly basilisks. And the reason why Qin Xianyi suddenly had such a high emotional quotient was mainly because Yi Muyan was not her disciple, and she had no psychological burden to boast about it. After all, as a master teacher, he couldn't praise his female disciple every day. This is sexy. That is beautiful. Right? That's as weird as it sounds. But Yi Muyun and him were considered friends, or subordinates, so there was no need to worry. Yi Muyun and Qin Xianyi walked side by side on the road. Hearing that Lord Shangzun had actually praised her in a rare moment simply made her happy. Sure enough, being able to invite his lordship to this festival was the best choice she had ever made. The council hall of the Jade Maiden sect was where the celebration of Immortality Festival began, and in front of it was a long road that ended right at the foot of the mountain. At this time, the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect had already arrived at the venue. There were those who had set up stalls on both sides of the road, and there were also those who were holding hands and picking out gifts on the side of the road. A whole atmosphere full of earthy flavor. Is it just me? It feels like there aren't this many people in the usual clan, right? Zhang Ningxian looked at the crowd on the side of the road with some confusion. Yi Muyun explained, because it's a once-in-a-decade celebration, many of the disciples who were outside have also rushed back. There are also those disciples who have already left the sect's cultivation and will be rushing back today. So it just seems like a lot. Cultivating in the Jade Maiden sect was not like a contract of sale, where disciples within the sect could choose to quit the sect at any time. Whether or not one stays in the door to practice is not forced. Of course, not the disciples of the core. Because the core disciples held the important gong methods of the sect, if they withdrew it they would leak important secrets. The crowd talked and in a flash they arrived at a jewelry stand. Because the door was filled with cultivators, the seemingly ordinary stall was actually selling treasures of rank. Girls are mostly defenseless against such things. Chen Xianyi then stopped in front of the stall along with the disciple. Chapter 89 Gift for Second Disciple. Huyaya's Past. Chen Xianyi picked a few times and found a headdress of a decent grade. The headdress was a carved-out pink feather, which he felt fit Huyaya's color scheme. Yeah, do you like this one? Chen Xianyi pinned it to the top of her head, while taking a mirror and helping her look at it. Huyaya looked in the mirror and it really did match her outfit extremely well. These disciples of theirs, although each of them had their own hobbies, perhaps because they had grown up with their master, they would always share the same opinion as their master would on some of their preferences. The disciples like it. Silently, she reached down and took her master's hands. She looked at her master with affection, and the surrounding pyrotechnics seemed to have been vaporized at this time, so that only the two could be seen looking at each other with deep affection. It's good that you like this headdress, Chen Xianyi said with a smile. Huyaya shook her head and said softly, Master is wrong. It's more than just the tiara. Oh, more than a tiara? He only gave Yaha a tiara and nothing else? Chen Xianyi asked doubtfully. So what else? And like you, Huyaya said very tenderly as she cupped her master's face. Standing on this street together with her master, she couldn't help but remind Huyaya of some past events. It seemed that her first meeting with her master was also at a festival. Huyaya's family is actually much better compared to both Zhang Ningxian and Su Danro. She had a mother who loved her and a father who doted on her. Her mother was also a fox demon, while her father was a human. At that time, the demon race had just finished fighting with the Tsunzhou kingdom. The borders were devastated, and the relationship between the demon race and the human race was cold to the freezing point. Originally, you could still see demons living on the streets, but then it was the demons that became the point where everyone was fighting. However, she and her family have been secretly living on the fringes of the city, expensively happy, because from a young age, she had seen her parents in love, so much so that Huyaya she had, from a young age, fantasized that she wanted to marry a human male when she grew up. That way, you can live a happy life like your mother too, right? She had thought that this life would go on forever. As a result, suddenly one day, an ordinary citizen, with a group of cultivators, broke into her family's yard. That's the one. She's got a vixen in her house. Sucked the soul out of my newborn baby. My poor child. This person just had a baby and it turned out to be a stillborn. Originally he thought it was his own mother-in-law who was indisputable. But suddenly, one day, she met Huyaya's mother. You know, in a poor countryside like this, there would hardly be any beautiful women out there. But Huyaya's mother is the same as the current Huyaya in general, a real heavenly beauty. Since then, he has made several overtures, all of which were rejected by Huyaya's mother. Perhaps because of this, he was resentful, and immediately reported to the city that there was a fox demon in the village, saying that it was Huyaya's mother, who had sucked the souls of his children. Whether it's true or not, this burst of investigation can definitely make Huyaya's mother's life suffer. But, Huyaya's mother is really a fox demon. As soon as a group of cultivators poured in, the demon shining mirror in their hands immediately had a reaction. The cultivators surrounded her family compound, and with all their killing moves, they immediately intended to suppress Huyaya and her mother altogether. Huyaya's father was just an ordinary man without any cultivation. The father who saw the scene couldn't do anything but protect the two of them tightly. In the nick of time, the mother took Huyaya's hand and handed it to the father. "Husband, take the child. I'm doomed to die today. She's the fruit of our love. Absolutely nothing can happen to her." The father heard this and still could not leave, but looking at Huyaya, who was only 8 years old, as a father, he really couldn't watch his daughter die. In the end, the father chose to take Huyaya away. Mother was once a very strong cultivator, but her current strength was only barely at the Jindan stage. As for why her mother's strength was greatly reduced, Huyaya herself did not know. She only knew that her mother was saved by her father after she was seriously injured, and then fell in love and gave birth to her. There was also the fact that the mother couldn't return to the demon state, so she could only live here temporarily. Despite her mother's best efforts to stall the cultivators who came to hang her, she eventually perished under the siege of dozens of people. Father did not escape the clutches of the enemy either. "That's a human. Are we still going to make a move?" A cultivator, looking down at his father who was escaping with Huyaya, said with some hesitation. "She's in cahoots with the demon race. She's already a traitor to the human race and must be eradicated," another cultivator said, then immediately stabbed out with his sword. The father, who was just an ordinary man with no cultivation, was instantly killed through the heart. Originally a harmonious family, now only Huyaya is left. "Father, father, ooh, I don't have a father." Huyaya hugged her father's body and cried for a long time. The two cultivators who had caught up with him didn't give Huyaya time to grieve before they tried to kill him. The two were just about to unleash their attacks when they suddenly only felt a terrifying pressure that shook the heavens and swept over them. The two couldn't move for a moment, trembling in fear. There are immortals? Latecomer just happened to pass by this place and disturbed the immortals' cultivation. Please forgive me, the two men said with trembling voices, thinking that they had disturbed some high-level cultivator who was practicing in seclusion at this place. Coincidentally, at this time, Chen Xianyi just happened to bring Jiang Ningxian to pass by this place for cultivation. Only too late. Scram! Chen Xianyi's voice rang in the ears of the two, because he saw the tragic scene of Huyaya's father's murder. He was sympathetic and saved his life. After hearing this, those two cultivators couldn't think of killing any goblins and ran away with their asses in the air. Chen Xianyi and Jiang Ningxian floated high in the sky, looking down at the crying Huyaya. Silent. After a while, little Jiang Ningxian opened his mouth. "Master, this little fox demon has good talent. Don't you want to take her as a disciple? Take in another female disciple, and when she grows up in the future, she can be a child bride for master." Chen Xianyi gave little Jiang Ningxian a headbutt. "Where did you learn all this? A disciple is a disciple. How can you be a child bride?" Little Jiang Ningxian puffed out his little mouth. "Che, when I grow up, I'll be a child bride for master. Master can't even refuse if he wants to." Chen Xianyi covered his head, feeling that there was still a long way to go in educating his eldest disciple. But then again, he really wanted to take this disciple, but now is not the time. She has just been robbed of her next of kin by a human, and it is inevitable that she will be resentful. Wait. Chapter 90, Huyaya's Past. The master who satisfies fantasies. Chen Xianyi was worried that at this time, if she took in Huyaya and cultivated her, causing her to gain supreme strength, in the future, if Huyaya showed his bloodthirsty side and wantonly slaughtered human beings, then he would be a true sinner. That was why Chen Xianyi, at that time, did not take him under his tutelage, didn't even meet up with it, just saved it and left in silence. However, although Chen Xianyi never had any positive contact with Huyaya, he often observed her secretly in the days that followed, covering her body with clothes. Huyaya goes to the city during the day to forage for food and returns to the cave at night to rest. One day, Chen Xianyi came over as usual to check on Huyaya's condition. Jiang Ningxian said with some jealousy, holding his arms, "Master, you came to see her again? You've never seen me like this before. I'm jealous." Chen Xianyi pinched her pink cheeks. "How grown up are you to be jealous?" Jiang Ningxian compared a face to his master. Slightly. Chen Xianyi, you've got a lot of nerve. You weren't like this when you first came under this master's door. That's as cute as it gets, and as obedient as it gets. How long has it been since you revealed your true nature? What do you think it's easy to accept a disciple? 1 looks at talent, 2 looks at character, and 3 also looks at. Chen Xianyi earnestly lectured. Listening, Jiang Ningxian was impatient and interjected. The disciple knows that the third look is the look. The unattractive ones won't be accepted. After all, master is the most astringent. Chen Xianyi, you, master must teach you a good lesson today. The two chased and argued in midair, and it took a long time for them to quiet down. Jiang Ningxian said as he rubbed his sore butt. And now, what does master think of this little vixen? Chen Xianyi thought for a moment. It's about time, so check back tomorrow. After saying that, Chen Xianyi turned around and left, but as he walked away, he also dropped a piece of steamed bread towards Hu Yaya's cave. Hearing the sound, Hu Yaya hurriedly ran to the hole and picked up the piece of steamed bread. From time to time during the year, she was gifted with this. Every time she looked up after picking up food that had fallen from the sky, she saw a man's back. She had speculated in her head countless times that perhaps that was the gods answering her prayers. It would be nice to see it in person someday. Early the next morning, Hu Yaya didn't know that the course of her life would change today. She rose from the cave as usual, patted her dusty clothes, and ran towards the town. There's going to be a Chinese New Year in town today, so there's going to be a lot of good food. She withdrew the hood on her head tightly, covering her tail and ears as best she could. She was having problems even solving the problem of food and clothing now, not to mention cultivation, and she simply couldn't do it by relying on spiritual arts to conceal her form like her mother did. Such reliance on clothing concealment can hide a moment, but not a lifetime. As Hu Yaya went to reach down and pick up the food on the ground, a fierce wind suddenly blew, and she hastily covered her hood. But a passerby still saw a hint of what was going on. There's a fox demon! A shriek rang out, and Hu Yaya was instantly gazed upon by all eyes. Passers-by surrounded her, and all sorts of rocks and sharp objects were thrown at her. She realized that she could be smashed alive. Her body, which was aching, curled up, hugged the bun she had picked up yesterday and took a small bite. If you're going to die, at least let her eat. She still wasn't sure why she had been targeted. She obviously loved humans, and her goal, since childhood, was to marry a gentle human male. But why do humans hate her? She had clearly done nothing wrong. She just wanted to live. She missed her mother's cooking. She wanted to ride high on her father's neck. In this moment, she hated to the bone the man who had broken her family by reporting news to the city. She wanted to break that man into pieces. Enough! A male voice rang out, and suddenly Hu Yaya couldn't feel the stone that smashed on her body. The world, too, went quiet. She lifted her head and looked ahead with wide eyes. It was a radiant back, clad in a long white robe and imposing. This back, she had seen it countless times in the sky, from afar. This is the god who has always protected her. Chen Xianyi waved his sleeve. A burst of pressure swept out, and everyone who saw it all fled. It's the friar. He's having an affair with that goblin. Run, go to the police. It didn't take long for the surrounding area to run clean. Hu Yaya looked at the man in front of her. It was as if she saw more than just a god. She also saw in that back figure all the fantasies she once had about human Taoists. Powerful, handsome, and gentle, the rational form within her. Although it was only the first time they met, just a backdrop, but in her inner heart, she had developed an extreme love for this man, because only this man fulfills all her fantasies. Chen Xianyi turned around, reached out to help her up, and opened the door. This seat intends to take you as a disciple. Are you willing? Jiang Ningxian, who was on the side, patted Hu Yaya's back and said, hurry up and agree. My master, he's been in love with you for almost a year now. Hu Yaya, faced with this offer, had absolutely no reason to refuse. She wagged her tail, looking forward to the future at this point. I do. Once Chen Xian heard this, his expression suddenly became heavy. Very well, but before that, there is something this seat would like to ask you, and you must answer truthfully. Do you hate humans? As soon as Chen Xianyi's words were asked, Hu Yaya froze. Do you want her to tell the truth? It was hate, and she hated it to the bone. How could she not hate it when both her parents were killed by humans and she herself almost died? I want the human who broke my family to die 100 times over. Hu Yaya didn't lie and said through gritted teeth. As she uttered the words, she was already thinking of the scenario in which she would be abandoned. After all, this person who said he would take her as his disciple was also a human. How is it possible to accept her who hates humans? But Chen Xianyi suddenly clapped. Good. Very good. This seat will accompany you over there now and execute that human with my own hands. If Hu Yaya said that she didn't hate it, then Chen Xian would immediately turn around and leave in a moment. You don't even hate the man who killed your family? There's no way he'd take this kind of white-eyed wolf. Hate, on the contrary, is the best decision. The camera panned, and Chen Xianyi when it did came directly to the place where she had once lived. Chen Xian struck out with a single palm strike, as if he were striking down a chickadee, slapping the person who had caused Hu Yaya's family to be broken into pieces. Hu Yaya's eyes trembled with excitement as she watched this scene. The image had come back to her mind countless times, and she was surprised to actually see it today. Chen Xianyi slowly bent down and squatted in front of her body, earnestly grasping her thin shoulders and said, Master has now helped you to execute your most hated enemies. And those other enemies who killed your parents. You can also take revenge. But you can't hate people who have nothing to do with you. Can you? Huyaya stretched out her arms and hugged the master in front of her tightly. She did hate humans. But her father, whom she loved, was also human. It told her that she couldn't hate the humans to the bone, but she couldn't completely lift the resentment from her heart either. However, that all changed with the appearance of the master. She was willing to change for this man. She said as she cried, "Disciple, it can be done. Thanks to Dog 12 for sending the showers. You are Tweedledee God. Thank you for the milk tea sent by 9 leaving time pouring. Thank you for your support." Chapter 91 Posting in Public? Push the boat with the water. After that, Chen Xianyi brought Huyaya around to cultivate. It was already taxing for her to take care of Jiang Ningxian alone, but now she needed to take care of one more. But hooray! Huyaya is quiet most of the time. Unlike Jiang Ningxian, who had an inexhaustible amount of bullish energy in a day. It's just that Huyaya somehow, although she didn't say she hated humans, she was a bit resistant to strangers, especially the opposite sex, and didn't like to touch them, and she was also a bit dark from time to time. Chen Xianyi could also understand her. After all, after going through so much, it was normal that she would be in this situation. But Huyaya is the only one who is sticky to him, all day long. It is simply a contrast to the extreme. This habit of Huyaya has continued until now and has not changed. To this day, Huyaya's beautiful eyes are filled with endless love when she looks at her master. Whoever called master was both the god of her heart and the one who carried all her fantasies of a Taoist couple. It's not in the least bit surprising that she would love such a nice person like that. Huyaya recalled the past events, and the emotion in her heart for her master was even more suppressed and surging out. She reached out her hands, wrapped them around her master's neck, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him right in front of the large crowd. Chen Xianyi did not expect his second disciple to be here, was hugged without the slightest defense. A softness followed, as well as the unique seductive aroma of Huyaya's body. A well-dressed second disciple is simply more lethal. Jiang Ningxian was picking out jewelry next to her, and when she saw the scene out of the corner of her eye, her eyes widened. "No, I wasn't paying attention to one of them. Why are you guys nibbling on it?" The Jade Maiden sect disciples who were strolling around also saw this scene clearly. There was a blush of surprise. "Wow, look guys, our Lord Superior is. I've been knocking them both for a long time. They're a match made in heaven. I kowtow to Lord Superior and the Great Disciple. I kowtow to the third disciple. Spectacled schoolgirls God forever." The crowd of Jade Nymph clan gathered around and cajoled, and even began to kowtow to each of their CPs, though since ancient times, it was mostly not allowed for masters and disciples to fall in love. But it couldn't be helped that his lordship and his disciples were so well matched that it was as if they were wrong not to be together. Besides, Lord Shangzun was the existence they most admired. Even if you fall in love with a disciple, it's not something that's unacceptable. After all, his lordship does everything right. Most of all, since Lord Superior was acceptable to fall in love with his disciples, then wasn't it so possible for them, the disciples, to do the same? Directly in the clan, a famous scene of a domineering superior falling in love with me. It's so exciting to think about. A phallic plot. This is definitely a phallic plot. Jiang Ningxian looked at this reaction from the Jade Maiden sect disciples beside him and suddenly realized how right Huyaya was. Letting everyone see the scene of her and her master sticking it to each other. By then everyone would think that she was her master's Taoist. When you get married in the future, even if Jiang Ningxian himself is the main palace, the first, but no one will believe it when you say it. Good for you, second sister. Su Danro was as blushing as she was. Although she understood the degree of openness of her second senior sister, she did not expect it to be so open, so blatantly. You wouldn't dare to give her 100 guts. After another moment, Huyaya then loosened her hands and parted with her master reluctantly. Her body temperature was already a little hot at this point, and her face was flushed beyond belief. If she wasn't still out there, she would have made it to the last step. Only sadly, not yet. My turn. Jiang Ningxian directly rushed at his master and pasted over. Chen Xianyi reached out and pressed his hand against her head. Stop, stop, stop. This is not good. Although Jiang Ningxian didn't care at all, he was a bit embarrassed. So many people were looking at him, and they were all green and age-appropriate female disciples. It was hard to tell him not to be shy. Yi Muyan looked at Lord Shangzun and his disciples with surprise on his face. She, who was not deeply aware of emotions, realized at that moment that between Lord Superior and the disciple, it was this kind of relationship. She blessed them from the bottom of her heart. But she also likes Lord Shangzun. It's going to shatter. After paying the spirit stones to the stall owner, Chen Xianyi continued to walk forward with the 4 girls. On the way, Chen Xuanyi also noticed Yi Muyun's abnormality. She was a little disoriented. What's wrong? Did something happen? Chen Xianyi slowed his pace and walked beside her. The disciples were walking ahead, leaving the two alone. Yi Muyan clutched her skirt and shook her head. Nothing. How could she be good enough to talk to Lord Shangzun about something like her being sad because of a lost love? Lord Superior and disciple were so well matched. She was simply uncompetitive compared to them. As they spoke, the two of them walked to a stall selling storage rings. Things like storage rings are usually worth a lot of money and are aesthetically pleasing, so they are best used for gifts. Although Chen Xianyi didn't know why Yi Muyun was suddenly a bit lost. In his opinion, Yi Muyun was a very important friend of his. When a friend is sad, it's only natural that they should be comforted. He smoothly took a ring from the stall and put it on Yi Muyun's bony jade hand. Don't be sad. Here's a present for you. Chen Xianyi revealed a rare playful smile and said gently. Just after delivering the gift, Chen Xianyi heard Jiang Ningxian shouting towards her in the distance. Master, come over here. There's good food over here I didn't bring any spirit stones. Chen Xianyi sighed and had no choice but to speed over, leaving Yi Muyun alone. She looked at the ring on her hand in surprise. Although the storage rings she had given to Lord Shangzun were too many to count fast, but this storage ring, which was given to her by Lord Shangzun, is the most unique. The disciple who set up the stall was a disciple named Qian Rongrong, who was famous among the disciples. She looked at the frothing sovereign, pursed her lips and snickered, and opened her mouth. Patriarch, Lord Superior gave you the ring. Do you know what it means? Yi Muyan shook her head. Qian Rongrong continued. You don't know, do you? That in the Far East there is a custom whereby a man who has his heart set on a person of the opposite sex will put a ring on her, just as if he were proposing. It means that Lord Shangtsung is confessing his love for you. When Yi Muyun heard this, she was surprised. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Really? Your lordship likes me? Qian Rongrong added. Sovereign, men are shy creatures. Lord Superior he likes you but is too shy to ask. Your initiative is the only way. Yi Muyun this time listened to an understanding. Has always been a bit naturally dull, she actually did not hesitate to choose to believe. So that's it. That's really great. I have to go find Lord Shangzun. After saying that, Yi Muyun quickly left the spot. The other disciple on the side asked suspiciously at Qian Rongrong. Sister Rongrong, that distant eastern country you mentioned? What's the name of it? Qian Rongrong waved her hand. How would I know? How in the world could someone propose with a ring? It's stupid. I made it up. The disciple said in shock. What? Made up? You dare to lie to the patriarch? Qian Rongrong hurriedly covered her mouth. How can this be called cheating? Can't you see that the sovereign likes Lord Shangzun? Watching patriarch as she makes no progress. I'm anxious for her. It's called, at best, going with the flow. Chapter 92 Lantern Release. Strange Dreams. Yi Muyun quickly ran to Chen Xianyi. If Lord Superior was confessing to her by giving her the storage ring, then she had to respond to Lord Superior quickly before she could do so. Otherwise it could be misconstrued as a rejection on her part. As soon as she arrived beside Chen Xianyi, she realized that Chen Xianyi and his disciples were all holding a lantern in their hands. These lanterns are called celebration fairy lanterns, and when lit and released into the air, you can place your wishes in them with good intentions. Chen Xianyi handed Yi Muyun a celebration immortal lantern. Come put it together. Remember to make a wish before you put it away. Yi Muyun took the lantern, and she who hadn't thought of wishing for anything yet, first looked at the other people. He saw Jiang Ningxian lighting the lantern, and then put his hands together in a prayer-like manner, and said in his mouth, I hope that master and sister are healthy and happy. And then, hopefully, the river will flow with orange juice, watermelon juice, grape juice, apple juice, and the table will turn out almond cake, candied cake, lotus cake. What kind of wish is this? Think of something realistic to wish for. Yi Muyun listened to her wish and shook her head with a face full of speechlessness. She then looked back at Hu Yaya. Just see Hu Yaya frowning slightly and praying very seriously to the lantern. Hope it's a girl. Hope it's a girl. Girls? What girl? Hu Yaya is pregnant. Whose baby? Yi Muyun's face was full of doubts, so she took it as if she had misheard. How can you get pregnant if you're not married? It's impossible. After that, she looked at Sultan Ro. Sultan Ro murmured to the lantern with a straight face and a flat countenance. I hope that master will attack my boudoir at night one day. No, it's too shameful. Change it to daytime so you can see better. Yi Muyun, are you expecting something like this? Unexpectedly. Unexpectedly. She had thought that Sultan Ro was a very decent person. Turns out you're the boring-ish one. Finally, Yi Muyun looked towards Chen Xianyi. Chen Xianyi's mouth revealed a faint smile as he laughed softly. I hope that my disciples will soon cross the threshold and become immortal. And I also hope that everyone around me will be happy. I also hope that I can restrain myself, never to lay my hands on other disciples again. These words were said inwardly. When Yi Muyun heard Chen Xianyi's prayers, she couldn't help but reveal a long-lost expression of relief. This one sounds most normal. Did you make a wish? Let's put it together. Chen Xuanyi twisted his head to look at Yi Muyun and asked. Yi Muyun reacted at this time, folded her hands and prayed to the lantern. May every wish come true, with the exception of orange juice running in the water. After making her wish, Yi Muyun nodded at Chen Xianyi. The five of them then joined together and filled the lantern with spiritual energy to drive it, then threw it into the air. Each of the 5 lanterns rose into the air and flew off into the distance with strange wishes. Zhang Ningxian made the gesture of looking out as she said to Su Danro, Zoe, your lantern seems to fly shorter. Sudanzo, what's wrong with being shorter? Zhang Ningxian put his arm around her shoulders and explained, the higher the lantern flies, the more likely the wish will come true. Su Danru waved her hand indifferently. It's just for luck. It doesn't matter. It's just a wish. It's not likely to come true. You still have to work hard to make your wishes come true. The rational Su Danru saw such things very thoroughly. Su Danru said, pointing to the stall in front of her, Master, let's keep walking. Disciple sees that there are glasses for sale up ahead. Chen Xianyi nodded and walked towards the front with the crowd. Before passing an intersection, Yi Muyun suddenly tugged on Chen Xianyi's hand. As soon as Chen Xian turned around to look, he saw Yi Muyun pointing to the intersection to the side. Lord Superior, there's something I want to talk to you about. Come here a minute. Chen Xian was puzzled for a moment, not knowing what Yi Muyun had to say that could not be told in front of the crowd. However, if the other party had said so, then there must be a reason, and Chen Xuanyi did not refuse. Unnoticed by the 3 disciples, Chen Xuanyi and Yi Muyun arrived at an unoccupied alleyway next to the intersection. Muyun, what happened? Someone came to the sect to cause trouble? Chen Xuanyi thought that someone was trying to disadvantage the sect again and was going to ask for his help. Yi Muyun shook her head. No such thing. It's about the ring. Ever since Lord Shangzun killed the 3 great sect masters, the Jade Maiden sect had become the only strongest sect in the southern region, and no one dared to mess with it. She called Lord Shangzun here to make it clear to him that she liked his ring and agreed with his confession. The ring? Is there anything wrong with the ring? Chen Xuanyi asked suspiciously, unable to fathom it in the slightest. Yi Muyun clenched her hands in front of her chest, looking at Chen Xianyi with eyes that were somewhat evasive. She flushed slightly at her cheeks and sulked for a moment before gathering the courage to speak. I agree, Lord Superior. Chen Xian was even more confused upon hearing this. What did you agree to? I didn't order you to do anything. Did I? What does this mean? Muan? When Yi Muyun saw that Lord Shangzun was even playing dumb, she was even more certain of Qian Rongrong's words within her heart at this time. Sure enough, men are shy creatures, generally too embarrassed to ask. You have to take the initiative to up yourself to do it. Thinking of this, Yi Muyun slightly puckered her moist lips and her beautiful eyes closed. From what she knew, girls usually close their eyes, just to let the other person kiss her. It's obvious enough what she's showing. As soon as Chen Xian saw the scene, he was even more confused. What do you mean? You're doing this? Do you want to kiss it yourself? Although Chen Xianyi could understand what she meant, it was too sudden. Without saying anything, you suddenly let yourself be kissed over? It's not right any way you think about it. Yi Muyun waited for a long time, but did not wait for that warm feeling. It looked like Lord Shangzun was really pure, to the point where he didn't even see such an obvious hint. She didn't mean to complain about Lord Superior. She just thought she was too stupid to make Lord Superior understand what she meant. In that case, she'd take more initiative. She reopened her eyes and breathed a little sharply as she looked at her lordship again. The change in urgency was due to some nervousness. She stretched out her hands and probed towards Chen Xianyi's neck. Because she was wearing high heels on her feet and was already tall, she didn't even need to stand on her tiptoes. Chen Xianyi only saw Yi Muyun's exquisite 3-dimensional facial features, closing in towards himself. It then made him feel soft and fragrant. It put him in a trance for a moment. Thanks to time will not favor for sending the roll call. A million thanks. Thanks to Muggala from Lion's Yard for the milk tea. Chapter 93, Misunderstanding Solved. Awkward Yi Muyun. After Yi Muyun had gained Chen Xianyi's trust, Chen Xianyi had also gifted her a copy of an internal martial art, similar to the kind of Dan Ningxuang. After practicing the gongfu given by Chen Xuanyi, in this short period of time, Yi Muyun's strength had already increased dramatically. She who already possessed the cultivation of the transformation spirit stage, after receiving the enhancement of the gongfu, the strength of her body had already surpassed that of Chen Xuanyi who was at the foundation establishment stage, so much so that Chen Xianyi had the feeling of being in a death grip as he was hugged tightly, unable to do any resistance. However, Yi Muyun was not his disciple, and there was no forbidden bond between the two of them, so he did not hide from it. Just let her kiss it. Chen Xianyi even grabbed on her fragrant shoulders in a smooth manner, and then slowly scratched towards that beautifully moist back again. Feel the blasted softness and aroma. Only after a full 10 minutes did Qin Xianyi then release her. It was said that Yi Muyan held her tightly at the beginning, but in fact, she was soon disengaged and her eyes were disoriented. It was always Qin Xianyi who was holding her beautiful back. To be honest, if he hadn't been recently being troubleshooted by his disciples, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist. For now, though, he held back. Yi Muyan's body was a little hot, so she collapsed into Qin Xianyi's arms, gasping for warm aroma and spitting out fragrant orchids, as if she was dissipating heat. Your Highness, this time, should know what she wants. She agreed to the confession of Lord Shang Tsung. Qin Xianyi just wrapped his arms around her and let her recover her strength. During this period, Qin Xianyi always felt that what happened just now was bizarre and sudden. According to Yi Muyan's naturally dull nature, suddenly taking such initiative, it couldn't be that she was tricked by someone, right? Thinking of this, Qin Xianyi opened his mouth. Mu Yun, did you hear something strange? Like, about the ring? The reason why Qin Xianyi asked this was because he realized that Yi Muyan's changes all started when he gave her the ring. Yi Muyan raised her head from Qin Xianyi's arms. She was still in a bit of a daze at this point, and after a moment's immersion she said softly, "Did hear some of that." She said what Chen Rongrong had told her to Chen Xuani again. Chen Xian was shocked upon hearing this. There is no such tradition as giving a ring for engagement in this metaphysical world. It was also because she didn't have one that she had the good sense to send Yi Muyan a ring as a gift. As a result, he never expected that a little genius like Chen Rongrong would pop up. Now that it's come to this, what's he going to do? Do you want to tell the truth to Yi Muyan? If he didn't say anything, Chen Xuani was worried that Yi Muyan had taken the initiative to throw herself at him because he was her superior and didn't dare to disobey orders. If that's the case, then he really is a perverted salty male boss. It was still necessary to tell her the truth. That, Muan I have something to say to you. I gave you the ring. It's not that. Qian Rongrong's words are all lies too. Chen Xianyi was a bit hesitant when he spoke, mainly because he was worried that he would irritate Yi Muyan. But if you don't say anything, you'll keep the other person in the dark. When Yi Muyan heard this, she really froze, her face full of astonishment. What? She stood still, wide-eyed and a little overwhelmed. If Lord Superior didn't mean it, then what was her action just now? A clown? It's so embarrassing. I can't face His Excellency anymore. Lord Superior, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Reacting, she hurriedly apologized to Qin Xianyi. She was apologizing for kissing Lord Shang Tsung without permission. In her eyes, Lord Shang Tsung was sacred and unattainable. What qualifications does one have to defile Lord Shang Tsung? Neither one is in the same class. As soon as Qin Xianyi looked at Yi Muyan's look of being anxious to the point of no return and somewhat aggravated, his heart ached. He probed his hand and tenderly rubbed Yi Muyan's head. Don't apologize. It's not your fault, and I don't hate you. It's just that a girl must kiss the one she likes, and you need to think more of yourself. About today, I'll keep your secret. Yi Muyan was the Jade Maiden sect's patriarch, and if today's events were to spread out, it would hurt the disciples' opinion of her. Therefore, Chen Xianyi could help her conceal it. After Yi Muyan heard this, the anxiety in her heart calmed down a bit. It's great that his lordship isn't angry. It's just that Your Excellency doesn't know that the person she likes is Your Excellency. She was, obviously, already thinking for herself. Besides, there's no point in hiding anything, is there? If anyone within the sect dared to speak ill of her and Lord Shangzuan behind their backs, she would simply be expelled from the sect for good. After all, his lordship's orders and majesty were absolute, just as the two of them had their own thoughts. Suddenly Jiang Ningxian's voice sounded not far away. Sensei, master teacher, where have you been? Really, how can such an adult get lost? It seems that the disciples realized that the two were missing. Let's go out, or the disciples should be worried. Chen Xianyi withdrew his hand and said to her. She straightened her dress slightly, then nodded. Although the situation had developed a little less than she had expected, the outcome didn't seem too bad. She had managed to kiss his lordship, and his lordship didn't seem to be disgusted with her. This shows that Lord Superior is not the only one in Huyaya's heart. In that case, that's great. She also has a chance to become Lord Shangzun's Dao couple. As for the matter of Lord Shangzun having a Dao partner and still kissing her, that's the right of His Excellency. After all, Lord Shangzun is so strong. It's normal to be a little flamboyant. And how can it be her turn if Lord Shangzun isn't a womanizer? So it wasn't anything wrong, and she liked that about Lord Shang Tsung. With that in mind, she quickly followed Chen Xianyi's pace. To be able to trick his lordship into giving him a kiss, this immortal celebration festival held today is really worth it. I'd love to do one every day if I could. Jiang Ningxian looked at his master teacher and Yi Muyun appearing together and immediately revealed a suspicious expression. You two were together originally. Two people sneak up and disappear and sneak up again. I don't even believe it when I say there are no ghosts. Chen Xianyi shook his head somewhat sheepishly. No, don't guess. Zhang Ningxian arched his body and said with a somewhat evil expression and a bad smile. Nah, from what I know of Master, such a short period of time really isn't enough time to do anything, but a sticker kiss or something is perfectly adequate. Thank you to Muggle from Lion's Yard for the inspiration capsule. Thank you. Thank you to Dog 12 for the hypnosis charm. And thank you to Lu Benway for taking the draft top fly of orange for sending the hypnosis charm. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 94 Gifts for the Celebration of the Immortal Festival. Daily Chapter. The first disciple's guess was really accurate, and he was close to describing the process in detail. Yi Muyun's cheeks were even more blushing after hearing this, and she looked down to the side in embarrassment. Although she didn't care that Lord Shangzun had a Taoist couple, it didn't mean that the other party didn't mind. If his lordship's disciples get angry, it'll be difficult. But it doesn't matter. I kinda like Sister Muyun. Zhang Ningxian stared at both Master Teacher and Yi Muyun for a while, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, surprisingly not pursuing the matter. If it was another woman, Zhang Ningxian would have gotten to the bottom of it some more, but since it was Yi Muyun, it was all known and understood, and there was no harm in the master having a bit of a relationship with him. The main thing was that Yi Muyun was not one of their 9 disciples, so to put it bluntly, she was unable to compete with her for the position of the main palace. After all, only their 9 disciples accompanied their master by his side on a daily basis, and as long as master's rightful wife was her words, she would be satisfied. Rather than being careful about Yi Muyun, she should worry more about worrying about the vixen beside her. Even Zhang Ningxian could see the end of his master. Hu Yaya could naturally see it as well, but she didn't react with any concern at all, and didn't even bother to follow up. Hu Yaya came forward and wrapped her arms around her master's arm, pressing it against her body and smiling. Master, next time there's this kind of sudden chance encounter event, remember to call Yaya along. Saying this, she deliberately lowered her voice and whispered in her master's ear. Yaya can cover for Master Teacher and make sure that Xin or she can't see it, so Master Teacher can rest assured that he can steal it. Chen Xianyi, you're really good at thinking for me. I'm so relieved, but it's not necessary. Sultan Ro was at the moment fully concentrated on fiddling with her newly purchased glasses, seemingly not paying attention to the conversation of several people. The frames of her new glasses were black, with only half of the frame wrapped around the top of the lenses, and the lenses were a bit smaller than the unusual glasses, only half the size. She came to her master and pushed her eyes above her beautiful eyes and smiled. Master, do I look like a female master with these glasses? Chen Xianyi took a closer look. The black silk pantyhose that tightly wrapped her full legs, plus the half-rimmed glasses adorning her eyes, and the purple hemline all seemed to have turned into a wraparound skirt at this point. Add to that the austere, cold demeanor unique to the third disciple. Instead of a female master teacher, it's more like a female teacher. Zhang Ningxian interrupted. It's not like Lu. Master should speak like this. Xianer, no slacking off. You've slept for 14 hours today. Eat less sweets. It's not good for your body. Come and cultivate. All of you. Come cultivate for Master, she said in Chen Xianyi's tone. Chen Xianyi was filled with speechlessness and contained anger. When did Master talk like that? It's been so long since I've spanked your ass that your skin is soft again. After saying that, Chen Xianyi was about to reach out and grab her face. Zhang Ningxian sidestepped towards one side to dodge, and the two of them directly chased each other in place. This funny and cozy scene drew Hu Yaya and Yi Muyun and Su Dan Ro to giggle out loud. Just then, a sudden explosion rang out, and the sky and ground were instantly lit up with color. The crowd looked to the sky in unison to find a dazzling and colorful firework blooming in the air. Seeing this beautiful scene, the crowd couldn't help but let out a gasp. Zhang Ningxian also stopped running and reached over to take his master's arm. Su Danwei and Hu Yaya both came to the master's side and leaned against his body. Yi Muyun stood in front of Chen Xian's body, her hands crossed together in front of her chest, her pupils reflecting the zhuanli of fireworks. The crowd enjoyed the stunning scene together. The celebration of immortality came to a close after the fireworks cleared. In order not to delay tomorrow's rest, the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect gradually withdrew, and Chen Xuanyi also planned to take his disciples back. The crowd waved with Yi Muyun together. When she was about to leave, Yi Muyun suddenly called out to Chen Xianyi. Lord Superior, wait! Chen Xianyi turned around. What's wrong? Yi Muyun took out a large amount of spirit stones from her storage ring, and at a rough glance there were 5W. This is the lower-grade spirit stones produced by the recent veins, all of which are given to Lord Shangzuan for his cultivation. With that, she threw out another large swath of medium-grade spirit stones. And these, Lord Superior, are yours. Then she threw out another 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. These too, So happy. Every time she gave Lord Superior the spirit stones, she felt full-bodied joy. There was a feeling that he was needed by his lordship. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ningxian whispered to the senior sisters beside him. Sister Mu Yun has started popping spirit stones again. Hia seconded. Yeah, the burst rate is really high. Sutanu nodded similarly. What a great sister. Yi Muyun handed over all the spirit stones she had accumulated over the days to Lord Shangzun. Nope. Really? How come it's just a little bit? Looking at the spirit stones piled up like mountains on the ground, she even murmured that she felt it was too little. The surrounding Jade Maiden sect disciples who hadn't finished walking around were enviously drooling out of their mouths when they looked at the small mountain peaks of spirit stones. Their family's sovereign is too good for Lord Shangzun. So the patriarch also has such a gentle and sweet side. Although they looked at the hill-like spirit stones with some greed, none of them were jealous of Lord Shangzun. Because only the stronger Lord Superior is, the safer the Jade Maiden sect can be. There was also the fact that those of them who were disciples had gotten far more resources in their hands nowadays than before. Especially in the recent past, the pills sold by their clan were suddenly incredibly cheap, and even the quality was much better. I heard that it was specially supplied by Elder Hua, a great leader in the alchemy world. And they, the disciples who practiced in the Jade Maiden sect, were already surpassing the disciples of other sects in their cultivation realms by a large margin. All of this is undoubtedly due to his lordship. Now, let alone giving Lord Shangzun a mountain of spirit stones, even if they were to scavenge the spirit stones in their hands, they would have no complaints. Chen Xianyi accepted all the spirit stones. These spirit stones plus the ones Jiang Ningxian brought back after destroying the Lu family should be enough for him to impact the Jindan realm. Chen Xianyi said with a smile. It's been a lot. Thank you, Nguyen. It's getting late. Get some early rest. After saying that, he waved his hand with Yi Muyun. Then he wanted to turn around and leave. As he was about to turn around, Yi Muyun suddenly stretched out her white jade hand and held his hand. Yi Muyun said very seriously, "That, Lord Shangzun, thank you for coming to the Immortal Celebration Festival. I had a great time today." Chen Xianyi smiled gently and nodded. "I'm happy too." Having received Lord Superior's reply, Yi Muyun similarly revealed a smile. He then waved his hand at Chen Xianyi. "Goodbye, Sister Mu Yun." The three disciples waved their hands together with Yi Muyun. Just like that, Chen Xianyi returned to the mountaintop with his disciples. Chapter 95 Interesting Third Disciple. Daily Chapter. After bidding farewell to Lord Shangzun and his group, Yi Muyun returned to his residence alone. Back in her bedroom, she sat on top of her bed, somehow unable to calm down inside for a long time. She pushed her fingers to her lips, feeling the warmth coming from above, which seemed to be the residual warmth of her superior lord. His lordship's smile was still replaying in her mind. She lay down on the bed and hugged the bedding tightly. With a face full of happiness, he recalled the feeling of being with Lord Shangzun, the top of the Jade Lady Sect's mountain. Chen Xianyi and his group had just returned when they suddenly realized that one person was missing. Chen Xianyi asked doubtfully, where did Zoe go? Jiang Ningxian shook his head. I don't know. I don't think I saw her halfway back. She couldn't have believed what I said and really thought that the higher the lantern flew, the more likely her dreams would come true. So she went back to carrying the lantern. Could she? Hu Ye patted her on the shoulder. Come on, Zoe, when was she so childish? In the meantime, somewhere in mid-air, a silhouette, dragging the lantern that carried the dream, flew wildly overhead, surpassing the height of all the other lanterns. Fly, fly, Master's dream of a nightly attack on the boudoir must come true, the figure murmured. Chen Xianyi waited in the square until Su Danro came back, and only then was he willing to go back to sleep with peace of mind. Otherwise, according to his nature, he really couldn't sleep with a missing disciple. Returning to the doorway of his room, Chen Xianyi realized that the lights were actually on inside the house. Chen Xianyi pushed open the door with some suspicion. He stepped into the house and found Hu Ye, the second disciple, sitting on the edge of his bed. Hu Ye didn't know where to get the flower petals and spread them all over the bed. She turned her back to Chen Xianyi to make the bed, as if she hadn't realized that her master teacher had come in. Chen Xianyi, who saw this scene, was also struck by a spermatozoa. He walked forward and hugged Hu Ye's waist behind him. Master, Hu Ye said with some surprise, but she quickly reacted with a flirtatious smile. When did Master become so anxious? The first time around. It's all about y'all taking the initiative. Hu Ye happily turned around and wrapped her arms around her master's neck. Her beautiful eyes narrowed in delight when she felt that her master was so fond of her, and her already prepared self became even more excited. You even said why? Because it's not the first time. Chen Xianyi's eyes were mesmerized as he spoke in a low voice. Before Chen Xianyi could make a move, he saw Hu Ye's exquisite and charmingly stunning face was pasted straight over. At once, the delicate soft touch filled the whole body. along with a charming and enchanting charm fragrance swept over. The aroma on Huya was different from the scent of both disciples. Jiang Ningxian is more youthful and lively, as if full of vigor, as the feeling of first love. Su Dan Ro was the faint fragrance of medicine, or rather the fragrance of green grass, that filled the air above her delicate body, giving people a feeling of relaxation. Huya's, on the other hand, was charming mixed with a hint of absolute charm fragrance. This caused Chen Xianyi to fall in love with her completely. In just a split second, Chen Xianyi's defense was instantly broken by Huya. No longer having a hint of hesitation, Chen Xian once again hugged her tightly before kissing her incomparably deeply. Attached is a picture of the second disciple, which does not exactly match. The final look is based on your own heart. The picture comes from how can you take off your robe and contribute. Again, feel free to contribute below. Contributions office. Review to save your life. What you shouldn't have written didn't get written. Precision stops. Readers stay. Review stays. The time came early in the morning of the second day. Early in the morning, a dozen figures flew in from the outskirts of the Jade Maiden sect. Every one of them, their realm was at the God transformation stage, and the one at the head was even stronger at the Mahayana stage. As soon as these dozen figures approached the outskirts of the Jade Lady sect, they were stopped by the Jade Lady sect's disciples. The disciples in charge of guarding the area were all tense when they saw that the visitors were all strong. If these people came here to do something bad, then they would die without a burial place. However, the Jade Maiden sect was now Lord Shanzun's territory, and they couldn't show cowardice even if the other party was strong. Otherwise that would be a disgrace to his lordship. Stand still. No outsiders are allowed to enter the Jade Maiden sect's territory ahead. The female disciple watching chided. Among that group of a dozen people, the leader was a woman with a fit body. The woman's skin was light black. Her appearance looked like she was in her early 20s. Her features were heroic, and her figure was even taller and more qualitative. Her muscularly beautiful pale black legs were clad in silver white armor. Her musculature hidden from view. The waistline at the abdomen is a perfect fleshy curve. She was clad in bright silver dragon armor and looked majestic and solemn. The fit woman lightly glanced at this Jade Maiden sect disciple with a very disdainful look in her eyes. A mere disciple of the foundation establishment stage dared to be this arrogant to her. It's really bold. However, despite her great displeasure at this, she made no move to force her way in. She was able to tolerate it mainly because he was ordered to do so. She was seen holding a golden paper edict in her hand and reading it aloud. I, the Protectorate Great General Dongfan Laning, have received a handwritten letter from His Majesty summoning Chen Xuanyi to the court for an audience. As she spoke, she condescendingly leaned down to look at those Jade Maiden sect disciples, her expression containing anger. In the face of His Majesty's edict, none of these disciples even knelt to receive the decree? This is too much of a disregard for the emperor. In the face of His Majesty's holy decree, unexpectedly do not kneel. While waiting is to rebel not. Dongfang Laning angrily rebuked, and the pressure of the second level of the Mahayana stage immediately swept away. The empress had said that she would be more respectful to Chen Xuanyi, but she hadn't said that she would give a good face to these mole crickets. Daring to show great disrespect to His Majesty, she must teach these mole crickets a good lesson. This level of pressure was undoubtedly a devastating blow to a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Even if Dongfang Laning suppressed some of it, injuries were inevitable. However, even in the face of this level of threat, the disciple in charge of watching the door still had no intention of stooping down. We eat Lord Shanzuan's salary, serve him all our lives, and kneel only to Lord Shanzuan alone. You guys, Dongfang Laning pointed at them in exasperation and swept the mighty pressure away instantly. Just as that pressure was about to hit the female guardian disciple, another aura enveloped her, blocking back the pressure from Dongfang Laning. Chen Xuanyi slowly appeared in the center of the field with 3 disciples. When it came to combat prowess, Chen Xianyi was now able to fight a transformation god stage cultivator head-on. If you were to fight against a cultivator of the Mahayana stage, you would have to use the system ability. However, it was only a collision between the pressures, and Chen Xuanyi's deep spiritual energy base was still able to fight against it for a short period of time. That's the attitude you have for inviting this seat? Go back and tell your majesty that I won't see him. Thanks to Muggla from the Lion's Yard for the hypnosis charm. Chapter 96. What is the Emperor's old thing? This seat does not see. That's the attitude you have for inviting this seat? Go back and tell your majesty that I won't see him. Chen Xianyi flung his sleeves, his face containing anger as he rebuked. To talk about the Emperor's position in his heart, he might not even be able to achieve an equal position in the past. This equalization means that the Emperor is at the bottom and he is at the top. Only at that time, Chen Xianyi had no intention of meddling in the affairs of the country, and was living on his own. Otherwise it's not certain who will sit as this emperor. This so-called great general was so disrespectful to the people of his power, which undoubtedly caused Chen Xianyi's displeasure. Even that great general had to be thankful that the opponent she had struck out against was not one of Chen Xuani's own disciples. Otherwise, no matter who the other party was, Chen Xuani would have made a move to put them to death. Dongfang Lanning had thought that the Jade Maiden sect's caretaker disciple was already rampant enough, but she had never expected that this Chen Xuani himself would be even more rampant. In the face of His Majesty's summons, he simply told her to get lost. She was also aware of the news that Chen Xuani was able to subdue the Jinnan king. But so what? The Empress could do it as well. At best, Chen Xuani was a bit stronger than the Jinnan king. Moreover, that king of Jinnan was desolate, and it was hard to say how many % of his fighting strength he had. If the Empress hadn't prevented her from making a move, she might not have been unable to defeat the Jinnan king. You dare to disrespect His Majesty. You're looking for. Dongfang Lanning wanted to say that Chen Xuani was looking for death, but she remembered what the Empress had commanded. When facing Chen Xianyi, be sure to have a sincere attitude. Anyone who disrespects him will be killed. Thinking about this, she held her words back, wanting to curse but not being able to do so. She suffocated her already light black face, making it even darker. Chen Xianyi checked the condition of the few watchman disciples and was relieved to see that there were no injuries. Several female disciples looked at Chen Xuani with faces full of excitement. It was worth all the effort just now to be paid so much attention by Lord Superior, and to be able to see Lord Shangzun face a Mahayana stage powerhouse directly with his own eyes. That was far more shocking than hearing about it. It was simply a feast for the eyes. Chen Xuani's gaze shifted and he looked back at Dongfang Lanning. Disrespectful? The emperor of this dynasty has only been on the throne for a few years? When those previous old things saw this throne, which one of them didn't bow and curtsy 3 times and plead with me not to intervene in the fight for the throne? It's been a while. A mere emperor dares to be so arrogant. Sanzhou female emperor ascended to the throne is also a matter of recent years. Previous generations of Emperor Chen Xuani have heard a little bit. Specially come over to visit him is also quite a lot. District Emperor? How dare you call His Majesty that? Aha, piss me off. This general must fight you today. At worst, I'll go back to His Majesty to ask for punishment. Dongfang Lanning gritted her teeth in anger and drew out the 3-meter-long Fangtian painted halberd behind her back. So she was about to charge towards Chen Xuani. Her Majesty the Empress was the goddess in her heart, the most admired existence, possessing a noble temperament unrivaled by any woman. Farsightedness, foresight, and strength, it was her goal in life. The godlike existence in her heart was insulted by Chen Xianyi? She couldn't care less. The dozen or so attendants of the god transformation stage beside Dongfang Lanning stopped her with all their might. Great General, no! His Majesty has instructions not to disrespect Chen Xianyi. You're going to lose your head. Being stopped by a dozen or so spirit transformation stage cultivators, Dongfang Lanning didn't know whether she had come to her senses or couldn't break free. So she was really stopped. Chen Xianyi looked at her with contempt. Not bad looking. Why is he like a mad dog? Xianer, yeah, zwa. Let's go back to cultivate. After saying that, Chen Xianyi turned his head and left without looking back with his 3 disciples, leaving behind Dongfang Lanning and his group. They waited outside dryly. Originally, Chen Xianyi was not interested in dealing with the emperor. Today it came up again. Then he didn't want to see it even more. If the emperor dared to take it out on him, then he would just kill him in passing. As Chen Xianyi returned to the plaza with his disciples, Zhang Ningxian asked his master in surprise. Master, you're really not going. That's an emperor the lord of a state, an existence at the transitional stage, second only to an immortal. Zhang Ningxian had only been alive for 20 years, and had yet to see how master teacher had once faced those big shots. All she knew was that no one dared to provoke her master anymore when she followed him. Chen Xianyi smiled and rubbed her head. What? Xianer, are you afraid? Zhang Ningxian shook his head condescendingly. Che, I'm not even afraid of death, but I'm still afraid of the emperor? But I'm afraid master doesn't love me. He. Her eyes smiled into an adorable crescent moon shape as she hugged her master's arm and pampered herself. Although their master had just contradicted the emperor, none of their 3 disciples were nervous. Huye directly began meditating and practicing in situ, and Su Danro also began alchemy, blithely putting the matter of the party to the back of her mind. After having seen their master's hand, they were certain that the emperors of the 9 states of this world, even if they came together, would probably not be able to take their master. So there's nothing to worry about at all. Alright, stop it. Go help Zoe refine the pills. Chen Xianyi pushed Zhang Ningxian to Su Danro's side. Then he took out the spirit stone, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to absorb the spirit stone. Zhang Ningxian asked to Su Danro, Zoe, what kind of Dan are you going to practice? And you still need my help? Su Danro commanded her to probe her spiritual energy together into the Star Dan furnace. Master teacher is going to break through the Jin Dan stage. and I need to refine a Jindan stage breakthrough pill. If it's an unusual Jindan stage breakthrough Dan, I can make it myself, but it's not quite the same if I'm using it for my master. I don't have enough spiritual energy on my own. Come help me along. With that said, under Su Dan Ro's command, the two of them began to refine the elixir. Chen Xianyi recklessly sucked in the spiritual energy amongst the spirit stones, and at the same time, he also turned on the ability to double his cultivation speed in a short period of time. Those tens of thousands of spirit stones were falling madly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just the blink of an eye, all the lower-grade spirit stones were all consumed by Chen Xianyi. But the realm, however, had only broken through one heavens. This is too much of a cost in spirit stones. If I didn't possess the third disciple's ability, I'm afraid it would be difficult to break through to the first heaven. Chen Xuanyi couldn't help but feel that if he were to allow himself to reach the immortal realm, would he have to scavenge the world's spirit stones? But, although the spirit stones were spent a bit more, the strength was real strong. Geniuses crossing one major realm against their enemies were bullish. He, Chen Xuanyi, could cross 3, and it wasn't even enough. That's just it. More is more, Chen Xuanyi murmured, then took out more medium-grade spirit stones and piled them up. Soon, the medium-grade spirit stones were all absorbed again, and Chen Xianyi had finally arrived at the 9th heavenly realm of the foundation establishment stage. And all of this was only a few minutes later. Any cultivator who wanted to break through, even if they had enough cultivation in their body, it was impossible to break through continuously. But sorry, I, Chen Xianyi, am not an ordinary man. I am the son of heaven's destiny. Chapter 97, Sneakily Spicing Up Master Teacher. Vengeful Dongfang Laning. Chen Xianyi was on the sidelines breaking through his cultivation. Su Dan Ro and Jiang Ningxian helped their masters make pills. Jiang Ningxian held a medicinal herb, full of curiosity, and asked Su Dan Ro, "Zoe, what is this herb for? Can I put it in?" Su Dan Ro twisted her head to look and was shocked, quickly snatching the herbs back. "Not this one. This one is a tonic. If you put it in the breakthrough Dan, it's going to start a big reaction." Oh, Jiang Ningxian nodded. She didn't know anything about the principles of medicinal herbs. She was just helping Sultan Ro to infuse her spiritual energy. Su Dan Ro looked at the tonic in her hand and suddenly felt inspired by eldest sister. "Yeah, if you put this in a potion, master wouldn't be able to find it, right? Over time, the master will probably not be able to stand the loneliness and then he will go after her. That would be the absolute happiest outcome. However, if you put too much in at once, then it's likely to be noticed. Put less in at a time. Keep going many times, and then it's god-awful." With that thought, she moved straight into action. She broke apart a small portion of the herbs and threw it directly into the Dan furnace. Jiang Ningxian's eyes glanced as if he had seen something thrown into the Dan furnace. Did something just fly into the Dan furnace? She asked with some confusion. Sadanzo denied it extremely well. "You're looking at it wrong. No, the potion will be ready soon. Focus." Under Su Dan Ro's reminder, after another moment, a breakthrough Dan that was emitting hot air flew out from the middle of the Dan furnace. Su Dan Ro handed it to Jiang Ningxian. "It's still hot. Help me give it to master." As for why she didn't hand-deliver it, it was mainly because Su Dan Ro was worried that she couldn't hide her small movements from her master. "So, I'll leave it to you to deliver it." Jiang Ningxian took it and handed the elixir to his master. "Oro, it's time to take your medicine." Chen Xianyi's face sank upon hearing this. When the 9 disciples were young, Chen Xuanyi often told them various stories about Blue Star. So much so, that from time to time, their mouths will say things that don't fit into this world. Su Dan Ro nervously watched Chen Xianyi, fearing that Chen Xianyi would discover that she had added something. "I'm afraid it would be hard to explain if we were found out." Under her gaze, Chen Xuanyi received the elixir and took it directly into his mouth without even thinking about it. "Great! Master Teacher surprisingly didn't notice," Su Danru said inwardly in excitement. What she didn't know was that Chen Xianyi had actually discovered it long ago. Chen Xianyi himself was a master alchemist, and besides, Su Danru's alchemy methods were all taught by him. Where there was something wrong, what extra herbs were there? Chen Xian could detect it as soon as he took a whiff of the odor. Seeing as it was an additional tonic, Chen Xianyi thought that it was Su Danro who was planning to experiment with some new prescription, so he cooperated without even thinking about it. Not to mention an extra tonic, even if it's an extra strain of poison. As long as it's refined by a disciple for him, he'll eat it. How could the disciples harm him? If the disciples did betray him one day, then he would have no purpose in living. As the elixir entered his body, Chen Xuanyi began to absorb the last of the top-grade spirit stones. With the infusion of spirit stones as well as the addition of pills, Chen Xianyi's cultivation climbed at an extremely terrifying rate. Raging hurricanes began to roll up all around where he was sitting, stirring up the heaven and earth because of his breakthrough. the sky quickly filled with dense cumulus clouds, and thunderbolts like swimming dragons rolled through the clouds as if they were about to split down at any moment. The outskirts of the Jade Lady sect. Dongfang Lanning anxiously paced in midair, because Qin Xianyi had said that he refused to come out of the mountain. So much so that the disciples guarding the Jade Maiden sect would not allow her to enter the sect to look for Qin Xianyi at all. What about this? Chen Xuanyi is gone. I can't fail the mission His Majesty gave me. If I can't even do this little thing, then what use does His Majesty have for a great general like me? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, and the more anxious she became, the less she could see Qin Xianyi. If it was a matter of breaking in hard, these few disciples alone wouldn't be able to stop her, but that would definitely cause Qin Xianyi's resentment even more, and then the mission would completely go down the drain. Just then, the attendant accompanying her said, "General, why don't we pretend to leave, and afterward you find an opportunity to sneak into the clan? With your ability, no one in this clan will be able to spot you, I'm sure." Dongfang Lan Ying's brows furrowed as he listened. Let this general do the stealing. Impossible. Absolutely not. The squire advised respectfully. General, think about how His Majesty would react if we returned without success. It's important to put His Majesty's community first. Dongfang Lanning fantasized about the results of his unproductive efforts. The Empress sat on the high dragon chair and looked at her with a cold and arrogant expression of incomparable dislike, and then her beautiful feet, which were wearing high heels, viciously kicked her on the door of her head. Then she could only kneel on the ground, hugging His Majesty's long, well-proportioned legs and begging for mercy. Aha! Looks pretty good. Ah no, no way. How can I disappoint Her Majesty? His Majesty was the person she respected the most, and her ideal goal had to be to impress His Majesty. It's not impossible. Gee, never mind. I'll just do this. Oriental Lanning finally chose to compromise. This fellow, Chen Xianyi, is really good at embarrassing me. I'll take this revenge. Dongfang Lanning chanted, her expression exasperated. She turned away with her entourage until after she had disappeared from everyone's sight. She spun around and stomped her legs hard in the air, her well-proportioned musculature rippling and surging out like an explosion. A cyclone of airbursts then streaked through the air. No one had a clear view of her figure, as if she had disappeared from everyone's sight in a mere flickering moment. This was the strength of the Mahayana stage, second only to the emperor-like absolute ability. The squire who had suggested the idea murmured, "Can this be considered infiltration? It doesn't matter, as long as we can successfully ask Qin Xianyi to come out." The top of the Jade Lady Sect's mountain, Dongfang Lanning secretly landed next to Chen Xuanyi's great hall. She concealed her breath, then swung her hands over the wall and peeked out into the square. At this moment, Chen Xuanyi had just reached a critical juncture in his breakthrough. Electricity flashed and thundered in the cumulus-filled sky, as if it was about to produce a thunderbolt at any moment. What? This heaven and earth anomaly was caused by Chen Xuanyi? The foundation establishment stage breaking through the Jindan stage can trigger a heavenly mind calamity? This can't be possible. She had thought that the cumulus clouds in this area were normal, but she hadn't realized that they were caused by people. Chapter 98 Breaking Through Jindan Stage. Accumulated Thunder Tribulation. Normal cultivators would normally begin to have the appearance of thunder tribulation when they broke through to the ferrying stage at the Mahayana stage. Some of the top talented cultivators, merging to break through the Mahayana would have. But how could there be a thunderbolt for a foundation stage breakthrough? What are you fixing here? It's a little too anticlimactic. Moreover, that cultivator Chen Xuanyi who was able to kill the Jinnan king, how come he's only a cultivator at the foundation stage? This is too strange. Dongfang Lanning only felt that she had received too much news at once, and her head was about to explode. She shook her head violently, putting it all behind her. Her mission was only to bring Chen Xuanyi to the palace. Other things did not need to be considered by her. Chen Xianyi focused on gathering the spiritual energy within his body, refining the contained spiritual energy in his qi into a golden elixir, refining qi, drawing qi into the body, refining essence and transforming qi, refining qi and transforming God. The sea of qi in the body takes on the shape of qi. Foundation establishment. This realm first transformed the spiritual energy within the qi into liquid spiritual energy. Then it was to condense the foundation and strengthen the body. The change of the Jindan is that the sea of qi in the body is refined into a sphere of spiritual energy, commonly known as the Jindan. And there are many kinds of changes in the Jindan stage. For example, the first few heavens need to first gather spiritual energy together to visualize the gathering of Dan. After that it has to be shaped, and finally there is the Dan change. However, Chen Xianyi had no problem doing all of these because he had broken through once. When he broke through to Jindan at the foundation establishment stage, the advantage of doing so was that his strength at the first Jindan stage was going to be comparable to his own sixth heaven or even above. The only ones who could go up against him at this level of strength would be high-level anti-virtual realm cultivators. Chen Xianyi also noticed the lightning accumulating in the sky at this time. It can't be. There's a thunderbolt this early? The last time he cultivated with a thunder tribulation, he was still at the transformation of God stage. I didn't expect to be here so early this time. Jin Dan, become. Chen Xianyi stifled a grunt, and when he once again peered into his body with his divine sense, the spiritual power Dan body was already floating in the middle of his dantian. Most of the Dan bodies condensed by normal Jin Dan cultivators would show a color, such as gold, or show red, blue, etc., based on their spiritual roots. On the other hand, Chen Xuanyi's Dan body was a multicolored color, while also emitting an extremely dazzling light. This was a never-before-heard situation, a reaction to the concentration and refinement of the essence of the Dan body to the extreme. Majestic and strong auras burst out from Chen Xianyi's body, sweeping out in all directions. The thunderbolt above the dome of the sky did not strike down, but instead stopped back inching. This was just an omen, and it was estimated that the next time he broke through a great realm, the thunder tribulation should come. Dongfang Lanning was picking at the corner of the wall. Her eyes glazed over in surprise as she watched this scene. The pressure that erupted from Chen Xianyi's breakthrough just now was at least at the void returning realm, although a return to void realm cultivator was nothing great. The problem was that the other party was displaying it at the Jindan stage. What would happen if this allowed Chen Xianyi to really break through to return to void? Who's there? Chen Xianyi suddenly alerted to where she was. A hand blade swiftly slashing towards where she was. Dongfang Lanning subconsciously reached out to block, and the sound of a hand blade hitting armor rang out. Boom! The sound passed. Dongfang Lanning looked down at her small arm and noticed that a crack had been made in the armor by the strike. No way. The bright silver dragon armor rewarded by His Majesty is an earth-rank treasure. I usually can't wear WoW. It's all broken. Had she known that Chen Xianyi's attack was so strong, she would have dodged it. She murmured in her mind, and seeing that she had been discovered, she stopped hiding and stepped out from behind the wall. As soon as Chen Xian saw that it was her, he immediately guessed that the other party had sneaked in and laughed lightly. Weren't you quite godly just now? Why did you start doing the chicken stealing thing this time? Dongfang Lanning was furious upon hearing this, and gestured in defense at Chen Xianyi. What do you mean by stealing chickens and dogs? Was breaking in without anyone else noticing. The three disciples all covered their foreheads after hearing this. There's a difference between that and sneaking in. This general of the Sanzhou kingdom was unexpectedly hard-mouthed plus arrogant. Let's not talk about that. This general is looking for you on a matter of business. Name your terms. How are you willing to follow me to the palace? Dongfang Lanning clasped her arms and said with some reluctance. Chen Xianyi had just broken through the first heaven of the Jindan stage and was in a great mood. And when he saw that the other party had taken the initiative to soften up, he had a plan in mind. Not that it wouldn't work. You belittled the disciples within my sect and uttered insults, so take the initiative to apologize to this seat and this seat will consider it. He said he was thinking about it, but he didn't agree to actually go. It was hard to come across a martial artist like Dongfang Lanning with a one-track mind, so what a pity not to tease him a bit. As soon as Chen Xianyi's words fell, Dongfang Lanning was unexpectedly dry. Okay, now, promise? Chen Xianyi was very surprised by this. With the brief contact with Dongfang Lanning, he could tell that the other party was of a very condescending character. It seemed that no one but the emperor could get into her eyes. Getting such a person to voluntarily apologize should be a very unacceptable insult to such a character. This seat hasn't finished yet, and has to apologize to those disciples you insulted, Chen Xianyi added. Hearing this, Dongfang Lanning was instantly anxious. What? You're asking me to apologize to those mole crickets? No way. The natural strength that Chen Xuanyi had displayed had already been recognized by her, so in her eyes, Chen Xuanyi was strong. Groveling to the powerful seemed acceptable to her, but to apologize to those who were less than her, that's not okay. So that's how it is? Chen Xianyi quickly guessed what was in her heart. Then apologize to this seat first. This seat will see how sincere you are, Chen Xianyi said with a bad smile. Dongfang Lanning walked in front of Chen Xian's body, but her eyes were looking at the sky. She bowed with a bit of a squirm. Swallow the patch. She said it in extremely rapid speech. Chen Xianyi didn't even hear what she said. What are you talking about? Dongfang Lanying's brows were furrowed and the corners of her lips were biting together. To the patch. She slowed her speech slightly. Chen Xianyi still didn't hear it, and with some impatience, he turned his head and left. Sleepy it. Xianer helped master back to take a nap. Jiang Ningxian quickly ran over. Disciple is here. Seeing that Chen Xianyi was really going to leave, Dongfang Lanning immediately became anxious and finally shouted out loudly. I'm sorry, please, if I don't fulfill His Majesty's will, I'll be high-heeled. No, will be punished. Oriental Lanning said in a somewhat pleading tone. Chen Xianyi finally heard her apology, and only then did he turn back around with satisfaction. Sure enough, it's really rewarding to have someone with such a stubborn personality voluntarily admit their faults. Chapter 99 Angry Dongfang Lanning. Fourth disciple's handwritten letter. After accepting Dongfang Lanying's apology, Chen Xuanyi called for those disciples who were in charge of the guards again. In Chen Xianyi's opinion, the disciples should also be of equal status, and since they had been insulted, they should likewise accept the apology. Otherwise it's not fair. Dongfang Lanning, had an extraordinarily cold and arrogant look in her eyes as she looked at the several foundation establishment stage disciples, and came close to belittling them as worthless. A bunch of mole crickets dare to be in front of this general. Beware of this general. As soon as Chen Xianyi saw her attitude, he started yawning again. Oops, why is this seat sleepy again? That's a timely snooze for you. Dongfang Lanying's teeth itched with anger and changed her words. Beware of this general making peace with you, she said through clenched silver teeth. The voice caused goosebumps to rise on the bodies of those few guarding disciples. If you really can't, you might as well stop apologizing. I'm afraid you'll suffer internal injuries. It was then that he saw Dongfang Lanning extend her hand and shake a few of the guarding disciples, as if she had apologized. A few of the guarding disciples looked flattered. They had never imagined that they would one day be voluntarily recognized by a Mahayana stage cultivator. Cultivators of this level, that were like giants, opening up the heavens and the earth. Omnipotent. This kind of existence, to take the initiative to shake their hands and apologize? That's so cool. Their Lord Superior was surprisingly able to rule a cultivator of this level into submission without having to make a move. It's just so admirable to them. After apologizing, Dongfang Lanying's eyes were all red as she rushed towards Chen Xianyi. Okay, can we go now? Chen Xianyi said carelessly. Well, given your good behavior, this seat has decided after deep and careful consideration. No go. Oriental Lanning. You're playing me. She had come to the brink of a complete breakdown. Her pale black skin was red warm with anger. Today, even if it was against the Empress' will, she would still fight Chen Xuanyi to vent her anger. Her feet stomped on the ground, and the entire plaza floor was instantly shaken out with cracks like spider webs. The entire mountain trembled with it. Chen Xianyi was also instantly alert, his right hand ready to unleash the invincible strike of the day. He didn't want to meet any emperor, then no one could invite him if he came. This is the capital after he is invincible. Only do what he wants to do as he pleases, free and easy. But just as Chen Xianyi's gaze was focused on her, he suddenly saw an envelope fall from somewhere in her armor. The envelope was interspersed with a feather, and that feather looked extremely familiar to Chen Xuanyi. It seems that the Oriental Orchiding put it on her body, and just now it shook out when she moved. What is that piece of paper? Chen Xianyi instantly became serious and asked earnestly. Hearing this, Oriental Lanning picked up the piece of paper. This was given to me by His Majesty as a handwritten message from your fourth disciple. What? Chen Xian was startled upon hearing this, and with an extremely terrifyingly swift flash, he came to snatch it from in front of her. The aura above was even more chilling. Dongfang Lanning did not realize that if she had made a move to confront Chen Xuanyi, she might have actually died here. Once Chen Xianyi's invincible strike was unleashed, even Chen Xianyi himself could not retract it. Hooray for this dropped envelope that terminated the start of this battle. Dongfang Lanning was also someone who had seen big scenes, but she was shocked by the scene she had just seen. The Chen Xuanyi just now had extreme power erupting from his body, giving her the feeling that if she stopped it, she would fall on the spot. Why didn't you tell me earlier if there was such a thing? Chen Xianyi asked as he anxiously unwrapped the note. Dongfang Lanning bristled. His Majesty did say he would show this to you. Humph. But this general feels that His Majesty's golden paper edict carries more weight, which uses what secret letter? As Chen Xianyi's three personal disciples listened to this great general's words, they all had the feeling in their hearts that the country was going to die. Come on, is there no one at the court? Send such a guy. But anyone who is reliable would have shown the secret letter to the master first, right? Chen Xianyi quickly opened the envelope, and she first saw the feather clipped on top. When he was young, Chen Xuanyi had told his disciples the story of the romance of the three kingdoms. The fourth disciple was the most mesmerized by what she heard, grinding on Chen Xuanyi every day to make her a feather fan. Chen Xuanyi, most favored disciple, killed an unknown number of divine beasts, took the essence of the feathers, made a grade straight to the immortal realm of the feather fan treasures. Give her to play. The fourth disciple was born with a 10,000 dharma heavenly body, and his root bone was a spiritual wisdom heavenly root, and he was extremely intelligent. Chen Xuanyi then taught her the art of formations and realized the mysteries of the world's workings. The fourth disciple even showed excellent talent in this area, being able to divine all things in the world at a young age, as if he knew everything and was omniscient. and pinned to this envelope was a feather from the feather fan Chen Xianyi had given her. Chen Xianyi excitedly grabbed the envelope and read every word on it very cherishingly. The three disciples also gathered around their master teacher and looked over attentively. Master, long time no see. I'm sure Yao. If disciples' math is correct, you should have gone to live in the Jade Maiden sect with Yi Muyun by now after executing the entire Sikong clan. Sister Muyun, she's quite nice, even though I've only met her a few times. I can feel it. Xianer, she's alright. Yeah, you should have grown into a big girl too. I don't know if you can bear it, master ///////. The back is blacked out. Far from it. There's so much I want to say to master. I accidentally went off topic. In short, the disciple is now in the Tsangzhou palace. Very safe. And the empress treats me generously, with preferential treatment as a state teacher. By the time master received this handwritten letter, disciple may have already left Tsangzhou, but when disciple was leaving, he left something for you at the palace. So remember to read it. Disciple divined a fortune some time ago that we should meet soon, so too much to say. Let's talk about it when we meet. Fourth disciple Huisher Yao stay, smiley face. In the corner of the envelope, where the feather was originally inserted, a paragraph was added. This feather was added because I was worried that master teacher wouldn't recognize my handwriting and think it was a forgery. Master teacher shouldn't forget it, right? How could Chen Xianyi forget the handwriting of his disciples? Everything that his disciples liked, every bit of their lives, he remembered it in his heart. Looking at the familiar handwriting, Chen Xianyi's feelings of longing burst out with difficulty in concealing them. It wasn't hard to guess that this letter was written by the fourth disciple not long after Chen Xuanyi had executed the entire Sikong clan. At that time, she had already guessed that she would go along with Yi Muyun to live in the Jade Maiden sect. Only, there was one thing that Chen Xianyi, who had finished reading the letter, was very puzzled about. Why didn't the fourth disciple come to find himself when he clearly knew his whereabouts? Instead, you're going further afield? Of course, that doesn't rule out disciples being coerced by the emperor or something. Since he had this doubt, it was all the more reason for Chen Xianyi to make a trip to the palace, not only to check what the fourth disciple had left her, but likewise to find out if the fourth disciple had been coerced. If so, he would let the current emperor perish, along with all of his loved ones. Thank you, Su Qingnian, for sending me the reminder charm. Chapter 100, Decorating the Jade Maiden Sect, Departing the Imperial Capital. It really is Shiyao's handwriting, Zhang Ningxian took the envelope and looked at it carefully. Hu Yaya made a thoughtful gesture and mused. It's bizarre that she knows the whereabouts of her master yet she doesn't come to us. Fourth senior sister. It's not possible that he was coerced by the empress and sent to the frontier, is it? Hu Yaya has always planned things for the worst. Satana shook her head. With fourth senior sister's ability, it shouldn't be. She's very smart. Trying to control her is harder than catching a mosquito. Unless she volunteered to go for whatever reason. But, what reason could be worthy of making the fourth senior sister even be able to put her search for her master on the back burner? The three disciples each speculated about the whereabouts of the fourth disciple, but ultimately they were still clueless. Since I can't figure it out, I'll go and take a look to find out, Chen Xian said as soon as he got up and flew into the air. The three disciples followed similarly, and the four of them directly began to rush without saying a word. It gave Dongfang Lan a confused look. I've used so many ways to ask you to come out, but I can't, and even the Empress's edict can't move you. A letter from this disciple invited you? How much do you love your disciples? Spoiled disciple frenzy. It turns out that Chen Xianyi is such a person. If she'd known this would work, she wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. Dongfang Lan flew over in a hurry. Wait a minute. How do you guys know where it is if I don't lead the way? Chen Xianyi reached out to stop her. You wait. Trampled my floor and you want to leave like that? Lay it out for me and come back. Oriental Lan, you're asking me, a great general, to lay floor tiles for you? You don't have to humiliate people like that. And it's all because of you that I'm pissed off and stepped on the floor tiles. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Dongfang Lan stubbornly said, though she said this kind of thing so many times today, and all of them ended up doing it under Chen Xianyi's coercion. The crowd had already flown out of the Jade Maiden sect's boundaries by now, and the dozen or so attendants who had come with Dongfang Lan hurriedly came over to Dongfang Lan to dissuade her. Great General, we're about to invite Chen Xianyi to come out. We mustn't make any mistakes. Yes, after enduring for a while and bringing Chen Xuanyi to the palace even if it's over. Count on us to please you, or else we'll all be punished if the Empress blames us. How about this? We'll accompany you to pave the way. It's faster that way. Dongfang Lan was surrounded by her attendants to dissuade her, and for a moment, she was unable to retort. After all, if her momentary impulse caused everyone to suffer along with her, then she would blame herself for it. I'm so convinced. I should never have come to this place. Surname Chen. Piss me off. I'll lay it. Lay it, won't I? With that, Dongfang Laning turned around and left. The dozen or so attendants breathed a long sigh of relief and hurried to follow. Chen Xuanyi shouted at the few people flying away. Since there are so many people, then remember to renovate the walls and fix the mountain along with them. When Dongfang Laning heard these words, she almost didn't fall out of the air. What's with the extra live ones? This time, those who came with Dongfang Lanyings were at the lowest realm of the god transformation stage. Just like that, an extremely bizarre scene appeared at the top of the Jade Maiden Sex Mountain. A dozen or so high-ranking cultivators at the god transformation stage and a top-level cultivator at the Mahayana stage were laying slabs on the Jade Maiden clan's mountain. It was no exaggeration to say that with a team of this level, if sent out to fight, it would be more than enough to destroy a few clans and stir up a side of power. As a result, they were all now laying the floor for Chen Xianyi in unison. This scene gave Yi Muyun a straight face. My goodness, what kind of decorator has he hired for his subordinate? A decorator in the Mahayana period? However, the Lord Superior had gotten it, so she would just supervise the work. By the way, hey, lay it properly, the floor is cracked, and the mountains over there, they were all shattered by you just now. Remember to replenish them with spiritual energy. This indoor spa should be able to be rebuilt so that more spiritual energy can be gathered. Yi Muyun commanded while waving her hand at Chen Xianyi, gesturing that this side would just be left to her. Chen Xianyi smiled and nodded. Having Yi Muyun at home was simply too reassuring, and so, the Jade sect came to a superb renovation with the help of this group of. Even the whole mountain was reinforced. Chen Xianyi, on the other hand, led his disciples and headed to the imperial capital first, the royal capital of Tsangzhou state, located in the northernmost part of Tsangzhou. The two continents closest to Tsangzhou were divided into the demon state in the north, and the weapon state in the west. The Wakizu territory is best known for its trade and artisans, and its uniquely developed technology. Things that are now common in the metaphysical world and do not fit into the products of this world originated in the Ware state. Of course, many inventions were once inspired by Chen Xianyi. However, it's useless to just have an idea. To build it, you still have to rely on your own country's technological heritage. This was why Chen Xianyi's idea could only be developed out in the Ware state. Because of the Ware state's focus on trade, so much so that the monarchs of that continent almost never initiate wars, which results in the Tsangzhou state having few defenses against the Ware state. The reason why the Tsangzhou kingdom had located its imperial capital in the northern part of Tsangzhou was for the purpose of the Son of Heaven guarding the gates of the country against the possible invasion of the demon race. In recent years, the Dragon Emperor of the demon state has taken office. The Dragon Emperor is young, and the internal polity of the demon race is even more chaotic, so it is difficult to just stabilize the domestic situation, let alone to go on foreign conquests. This, coupled with the Tsangzhou Empress's intention to ease the relationship between the two countries, led to a brief period of peace. Only this peace. I wonder how long it will last. Master, I'm tired. You carry me. Above the sky dome, Jiang Ningxian hugged his master's arm and pampered himself. They had traveled a long way from the southernmost part of the Tsangzhou kingdom to the northernmost part. Although Chen Xianyi now had the ability to fly, even faster than the disciples, but they still had no mount to lead the way. It's inevitably a bit boring if you're just flying by yourself. Looks like the idea of finding a mount will have to be put on the agenda soon, Chen Xianyi thought in his heart. In the face of Jiang Ningxian's pampering, Chen Xianyi flatly refused. How old are you to be shy? No. Jiang Ningxian continued to pester his master. Master, I want either. I want it. Please, give it to Xianer, just carry it for a while. Master. Hu Yeye and Su Danro both couldn't help but cover their ears. It's mushy. A few hours later, the sky outside the imperial capital. Four figures were seen, slowly driving in towards the imperial capital. At the head of the group was none other than Chen Xianyi. Chen Xianyi landed at the city gates with his disciples. Jiang Ningxian jumped down from his master's back and stretched, full of pain. Woohoo! It's so cozy. It's pretty much memorized. Chapter 101, Composite Stage Blocking the Road. Forcing this seat to kill in personally? Eldest sister, aren't you shy about sticking to master teacher like this? Hu Yeye surprisingly looked at eldest sister with some envy. She also wanted to ride on her master's head and then put something against him to amuse him. 2. Jiang Ningxian said carelessly. Why do I see a full measure of envy in those fox eyes of yours? Well, after all, with a body as heavy as yours, master can't carry it anymore. As she spoke, she looked at Hu Yeye's peaks with a teasing expression. Su Danru couldn't help but spit. Are you mocking her or complimenting her? Chen Xianyi clapped his hands, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Okay, let's go into town. When he thought that his fourth disciple might be within the palace, Chen Xianyi was all of a sudden in a state of great anticipation. I wonder what the fourth disciple has grown into now. I still remember that the fourth disciple was born as a child with white hair. Even his eyelashes were white. Her forehead was white and full. Her eyes were watery and large, and her pupils turned in a bunch of ghostly directions. It was the eldest disciple who had to be the most rowdy as a child. But the difference was that the eldest disciple was always good at finding traces of what he was doing. Simply put, it's not a brain. But the fourth disciple tossed up, making it difficult for Chen Xianyi to even realize it sometimes. Chen Xianyi could be tossed around by his fourth disciple as a child. I don't know if it's quieter when you're older. Recalling the past, Chen Xianyi also took a step towards the city. The wall of the imperial capital was nearly 30 meters high, and from below it looked as magnificent as a swimming dragon coiled around it. In the world of immortal cultivation, ordinary city walls were already difficult to achieve defense. And the reason why there was still a city wall was because it played the role of the eye of the formation. Once the great battle was opened, the formations contained in the city walls were activated together and could wrap the entire city. As for the imperial capital's wall formation, it was unable to cause any damage except for the attack of a cultivator at the ferrying stage. Just as Chen Xianyi's front foot was about to step inside the city gates, originally careless, he suddenly felt a strong killing intent. This killing intent swept from within the city gates, and a double-edged blade was seen whistling as it flew towards where Chen Xianyi was. The potential energy that erupted from this double-edged blade was at least the work of a harmonization stage cultivator. Without much time to think, Chen Xianyi gathered spiritual energy around his body and blasted out a great Sun Yin-Yang fist at that double-edged blade. The two attacks collided together in the sky, and the double-edged blade was then knocked to the ground. It could be seen that the other party did not use their full strength. Otherwise Chen Xianyi's strike would have no problem dealing with the cultivators of the Return to Void realm. But the harmonization stage would have to use that strongest strike. Who is it? Seeing that someone was making a move towards him without saying a word, Chen Xuanyi rebuked the city. Soon, a figure flew out of the city and picked up the double-edged sword that had fallen to the ground. This was a burly man nearly 2 meters tall with dark skin, clad in heavy armor like Dongfang Lanning, with solemn eyes. He raised the double-edged blade in his hand and pointed it at Chen Xuanyi as he shouted angrily, "I am the Kyoto Guardian, Dongfang Chenghua, and you must be Chen Xuanyi, cultivating your own forces within Sangzhou without His Majesty's permission, monopolizing the collection of spirit minerals without paying tribute. Any one of these is enough to convict you of treason. I won't let you into the city with a traitor like you." From early this morning, he had waited here early just to intercept Chen Xuanyi here. What Chen Xianyi is doing is undoubtedly not violating the sovereignty of this country. What a supreme being! This Sangzhou kingdom can only have one ruler, the Empress. As for whether or not Chen Xianyi was as godly as rumored, only a fight could determine that. By not paying tribute, the Eastern Efficacy Kingdom should be referring to the several spirit or veins that the Jade Maiden sect had explored. In the past, although this kind of vein belonged to the clan to be mined, a portion of it had to be handed over as a percentage to the Empress. Ever since Chen Xianyi defeated the other sect masters and these veins were taken over by the Jade Maiden sect, all the spirit ore produced was given to Chen Xianyi. Not a drop was left for the court. The mineral veins controlled by the Jade Maiden sect did not occupy the entire southern region of Sangzhou, but the percentage was an extremely terrifying number. The spirit mine was again the most important resource for cultivators, and for Chen Xuanyi to monopolize it in such a way was truly unacceptable to any country. But what did this have to do with Chen Xianyi? Come and beat me up if you can. Your emperor invited this seat to come out, and now he's stopping this seat outside. What exactly is the meaning of this? Is it forcing the seat to kill him personally? Chen Xianyi pursued with a cold voice, his eyes very sharp. It's as if he's really thinking seriously about this. If it wasn't for the fact that there was the whereabouts of the fourth disciple, Chen Xuanyi would not have said anything to come. But now, you just let him go and he won't go. This palace, he had to break in today. Dongfang Effect Guo shouted at Chen Xianyi. This matter has nothing to do with His Majesty. It was done by me alone. Once Chen Xian heard this, he ran through the thoughts in his head. If the Empress hadn't instructed him to do so, then Dongfang Effect Guo was 80% the same as Dongfang Lanning, belonging to the type of subordinate that was deathly loyal to the Empress. Then again, they both have similar names and similar skin tones, so it's a safe bet that they're siblings or something. Thinking of this, Chen Xuanyi couldn't help but take some interest in the female emperor of the current dynasty as well. What kind of person was the empress of the dynasty that could make one subordinate after another follow her to the death? Of course, one could not rule out the possibility that the empress had sent someone over to show off her strength by giving him a hard time. Chen Xianyi, take your life. Dongfang Effect was tiger body moved, his entire body like a cannonball as he rushed towards Chen Xianyi. As soon as Chen Xian saw the scene, he couldn't help but frown. If we were to deal with him with the strength we currently had, it would indeed still be a bit difficult. Is it only possible to use the invincible strike? Chen Xianyi's right hand gradually began to converge on the setting sun, just as he intended to contain today's invincible strike within it. Suddenly a feminine chortle rang out of the air. "Stop it! You're crazy!" At the same time that the voice came out, there was also an attack that blocked Chen Xuani's body at the same time. He saw Dongfang Laning, who was clad in bright silver dragon armor, land at speed and block in front of Chen Xuani's body. Only then did Chen Xianyi retract that attack. Dongfang Laning walked to Dongfang Effect Gua's body, and then she was seen to make a checkmate and slap Dongfang Effect Gua directly in the face. "Brother, are you stupid? You dare to stop the man His Majesty has summoned? Do you know how much effort I went through to invite Chen Xianyi out? I've been slating him for a whole square." If she let her stupid brother get angry with Chen Xianyi, she still didn't know how she was going to ask Chen Xianyi to come out again. She doesn't want to be doing hard labor anymore. Dongfang Effect Gua, a huge man who was 2 meters tall, was jumped up and beaten by his own sister and didn't even dare to fight back. Thanks to selective fill-in-the-blank for the inspiration capsule. Thank you to Tuan Muliang, who loves Ponya, for the inspiration capsule. Thank you for the hypnosis charm sent by you. Finally didn't look back. Thank you all so much for your support. Chapter 102, The Pugnacious Siblings. First visit to the imperial capital. There was even a look of resignation and mistake-like expression. Twisting and squirming, she stood in place, completely devoid of the glowing appearance she had just faced Chen Xianyi. But Chen Xianyi, he intentionally plotted against. Dongfang Laning gave her another slap on the top of her head. That I understand. But isn't the final decision still up to His Majesty? Aren't you also committing treason by doing this now? By blatantly disobeying the decree? After she said that, as if she wasn't relieved, she added several more slaps to the top of her brother's head. Dongfang Effect Gua didn't even know how many slaps he had received in this moment, and the top of his head was almost swollen, but there's just no sign of a rebuttal at all. I was wrong, sister. He even apologized. Chen Xianyi was dumbfounded as he watched the scene. How can she be so cruel to her own brother? Jiang Ningxian even subconsciously rubbed the top of his head. Are these two siblings always so tough? And this sister is too strong, isn't she? She hugged Hu Yayet and Su Danro beside her. Still, you guys are good. You never laid a hand on senior sister me. Sedanzo grimaced. It's not like I don't have a slap in the face if you try to steal food. Jiang Ningxian involuntarily shivered upon hearing this. On the other side, after Dongfang Laning had finished lecturing her brother, she turned around and walked over to Chen Xianshi and said without a trace of anger, "I've finished laying the floor tiles. I've repaired the mountain. And I've even given the clan 2 more new cultivation measures within the clan. Are you satisfied?" Chen Xianyi nodded in satisfaction. "You've been so kind to this seat. This seat is embarrassed to pick you off." Dongfang Lanying's brows furrowed and she stomped her feet in anger. "And you know you're punking me. Convinced? And don't think too much about it. I'm not doing this for you either. It's to fulfill His Majesty's will. Hurry up and get into town," she urged, pushing Chen Xianyi behind her. "We can't let Chen Xianyi back out. Once inside the city, it would not be something Chen Xianyi could run away from if he wanted to." With the crisis lifted, Chen Xuani didn't stay any longer and entered the city with the guidance of Dongfang Laning, with the 3 disciples following similarly. Entering the city, a scene of bustling activity greeted him. After the Sangzhou female emperor ascended to the throne, she has not waged war on foreign countries, and has much commerce with other countries, and there is good governance within the imperial capital. Even on both sides of the street, one could see cultivators of the demon race, walking back and forth. This is a scene that would have been unthinkable in the past. Huyaya subconsciously held her master's hand. The sight of it brought back some memories of the past to her with a sour heart. If that time, there could be this scene too. Is it that her parents wouldn't have to die? As if he had sensed her state of mind, Chen Xianyi gripped her hand just as hard for comfort. Wow, there's delicious food. As soon as they entered the city, before they could rest for a while, Jiang Ningxian's eyes were attracted by the street food. Huyaya was similarly attracted to the roadside stalls selling demonic specialties. Sedanzo similarly picked out glasses from where stayed at the booth. When Dongfang Laning saw the group stop, she looked at Chen Xuani somewhat helpfully. That seemed to say, hurry up and go. Don't make a mess before you go to the palace. However, Chen Xianyi had always favored his disciple the most, and at this time, he naturally spread his hands at Dongfang Laning before pulling out the spirit stones and following his disciple to pay. When Jiang Ningxian bought food, he only took a bite himself and ended up throwing it to his master. In no time, Chen Xianyi's hands were full of things. The crowd didn't look like they had come to meet the emperor, but more like they had come to visit. The imperial capital covered a large area, gathering the vast majority of the country's economic gains, and if one were to stroll around like this, one day would not be enough. Seeing this, Dongfang Laning couldn't afford to leave Chen Xuani and the others just outside, so she had to act as a tour guide. After all, if Qin Xianyi and the others made a mess in the imperial capital, she would be responsible. Sister Laning, how hot it is for you to wear your armor all the time. Come try on the dress. Jiang Ningxian dragged her and entered a clothing store. Resistance was written all over Oriental Lan Ying's face. No, it's not for me. Her mouth resisted, but she was honest on the inside. Just got pulled into the clothing store and changed into a skimpy top. Beneath the short skirt revealed her long, beautifully tanned legs with well-muscled legs that had little to no fat on them and muscular lines that outlined unique curves. The white top is gently lifted to reveal the waistline embedded in the abdomen, full of healthy beauty. Huya looked at her who had changed her clothes and realized that it was surprisingly good-looking. Oh, dark-skinned beauty. Master, do you like this style? She rested her head on her master's shoulder and said in a seductive voice. Before Qin Xianyi could even utter a comment, Dongfang Laning was unexpectedly shy and hurriedly ducked back to change back into her armor. At the same time, he also said angrily to Qin Xianyi, "Horny bastard, what are you looking at?" With that, she walked out of the store in a huff. Although she was outwardly angry, the corners of her mouth were vaguely curled into a smile as she thought back to how she looked when she changed into her beautiful clothes. It's quite nice to dress up once in a while. It's just a bit of bad luck for Qin Xianyi to see it. Although Qin Xianyi was incredibly handsome, but he had screwed her over so miserably, he couldn't raise a bit of good feelings at all. After browsing through the clothing store, the disciples took Dongfang Laning to several more stores. Passing in front of a store selling men's robes, several disciples stopped and together they chose clothes for their master. Jiang Ningxian, master looks good in red, and it's best to show your abs again. Like this. With that said, she changed her master into a red top that would show her abs and chest, as if it was a costume only found in demon tribes. Su Danro shook her head and chose a purple robe for her master, which was as handsome as it could be. Your one is too colorful. The purple one is better. Jiang Ningxian was unconvinced. Red. Sedanzo, purple. The two argued and finally had to look to Huya, who again knew the most about dressing. To judge, Huya cupped her face and said in a somewhat demented manner, "If you ask me, it's best if you don't wear it." Jiang Ningxian, Sedanzo, what kind of outfit is that? How can Huya be so unreliable at this point in time? But, seems like it would be nice if you really didn't wear it. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ningxian and Su Danro didn't retort either, and the three disciples seemed to have reached an extremely strange consensus at this time. The Oriental Orchiding who was looking at the side was confused. Your master and disciple, you know each other through the right channels, don't you? How come it feels like your relationship is a little bit ambiguous and not too serious? Why don't you all ask for my master's opinion? Qin Xianyi had a red face and was somewhat embarrassed himself. Letting master be naked. You guys really want to do it too. Chapter 103, Qin Xianyi, you salty pig hands. Mind your own business. After being carefully selected by the three disciples, Qin Xianyi changed into a plain white Chinese robe. Naturally, you can't really be naked. After browsing through the clothing stores, the crowd browsed through the other stores, experiencing all of the royal capital's entertainment programs briefly. Ended up having dinner on the street and listening to the commentary along the way. Just listen to the storyteller talking on stage. Today, we are going to talk about the Divine Supreme's battle against the gods, demons, and true immortals. To say that a supreme genius was born in that mediocre ravine, breaking through the Jindan at the age of 10, transforming into a god at the age of 20, returning to the void at the age of 100, and multiplying at the age of 1,000. Nay, the supreme physique was spied on by the immortals. A battle for the ages was fought for 100 days and 100 nights above the celestial dome. It was called a blackout. The result of this great battle is, as Qin Xianyi listened to the storyteller's energetic speech and singing, he guessed the ending behind it without having to listen. It was the supreme being of heaven who lost. As for his own name and the name of the evil true immortal being changed, it was because the storyteller had embellished it. Mortals only know that in order not to hurt the mortal world in that battle, the supreme being only flew to meet the battle closest to the celestial dome. The world went dark for a full 100 days without seeing the sun because of that battle. People thought that the end of the world had gripped the world. 100 days later, the sky saw clear, and no one knew the content of the great battle, only that there was a winner and a loser. And the once unbeatable Lord Shangzun has not been heard from since. Immortal's divine sense was so large that it could envelop the entire metaphysical world. Perhaps in their eyes, this world was like a cage. As long as Qin Xianyi lived in this world, he would never be able to escape the tracking of the immortals. The evil demon true immortal knew that Qin Xianyi wasn't dead, and that he would come down to find him sooner or later. Only, the evil demon true immortal was also heavily injured because of that battle, and he didn't even know how long it would take if he wanted to recuperate from his injuries. Qin Xianyi was not an immortal, and without breaking that barrier, he could not reach the immortal realm. and could not actively search for it, but could only passively wait for it. The people drank a little wine at the restaurant, and Jiang Ningxian flushed red and flopped down into his master's arms. Oops, a little drunk then. At the same time, she rubbed herself on her back in her master's arms, grabbing his clothes and inhaling the scent from them. With a drunken look on her face, Chen Xianyi reached out and hugged her, rubbing her head. This scene fell into the eyes of Dongfang Lanning, and all righteousness immediately rose from her chair. Chen Xianyi, what are you doing? Taking advantage of your own drunken disciple. Salty, you. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Ningxian glared at her with extremely vicious eyes and said several consecutive get-lost words with his lips. Asterisk 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 off. Can't you see I'm pretending to be drunk? Dongfang Lanning, don't you spoil my good deed. Jiang Ningxian cursed in his heart. Dongfang Lanning was full of confusion when he saw. What's the situation? Isn't she speaking for Jiang Ningxian? How come you're still being scolded? Feeling like a clown. Both Hu Yeyet and Su Danro giggled at this scene. By the time the wine was finished, it was almost evening. The crowd walked out of the store, which was officially intended to enter the palace. Jiang Ningxian stretched and exhaled the aroma mixed with the flavor of wine and said, having a good time. I wonder how she is now. Fourth senior sister. Let's go find her. Master. Chen Xianyi nodded, and the group headed towards the palace within the imperial capital. The walls of the palace were even more majestic than the outer perimeter, the entire body appearing a pure golden color, and Chen Xianyi could tell that it also contained formations, and the strength of the protection was much higher, and the grade should have reached the upper end of the earth rank as well. The difficulty of making formations was far more difficult than other treasures, and a top-grade Earth Order formation was already a world-class existence at the moment. It was only that even the strongest formations were as brittle as thin paper in Chen Xianyi's eyes. Only Chen Xianyi saw familiar formation patterns from the formations on the city wall. It was his original way of drawing formations. The only people who knew this move were him and his personal disciples. It looks like the fourth disciple she really did come here and helped reinforce the formation. There are still some holes, but it's too much better than when I was a child. Chen Xianyi couldn't help but feel a bit proud as he surveyed the patterns on the formation. Looks like the fourth disciple has grown a lot now too. All taught themselves. As soon as he arrived in front of the palace gates, Chen Xianyi saw a layer of red carpet spread outside the main gate. Eunuchs dressed as eunuchs stood on either side of them, looking down at the ground as if they were greeting something. As soon as Chen Xian walked up, the palace's grand eunuch immediately greeted him. My slave has met Lord Shangzun. Before Chen Xianyi could say anything, Dongfang Lanning first waved her hand, signaling the grand eunuch to stay away from them. I'll take care of Chen Xianyi. Just go inform His Majesty. Although she didn't show it too explicitly, she could tell from her demeanor that she hated eunuchs. In her opinion, eunuchs were misogynistic monsters. She was a martial arts practitioner herself, and only worshipped the kind of people who were filled with a sense of masculinity. In this way, Chen Xianyi was very outstanding, having a handsome face while not losing the masculinity that a man should have, simply penetrating her heart. Moreover, this day with Chen Xianyi had been a very enjoyable tour. Chen Xuanyi's disciples are also very lively and cheerful and good to get along with. She usually had few playmates of the same sex in the military, and this rare opportunity to roam around was worth making her happy for a long time. Since Chen Xianyi had made her have a fairly fulfilling day, she'd let Chen Xianyi in on something. Hey, let me tell you something. Even though His Majesty treats you with respect, there's still a large portion of the palace that is displeased with you. The first reason is because you're cultivating forces privately. Cuties like my brother would be hostile to you, and, of course, to me. The second reason is that you killed the Jinnan king. Although His Majesty has purged the forces of the Jinnan king in the open, it is inevitable that there are still remnants. It is not certain which minister in the palace will want your life. Remember to be safe yourself. Ah yes, there's one more thing I'm curious about. Chen Xianyi, why are you only at the Jindan stage? I can't figure it out. How can a Jindan stage kill a Mahayana stage Jinnan king? She issued a question from the depths of her soul to Chen Xianyi. If she hadn't seen Chen Xuanyi's breakthrough, she would have definitely thought that Chen Xuanyi was hiding his realm. And the vast majority of people, too, think the same way. But Chen Xianyi, he really just broke through from the foundation establishment stage to the Jindan stage right in front of him. This is outrageous. As soon as Chen Xianyi saw that Dongfang Lanning had actually reminded him to be safe, he was quite surprised inwardly. It was only logical that the other party should hold a grudge against him after he had screwed him over so hard. As it turned out, after taking her on a day-long tour, it appeared that she had forgotten all about those sad things. This guy is a rare character who doesn't hold grudges. Thank you for the inspiration capsule sent by Beijing Guomu Roast Duck. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chapter 104, Entering the court to meet the emperor. Surprisingly not kneeling. It's really quite interesting to have such a spontaneous nature and still be a girl. However, touched as he was, Chen Xianyi hadn't come to the point of trusting her yet. The other party asked him about his bottom card, and he naturally wouldn't say anything about such a secretive matter. Chen Xianyi smiled back. That's naturally because this seat is gifted. The district Jinan King is not still as strong as I am at the foundation establishment stage. Dongfang Lanning couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. You are just ingenious. You can cross 2 big realms to kill the enemy, but you do not cross so many realms, silly Mahayana stage. If they could do that, they wouldn't be practicing immortality for. What a rip. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it, fool the kids. Dongfang Lanning was dissatisfied. The crowd walked through the gates of the palace. Facing him was a majestic and brilliant hall. At this time, the sun was just about to set, and the dusky afterglow of the setting sun hid above the golden tiles, and the entire hall glistened and flashed with a bright golden aura. The great hall took up almost all of one sight, imposing as if it symbolized supreme power. Let's go. His Majesty and the ministers should be waiting for you in the great hall, Dongfang Lanning said. Chen Xianyi was puzzled. You're still in court this late? Shouldn't you get some sleep first? Dongfang Lanning bristled. What's the point of sleeping when you're a cultivator? And there's an important matter today that's waiting for you. So hurry up. Seeing the other party say so, Chen Xianyi also really wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the 4th disciple earlier, so he followed her along into the main hall. Inside the great hall, why hasn't this man come yet? It's almost a day's wait. I heard that he took his disciples and played around in the imperial capital, not even taking His Majesty's summons into account. It's really audacious. How much longer do we have to wait? Does this guy even give face to His Majesty? The ministers and generals assembled in the great hall grumbled and were obviously very upset about it. After another moment, Dongfang Lanning went ahead and walked in through the front door. My lord, meet your majesty. Dongfang Lanning knelt down on one knee and respectfully said to the deepest part of the hall. Seeing Dongfang Lanning enter, the courtiers in the great hall finally perked up. Coming. I'd like to see just how many noses and eyes Chen Xianyi has, daring to be so wild. The generals murmured, as martial artists, they liked nothing better than to compete. They had never seen Chen Xianyi put up a fight, and relying on rumors alone was not enough to be convinced of him. At this moment all eyes were now gathered at the door. The current emperor sitting on top of the throne, the female emperor of Tsingzhou, at that moment made a rising gesture towards Dongfang Lanning. Just come back. The empress wore a dark golden imperial robe and a purple and gold crown. Her expression was dignified and cold, her cold white skin exuding a delicate glow. The soles of the feet and the heels were raised high, one leg piggybacking on top of the other, and the movement seemed somewhat casual. Where is Chen Xianyi? The empress did not see Chen Xianyi's figure. Her brows furrowed slightly, her cold voice mixed with a bit of anxiety. As soon as her words fell, Chen Xianyi's figure just happened to appear from the main entrance. Chen Xianyi quickly walked towards the grand hall. He was imposing and his pace was casual, with no feeling of being in the palace, as if he was skulking around his own home. His eyes looked around the grand hall as if he was looking for someone, not caring at all about the other people's strange gazes. The 4th disciple had said in a letter to him that she might not be in the palace now. Since we say it's possible, there's still some probability that it didn't leave. Thinking that the 4th disciple might be amongst this crowd, Chen Xianyi was inevitably a little excited. But soon, after searching around, Chen Xianyi did not find the figure of the 4th disciple. Looks like it's gone. Not seeing the figure of the 4th disciple, Chen Xianyi was a bit lost, but it was expected. Chen Xianyi walked to the depths of the hall with his 3 disciples and took a closer look at the current emperor. The empress, on the other hand, was likewise sizing him up. Wow, what a classy beauty. These words naturally did not come from Chen Xianyi. It was Jiang Ningxian who blurted them out. I don't know if it was because she had a little bit of wine, or if she simply didn't see the palace as a very serious place, but she actually spoke out directly. Although these words were not meant to be insulting, they fell on the ears of a group of ministers, but they immediately exploded. His Majesty's royal face is not something that mortals can comment on. She has too much guts to enter the court without even kneeling. What kind of behavior is this? It's really bold and daring. Gathered within the great hall were not only civil ministers, but likewise martial cultivators. One by one, the military generals looked at Chen Xianyi as if they wanted to break him into pieces. If it wasn't for Dongfang Lanning stopping them, I'm afraid they would have really fought in the court. Chen Xianyi, what are you guys doing? If this keeps up, I'm going to want to whip you. Oriental Lanning thought inwardly. Silence, the empress scolded, and the great hall was silent in an instant. To be honest, she wasn't offended by Jiang Ningxian's comment. On the contrary, she was extraordinarily pleasant. No one had ever commented on her appearance or complimented her in this palace. even if she sometimes got the urge to dress herself up and ask the maid beside her. It was full of hypocritical compliments. Today, when she heard Jiang Ningxian's genuine compliments, she was genuinely happy in her heart. After all, girls love beauty. This idea, however, is not suitable to be shown in the court, and can only be hidden in the heart. After the Empress and Chen Xianyi had finished sizing each other up, the Empress took the lead and spoke. I heard your story many years ago, and have admired you, and have long looked forward to meeting one day. I ascended the throne is more day after day. Today to drum up the courage to summon you into the palace. I have much slack. You play in the imperial capital can still happy? The two of them were meeting for the first time, and the Empress had something to ask Qin Shuani. So naturally, they had to exchange pleasantries first. But despite the pleasantries, most of what the Empress said was true. It was true that she had long wanted to meet that world's #1 genius, only that her previous status was insufficient, and she had never had the chance to meet Qin Shuani. And now, it was only thanks to the blessing of the master of the state that we could meet. If it wasn't for imperial etiquette, she would have wanted to go out of the city to greet them. Not being able to make it out of the city to meet her, she waited in this great hall early in the day. In her words to Qin Xianyi, they were also filled with honorifics that shouldn't be present in an emperor, already giving Qin Xianyi enough respect. The other thoughts of the Empress, Qin Xianyi did not know, but at least her attitude Qin Xianyi was quite satisfied. It would be best if they could talk properly. If the other party saw herself as if she were her vassal, then I'm afraid it would take a fight to get the whereabouts of the fourth disciple. Let's dispense with the small talk. This seat has come this time mainly to seek the whereabouts of the fourth disciple. Where is she now? My fourth disciple? Chapter 105, He wants to kill the king. The fourth disciple's legacy. Chen Shuani glared at the Empress. Talking about the fourth disciple, the Empress also had a somewhat strange look on her face. It was as if he felt somewhat indebted to her. She's on her way to the demon state by decree. The demon state? Chen Xian's brows tightened as soon as he heard this. That place in the demon state is weak and strong, and the strong are always strong. And although there is also the same monarch's jurisdiction, the territory is more like to exist in the form of tribes holding each other back. Although the fourth disciple was intelligent and deeply practiced the art of formations, how could there be no danger in going to that kind of chaotic place? Moreover, the demon state in Xinzhou had often erupted into war in the past, and it was inevitable that there was still some resentment between the two countries. So when they saw the fourth disciple, who was representing Xinzhou on an envoy, they must have been very hostile. The more Qin Xianyi thought about it, the more angry she became. This female even dared to push her disciple into the fire pit. Did you force her to go? Chen Xianyi's voice contained anger, and his entire body's pressure instantly enveloped the entire hall. The solemn and murderous intent caused the civil ministers to be chilled, and even more so caused the military generals to tremble. This guy, he dared to emit a mighty pressure in front of the Empress. This is naked provocation. He wants to commit regicide. The generals, led by Dongfang expedition, finally couldn't hold it in and shouted angrily. Dozens of people instantly drew their weapons, their spearheads pointing directly at Chen Shuani. The double-edged sword in Dongfang Xinggua's hand was once again brandished, slashing over towards where Chen Xianyi was. Chen Xianyi's eyes were grim. It was indeed still time to make a move. Brother, stop it. Dongfang Lanying's eyes were sharp and her voice was persuasive. But this time, Chen Xianyi was too rampant, and it was not good for her to be in a position to make a move to stop him. Just in the nick of time. Stop it for me. The Empress's condescending voice suddenly rang out, and every word uttered by the voice containing absolute strength seemed to possess an unshakable pressure. A shockwave swept out, sending all the generals who were charging towards Chen Xianyi flying out of the hall. The Empress couldn't sit still at this point. Slowly rising from above the throne, she walked over to Qin Shuani's body and said in a somewhat apologetic whisper, I should have guessed this would happen. We can't talk here. Let's go somewhere else. About the fourth disciple. This emperor will tell you everything. After speaking with Chen Xianyi, she then commanded aloud to the courtiers within the great hall. All retire from the court. She signaled the crowd to leave with a wave of her sleeve. The ministers were at a loss. The important matters had not yet been resolved, but His Majesty wanted to withdraw from the court. This was clearly not like the style of the Empress, but in the face of His Majesty's decree, they had no choice but to do as they were told. The camera panned out, and the Empress led Qin Xianyi and the three disciples to a room. This is the furnishings of the bedroom, surrounded by many ink paintings and drawings hanging on the walls. On the sunken wooden table, there were still unfinished brushstrokes. The font is full of charm, smooth and graceful, like flowing clouds in water. This is, Chen Xianyi murmured as he looked at the familiar calligraphy and painting. The Empress looked very appreciatively at the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall, as if she was mesmerized by them. This is where Shi Yao lived before. Her calligraphy and painting writing is the best in the world. With that said, her demeanor got serious and she started talking about business. The reason why I brought you here is because I want to make it clear to you why Shiryao she went on a mission to the demon state. About a month ago, on the coastline opposite the demon state, there were demonic beasts killing out of the sea, and I repeatedly sent troops to surround and annihilate them. But in the end, they all came back to no avail. Afterward, according to Oriental Lan Ying's judgment, this demonic beast is sufficiently strong at the ferrying stage. After Huyaya heard this, she was surprised. A demonic beast of the ferrying stage? Wouldn't that strength be close to the immortal realm? The physical qualities of demonic beasts, as well as the efficiency of their reserves of spiritual energy, were far superior to human cultivators. The appearance of a Mahayana stage demonic beast was already a scourge in the world and could be classified as a level 1 state of war. And if a demonic beast of the transitional stage appeared, then I'm afraid that even the power of the country might not be able to withstand it. Speaking of this, the Empress' expression was also very worried as she continued. That's right, but fortunately, State Master Shiryao had anticipated this. She calculated every road the demonic beasts would pass through, and laid down formations on the road in advance, which were used to slow down the demonic beasts as they approached the imperial capital. But a hold to cure the symptoms does not cure the root cause. Shiryaoshi in the Dragon Ridge mountain range laid down a formation, used to trap the demonic beast's whereabouts, weakening its strength, and then will be by me personally out to kill it. The time will be tomorrow. As for Shiryao, she, after setting up the array, set out for the demon state on the pretext of investigating the source of the demonic beasts. I actually have an unkind request. To solve the demonic beasts of the transitional succession stage, we need more strong people to sit in on them. I would like to ask you to make a move, and I will surely have a heavy gift for you afterward. After she finished speaking, she looked at Chen Xianyi with anticipation, waiting for his reply. If there was more help from a strong person like Chen Xianyi, it would definitely be easier to resolve the demon Manhwa. No go. Chen Xuanyi directly refused without even thinking about it. This world was the emperor's world, unless the demonic beasts threatened his power. Even if the demonic beasts stirred up this country, it had nothing to do with him. Moreover, his fourth disciple was now in the demon state, and he wanted to rush there earlier so that he could protect his fourth disciple's safety. Why bother with this useless mess? I will respect your thoughts. This is for you. Shiryao said she'd show it to you. The empress could hardly hide some of her loss, but she didn't force it too much. If this causes Chen Xianyi's displeasure again, when the time comes to deal with the demonic beasts in Chen Xianyi, then it is really time for her to do her job as an emperor. As an emperor, this bit of vision is still there. The empress handed Chen Xuanyi the item that Hui Shiryao had left for him. She also remembered that Hui Shiryao had said that she would give this to her master, so that the demonic scourge could be solved and the danger to the country could be stabilized. The empress was also a bit curious as to what contents Hui Shiryao had hidden inside this thing. Chen Xianyi accepted the object. It was a formation stone disc. He probed a little and realized that it was a shadow retention formation that could leave behind an image of the maker, and he's the only one who can open it to view it. Chen Xuanyi was still a little excited at the thought that it contained the fourth disciple's lingering shadow. I wonder what the fourth disciple has grown into after all these years. It's really something to look forward to. Senior, open it and take a look. Jiang Ningxian urged impatiently. Chen Xianyi also stopped delaying and probed his spiritual energy into the formation stone disc. An illusory image constructed from spiritual energy slowly appeared in the middle of the room and stood in front of the crowd. Thanks to Yue for the hypnosis charm, and thanks to Fresh Yunu, who loves hot noodle dumplings, and Jiang Meng Yun for the blades. Thanks. Chapter 106, Fourth Disciple's Image. Scheming many stages of the Master Charge Plan. The person in the middle of this image was dressed in a thin white gown, which was poetically decorated, with the embroidery of a landscape painting on the upper half of the body, which was exquisite. The lower half of the skirt came down to her thighs, and on her slim, slender legs, she wore black and white gradient pantyhose that wrapped tightly around her legs. Pantyhose also wrote some brush characters as decoration. A whole were unique at the same time simply beautiful, because it was recorded in the room. There were no shoes on, and the beautiful moist jade feet wrapped in the black zone above the pantyhose were even more recklessly exposed in the air. The fourth disciple's face had an intelligent beauty, delicate and three-dimensional, with white and delicate skin. Her hair was white and cascaded down to her waist, and even her long, curved eyelashes were equally pure white. The only difference is that the same pure white pupil has a black rim outside, and the white of the eye to form a sharp division just won't look like the pupil is godless. On the contrary, it adds a few points of wisdom beauty. In the image, she was now looking down and straightening the folds on her pantyhose, moving as if she was a little nervous. Dressed like this, master should like it. After all, We haven't seen each other for so long, so I really want to leave a good impression on Master. Really, if it's not for the Master to see, it's really embarrassing to pass it out, she murmured in a small voice, seemingly unaware that all of her voice had been recorded by the formation stone disc. After arranging her pantyhose, she was smoothing out her hair and looking at the formation stone disc in front of her. Okay, here goes. She mouthed the words and then waved her hand ahead, one leg cocked in midair while giving a somewhat playful smile. Yahoo! Long time no see, Master. Did you miss me? Master has a heart for the current me? It's best not to, after all, in front of the image, even if the heart cannot touch it. If you really can't help it, just grab a handful of Yaya-san beside you. She should be by your side right now, right? Chen Xian. Chen Xian looked at Hu Yaya beside him with a moment of realization. I have to say, fourth disciple, she was really accurate in her calculations. Hu Yaya is indeed by his side right now, but what the hell is a handful of grabs? I know that my fourth disciple likes to read, but I just don't know what books she's read in the past 10 years. The corners of Hu Yaya's mouth lifted into a smile, and she tenderly pressed in the direction of her master. Master, disciple is always available. Cough. Chen Xuani dryly coughed twice, signaling that there were others here. Hu Yaya remained unresponsive, still holding her master's arm as they watched the image left behind by the fourth disciple together. I heard the fourth disciple in the middle of the image continue. He. Just kidding with Master. Don't take it seriously. The main reason I'm leaving this image is because I have something serious to say to Master. You should also know the matter of that transitional stage demonic beast. Disciple, I've made up a fortune for you. After going to solve the demonic scourge, you will have a pile of chants. There may also be more than one. The content of the chants, well, specifically may be the same thing you recently lacked. If only 10 years ago, disciples had this divination ability now. Speaking of this, her expression was somewhat self-condemning, seemingly over the fact that she had not been able to help her master's father calculate the outcome of the battle with the evil demon True Immortal, which had caused him to end up in that situation. Although Chen Xuani also knew the art of divination, a person who divined could not divine for himself. So as far as this ability of his is concerned, he can't do anything to learn about his future. There was also the same when divining for his disciples, perhaps because he cared too much about his disciples. Every time he divined the future for his disciples, he was very nervous, causing her to fail repeatedly. Plus, Chen Xiani didn't like to know the future in advance, so he hardly used this ability except when teaching his fourth disciple. And 10 years ago, when the fourth disciple was still young, despite her strong talent, it was difficult for her to divine the contents of the trigrams that came close to changing the world pattern as much as she did, and perhaps because of this reason, since then the fourth disciple practiced even harder, just to make up for the self-blame within himself. The fourth disciple in the image was briefly sad for a moment before quickly perking up again. Disciples will cultivate harder. Anyway, that demonic beast of the transitional succession stage, please make sure you go and take a look. As for disciple me, master teacher, don't need to worry about my safety. No one in this world can trap me yet. Even if there's danger, I can retreat in one piece. Image time is approaching, and while there's a lot more I want to say, it's best to leave it for the meeting. Goodbye, master. She waved her hand in front of her to say goodbye, then sat her ass right back down on the bed behind her. Then she took a deep breath and began to reach down to remove the pantyhose from her legs. Phew, it's finally over. I'm really still not suited for such colorful clothes. Once the pantyhose were off, she was about to undo the short skirt from her waist. Change your clothes as well. Such nice clothes, or yes, save them for the first time with Master. Her delicate hands were seen resting on the corseted ribbons above her short skirt. Deft hands fiddled with the ribbon and the ribbon looked ready to be undone. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she seemed to see something. The array stone disc was flickering. It seems to be unrelated. Not good. Forgot to turn it off. The fourth disciple hurriedly stopped the movements in his hands and ran to the formation stone disc, and that pretty face immediately took over the entire image. You can even see her cute expression of some panic. What should I do with this? I recorded it so easily. It's too bad to delete it. Setting one that can only be unlocked by Master Teacher is fine. Consider it a benefit for Master Teacher. The sound and images come to a screeching halt here. At this time, in the middle of this not-so-small room, an infinite silence fell over the 5 people in the room. In the end, it was the Empress that coldly spoke. I didn't realize that she had such a side to her. The State Master. Pretty cute. This was a completely different person from the Hui Shiryao she usually saw. The Hui Shiryao she had met, that was simply the representative word for intelligence. Able to calculate the hearts of people through, as if she could guess the laws of operation of everything in the world. How could she, who did things in a well-organized manner, even forget to turn off the image of the formation stone disc? Is this really a person? No, if it's the state master, it's more like another possibility. The first possibility was that the state master she missed her master so much that it was caused by a moment of nervousness. And the second possibility is that perhaps the entire image, from start to finish, is part of the master of the nation's scheme. Purpose? The empress twisted her head to look at Chen Xuani, who was standing not far from her. It should be about him. It was impossible for someone as smart as Hui Shiryao to make such a low-level mistake. So, it must be the second possibility. Chapter 107, Chen Xian's One Shot. The situation changed dramatically. I didn't realize that this guy had this relationship with his disciples. To be able to obtain the favor of a beautiful woman like the state master who was like the flower of the high ridge, this man must have a strong point that was unknown to him. With that in mind, the empress began to hold even more curiosity towards Chen Xuani. On the other side, the three disciples were somewhat silent after watching Hui Shiryao's image. Fourth senior sister hasn't seen you for a while. You've gotten cuter. Jiang Ningxian smiled and teased. Huya took that formation stone disc and carefully examined it. I didn't realize that this lock, which is set to be opened only by the master, came from this. We must save this shameful video and use it to flirt with the fourth senior sister later. She gave a somewhat belabored expression. Sultan Ro looked at the master teacher for what happened afterward and asked, then, senior, are we going to the demon state now, or should we listen to fourth senior sister and tackle the transitional stage demonic beasts? Once Chen Xian heard this, he pondered carefully. He actually cared more about the safety of his fourth disciple than the chance. For him right now, a chance probably wouldn't help much in his advancement. However, since the fourth disciple had asked him to make sure he went, it was probably even with the things that would happen in the future, all of which had been calculated as well. If she didn't go herself, it would probably disrupt her plans. The empress had been sizing up Chen Xuani and could tell that he was wavering within. The empress was the first to walk up to Chen Xian's body, her cool voice ringing in his ears. There is something that the emperor has yet to thank you for. The matter of the Jinnan king. It is you who helped this emperor to solve it. This emperor is very grateful in his heart. According to reason, this emperor should reward you something. But this matter is not good to let the other ministers know. So the reward is even more impossible to talk about. But if you help this emperor solve the demonic beast, this emperor can rightfully give you 20,000 top-grade spirit stones as a reward. How about that? Seeing Chen Xuani's heart wavering, she directly struck the iron while it was hot. 20,000 upper-grade spirit stones. About the lower-grade spirit stones is 2 million. Moreover, the upper-grade spirit stones have a higher purity. Really want to convert in the cultivation, can be far more than 2 million. With such a large amount of money given to Chen Xianyi's hands, even if he was as good as a Tao Tai, it would be enough to break through multiple small realms in. I have to say, the emperor is the emperor after all, and he is still generous. Moreover, Chen Xianyi had a premonition that the spirit stones in this empress's hands were definitely far more than really much. If only it would pop a little more. 30,000. Less no. Chen Xianyi internally determined the idea of going. He opened his mouth to raise the price, but just as he was in the middle of his sentence, the empress immediately agreed as if she was worried that he was going to back out. Deal. Talk is cheap. We're leaving tomorrow, so you get some rest tonight. The corners of the empress's mouth raised in a rare, imperceptible smile before she quickly left in the middle of the room. People just disappear without a trace. Chen Xianyi. It's broken. The price said less still underestimated the amount of spirit stone reserves on the empress You're such an empress. You've used all your training to escape now, right? As a man, you should still have the responsibility. Since the price had been negotiated, Chen Xuani couldn't back out. Just meditate and cultivate here. My master is also curious as to what the chance he counted for my master. Fourth disciple, Chen Xianyi murmured, and inwardly, he was also somewhat looking forward to tomorrow's events. He didn't intend to rest either, and directly sat cross-legged on the ground in place to meditate and cultivate. Seeing this, the three disciples all sat down cross-legged along with their master, only without meditating for a while yet. Jiang Ningxian collapsed on Hui Shiryao's bed and fell asleep. Outside the house, the empress still had a joyful smile on her face as she walked out of the room. To be able to use 30,000 top-grade spirit stones to invite an existence that could easily kill the Jinnan king with just one hand, this deal was considered to be a profitable one. It was not known if Chen Xianyi had no concept of his own strength on a regular basis, but he actually agreed. In fact, the truth was indeed as the empress thought. Chen Xianyi helped people out there and only looked at favors, and benefits never drove him out. Even this time, when he agreed to go out and fight against the demonic beasts, it was all because of the fourth disciple. So spirit stones were just a passing thing in his mind. The empress was in an extremely good mood, striding outside, and just a few steps in, a black-clothed silhouette landed beside the empress. Your Majesty, There's something big. The Empress's willow brows furrowed as her expression sank. Say, the black-clad figure whispered. The three major feudal lords who originally agreed to participate in the siege together tomorrow, just now, have all excused themselves with various reasons. After the death of the king of Jinnan, three major feudal lords remained in the territory. All of them were at the strength of the Mahayana stage. Only until then, there had been no overt harbingers of rebellion like the Jinnan king, honestly guarding his land. Now that they had to face a demonic beast of the transitional succession stage, it was natural to ask these Mahayana stage clansmen to come out and participate in the battle together to increase the odds of victory. But all of a sudden, they said that they were not coming? It was hard not to make the Empress suddenly suspicious. What reason? The Empress asked in a cold voice, her expression grim. Her features were already very cold, and in a gloomy down look, she was simply like a frozen red rose, cold and noble, unrivaled. The black-clad figure said, the West King of Jin said that there are rebel forces within his territory. The North King of Jin said that the local demon states have invaded, and the East King of Jin pressed for a response. The Empress simply had a headache when she heard the news. These guys who take up resources and add to the country's misery, she simply hates to the bone. Compared to them, Chen Xianyi was simply as good as it gets. Although Chen Xuanyi had monopolized the vast majority of the spirit mines produced in the south since he had killed the Jinnan king, even without him, some of these spirit mines would have reached the hands of the vassal kings. Now that the king of Jinnan was dead, the spirit mines that came into her hands didn't become less, but instead became more. Even better, Chen Xianyi had no intention of meddling in politics at all. Where do you think you're going to find someone so nice? If only all the feudal lords could be as provincial as Chen Xianyi. Inside, she was genuinely grateful to Chen Xianyi. Your Majesty, what shall we do? Is the trapping and killing of demonic beasts still going to happen tomorrow? The dark figure said, his low hood not allowing him to be seen. The Empress took a deep breath. The State Master. She then only left the formation for killing demonic beasts in the Dragon's Ridge mountain range. If she loses it, she won't have such an excellent opportunity. No matter what, we can't give up, she said with a serious expression. The reasons for these vassals not coming are obviously false beyond measure. It just so happens that there is a mutiny in the territory at this time. And it just so happens that the northern demon states need to be fended off at this time? What's even more outrageous is that the king of Jindong directly refused to respond. What this is doing is undoubtedly deceiving the king. Thank you to the inspiration capsule sent by Swinging Chalet Man. Milk green tea from user 364999791. Thank you to Summer Reflections Qingqiu for the hypnosis charm. And thank you to Fingxia Jian, who loves to eat pretzel duck tongue, for the milk tea. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 108 Troubled Empress. Popular Chen Xianyi. Or perhaps they were ready to make an enemy of themselves. After all, deceiving the king is tantamount to plotting against him. Although the Empress had the same strength of the transitional stage, she did not guarantee that with her own strength, she would be able to take care of a demonic beast of the same transitional stage. Originally, with the help of the vassal king, it would have been more secure. Now let's not talk about whether the feudal lord can help her or not. Maybe he will even hit her back. The situation is extremely unfavorable. But fortunately, there was still Chen Xianyi helping her. It was only that she did not know just how much strength Chen Xuanyi had nowadays, and how much of a role he could play. Still, you have to rely on your own strength. The Empress thought in her heart and began to worry more and more about tomorrow's battle. If she failed, all the foundations she had made over the years of governing Xinzhou would be gone. That was something she couldn't accept in any way. In addition to her concern, she had unparalleled anger. These vassals, when she first ascended the throne, already existed. All along, in order to hold back possible foreign attacks, the feudal lords have done their best. But as time went on and power deepened, the strength of the vassal became more and more uncontrollable. If the demonic scourge could be lifted tomorrow, her first order of business would be to suppress all of these feudal lords. Even if it will cost something, even if it will weaken the country, she had to do the same. The Empress had spent the night with an apprehensive heart, while on the contrary, Chen Xuanyi had lived an exceptionally peaceful life. No matter how strong a demonic beast was, it was all the same in his eyes. It can be said that all beings are equal in the true sense of the word. Early the next morning, seeing that it was getting late, Chen Xianyi ended his meditation and got up to the fourth disciple's bedside. Jiang Ningxian was sleeping on it, hugging the fluffy bedding, his mouth slightly open, vaguely drooling. Despite being in a state of sleep, her features still look vibrant. Her delicate face is like ceramic. Her skin is fair and moist but also glossy, and it is as delicate as a blowing bullet. Chen Xianyi placed his hand on her shoulder, intending to gently pat her awake. But something suddenly occurred to him. Even though Chen Xuanyi had complete confidence in himself, the one he was fighting this time was a demonic beast of the ferrying stage. The intensity wasn't comparable to any of the previous battles, and just in case, let's say there was the slightest possibility that something went wrong and the fallout from the battle injured the disciple. For disciples who were still around the Yuaning realm, it was also a very deadly thing. It's better not to call it. The safety of the disciples is more important than anything else. This time, it was better for him to go by himself to solve the matter of the demonic scourge. Thinking of this, Chen Xianyi intended to withdraw his hand and leave alone, but right at this moment, as if she had sensed it, Jiang Ningxian suddenly woke up and reached out to grab Chen Xuanyi's arm. Chen Xianyi was defenseless, and when Jiang Ningxian exerted force, he yanked himself onto the bed. I thought that my power wouldn't be able to compare to that of my master after he broke through to the Jindan stage. Ah, I see. It's the master's unexpected lack of resistance, isn't it? Jiang Ningxian hugged his master teacher tightly on the bed, while pressing his mouth to his master's ear and whispering. The gentle fragrant breeze hit Chen Xianyi's ears, and his body was tingly. Xianer, what are you? You were just pretending to be asleep? Chen Xianyi was surprised. According to what he knew about his eldest disciple, if he really fell asleep, as long as it wasn't the end of the world, he usually wouldn't wake up. She gave a bad expression and grinned. He. I was going to test if master would do something interesting while I was sleeping. To be honest, it's a bit disappointing. Disappointed as hell. He himself had just hesitated to wake up the eldest disciple, but it was still early, so it wouldn't hurt anything to lie in bed and rest for a while and do nothing. Just take a break. With that in mind, Chen Xuanyi opened his mouth to reply. Chapter 109, Smell. In the end, it's still a misunderstanding. In the middle of the fourth disciple's room, Chen Xianyi straightened his attire and laid flat on the bed. Jiang Ningxian revealed a smile full of contentment and buried his head forcefully into his master's arms. Being with master teacher is truly the happiest thing in the world. It really didn't occur to me that the master was really slowly changing. Just as the two were enjoying this moment of peace with each other, a voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Really? Why do you call Chen Xianyi this kind of thing and leave it to me every time? I can't help but recall the image of laying bricks when I think of him. Darn it! Dongfang Lanying's complaining voice rang out from not far from the door. Because of the reason that her voice was already loud, the two disciples who were meditating in the room were immediately stopped by the noise. Huya slowly opened her eyes. She first subconsciously wiggled her furry ears, then her nose sniffed in midair. What a flavor! Huya twisted her head to look and realized that neither master and eldest sister were meditating at this time. Don't you guys practice? When she first saw it, she thought it was just master and eldest sister lying on the bed resting. But quickly, she sensed that the two men didn't look quite right. Senior master's was still considered normal, while eldest sister's look was muddled with the feeling of being satisfied with everything, as if she was going to get an ascension to immortality. Something's not right. You guys aren't in the right state. Come on, let y'all smell it. After Huya keenly sensed the abnormality, she incredulously poked her nose over, trying to get through the senses and smell that hint of odor. Su Danru naturally stopped meditating at this time, and she was similarly filled with a shocked appearance. It shouldn't be. While she was meditating, something happened between master and eldest sister, like kissing and stuff. If that was the case, she wanted to die. Su Danru grabbed her master's shoulders, her eyes quickly sweeping over her master's body as if trying to find a single red hair that was contained within it. And just at that moment, the sound of Oriental Lan Ying's footsteps outside the door came closer and closer. Seeing this, Chen Xianyi hurriedly waved his hand to signal them to stop. Wait, this will be explained to you later by master. When Dongfang Lan Ying comes in later, she'll misunderstand. Huya pressed on without listening. Bang! The sound of a door being violently pushed open rang out. Dongfang Lan Ying's eyes looked at the house with dissatisfaction while taking off. Hey, Chen Xianyi, time to go. If we delay business, you. She looked at the scene in front of her where Chen Xuanyi was surrounded by beautiful disciples, her eyes dropping out in surprise. The words that came to his lips stumbled out. Yeah, sorry, that. My milk gave birth to my father. I have to go back to see the men and women. I go first. Dongfang Lanning only felt that her brain was about to smoke in shame at this moment, and not knowing what strange things had come out of his mouth. He closed the door with a straight hand. He then pressed his entire body against the door panel, placed his right hand on his chest, and gasped for air. Chen Xianyi covered his head helplessly when he saw the scene. Well, it was a misunderstanding after all. In any case, it was time to get down to business, and Chen Xuanyi couldn't afford to delay. After all, it would be troublesome if the entire hunt was delayed just because of himself. Chen Xianyi casually found a reason to put off the disciples for the time being. Then Chen Xianyi quickly straightened his clothes and pushed open the door. Looking for Dongfang Lan Ying's figure, he saw Dongfang Lan Ying standing by the corner of the wall, murmuring, So Chen Xianyi and the disciples are in this kind of relationship. I've heard that powerful cultivators all have a bit of strange fetishes. It's understandable. And by the looks of it, it seems like it was all initiated by the disciples. But His Majesty came to tell me to tell Chen Xianyi to set off. What should I do now? Can't call them off. Geez, it's annoying. Why do I have to be given this trouble every time? Chen Xianyi couldn't hold back a snicker at the corner of his mouth as he looked at her, despondent to the point of despair. This guy has quite an imagination. But it was really hard for her to encounter this kind of misunderstanding. Thank you to Sung Chul Jong for the explosive shift of loose flowers. You are the god of. Chapter 110. Are you so fast? Disciples are so close to each other. Chen Xianyi looked at Dongfang Laning, who was troubled to the point of no return, and walked straight towards her. Dongfang Laning lowered her head in contemplation, and it was only then that she realized Chen Xuani's appearance. How did you get out? No way. Are you that fast? She looked at Chen Xianyi, who had suddenly appeared, and was surprised. The corners of Chen Xian's mouth twitched upon hearing this. You're discrediting me. Be careful of really showing you what I'm made of someday. Wait, when did I get such a shibboleth? It's all because of what's happened in the meantime. You have to adjust to it. What are you thinking about you? Hurry up. The Empress and the others should already be waiting. Dongfang Laning said with a cold expression, not caring. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's not like what you guys do is any of my business. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. After saying that, she turned around and waved at Chen Xuani, signaling for him to follow her over. Just as Chen Xianyi was about to fly off in the same direction, 3 disciples suddenly chased after him. Jiang Ningxian inquired with worry and reluctance. Is Master not taking us with him this time? Chen Xianyi stepped forward and rubbed her head. The intensity of the enemy you are dealing with this time is too high for you. Just leave it to the Master. Su Danro gazed at her master teacher with some reluctance. But we've all seen Master Teacher make a move. It should be fine. Disciple, I don't want to be separated from my master for even a moment. Chen Xianyi similarly reached out and rubbed her purple hair. The young girl's hair was smooth and silky, and with the well-behaved expression the disciple showed when she was being stroked, it simply made him fall in love with her. Even so, Master is worried that there will be accidents. Master doesn't want to see you guys get hurt one bit. After saying that, Chen Xianyi finally reached out and touched his second disciple's furry fox ears. Just then, Huyaya reached out her hand and touched her master's hand, saying tenderly, I'll be excused. Y'all aren't a kid anymore. Don't worry, Master. I'll take care of everyone. Huyaya was the oldest of the 9 disciples, but said older was only close to 25 years old, but perhaps because of her extremely well-developed body and her unique mature temperament, she always gave off the air of a mature sister from time to time, even sometimes ripe out the feeling of a human wife. So that Chen Xuani has an extraordinarily intellectual feeling. Even when it came to this time of separation, she knew how to take on the responsibility of taking care of everyone. However, Jiang Ningxian, who heard Huyaya's words, did interject with great dissatisfaction. Wait, I'm the eldest senior sister. Don't steal my thunder. Damn it. Huyaya smiled gently and flirted softly. I don't know who it was just now, looking at the master to leave, unwillingly seeking to touch his head. That's not something a sister should do. Jiang Ningxian's cheeks instantly rose to a blush upon hearing this. I have normal needs. No matter what you say, I'll always be big sister. Huyaya pursed her lips and smiled, following her master's example and stroking the top of Jiang Ningxian's head. Aha, big sister is good. Don't make a scene when master returns, she said in a very gentle and mature voice. It's as if you're taking care of a baby. Jiang Ningxian blushed even more after hearing this. What kind of tone is that? How it feels like you're being treated like a child instead. It's a shame, okay? Don't say it again. Asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk. Jiang Ningxian stomped her feet in shy embarrassment, as Chen Xianyi watched the images of the disciples getting along. He also inwardly sighed at how good the disciples' relationship was. The 3 disciples shouldn't feel bored if they accompanied each other, and he can leave without fear. Then Master will leave first. Don't worry, Master will be fine. Chen Xuani waved goodbye to the disciples, who similarly waved their hands. Although the disciples all knew that their master's power was very strong, one by one, when they looked at their masters departing back, on that expression, even Huyaya, it was hard to hide that there was some worry. Farewell to the disciples. Under the leadership of Dongfang Laning, Chen Xuani quickly arrived in front of the group. This hunting party was around 30 people, and the lowest cultivation level was above the 5th heaven of the spirit transformation realm, and most of them were even around the return to void realm, plus the Mahayana stage Oriental Laning, and several harmonization stage cultivators including those from the Eastern Efficacy Kingdom. This team has gathered out almost the vast majority of the country's best and brightest. As for why the country had gone to crusade against the demonic beasts with only so many dozens of people, perhaps it was because it felt that those below the fifth heaven of the spirit transformation stage would be useless if they went. But although the number of people is small, the killing power of this team has reached a level that can go to war with other countries. Showing up with this horde of people, no matter which country's borderline they stopped at, that country's monarch would be too worried to sleep. An empress who owned a country naturally wouldn't travel by just flying on her own. A golden-winged roc with golden fur all over its body had already been circling in midair for a long time. This golden-winged roc's own strength was at the harmonization stage, and was already close to the existence of a divine beast in general. The golden-winged roc's wings unfolded. Its massive size seemed as if it could cover the sky, and on its back it also held a whole small palace. From a distance, it seemed like a movable floating island. It was really rowdy. Chen Xianyi was a little envious as he watched this scene. Having a ride to travel on is convenient. Chen Xianyi landed on the back of the golden-winged roc along with Dongfang Laning. The empress herself had long been waiting anxiously at the entrance to the small palace for many hours. Seeing Chen Xianyi arrive, she immediately waved her sleeves forward, signaling the golden-winged roc to spread its wings and soar. After doing so, she walked over to Chen Xian's body and revealed a somewhat professional monarchical smile. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Did something happen to you before you came?" she said, looking a little concerned. Although she was wearing a somewhat professional fake smile, the scene fell on the eyes of onlookers and was enough to be surprised, because the empress can't see even this kind of fake smile on a normal day. She was like a noble resounding rose, with a cold and proud face that one would not dare to have any blasphemous thoughts. More than that, almost no one gets the certainty of being favored by her. The reason why she smiled at Chen Xianyi was because the current situation was truly unique. Originally, with her team and the assistance of the three clan kings, Chen Xuanyi's presence was, at best, an added safeguard to this hunt. But now, what they are hunting is a demonic beast of the ferrying stage. After not having the assistance of the three vassal kings, Chen Xianyi's help was especially important at this moment. It had gone from a less important safeguard to an existence in which the empress had placed the vast majority of her hopes. Chapter 111, Superior Father's Unknown Hobby. Hunting begins. Therefore, in the face of such an important figure, even the empress, who had always been unsmiling, squeezed out a most rare smile. Chen Xianyi hadn't even had time to respond to the empress' question. He saw Dongfang Laning run to the empress with a face full of excitement. Then he got close to the empress's ear and whispered something. "Your Majesty, I just saw." The empress had the smile of a monarch on her face, but her expression began to change as Dongfang Lanying's voice came through. First, he showed a hint of surprise, then his mouth opened slightly, and eventually his red lips turned into a perfect O shape in surprise as well. "It's as if I've heard something very outrageous." As Chen Xianyi watched the change on the empress' face, he immediately guessed what Dongfang Laning had said. Must be gossiping with the empress about herself and her disciples. Ah, come on, didn't you have a cold expression on your face and say that you weren't interested and wouldn't talk to anyone? It's less than an incense stick, and then you reveal it? Well, I underestimated a girl's ability to gossip. Although Dongfang Laning was a general who came down from the battlefield with a big grin, she was still a girl's by nature. If I had known this was going to happen, he would have been explaining it clearly at the time. Wait, don't listen to her, Chen Xianyi interrupted. But it was too late. Dongfang Laning had obviously finished, and at this moment, her hands were clasped in front of her chest as she stubbornly looked at Chen Xianyi. The mold was so close to spitting out his tongue again. Revenge. Definitely revenge. He must have remembered that he had pitched her into laying bricks, so he wanted to take this opportunity to get back at her. It was then that the empress calmed down a bit and once again revealed that cold and haughty light smile. "I didn't realize that the one who is known as the Supreme Exalt even has this kind of hobby in his private life. I blame it on the fact that I didn't investigate carefully enough. If you like beauty, there are quite a few beauties with excellent physique in the palace that can be rewarded together afterwards." The empress laughed because she felt that she had caught Chen Xianyi's hobby. Having sex with three of his disciples at the same time. This was clearly lustful. It's a little less elegant, but this hobby is the best to take. If he could rely on this and make Chen Xianyi work for him in the future, that would be fantastic. She had obviously misunderstood Chen Xianyi. Shouldn't be a total misunderstanding. Chen Xianyi covered his head, and at this point, he sort of knew that it was useless to argue anything, because it's probably sophistry to argue down the line in the other side's eyes. That's just it. How much longer until we get there? Chen Xianyi asked, having already given up on explaining. The empress, in turn, had inwardly acquiesced that Chen Xuanyi was agreeing. Up ahead, the empress pointed to the endless ridge ahead. The golden-winged rock's speed was extremely fast, and when Chen Xianyi looked downwards, he could only see a phantom. The place where the demonic beasts were hunted was originally at the edge of the empire, and this distant road would probably take a day if Chen Xianyi was allowed to rush. But this golden-winged rock, however, arrived in the blink of an eye. Chen Xianyi, who was riding on the golden-winged rock, couldn't help but sigh once again at how convenient this mount was. As soon as he approached the edge of the Dragon Ridge mountain range, Chen Xianyi sensed the fluctuations of two forbidden formations in the mountain range. The patterns contained within this formation were the same as those used by Chen Xianyi when he drew the formation. It was obviously the handiwork of the fourth disciple. However, if one wanted to trap a transitional stage demonic beast, I'm afraid that relying only on the fourth disciple's realm would not be enough. It is expected that there will be help from other people when the formation is set up. Why are there two formations? Which one are we going to? Chen Xianyi asked as he turned to the Empress. The Empress returned with an expressionless face. When the State Master made his prediction at the time, he counted that the demonic beasts might take two routes, so they both laid down formations. Take Dongfang Lanning and go to another place. If demonic beasts appear, find a way to notify us. If not, quickly rush back to support. Did you figure there would be two routes? The fourth disciple has always been accurate in what he divines. This situation, where two things may happen at the same time, is still rare. However, in the eyes of an unusual divination master, even if he could calculate up to this point, it would already be the limit of limits. No way. Want me with him again? When Dongfang Lanning heard this, she immediately complained in a small voice. The Empress glanced at her with cold, arrogant eyes. She shivered and her attitude changed 300 degrees. My lord is on his way. After responding, she tugged Chen Xianyi's arm and got up to quickly fly away. Come on, let's go. Don't ink. The two quickly disappeared from view. Chen Xian looked at Dongfang Lanning with some surprise and flirted. I thought you weren't afraid of God. The Empress glaring at you gave you such a fright? The persona has collapsed. Dongfang Lanning huffed and let go of his hand. What persona? Why can't I understand it? That's the Empress, the existence that recently received the immortals, the existence that only covers the sky with her hands. It's normal that I would be afraid, right? If you have that strength too, you can make me kneel and submit to you. Chen Xian's eyebrows rose slightly upon hearing this. It looked like the other party didn't know what kind of strength they actually had. Not only her, but even the Empress wasn't entirely confident in her own strength. One could be due to the fact that the realm he showed on the outside was only Jindan, but naturally this was just something no one believed. The second is that they didn't see themselves strike. Even if the rumors all knew that he could kill the Jinnan king, it wasn't as if there was no one in this palace who could kill him. It didn't directly mean anything. Just as if Oriental Orchiding had also yelled that if the Empress hadn't been prevented from making a move, she would have been able to kill as well. As for Lord Shangzun's once invincible story, the world also knew that he was poisoned and injured. So this made Chen Xianyi's strength. How many % of it was left? This was even more intriguing to guess. No matter how strong it was once, that's just a story. The only thing that matters is having strength in the moment. So in Dongfang Lanying's opinion, before actually going out to fight against her, perhaps she was not as strong as her. Oh, as long as you listen to whoever is better than you? Chen Xianyi asked with interest. If that was the case, when the other party saw him strike, he didn't know what kind of expression he would show. It would be kind of fun to get a guy with such a hard mouth to soften himself up. Dongfang Lanning hugged her arms and said carelessly, not really, I follow His Majesty. Firstly because I can learn a lot from His Majesty, and secondly because His Majesty treats us well. Of course, being stronger than me is the most basic. Wait, why are you asking that? You're not going to troll, are you? Wake up you. I admit that you have a bit of strength, but you're still far from His Majesty. In a moment you'll see His Majesty make a move, and you'll know how big the gap between yourself and His Majesty is. Thank you to Jumi Ekison of Witchgate for the hypnosis charm, and thank you to Hollow Words of Lamb's Tendon Lovers for the scent blades. Chapter 112, You Still Know Formations? Formation Hunting Battle. As she spoke, she wore a very proud expression. This Chen Xianyi was really too rampant, to the point of making the Mahayana stage her to repair the sect. There is even no respect for His Majesty. If you don't let him see the world, you really don't know how much you weigh. She couldn't wait to see Chen Xianyi's expression after the shock of seeing His Majesty strike. Between their conversations, the two had arrived in front of the second formation. The formation was set up in the middle of the ridge, and those who didn't know anything about formations couldn't see any signs of it. Instead, it was Chen Xianyi who looked at the several places where the formation eyes had been set up and identified quite a few loopholes on top of the formation. There's quite a bit of room for improvement. This formation stops demonic beasts below the 5th level of the transitional stage, but it may not be possible if it's any higher. With those words, Chen Xianyi casually probed his own spiritual energy into it. changing some of the deficiencies in the formation. The strength of the formation itself was raised another notch while also giving the formation the ability to significantly weaken the enemy's cultivation. Dongfang Lanning watched his movements, and she was surprised at first. Chen Xianyi, you still know about formations? Chen Xianyi said carelessly. Are you stupid? What am I going to teach my disciples if I don't know about formations? In this world, a cultivator's ability to delve into one aspect to the extreme in his lifetime was already the limit. There are a small number of geniuses. You can practice several aspects of the technique, but also divide it into a sequence of priorities. It is impossible to drill all the two to the extreme. But Chen Xianyi, who had the strength to take on the Jinnan king, could even draw formations? The precision of this formation was set up together by the best formation masters in the country, gathered under the leadership of the state master. Chen Xianyi casually made 2 strokes and gave it a reinforcement? This is really counterintuitive. What? Starting to worship me? Chen Xianyi smiled and teased. Dongfang Lanning coldly grunted with a stubborn face. Humph. What's the use of being able to draw formations? Being able to fight is the most important thing. Although her mouth was hardened, in her heart, she was truly shocked by Chen Xuanyi. However, shock after shock, if she said it out of her mouth, wouldn't that be tantamount to softening up to Chen Xianyi? No, she's not going to admit it. What she didn't know was that Chen Xuanyi knew all of the other cultivation directions that could be named besides array cultivation. I wonder how she will react when she learns of this. The two looked around, waiting for the demonic beasts to arrive. But after waiting for a long time, there wasn't the slightest movement of demonic beasts approaching. And the other end. The group of around 30 people that accompanied the Empress was hidden amongst the mountains at this time. The crowd was silent as they looked at the sky, their expressions tense. Even the Empress, who had always been cold-hearted, was breathing a little deeper at this time. Suddenly, a loud chirp was heard in the distance. Ow! The sound carried through the entire mountain, loud as if it was going to shake the mountain in half. Some cultivators around the 5th level of the god transformation stage had blood dripping from their ears at this time, and their appearance was terrified to the extreme. When the Empress saw this scene, she couldn't help but furrow her willow brows. It seemed that even the cultivators at the 5th level of the transfiguration stage were a little too lame for this battle. Not long after the voice had just traveled out, a huge figure suddenly surfaced amidst the clouds in that heavenly dome. The ground that the crowd was standing on was enveloped in black shadows, and the scene that covered the sky was suddenly oppressive. This demonic beast was a flying demonic beast of enormous size. This was why the Empress did not send anyone to track the demonic beast's whereabouts so that she could determine where it was. If that was the case, there was no need to scatter Chen Xianyi elsewhere. Concentrating his forces in one place was the best, simply because the target was a flying beast with extremely terrifying speed. No one could keep up with its movements. If it wasn't for the future at the place divined by the state master Hui Shiryao, they had no idea where this demonic beast would go and how much destruction it would cause. Demonic beasts have descended. The hunt begins. Activate the formation. The Empress pointed her 5 fingers to the sky, and her cold and arrogant voice shouted out with it. All the cultivators scurried out from the mountains at this time, and the cultivators led by the Eastern Efficacy Kingdom each came into the middle of the formation, pouring his spiritual energy into it. Several rays of light appeared from the middle of the formation one after another. The light transformed into a giant pillar in the sky, plunging into the clouds. The place where the demonic beast was located happened to be at the very top of the formation, and several pillars of light were instantly embedded in the demonic beast's body. An isolation formation slowly formed around them, and the demonic beasts were held in check. The demonic beast flapped its wings violently after eating the pain. All the clouds were blown away by it, and only then did the crowd get a good look at its true appearance. This was a demonic beast with an extremely peculiar appearance. The head was a huge dragon's head with an elongated neck with gills on it, brown scales on top of the torso, and feathers on the whip-like tail. Triple sky of the transition stage. Other people could not easily see the exact realm of the demonic beast, but the Empress gained insight into its true strength with a single glance. The Empress herself was a cultivator at the 5th level of the transitional stage, but she still didn't have full certainty when facing such an existence. Your Majesty, we're ready. It's your turn. Dongfang led the crowd of cultivators to maneuver the grand formation as he said respectfully to the Empress. The heart of this battle lies in the Empress alone. Those of them, the purpose of their existence was not to attack demonic beasts, because their attacks couldn't even cause a certain point of damage to the demonic beast. The purpose of their existence was to drive the formation and control the demonic beasts in place. Her Majesty, the Empress, would then unleash her strongest attack to kill the demonic beast. It's about time, the Empress murmured, then quickly flew high into the sky. The demonic beasts displayed extreme anger when they saw her appearance. Its pupils glowed red and raged incomparably, and the entire demonic beast exuded an extremely appalling aura of solemnity. Is it really like this? The Empress looked at its appearance, and the suspicion in her heart became more certain. The high-level demonic beasts were all spiritually intelligent. If they hadn't provoked them, they shouldn't have been so tyrannical. And in this world, only the demon clan of the demon state had mastered the ability to manipulate demonic beasts. The moment the demon scourge appeared, she was already suspecting the demon race. Now, it was even more certain that she had. And the matter of the state master's trip to the demon state was also to investigate the matter thoroughly. Of course, this was the task the Empress had negotiated to give her at the time. As to why the master of the state himself would go and would agree to this, that is unknown. The exact reason for this is known only to the state master himself. While the Empress was converging her spiritual energy towards the top of her hand, the demonic beast suddenly began to struggle violently. The cultivators below who were manipulating the formation nearly lost their grip. Dongfang Exigency shouted, "It's not going to last much longer. We have to call Chen Xianyi and the others back." Then he took out a talisman in his right hand, and after saying "return quickly," he lit the talisman on fire. Chapter 113, The Final Harmony. The Empress' Strongest Strike. The other end. The two of them, Chen Xianyi and Dongfang Laning, were also a bit anxious after waiting for a while and still not seeing any sign of the demonic beast. However, without receiving a message from the Empress, the two did not dare to leave without authorization. In case a demonic beast appeared on the way out, it would be too late to stagger. It was also while the two of them were waiting with nothing to do that suddenly a golden flame burned from the ear of the Eastern Laning. A message entered Dongfang Lanying's ears in passing. "Chen Xianyi, don't sit there. Demonic beasts have appeared." Dongfang Laning, who had received the news, pulled over Chen Xianyi's wrist and didn't wait for him to react yet, pulling him along and flying towards the other end. I have to say that the girl Dongfang Laning a bullish Jindan stage Chen Xuanyi really cannot argue with her. In the twinkling of an eye, the two arrived at the battlefield. Chen Xianyi looked from above the sky. The Empress was floating in mid-air at this moment, her dark golden imperial robes fluttering and flying, and even her black hair was blown in all directions by the violent wind, dancing in the air. The Empress's cold and arrogantly beautiful face could not see a single flaw, and her outstanding demeanor was displayed to the fullest at this time. Her white arm floated in mid-air, and her green fingers snapped open, right in front of the demonic beast's face. A black sphere that had been compressed to the extreme continued to coalesce in the middle of her palm. The black hurricanes around them all rose as a result, and a shadow of extinction was created within 10,000 miles due to this attack. The pressure above the black sphere here was enough to churn anyone present to pieces. With the exception of Chen Xuanyi, the demonic beast struggled violently as if it had sensed the danger, as if it was about to break through the restriction at any moment. Upon her arrival, Dongfang Laning immediately pulled Chen Xuanyi to the bottom of the formation. "Quickly probe your spiritual energy into the formation. His Majesty is about to unleash an attack," Dongfang Laning urged at Chen Xianyi. Then she inserted the Feng Tianhua halberd behind her into the center of the formation eye and began to input her spiritual energy. Because of its appearance, the strength of the formation soared once again, and the resistance of the demonic beasts dropped at a rate visible to the naked eye. Chen Xianyi looked at the attack that was about to erupt from above the sky dome, his eyes somewhat worried. It wasn't as if he hadn't killed transitional hijack stage demonic beasts during his peak. If you want to kill a demonic beast of this level, it seems that the Empress's current accumulated strength alone isn't enough. These elements are obviously not visible to others. Just listen to Dongfang Laning urging, "Hurry up and help. You're not going to look dumb, are you?" Not far away, the Eastern Efficacy Kingdom also noticed the place at this time. He might really only have Jindan stage cultivation, and he's not helping now because he's afraid of revealing himself, trying to hoodwink His Majesty for favors. No way. When he uttered this sentence, the whole room was in an uproar. All of the cultivators who had come to participate in the battle turned their gazes towards Chen Xuanyi at this moment. No way. Someone who can kill the Jinnan King's real realm is only at the Jindan stage? It's not impossible. The death of the Jinnan King could have been plotted by other vassal kings, and Chen Xianyi was a backstabber. Yes, those who witnessed the death of the Jinnan King kept their mouths shut when they returned, as if they were afraid of letting people know. Who else but the other feudal lords who have the ability to seal the mouths of others? Chen Xuanyi is too detestable. After this battle is over, we must let convict him of deceiving the king. This spirit stone cheating trash. The crowd was talking, and those who were initially somewhat dissatisfied with Chen Xuanyi were using this opportunity to vent out all the displeasure in their hearts. But only Dongfang Laning never sent a word. Although she was somewhat skeptical as well, she had seen Chen Xuanyi make a breakthrough with her own eyes at the time. The heaven and earth anomaly that was triggered at that time still amazed her. No matter how much time had passed, she always felt that there were quite a few more secrets in this man. The crowd's murmurs did not enter Chen Xianyi's ears as he merely gazed silently above. "It's coming. Chen Xianyi murmured softly. It was then that the Empress had already gathered her entire body's spiritual energy in the palm of her hand. The pitch-black sphere that was like a black hole had already gathered an extremely terrifying destructive power by now. The surrounding violent black hurricane surged in all directions like knives, and the mountain range was hacked out with cracks. This attack had been built up to the extreme. The darkness of dawn envelopes all things, and obliterates and destroys everything. Final harmony. The female emperor's vocal line was already cold and arrogant, making people's hearts feel admiration. At this time shouted out loud and clear. That voice seemed to make everything in the world submissive, with an irresistible pressure, echoed loudly in the middle of the entire ridge. The sphere that was like a black hole suddenly went berserk as the Empress drove it. It then quickly transformed into a violent and incomparable shockwave, bursting out towards the front and engulfing it. The shockwave was like a pitch-black swimming dragon, carrying an unrivaled pressure. Everything in the space in front of her, even the air, quickly dissipated with it. The light, the traces of existence, and everything was taken away. The heaven and earth visions caused by this attack already had the feel of what Chen Xuanyi felt when he struck with his full strength. Of course the power is still worlds apart. All of the cultivators located below raised their heads at this moment. The shock and admiration above their expressions had reached its peak. The attack unleashed by the Empress was already a top-tier move in this world. On any cultivator seeing it, they would be shocked beyond measure. Your Majesty, so handsome. Dongfang Lanning was like a fanatic fan of the Empress, looking at her with her mouth watering and a face of infatuation. The other cultivators weren't much better. Their knees couldn't help but bend and kneel. It took a long time for the final chorus to end. The Empress gasped in midair, fragrant sweat faintly trickling down her noble cheeks. It seemed that this attack was not a small amount of wear and tear on her. The attack dispersed, as did the black, fleshy wind. That transitional apparition stage triple sky demonic beast. Its eyes were tightly closed at this moment, and the brown scales on its body were covered with scratches everywhere. Surprisingly, is it still there? The Empress in midair had some disappointment in her eyes. Her full force attack was enough to obliterate and destroy almost the vast majority of things in the world. But this demonic beast, surprisingly, still existed. But as long as it's dead, the purpose is served. The cultivators below let out fierce cheers when they saw that the demonic beasts had lost all signs of activity. Great! The danger is over. Your Majesty's heavenly age. It is truly a blessing for us to be your Majesty's subjects, taking care of the demonic beast in a single strike. Your Majesty's strength is unrivaled under the heavens. While the crowd each celebrated the victory of the war, the Eastern Effect Kingdom immediately flew into the air above. Chen Xuanyi is concealing his strength and deceiving his holiness. I'm going to take him to court right now. It's a disgrace to the human race for this kind of waste to stay here and eat empty paychecks. With those words, he immediately flew up. Everyone else was also showing contempt towards Chen Xianyi. Thanks to username 79449654 for the milk tea, and to Yuan Feiyu from Beihai Park for the razor blades. Chapter 114, The Empress's Character. Bugger off. Trying to mix spirit stones from the Empress without doing anything was obviously something anyone would be jealous of. Chen Xianyi only had one chance per day to make an invincible strike, and he naturally didn't want to waste it if the Empress could take care of the demonic beast. So he had no intention of stealing the Empress' thunder. Business as usual is best. However, Chen Xianyi felt that this matter did not seem to be that simple. Just as the Eastern utility was about to fly in front of the Empress, the demonic beast that had lost its signs of life suddenly began to move again. A loud and clear chirping sound was heard, interspersed with a majestic pressure sweeping out. Ow! This sound came out and immediately shook the body of the Eastern efficacy. With the strength of only the harmonization stage, he looked so humble in the face of all the attacks of the transitional succession stage. He was shaken and flew backwards, smashing straight above the ground. Brother! Seeing this, Dongfang Lanning hurriedly chased after him. Up went Dongfang Lanning to control the formation. Plus the people on top of the formation were still kneeling down to worship the Empress right now. Everyone did not appear above the eye of the formation. The demonic beast directly flapped its wings and quickly flew to a high place. Then it flew off quickly towards the distance. No good. It escaped. The cultivator below pointed to the sky and shouted. The cultivators who were still kneeling down below had been completely confused at this point when they saw that the demonic beast had come back to life. If a demonic beast of this level were to break away from this place and make a ruckus in the territory, the consequences would be unimaginable. No one knew what was in the Empress's mind, and without a single moment of hesitation, the moment she saw the demonic beast fly away, she chased after it at the first opportunity. Manipulate the formation. I'll go and lure it back. All the crowd could hear was this one unbreakable voice before both the demonic beast and the Empress disappeared into the field. Chen Xianyi sighed at the sight, then similarly flew up with only his body. With the Empress' strength, fighting this demonic beast alone, it was hard to say who would win or lose in the end. He himself had at least had a verbal contract with the Empress, and when it really came time for him to step in, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Seeing him leave, Oriental Lan Ning shouted at him, "Chen Xianyi, what are you doing?" Chen Xianyi shouted back while flying, "Of course it's to help your Empress. Troublesome as hell. Stay where you are until we get back." With that said, blazing flames burned above one of Chen Xian's feet. With his current speed alone, it was a bit difficult to catch up with the demonic beasts, but as long as he flexibly utilized his gongfu, it was still very possible to explode in a short period of time. Under the gaze of Dongfan Lan Ning, Chen Xuanyi quickly dodged and disappeared into the field. Breaking through the heavy clouds, Chen Xianyi arrived in the middle of the sky above. In the distance, Chen Xianyi could see that the Empress had already tangled with the demonic beast. The Empress seemed to be practicing that kind of extremely destructive technique, and every time she released it, her spiritual energy appeared black and was mixed with fierce killing intent at the same time. Only the demonic beast showed no signs of death at all. Instead, it was the Empress, who was hanging on to some wounds after a few rounds. The situation will be very unfavorable if it drags on like this. Chen Xianyi quickly flew over. "Don't be brave if you can't fight. No one can see you here." Chen Xianyi flirted. The Empress looked at him with great surprise. "How did you catch up? Didn't I tell you to drive the formation? What's the use of you coming?" She had never felt that Chen Xianyi would have the strength to kill the demonic beast. Inviting him here was likewise just to get him to help drive the formation. Moreover, Chen Xianyi was merely hired by him, and now that the battle situation had changed, the first thing any mercenary should think of should be to run away. And surprisingly, Chen Xianyi didn't just leave, but instead chased after him. "If I didn't come, by the time you lured the demonic beast back into the formation, I guess I'd have half a life left, right? By then, I guess I won't even have the ability to release an attack, right?" The Empress's willow brows were slightly knitted, her eyes contained anger, and her tone was firm as she retorted, "So what if it is? It's my people living in Sungzhou. Even if I die, I can't just let the demonic beasts wreak havoc. This is my duty. If you have come to mock me, then get lost." Chen Xianyi did not get angry when he heard her words. Instead, his pupils trembled a little, and he felt a little touched inside. Chen Xuanyi had seen many emperors throughout the ages, and being an emperor was nothing more than scavenging all the resources in the country to strengthen himself while enjoying the joys of heaven. When they really encountered danger, they had long ago rolled up all kinds of resources and ran away, finding a place to retreat and cultivate. Truly as she was, the emperor who was willing to die for the sake of the country was the first. Moreover, Chen Xianben thought that an existence as arrogant as the Empress would be furious in the face of her teasing words. As it turned out, perhaps because of the need to keep the greater good in mind, the Empress simply urged her to hurry up and not delay her hunting. Chen Xianyi's favorability towards those who were of good character would be a bit higher. No matter what, Chen Xuanyi was also firm in his reasons for striking out. "I don't have the luxury of laughing at you. Numbly hide away. I'll do the rest." Chen Xianyi said coldly. "Let me hide away? What nonsense are you talking about?" The Empress said incredulously, not knowing what drug Chen Xuanyi was selling in his gourd at this moment. "If we let her hide, who will deal with the demonic beasts? By you?" After Chen Xianyi's words fell, he didn't care if the Empress made a move to leave or not, and directly snapped his fingers at his fingertips. His expression was casual, with no impending stance of unleashing an all-out strike. A flame burned at his fingertips, followed by countless flames bursting out of his fingertips like infinite water. The flames quickly circled around all of that demonic beast. A cage formed by flames trapped the demonic beast. The Empress only felt as if the blazing flames were going to melt her because she hadn't dodged in the first place. She was at this point in time quickly ducking to Chen Xianyi's side. She looked at Chen Xianyi with a face full of surprise. Her body was in existence at the 5th level of the transitional stage. No matter how blazing the unusual flames were, they could not hurt her in the slightest. But the temperature of that flame just now was truly making her feel the pressure. There was no doubt that as soon as she touched that flame, her torso would burn and melt. This flame was simply terrifying to her. And what was even more terrifying was that the person who released this flame was Chen Xianyi. "You?" The Empress looked at him with great surprise, and for a while she was all a bit speechless. Chen Xianyi was able to release a flame of this level. Did that mean that the other party's strength was above his own? Chapter 115, Chen Xianyi kills demonic beast. Empress keeps secret. "I just told you to duck and you didn't. TSK, don't blame me if the royal face is ruined." Chen Xianyi laughed and teased. Looking at the Empress' shocked expression, he still found it quite amusing. "I don't know how bad I've learned from my eldest disciple. Even he has a habit of playing tricks on people." The demonic beast was trapped in the middle of the flaming cage, and the blazing flames roasted it with more than a few mournful cries. Whatever attack the demonic beast unleashed in the cage would be dissipated by the flames. Helpless, The demonic beast finally became furious and tried to attack the cage with its body. But as soon as it hit the cage, the flames quickly burned a bloody hole in its torso. It can't do anything at these absolute temperatures. Even the scales on top of the outer skin, which were incredibly hard, began to be roasted and were about to melt. This move, another of the great sun blazing flame technique, was also a move that would only be learned after approaching great accomplishment. Name: Huron's Prison. One could see Qin Xianyi's right hand that was burning with flames grabbing in the air. The cage that trapped the demonic beast then shrunk a bit, compressing its living space. As the space for survival diminished, the mournful hissing of the demonic beasts became more and more obvious. Even from a distance, the cultivators located below controlling the formation could hear the cries of sorrow coming from the sky. Your Majesty was actually able to single-handedly challenge the demonic beast. Could it be that His Majesty didn't use his full strength in that strike just now? How true, Your Majesty! Everyone present immediately guessed that the one who had held the demonic beasts back to such an extent was Her Majesty the Empress. But the only one who had a slight look of suspicion was Dongfang Lanning. Just now, she clearly saw that Qin Xianyi had similarly joined the battlefield. Could it be that all of this really had nothing to do with Qin Xianyi? Above the vault of heaven, Qin Xianyi completely grabbed the right hand that was burning with flames. That entire flame cage quickly shrunk to the extreme. That huge-sized demonic beast had completely lost its living space at this time, and its body was cut into several pieces by the burning of the cage. The broken pieces of bodies crackled and fell from the air like a rain of blood. That unstoppable, triple sky of the ferrying stage demonic beast was killed by Qin Xianyi as if he was pinching a small chicken, killing it without any resistance. The Empress was at Qin Xianyi's side, looking at his side face, and only felt a sharp tremor in her brain. In that brief moment, she thought about too many things. She was more than just shocked by Qin Xianyi's strength. There were other things as well. The world's first genius, Qin Xianyi, was injured in a battle with an evil true immortal and lost his cultivation. The news, surprisingly, has been false all along. Qin Xianyi wasn't injured at all. He was still the same Lord Shangzun he once was. And she herself, no, the entire world of cultivators, had been deceived by her. If that was the case, then Qin Xianyi's strength was far above hers. If Qin Xianyi wanted to kill her and seize the throne, it would be easy. The Empress who thought of this couldn't help but worry inwardly, with the feeling that her empire was not secure. Whether or not the other side has that in mind, though, is too early to conclude. Perhaps Qin Xianyi didn't even have any thoughts of competing for the throne. She felt like she had figured out so many things now, but the only thing she couldn't figure out was why Qin Xianyi was pretending that he had lost all his cultivation. Perhaps the things that a cultivator of Lord Superior's level thought about were not something she could speculate on right now. Chen Xian, Shangzun, I will keep this matter a secret for you. The Empress originally wanted to continue to address Qin Xianyi, but after thinking about it, she felt that there was something wrong with it, so she changed it to Shangzun. Qin Xianyi raised an eyebrow and asked in disbelief, confidentiality? Confidentiality about what? The Empress thought that Qin Xianyi was testing herself. She said very seriously, the secret about your strength. Of course, surely you don't want anyone to know? Although she couldn't guess why Qin Xianyi pretended that he was only at the Jindan stage, she guessed that since Qin Xianyi was hiding it, he definitely didn't want others to know. As a monarch of a country, she still perceived this thing. If one were to fall out with Qin Xianyi because of this matter, it would really be too worthless. Qin Xianyi looked at her with a face full of speechlessness. Who told you to keep it a secret? Give me the word, and it had better be made known to the world. Come on, he's striking out all over the place now, making no secret of his strength, for the purpose of letting the whole world know about it. Let them all know that Qin Xianyi has returned. As for the disciples of this seat, those who have the intention to make a move will have to weigh whether they have the ability to face the wrath of the Supreme Exalt in his heyday. It is also good to use this method to protect the disciples who still don't know where they are. He has done this, and as a result, Empress, you have to keep my secret. You can't protect your ass. Well, I understand. The Empress nodded without retorting. The more Qin Xianyi looked at her reaction, the more wrong it became. Do you really understand? Forget it, whatever. Anyway, he'd made enough of a mess now, so even if the Empress didn't help him, it should be enough of a deterrent. If it wasn't enough, he could just go back and continue to kill a few more high-level cultivators. Since it's done, come back with me. I will give double the amount of spirit stones I talked to you about before. And if there are any other requests, feel free to mention them. You're the one who saved the Tsangzhou kingdom after all, so as long as it's not too outrageous, I'll fulfill you. The Empress said with a cold expression. It was as if she was born with a high and cold face. No matter what kind of unexpected situation she faced, it was not enough for her to change her expression too much. And the smile that Qin Xian first saw for a moment before was not just a very fake smile. You're quite generous. Chen Xianyi wasn't as high and mighty as she was, and when he heard that there were more spirit stones, he wasn't polite and smiled back. At the same time, the two flew towards the bottom together. High above the sky, the corpses of the demonic beasts below were bound to be visible from afar. Demonic beasts were already very large in size, and even if they were split into multiple pieces, dropping them on the ground would be a spectacle. At this moment, those cultivators who had come along to participate in the battle gathered around the corpse, surveying it with astonishment. Seeing the Empress and Chen Xian are to return, the crowd of cultivators immediately greeted them. Your Majesty single-handedly challenged the evil beast. This matter is enough to be famous for the ages. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is now far stronger than any other emperor in the other states. Your Majesty's heavenly age. Your Majesty. All the cultivators knelt down to the Empress, congratulating her on the victory of the battle. In their opinion, the one who had the ability to slay demonic beasts above the sky would only be the Empress. Could it be that an immortal would suddenly come and kill the demonic beast? The Empress looked at the crowd with a cold and proud face. No joy or anger could be seen on top of her expression. Only her heart was soothed by the end of the demonic scourge. She said coldly, I didn't kill him, he did it. The Empress looked at Chen Xianyi and gestured to the crowd. The crowd was confused on the spot when they heard this explanation. What? Your Majesty said Chen Xianyi did it? Chen Xianyi has the strength? Thank you to Dean Jia, who loves to eat Sancho homing, for sending a character summon. Thank you to user 43053322 for sending milk tea. Chapter 116, Cooperating with His Majesty's Acting. Chen Xianyi, you touch His Majesty? Your Majesty, I didn't hear you. Really? Was it really Chen Xianyi who did this? The Eastern Effective State asked most incredulously, his voice full of shock. He had fought with Chen Xuanyi when he was at the city gates, and at that time, although Chen Xuanyi had resisted his attacks, his momentum was not strong. The aura that was displayed seemed to be just about the same as his big difference. If his sister hadn't made a move to intercept him, he would have even felt that he was capable of fighting one of them. As a result, now that His Majesty said that Chen Xuanyi was able to kill this demonic beast, he was 10,000% unconvinced. Ahem. The Empress didn't reply, but only coughed lightly twice. The Eastern Efficacy Kingdom obviously didn't get the meaning of the Empress, but there was an older cultivator minister who immediately whispered, His Majesty is trying to hide his strength. Perhaps he has a big move to plan and it's not good to reveal his strength in advance, so trying to use Chen Xianyi as a shield. After all, only a former world's #1 genius is capable of taking the blame for this. Come on, people, show it. After that elder minister's voice fell, all the cultivators present awoke with a sudden realization. Ah, yes, I saw it. It was a demonic beast killed by Chen Xianyi himself. I saw it too. We all saw it. Chen Xianyi easily decapitated the demonic beast. Chen Xianyi is worthy of being the world's first genius. Ah ha ha. The crowd wildly praised Chen Xuanyi's strength, but their words revealed a bit of contempt. After all, it wasn't anyone who really believed that Chen Xianyi had this strength. It's all just going along with His Majesty's plan. The Empress locked eyes with Chen Xuanyi for a moment, her willow eyebrows slightly raised as if asking Chen Xuanyi if he was satisfied. Chen Xianyi now wanted to curse her. Do I look satisfied to you? You are not listening to me at all. Look at them. Are any of them believers? It was then that he saw Dongfang Lanning scurrying to Chen Xuanyi's side from who knows when, asking at him in a low voice. Did you do it or not? Chen Xianyi covered his face and said very helplessly, whatever. What do you mean whatever? Che, forget it if you don't want to talk about it. Dongfang Lanning bristled and didn't pursue the matter. She always felt, though, that the matter was full of strangeness. But no matter what, the matter of the demonic plague was considered to be over. As for who solved it, that didn't concern her. Anyway, whether it was the Empress or Chen Xianyi, neither of them were considered bad people in her opinion. Chen Xianyi, in addition to the good color point, to the disciple is a pervert, in the happy to catch some people, and like to do hands to exterminate the whole clan. Scene's not too bad it. Bar. How does this look and feel like the bad guys? But not long ago, when the demonic beast escaped, of all the people present, only Chen Xuanyi had the guts and courage to chase after it. This, both then and now, struck an extreme chord within her. A person who can have this kind of courage that ordinary people don't have shouldn't be too bad. And what she admired most was people who possessed courage. Mu Strong's system black leather women increased. Once the demonic beast died, this incident was considered to have come to an end. Things were really as the state master had expected, and the matter of the demonic plague had really been resolved because of Chen Xianyi. The Empress had never had someone she wholeheartedly admired, and the state master was considered the first one she admired. Although the state master hadn't said anything about the details of the hunt, He had said that as long as he could invite the master to go there, things would definitely be resolved. The empress instructed her subordinates to bring along the carcass of the demonic beast and keep it to bring back to the palace for study. But the weird thing was that in the process of searching, no demonic stone was found in the body of the demonic beast. The cultivators of the demon race possessed demon stones in their bodies in order to cultivate. As for demonic beasts, their bodies similarly relied on demonic stones. Demon stones were extremely important things for both demonic beasts and cultivators of the demon race. Demon cultivators would die if they lost their demon stones, while demonic beasts did not die if they lost their demon stones. The demonic beast would still store some of its spiritual energy in its body, supplying it with a short period of time, but it would not be able to continue in exhaling spiritual energy to maintain its strength in the long run. In other words, this demonic beast would die silently even if they didn't kill it today. At the most, it would make trouble for another month. It's just that this January might make a big mess, so it's still not something you can let go. Also, a demonic beast that lost its demonic stone would lose all reason and become extremely tyrannical and insane, destroying everything in front of it, until this demonic beast's life comes to an end. This was why this demonic beast had become extremely lethal. And here's where the weirdness comes in. Just what kind of person was able to deprive a demonic beast at the third level of the ferrying stage of the demonic stone in its body? One must know that the difficulty can be far more difficult than killing a demonic beast. Who would have the power to do that? The empress herself obviously couldn't do it. And who else amongst this Sangjo would be stronger than her? Ghostly, her eyes went to Qin Xianyi beside her. After just a brief moment of skepticism, she immediately dismissed the conjecture in her mind. Qin Xianyi had no reason to direct himself and make such a mess. If he really did it, why would he kill the demonic beast? If the other party really wanted to kill himself and take away the throne, why didn't he just strike? Any way you think about it, Qin Xianyi has zero motivation. Qin Xianyi, you've suffered a lot on this hunt. Take a good rest when you return to the palace. In front of outsiders, the empress still had to help Qin Xianyi conceal his strength, so she didn't address her superior. As she spoke, Qin Xianyi felt an ethereal fragrance waft past his side. It was the empress who revealed a smile and kindly patted his shoulder. Qin Xianyi twisted his head to look at her. The empress figure was very tall, and even standing beside Qin Xianyi, she could not see any frame of being compared to her. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she was wearing shoes from the high heel department. She was even vaguely a little taller than Qin Xianyi. One could not dare to imagine how white and slender the legs contained underneath the dark gold and yellow robe would be. Qin Xianyi thought about more than just the other party's height when he looked at her. More, a smile from the empress. The faint smile she offered this time was no longer so far-fetched, but instead carried a hint of truth. That's rare. Then I'm welcome. Qin Xianyi returned, similarly reaching out and patting her on the shoulder. Come on. You're patting me down like that. It makes me look like your subordinate. I don't want to lose face. Do I? You have to shoot back. The empress felt Qin Xian immediately take a step backward in shock as soon as she touched herself. The smile on his face dissipated. This scene was all seen by Oriental Lan Ning, but she knew that the empress never touched anyone. Not even she had been so appreciated by the empress. As a result, the empress had just patted Qin Xianyi's shoulder like that. Even so, Qin Xianyi even dared to take the initiative to shoot back. The empress rarely initiates contact with others, and others are even less likely to touch her a bit. It was fine for Qin Xianyi to tease himself normally. As a result, you even dared to touch the empress. You're really tired of living. Chapter 117, An Exasperated Empress. Dragon's Breath to Come. Dongfang Lanning was breathing a little too hard at this point in her nervousness, as if she had already seen the empress lash out. If that's the case, should she save Qin Xianyi? Although it would be somewhat refreshing to see Qin Xianyi get beaten up with her own eyes, the two people, no matter who was injured, was not something she really wanted to see. Just after seeing the empress briefly freeze for a moment, she quickly walked towards Qin Xianyi again. No joy or sadness could be seen above the expression. Is it going to come out? Don't. Dying wow. Dongfang Lanning watched as the empress approached Qin Xianyi, her heart apprehensive to the core. Just when she thought the empress was preparing to strike, something unexpected happened to her. The empress simply glanced at Qin Xianyi lightly before saying very coldly, "Go back." There was clearly some anger in his voice, but it didn't show too much. After the words fell, the empress returned to the back of the golden-winged rock and turned around to directly enter the palace on her back without saying a word. Just, past? Dongfang Lanying's face was filled with surprise as she looked at Qin Xianyi incredulously. She quickly stepped forward and questioned Qin Xianyi. Hey, how did you do that? She couldn't figure out why the empress was giving Qin Xianyi special care at every turn. Even if he even touched the empress's bottom line, the empress could forgive him. In the world of metaphysics, strength has always been honored, and the empress could let Qin Xianyi touch her bottom line. Could it be that Chen Xianyi's true strength was stronger than the Empress herself? Just now, the Empress had said that the demonic beast was killed by Chen Xuanyi. It's hard to believe that it's not a cover-up for something, but it's true. When Chen Xianyi heard her words, he looked at her with a face full of confusion, then reached out and tapped her on the shoulder in the same way. That's how it's done. Don't just stand there. I'm waiting to go back to see the disciples. Let's go. As soon as Chen Xianyi's words fell, he walked towards the golden-winged rock without looking back, leaving Dongfang Lanning alone to look at him with a puff of air. Come on, is that what she's asking? Who wouldn't reach out and tap a shoulder? Does she look like a handicapped child? What she wanted to ask was why Chen Xianyi could not be retaliated against. She'd love to touch His Majesty and dabble in the glory of the Eucharist, too. Chen Xianyi, what do you mean? Stop. Don't move. Dongfang Lanning stomped her feet in anger, the sturdy armor on her body making a clashing sound. She rushed after Chen Xianyi. Chen Xianyi had just turned around and walked out not more than a few steps, when suddenly the steps he took stopped in mid-air. The entire group froze in place as well. An inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly surfaced in his heart, and he obediently twisted his head toward the sky above. Although he couldn't see anything yet, he could feel an extremely strong austere intent that was spreading towards this place, and a breath so powerful that it was terrifying was already getting closer and closer to this place. Although Chen Xuanyi's cultivation level was not high, his perception ability that originated from his natural instincts was far too much stronger than others. Dongfang Lanning obviously hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, and she was a bit surprised herself when she saw that Chen Xuanyi had really stood in place. You really stand when I tell you to? Do you listen to me so much? Dongfang Lanning smilingly wrapped her arms around Chen Xianyi's shoulders, making a gesture that could only be found between men. Seeing that Chen Xianyi had been looking up towards the sky, she also followed her gaze. What are you looking at? Chen Xuanyi didn't reply, only murmured, not good. The other end. In the palace of the golden-winged rock. Inside the small palace, although it wasn't as majestic as the palace of the imperial capital, the level of luxury wasn't bad at all. After the Empress closed the doors of the palace and chased away all the maids, she was the only one left in the entire palace. Without the gaze of bystanders, the Empress's originally cold and haughty face instantly became furious. The original dignified temperament had become a bit messy at this point. Her spiritual energy transformed into a blade and slashed at the pillars of the palace haphazardly. Damnable Chen Xianyi, how dare you touch me? Don't you know that I haven't had any contact with living creatures for thousands of years? Damn it. If you hadn't helped me stabilize Sungzhou, I would have had to cut you down. Geez, I'm pissed off. She released her psychic power to destroy the palace to vent while cursing under her breath. Apparently it's been suffocated. The reason why she hadn't made a move against Chen Xuanyi right outside wasn't because she was afraid of Chen Xuanyi's strength that she didn't make a move. In her opinion, having touched her bottom line, even if the enemy was stronger than her, she would still have to fight the enemy to the end. The main reason why she didn't make a move with Chen Xuanyi was because Chen Xianyi had helped her tackle the demonic beasts and likewise stabilized the safety of the entire territory of Sungzhou, while also saving her life to a certain extent. This made her. How else could she kill Chen Xian? But she just couldn't get mad. On weekdays even Dongfang Lanning, who was of the same sex, or her most valued general, was not qualified to ever touch her. As a result, today it was still Chen Xianyi, who was a man, who made her break her vow. Even more pissed off, the Empress took a swipe at the palace and only gradually recovered after a long time. With a wave of her large hand, the entire dilapidated palace was restored to its original state. She sat back down on top of the dragon chair located at the top and closed her eyes, calming herself as much as she could. But before long, her beautiful eyes instantly opened again. A look of panic even surfaced on the cold face. She also detected an extremely uneasy feeling. Her snow-white hand slapped the dragon chair with great force, and she quickly got up and walked towards the outside of the palace. As soon as the doors of the palace were pushed open, she similarly joined Chen Xuanyi in looking into the distance above the dome of the sky. The crowd of ministers didn't know what was happening and looked at the Empress with puzzled faces. Your Majesty, what's going on here? Dongfang Effect Gua asked in surprise. He had never seen the noble Empress, who had never been cold-faced, surface with even the slightest hint of panic. But now, a cold sweat broke out on the Empress's forehead. Just listen to the Empress, somewhat incredulous, say in a cold voice, there is also a demonic beast. As soon as her words left her mouth, it was too late to give the crowd around her a chance to react. An earth-shattering hissing sound came out from the far side of the sky dome. Ow! This was not a bird call, nor was it the chirping of an ordinary demonic beast. Instead, it was an earth-shattering dragon roar, steady and thick, with a voice like thunder. A suppression that seemed to be instinctive caused everyone present, except for the Empress, to cover their ears and be shaken in place. unable to move. Even the Empress herself felt that movement was slightly restricted. The sound of a dragon's roar arrived first, followed by a black shadow gradually emerging from the distance. Chapter 118 Giant Dragon appears. A rare friend. Dragons, both demonic beasts and different from demonic beasts. It was as if it was another branch of the demonic beasts. Dragons were a totem unique to the demon state, and were regarded as protectors in general, and were extremely rare in number. Even at its peak, there were only 2 dragons in the entire demon beast, guarding the demon state proper. Each dragon, its strength was terrifyingly frightening, and it was rumored that the simultaneous appearance of 2 dragons in the demon state was enough to fight against an immortal who had truly crossed the threshold. This strength was also a unique existence in the entire metaphysical world. Only the dragons don't exactly follow the commands of the demons. They are more like gods, only sometimes answering the prayers of the demons and granting their wishes. And such an important being, the godlike dragon, wondered why he had suddenly appeared in Sangzhou. It's the demon race that made war on us? Nope. Even if there was a war, there wouldn't be a dragon personally going down to fight. The Empress murmured softly, her mind instantly calculating countless ideas. As the demon state was an important neighboring country, she would naturally investigate the country more. The demon state couldn't even resolve its internal conflicts right now, so how could it possibly have the heart to fight against foreign races? But no matter what, since the dragon had appeared, the situation was definitely not simple. The Empress took a deep breath and leapt forward, her eyes firmly meeting the dragon in the direction it flew from. Your Majesty, it's dangerous. Your Majesty, we need to think long and hard at this point, the ministers advised the Empress, inwardly very worried about what would happen next. If anything happened to the Empress, Sangzhou would lose its backbone, and then it would really be a mess. Stay where you are, the Empress ordered in a cold voice, then flew over without looking back. With that dragon roar just now, even Chen Xianyi was controlled in place. The only one who could move freely at this time was the Empress. The control of the dragon chants lasted for a while before gradually dissipating. However, Chen Xianyi also felt that his hearing senses seemed to have been somewhat affected. By the ear, there was some warmth to the touch, and the voice was somewhat inaudible. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not that brittle. Am I deafened? Chen Xianyi thought with surprise in his heart before he remembered to turn his head to look at his side. Without looking, he realized that his ears were not deaf, but were clearly being covered by Dongfang Laning. Dongfang Laning herself had her eyes closed now, in a frightened state. Hey, you're covering your own ears. What are you covering my ears for? Chen Xianyi pushed her to wake her up. Dongfang Laning quickly withdrew her hand and said with a casual expression, "Oh, never mind. I'm the one who's nosy." Dongfang Laning clasped her arms, her expression still somewhat stubborn. Although Chen Xianyi's realm was only at the Jindan stage, his true strength could be far higher than Jindan, even though he wasn't brittle enough to do that. Dongfang Laning was really caring about him just now. He couldn't help but be a bit touched in his heart, and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly as he smiled. Then thank you, friend. Chen Xianyi added the rare word friend. Dongfang Lanying's cheeks flushed a little, inexplicably surprisingly shy. Even if you thank me, I won't be moved. I haven't gotten my revenge on us yet, so be careful, she exclaimed as she spoke, as if she suddenly remembered something. By the way, how is she? Your Majesty. Having been attracted to Chen Xianyi's attention just now, he had forgotten for a moment that the Empress was still in danger now. Hearing her reminder, Chen Xuanyi joined her in turning his gaze to the distance above the dome of the sky. The outline of that distant black dot of a giant dragon was clear enough to see at this point. This was a huge dragon with a black body. The scales on its body were dark and lusterless. Even when the sunlight shone on it, it was all absorbed by the darkness. This dragon was several times larger than the demonic beast that Feng had killed, and had a pair of massive wings on its broad back. With every flap of his wings, a violent, fierce wind blew throughout the dragon's ridge mountains. Chen Xianyi could tell that this demonic beast had the strength of a ferrying eighth heaven. The founder's transitional stage triple heavenly demon beast had already reached the point of shocking the world and crying out to the gods, and even the empress of the current dynasty was unable to do anything with it. This transitional stage 8 heavens, or a giant dragon that had lived for an unknown number of years. Its strength could be imagined. From afar, the empress's figure floated in front of the giant dragon, and her figure was so small. However, in front of the entire courtiers of Sangzhou, this figure was so magnificent. When Sangzhou came to the point of survival, this cold and noble figure, with an outstanding demeanor and some delicate softness at the same time, would always be at the forefront, always keep the people of the courtiers, who are weaker than her, behind her, even when faced with an existence 10 times stronger than his own. Chen Xianyi had once wondered in his heart when he arrived how the empress was able to be so respected and to have so many loyal subordinates. Now he sort of knew why. If one was not an upper dunce, not the world's first genius, and merely an ordinary cultivator martial artist. I'm afraid that one would be willing to follow such a monarch as well. The crowd couldn't hear how the Empress and the dragon were dealing with each other, and only saw that after the two parties briefly faced each other for a while, an intense killing intent began to permeate the surroundings. The Empress suddenly raised one hand and unleashed multiple attacks after coalescing in the direction of the dragon. The pitch-black wind blades crashed into the hard scales of the giant dragon, and it was clear that each attack was enough to open up the heavens and the earth. But hitting the giant dragon was really so strenuous. As soon as Chen Xian saw that the two parties had actually started fighting directly, he instantly realized that something bad had happened. Without any hesitation, he immediately flew towards where the Empress was. Dongfang Laning, go and lead the crowd to take refuge. At the same time, he also shouted at the Oriental Laning below. Don't you dare order me around. Dongfang Laning shouted in dissatisfaction, but she saw that Chen Xianyi had already flown far away, so it was obvious that the other party could no longer hear her. She looked anxiously around the spot for a while, but in the end, she had no choice but to follow Chen Xuanyi's orders and go back to organize the cultivators who had come together. Chen Xuanyi erupted with astonishing speed and ran resolutely towards the battlefield. Whether it was for the Empress, or for Dongfang Laning who he had just recognized as his friend, or the disciples who were currently in the palace with those subordinates attached to him. Chen Xianyi can't even run right now. Sangzhou was his foundation. The Jade Maiden sect was in Sangzhou, and the Danding Pavilion was also in Sangzhou, so if something happened here, it would involve everyone else as well. Even though he had used up his invincible strike today, the closer they got to the direction of the Empress, the more obvious the dragon's aura became. And Chen Xianyi then clearly sensed that the aura amongst the battlefield was more than just the Empress and the dragon. And 3 unfamiliar scents. Chapter 119, the Han King's Killing Fields. His Highness saves the Empress and people. After getting closer, Chen Xianyi's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the 3 figures on the back of the giant dragon and detected an air of intrigue. The state of that giant dragon was clearly abnormal. After losing the demonic stone, it was like a demonic beast that had a maniacal appearance. But the marvelous thing was that the giant dragon in a state of madness could still be controlled. This was a strange sight that even Chen Xianyi had never heard of. He couldn't help but wonder who the 3 people on top of that dragon's back were that had this ability. On Chen Xianyi's way towards the battlefield, the battle between the Empress and the dragon did not stop. The dragon merely hissed, and the violent impact caused the Empress to need to parry with her moves. The giant dragon opened its bloody mouth and a blue light emerged from its mouth, and then a huge column of blue light like a laser gushed out with it. Final harmony. The Empress unleashed her strongest attack once again. However, the strongest strike that could originally stun a triple heavenly demon beast at the transitional stage was used in the battle with the giant dragon but could only barely resist the other party's attack. It was even a bit unbeatable. The black shockwave and the blue column of light crashed into each other in midair, and the blue side quickly gained the upper hand. A violent impact explosion exploded in midair, and the Empress was sent flying several meters in an instant. The Empress quickly adjusted her stance in midair, trying to stabilize herself. However, the huge and heavy body of that giant dragon was as nimble as a bird, and in a blink of an eye, it dodged to the front of the Empress. Even the Empress didn't react. The dragon's sharp and hideous horror claws grabbed towards the Empress. In an instant, blood arced through the air like a waterfall, bleeding as if it was going to color the entire sky red. The powerful force caused the Empress in her hands to fall towards the ground rapidly. Chen Xianyi arrived just in time and smoothly caught her back. Chen Xianyi looked down at the Empress in his arms, and saw that the Empress's cold, beautiful eyes, her pupils were at this moment listlessly lax. It was as if he was on the verge of losing consciousness. The Empress's chest was slashed with a deep, bone-deep wound that extended from the small of her back all the way to her chest. If it wasn't for a cultivator in the transitional stage, he would have lost his life at this point. Chen Xianyi placed his hand on her chest and helped her heal, the wound healing at an extremely rapid rate. Although it could not be fully restored, at least it could still protect the internal organs. At the same time, he also fed a few pills to the Empress' mouth. The Empress was very resistant at first, but after a while, perhaps after seeing clearly that the person in front of her was Chen Xianyi, surprisingly, she swallowed the elixir without resistance. These pills were all the healing pills that Chen Xianyi had made when he was teaching his disciples to make pills and doing demonstrations himself. The results are all top-notch good. The Empress quickly regained her state, and as she came to her senses, she quickly reached out and grabbed Chen Xuanyi's collar. "Your Highness, I am no match for it. I don't expect you to save me, but if I die, I still hope that you can inherit the throne, protect Lan Ning, and protect those ministers of mine. I know the secret key to the palace treasure pavilion, as well as the secrets of several immortal secret realms in Sangzhou. As long as you nod your head, I'll tell you everything." In the eyes of the Empress, Chen Shuani might be in existence capable of confronting a giant dragon. However, she did not request Chen Shuani to make a move. Instead, she looked as if she was on her deathbed. It was only because she was clear on what basis Chen Shuani could help her. Going up against an enemy of this level was no longer something that could be measured by the number of spirit stones, but it's a lot of fun. He had nothing to do with Chen Shuani, and he owed him even less of a favor. Even after his own death, Chen Shuani could take whatever he wanted from the palace, as well as the spirit stones he had on him. Who is he to help himself? The previous empress was worried that Chen Shuani had thoughts about the imperial throne, but now she only had the luxury that Chen Shuani would have some thoughts about the imperial throne so that she could use it as a bargaining chip in exchange. If I didn't want to help you, why would I save you? Tell me first, who are the 3 people on top of that dragon's back? Chen Shuani did not nod and simply helped her heal her injuries while asking. When the empress heard Chen Xianyi's words, those cold eyes immediately flashed with a strange emotion. No one knew what she was thinking at this moment, but her expression as she looked at Chen Shuani was clearly much gentler than usual. After a short silence, she was heard to return. It's the 3 feudal lords who didn't participate in the war. A feudal lord? Can a feudal lord have this power? Chen Xian's face was filled with surprise once he heard it. But soon, he figured something out. Needless to say, at this point he had the same thought in his head as the empress. The clan king alone is certainly not capable of doing this, and there must be a demonic person at the helm. While the two were conversing, the giant dragon, without warning, suddenly appeared in front of the two. The dragon raised its claws high and was about to fall, but the claws stopped in mid-air. The man located on the head of the dragon looked down at the situation below and said with some surprise, "Isn't this Chen Xianyi? I didn't think you'd come to the war." As Chen Xianyi looked up, the man similarly had a middle-aged appearance, with the strength of around the Mahayana stage, colluding with a foreign race and attempting to kill the king in public. "You kings have a lot of guts," Chen Xianyi coldly replied back. The middle-aged man above the dragon's head sneered, "I've heard that you're an upper venerable, once able to fight against evil true immortals, and although you lost the battle and dispersed your cultivation, you were still able to take on the rival Jinnan king, and now you're even able to assist his majesty in slaying transitional demon beasts. To be honest, I kinda admire you. It's just a pity that you're on the wrong team. Your majesty, she must die today, after which Sangzhou will usher in a new world." Hearing his words, unsurprisingly, that matter of the demonic beast was indeed related to this vassal king as well. And that demonic beast, it seems, is just a front. The real big head is just now coming. Chen Xianyi looked around. At this time, the sun had long since gone down, and the moon was already hanging in mid-air. A cursory glance at the time suggests that the second day is not far away. Chen Xianyi had unleashed Invincible Strike a few times and naturally understood the refresh time of Invincible Strike. Right at midnight. In other words, it wouldn't be long before he could unleash his skills again. "Go bury the emperor with you." Suddenly, the middle-aged man was heard yelling. The sharp claws of that giant dragon then swiftly slapped towards Chen Xian or two. It appeared that the other party did not even give Chen Xian a chance to choose, intending to kill him altogether. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Xianyi cursed. He couldn't think too much and held the empress in his arms as tight as he could. As much as possible, he used his body and wrapped it in it. At the same time, the dragon's sharp claws slapped over. The ferocious and incomparable hegemonic power was all poured into Chen Shuani's body. "No, don't, Your Holiness." The empress couldn't calm down anymore as she watched the scene. Her beautiful pupils fluttered violently as countless emotions welled up, and excitedly, she cried out in shock, "I'm afraid I'll die if I take this blow hard." Chen Xianyi had actually gone this far for her, fighting hard against the giant dragon's attack for her. Why on earth would he do that? This caused the empress to not be able to think of a reason at all in a short period of time, and surprise first flashed among her heart, followed by gratitude that words could not express. Chapter 120 Xian Gang becomes essence? Why are you yelling so loudly? The empress, she knew, had clearly no use for her anymore. Chen Xianyi clearly could have left her alone and then deprived her of wealth that will over her own dead body. After all, there were countless goodies in her storage ring. Thinking from a monk's point of view, that's the best way to look at it no matter what, right? There was no time to think too much, and after Chen Shuani, who was holding the empress, was slapped by the dragon's sharp claws, the two of them flew out at an extremely terrifying speed. As for Chen Xianyi, not only did he not stop his body from falling, but on the contrary, flames burned above his feet, accelerating to propel his speed. As he did so, it was as if he was borrowing the powerful strength of the dragon and quickly sped towards the distance. In fact, as he approached the battlefield he wondered how he could save the empress after relying solely on himself and losing the ability to strike an invincible blow. And right now, that's what he came up with. The swift speed that erupted under the two forces, Even a giant dragon might not be able to catch up with it in a short period of time. In just the blink of an eye, the huge dragon that was originally huge in size had already disappeared in Chen Xianyi's line of sight. However, Chen Xianyi still didn't dare to stop and quickly rolled over. The two of them had also long since left the Longji mountain range and were nowhere in the wild mountains. In the end, Chen Xianyi searched for a hidden cave with her and flew straight in. After placing the Empress flat on the ground, Chen Xianyi leaned against the wall and panted heavily. That was close. He was so close to dying just now. Chen Xianyi possessed the ability to deliver one invincible strike, and likewise had a chance to deliver one invincible defense. Now that he had used both of his bottom cards, all he could do was stall for time. The Empress naturally didn't know Chen Xuani's undercurrent. She quickly sat up from the ground and looked at Chen Xuani, who did not have a single injury on his body, and she felt incomparably unbelievable. You're not even hurt? How is this possible? The Empress said in surprise, and her cold expression finally stopped being calm. She had taken down a dragon's sharp claws hard, and that blow had nearly killed her. As a result, Chen Xianyi was hit, but he didn't do anything at all? Are you really human? It's not some metaphorical steel that's turned into a spirit, is it? Could there be internal injuries? The Empress worriedly inquired, and in passing, she was about to reach out and put her hand on Chen Xianyi's chest, wanting to help him check it out. It had all come to this. The Empress could not care less about things like not being able to touch. All she could think about now was to see if Chen Xuani had really suffered internal injuries. If you have suffered a very serious internal injury, you may look unharmed on the outside, but you may soon lose your breath. Chen Xianyi had saved her life, and even stepped forward in this moment of crisis, which made her emotions towards Chen Xianyi far from what they were at the beginning. She was worried about Chen Xuani's condition and was willing to heal his injuries. The Empress was the one who looked cold and heartless on the outside, but on the inside, she was soft and gentle, and she knew who was genuinely good to her. Chen Xianyi smiled as he reached out and grabbed her wrist. No need to look. I'm fine. On the contrary, you're still injured. Turn your back and I'll heal you. The Empress's wrists were very bony and at the same time ice cold, extremely delicate and smooth to the touch. Chen Xianyi obviously didn't notice anything, but this ambiguous action caused the Empress to look a little different, perhaps in shyness. The Empress pursed her red lips and quickly drew back her hand like an electric shock, turning around and sitting cross-legged in front of Chen Xuani's body. You were seriously injured just now, and too much of the spiritual energy in your body has dissipated. I'll first draw a spirit gathering formation for you to replenish your spiritual energy. As soon as Chen Xianyi said that, he began to draw a spirit gathering formation around where the Empress was in situ. The Empress listened with incomprehension written all over her face as she asked, feeling a bit ridiculous. Drawing formations now? What you hit just now shouldn't be your brain. She wasn't deliberately mocking Chen Xianyi, but was really thinking about the possibility. Without resources and without the assistance of others, Chen Xianyi relied on himself to draw the spirit gathering formation, or the kind that was to be used for her. Even if the master of the state came, he couldn't do it. Stop it. Sit down. I'll check you out. The Empress's voice even became somewhat gentle as she got up and wanted to help Chen Xuani sit down, but as soon as she got up, she realized that the outline of a circle of formations had been drawn around where she was. In the next second, the formation immediately formed, flashing out a brilliant bright aura. Countless spiritual energy began to rapidly converge towards this place, and the Empress could feel spiritual energy nourishing her entire body even with ordinary breathing. It was no exaggeration to say that this spirit gathering formation was more effective than all the spirit gathering formations she had ever seen. But, how something like this suddenly appears? As a cultivator of the transitional stage, the Empress had never seen anything good or a big scene, but this is really the first time she has seen such a big scene. For some reason, she always felt that she was like a child in front of Chen Xianyi. He himself had been having his eyes opened by Chen Xianyi. Whether it was Chen Xian's strike that killed the fairy stage demonic beast, or the hard resistance against the giant dragon's attack without getting injured, or now, each time it refreshed her three views as a cultivator. As much as she hated to admit it, this kind of person was really mysterious and intrigued her. It gave her the feeling that she wanted to stay beside Chen Xianyi for a while longer. The brain crash is also because of you. I have to let you support me for the rest of my life and my disciples. No kidding. Come on, sit down. Chen Xianyi teased, repressing her shoulders and making her sit back down cross-legged. Even if it's not broken, I can still keep it, the Empress said expressionlessly. But as soon as she said this, she realized something was wrong. The meaning she had intended to convey was that Chen Xianyi had saved her, and she would naturally do everything in her power to repay the favor and would not fail you. How come when you say it, it seems to turn into a feeling that I want to support you for the rest of your life? It's a bit too ambiguous. Just as she was thinking about it, suddenly she felt a large, warm hand against the top of her back. The back of her dress was a little torn in places, causing the hand to touch directly on top of her skin. No one had touched her skin like that in thousands of years, causing another electric shiver to run through her. Her willow brows furrowed and her eyes contained anger as she looked back. Chen Xianyi, what are you doing? The Empress shouted angrily. Last time, Chen Xianyi touched her shoulder through her clothes. Even so, this time, and caressing her skin. Why are you yelling so loud? You've been injured so badly. It's only natural to help you channel your spiritual energy to heal your injuries. Chen Xianyi looked at him with a somewhat complaining expression, a feeling that his good intentions had been fed to a donkey's liver and lungs. The Empress was being looked at by her like this, and the small universe that was originally intended to explode was actually held back hard at this time. Thinking about it carefully, the other party had done so much for her, risking her life even if it was not enough, and helping her to draw a top-level spirit-gathering formation and heal her injuries. Every single thing in here is enough for her to pay back, not to mention altogether. I can't believe that I was not only ungrateful, but also angry. It doesn't make sense anyhow. It was too much for myself. Chapter 121, The Reason to Save Me. The Empress Choice. No, it's fine, the Empress said with a slight apology, slowly turning her head away. Her teeth, though, had been gently biting her lip. Either way, she was still a little embarrassed to be touched by a man like that. Chen Xianyi didn't care about that much as his spiritual energy smoothly probed into her body. The Empress breathed in her spiritual energy, and a strange feeling arose in her as she felt Chen Xianyi's spiritual energy traveling around inside her. Can't you slow down? It's the first time I've let someone else do this. It's very sensitive, and it hurts a little. Slow down, the Empress forced herself to say. The original queenly tone that had always been haughty, at this point in time was actually delicate with a feeling of supplication. This scene undoubtedly did not hit Chen Xianyi's heart, so that he, who had not originally been rambling, couldn't help but start rambling after hearing the Empress' words. Listen to this. Is this a normal conversation between a man and a woman? It's hard not to think about it, because Chen Xianyi's thoughts were unnaturally leaning in a strange direction. He was also a bit nervous. The strides of spiritual energy were becoming a bit disorganized, as if they were gathering in a strange direction. In order to ease the situation, Chen Xianyi had to try to find a topic to ease the tension. Ahem, don't know your name yet. Chen Xianyi tried to find a topic. The Empress closed her eyes and meditated, and after a moment of silence, she returned. It's been a while since anyone has asked me my name, but there's no harm in telling you. Lan Yanran. In the middle of the entire cave, apart from the sound of their breathing, only the sound of their conversation remained. Good name, Chen Xianyi praised. After the name was asked, the air once again fell into a deathly silence. It was only then that Chen Xianyi realized that Lan Yanran did not seem to be able to take the initiative to find a topic of conversation. Now that we're alone in a room, it's awkward not to talk about something. Chen Xianyi had no choice but to speak again. Why do you want to be an emperor? As the 9 to 5, there are quite a few things to deal with every day, right? In this world, the emperor was not the highest realm a cultivator could pursue. Immortal talent it is. That is to say, there are actually many powerful cultivators in the world who don't care about being an emperor at all. They might be traveling the world in pursuit of the ultimate in martial arts, or they might be practicing in seclusion in the middle of some cave. There were times when the emperor didn't see much benefit, and could even be a liability, dragging down the speed of cultivation. When Lang Yanran heard this question, she didn't hesitate for a second and firmly replied without even thinking. Like, what a strange reason this is. Chen Xianyi was filled with puzzlement and doubt. Like, what do you mean? Lang Yanran's voice was very condescending. It was the voice of a queen that belonged solely to her. Just like, I like the feeling of my subjects lowering themselves to me. I like the look of the people kneeling in adoration when they see me, and I also like the feeling of being high up in front of others. And in exchange, I will protect every subject who kneels before me. This reason of hers was a reason that Chen Xianyi had never thought of before. It was said that high-ranking cultivators always had some strange hobbies after living for a long time. Perhaps the fact that Lang Yanran liked being an emperor was her unique hobby. Not for the spirit stones, not for the treasures, just for the feeling of being high and mighty in front of others. It's a total arrogance. However, Lang Yanran's arrogance does not attract offense, but instead is weighed in a very delicate balance. It was as if Lang Yanran had said that she would protect every subject who knelt before her, and she really did. Such a person could not be more suitable to be the emperor. Between the conversation between the two, Lang Yanran's spiritual energy had almost recovered. This was all thanks to the powerful effects of the spirit-gathering array. Only, the injuries on Lang Yanran's body were very heavy, and even if her spiritual power recovered to its limit, she was only barely able to reach the strength of the first level of the ferrying stage. It would take a long time of rest and recuperation to fully recover to the peak. Besides, it was only just now recovering, so it couldn't unleash its attacks yet. I'll be concocting 2 pills for you to aid in your recovery, Chen Xuanyi said, and just like the third disciple, he summoned the star Dan furnace out of thin air. Using the existing medicinal materials among the storage ring, he directly began alchemy. In no time, the medicinal fragrance filled out from amongst the Dan furnace. You also know how to make pills. Lang Yanran's essence was obviously much better now as she walked over to Chen Xuanyi's side, once again asking out in surprise. And you can fight. And you can draw formations. And now you're telling her you can make pills? What exactly is it that you don't know how to do? Lang Yanran felt that she was getting used to this feeling. It was as if she wouldn't be surprised anymore once Chen Xianyi made something out of it. How can you teach disciples if you don't know how? Chen Xianyi returned carelessly. Lang Yanran's expression obviously changed a bit when she heard these words. To be honest, she had thought that Chen Xianyi was a lecherous man as described by Dongfan Lanning, accepting beautiful female disciples only to fulfill her desires. Now that he looked at it, it seemed like Chen Xianyi was really teaching them. No one knows what exactly Oriental Lanning said to her. What exactly are you trying to do by helping this emperor so much? Lang Yanran thought about it and finally took the initiative to ask the question that puzzled her the most. The question held in her mind for the 100th time. Chen Xianyi twisted his head to look at her, not expecting her to suddenly ask this. For a moment, Chen Xianyi did not know how to reply. For myself, not really. There were many reasons why Lang Yanran was worthy of his help. Perhaps because she alone was a person that Chen Xuanyi admired. Or for something else. Anyway, he was asked to list them all. And for a while he didn't really know where to start. Under Lang Yanran's perspective, Chen Xianyi just looked straight at her without saying a word. In an instant, Lang Yanran seemed to understand something. She looked down at her torso, her cold white skin delicate and smooth, her tall figure giving her perfect proportions. Not to be narcissistic, but she had some confidence in her own good looks. A blush quickly appeared above her cheeks, as if she understood what Chen Xuanyi meant. It's really as Oriental Orchiding said. A guy who is so horny that he has no boundaries. Lang Yanran was rarely a little nervous. Her hands were curled up together, her teeth were biting her lips, as if she was doing some kind of violent struggle in her heart. Adulterer of colors? Don't think. Such a thing is impossible. Even if you are highly powerful, you have also saved my life, killed the demonic beasts, and healed my wounds. Your character is still not a bad character. Long and handsome too. But it doesn't seem like it won't work. These words were obviously not spoken by Lang Yanran. In the end, Chen Xianyi was really helping him in every way. Thanks to Xiao Siwu for the inspiration capsule. Chapter 122, Pushed Backward by the Empress? What is this? Moreover, Chen Xianyi himself was good enough on his own, or it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that he could be called the best. If there was anyone in this world who could be worthy of her and bear the name of emperor, the only one who could be a match for her name would be Chen Xuanyi, right? Besides, he doesn't seem to hate Chen Xianyi as a person. On the contrary, there's even a lot of goodwill. Whether it was when she learned that all of the feudal lords were not present and Chen Xianyi was still fighting for her. Still, Chen Xuanyi had stood up for her several times on the battlefield. So much so that he was now trapped in danger along with her. All of these reasons reveal Chen Xianyi's sincere feelings. He really helped himself in every way. However, the reason why she had some good feelings towards Chen Xianyi was not all because of what he did, but also the character. The character that she could see from what he did. Heavy contract, heavy friendship, brave and fearless. With a man should have the responsibility, as well as absolutely powerful strength. And then there's the seemingly carelessness that has everything planned out internally. Just like the blow that the giant dragon had slapped down. Chen Xianyi was already calculating how to utilize this idea when he was planning to go and save Lang Yanran. Plan how to escape and which direction to flee in. Lang Yanran sulked for a long time, making a comprehensive consideration of Chen Xuanyi in her heart. Now that there was a void of strength in the country, if Chen Xuanyi could be made emperor, he would be able to tie him to her. The strength of the country, too, will surely increase dramatically. This is, by any stretch of the imagination, the most excellent solution to the problem at the moment. The only thing that felt a bit wrong was Lang Yanran's concern about her body, which hadn't been broken in tens of thousands of years. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she walked straight to Chen Xuanyi's body. Chen Xianyi, I will say in advance that although I have some good feelings for you, I am far from being in love. However, since you're interested in the emperor position, we can cultivate it later on. Her gorgeous red lips like rose petals raised the fragrance of the break, and the original cold and proud face that was not angry, at this time surfaced a rich red color. She bent down like this, her eyes glaring at Chen Xianyi with a slight blaze. No matter where one looked, Chen Xianyi's face was incredibly handsome. Lang Yanran also sort of unraveled the last of her inner barriers to this perfect face. She was seen stretching out her sheepish white jade-like moist hand and pushing it towards Chen Xianyi's chest. Chen Xianyi's expression at this moment couldn't be more confused. All he felt was a wave of weightlessness coming over him. Someone please tell him what is going on now. How did Lang Yanran rip herself off? Under the absolute strength of Lang Yanran's transitional stage, Chen Xuanyi was unable to do anything to resist. The feeling of having that hand pressed against his chest was like absolute control, his body unable to move. Lang Yanran was also a bit surprised at this time. She didn't expect Chen Xuanyi's strength to be so small. She didn't even exert any force just now, just a light touch. That body that could resist the giant dragon's blow, as if it was made of Xian steel, even collapsed just like that? What does that mean? This meant that Chen Xianyi was cooperating with her. To be honest, she had originally had that hint of concern, considering in her mind that Chen Xianyi might not be interested in her, that she had misunderstood. After seeing this scene now, she was also considered to have completely dispelled her worries within her heart. The guy just had a thing for her. He just didn't say it out loud. Do you like letting me take the initiative that much? TSK, what a lecherous devil. Lang Yanran's eyes gazed at Chen Xuanyi with some disgust, her appearance very ascetic. As she spoke, her stunningly beautiful face probed at the same time. No, wait. Before Chen Xianyi could finish her sentence, she only felt an ethereal fragrance sweep across the tip of her nose. Although Lang Yanran had long exceeded the age of a young girl, the tender skin on her body was as fragile as that of a young girl. Her extremely tall frame gave her amazing proportions above her legs. Chen Xianyi's expression was surprised and unexpected. Oneself unexpectedly was forcibly kissed by that condescending empress, though he could sense that there might be a misunderstanding. But a strong sense of happiness broke the guilt. He didn't do any struggling with his hands, but subconsciously hugged the other party tightly. He could feel that Lang Yanran's body temperature was high and hot. Lang Yanran now had a wonderful feeling. If she were to know that this scene would happen with Chen Xianyi in the near future after she summoned him at that time, I wonder if she would still summon him. According to her nature, in fact, even if the country was in trouble, she wouldn't think of using her own body to bind Chen Xianyi. In fact, it all boiled down to the fact that she had developed a marvelous crush on Chen Xianyi, and that for the sake of the country or whatever is just an excuse she's making for herself. Are you satisfied? Only after a long time had passed did Lang Yanran get up again, her eyes always looking at Chen Xuanyi with a bit of disgust, as if this was the last stubbornness within her, or maybe it was a cover-up, a high-minded knot inside her. As the Supreme Empress, she had taken the initiative to do such a thing for Chen Xuanyi. It's pretty faceless not to show disgust, but this expression, when it fell into Chen Xianyi's eyes, would not be difficult at all. Unconsciously, Chen Xianyi's hands had already landed on her waist. Originally, Chen Xianyi's power was unable to propel her, but Lang Yanran was cooperating with her and slowly fell on top of the ground. As soon as Chen Xianyi's hands touched her delicate body, the painful body that she had been holding back was somewhat unable to resist. It hurts, Lang Yanran murmured softly. Above her expression it was very difficult. Her injuries were very severe, and even if Chen Xianyi had helped her heal, the inner meridians and internal organs would still need a long time to ease. Now she was in excruciating pain at the slightest movement. In other words, all of her actions just now were her gritting her teeth and forcing through the pain. As soon as Chen Xian heard her voice, his originally chaotic brain instantly came to its senses. What is he or she? What are you doing to a wounded man? She's the one who's still hurt. Chapter 123, Someone falls in love and is trapped in a cave. You, why are you stopping for me? Lang Yanran asked in surprise. She had thought that Chen Xianyi would keep his should look and would not care about her state. She had all but bitten the collar of her coat, ready to take it cold. As a result, what she didn't expect was for Chen Xianyi to stop. And it appeared to have stopped because of her. Don't push yourself. I'm the one who healed you. Of course I know how bad it hurts. Also, how can you serve this lord in this state? This lord is very demanding. Chen Xianyi's last two sentences followed the empress's condescending tone, her expression carrying a playful flirtation. In this way, he was easing the now somewhat ambiguous and awkward atmosphere. You, shameless. Lang Yanran sat up and straightened the messy royal clothes on her body, her voice as noble and arrogant as ever. However, she was cursing Chen Xianyi on her lips, but Chen Xianyi's image was elevated another level in her heart. If it was true that Chen Xianyi had just now achieved the last step, then the good feeling she had in her heart towards Chen Xianyi would definitely be lowered by a large margin. In the face of such an emaciated woman, Chen Xuanyi was also able to lay his hands on her, and this kind of person was bound to cause her to resent him. But what Chen Xianyi had actually done had undoubtedly tugged at her heartstrings once again. Chen Xianyi was concerned about her condition, and didn't use her as a tool to vent. Lang Yanran's inner favor for Chen Xuanyi was gradually changing from having a good feeling to turning into love. After getting to know Chen Xuanyi better, the good feelings not only didn't dissipate, but even warmed up step by step. Chen Xuanyi returned to the Dan furnace at this time, fully concentrating on refining the pill for Lang Yanran to heal her injuries. It wasn't that he liked alchemy much. Rather, if he didn't give his full attention to what he was ordering right now, he was really having trouble resisting the flames that were running around inside his body. That, Chen Xuanyi, I thank you, sincerely. It was then that Lang Yanran got up and spoke while sitting cross-legged beside Chen Xuanyi. This time she didn't and kept her distance like she did with the others. Instead, they stayed close and sat beside him. She wasn't revealing that classic condescending face. Instead she was smiling somewhat gently, her eyes revealing some adoring emotions. Aha, I thank you too, but it would be nice if you were gentler next time. Chen Xuanyi refined the Dan with a straight face and flirted with a smile. As he spoke, he didn't even dare to steal a glance at Lang Yanran's face, simply because when he took a look, he couldn't help but remember Lang Yanran's flushed face and fragrant orchid in her mouth just now. Lang Yanran's unattainable beauty, unlike other women, that excellent and noble demeanor for you to fall in love with the feeling, so that any man cannot resist. Are you thanking me for such things? Succubus. When Lang Yanran heard this, she once again revealed that disgusted expression. However, despite saying so on her lips, she leaned a little closer towards Chen Xuanyi's direction. Sometimes it doesn't seem so annoying when men, Chen Xuanyi alone, are a bit astringent. It's broken. Someone's fallen in love. The two of them just relied on each other to concoct pills. During this time, Lang Yanran took the initiative to tell Chen Xuanyi many things from the past. For example, her assumption of the position of Empress of Zhangzhou was only something that happened within 100 years. In the long years before that, she had spent 90% of almost all of them in secluded cultivation in a cave. In other words, although she was ridiculously old, her years with people were probably about the same as Chen Xuanyi's. And then there's the fact that she didn't inherit the throne from her. The old emperor had nothing to do with her. She was merely at the end of a certain retreat, when she came out to look for the supplies needed for the next retreat. I stumbled upon the fact that I had been Zhangzhou invincible. During a certain fight for resources, there was a dispute with the old emperor, and after she killed the old emperor in a few moves by killing him in the palace, she was flocked to be called the emperor. Lang Yanran thought of becoming the emperor for fun. I didn't realize that once I was on top, I couldn't stop. It was a position that was literally made for her. The two of them chatted and laughed idly, and Chen Xuanyi also told her something about what had happened to him. However, Chen Xuanyi, a demon who favored his disciples, was completely detached from his disciples when it came to the content of his casual conversations with others, either telling anecdotes about the first disciple as a child, or the second and third disciples. And Lang Yanran also sensed, at this time, Chen Xuanyi's strong emotion towards his disciple. Chen Xuanyi, this fellow, no matter which way he looked at it, his emotions towards his disciple were absolutely pure. Doesn't seem like someone who would do something weird. Rather, it was those few disciples of Chen Xuanyi who seemed to her to be out of sorts some of the time. Come to think of it, the way they were looking at Chen Xuanyi wasn't quite right. It was not like looking at the master's eyes, but instead revealed a strong love everywhere. Could it be that what Dongfan Lanning had said before was all to discredit Chen Xuanyi? Lang Yanran inwardly doubted the veracity of what Dongfan Lanning had said. After another moment, the rich medicinal scent gradually hit his nose. The medicinal aroma was refreshing, and just smelling it would make you feel relaxed and refreshed. The elixir that Chen Xuanyi had refined was about to break out of the furnace. Almost done. After you take these 2 internal healing pills, you can reconstruct the broken meridians in your body and regain the ability to unleash attacks, which shouldn't be a problem. But if you want to recover to your peak strength, you still need to recuperate more, Chen Xuanyi said seriously. And then he intended to probe the last trace of spiritual energy into the Dan furnace to complete the refining of the elixir. Refining an elixir for a cultivator of Lang Yanran's level. Chen Xuanyi did not intend to be sloppy. It must be carefully refined to achieve excellent results. That's why his expression was extraordinarily serious when he was refining pills. Lang Yanran did not know much about the art of alchemy. As she looked at Chen Xuanyi's side face, she only felt that the Chen Xuanyi who was serious about refining pills was so much more handsome than he would have been otherwise. How come she hadn't noticed that Chen Xuanyi was so attractive before? If one's future emperor was Chen Xuanyi, a capable and handsome man seemed to be quite worth looking forward to, just as she was inadvertently committing a nymphomania towards Chen Xuanyi. At the same time, several conversations came in from outside the cave. I think it's in this cave, but it's making us look for it. It can't be wrong. My blood-seeking and tracing technique has never been wrong. What a surprise. I thought the two of them would surely die. If not for the Northern King's insistence on dying to see the corpse, I would have almost let them escape. These were the voices of 2 men and 1 woman. and both Chen Xuani and Lang Yanran were very familiar with them. The three feudal lords had somehow managed to find their hiding place. Inside the cave, Chen Xianyi and Lang Yanran looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lang Yanran was not able to fight right now, and the only combatant in the entire cave was Chen Xuani, who was at the Jindan stage. Invincible strike and invincible defense all used. They could be said to be dead to the world, with no power to fight back. Not long after, three figures gradually appeared in the middle of the cave. Chen Xianyi quickly got up and blocked Lang Yanran behind him. Yo, found it, the king of Jinbei said teasingly. Chapter 124, Siege of the Hills. Finally fooled. The king of Jinbei and the king of Jindong were two middle-aged men. The one who had previously stood on the dragon's head and conversed with Chen Xuani was the king of Jinbei. The king of Jinshi, on the other hand, is a middle-aged woman. The strength of all three was around the 5th level of the Mahayana stage, and the strongest one was the Jinbei king, with a strength of the 7th level of the Mahayana stage. All of them were high-ranking cultivators. They only needed a sweep of their eyes to discover Lang Yanran's injured condition. It was obvious that Lang Yanran was not capable of fighting. The only transitional cultivator had lost his ability to fight, and now there was no one left to resist them. But just when the three of them landed their gazes on Chen Xianyi, all three of them were violently dumbfounded. How come this guy's not doing anything at all? I can't believe you're not hurt? If they remembered correctly, Chen Xianyi should have been struck by one of the giant dragon's claws as well. It was a miracle to be alive after resisting such a powerful attack, let alone being unharmed like now. How is this possible? The Jinbei king pointed at Chen Xuani, his pupils exploding and his eyes glaring huge. Even the two remaining vassal kings took a step back with some trepidation. To be able to harden a giant dragon strike, Chen Xuani's strength might be far more terrifying than they thought. They didn't know if they would be Chen Xianyi's opponent. Chen Xianyi was also keenly aware of the changes in the emotions of these three people. They are doubting themselves, fearing their true strength. So that's it. If the other guy was in fear of him, then this was a good thing. Fang Zhan and Lang Yanran had been cuddling in this cave for so long, and it was estimated that the time was about to reach 0 o'clock. He just had to stall for a while so he could unleash the invincible strike again. At that point one is truly powerful, not fake. Chen Xianyi covered his face with his right hand and revealed an extremely arrogant laugh. Ha 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 ha, scum! You know nothing of power. The so-called giant dragon attack, in this seat's opinion, is nothing more than scratching an itch. When this seat killed from the southern heavenly gate to the white jade capital, I didn't even blink an eye, and a mere few cultivators of the Mahayana stage dare to flaunt their power in front of your highness. As he spoke, Chen Xianyi even made an extremely exaggerated looking down motion. In this way, he tried to deepen the trio's fear of him. This caused Lang Yanran, who was protected by him, to be filled with confusion. When did he, Chen Xianyi, have such an abstract side? Kind of, what's the word? It's a bit of a middle child. Feeling so embarrassed that I can't even look straight at Chen Xianyi. After the Jindong king heard Chen Xianyi's words, a cold sweat rapidly broke out on his forehead. Southern Heavenly Gate. Isn't that a place only found in the immortal realm? Chen Xianyi has actually been to the immortal world. He's an immortal descending to earth? His whole body was trembling a little with fear. He was still really scared. Even the king of Jinbei was a little shaken inwardly, and couldn't help but recall the name Lord Shangzun inwardly. People in this world had more or less heard some stories about Lord Shangzun, along with some deeds that had been mythologized. However, regardless of whether or not these stories were meant to be true or false, Chen Xuani's battle with the evil demon True Immortal could not be faked. Chen Xianyi had really fought with immortals. It's hard to believe that he actually won that battle. Just then, the king of Jinshi gave the two men a headbutt each. Are you guys nuts? You believe everything he says. Chen Xianyi is clearly making it up to deceive us. If you don't believe me, you guys launch an attack on Chen Xuani and try to see if he can block it. After hearing this, the two feudal lords looked at each other and both felt that what she said made sense. Anyway, having reached this point, Chen Xianyi was afraid that he wouldn't let them leave. Take a chance. What if the other guy is faking it? I'll go first. The Jindong king volunteered and immediately stepped forward and began to rub his fists. Strong pressure quickly began to surface, and countless spiritual energy converged towards the top of his fist. Chen Xianyi instantly realized that the situation was not good. If he really lets him fight it out, he mustn't turn into dust himself. Wait! Chen Xianyi scolded in a stern voice. Fighting against this great lord, how can you alone be enough to kill all three of you together, so that there will be company on the way to the Yellow Springs? Chen Xianyi couldn't see any joy or anger above his expression, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that didn't matter. Even Lang Yanran was somewhat confused as to whether Chen Xuani was telling the truth or not. She was unaware of the news that Chen Xianyi could only unleash an invincible attack only once per day. purely thought Chen Xianyi is now guilty of playing handsome. When the Jindong king heard this, the attack that he originally intended to unleash was really retracted. At the end of the day, he's no cutie pie. If Chen Xianyi really had the strength to kill them, and he himself had angered Chen Xianyi to die first, wouldn't the remaining 2 vassal kings run away? Even if we're going to die, we have to die together. With that thought, he looked back at the other 2 feudal lords. We're all in this together, he said. It was seen that the other 2 clan kings were both standing in the direction of the cave entrance at this time. It's like they're all ready to run away at any moment. No! You guys, hashtag. As King Jindong watched this scene, he felt as if he had been tricked, and was furious. You're really going to sell me out? Seeing that their calculations had been discovered, the 2 feudal lords had no choice but to laugh awkwardly and walk back. It's not that you've been getting stronger lately, and were afraid of being mistakenly injured by your attacks. There is absolutely no intention of running away. In that case, the 3 of us will attack Chen Xianyi together, the Jinshi king explained, and finally the 3 of them agreed and stood in the same row once again. Chen Xianyi, are you satisfied this time? To receive an attack from all 3 of us at the same time, even Her Majesty, the Empress, wouldn't dare to guarantee that she'll be unharmed, the Jindong king said to Chen Xuanyi, his expression filled with confidence above. Chen Xianyi stomped his feet anxiously, timing silently in his heart. How it's not even midnight yet. He'd never felt time pass so slowly before. Hearing the Jindong king's words, Chen Xuanyi came back to his senses. Barely satisfied. However, this seat has practiced martial arts for a lifetime and never fought a battle without a reason. So you guys first tell me why you are at war with this seat, Chen Xianyi pursued. The Jinbei king and the Zhendong king listened to this and really original thought about it. Seeing this, the Jinshi king hurriedly interrupted the 2. Stupid. Don't even think about it. He's stalling, trying to hold us up 3 times. Chen Xuanyi, he definitely has a ghost inside. He simply doesn't have the strength to deal with us. I have to say, this king of Jinshi is still a smart one. Realizing that something was wrong, she stopped Chen Xianyi's scheme at the first opportunity. The 2 vassal kings also woke up at the same time. And the king of Jinbei even looked as if he viewed Chen Xuanyi as a bag of tricks as he mocked. So that's how it is. Chen Xianyi, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve this time? Make it all out. Under the trio's gaze, Chen Xuanyi did not reply, nor did they make any stand in defense of their attack. Just out of the blue, started covering his head in place and laughing like crazy. Ha 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 ha, finally fell for it. I've finally fallen for it. It is not a Chen Xianyi look-alike. The abstract picture should not be taken seriously. Do you know that there is a saying? Villains die from talking too much. Chen Xianyi revealed an absolutely confident smile as he listened to the system's beep. He had stalled enough. Next, it's his home turf. Chapter 125, Being Friends in the Past Life Streamer. Head touching and killing. None of the 3 vassal kings obviously knew what Chen Xuanyi was giggling about. Have you reached the point of certain death and lost your mind? Fooled? What did we fall for? You're afraid you've been scared silly. Humph. It seems that the once #1 genius of the world is nothing more than that. To think that he doesn't even have this much mental capacity. The 3 vassal kings mocked at Chen Xuanyi one after another. The more Chen Xianyi did this, the more certain they became that Chen Xianyi was stalling for time. In actuality, he was actually powerless to fight back. Don't bowl ***** with him, hurry up and strike. After killing the 2 of them, Sangzhou will be ours for the 3 of us. The king of Jinshi urged, taking the lead and drawing out the sword at his waist. The long sword stabbing straight at Chen Xuanyi's brow. Breaking stab. The remaining 2 vassal kings were also killing moves in and out. 1 finger zen. 10,000 palms to the ruins. Chen Xianyi raised his right hand into the air, and a pitch-black black ball floating with a rich fury aura appeared in his palm. The black ball was surrounded by a dense black aura, and each black aura seemed to be manifested by an unjust soul. A chilling, extremely disturbing feeling was revealed on it. You are the ones who want to come and be friends in this seat's past life. Chen Xianyi revealed an evil smile and said in a very bizarre manner. The 3 vassal kings were violently startled when they saw the terrifyingly solemn aura revealed on Chen Xianyi's body. This kind of feeling could not be found at all on the Chen Xuanyi of the party. It was as if all of this spiritual energy, breath, and strength had come out of nowhere in a matter of moments. It's really bizarre. The 3 vassal kings were all charging forward at this time, and there was no chance to retreat at all. One saw Chen Xian grasp the black ball in his hand with force. By the way, question for you guys, what does 1000 to 7 equal? Abstract with pictures. Have fun with it, don't be strict, ha ha ha. Perhaps because Fong was too deep into the drama, Chen Xuanyi still didn't forget to put on a show at this time. Countless baleful chi quickly surged out in all directions along with his voice. This pitch-black baleful aura swept towards the 3 vassal kings, haunting the 3 of them like an unjust soul. That injustice bane was vague, and even the figures of Master He and King Jinnan could be seen. After being swallowed by the human emperor's past life streamer, their souls would be constantly tortured in it for eternity. It can be said to be an extremely horrific criminal law, wanting to die without being able to do so, and undergoing unlimited torture. When the three vassal kings were enveloped by this baleful aura, they felt that they had lost their entire body's strength in a matter of moments. Like cotton, his whole body collapsed to the ground in a weak state. The color of the blood on his body dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. What dissipated at the same time was also the cultivation in their bodies. 1000 to 7 equals. No! My! Cultivation! Jinshi Wang, you stupid asterisk. If I had known, I should have run. The Jindong king's entire body was pressed against the ground, and before he had a chance to say the result, his muscles quickly turned into dry wood and shriveled up. When he was dying, he didn't forget to curse the king of Jinshi. Ah! I don't want to die. My plan is obviously almost complete. Chen Xianyi, is all because of you. You sinister person. You're hiding deep enough. The king of Jinshi roared at his deathbed, his eyes filled with unwillingness. It was clear that she had schemed so much and was moving in the direction she had envisioned every step of the way. But, how did a Chen Xianyi appear? She simply hated this man, only for the rest of her life. She could only mourn forever in the human emperor's past life streamer. I was wrong. I know I'm wrong. I'll give you all my cultivation. Please let me go. The Jinbei king looked at Chen Xuanyi full of sadness, trying to plead for mercy. But he himself knew that Chen Xian never showed any mercy when he struck. It didn't take long before the three vassal kings who were still unbeatable just now, all gradually lost their movements, and the cultivation in their bodies also converged into the bodies of Chen Xuanyi and Lang Yanran, who were located in the center of the formation. In a smooth manner, the cultivation converted by the human emperor past life streamer was extremely manic, this time transforming three Mahayana stage cultivators at once. Chen Xuanyi did not directly absorb it, but rather condensed it into the human emperor Dan, leaving it to be used for subsequent breakthroughs. And because he had the experience of refining it once, so much so that after he refined it this time, it became two at once, one cultivated to be softer and conducive to absorption, while the other was more manic. And in order not to waste it, Chen Xianyi also converged most of the rest of his cultivation into Lang Yanran's body. It allowed Lang Yanran to replenish her body's spiritual energy reserves to the extreme while also breaking through to the sixth level of the transitional stage. Chen Xianyi gradually brought the human emperor's past life streamer, and the world returned to silence. Lang Yanran looked at the center of her palm, feeling the restless spiritual energy within her body. With that spiritual energy reserve that had been enhanced by several times, it was then that she realized she had actually broken through the realm. It was extremely difficult for a cultivator in the transition stage to break through every small realm. If it was light enough to break through once in 1,000 years, if it was heavy enough to break through that barrier in tens of thousands of years, or even in eternity, it would not be able to break through. But she had just now, without doing anything, directly broken through to the sixth heavenly layer of the transitional stage. How could this not surprise her? Chen Xianyi unexpectedly gave her another surprise, which caused her to be at a loss as to how to be grateful to Chen Xianyi. Phew, it's finally over. So the villain can really die from talking too much. It seems the novel honestly doesn't deceive me. Hey, how did I do? Chen Xianyi turned around and flirted with Lang Yanran with a smile. At the same time, he also sat back down in front of the Dan furnace again and continued to finish the elixir that hadn't been finished refining. When Lang Yanran heard his words, she carefully recalled the image of Chen Xuanyi's strike. Handsome is quite handsome. That is, Chen Xianyi obviously has the strength to kill the enemy. Why do you still have to mill around for half a day? Said a bunch of very pretentious words. I don't think he's trying to be cool, is he? Come to think of it, Chen Xianyi's age seems to be only about 1,000 years old. Still a 1,000-year-old child. It's normal to like to be cool in front of others. She didn't realize that Chen Xuanyi's party was doing that all on purpose to stall for time, waiting for the system's ability to recover. He saw Lang Yanran cover her small mouth in a rare moment and giggled. The handsome Chen Xianyi is a bit dumb, but he looks cute too. It made her want to hold on tight and rub his head. Shangzun is so awesome. Great performance. Lang Yanran hugged Chen Xianyi tightly behind him, then stroked the top of Chen Xianyi's head with her hand. That height difference was just enough to wrap around with those jutting peaks. Rounded. Since the two had a corner of the lips, Lang Yanran no longer seemed to resist contact with Chen Xuanyi, but instead took the initiative to stick to it intentionally or unintentionally. What's with this feeling of contrast after breaking the fast? You reversed the Big Dipper, you. As soon as Chen Xian heard her words like she was fooling around with a little baby, his face was filled with black lines as he spat out loud. He was the world's first genius, the peerless worldly Lord Shangzun, an 8-foot man who was as heroic as he could be. How is it possible to suffer thy shame? Being groped and killed. What a scandal. but Everest is pretty flavorful and soft, and it is recommended to lean on it more often. Chapter 126, Feelings Warm Up. Be responsible for me. After resolving the enemy, Chen Xianyi continued to start refining pills again. It didn't take long for the Star Dan Furnace's pills to be refined. 2 internal healing pills, which were still floating hot, flew out of the furnace and landed in Chen Xuanyi's hand. Have you touched it enough? Take these 2 pills. It's time for us to get out of here. Chen Xianyi handed the pills to Long Yanran's hand, along with the human Emperor Dan that was transformed by the cultivation of the 3 clan kings and had a more manic cultivation, and gave it to her as well. The cultivation of this human Emperor Dan was extremely manic and violent, and refining it would not pay off for low realm cultivators. The previous one Chen Xuanyi gifted to Dan Ningguang of the Void Returning Realm, and now this one was thrown to Lang Yanran in passing. What is this purple to black elixir? It feels dangerous. Lang Yanran looked at the human Emperor Dan and asked suspiciously. Chen Xianyi explained to her the origin of this human Emperor pill, and she was instructed to absorb the elixir step by step. If all of it was refined, it shouldn't be difficult to break through another small realm. Lang Yanran was a little embarrassed to receive this human Emperor pill after learning of its full effects. To be able to make all the cultivators of the transitional succession stage break through a small realm, I'm afraid that the grade of this elixir is all above the 10th rank. It is really precious. If this elixir was known to the monarchs of other countries, I'm afraid they would all be envious. Chen Xianyi had given her such a precious thing again. She didn't even know how to return the gift. Moreover, an existence like Chen Xianyi who would spit out treasures from time to time, if he were to let any other country's monarch hook up with him, the consequences would be unimaginable. It had to be bound to her in Sangzhou to make it work. With that in mind, Lang Yanran did not hesitate for a second and directly took the 2 internal healing pills that Chen Xuanyi had given her. Seeing her being so decisive, Chen Xianyi couldn't help but snicker. You're not even afraid I'll put a spring poison in the potion or something? Lang Yanran returned with an expressionless face as she refined the elixir with her legs crossed in place. It's so late in the game, and you're still making jokes about it. If it was before entering this cave, Lang Yanran would have naturally defended herself against Chen Xuanyi, but after so much downtime, she had long since let her guard down. As the elixir exploded within her body, she felt as if the entire meridians and veins within her body were like branches of a rapidly growing tree, rapidly nourishing and growing. What had been a painful sensation as soon as he operated his spiritual energy was disappearing as his body was being repaired. The spiritual energy contained in the middle of the dantian even gradually became purer due to the effect of the internal healing pill. Without a moment's effort, she felt as if she had regained a new life, mobilizing her body's spiritual energy with a lightness that was incomparable. It still feels a little strange somewhere, but as long as it recuperates for a while, it will surely recover as before. The effect of this elixir. I'm afraid it's not as good as even the pills made by the country's 8th grade alchemist. Dan Ningguang, Chen Xuanyi, you have truly impressed me. The corners of Lang Yanran's mouth could hardly be concealed as they lifted slightly. That was before, not so much now. Hearing her words, Chen Xianyi also recalled the days he spent with Dan Ningguang. I don't know how Dan Ningguang is doing now. The alchemy art that he had inherited to Dan Ningxuan when he was on his way out was the best alchemy art before there was the Star Dan skill gifted by the system. He had used this, which he had poured out to Su Danru, to be able to gift the Dan art that was given to his disciples to cultivate to Dan Ningguang. This was already the greatest gift that Chen Xuanyi could do. Now that we've recovered, let's get out of here. I also don't know how Oriental Lan Ing and the others are doing now. Chen Xuanyi opened his mouth at Lang Yanran. Lang Yanran nodded and without delay, she got up and walked out of the cave with Chen Xuanyi one after the other. Arriving at the entrance to the cave, the skyline was vaguely fish-belly white at this point, probably around midnight. Chen Xianyi looked around and did not see the giant dragon's figure. No one knows where the 3 feudal lords dispatched the dragon, but no matter where the dragon is now, it's a huge hidden danger for Sangzhou. It's hard to sleep or eat without killing it. Lang Yanran looked at Chen Xuanyi's back standing at the entrance of the cave, the shadow that greeted the morning light. Surprisingly, her heart gave birth to some warmth. She could sense that Chen Xuanyi was thinking about the whereabouts of the giant dragon and worried about the safety of Sangzhou. Until then, she was the only one to think about these things, because no one else could help much. But now, there was one more person to help her share her worries. This feeling, this sense of dependence and sharing, made her feel incredibly happy. Maybe that's how dogs help each other. Possibly, there was that slight possibility that Chen Xuanyi was truly suitable to serve as her emperor. Hey, Chen Xianyi, Lang Yanran called out to Chen Xuanyi. Her green fingers tapped between her lips, somewhat hesitantly and tentatively. I first kiss is the first time. You should be responsible for it, right? Even though the two hadn't made it to the last step, the touch between their lips seemed very important to her as well. After all, She was the one who couldn't even take someone touching her. Not to mention this kind of. It was the first time Chen Xianyi had heard Lang Yanran emit such a soft voice, and he couldn't help but physically and mentally tremble. He twisted his head around and looked at the blush that surfaced on Lang Yanran's cold white skin, and his heartbeat accelerated even more. Was this really the empress he knew? A day ago she was still that high and mighty, the only one in the world. Who can top that sense of contrast? While he was in a state of immobility when Lang Yanran poked her head out towards him, the truth was that he really didn't want to resist either. Perhaps in Chen Xianyi's heart, he didn't hate Lang Yanran, the unique sense of responsibility in Lang Yanran, and the sense of real contrast revealed from time to time, were all subconsciously driving Chen Xuani's feelings of fondness. Furthermore, someone like Lang Yanran, even if she couldn't develop into a Taoist couple in the future, as a friend, she was definitely an existence that could be trusted. No matter what the outcome of the future was, Chen Xianyi wanted to continue to develop with her. Just then, the first rays of dawn pierced the clouds, which were tinted orange and red. The sunrise at this time is like a backdrop, serving as a decorative backdrop for Lang Yanran's outstanding demeanor. Aha! I'll cover for you in Sangzhou from now on. Chen Xianyi revealed a bright smile. He stretched out his arms, signaling for the other man to jump into his arms. But surprisingly, Lang Yanran made no forward movement at all, even flashed a standard look of disgust and returned with a high-flown grimace. I am the Empress of Sangzhou. I can take care of Sangzhou. You just need to be responsible for me. As soon as the words left her mouth, she quickly turned her back. The eyes gradually turned from their original high spirits to gentleness. I am all yours. Isn't Sangzhou all yours too? The words, she obviously said in her mind. Chapter 127 I promise you. The fourth disciple's shocking plot. Well, I promise. Chen Xianyi tenderly returned. He had long ago realized that Lang Yanran possessed a different kind of emotion for the country of Sangzhou. She was even willing to give her life for this land. For the sake of it. Having promised to be responsible for Lang Yanran, this faced more than just having to protect Lang Yanran, while also shouldering the burden of a nation. To be honest, Chen Xianyi had always been unmotivated to participate in these matters, but he had an almost obsessive code to live by. He'd give his life to protect a trusted friend, let alone a lover with whom he fell in love, a layer above friends and even closer. For the sake of Lang Yanran, for the responsibility a man should have, he was willing to help Lang Yanran and guard this place together in the future. Likewise for the other friends who live in this land. I trust you to keep your word. There's a message coming through. A golden flame was seen burning in Lang Yanran's ear, a trace of the burning of the single line's transmission note. After hearing the news in the middle of the transmission note, Lang Yanran's expression immediately became serious. Transmitters don't talk in real time. They can only do the ability to receive messages. What happened? Chen Xianyi walked over to Lang Yanran's side and asked with concern. Lang Yanran's willow brows were knitted, and her silent and worried look every time was extremely charming. A kind of composure from a superior. It's a message from Lanning in the east. The dragon is now closing in on the imperial capital, and they activated the imperial capital's defense formation, which barely resisted the dragon's attack. If the outer defense array is broken, the people in the city will have no choice but to hide in the palace, and there will surely be many casualties at that time. The strength of the giant dragon has the 8th level of the ferrying stage. Dongfang Lanning and the others are no match. We must hurry back quickly, she said with a worried look on her face, and instantly planned to depart and return. Chen Xianyi immediately pulled her hand and yanked her back. It's useless to go back. Even though you've now broken through to the 6th heaven of the transitional stage, you're still no match for the giant dragon. Not to mention the fact that you haven't healed from your injuries, and most of all, without the help of the formation, it would be a million times worse for the battle. I do have a way to subdue the giant dragon with your strength alone. Chen Xianyi's invincibility has been used up today. Trying to rely on him to defeat the gargoyle was obviously impossible. But coincidentally, the formations that were used to fight against the demonic beasts, the fourth disciple had drawn 2 of them at that time. The consumables for such large formations are limited, and after driving them once, the effect of driving them again will be drastically reduced. Then the second formation will just come in handy. And on top of the second formation, Chen Xianyi gave it a refinement in passing it that time. The original formation that could only fight against formations below the 5th level of the transitional stage had been drastically enhanced after he had perfected it. However, it seemed to be a bit short of what was needed to deal with a giant dragon. It wasn't that Chen Xianyi didn't have the ability to draw formations, but rather, his current cultivation level was limited, and so was the amount of spiritual energy he could mobilize. To fully enhance a formation of this level, it would require the help of at least multiple Mahayana stage, or a cultivator at the transition stage or above. And there just happens to be Lang Yanran here. With her help, Chen Xuani perfected the formation once more. and it was completely more than enough to combat the giant dragon. Afterwards, as long as the dragon could be introduced into the formation, the drive would drastically reduce the strength of the dragon, even to the extent of a demonic beast in the third heaven of the transitional stage. In this way, relying on Lang Yanran's strength was completely enough to kill him. There was only one thing that Chen Xianyi was more curious about. When the fourth disciple drew the two formations, had he already counted on this time coming? Also, the chance that the fourth disciple had talked to him about. Actually, if you think about it, it seems like there are really quite a few chances. Got killed 2 Mahayana stage cultivators, cultivation huge increase, but also seized the 3 people's storage ring, harvested a few thousand pieces of top-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, he's still posting in a cave with the poised empress, and picking up a future wife for nothing? It even looks like he's going to be some kind of Sanzhou emperor and pick up a country for nothing? How to think about this chance seems to be not ordinary big. Is this what the fourth disciple expected? That's too hard to say that of these few disciples now. Which one had the most of Chen Xianyi's demeanor from back then? It really belonged to the fourth disciple. Moreover, Chen Xuanyi always felt that these were just a part of the big chess game played by the fourth disciple. By the time the whole thing was strung together, there was no telling what the fourth disciple was going to get up to. You have another idea? I really want to imprison you in the palace so that you can advise me at all times. The main thing is that you can still be pampered at all times. Quickly tell me about it, and I will surely reward you. For some reason, the moment Chen Xianyi said that he had a solution, Lang Yanran only felt that the big stone in her heart had fallen. Even if the enemy was a giant dragon at the 8th level of the transition stage, she felt that as long as Chen Xuanyi had a way, everything would be solved. The sense of security that Chen Xianyi gave her was simply too strong. Just relying on it like that was a bit of a departure from the old her. She'd never been in the habit of relying on others before, and this was a first. Imprisoning me is still exempt. You're a bit of an empress, aren't you? Chen Xianyi suddenly felt that it was better to never expose his true strength to the empress. If she really let her know that after her daily invincible outbursts, her true strength was actually at her mercy, maybe she'll actually imprison herself in the palace and stomp on her face with her heels. It's actually quite simple to draw the dragon to the second formation. The second formation, if I can have your help, I can completely enhance it to the extreme, and it won't be a problem to fight against the giant dragons at that time. However, if you are to be left behind, then the only ones who can lure the giant dragon are the Oriental Lan Ying and the others, Chen Xianyi explained. Although he utilized the Great Sun Blazing Flame skill to explode with extreme speed, he was incredibly fast for a short period of time. But if you wanted to lure the dragon, you still needed a truly high-ranking cultivator to do so. The burden undoubtedly fell on Lan Ying in the east. It's a bit dangerous, but this solution is already optimal. I will inform Oriental Lan Ying. Lang Yanran showed her unique determination as an emperor at this critical juncture. Instead of making a hesitant, squirming gesture, she quickly calculated all the results in her mind and made an immediate decision. She burned up a transmitting note and sent the message into the ears of Eastern Lan Ying. She then took the initiative to pull Chen Xuanyi's hand and flew towards the second formation. Let's go wait in the middle of the formation. The rest, it's up to them. Lang Yanran said to Chen Xuanyi behind her. She didn't inquire out why Chen Xuanyi didn't just make a move to subdue the giant dragon. It seemed to her that Chen Xianyi might have his own concerns. Chen Xianyi had already helped her enough, so how could she possibly ask Chen Xianyi personal questions? After all, every high-ranking cultivator had their own secrets, and she had them too, and could understand them. Chapter 128 Dying for His Majesty. Worried disciples. On the other end, the imperial capital of Zhangzhou. No end could be seen to the miles of wall that stretched around the outskirts of Zhangzhou. The walls of that originally plain-looking masonry wall were glowing with a dazzling white light. There were even dense array patterns floating on the wall, and an invisible barrier extended along the wall, wrapping the entire imperial capital. Although the defense array gave the city a lot of security, yet the occurrence of a crisis situation that hadn't occurred for many years really shrouded a thick layer of crisis in the hearts of the people in the city, especially that 100 meters wide giant dragon body. The appearance of Hera hovering outside the defense array. It is very difficult not to let the heart chills. Boom! Several impacts sounded on top of the defense barrier one after another. The giant dragon's wings unfolded, and its spiritual energy transformed into cannonballs that shot out recklessly like rain. With each hit on the barrier would tremble violently with it. Although there were no signs of shattering for the time being, at this rate, in less than half an incense stick of time, no one dared to imagine what the consequences would be. How's it going, sire? Is she alright? Dongfang Effect Guo rushed at Dongfang Lan Ying and asked. The cultivators who had participated in the demon beast hunting battle earlier had all ducked back inside the imperial capital at this time. The faces of the crowd were all unsightly, and Dongfang Lan Ying returned with a despondent face. The message went out. it should still be okay. Relying on sound transmission to transmit sound. This kind of thing was also an extremely private existence. Trying to send a voice to a stranger out of thin air was obviously impossible. It had to be done only if there was a psychic sense between the two of them. And if the other party dies, the psychic sensing will naturally be pinched off. Just like calling the other party off the phone. Since the transmission note can be sent, it means that His Majesty is still alive. What to do now? Dongfang Laning said despondently, though it was learned that His Majesty was still alive and the backbone was still there. But with the strength of a giant dragon at the 8th level of the transition stage, even if His Majesty was at his peak, they wouldn't be a match. Is it just a matter of being trapped inside and waiting to die? Just then, a golden flame suddenly burned in the ears of Eastern Laning. After hearing the news in that transmitting note, Dongfang Lanying's eyes immediately lit up. It's a message from His Majesty. Dongfang Laning shouted excitedly. All of the surrounding cultivators gathered at once, and Dongfang hurriedly asked after them, Your Majesty has a solution? Oriental Laning nodded and explained. His Majesty told us to do whatever it takes to draw the dragon back into the Dragon Ridge Mountains. Lead back to the Dragon Ridge Mountains? When the crowd heard this, they all looked at each other in disbelief. Leaving aside whether the formation left behind by the Dragon's Ridge mountain range worked or not, even if it did, it couldn't cope with demonic beasts that were above the 5th level of the transitional stage. This huge dragon outside now, but it was once known as a demonic beast guardian god in general. With the strength of the 8th heaven of the ferrying stage, it can't be trapped, can it? Are you sure you heard right? A hunt group's god transformation stage cultivator asked. Dongfang Lanying's eyes were resolute as he reached out to straighten his armor and clutched the Fengtian painted halberd in his hand. Didn't hear wrong. Though I have my doubts, His Majesty won't let us die for nothing. This operation is a matter of betting your lives. You can back down and I alone will fight to the end. I, Dongfang Laning, am willing to die for your Majesty. Her voice is very English, with a neutral beauty. The voice is resounding, falling in the hearts of the crowd for a moment of excitement. Sister, I'll go with you. We have no cowards in the Eastern family. Dongfang Effect Gua gripped the dual swords in his hands tightly, and also took a stance on this timetable. The cultivators who participated in the hunting group were all loyal and brave men handpicked by the Empress. Some of them had moderate talent and had broken through with the help of the Empress so far, and some of them were originally dead men who had shifted under the Empress's cultivation, though at this point in time some of them showed their humanity and retreated silently. However, there was still a vast majority of people that stood with Oriental Laning. We, all of us, are willing to die for your Majesty. Dozens of people called out in unison, raising their arms, their voices carrying to all corners of the city. This passionate voice made the people in the city, who were on edge, feel as if they had eaten a tranquilizing pill. Good. March with this general. Dongfang Laning waved the 2-meter-long Fengtian painted halberd in her hand, and she wanted to rush out of the defense barrier. Sister Laning, wait. But suddenly a lively and clear female voice came from not far away. 3 figures with delicate figures rushed over together. The one who shouted was Jiang Ningxian. Sister Laning, it's the master and the others who are in trouble, isn't it? Take us with you. We can help too. Jiang Ningxian was panting anxiously, his eyebrows twisted together. The moment the giant dragon attacked the imperial capital's defense array, Jiang Ningxian realized that something was wrong. If Master and Empress hadn't been in danger, it would have been impossible for the giant dragon to kill here. What are you few Yuaning stage cultivators getting together for? No way. Dongfang Laning resolutely refused. Jiang Ningxian retorted with great confidence. Don't you see that we are only at the Yuaning stage? If we really fight, the cultivators at the god transformation stage will also take it at will. She spoke in a very confident manner. But how could Dongfang Laning believe it? Unless they had seen it with their own eyes. No one would believe that these Yuaning stage female cultivators had the ability to cross great realms against their enemies. After all, when the realm reached the Yuaning stage, it was no longer the time when a refining stage genius could kill a foundation establishment stage across realms. This Yuaning realm and above, the difference between a small realm was ridiculously large. I can understand your desire to save lives, but your own safety is still the main concern. Besides, if something happens to you guys, I won't be able to explain to Qin Xianyi. Thinking about the short time they spent together, Dongfang Laning could sense the deep bond between Chen Xuanyi and his disciple. If Qin Xianyi's disciples were injured or died because of this incident, it would be a big trouble. So, no matter what, she wouldn't allow Jiang Ningxian to mess around. Huya rubbed Jiang Ningxian's head at this time, while patting her back to comfort her. Master's strength is very strong. It's better if we don't cause any trouble. Jiang Ningxian was so anxious that tears were dripping from the corners of his eyes. But when she heard Huya's words, she had no choice but to wipe her tears and choke out a sob. But, The thought that my master may be in danger makes me. Huyaya very gently caressed her back. Don't worry, master will be fine. Huyaya's voice is very soft and infectious. It caused Jiang Ningxian to forcefully and reluctantly nod his head. After comforting her big sister, Huyaya silently turned her back herself. An expression of incomparable worry and sadness suddenly surfaced on the face that was originally unperturbed by the situation. Although her mouth comforted Jiang Ningxian, but she was obviously a million times more worried herself. But she promised her master that she would take care of everyone. Can't let master down. Chapter 129. Does your family still accept disciples? Don't you come over. Sutana twisted her head and saw Huyaya's sad appearance. This second senior sister herself had just been comforting others, only to turn around and look like this herself. It's really quite a contrast. But she, who also loved her master, could very well understand Huyaya's feelings. Perhaps neither of the two senior sisters could do much at this time, but at least she could still do some favors for the group. With that in mind, Su Danru took out dozens of previously refined pills from among her storage ring. Sister Laning, these are explosive pills. These are chi and blood pills, and this one that boosts speed. She took out so many increased pills in a row, and the grade of each one of these pills that had been refined by the star dance skill was infinitely close to the 8th grade. An elixir of such a good grade. Even if Dongfang Laning had been in the palace for a long time and was in the company of the empress, she wouldn't have been able to see so many of them. After all, at present, the entire Cangzhou 8th grade alchemist is only Dan Ningguang, and the number of refinements is even more limited, and there are only a few that have reached the empress. Right now, the large handful that Su Danro had casually pulled out were all close to the 8th grade of existence. There were even some parts of the pills that had a medicinal fragrance emanating from them that appeared to have reached the level of the 8th grade. It was a scene that really made her can't help but marvel. So many precious pills, that were all given to you by your master? Chen Xianyi, he's really good to you. That. Weakly ask, does your family still accept disciples? Dongfang Laning was just squeezing her head through. She couldn't possibly think that these grades of pills were refined by Su Danro, so her first reaction was all about the pills that Chen Xianyi had given to his disciples to save their lives. It seems that the rumor that the superior honors favored the disciple is really not false. Hearing Dongfang Lanying's last words, the three disciples all gazed towards her unanimously at that moment. The eyes were very cold and wary. It's enough that master has 9 disciples. If any more of the punching master's rebellious disciples appeared, no, the master's sister appeared, then there was going to be yet another contender. This kind of thing is never allowed. Seeing the sudden change in mood of the three, Dongfang Laning only felt the sweaty hairs on her body stand up and she was freezing cold. She explained with a quick wave of her hand, that, I'm kidding da. In short, words cannot express my gratitude. I, Oriental Laning, owe you all a favor. To a cultivator, the value of a favor was far more valuable than all the words of thanks. Not to mention the existence of a martial arts obsessive like Dongfang Laning, who looked at promise with even more regard. A favor, to her, equaled all the things she could help with in her power. As for out of competence, then she would fight to help. Well, be safe. That. Make sure to keep my master safe. Su Danru said with a worried face and a very serious tone. The only ones who knew about their master's special abilities were them, the disciples. Although master teacher's methods were far more than simply striking out once a day, how could they not be worried? Dongfang Laning nodded solemnly. She divided the elixir equally among all the cultivators who participated in the battle and took the elixir along with everyone else. Everyone has a death wish. Generals, follow this general into battle. With a forceful swing of the square sky painting halberd in her hand, Dongfang Laning took the brunt of the defense barrier and killed it. Facing the dragon in front of her, which was still attacking the barrier like crazy, she gripped the halberd in her hand tightly and quickly stabbed straight at the dragon's scales. A dazzling golden light surfaced around her at that moment, and countless spiritual energies seemed to transform into shadows that surfaced above her halberd. Lingering cold aura flickered above the halberd as it rushed out with a destructive momentum. Punish the barbarians with a halberd. The golden aura transformed into a solid body on top of her halberd, and the halberd's size instantly swelled several times. The attack quickly impacted on top of the dragon's scales. Stab! A sound of cutting scales rang out. The impenetrable scales of the dragon were pierced with a crack. However, the crack did not see blood, and this formidable attack only caused a superficial wound. But despite this, Dongfang Laning still cried out in surprise. Surprisingly, it broke through. Worthy of being a top-tier elixir. It's so effective. A Mahayana stage cultivator versus a transition stage would be an existence that was completely crushed. Not to mention that the other party was also a demonic beast with superb physical capabilities. Anyone who could injure the other party was an existence worth celebrating. After the dragon felt the pain of the attack, it quickly looked down at Oriental Lanying. The giant dragon's pupils were sharp, revealing a scarlet color in full fury. The monstrous potential energy and killing intent made Dongfang Lanning feel as if she was going to lose consciousness. Explosive pills were pills that would cause damage to a cultivator's body, and were generally not used before a critical situation. But at this time, Dongfang Lanning couldn't care less and took it directly. It was only after the elixir entered her body that she could feel herself coming back to life in general. Now that she had attracted the attention of the dragon, it was time for her to get down to business. Run! Dongfang Lanning I turned around and exploded into the fastest speed she had ever seen in her life. The dragon howled in rage, the ear-piercing sound shaking the earth violently. It flapped its wings and flew after it. The other cultivators, led by the Eastern Efficacy Kingdom, also flew out of the barrier one after another at this time, following closely behind. Oriental Lanning felt the nearness behind her, the fiery breath panting out of the dragon's nostrils, and only felt that her lifeline was coming to an end. She couldn't help but open her mouth and shout, "Don't you come over here!" Perhaps feeling angry because the dragon was unable to catch up with Dongfang Lanning after a long time, it's opened its bloody mouth, and a hot dragon's breath gushed out from its mouth, heading straight towards Dongfang Lanning. Dongfang Lanning dodged sideways, thrillingly avoiding the dragon's breath. But wherever the dragon's breath passed, the ground was scorched with a deep gully of black smoke. Looking down at the devastated ground below, she just felt her heart drop. This place was far from the Dragon Ridge mountain range. Even at this current speed, it would take at least half an incense stick of time to fly. How is she going to live? Before she could slow down, another dragon's breath spurted out. The majestic might swept away, and Dongfang Lanning again erupted with unprecedented reaction speed, dodging to the side with all her strength. The dragon's breath barely slipped from half of her body. It's safe to say that you're fighting for your life at every turn. Dongfang Lanning was panting violently. Damn it! When has this general ever been in such a sorry state? You dragon! Don't fall into my hands, or I'm sure. Before she could finish complaining about her harsh words, another round of attacks erupted from the dragon's mouth. You dragon! Dongfang Lanning cursed as she dodged sideways in all directions. Chapter 130, Chase the Battle, Die Like a Man. The usual half an incense burner always passes in the blink of an eye. It's more like a few breaths for those who have been moving and shutting down for decades. But this short half incense burning time was literally like years in front of Dongfang Lanning's eyes. Every minute, every second, passed so hard. In the blink of an eye half an incense stick of time had already passed most of the time. There it is up ahead. Just need to hold on for one last moment. Dongfang Lanning looked at the gradually clearing outline of the Dragon Ridge Mountains in the distance and finally felt hope. Although she had continuously taken the pills provided by Su Danro along the way, there was a limit to the load of the pills. The conversion of the medicinal power in the body into ability would accelerate the load of the body, and the constant supply would reach its limit. All she felt now was exhaustion all over her body, and she couldn't wait to find a place to sleep for a month. Just then, the giant dragon was perhaps a little impatient with the chase. A dragon's breath that was several times swifter in power than even before, after accumulating to its limit, gushed out from its bloody mouth. Oriental Lanning sensed the killing intent surfacing and once again performed a dodge to avoid it. But she soon realized that this time, no matter how fast she dodged, she was unable to escape the giant dragon's spitting breath. This time, the spit covered a wider area, was more powerful, and the pressure was even fiercer. Dongfang Lanning felt the aura of death so directly, causing her somewhat tired brain to quickly tighten up once again, her pupils bursting into flames. She was already making a last-ditch dodge in a biologically instinctive manner. Several explosions rang out above the ground in succession. A piece of gully ruins were formed on the ground in a heck of a way, and countless pieces of earth and rocks were blown up into the air and flipped over. Also flying in midair were large swathes of gushing blood. Dongfang Lanning's miserable screams rang out in midair, sounding extremely miserable. Soon, though, she grit her teeth and held her voice back. The right half of her body, along with the spot near her shoulder, was all consumed by the dragon's breath. The wounds that had been eroded by the dragon's breath were clearly visible at the breaks, and it was very horrifying. The battle-hardened Dongfang Lanning quickly covered the wound with her hand, releasing her spiritual energy to stop the bleeding while maintaining her internal organs. As a cultivator, his physical quality was naturally different from normal people, but with such a large and destructive injury, it was still difficult to escape the danger of life. Fortunately, Su Danro came with a variety of healing pills when she gave them the pills. Dongfang Lanning was distracted from healing herself, but the gargoyle wasn't going to give her any room to live. The giant dragon raised its sharp claws and was about to grab towards Dongfang Lanning. There was no doubt that this strike, which was enough to seriously injure even the Empress, was completely enough to take the life of Dongfang Lanning. Damn, it was so close. Even though the formation was not far from the Dragon Ridge mountain range, the formation itself could not be moved. That is to say, without leading the dragon to a specific location. Then all the efforts made so far are all in vain. Dongfang Lanning looked at the Dragon Ridge mountain range that stretched for 100 miles, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Just as that giant dragon's sharp claws were about to fall, an attack was violently shot towards the dragon's eyes. The giant dragon's body was so extraordinary that it could be broken, and even its eyelids were tough as nails. The attack didn't hurt the dragon, but it immediately aroused the dragon's anger. The gargoyle itself was a raging form that had lost consciousness, so much so that this attack immediately drew away its attention. "Don't touch my sister." A double knife flew back into the hands of the Eastern efficacy. In this critical situation, he did his duty as a brother should. Although his talent was inferior to his sister's and his fighting strength was far inferior, since the age gap wasn't particularly large, even from a young age, he was a protected presence by his sister. But he never forgot who he was. He was a brother, a man. After attracting the attention of the giant dragon, he didn't stop for a moment and quickly brought the giant dragon to continue galloping in the direction of the Dragon Ridge mountain range formation. But with his speed, he simply couldn't be too much faster than the giant dragon. It hadn't taken long for the extreme speed to erupt before the giant dragon caught up to his back. Accompanying them were other cultivators around the god transformation stage and void returning realm. But their attacks landed on the giant dragon, and they couldn't even attract attention. The giant dragon that chased after Dongfang effect Gua, its sharp claws quickly grabbed on top of his back. The width of the dragon's sharp claws would take several people to encircle to match, grasping at a person's body. It's not a gash that cracks open, it's pulling out entire organs. When it hit the Eastern effect state, the top of the torso was like an explosion, cracking open a mouth big enough to see the heart. Dongfang effect Gua fell straight down towards the bottom. "No, brother!" Dongfang Lanning couldn't care less about healing her wounds at this time, as she shouted with a trembling voice. At the same time, he quickly rushed forward and grabbed his torso with one hand. At this moment, Dongfang effect Gua still had a breath left in him, and the spiritual energy replaced his internal organs, helping to keep him alive. However, without the help of a high-ranking physician to repair the internal organs, it would still not be able to survive for long before it would die. After the death of Dongfang effect Gua, the giant dragon immediately began to look for new prey again. "The general is wounded. It's our turn." Li Wang of Dingnan village. "Sangzhou, tell my mother that my child is unfilial." A youth's voice rang out amongst the hunting party, and he was the first to rush to the front. The giant dragon immediately locked onto him and chased towards him. Sharp claws attacked out, did not fly out dozens of meters and then fell with the body. "Wangshi, Bayan County, Sangzhou, tell my wife I love her." After the words were spoken, another male voice rang out, the first to pick up the youth who had just died, but it didn't fly more than a few dozen meters, and then quickly lost its life. Cultivators of their realm, facing the attack of a giant dragon, would be reduced to ashes in a matter of moments whenever they were struck. "Chui Zian, Sangzhou Chui Jia village, tell my father that I, Tian Shushan of Tianfeng County, Sangzhou, Tianmo village Chushenxian, Sangzhou." One voice after another rang out in mid-air. The vast majority of them don't even finish speaking before saying goodbye to the world altogether. When these cultivators were placed in any place, they were all existences that topped the heavens and were subjected to honor and wealth. But now, they were all willing to give all they had been doing for the Empress. Fort Sangzhou, the Dragon's Ridge mountain range gradually expanded among the people's perspectives. The two figures, too, finally surfaced in front of the crowd. Chen Xianyi paced back and forth around the formation, trying to find more refinements. During this time, neither he nor the Empress was idle. Under Chen Xianyi's guidance, the two of them had almost perfected the entire formation to the extreme. Among all the formations that Chen Xianyi had drawn in his life, this current controlling formation was already enough to rank in the top 10. Chapter 131, Chen Xianyi invokes the giant dragon. Trapped and killed battle. Coming. Chen Xianyi stopped in his tracks and eyed the sky above. The gargoyle's body was so large that it resembled an airborne fortress. The figure of the cultivator, on the other hand, was just a black dot that was too small to be small in front of it. But it was this black dot that was continuously flashing alternately, introducing the giant dragon segment by segment to the Dragon Ridge mountain range's formation heel. Both Chen Xuanyi and Lang Yanran knew that this was the distance they had traded their lives for. However, if the giant dragon was not lured away now and left in the imperial capital, I'm afraid that the outer walls would have been broken down by this time. And although the walls of the palace are even stronger, they hold a limited number of people. And besides, being breached is likewise only a matter of time. When the time comes, more than a few people will die. What was lost was the base of Sangzhou. The vast majority of the geniuses in the whole Sangzhou are temporarily living in Sangzhou. And the ones who die with a slap on the wrist are large swaths of the future Sangzhou's mainstay. so they can't stop and they can't back off. Prepare to activate the formation. Chen Shuani reminded Long Yanran. Activating a formation of this level required a large amount of ability to explode in a short period of time. The only person who could activate this formation now was Long Yanran. The rest of this, just leave it to me. After Qin Xianyi's words fell, without a hint of hesitation, he quickly got up and flew out, shooting straight up towards the sky. At the same time with him, there was also a strike of the Great Sun Yin Yang Fist. The feats gifted by the system are just insurmountable, regardless of what level of existence the enemy was. When faced with this absolute blazing hot sun's flames, they would all instantly develop a mentality of fear. The giant dragon was quickly attracted by the flames and subconsciously dodged. He then charged towards Chen Xianyi. Chen Xianyi smoothly turned around and lured the giant dragon away, picking up the burden. The cultivators who were planning to die just now were all surprised to see Chen Shuani lure the giant dragon away at this moment. That's Chen Xianyi, right? He actually took the initiative to lure away the dragon. I take back what I mocked him before. He's a man. I didn't recognize you in the past, but from today, I respectfully address you as a superior. The cultivators present thought that Chen Shuani was fighting for his life. I'm afraid I'll be as dead as they are after a short time. A bizarre scene, though, soon took place before their eyes. Chen Xianyi, who was clearly only at the Jindan stage of his realm, exploded with a speed that was just enough to draw the giant dragon behind him. Even when the dragon accelerated, he followed suit. It's as if it's not even using its full speed to fly. They knew that Chen Xianyi's true strength was stronger than the Jindan stage, but no one had expected that he could be so much stronger. When Chen Shuani was at the first Jindan stage, his strength was already directly approaching the peak of the transformation spirit stage. Now that he had come to the 8th heaven of the Jindan stage, it was even less of a problem to fight against the returning void. And that's talking about, well, fighting ability. That ceiling is a lot more than that if you're fighting for speed alone. Not to mention that there was also the Great Sun Blazing Flame technique. A top-tier technique that had the skill to be used as a combat technique and could also be used as a body technique to add to it. Chen Xianyi hadn't even taken the pill yet. Wait, that's not right, is it? How come he hasn't been caught up with the dragon yet? Him at this speed, is he really human? What kind of person? That's a god. It couldn't be that His Majesty's words that he killed that triple heavenly demon beast at the transitional stage were all true, could it? All watching the scene almost froze. You're saying that this strength is at the Jindan stage? They won't believe it even if it kills them. They even began to doubt the veracity of their previous guesses regarding Chen Xianyi at this moment. At this moment, Dongfang Laning staggered at the end of the group, looking at the back of Chen Xianyi who had suddenly appeared. For some reason, she finally felt relieved in general. We really tried our best. The rest is up to you. Oriental Laning thought in his heart. They had already completed their plan, and the next one would depend on how Chen Xianyi did it. Right at this moment, the Dongfang in her arms, listening to the cultivators not far away, all discussing Chen Shuani's name, felt something strange. The current him couldn't care less about using any divine sense as he opened his mouth and asked Dongfang Laning, by the way, His Majesty's plan, what exactly is it? He may not have long to live, and before he dies, he just wants to know what he's paid for. Oriental Laning explained. Utilize the formation drawn by Qin Xianyi to weaken the giant dragon and subsequently kill it. Hearing these words, Dongfang Yinghua's eyes, which were nearly closed, suddenly snapped open. What? You said his formation. What can he be capable of? A liar. Your Majesty is confused. Dongfang Effect Guo looked like he was dead in the water, his lungs exploding with anger. In his eyes, Chen Shuani couldn't even help control the formation to inject spiritual energy when he was hunting demonic beasts in the beginning. After that it's just as a backstabber to help cover up the Empress' strength. Didn't play a lick all the way through. Now you're telling him that the one he's given everything in his life for is this loser. Take it easy for a moment, brother. I think Qin Xianyi can. Let me help you rest for a change. Dongfang Laning carried her brother to the bottom of a tree root, leaning him against the trunk of a tree just enough to see the scene of the battle on the dome of the sky. Then he himself sat down beside his brother, and the two of them leaned to breathe weakly. Prepare to watch the battle for the survival of Cangzhou. On the other side, above the dome of the sky, Chen Xianyi wiped the beads of sweat on the top of his head and gave an okay gesture to Long Yanran below. Although I don't know if the other person can read it is all. But Long Yanran was so smart that even if she didn't understand, she still understood what she meant. Just when the giant dragon stepped completely within the range of the formation, Lang Yanran, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the formation's center eye, clenched her hands and fiercely tapped on top of the center point. Countless spiritual energy was like spreading vines, quickly activating all the array eyes. Several pillars of spiritual energy light were then quickly generated, stabbing straight out towards the sky above. The gargoyle quickly reacted to the fact that something was wrong. and immediately intended to pull away. But just as it flew towards one side, it realized that it had impacted on top of the barrier. It's got nowhere else to go. Soon after, the sharp column of light shot out like a long hair. A puff was heard. A sound. Green plasma erupted in midair, and several pillars of light destroyed the dragon's impenetrable, mythic body. Ow! The dragon's violent cries of grief resounded in midair, but the more it struggled, the more intense the pain on its body became. The cultivators present watched this scene and only felt 1,000 pangs of relief inside. This is the same guy who devoured countless of their countrymen. Now let it also feel the wrath from the Sangjo state. Chapter 132. Is it a man or a god? This man must be chased after. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, Dongfang Ingwa tilted his head and looked up at the dome of the sky, and similarly saw this scene. His eyes widened once again at the sight of the giant dragon's torso being pierced through and through. An unprecedented sense of excitement surged through him, a scene he had never imagined. That indestructible giant dragon body actually did have a time to shatter. Great! I knew it would work. Dongfang Laning, who was sitting beside him, suddenly raised her arms and shouted, her emotions very high. Ouch! 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 Perhaps pulling at the wound. She quickly frowned again. See, I told you it was okay, right? Dongfang Laning squeezed out a smile and asked his brother beside him. Tears were glistening in Dongfang Effect's eyes as he looked at the battlefield above. Still, he found it a bit unbelievable. This formation, was it really drawn by Qin Xianyi? He asked the question in his mind. Who else could it be if not him? Your Majesty, although she knows a little bit about the art of formations, she is far from being a master. At most she can assist others in drawing formations. Oriental Laning explained. No cultivator in this world is all-powerful. The Empress had already specialized in extremely destructive offensive techniques. Even if she was smart, for the other techniques, she could only shallowly cultivate her skin, and couldn't spare much time. However, only Chen Xianyi was an exception. Is that so? It seems I was wrong about him before. Too bad there won't be a chance to apologize. Dongfang Effect's eyes became more and more remorseful. They, the Eastern family, had no living relatives other than him and his sister. Their family was a famous cultivator family in Sangzhou, and had assumed the important role of protecting the country for generations. However, during the last dynasty, it was ordered to exterminate the family by the dim emperor of the day. If it wasn't for the fact that Lang Yanran happened to move to claim the throne at that time and overthrow the rule of the dynasty, they were afraid that the Dongfang family wouldn't even be able to keep the two of them. After being saved by Lang Yanran, the siblings lost their relatives and parents. And although the two's excellent talent made it possible for them to reach the transformation stage or above at a young age, they lost their purpose in life. At this most confusing time, Lang Yanran took the two under her wing and ordered the younger sister to be the great general and the younger brother to be in charge of the imperial capital guard. It was also at this time that the two men sought, amidst the adoring cheers of the people, a new purpose in life. At the same time, the Empress even served as their savior, master, life guide, leader, and countless other positions, comparable to that of a parent. The only goal left for the two siblings in this world would be to assist the Empress and defend Sangzhou. Therefore, when Chen Xuani displayed anything suspicious, Dongfang was the first to display hostility. He will always be loyal to the Empress, so he will consider all those who may be a threat to the Empress as enemies. Now that he saw that Chen Xianyi was fighting for Sangzhou in blood, he was even more remorseful for what he had done before. What was even more remorseful was that he was afraid that he wouldn't live long enough to give Chen Xianyi a personal apology. I'm afraid it's not enough just to control a giant dragon, Oriental Laning said with some concern. The fact that the dragon could be contained thrilled them, but as long as the dragon wasn't killed, this was far from over. Cultivators below the transitional stage were unable to detect the true realm of the giant dragon. They didn't realize that the giant dragon that was controlled by the formation had actually had its realm suppressed and weakened to the first level of the transitional stage at this point. The current one was not even as good as the demonic beast from before. The crowd watched from afar as the Empress flew in front of the dragon. Chen Xuani similarly levitated at Lang Yanran's side. Are you sure? Chen Xuani asked Lang Yanran. Although Lang Yanran had taken the elixir she had given her and had recovered a lot, but a body that has not yet healed can still have accidents. Lang Yanran's face was serious as she quietly nodded. She then slowly stretched out her arm and popped open her bony white jade hand, right at the head of the dragon. Final harmony. Lang Yanran's flaming red lips moved lightly, and her cold and arrogant voice chirped out. Countless extremely destructive black tyrannical spirit energy quickly converged towards the center of her hand. Monstrous killing intent quickly filled the surroundings, and the giant dragon erupted into an unprecedented violent struggle at that moment. The shark dragon's eyes that had been surfacing with terrifying killing intent unexpectedly gave birth to a sudden look of fear. Just when that black shockwave was about to break through the air, Lang Yanran suddenly let out a delicate hum. The power of that final harmony was clearly declining as a result. Surely it's still too much of a stretch. Seeing this, Chen Xianyi sighed and flew to her side, then reached out and grabbed her wrist partially. At the same time, he ran his spiritual energy down his wrist and probed into her body. The meridians have only just been repaired, and with your method of mobilizing spiritual energy on a large scale, you will inevitably suffer a backlash. Now I'll help you while you mobilize once. The two of them were almost close together, and Chen Xianyi's voice rang in her ears. The warm breath even managed to hit Lan Yanran's earlobe. That's a little too close. Moreover, they were now under the gaze of all eyes. Thinking of this, a blush quickly appeared on Lan Yanran's face. As the empress of the dynasty, it was unseemly for her to be seen being embraced by a man in public. What will people think when they see their subjects again in the future? It must feel like some kind of frivolity. Unless one can marry Chen Xianyi into the palace as an emperor, that would eliminate the gossip. Bad. Now there's a reason for having to make Chen Xianyi an emperor. I know. Lan Yanran replied back in a cold voice, the expression on her face hiding her shyness as much as possible. She knew that Chen Xianyi had done this for her. If he was going to push him away because of physical contact, then he would be too much of a human being. Besides, it was all for the sake of Cangzhou, for the sake of her throne. How could she hesitate? Following Chen Xianyi's instructions, she once again mobilized the spiritual energy within her body. The might of the final harmony gradually gathered in the center of her hand. This time around, she was surprised to find that the spiritual energy within her body was like a sheep being led, and with just a slight touch, it would be swiftly Chen Xuani taken away and converted into might. What does that mean? Her gong method was clearly something that only she knew how to work, and the fact that Chen Xuani could help her mobilize it meant that Chen Xuani actually knew it as well. He will too. Chen Xian would be able to do alchemy, formations, and fire feats. Even so, you even know my unique technique? You obviously haven't practiced. Are you a human being or a god? Lan Yanran finally couldn't suppress her inner surprise any longer, and her beautiful eyes looked at Chen Xuani with a look that had long been shocked beyond words. This man, she absolutely, positively had to get her hands on. Chapter 133, The Grieving Dragon. Master Teacher is not like this to me. Right at this moment, before Lan Yanran could even react, the attack in the middle of her palm had already accumulated to its limit. It gushed out smoothly, sweeping with monstrous might and devouring the past. She barely did anything the entire time. She just didn't resist. It was as if she had stripped herself naked and placed herself there, allowing Chen Xianyi to mobilize everything within her. This final harmony was much more powerful than any of the previous releases. The black shockwave, roaring out, distorted and warped space wherever it passed. The onlooker cultivators looked at this scene in shock as they felt an unprecedented pressure, as if the entire world was going to be destroyed by this force. The dragon sensed the threat of death at the first moment, and after struggling to no avail, dragon breath began to emerge from its bloody mouth as well, trying to stop the onslaught approaching. However, the dragon's breath it spat out at this moment was nowhere near as powerful as the final harmony, and it was quickly suppressed. At the moment when it was about to be swallowed up by the final harmony, a trace of emotion suddenly flashed amongst the dragon's sharp pupils. This was different from the manic look it had when it was raging, but was interspersed with the flow of its own thoughts. No one knew what the gargoyle was thinking in this moment. It had once been one of the dragon gods guarding the demon state, watching the tiny people below through countless years. The demon clans of the demon state venerate it and worship it, and from time to time it sleeps for thousands and thousands of years, awakening again when the demon state needs protection. But now he was deprived of his spirit stones and became a complete monster, bringing fear to the outside world, being used as pawns, arbitrarily demolished, and ending up in a scribbling mess. The demon state is in sublime disorder, and my heart aches. Pearl Tire, Togol. Suddenly, a very old, thick and vicissitudes voice rang out from all around. The voice didn't sound like it was coming from someone's mouth, but more like it was sweeping from the heavens above. In all directions, the vicissitudes of the voice seemed to contain countless emotional fluctuations, and as if it contained countless words that wanted to be said, but could not be said. It was filled with a strong historical flavor that made the hearts of all those present tremble. No sooner had the sound been uttered than the final harmony quickly engulfed the dragon's body. The manic spiritual energy devoured the huge head of the dragon, eating away at the opponent's flesh and blood little by little. But the whole time, the dragon didn't make a single wailing sound. Chen Xianyi realized something at that moment. Although the dragon was also a type of demonic beast, its existence had exceeded the laws of survival of ordinary demonic beasts. Perhaps in this moment of near death, it regained its sanity. The air was filled with a dense killing chance, and the monstrous killing intent caused by the final harmonization caused the heaven and earth to change dramatically in their visions, and dark clouds shrouded the sky. A long time passed before the attack was gradually withdrawn, and the sky slowly had a beam of light shining on top of the giant dragon's corpse. The dragon's head was completely destroyed, and all the blood from the severed mouth was eaten away. However, although the head was destroyed to nothing, there wasn't a single scratch on the small belly of the massive dragon's body. It was as if the dragon was protecting something before it died. It's finally over. Sangzhou is safe. Lang Yanran didn't let out a long sigh of relief until after she completely failed to feel the life-giving breath emanating from the giant dragon's body. Naturally, she also sensed that the dragon was making a sound before it died. But what did that have to do with her? The demon state was already in a semi-hostile relationship with Sangzhou, and it wasn't like she could feel heartache for her enemy. On the contrary, weakening the other party was something more worthy of her happiness. Right at this moment, the cultivators who had accompanied them erupted into extremely joyful cheers. Win! Win! Great! Our compatriots didn't die in vain. Your Majesty's heavenly age. Your Highness divine might. The crowd of cultivators were all prostrate on the ground at this moment, looking up at the Empress and Chen Xuani above the celestial dome. In their opinion, Chen Xuani's strength had already been absolutely recognized. Without Chen Xuani in this battle, I'm afraid that their efforts would truly be in vain if it was just based on His Majesty's words. Nothing expresses their gratitude better than a pilgrimage to kneel. Dongfang Lanning leaned against the tree trunk and looked up at the sky, shedding tears of jealousy. Jealous of tears? He saw Dongfang Lanning wiping her tears over and over again as she choked. Ooh-hoo, Chen Xiani, he actually touched His Majesty's hand. I've been a general for His Majesty for so many years. Obviously I've never even touched one. Damn it! The Dongfang on the side couldn't help but, weakly, spit out the words. Is that where your focus is? That's wonderful. With that, he closed his eyes peacefully. Seeing this, Dongfang Lanning stood up in fear. With his only remaining arm, he shook his shoulder frantically. Brother! Brother! Don't you scare me! Oof! Wake up! Wake up! Dongfang Effect Gui was shaken so violently that his brain was stirred up. I'll close my eyes and rest for a while. I'll let you shake me to death. Seeing that the other party didn't die, Dongfang Lanning silently sat back down again, murmuring expressionlessly, "Oh, waste of feelings. What do you mean waste of feelings? Hoping that the sadness you just felt was all fake. Don't be so quick to change your face." At this time, the sky was above the dome. Under the gazes of the crowd, there were three figures that sped towards Chen Xuani with great speed. Chen Xiani could tell who the three were from a distance. He called out in surprise, "Xian, yeah, Zoe, what are you guys doing here?" It was Jiang Ningxian who was the first to rush to the front, panting with concern. "Master, you're fine." She hadn't finished her sentence when she realized that her master was actually holding the Empress's hand. All of this happened at the same time in the party, and Chen Xiani hadn't even had time to let go of his hand. The two just stayed extremely close. Didn't we say we were hunting? Why is master still catching the Empress? Jiang Ningxian immediately changed from a well-behaved disciple who was sympathetic to his master's body to a proper wife with a face full of suspicion. In just this one day of not seeing each other, master teacher has developed a relationship with that high-cool female emperor that allows him to hold hands? Master and her aren't like that. Jealous. Huyaya also flew forward at this time. Looking at this amazingly ambiguous scene, her flirtatious fox eyes foxed up even more quickly. Master is so energetic. It seems that he's not injured. After all, there's still energy to make love to His Majesty. Huyaya said with a beep, looking very sympathetic. Jealousy X2. Only Su Danru put her hand on her master's head with a serious face and probed into her spiritual energy to check her master's body. After realizing that his master was not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then it began. Jealousy X3. Chapter 134, Two Subordinates Competing for Favor. Rare Attribute. It's not what you think. Master and her. Chen Xiani was just in the middle of his explanation when he suddenly realized that he and Lang Yanran had really had something going on. I don't know how to explain it. Just as he was hesitating, there were suddenly two more auras that were rapidly coming towards this place. In just the blink of an eye, the two flew in front of the crowd one after the other. Chen Xiani looked at those two familiar figures and was even more surprised. Nimbus? Muyun? What brings you here? Dan Ningguang's hand was still carrying a small box, and when he came to the front and back of Chen Xian's body, he immediately opened the box. Lord Superior, you're not hurt, are you? When I heard the news of the siege of the imperial capital, I remembered that you had gone to the imperial capital, thinking that you might be in danger. I poked around all the way over here, she said with great concern while opening the box, and the rich medicinal fragrance inside hit her nose. She then shoved the elixir to Chen Xianyi's mouth without saying a word. I'm fine. Chen Xianyi was poured a large mouthful of elixir as he stammered. The flavor of the pills was incomparably fragrant, and each one was at least an 8th grade Dan. Dan Ningguang was able to take out so many 8th grade Dan at once. Clearly he had grown quite a bit in his Dan arts during this period of time. And you say it's fine. Your hair is a mess. And your clothes are so dirty. I've never seen you like this before. I'll wipe it off for you. Dan Ningguang's feelings of worry and missing Chen Xuanyi burst out at the same time. Directly towards Chen Xianyi, he embraced. The two of them hugged each other tightly. And Dan Ningguang seemed to be using her own body to help Chen Xuanyi clean the dust from her clothes. Lord Superior, my subordinate misses you so much, Dan Ningguang said delicately. She was dressed in a golden gown, and her coiled-up white hair made her look dignified and noble. It was a woman with such a temperament who was softly and tenderly pampered in Chen Xianyi's embrace at this moment. You're a subordinate of your superior honor. Then what am I? Yi Mu Yun, who had already opened her arms and was ready to throw herself into Shang Zun's embrace, looked a little overwhelmed at the moment. Dan Ningguang did all the things that she did. She had planned to paralyze herself in the arms of her superiors and pamper herself. And now you've done it all? Hearing Yi Mu Yun's voice, Dan Ningguang turned his head and looked at her in mock surprise. Oops, didn't Lord Superior tell you? The Danding Pavilion is now Lord Shang Zun's power, and I am also Lord Shang Zun's subordinate. But Lord Superior has spoken to me about the Jade Maiden sect, but not about the Danding Pavilion with you. It looks like I'm the one who's more important in Lord Superior's heart. She smiled, as if she were the winner of the gesture. Dan Ningguang and Yi Moyan had run into each other on their way here, not intentionally traveling together. The two hadn't said much on the road, and all they knew about each other was, well, what they'd heard. That's all. After all, one was the pavilion master of the Danding Pavilion, and the other was the sect master. And although they didn't know each other, they still knew more or less about each other's reputation. And it was only at this time that Yi Muyun realized that Lord Shang Zun had originally taken the Danding Pavilion under his wing. This was not to blame Yi Muyun's lack of information, mainly at the time of the conversation. The only people in the room were Dan Ningguang and Chen Xuanyi and a few of the disciples. After the vassalage was established, it didn't stretch too far, so much so that not many people knew about it in the first place. I'm the most loyal subordinate of Lord Superior. I arrived first when Lord Superior was trapped in the cave. I was also present when I rescued Hu Yaya, and I was the one who served when I returned to live in the Jade Maiden sect. The first person I had my heart set on was also Lord Shangzuan, and we even went around the celebration of Immortality Festival together, released lanterns, and kissed afterwards. It was clearly all me first. Yi Muyun looked at Dan Ningguang, who had taken over the nest, and spat everything out in a fit of anger. Even Chen Xianyi stared at her with wide eyes in surprise. Yi Muyun even told about the kiss? This guy is such a rare self-destructive girl. When it gets to the point where it's hard to tell, it just slams everything off the table. Yi Muyun's words hadn't been uttered for long before she herself reacted violently. Quickly and sheepishly, she covered her mouth, her face as instantly red as a progress bar. Even the embarrassment seemed to have lost its splendor among the pupils. I didn't say anything. Yi Muyun was so nervous that she only felt that her brain was about to go down, and she hastily said something to remedy the situation. What is clear, however, is that this remedial remark is useless? Oh, I can't believe you said all that. You spend every day with Lord Shangzun. You must know more. Gossip, right? Tell me more. Dan Ningguang's eyes instantly released light when he looked at Yi Muyun. This guy's attributes are super gossipy, and she happened to run into Yi Muyun, who had the attribute of self-destruction. Sharp as a tack, she quickly sensed there was a story to be told. Not at all. I'm not going to pry into Lord Shangzun's privacy. Yi Muyun immediately vetoed, but the hint of dissimilarity that flashed through Feng Kai's eyes was keenly captured by Dan Ningguang. This guy must know something, must find an opportunity to give her the full set. Although Dan Ningguang was a Dan cultivator, he was also quite accomplished in the attainments of commerce. For a pure cultivator like Yi Muyun, the mind was several times more flexible. In the middle of her mind, she had already begun to calculate countless ways to make Yi Muyun self-detonate. Taking this opportunity for the two to meet, Chen Xianyi just happened to introduce the two to each other. He came to Yi Muyun in front of Dan Ningguang, then smiled and opened his mouth. Since you all know each other, I won't say much. I hope you can get along in the future. Listening to Chen Xianyi's words, Jiang Ningxian, who was not far away, spat in a low voice with Hu Yaya. Why do you have the vestigial feeling of taking a concubine who has just passed away and introducing her to his main wife? Hey no, I'm not the main wife. I have to be introduced to me first. Halfway through speaking, Jiang Ningxian became a bit puffed up. Dan Ningguang took the initiative to reach out and shake Yi Muyun's hand. Don't worry, Lord Superior, we'll get along just fine. This 8th grade elixir, consider it a meeting gift for Muyun, Dan Ningguang said, while handing Yi Muyun an 8th grade cultivation Dan of excellent quality. What she said about getting along well was not a polite way of coping with her superiors. The way she looked at Yi Muyun was like looking at a delicious feast. It's going to be fun spending time with Yi Mu-yun, because there's gossip to be heard from the Supreme Being. Yi Mu-yun received the elixir with an obviously very surprised expression. In the past, the value of the 8th grade Dan, that could only be enjoyed by a person of the Empress level awe. This gift from Dan Ningguang was really not ordinary thick. Chapter 135, The Harem Gathering, Chaos. Thank you. Yi Mu-yun thanked very gratefully, looking very happy. Soon, though, she reacted with cautious eyes. Don't you dare try to buy me off with that, Yi Mu-yun added. Dan Ningguang blocked his mouth with the back of his hand and leaned in to whisper next to Yi Mu-yun's ear. You're so direct. As if you're afraid that people won't know that you like Lord Zun. To tell you the truth, I like it and have kissed it too. So we're fair game and I promise not to steal it. With that said, she re-straightened herself, hands behind her back and a big smile on her face. Ha? Am I that obvious? Yi Mu-yun returned with great surprise. She didn't realize it at all. But the other party was so sincere in assuring her. She had no choice but to trust them. Besides, they are all subordinates of Lord Shangzun, so they can't hide because of this selfishness. I believe you. Yi Mu-yun nodded with a smile. You really believe that if you're not a sister? Not many girls are as sincere as you these days. Your lordship's disciples aren't good enough to fool you. These words were naturally said in Dan Ningguang's mind. Good sister. I'll share a portion of the Danding Pavilion's resources with you when I turn around. Sisters have got you covered for the pills. Dan Ningguang very generously patted his chest in assurance. For a businessman, you don't usually make concessions for no reason. But Dan Ningguang isn't just a businesswoman. She's also a sentimental person. Not to mention Lord Shangzun was her benefactor and lover. The Jade Maiden sect was of the same strength as the Upper Exalt, and by helping her, they were naturally helping the Upper Exalt as well. Moreover, the Danding Pavilion did not possess much fighting ability, and if the pills were supplied to the Jade sect for cultivation, the two parties would be considered to be a strong alliance. With one of her own, she would have no need to hide. Suddenly, a clapping sound rang out behind Chen Xianyi. It was Lun Yanran who made the sound. She had been watching from the sidelines for so long that she finally couldn't help herself. Chen Xianyi. Her condescending queenly voice rose, her voice faintly containing anger. I know you're cultivating your own forces in my territory, but I haven't heard that you've taken people in as well. Lang Yanran's appearance was clearly angry. She had made up her mind that this was a man she was going to get her hands on. Turns out what's up with these two women suddenly showing up to fight for favor? And those 3 female disciples? Their feelings are obviously not ordinary either. Just how many more redheads do you, the Emperor, have? Can't it be that in the end she, the Empress, has to be a little? This is not allowed in any way. Greetings, Your Majesty, Dan Ningguang and Yi Moyan said at the same time. The two did not kneel, however, but only bowed slightly. In terms of status, Lang Yanran was ultimately the Emperor of Zhangzhou. They should still have manners. But looking at this angry look on the Empress, Dan Ningguang keenly sensed that something was wrong. His Majesty is not in love with Shangzun too, is he? Why else would you be jealous of them? Wow, go on. This is not the usual gossip. That Zhangzhou Empress has a crush on her superior emperor, and the future emperor's position is revealed, which will be on the front page tomorrow. Be excused, Chen Xuani. We'll talk about your matter later. There are still some things that need to be dealt with in the battlefield. After Lang Yanran said that, she did not intend to listen to Chen Xuani's explanation and directly flew down. Chen Xianyi looked at her departing back, and at this moment, he only felt his heart in turmoil. What a situation now. There are a lot of people here today, but then again, it wasn't like he and Lang Yanran were Taoists, so why did he need to explain himself to her? But if you don't explain it, Lang Yanran this kind of belongs to the surface can't see the emotion. In fact, the inner gas is very angry. Furious will definitely retaliate back. Hey, a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. What's even more outrageous is that there are a bunch of women. A mortar and pestle can be sharpened into a needle. Let's go check on Oriental Laning and the others first, Chen Xianyi said, and then also followed behind Lang Yanran. The women followed close behind. Come above the ground. Chen Xianyi walked over to a tree root and found Dongfang Laning and Dongfang Xinghua, who had already closed their eyes. No way. Karma? Chen Xianyi was instantly shocked, and sad emotions surged through his heart. He hastily grabbed one of Dongfang Lanying's shoulders and shook it violently. Eiko, don't die Eiko. I've managed to make you a friend. How can I live without you Eiko? Eiko. Chen Xianyi cried out very sadly, as if he was crying over a grave. Ouch. Stop shaking. I'm seriously injured. But it's not fatal yet. Dongfang Laning snapped her eyes open and looked at Chen Xianyi with a face full of hesitation. Even though you guys are caring about yourself, how come it always feels as if you don't have good intentions? It seems like a deliberate retaliation. Cultivators who practiced the art of Dan Dao were not professional physicians, but they were still quite good at the art of healing. Su Danro came to Dongfang Lanying's side and tried to help ease her injuries. Sister Laning, although the arm can be restored, it will take at least 100 years of seclusion to reach the original bone strength. But I have elixirs here that can aid in recovery and can speed up progress, Sultan Ro explained. Then spread the herbs on her wound, her spiritual energy probing out in the process. With Dongfang Lanying's cooperation, channels of golden light gradually surged towards her wound, slowly forming the shape of an arm. The whole process was painless and instead had a warm and fuzzy feeling. Dongfang Laning cooperated with Su Danro to repair her arm, while looking at Dongfang effect Gua beside her. Finding his eyes closed, his breathing seemed faintly imperceptible. Frightened, she reached out her hand and even shook it violently. Degree, don't move, wow, the arm is going to break, Su Danro said with her hands in the air. The arm, which hadn't been fully repaired, was extremely fragile and would break at the slightest touch, no matter how much Dongfang Laning shook it. Dongfang Xinghua didn't respond. This time, it seems to be really dead. She couldn't care about repairing any wounds at this point, and directly knelt down in panic. Brother! Dongfang Laning immediately choked up a bit, her face full of disbelief. After having the rest of her clan put to death, she was now losing even the last of her family. To her, she cried bitterly at once, and her originally heroic face was crying like a little schoolgirl's. Perhaps this was the only time she really only seemed like a sister, not some great general of the conquering country. On one side was the crying Dongfang Laning, and on the other side was the panicked Su Danro who told her not to move. The whole scene was simply noisy. Chen Xianyi sighed and slowly crouched down. Ugh, don't cry. This seat can't stand to see a girl cry. Get out of the way. This seat will bring her back to life, Chen Xianyi said with a somewhat impatient look, then slowly probed his finger towards Dongfang Yinghua's nose. Chapter 136, Saving People. I treat you like a brother and you want to? What Chen Xianyi said about not being able to see a girl cry was actually not a lie. Jiang Ningxian when they were small, no matter how big trouble, as long as a cry, 8-foot man Chen Xianyi immediately anxious as a child. However, they are considered to be the pride of heaven, not ordinary children, but also experience things that ordinary people have not experienced. Their minds are far beyond their peers. So when you're little, you don't cry much at all. You really have an idea? Dongfang Laning wiped her tears, and all of a sudden, her pupils flickered out. She understood Chen Xianyi, and if Chen Xianyi had said he could do it, then he could really do it. Whether it was killing a giant dragon or drawing a formation, he could do all things. If anyone else said they could bring the dead back to life, she wouldn't believe them even if they killed Dongfang Laning. But Chen Xianyi, then anything is possible. She was on the verge of being brainwashed by this man. Chen Xianyi probed Dongfang effect Gua's nostrils. To be honest, really bringing him back from the dead, he obviously didn't have the ability to do so. If he was really that powerful, then he wouldn't even have to lose the battle with the evil demon True Immortal at that time. But as long as the other guy was breathing, he had a way. Dongfang effect Gua's nostrils were weak, almost gone. Since there was still breath, there was still hope. Chen Xianyi didn't dare to delay, and obediently probed his spiritual energy into his body. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels in Dongfang effect Gua's body could almost be described as ruins. If he hadn't relied on the little bit of spiritual energy within his dantian, he would have been damned when he was struck by the giant dragon. Chen Xianyi has a trait of holding grudges as a person. Dongfang Xiaogua had repeatedly insulted him, and Chen Xuanyi hadn't actually wanted to save him. But Chen Xianyi had once said to Dongfang Laning that she was his friend. Chen Xianyi's sentence of friend was comparable to a promise, a favor, or had more depth than those. For the sake of his friend, Chen Xianyi was willing to put down his heart and save someone who had insulted him. He really has a good sister. Chen Xianyi sighed in his heart. Chen Xianyi utilized his spiritual energy to repair his 5 organs and 6 bowels, during which he naturally could not help but add some more heavenly materials. When he had killed the 3 vassal kings earlier, the storage rings had all been scavenged into Chen Xuanyi's hands. Cultivators of this level had countless goodies in their storage rings, and it was just good to take out some of them and use them. As various resources poured down, countless golden lights converged towards the body of the Eastern Efficacy Kingdom. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels that were originally broken into ruins were rapidly repaired and molded, and once again the weak heart began to beat. After receiving such a serious injury, even if it was repaired, it would be difficult for his strength to reach his former self. However, after closed-door recuperation, because of Chen Xuanyi's unique means of restoration, the strength was still barely able to maintain a 90%, and will not delay future training. This was already an extremely heaven-defying existence. As the repair progressed, Dongfang Laning gradually regained normal breathing before violently spitting out a mouthful of black blood in an explosive manner. I don't want soup. Don't give it to me. Wifey, I don't drink. Get out. Dongfang Effect Gui exclaimed and opened his eyes, looking very tense. Chen Xianyi looked at his state filled with speechlessness. What a sight for sore eyes. When Dongfang Laning saw her brother waking up, she directly pounced on him with excitement. Brother, it's great that you're alive. Dongfang Effect Gui still had the feeling of waking up from a nightmare, and said while comforting his sister. You don't know. Sister, I just had a dream. I dreamed of going to a place full of lava, and there was an old woman in there who said she'd feed me soup for anything. I wouldn't drink it, so she forced it on me. It was so scary. You seen ing Mona. I'm glad you didn't drink, or I wouldn't be able to see you now. Chen Xianyi couldn't stop spitting in his heart. After the two siblings hugged each other for a while, Dongfang Effect Gui then looked at Chen Xianyi. He said with a face full of remorse, Shang Zun, I have offended you much before. I apologize to you. After he said that, he knelt down on both knees and kowtowed to Chen Xianyi a few times. He'd thought before that he wouldn't get that chance. Now that he was alive and saw Chen Xianyi, he immediately kowtowed and apologized with a 10,000% sincere attitude. When it comes down to it, Dongfang Effecto hasn't done anything out of the ordinary either. Although Chen Xianyi held grudges, he was not being careful. Since he had sincerely apologized, Chen Xianyi didn't mind forgiving him. Moreover, these two siblings, both of whom are important combatants in Sangzhou, saved the East to serve the country, but also have a part of selfishness in. Having an extra harmonization stage combatant was very important for Sangzhou right now. Besides, the other party was not ungrateful and deserved to be saved. This seat reluctantly forgives you. Get up, go back and remember to get well. Chen Xianyi said with a smile. I will repay the favor later. Dongfang Effect Gui's face was filled with gratitude. Chen Xianyi was the one who had shown him the most favor, along with his majesty. In the future, if Chen Xuanyi needed it, he would even be willing to repay the favor with his life. Dongfang Laning walked up to Chen Xianshi and said seriously, I'm the one who begged you to save my brother. I also owe you a favor. In the future, if there is any request that I can do, you can mention it. I will satisfy all of them. She patted her chest in reassurance. Hearing this, Chen Xianyi looked into her eyes and pondered for a good while. This arrogant guy has a personal favor on his hands. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage if I don't fix her up a bit. Suddenly, Chen Xianyi felt that this scene was somewhat déjà vu. He vaguely remembered that when he was in the cave, Lang Yanran had said the same thing to him. Just because he looked at the other guy a little longer, he had an irretrievably raunchy encounter. It would be better for himself to be careful this time and not look at Oriental Laning. Otherwise, misunderstandings can easily arise. With that in mind, Chen Xianyi shifted his gaze to the side, and all of this fell on the eyes of Dongfang Laning, which made it look very odd. Chen Xianyi could just say anything. Why did he have to hide from her? Eyes hiding and not daring to look at her. This is a very wrong state. Obviously a state that only happens when little boys are thinking about shy things. Come to think of it, Chen Xianyi is a super colorful skin that would go after 3 beautiful disciples at the same time. Having said that himself, he couldn't have thought of something. It was clear that her misunderstanding of Chen Xianyi had not been resolved at all. Hey, Chen Xianyi, you don't want to have sex with me, do you? I treat you like a buddy and you want to me? Oriental Orchiding said with a surprised expression. Unapologetically. To be honest, she had some confidence in her figure. A lot of men had confessed their love for her before, but everyone couldn't beat her, and she naturally couldn't look at men who weren't even as good as her. She was very proud of her body full of muscular beauty, and it made sense that someone like Chen Xianyi would see colorful eyes. Chapter 137, If There's Something Brothers Do Together, Clean Up the Battlefield. Hearing Dongfang Laning's words, the several people present, including Dan Ningguang Yimuyun, looked at Chen Xuanyi with eyes that became alert. How dare you talk about love with someone else in front of them? That's a bit much. The 5 of us aren't enough for you? Chen Xuanyi felt a bone-chilling chill sweep over his body and hurriedly explained. All what and what? You've got it all wrong. Chen Xianyi really didn't have that idea. He was now feeling bad about how he was doing it. Looking squarely at each other can be mistaken for being interesting. Not looking at each other can still be mistaken for being interesting. Blame it on the fact that your own people set up too steadily. So much so that they all thought they were horny. You can't take this persona buff off. He's treating Oriental Laning as a pure friend. Dongfang Laning hooked one arm over Chen Xianyi's neck and teased with a smile. Just think about it. What are you shy about? Don't I know what you are? We're all good brothers. I'm sure I'll help you with your needs. But not here. When we return to the palace, you come to my barracks. Chen Xianyi, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the word brother? If you have something to do with a brother, you have nothing to do with a brother? You're a little out of line. This Dongfang Laning, she looks quite decent. Behind her back, She can't be some kind of carnivorous woman. Chen Xianyi's eyes gradually became a bit odd as he looked at her, as if she had sensed his thoughts. Dongfang Lanning disliked Chen Xianyi viciously with her elbow. What are you thinking you? I'm not a frivolous woman. There's never been an experience. At least until now. Mostly because no men get along. They're all too weak. But you're different. Before Chen Xianyi could say anything back, he only felt the eyes of the 5 girls, which were as sharp as knives at this moment. We can't keep talking like this. Something will happen. Hold up. This thread is terminated. You might as well get your arm fixed first, and as for the favor, you'll have a chance to pay it back later. Chen Xianyi hastily terminated the topic, even after avoiding the threat of death. Well then, Dongfang Lanning shrugged indifferently. Su Danro and Dan Ningguang walked together to the front of Dongfang Lanning. Dan Ningguang said, I know a little bit about healing, so sit down. With the help of the 2 of us, it will heal quickly. Dan Ningguang was a return to Void Realm powerhouse, and it would be more effective to have 2 people to heal their wounds at the same time. Oriental Lanning obediently sat down. The 2 girls released their spiritual energy together to help her heal. Ouch. I just don't know why, but this healing wasn't quite the same as the one earlier. This healing always felt a little painful. Dongfang Lanning looked at the 2 of them suspiciously, just to see Su Danro and Dan Ningguang both showing nuclear goodness smiles. Relax. It hurts. It's normal. It's normal. It's normal. Both of them laughed at the same time, just a little weird in their demeanor, as if he was jealous. How could Dongfang Lanning look at it? She felt that something was wrong. Is this really normal? The previous healing seemed to be painless. Strange. After a while, Dongfang Lanning's arm was finally repaired. The exterior looks exactly the same as the original, but the internal bones need to be rehardened. Dongfang Effect quite excitedly walked to his sister and said happily, It's great to have it fixed back. With those words, Dongfang Effect secretly pointed at Chen Xianyi and proposed to his sister. Sister, you haven't been married so far, and I see that you have a pretty good crush on Chen Xianyi. Why don't my brother make the decision for you? We won't lose out if we become a concubine. In his opinion, a cultivator of Chen Xianyi's level must have had a proper wife long ago. It was definitely shameful for a sister Mahayana stage cultivator to be a concubine for someone else, but it was definitely not shameful to be for Chen Xianyi. Moreover, if the younger sister could marry Chen Xianyi, the remaining heir would definitely be by no means mortal, and it would be considered a glory to the ancestors. As soon as his words fell, Dongfang Lanning, without saying a word, directly jumped up with his newly repaired arm and slashed at his head. Are you such a big brother? Giving your own sister to someone else as a concubine? How dare you say that? The intimacy of the party at the time of life and death was suddenly gone. The brother was even too beaten to fight back. The crowd couldn't help but burst out laughing as they watched this scene. After helping the siblings heal their wounds, Chen Xuanyi led the crowd to the female emperor's side again. It wasn't just Dongfang Lanning and Dongfang Xinghua who participated in the hunting group. There were also many spirit transformation stage cultivators. At the end of the battle, it was they who relied on their own lives to draw the dragon into place. That's what will put an end to this horrible disaster. Every one of the cultivators who were still alive at this point was drenched in blood. Without exception, all were in a sorry state. Most of them were still holding some strange limbs and broken arms in their hands. These incomplete corpses were all parts of the bodies of those who had died after being hit by the dragon, and the rest of it turned to dust when it was hit. Lang Yunran looked at these generals kneeling in front of her, and her expression was quite touched. The order to lure the dragon was given by her, and these generals, all of them, died because of her. She was the emperor, and she had to carry the responsibility of every dead general. Everyone, you have paid so much for me. For Tsangzhou, I have all of you in my heart, and each of you will be given the highest reward as well as honor afterwards. And all the dead generals and soldiers, I will give them a generous burial, add them posthumously, and ensure that their descendants, as well as their families, enjoy eternal happiness. Lang Yanran's voice filled with majesty then rang out. The cultivators still remaining responded in unison. The scene was bleak, but very thick. Thank you, Your Majesty. After things came to an end, the group walked together to the body of the dragon. To say that this giant dragon was a mythical existence in its lifetime. Sturdy scales made into armor that was a heavenly ranked defense. Splitting the meat and consuming it is also an existence that can substantially nourish the cultivation level. Although the most precious demon stones were gone, even the remaining bones could be made into top-grade weapons. How to divide such a precious corpse is naturally a problem. Chen Xianyi, you killed the giant dragon. You choose first. Lang Yanran said to Chen Xuanyi. Despite the fact that this giant dragon's corpse was of great significance to Tsangzhou, Chen Xuanyi, as the one who had slain the dragon, had to be the one to decide on the division. Chen Xianyi was not polite and walked straight to where the dragon's stomach was. defense gear was of little use to Chen Xianyi. After all, he only plays the high end of the game. Even the best defense is useless in front of the truly great. Besides, he has a daily invincible defense. Thanks to Wu Weiwen from Kamas for the capsules. Chapter 138 Dragon's Egg. What kind of gift do you want? And the disciples, for their part, don't actually use armor most of the time. With Chen Xuanyi around, for enemies that were truly threatening, he naturally wouldn't allow them to come into contact with his disciples. So for the scales, he only needed to obtain part of them. As for why Chen Xianyi chose this part of the dragon's stomach, it's because he noticed a point. When the dragon was dying, it seemed to have gathered the remaining spiritual energy of its entire body to protect this place, as if there was something important here. When a giant dragon died, its scales, while still strong, lost most of their toughness. The scales that had become like this would need to utilize other materials in order to regain their original sturdiness. Chen Xuanyi's spiritual energy transformed into a blade, and without too much effort, he slit open the giant dragon's stomach. Then, an oval-shaped object was seen sliding out of the giant dragon's stomach. Chen Xianyi caught it smoothly and realized that it was an egg around 1 person high. It's dragon's egg? Zhang Ningxian looked at the egg held in his master's arms and said with a face full of excitement, I suppose so. Chen Xianyi murmured. I didn't realize the dragon was still a female, and pregnant. No wonder he regained consciousness at the last minute and even protected his stomach. Turns out it's a mother's love. Hu Yeye surveyed the dragon egg and spoke. Master, according to the tradition of the demon race, if it's an oviparous birth, a demon race that has just broken out of its shell will usually recognize the first person it sees as its master. Perhaps master can find a way to hatch it. Chen Xianyi was puzzled. Me? I'm hatching? I don't have that equipment either. Hu Yeye patted the case of the dragon egg, which was extremely smooth and not even stained with a bit of blood. She leaned her ear against the dragon's egg and listened. It should be hatching soon. It won't be much trouble. Just bring it with you. Jiang Ningxian said excitedly. Master, this is a dragon. It must be very cool to ride out. She was already starting to think of romantic images in her mind of standing at the head of a dragon with her master, who was holding her around the waist and spreading his wings. Abstract illustrations, not to be taken seriously. Satana made a contemplative gesture at this time, as if she had remembered something. As I recall, the image left behind by the 4th senior sister said that there would be a chance to participate in the hunt. Master, this might be our chance. Hearing this, Chen Xianyi could not help but recall the scene within the cave not long ago. So there's more to chance than just sticking it to the empress. There are dragon eggs now? That's a lot of stuff this 4th disciple left for him. Well, just take it. Chen Xianyi nodded, feeling that this was a good proposal. There is a real lack of amount right now. It would also be really nice to take a dragon cub as a pet. Hu Yeye reached out and took the dragon egg from her master's hand, stroking the shell of the dragon egg with a face full of love as she said to herself, from today onwards, you're the baby of master and I. The look was all motherly. I'm sure that leaving it in Hu Yeye's care would be 100 times more reliable than the eldest disciple. Chen Xianyi plucked some more scales off the giant dragon's corpse for backup. The rest of the matter was then all left to Lang Yanran. It didn't take long, and after dividing the corpse of the giant dragon, the crowd set off on the road back to the imperial capital. The crowd had only flown a short distance when a golden-winged roc dragging a palace soared and flew from the sky above. That said, this golden-winged roc has disappeared ever since he met the dragon and started the war. A demonic beast of the harmonization stage. If it could be put to use, it would be a good fighting force. How did it show up at this time? What did it do just now? Chen Xuanyi asked Lang Yanran. The golden-winged roc stopped in front of the crowd, and Lang Yanran stepped in first, her expression unchanged. She whispered back, demon clans and demonic beasts are creatures that value bloodlines. We humans may not feel it deeply, but before the absolute bloodline of the dragon, the golden-winged roc doesn't dare to come close. Is it that good? If that was the case, then wouldn't this giant dragon cub that he had taken in be able to walk sideways in the demon clan directly after hatching successfully? It's super cool to think about. After riding on the golden-winged roc, the speed of returning to the imperial capital would be very much faster. On the way, Dan Ningguang had been trying to get gossip out of Yi Muyun's mouth. The 3 disciples surrounded the dragon egg full of novelty. Lang Yanran and Chen Xuanyi stood together, watching the disciples play together while asking at the same time, now that the demon scourge is completely resolved, what are your plans afterward? Although she couldn't see her emotions as she spoke, there was some despondency in her heart. Although the time she spent with Chen Xianyi was not very long, it was memorable to her. Couldn't bear to part like that. After the matters explained by the 4th disciple were done, Chen Xianyi naturally would not stay in Sangzhou for long. Finding all the disciples was the most important thing in his mind right now. Although the fourth disciple's ability was extraordinary and he wouldn't encounter danger easily, it was impossible for him not to be worried. The only way to find peace of mind is to get it back to the side sooner rather than later. Since things are done, I want to go to the demon state to seek Shiryao. Of course, I'll look into the matter about the gargoyles for you as well. Chen Xianyi smiled back. Having gone through so many things with Long Yanran, and being considered a rare life and death friend, Chen Xuanyi naturally would not sit idly by and do nothing about her. Besides, there was the kiss in the cave. There was also the matter about the giant dragon, the changes in the demon state, and why the fourth disciple had gone there, which were still mysteries. He was also trying to figure out what was going on. Lang Yanran did not feel too surprised by Chen Xuanyi's words about leaving. She opened her mouth to offer. Before you go, stay in the palace for the celebration banquet. For an existence like Chen Xianyi, there was no way for the empress to use a reward or something like that as a way to repay her. After all, Chen Xianyi was not her subordinate, so you can only rely on something like a gift to show your appreciation. That's no problem. Xianer, she'll definitely love it. Chen Xianyi nodded his head back. The food in the palace was definitely different from the outside, and he was beginning to imagine images of his eldest disciple being happy. Have you thought of any gifts yet? You've done so much for Tsangzhou. I'm sure I can't treat you poorly. As long as it's something I can fulfill, I'll do it. That kind of thing in the cave, you should just forget about it for now. For a cultivator of Chen Xianyi's level, ordinary gifts would definitely not express sincerity. She simply asked Chen Xianyi directly. However, because she was worried that Chen Xianyi would propose the kind of gift that transcended material things and sublimated feelings, she still made a point of mentioning it. After all, it's better to have two lovers for this kind of thing. Even if you don't say it, I won't think about it. But the gift, well, I do have an idea. Chen Xianyi said with interest. Chapter 139 Gift, Pit the Empress. If one were to say what gift one needed most right now, it would come down to spirit stones. And a top tycoon like Lang Yanran who controls a country. I'm sure there's no shortage of spirit stones in your hands, right? I'm afraid that all of them is really enough to pile up into a whole huge mountain high. What is it? Come on, tell me. Lang Yanran pursued. She was also very interested in what high-ranking cultivators like to want. After all, it might not be possible to pull in more cultivators after knowing about it. Chen Xianyi didn't sell himself short and said, a gift? Just help me break through to Yuaning. Chen Xianyi's current realm was still at the Jindan stage, and he was unable to break through to Yuaning, mainly because he didn't have enough spirit stones. If it's Her Majesty the Empress making a move, then surely there will be enough spirit stones, right? Breaking through to the Yuaning stage. That's it? When Lang Yanran heard this, her pretty willow eyebrows raised slightly, very surprised. When a cultivator breaks through from Jindan stage to Yuaning stage, it won't take more than a few hundred top-grade spirit stones to add up all of them. That's a bit of a light gift. And even more outrageous, people, what the hell is letting you break through to the Yuaning stage? Don't tell me you're only at the Jindan stage. Are you kidding me? I didn't think you had a sense of humor for a guy. The corner of Lang Yanran's mouth slightly hooked up a smile and said with some surprise. Chen Xianyi was certainly not joking. However, he could understand why Lang Yanran thought so. No kidding, but it's kinda hard to explain. Anyway, you can fulfill this gift, right? Chen Xianyi said with a smile, already calculating how many spirit stones he would consume for this breakthrough. The last time he broke through from the ninth heaven of the foundation establishment stage to the Jindan stage, he spent 2,000 top-grade spirit stones at once. This would at least double when it came to the Jindan stage. Even if it takes 4,000 to break through one minor realm, that's 3,600 of top-quality spirit stones for 9 minor realms. This was based on a minimum count, as the consumption of spirit stones would also increase with each minor realm breakthrough. Maybe the first heaven breaks through the second heaven is 4,000, and the second heaven breaks through the third heaven is 5,000. This combined, the estimated nearly 100,000 can fight off. Thinking about it, Chen Xianyi felt outrageous. The entire Tsangzhou estimated that right now. Aside from the Empress, he really couldn't guess who could take out so many spirit stones at once. Lang Yanran saw that Chen Xuanyi refused to admit that he was joking, so she went along with his topic. If you really want this gift, I can certainly fulfill it. Good. It's a deal. Chen Xianyi quickly took over the words, as if he was afraid that he would back out. He was seen directly sitting cross-legged in place, with an appearance of preparing to make a breakthrough in place. Take the spirit stones. Chen Xian turned one palm towards her and used a gesture of asking for something. Lang Yanran wasn't ambiguous either, and directly took out 10,000 top-grade spirit stones from her storage ring and piled them to the side. It's just a little bit, how can it be enough? Chen Xianyi complained. It's not like you haven't broken through to the Yuanying stage. So many spirit stones are enough for you to break through to the transformation spirit. Lang Yanran had a disdainful expression. Chen Xianyi was at least a cultivator. How could he not even understand this common sense? Jindan stage breaking through Yuaning stage. Planning to use this method to pit her spirit stones was a bit too sketchy. Who would believe that? If you don't believe me, forget it, but if I run out, you remember to add more. Chen Xianyi was also too lazy to be stubborn with her, and after turning on the cultivation speed doubling, he directly began to absorb the spirit stones, right in front of everyone's eyes. The spiritual energy among the spirit stones was mobilized by him at a rapid pace, surging towards the dantian in his body. His body was like an infinite black hole. No matter how much spiritual energy entered his body, it would be quickly digested. Several thousand spirit stones were all absorbed in just the blink of an eye. It was only after Chen Xianyi broke through to the second level of the Jindan stage that the consumption of spirit stones stopped. Chen Xianyi raised his head to look at the sky, wanting to see if there were any heaven and earth anomalies triggered by his breakthrough. But there was no reaction from above the vault of heaven. It seemed that breaking through the minor realm could not trigger a thunder tribulation at the moment. So don't worry about that. Lang Yanran watched as Chen Xuanyi refined his spiritual energy in situ, and his entire body was dumbfounded. No, you're really practicing on it. You're not kidding at all. The currenter didn't know what way to understand Chen Xianyi. The fact that Chen Xianyi had broken through before her eyes meant that this Jindan stage realm was not hidden. He really only has the golden Dan. But what about the fact that he could slay the dragon? At this moment, not only was Lang Yanran alone surprised, the ones on the back of the golden winged rock, with the exception of the 3 disciples, were all filled with incredulity. Just like this, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Xuanyi continued to impact the third sky of Jindan stage. The remaining spirit stones quickly dissipated, and Chen Xianyi surprisingly felt that he was still short. The spirit stones ran out. Chen Xianyi said as he looked at Lang Yanran, prompting her that it was time to burst the spirit stones. Run out? Lang Yanran twisted her head to look at the place where she had placed the spirit stones earlier. Sure enough, there's not a single one left. In all her years of cultivation, she had seen people with special physiques that consumed huge amounts of spirit stones. 100 spirit stones were needed to break through a small heavy sky at the Jindan stage. It can be said to be the first of its kind. Compare the words with that one in Chen Xianyi. It's not even in the same order of magnitude. Why don't you take the spirit stones? You're not going to back out, are you? Chen Xianyi flirted. When Lang Yanran heard these words, she was obviously a bit unable to hang on to her face. I am the emperor of Cangzhou. Can I be worse than your spirit stones? Lang Yanran said, and had to throw out another 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. And Chen Xianyi wasn't polite at all, quickly absorbing as much of the spirit stones as he could. The crowd then watched as the spirit stones that were stacked into small mountains were quickly cut down. Even if Lang Yanran, who was rich to the extent of being the king of a country, at this time, looking at the spirit stones that were dropping at an extremely fast rate, she couldn't help but feel a little bit of flesh pain. She had more spirit stones, but they were all slowly accumulated over millions of years, and you just took it all in one fell swoop. It's a heartbreaking experience for anyone. If she had known that this guy was so capable of sucking up spirit stones, she wouldn't have agreed so painfully at that time. He really let Chen Xianyi pit a big one. After Chen Xianyi broke through to the 4th level of the Jindan stage, the spirit stones were once again used up. Lang Yanran had no choice but to grit her teeth and take another large amount of spirit stones. This time, perhaps Chen Xianyi's cultivation level was higher, and his speed of gulping down spirit stones became even more terrifying. The spirit stone she had just thrown out was absorbed in midair before it even reached the ground. It felt like Chen Xianyi was close to scurrying into her storage ring to rob it. The crowd present, aside from the disciples, looked at Chen Xianyi, and without exception, all of them revealed expressions as if they had been blown away in their 3 views. They were shocked not only by the spiritual power of Chen Xuanyi's absorption of the spirit stone, but also by the breakthrough speed. What kind of cultivator can break through all the time? Don't you ever stop to slow down? You can't build basalt steel like this. Thanks to Princess Cloud, who loves cherubs, for the inspiration capsule. Chapter 140, Chen Xianyi's Thunder Tribulation. Female Emperor protecting the law. So this is the world's first genius. It's us who have seen too little. It's just awesome. No wonder he can be called a supreme exalt. Even if a proud son of the heavens sees him, he's still out of reach. The crowd of onlookers discussed, and in their hearts, they all admired Chen Xuanyi. Chen Xuanyi's cultivation advanced rapidly with an unlimited supply of spirit stones. It wasn't until the 9th heaven of the Jindan stage that Chen Xuanyi finally stopped. It was because he had detected the pressure of the thunder tribulation, which was gathering at this place. The momentum was far swifter and several times more powerful than the last breakthrough. I'm afraid there's a real thunderbolt coming this time. Chen Xianyi opened his eyes and looked towards the dome of the sky. A dark patch of cumulus clouds stretched for miles. Even the golden-winged rock that was exercising, at this moment, stopped its wings in awe and hovered in midair. Violet lightning flickered in the cumulus clouds, constantly converging towards Chen Xianyi's head. What is this? A thunderbolt. Lang Yanran revealed a rare expression of shock. She looked at the thunderbolt above the dome of the sky, and her first reaction was even that she had broken through. But she didn't break through on her own. Isn't she clear about that herself? Thunder tribulation usually only departed when one broke through a great realm, and of all the people present, only Chen Xuani was impacting the great realm. In other words, the lightning tribulation was caused because Chen Xuani had broken through the Yuaning stage. This is outrageous. Chen Xuani sat cross-legged, and at this moment, he was fully concentrating on breaking through the realm. If it was in normal times, encountering a thunderbolt would require him to resolve it on his own. This time, however, it just so happened that Lang Yanran, a female emperor at the transitional stage, was present. With her as her protector, she wouldn't need to worry about herself. It should be a thunderbolt. Help me block it. Chen Xuani flashed a bright smile at Lang Yanran. Lang Yanran was now considered submissive to Chen Xuani. Even if they pitched her spirit stones, they even had to ask her to help block the thunderbolt? Let the Empress of Cangzhou, an absolute powerhouse of the transitional succession stage, guard you as you break through the Yuaning stage. You're also the first one. But no matter what, Chen Xianyi had favored her. She also had an indescribable fondness for Chen Xianyi as well, whether it was using countless spirit stones for Chen Xianyi or to be a protector. Although the Empress was spitting in her heart from time to time, she did all of them without exception. Who called this man excellent? Maybe that's love. I know. I don't need you to order me around. Lang Yanran returned with a cold, condescending face. At the same time, the Jindan within Chen Xuani's body began to manically absorb the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth. The five-colored golden Dan began to tremble violently, and cracks appeared vaguely in the body of the Dan. It was as if there was something that was about to solidify and shatter out from amongst the Jindan. The so-called Yuaning is the birth of a brand new life form from within after the Jindan is shattered. This life form consists of a huge amount of true essence and possesses self-awareness. Even if the cultivator dies, as long as the Yuaning does not perish, it can also take over and be reborn. Only the so-called rebirth is not as simple as it seems. Cultivators who had reached this realm were considered to have officially opened a huge gap with lower realm cultivators. Cultivation and strength, both ushered in a whole new level. Because of Lang Yanran's protection, Chen Xuani didn't care where the lightning tribulation was at this time, and was fully focused on breaking through the realm. As countless spiritual energies surged into the middle of his dantian, the Jindan finally broke open completely. A colorful golden light surged out from amongst the broken Jindan. A Yuaning body emerged in the middle of the dantian. The Yuaning body was like a golden Dan, shining with a somewhat transparent multicolored light. The spiritual might contained within it was more than tens of times more powerful than before. Chen Xianyi casually mobilized his spiritual energy once, and large swathes of spiritual energy from dozens of miles around surged into his body. The spiritual energy in the sea of qi became even more vast. The strength after the breakthrough was completely sufficient to fight with the harmonization stage. With this level of strength, even if he didn't use the invincible strike, he could basically walk sideways. Just as Chen Xianyi was digesting the new spiritual energy that had entered his body, the thunderbolt above the sky dome also slashed down in a smooth manner. Lang Yanran rose up in the air, and the moose that had long been condensed in the heart of her right hand burst out directly. Final harmony. A sweeping shockwave full of destruction whistled away. Previously, Chen Xianyi had held her hand and used his spiritual energy to guide her to release this move once, and she remembered in her mind how Chen Xianyi had released it. This time, after releasing the stance in the manner of Chen Xianyi, the power was several times greater than before. It's just not cool. The three disciples were also not far from Chen Xianyi at this time. Looking at the thunderbolt that instantly struck down above the dome of the sky, all three of them looked a little worried. Thunder tribulation. It feels so oppressive. Sutanu murmured. It seems like the Empress still has injuries on her body, right? Can she really block it? Jiang Ningxian also spoke, looking very worried. After all, Senior had only just broken through the Yuaning stage and encountered a thunderbolt that only existed at the transition stage. It was hard not to be worried. As for whether or not the lightning tribulation would become weaker due to the Master's low realm, this is anyone's guess. After all, it hasn't been done before. Huyaya had an idea at this point. I have a solution. I will definitely be able to keep Master Teacher safe. After saying that, she held the one-person tall dragon egg and walked behind her Master Teacher. Then without a hint of hesitation, he raised the dragon egg high above his master's head. The dragon egg is not an extraordinary thing. It's incredibly sturdy. It might be able to block the lightning tribulation for Master. Huyaya said with a serious face. The look is not like a joke. Looking at it, Jiang Ningxian and Su Danro were both confused. You were not the one who showed motherly love by holding the dragon egg in your heart. How dare you defect at this point in time? Longeville, so love goes away, right? Huyah, nothing is as important as the master. After Jiang Ningxian and Su Danro pondered for a moment, they walked over together and held up the dragon egg with Huyah. It's a good idea, oh. Surprisingly, the three were united in their opinions. It was as if the dragon's egg could see outside at that moment. Surprisingly, he suddenly shuddered violently. It seems like it has sanity even in the egg. What the three disciples had feared had obviously not happened. After Lang Yanran had taken Chen Xuani's healing pill, the injuries in her body could be suppressed for the time being. Although the power of the thunderbolt was as terrifying as it was, resisting it was not a problem in front of a cultivator at the 6th level of the transitional stage. The thunderbolt that contained the strength of the first heaven of the transitional stage was swiftly crushed by the final harmony and completely disappeared into the air. After the thunderbolt dispersed, the dark clouds also gradually disappeared. The world returned to tranquility, as if what had just happened was just a dream. The three disciples watched the scene with relief. Huyah once again took the dragon egg in her arms and affectionately stroked the dragon egg's case. Baby was so dangerous just now. Not afraid, not afraid. It's all over. Chapter 141 Love will disappear. Chair scramble 2. 0. Baby was so dangerous just now. Not afraid, not afraid. It's all over. Dragon eggs. Who was the one who just lifted me to the center of the thunderbolt? Are you really my real mom? I'm not born yet. I haven't seen the world. Don't lie to me, wow. But mom's voice is so gentle. It shouldn't be fake. After Chen Xiani thoroughly digested the new influx of spiritual energy, he slowly stood up, stretching freely. It feels so good to have someone escorting the breakthrough. Don't even have to worry about thunderbolts yourself. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Yuanying. Lang Yanran slowly fell from the air and looked at Chen Xuani to congratulate him. It's just that I think this doohickey reveals weirdness everywhere. Such a powerful cultivator was only at the Yuanying stage. That's an outrageous thing to say. Same congratulations. Same congratulations. That, you haven't given me the spirit stone yet. Chen Xiani said with a smile. Freshly broken through, he was refreshed and his appearance was even a few points more handsome. Although Lang Yanran is not a person who will fall in love because of her looks. However, she, who had a favorable impression of Chen Xianyi himself, could not help but be even more moved when she saw such a Chen Xianyi. Talking to such a handsome man puts you in a better mood. Still needing spirit stones. Aren't you done with your breakthrough? The gift you're talking about can only be a breakthrough to Yuanying. It doesn't include transformation. Lang Yanyan looked at him with wary eyes. If she were to burden Chen Xianyi's breakthrough to the transformation stage again, the spirit stones she's been saving all these years are about to be emptied. When the time came, she, an empress of a country, wouldn't even be able to take out a single top-grade spirit stone when rewarding her subjects. How humiliating that would be. Chen Xianyi shook his head and reminded. Not about the gift. Did you forget? There are still 30,000 spirit stones as hunting pay. Before participating in the hunt, he had talked to the empress about a payment of 30,000 spirit stones. Although now that he had broken through to the Yuanying stage, he was not in dire need of spirit stones for the time being. There were also 3 Clan King storage rings in his hand, with tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones inside. But how much is not enough to break up in the future? A mosquito is still meat even if it is small. The empress's 30,000 spirit stones can't be unwanted. I'd almost forgotten. Since it was negotiated beforehand, I will naturally not go back on my word. Lang Yanran directly handed the spirit stone to Chen Xuani. Just now, she had pulled out too many spirit stones at once, so much so that the 30,000 felt painless. It's also good for Sanjo that you can break through. And if you still need protection and help in the future, I can help you with all of that as well. Lang Yanran said seriously, smiling softly at Chen Xuani. When Chen Xian heard this, his eyes immediately glowed. Really? That spirit stone? Lang Yanran's expression immediately chilled and she sternly refused. Don't think about it. Spirit stones you figure out yourself. He. Chen Xianyi scratched his head and laughed. After the lightning tribulation passed, the golden-winged roc then continued to flap its wings and flew in the direction of the imperial capital. Between the conversations between the two, the buildings of the imperial capital quickly emerged before everyone's eyes. The defense barrier of the imperial capital's walls had stopped functioning at this point. Such a huge defense formation required a large amount of spiritual energy to operate. The time it can last is also extremely limited. However, before the battle of high-level cultivators, even if it was only 10 minutes, that effect was in existence that had long changed the battle. When the people in the city looked at the huge figure flying above the dome of the sky, they were first a little afraid. However, when they saw clearly that what flew in was not a giant dragon, but a golden-winged roc, The city erupted in fierce cheers. There was nothing they felt more at ease than seeing His Majesty return. Lang Yanran ordered the golden-winged roc to stop in the sky above, and in a few simple words, explain to the people the news of the giant dragon's death. Tell the people not to worry. This then racked the golden-winged roc back to the palace. After returning to the palace, the first thing Lang Yanran did was to bury the dead soldiers in the palace mausoleum, took all the ministers in the palace and organized a memorial ceremony, a moment of silence for each of the fallen generals. After all this was done, the time had come to evening. The dead will end up in a long sleep, while the living still need to celebrate the victory of the war. After Lang Yanran successively presented rewards to all the meritorious soldiers, she organized a unique celebration banquet. Chen Xuanyi and the disciples, as well as the two subordinates, were arranged in the VIP room, received by the empress herself. At this time the meal had already been served. Chen Xianyi waited in the room for half a minute, but did not see the shadow of Lang Yanran. I don't know what she's up to. I'll go find out, Chen Xuanyi said to the women in the room, then pushed the door open and left. As soon as Chen Xianyi left the room, the eyes of the few women in the room suddenly glazed over. Jiang Ningxian was the first to speak. I'm going to pick my seat first this time. With that, she took the direct lead in taking her seat. It's like you're not going to get up for anything that happens this time. Yi Muyun and Dongfan Lanning both had a carefree stance and casually found a direction to sit down. They had no idea what this seat-grabbing meant. Hu Yeye said with some disdain. How do you guess where the master will sit? It's no use even if you want to. That's the way the situation is. The master did not take the lead in seating, and as each chair was of the same style, no one knew where the master would sit. But there is a trade-off. It is a seat between each person so that there are always two people next to the master. The thoughts of the crowd seemed to coincide at this moment. Chair scramble 2. 0 promotion. Outside the house. Chen Xianyi turned around the palace for a while and inadvertently slipped to the place of the royal mausoleum. A tall figure stood in front of a stone monument. Silent. Even though the other party was wearing regular clothes, not yellow robes, Chen Xianyi still recognized at a glance that the person was none other than Lang Yanran. Chen Xianyi was a bit curious about what she was doing. Then he lowered his footsteps and walked towards her. Lang Yanran did nothing. It was standing in front of a stone monument, his eyes a little listless, as if he was thinking about something. Carved in front of the stone monument were the names of all those who participated in the hunting war. All those who died. There you are. Lang Yanran suddenly spoke. In front of a cultivator at the 6th level of the ferrying stage. It was impossible for Chen Xuanyi to remain undetected even if he lowered his footsteps. Don't be too sad. The dead generals. Not only for you, but also for the families living in Sangzhou. Chen Xianyi was worried that Lang Yanran was blaming herself for their deaths, so he comforted. Lang Yanran, on the other hand, unexpectedly shook her head. Chen Xianyi, do you know how many years I have lived? Chen Xianyi guessed. 10,000 years? Lang Yanran slowly walked to the stone chair next to him and sat down. When I break through to the Mahayana stage, I will already be 10,000 years old. At that time, I even killed a Mahayana stage demonic beast to celebrate. Thanks to Yun Sang Chuan for the inspiration capsule. Chapter 142, The Empress's Past. Forever in memory. The breakthrough of the transitional stage is very long. In fact, I don't know how many thousands of years I have lived. It's just something you see so much of. You don't feel it anymore. Lang Yanran's standard queen's voice sounded, and it was impossible to hear the joy and sorrow in it. Chen Xuanyi knew how to fight, how to make pills, how to set up formations, and he was proficient in all aspects of cultivation for all things in the world. But the only thing is the emotion thing. It's hard to see through him without having experienced it. To be honest, he had lived for 1,000 years and had felt that he had seen many people and things. Those tens of thousands of years of cultivation were even more unimaginable. I get it. It's not that you like to talk with a stern face, you just don't have the emotion anymore. Do you? Chen Xianyi nodded his head with great understanding and said. Lang Yanran pursed her lips. That's not true. I just like to look at you all coldly. Chen Xianyi, you're giving me back my feelings. It's a shame I understand you so well. So you just like to feel superior. Not sad. So what are you thinking? Chen Xianyi asked doubtfully. Lang Yanran pondered for a moment before replying. I don't know when I started this habit. Trying to remember the name of everyone who died and who was important around them. It's probably the only memory they have left in my mind. Lang Yanran always felt at times that she had forgotten something very important. It is possible that 30,000 years ago, some kind of battle took place and a friend who was very close to her was killed in battle because of her. Those experiences with her, Lang Yanran would remember for 1,000 years. Or maybe 10,000 years? What about 20,000 years from now? Can't even seem to remember the looks. 30,000 years later? Things are blurred too. That's why Lang Yanran has this habit. At least the name should not be forgotten. Cultivators' physical abilities surpassed those of mortals in every way, and their memories had been enhanced. But no amount of memory can carry the wear and tear of the years. After all, it's not necessarily a good thing if one remembers everything that happens. So if I die one day, will you forget me too? Chen Xianyi looked at her seriously and asked this strange question. Lang Yanran pondered for a while, and finally couldn't help but let out a cold snort. You can leave me with important memories. It will take at least 50,000 years if I want to forget them. Her so-called important memory was probably this one time when she almost lost her virginity. Such memories that were imprinted on her body for her. Even if the person forgot, the touch would be hard to forget. She'll always remember this as the first time. Then it will be forgotten. Then let's make a bet that I'll be the one person in your memory who can never be forgotten. Chen Xianyi suddenly smiled and said, his eyes very confident. He felt some pity for Lang Yanran. Though she was 9 to 5, she was missing the most important thing in life. A friend who will always be there for her. And Chen Xianyi wanted to help her. You, not too. Lang Yanran's questioning words were only halfway to her mouth when she violently stopped. For people who die, the memory naturally ends somewhere. But if there is someone who is so strong that he will never die, no one is a match for him. That person would be in her memory forever. Because there will constantly be new stories refreshed. Of all the people she's known so far, there was no existence more mysterious and powerful than Chen Xianyi. Maybe there are worlds beyond. Maybe the immortals are stronger. But within the scope of what she knew, only Chen Xianyi was most likely to serve as someone she could never forget. If you really can do it, I'll see what happens. Lang Yanran revealed a genuine smile. Her smile was as unique and beautiful as a red rose blooming in the midst of a sea of dead flowers on the other side of the river, which could be called absolutely stunning. Since the beginning of her acquaintance with Chen Xianyi, she had revealed more genuine smiles than in the past tens of thousands of years. It would be fun to think that she'd have someone like that with her all the time for the rest of her life. At this moment, Lang Yanran's heart rose with a stronger good feeling towards Chen Xianyi. This time the emotion is even different from the previous interest. And it's not about repayment. Rather, it's purely, like, this person. The man who might leave her with memories that will last forever. Let's go back. The food will get cold if we don't go. Chen Xianyi rushed towards her and extended his hand. Lang Yanran did not avoid it this time, and similarly reached out and put her hand on Chen Xianyi's. Getting up from the chair. Has it come to this? Let's hurry back then. This was the first time that Lang Yanran did not feel disgusted by another person's touch. On the contrary, Chen Xianyi's warm palm made her feel extraordinarily comfortable. Maybe we can reach out more like this in the future. Lang Yanran lifted her feet and walked back with him. Come outside your guest's room. Chen Xianyi pushed open the door of the room just as he stepped inside. Looking around the room, he instantly looked puzzled. Just about everyone in the room sat with an empty seat left in the center. Surprisingly, no one sat next to each other. Strange. Can't it be that everyone had a fight at that moment just now? Chen Xianyi, who couldn't understand the situation, casually found a seat and sat down. Beside them were Jiang Ningxian and Su Danro. Jiang Ningxian was in a happy mood when she saw that her master teacher was sitting beside her. It was true that master still liked her the most. And just as Chen Xian's butt was about to hit the seat violently bounced and flew out. Chen Xianyi? Dan Ningguang pretended that he didn't see it, but in reality, his hand was choking. Just bounce the chair, and Lord Superior will end up choosing her side. Chen Xianyi looked at Su Danro and Jiang Ningxian beside him, his face full of confusion. Why don't you let yourself sit here? Could it be that he had done something to upset the disciple? Don't even want to eat with him. Well, we'll just have to change places first. With that in mind, she sat in the middle of Hu Yeye and Yi Muyun again. Hu Yeye was also very happy to see her master teacher come over. Chen Xian's butt was just about to fall into his seat when he saw the chair once again bouncing off the ground out of thin air. Sultan Ro lowered her head and played with the dishes, but in reality, there was a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy in the palm of her hand. Stop her from getting the master. You guys don't want to do that either. Chen Xianyi looked around and was even more puzzled. Are Hu Yeye and Yi Muyun angry too? When had he ever done anything to provoke such a crowd? Looks like a good explanation of the turnaround. Chen Xianyi had no choice but to leave resentfully once again. Sitting in the middle of the Empress and Dan Ningguang, with Dongfang leaning in the side position. You're not going to let me sit down again this time, are you? Chen Xianyi thought in his heart and sat down with a brain. But something completely unsurprising happened. Jiang Ningxian Su Danro Hu Yeye struck out her spiritual power at the same time. And the three sinister moves landed on that fragile chair. And the chair directly exploded. Chen Xianyi sat on his butt. What the hell? Is master that annoying? Chapter 143, Lost? Chen Xianyi's extravagant life. In that case, the teacher can only find a corner to cry silently. Drain the water and then turn into a dry corpse in a place where no one is. Chen Xianyi's words may not be hyperbolic. In his heart, disciples have been everything in life. If the disciples rejected him and hated him, then he has no idea of surviving, only to end up as an unclaimed corpse in a cave covered in cobwebs that no one knows about. Chen Xianyi climbed up from the ground, his arms drooping helplessly, his eyes lifeless as he walked towards the door. The women in the room were stunned when they saw this scene. It's bad. It's too much of a fight. And it seems like Chen Xianyi misunderstood something. It wasn't that they didn't like Chen Xianyi, but because they liked him too much. That's why they were fighting endlessly. It was assumed that Chen Xianyi had mistakenly thought that they all hated their master teacher, and that was why he wasn't allowed to sit beside him. If we don't do something at this point, I'm afraid something's going to happen. Chen Xianyi was clearly on the verge of becoming a walking corpse. Master, Lord Superior, it's not what you think. The women could no longer sit still and hurriedly ran to Chen Xianshi. Jiang Ningxian was in front of his master's body, hugging tightly and almost blending himself in. Master, it's all our fault. Actually, we have a bit of selfishness, wanting the master to sit beside us. That's why we're fighting over it. We were wrong. Master, don't be sad anymore. Chen Xian's eyes regained some of their vigor. Really? Huye clutched one of her master's arms, her tail behind her shaking violently in anxiety. Y'all like master the best. Yeah, you prove it to master. Saying so, his head probed towards Chen Xianyi's cheek. A warm touch came from Chen Xianyi's cheeks, while it was still somewhat moist. It feels extremely cozy. Dan Ningguang held Chen Xuanyi's other arm. She similarly poked her head over, leaving a bright red hickey on Chen Xianyi's cheek. Lord Superior, I have been waiting for your response. The response she refers to is, naturally, the last fruitless confession. Jiang Ningxian hugged his master's arm with a firm grip, and similarly stood on his tiptoes in the same manner. Only because of her position, she launched herself directly at her master's lips. Chen Xianyi looked at the exquisite and incomparable pretty face sticking towards him. Then the true, fresh aroma hit the room mixed with the aroma of all the people around it. An unbelievably soft touch came from his lips. The fresh scent that uniquely belonged to a young girl also exploded in Chen Xianyi's mouth. At this moment Chen Xianyi's senses were triggered to the extreme. The touch of these three consecutive people caused Chen Xianyi's disoriented expression to finally recover. Jiang Ningxian's blown skin was white and smooth, and it came out unreservedly through the delicate fabric. Incredibly soft petite bodies sink into them with a light grip. Jiang Ningxian couldn't help but shake his calves, trembling and softening. It didn't take long for a natural flush to appear on her cheeks and body. That's too much. We all just kiss on the cheek. Huye finally couldn't help but speak. The ears on the top of her head and the tail behind her wagged impatiently, just about every nerve in her body saying I want it too. Jiang Ningxian slowly loosened his delicate arms that were tightly holding his master. She gasped dramatically for aroma. The corners of her eyes mesmerized. She said somewhat vaguely, it's not like you guys are embarrassed that I'm nice, so I'm full. Can't take it anymore. Master, let's do it now. Maybe it was because her brain was a little oxygen deprived from something, or maybe she just didn't care per se. She went so far as to yank right through her master's collar and lean against the wall. And then the delicate hands were a little unruly. This scene frightened Sultan Ro, who hastily pulled the two apart. Fight. Fight. I know you like master, but at least don't let us see your liking process. This process of liking is commonly known as. The only one who could be so blatant was eldest sister. Huye on the side didn't have the slightest intention of stopping it the entire time. It seemed like she was really expecting to see something. It's not out of the realm of possibility that the second sister. Neither of these two sisters are normal. Su Danru couldn't help but spit in her heart. But then again, if two of the three disciples do it, isn't she the one who doesn't? The one who isn't normal? Bad. Is the alien myself? Yi Muyan held Chen Xianyi's hand at this time and spoke. Lord Shangzuan, it's better to come and have your meal quickly. Hearing this, Su Danru also immediately chimed in. Yes, dinner. If we don't have dinner, I'm afraid this room is going to be filled with hormones. Chen Xianyi was pushed by the two of them to sit on the chair. The women then couldn't be bothered to sit down and surrounded him in service. Jiang Ningxian was full of curiosity as he squeezed his master's shoulders, helping to soothe his muscles. Huye half kneeled at her master's side and helped her master lightly pound her legs. Su Danru took her chopsticks and passed the clamped dish directly to her master's mouth. Yi Muyan gently blew on the piping hot dish twice before this was finally handed to Chen Xianyi's mouth. Then Dan Ningguang immediately fetched a handkerchief to help wipe his mouth. Chen Xianyi, what kind of treatment is this now? What a heavenly treat! Chen Xianyi had never imagined before in any way that he would one day be so extravagant. How dare you let 5 stunning beauties serve dinner together at the same time? And each one of them was still careful, as if they were afraid he would be unhappy. Especially the eldest disciple. They're all so well behaved, aren't they? There was another person in the room at the moment who was even more unexpected than she was. The chopsticks that Lan Yanran was holding in her hand all inadvertently fell onto the table. She had originally thought that after doing so much for Tsangzhou, she would personally invite Chen Xianyi for dinner to celebrate. If she had known that it would be the scene, she wouldn't have done it even if it killed her. It feels like a lot of redundancy in my existence. Also, the Danding Pavilion's pavilion master. How did he become like this now? I can't believe I willingly served a man to wipe my mouth. Because Dan Ningguang was the only 8th grade alchemist in Sunzhou, he had a distinguished status, in Lang Yanran's previous impression. The other party, however, even if they saw her, they were not forgetting the noble etiquette. As a result, it was such an existence that was only serving Chen Xianyi as a maid? Just how many more redheads does this guy have? A little angry. Lang Yanran didn't know why, but as soon as she saw Chen Xuanyi being intimate with a woman, she became a bit nasty. It clearly didn't feel that way before. I fetched the best immortal wine in all of Tsangzhou this time, so let's all have a taste. Lang Yanran opened her mouth. The more she watched the scene of Chen Xianyi being served, the angrier she became. That food that's been blown through someone's mouth and eaten in your mouth. That's all no different than kissing. Hurry up and interrupt with this. Chapter 144, Cheers, lovely Yi Mu Yun. When Dongfan Laning heard that there was the best immortal wine to drink, she was instantly energized. This level of precious goods, usually the empress could not afford to take them out. This time, I can take advantage of Chen Xianyi's light and savor it. All of the truly high-end foods in the world of immortal cultivation are not just as simple as being delicious. After becoming a high-realm cultivator, it was possible to go hundreds or thousands of years without eating. So food evolved in the end to be like a spiritual stone. Like this topmost immortal brew. After entering the mouth and entering the taste buds, it was enough to improve the progress of cultivation for the next several dozen days. This kind of good stuff was extremely precious even in the palace. Hu Yaya knowingly took the immortal brew and then poured a cup for everyone. Then the crowd lifted their glasses up and clinked them in mid-air. Cheers! Asterisk. The crowd clinked their glasses very merrily and then just gulped it down. This caused Lang Yanran, who had originally planned to say a few words on the scene, to be at a bit of a loss for words. It's reasonable to assume that at this kind of meal, they're all sure to be polite and courteous to each other. For example, congratulations to the Empress Sama on the well-being of her holy body, which will help you further your cultivation in the future. As a result of spending time with these people around Chen Xianyi, it appeared that there was no such ring at all. But to say they weren't worried about each other? You can tell by the way things are going. They're more worried than anyone else. Maybe that's what real affection is all about. And there's no need for so-called etiquette before real affection. She was enjoying the feeling of being together. Something she hadn't felt since her ascension to the throne. Lang Yanran didn't hesitate and drank the wine from her glass in one go. The strength of this immortal brew was extremely strong. And after one cup of wine, most people were starting to get dizzy. For the meal afterward, Chen Xianyi didn't let the crowd serve him anymore. It's just a matter of experiencing this feeling. It's easy to be raised as a wreck if you keep coming back. Just 3 times a day. After the crowd clinked glasses for a few more rounds, Yi Muyun's state was clearly a bit on the up and up. Even though they were cultivators, the physiques of people were still very different from each other. Or maybe Dan Ningguang was purposely filling her up. You said before that you know quite a bit of gossip about the Supreme Father. Tell me one to hear. Dan Ningguang was still latching on to Yi Muyun's words as if nothing was wrong. Yi Muyun thought about it and said dizzily. One thing indeed. Ningxuan let me tell you, although Lord Superior looks like he favors his disciples, he is actually very strict behind his back. She recalled what she had remembered and related what she had stumbled upon. I still remember one time when I remembered in the middle of the night that I had something to do to look for your highness, and just as I arrived at your door, I heard your highness reprimanding a disciple. Disciple has been shouting no, wait a minute, but it seems that Lord Superior doesn't listen at all. It must be that the disciple has made a mistake, and that the Superior Father is punishing the disciple. It was too scary to go in and look at it. After the speech, she was still feeling a little bit of afterthought. Can't imagine the torture that disciple went through. It turns out that Lord Shangzun has such a strict side, but she could understand. After all, teaching disciples, how could they become successful if they weren't strict? The stern Lord Shang Tsung is also very handsome. As Dan Ningguang listened to her, his eyes gradually changed from rapt attention to incomparable puzzlement. Eventually a pair of pretty willowy brows knit together. She seems to have heard. Whichever way you look at what you're describing, both are definitely not just teaching disciples, right? It's a good thing you didn't go in to see it. The current her also realized that the original Yi Mu Yun was such a pure-hearted woman. Your Highness, that doesn't look like you're teaching a disciple. Perhaps because of a bit of wine. After Yi Mu Yun finished the story, as if the box was open halfway, and then continued, there is another matter. also of the Lord's honor and of the disciples. That time, before she could finish her sentence, Dan Ningguang immediately interrupted. Wait, let me calm down first. One talk a day is enough for this kind of thing. Too many I'm afraid I can't digest. The shock level of this gossip is a little over the top. If 2 more came out, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it. Better to dig in later. Okay then, Yi Muyan said vaguely, her state already a bit shaky. Apparently it's still hard. Chen Xianyi keenly sensed her difference and immediately got up to her side to assist her. Tired? I'll help you back to rest. Yi Muyan was worried about his condition, which was why she came all the way from the Jade Maiden sect. How could Chen Xianyi not be moved? I'm sure that after laboring all the way, plus worrying, my spirit has long been a bit tired, and I need to rest now. Thank you, Lord Superior, for your concern. Yi Muyun was flattered. Chen Xianyi helped her up and walked towards the doorway outside. Just as he walked outside, Dan Ningguang quickly chased after him. It's inconvenient for Lord Superior to be alone. I'll go too. After saying that, she assisted Yi Muyun's other arm. Lang Yanran arranged accommodation for all of them. The 2 of them assisted Yi Muyun all the way back to the room. The living environment in the palace is dignified and the furnishings in the rooms are even more luxurious. Chen Xianyi gently laid Yi Muyan flat on the bed and lay down. Since he didn't want to disturb her rest, Chen Xianyi intended to leave. He had just taken half a step when suddenly a slender hand grabbed his wrist. Yi Muyan tugged at his wrist fondly, her eyes with a thirsty ecstasy, and softly said, "Don't go. Stay with me, Shang Tsung." Her voice was soft and watery, and the heart of the people listening to her was tingling. The expression was also a little flushed, and the look was never more mesmerizing, as if he was discharging electricity. Chen Xianyi had never seen Yi Muyan act like this before. So she's this cute after drinking? Chen Xianyi thought with surprise in his heart. Fine, I'm not leaving, Chen Xuanyi said back. Yi Muyun was so cute. He wanted to see more. What a shame it would be if it just went away. Yi Muyun waved at Chen Xianyi and made a gesture, signaling him to stick his head over. Chen Xianyi uncertainly pressed his ears over. It was then that Yi Muyan reached out her hand and just cupped it on Chen Xianyi's cheek. Yi Muyun's cold jade hand was delicate and tender to the touch. Her eyes looked adoringly at Chen Xianyi, as if she was looking at some extremely precious treasure. She then pressed her moist lips to Chen Xianyi's ear and said, "Sleep with me." Chen Xianyi felt a fragrant wind blowing in his ears. He had never seen Yi Muyan display such a demeanor before, and he who had heard the words hadn't even had time to react. He then felt Yi Muyan suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck with force. Then a sense of weightlessness came, and Chen Xianyi was yanked over with force. The defenseless Chen Xianyi didn't even have time to resist with his strength. Chapter 145, Night Yamuyun. Day 2. The room that Lang Yanran arranged for rest was large, spacious and luxurious. Even the beds are large enough to fit 2 people perfectly without feeling cramped at all. In the middle of the warm bedding, Chen Xuanyi and Yi Muyan looked at each other. Chen Xianyi did not speak. Instead, Yi Muyan suddenly stretched out her hands and hugged Chen Xianyi tightly. Just listen to her murmur. "Your Highness, it's perfect." Her voice was demented and she looked a little dazed, but her dull look revealed a strong sense of love. This love is a subconscious outpouring of complete and utter truth. "Mu Yun, you're drunk. How can a girl hug a man like that?" Chen Xianyi calmed down as much as possible and said seriously. She saw Yi Muyan suddenly half support her body and prop open the bedding. By now it was nighttime outside, and the silvery white moonlight was just spreading over her body. Her originally cold white delicate skin seemed to be faintly radiating silver light at this moment. Her picture-perfect brows were filled with deep meaning as she looked at Chen Xianyi, her lips slightly open as she said, "I didn't drink too much. I'm a cultivator. Even if I drank too much I wouldn't be able to do something out of the ordinary like that." When she uttered these words, Chen Xianyi was 10,000 times disbelieving. "Look at what you're doing now. Does it look like something out of the ordinary? People who drink, though, naturally don't realize how strange what they're doing is. So what are you doing now?" Chen Xianyi smiled and teased. Yi Muyun pouted, leaning her cheek as close as possible to Chen Xianyi's eyes, their noses almost touching. "Confessing to my favorite Shang Tsung." When she said that, she actually poked her head straight through. Both hands tightly embraced Chen Xianyi's neck. She was truly in such a trance at the time when she learned that Lord Shangzun might be in danger, thinking that she would never see him again. That hard feeling was worse than killing her, so much so that she no longer wanted to wait, didn't want to leave herself with any regrets she might have had. What she did today was not only because of the wine, but also because of a determination she had made a long time ago. Chen Xianyi could feel her delicate body burning. The current Chen Xianyi was not as good as he was back then, and was simply unable to resist the temptations of the present. Not to mention the fact that it was a two-way street, and he didn't have to resist at all. He directly hugged Yi Muyun, and placed that soft body, lightly down on the bed. The two held each other tightly until a long time passed before they gradually let go. Let's be together, Lord Supreme. Never leave me, Yi Mu-yun said with a smile. She looked at the handsome cheeks in front of her, and by now her heart was beating as fast as it could. Good. Chen Xianyi nodded earnestly, after which he kissed over without hesitation. Yi Mu-yun, there are really no good pictures left, so I suggest more submissions. Contribute STH. Early the next morning, in the middle of the luxurious room prepared by the Empress, Yi Mu-yun's hands amongst the bedding, grasping Chen Xianyi's large hands, her head leaning against Chen Xianyi's shoulder, breathing evenly. Her breath was soft and soothing, and her face seemed to be smiling faintly and lightly. Chen Shen looked at her with one side of his face, finding it exceptionally pleasing to the eyes. But then again, yesterday Yi Mu-yun did it while drunk. Did something out of the ordinary myself? I don't know if it's considered forceful or not. Shouldn't count, right? After all, the other party had already confessed his love to himself before, and at that time Yi Mu-yun was in a sober state. It's kind of like being able to determine what the other person is thinking ahead of time. But if Yi Mu-yun gets up and forgets what happened yesterday, and then seeing herself still lying beside her, how would the other side behave? The more Chen Xianyi thought about it, the more worried he felt. I don't know when I started, but I can't even stand the bottom line a little bit. Starting from taking the elixir given by the third disciple, could it be the elixir made by the third disciple? I can't. Can my own disciple harm me? Chen Xianyi naturally knew that the third disciple had added something to each of the pills. Still, he chose to trust the disciple completely. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the disciple brought him a poison pill, he would not take it without hesitation. Not to mention the extra tonic. Just as Chen Xianyi was pondering, he suddenly felt Yi Mu-yun beside him move. When he looked over, he found that Yi Mu-yun had already opened her eyes. Those beautiful watery eyes were looking at her sleepily, looking a bit unaware of what was going on. Looking at her with this hazy sense of doubt, Chen Xianyi immediately intended to open his mouth to explain. That, Mu-yun is. Chen Xianyi didn't even know if he should say good morning first, or if he should explain first, taking advantage of each other's drunkenness, and such. It's still hard to talk about it when you're calm. Yi Mu-yun looked at Chen Xianyi's somewhat flustered appearance, and a bright smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. What's with the panic, Lord Superior? You don't think I've forgotten all about yesterday, do you? How is it possible? I am also a cultivator who is close to returning to the void realm. No matter how weak my body is, I won't lose my memory while drunk. Rather than forgetting, it's better to say that the experience of being with your lordship is impressive. Yi Mu-yun said with a smile. The corners of her eyes were hooked into the shape of a crescent moon. Once Chen Xian heard her words, he lowered his heart. If she remembered it all, then it was all good, and it saved him an explanation. Otherwise, to be recounting what happened last night, the other side is in denial. That would be a problem. However, what Chen Xianyi didn't know was that Yi Mu-yun, who truly loved him, would not be able to do such a thing. Even if she did forget, she'd take it with a smile. Chen Xianyi reached out his hand and gently stroked the other party's head. Yi Mu-yun enjoyed the fact that Shang Zun was stroking the top of her head. This scene, along with Lord Shang Tsung, woke up from his bed. It was a wish she had been looking forward to for a long time, one that had happened countless times in her dreams. Now, on this day, it has finally been realized. It was a feeling that simply made her happy. Chapter 146, Pillow Talk. Master has a new Dao couple? The happier she was, the more she wanted to have more contact with Lord Shang Tsung. She directly cupped the hands of her superior, and her head probed at him. Chen Xianyi looked at the exquisite and incomparable-looking face approaching towards him, and he hugged the other party tightly without refusing. The body of a cultivator is one that possesses self-regulation, or what is also called a cleansing function, an immaculate body. In the early morning, the fragrance of the immortal brew disappears, and instead becomes the unique clarity of the morning, and the fragrant aroma that is full of the morning's vigor. Yi Mu-yun, who had just gotten up in the early morning, had a clear and incomparable mind, and hugged him tighter and tighter with increasing force. It was only after another long time that the two parted with great interest. That, Lord Superior, you may not know, I'm actually very strange woman. I've had countless dreams about you even before today. Lord Superior, am I a strange person? Disgusting. Yi Mu-yun suddenly opened her mouth and said, her expression very self-condemning. It is as if one is confessing one's faults to the gods. Chen Xianyi was also a bit confused. Yi Mu-yun is really a self-destructive woman when it comes to relationships. He hasn't even asked anything yet, and you're telling him everything yourself? It's not disgusting. You mustn't think that. There's nothing wrong with doing what you like to who you like. Realizing that the other party's mood was a bit low, Chen Xianyi immediately consoled. Yi Mu-yun was a complete simple woman in his heart. when it comes to her career, Yi Mu-yun is her important, loyal and unapologetic subordinate. She takes her contracts seriously and does things somewhat by the book, but is bold and somewhat aggressive in her relationships. She has a somewhat cool appearance, but her naturally nerdy personality gives her an extra sense of cuteness. This sense of contrast was even more loved by Chen Xianyi. No matter what happened in the future, Chen Xianyi would have her by his side until the end. Is that so? That's great. As long as it's what Lord Superior said, Mu-yun will keep it in mind. Hearing that her superior father did not dislike her, Yi Mu-yun was very happy. In her heart, the words of her superior father were truly holy orders. Whether it was a decision to do something or an existence that stemmed from a worldview, or maybe the supreme being is her god, his lordship says it's not disgusting. It's normal behavior. That is. At the same time, the reason why Yi Mu-yun had been fond of Shang Zun was not only because his strength could give her a sense of security. There is also the unique leadership of his holiness, and a true spirit of covenant. There was also the cordiality of the superior father towards his subordinates and disciples. It was simply the most perfect man in her mind, the way he should be. There was also the impeccable looks of her superior father, the best of personalities, all of which made her love him too much. Together, Chen Xianyi and Yi Mu-yun had some pillow talk in bed. Lord Superior, the Jade Maiden sect has really changed a lot since you came. After the supply of spirit stones became more plentiful, the cultivation levels of the disciples were soaring, and several of them even came to the Jindan stage. It was only for disciples like Chen Xuanyi's disciples, an existence with absolutely heaven-defying talent, that they could ascend to the Yuaning stage at this age. As for the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect, being able to break through to the Jindan stage at this age was already an extremely appalling existence. The fact that it could have this effect was mainly based on the original talent of those disciples, as well as the supply of sufficient heavenly materials. The first and foremost thing for cultivators to cultivate is talent, and its equivalent is resources. Disciples like those beside Chen Xianyi, because of Chen Xianyi's presence, were supplied with limitless amounts of spirit stones as well as pills whenever they practiced. And ordinary cultivators, even inner disciples who joined the sect, were far from being treated so well. This is why disciples aspire to become true prodisciples. After all, almost every master teacher treated their own personal disciples as if they were flesh and blood. A prodisciple gets the most supply of resources. Chen Xuanyi had no intention of opening a truly large sect, and only intended to teach the 9 personal disciples beside him as enough. Listening to her report, Chen Xianyi spoke. Very good. I hope that they can become an important fighting force for the Jade Maiden sect in the future as well. Yi Mu-yun said with a smile. These disciples are all carefully selected. Don't worry, Lord Superior. There's also the fact that since you took in that master alchemist, the supply of pills within the sect has been extraordinarily abundant. There are even many disciples within the sect who have begun to study Dan studies, and their attainments are not low, which is very good news for a comprehensive sect. There are also multiple types of clans in the fantasy world. For example, a clan that specializes in studying sword techniques, or a clan that specializes in formations. The Jade Maiden sect was a much more comprehensive sect, with collections of feats in every aspect, and a much wider range of cultivation aspects. In the past, the elders of the Jade Maiden sect would be responsible for teaching a portion of the outstanding disciples, and then the outstanding disciples would teach downwards. Nowadays, after all the elders were executed, almost all of them were pressed on Yi Mu-yun alone. That was why it was rare to see Yi Mu-yun come to the mountaintop to look for Chen Xianyi on weekdays. However, Yi Mu-yun had also been cultivating new elders in recent days, only that compared to the previous elders, this time the elders had no management power. It is only responsible for teaching the disciples and then managing them more strictly. Chen Xianyi believed that she could handle these things. However, taking a step back, nowadays, the Jade Maiden sect had him to look after it, so there was no need to worry about anything that happened. Chen Xianyi listened to Yi Mu-yun's account of the development of the Jade Maiden sect, as well as the various things that had happened in recent days, and he responded one by one. There are ideas he can think of, and he brings them up, and the two of them think through the rationalization together. This kind of pillow talk is only possible with an intimate lover. This sense of everyday intimacy was extraordinarily soothing to both of them. After the two of them chatted idly for a while, they suddenly heard a succession of voices coming out of the door. It appears that the disciples are awake. Outside the house, the 3 disciples came together and talked on the road. Strange, Master is not in his room, nor is he in yours, and where else would it appear? Zhang Ningxian murmured with a face full of suspicion. Apparently, she was the first to wake up. Waking up, she first slipped off to her master's room, intending to wake him up and have a good laugh at his drinking. I can't believe I ran back to bed yesterday after only drinking so little. As a result, when he arrived at his master's room, he found that no one was there. If the master didn't show up in his room, it wasn't normally suspicious. It's not just suspicious, it's very speculative, even if it comes to her. After seeing that her master was not in her room, she immediately guessed that her master was most likely looking for Huyaya. After all, this astringent fox was the only one who seduced master teacher every day on weekdays, and master teacher would probably have even more trouble resisting after drinking a bit of wine. The thought of her master's father spending a night with the second senior sister beside her made her teeth itch with anger. I told you to call her. After that, she headed to Huyaya's room in a hurry. As a result, after rushing to Huyaya's room, he found that there was no sign of his master at all. Huyaya was the only one meditating and practicing on the bed. She even rummaged under the bed and in the cupboards to make sure it was right before she was willing to believe the fact. As soon as Jiang Ningxian and Huyaya both looked at each other, they immediately realized that something was wrong. If master was not in his room, he was not with either of them. That would mean that Shifu stayed in someone else's room for the night. Ha! So you have a new lover, master? Chapter 147, Teaching the Master? Rewind the Big Dipper Ryu. Jiang Ningxian and Huyaya both thought of this question after coincidentally just immediately ran to Sultan Ro's room at the first opportunity. After all, she, who was also a disciple of the master, was the most suspicious, because between their 9 disciples, all of them were more or less aware of the fact that they liked each other as masters. But after arriving at the room, the two quickly realized that the only person in the room was Sudan Ro in alchemy and cultivation. Still no sign of the master either. Just like that, the 3 of them assembled and jointly walked towards Yi Muyun's side of the bedroom. Master must be practicing in the morning. Let's just leave everyone alone. Su Danru, who was following behind the two, said with some reluctance. Master didn't show up in his room, as to give you two such a fright. If master is such a busy man, he must be dealing with important matters. Besides, even if master had stayed out at night and stayed overnight at some woman's house, they as disciples were not qualified to say anything, were they? No, Zoe, you don't understand. Master's father stayed out at night, so he must have had an unforgettable spring night. Damn it, obviously having 2 flowers isn't enough. Can I catch it? I must teach my master a good lesson. Jiang Ningxian said with a strong bottom. These 2 sentences gave Huyaya all the whole won't. It's really true that you dare to say anything in the absence of your master. Teach your master a lesson? You've gone against the Big Dipper. Are you serious? Huyaya said in surprise. Jiang Ningxian confidently returned. Bows. Being the main palace, I still have this kind of confidence. She is undoubtedly faking it. In order to do so, it was to show her majesty as the main palace in front of Huyaya. Tell her that she's the first, and that even the master is afraid of her. Maybe this way, Huyaya will be more honest, so that he can sit safely. As she spoke, she reached out and knocked on the door of the room in front of her. Perhaps worried about her master's escape, she then pushed open the door of the room directly without waiting for a response. What came into view was Dan Ningguang, who was in the process of arranging his gorgeous long dress. The long skirt was organized just to the chest, with a large expanse of whitened skin on her back showing through. Seeing the door of the room suddenly pushed open, Dan Ningguang was violently startled and hurriedly looked towards the door. It's you guys. What happened in such a hurry? She was relieved to see that it was the disciples of Lord Superior. She had skin that she wanted to show only one man, Lord Superior. Jiang Ningxian gulped at the scene in front of him. So Ningguang has such a good figure? It seems that master is blessed. Wait, this isn't the time to think about that. I'm sorry, we're here to see master. If master isn't here, I think I should guess where he is. Jiang Ningxian briefly told what happened. Now the 3-man team became a 4-man team all of a sudden. Dan Ningguang's room was not far from Yi Muyun's room. With the windows open in the early morning, the soundproofing wasn't great. From a long distance away, Chen Xianyi could hear the eldest disciple who had been yelling. Chen Xianyi and Yi Muyun had both straightened their clothes at this time. Chen Xianyi walked to the door of the room and pushed it open with one hand. I just happened to see Jiang Ningxian, who hadn't yet discovered himself and was talking eloquently. Can't stand it anymore. Must teach the master a lesson. Let master know what happens when you don't come home at night. Jiang Ningxian twisted his head to speak to the 3 people around him and walked right up to the door of Yi Muyun's room. She reached out to knock on the door of the room, but slammed her hand onto a chest. She was instantly puzzled, and a bad feeling came over her. She slowly lifted her head and followed the uplifted chest until she saw her master's face. You want to lecture the master? Chen Xianyi took a deep breath and asked meaningfully. It's really something he's going to hear. Jiang Ningxian suddenly winced. Bad. She just wanted to blow awesome with Hoya. I didn't think I'd really meet my master. And to say that kind of thing in front of the master. I'm here to greet my master. Jiang Ningxian's expression changed and he said in an incomparably flattering manner. Peace be upon you, master. It also gave a bow to the master. After that, She came forward and hugged her master's arm tightly, rubbing her head against his chest like a kitten. How could disciple have any improper thoughts? Disciple is the most obedient. Jiang Ningxian tried to use her lovely face to win the compassion of her master, frantically rubbing against his master's father to pamper him. As for catching adultery and all that, couldn't care less at all. Coincidentally, this trick really worked on Chen Xianyi. Seeing his eldest disciple being so well behaved on a rare occasion, he was not feeling angry at all. Count yourself as filial to your master, Chen Xianyi said with a smile. He then looked to the other people in front of him. What about you guys? Hu Yaya also walked up to Chen Xuanzi at this time and bowed to her master. Yaya is also here to greet master. After bowing, Hu Yaya reached out her hand and cupped it on her master's cheek. The soft, delicate palm rested on his cheek, and the warm touch was extremely comfortable. Hu Yaya's lips rested on the master's nearness and whispered with a seductive smile. Master looks so good today. I'm sure you must have had a great time last night. Hu Yaya smiled incomparably bewitching, her fox eyes showing her flirtatiousness. Her voice was small, so close that only two people could hear it. To be honest, if this were in the past, Chen Xuanyi would have blushed. But right now, Chen Xianyi even had the heart to flirt. Nothing gets past you. Chen Xianyi similarly smiled and whispered in response. In terms of promoting from a boy to a man, Hu Yaya is sort of his teacher. The current Chen Xianyi was no longer as shy as before. Your Excellency, Your Highness, have a good day. Your peace, Master. After the two disciples in the front and back greeted them, Dan Ningwang and Su Danru also came forward to bow and salute. It's just that Sudanzo is a little confused right now. Why is it that the crowd is now unanimously choosing to ignore the master's refreshment point? Why didn't anyone ask the master to appear in Yi Muyun's room? Doesn't anyone care? In fact, everyone present, with the exception of Su Danru, having seen Chen Xianyi's appearance in this room, he had already guessed to which relationship Chen Xianyi and Yi Muyun had developed, so there's no need to even ask. The heart is not in the right place. Only Sultan Ro was still harboring strange fantasies. Think master might have just come to talk to Yi Muyun about things? Anyway, sleep is out of the question. That kind of thing was still too far away for her. Inside the room, Yi Muyun watched Lord Superior talk to the disciples and did not come forward to disturb them. In fact, she's still a little shy. Just then, Hu Yaya came to Yi Muyun's side. Sister Muyun's complexion has gotten better too, Hu Yaya said with a smile. Her words made Yi Muyun even more shy. Chapter 148, Sitting in the Dragon Chair. How did you give me the yellow robe? Hu Yaya keenly sensed her shyness and, like a sensible big sister, took Yi Muyun's hand. Sister Muyun, there's no need to be shy. We're all old acquaintances. Just get along like before. After the words were spoken, she pressed her ear and whispered to Yi Muyun. We can also talk about our experiences later. Yi Muyun, experience. At the thought of talking about that kind of thing openly, her shyness didn't just ease up, it became worse. However, Yi Muyun had also gotten good news. That is, the disciple of the Upper Zune didn't seem to hate her because she had snatched away the Upper Zune. The disciples of the Supreme Being were also her important friends, and she didn't want everyone to hate her. In fact, not only did Hu Yaya think so, even Jiang Ningxian didn't have any thoughts of hating Yi Muyun. There is only one culprit to blame for master's cheating. Yi Muyun is just the victim. After all, if you don't take the initiative, it can't be Yi Muyun who forces you, right? It wasn't you, master. Who agreed? It's all the master's fault. Just as the crowd gathered to talk, an old acquaintance came from outside. Dongfang Laning waved her hand at the crowd. Good morning. Chen Xianyi similarly waved his hand in greeting while asking with concern. Looking good. How's the newly restored arm feeling? Laning Dongfang waved his arms. Nothing different. Just can't fight yet. By the way, His Majesty sent me here with something to tell you. His Majesty will be attending the morning court in a few moments, and His Majesty would like you to go and join him as well. What Lang Yanran meant was that she wanted Chen Xuanyi to adapt to life in the palace in advance before leaving Sangzhou. It was possible that Chen Xianyi would stay here in the future if he liked it. Chen Xuanyi was naturally uninterested in politics. However, today he was planning to leave Sangzhou with his disciples, so it was necessary to say goodbye to Long Yanran before he left. Moreover, the disciples seemed to be quite new to the word court. Well, it wouldn't hurt to go over there and take a look. Then go check it out. Chen Xianyi nodded, then led the crowd along with Dongfang Laning. The great hall where the emperor went to court stood majestically in the center of the palace, looking majestic and brilliant from the outside. When he came to the entrance of the great hall, the civil and military officials inside the hall had long since gathered here. Chen Xianyi swept over with a single glance, realizing that this time, the looks of the 100 officials seeing themselves had all changed. It went from a cold stare when they first met to a respectful one. In fact, what Chen Xuanyi didn't know was that in the course of one night's work, The news of Chen Xuani's protection of Tsangzhou and the slaying of the giant dragon had spread all over Tsangzhou, and it is spreading around the world at a very fast pace. So much so that Chen Xianyi was now as great as the heroes of Tsangzhou. Chen Xianyi took a step forward, and every time he passed by an official, the official would bow his head and salute him as a sign of respect. Meanwhile there were officials whispering apologies. Before, it was a small official who had no eyes. So please forgive me. The young officer apologizes for offending you with his words before. You are our hero in Canyon. Thank you. This time around, Dongfang Yinghua also looked at him cheerfully and greeted him happily. I can say that the attitude is a far cry from when I first arrived. Chen Xianyi walked straight to the front and found that next to the dragon chair in the deepest part of the hall, there was actually another position out of thin air. Lang Yanran waved her hand and said at the same time, "Come up and sit down." Me? Go up and sit down? Does that make sense? Chen Xianyi had a look of uncertainty on his face after hearing this. But you only said for me to come over for the morning court. You didn't tell me to sit on the dragon chair? But he had never really experienced what it was like to sit on the throne, so there was no harm in trying. Thinking in his heart, Chen Xianyi really did ghostly walk up. A closer look. The dragon chair's degree of splendor is not at all inferior to the one that Lang Yanran sits on. Incidentally, the dragon totem that the Tsangzhou state believes in is of a different kind than the dragons of the demon state. The dragon chair in Tsangzhou is depicted with a golden swimming dragon, while the dragons living in the demon state are giant dragons with huge wings. Chen Xianyi walked over to the magnificent dragon chair and sat down on his butt. The line of sight from above was just perfect for overlooking all the civil and military officials below, and the huge pillars of dragon tendency in the Great Hall stood on both sides, and through the doorway one could even see the majestic scene outside. There was a sense of relief that came from looking at what was in front of him. So this is what 9 to 5 feels like. No wonder Lang Yanran was so happy to be the empress. This feels good. But then again, it's fine to have fun. He'd be annoyed to death if he actually had to deal with politics. And the freshness probably went down in a couple days. Lang Yanran was able to sit until now, and it was obvious that she really liked it. Dongfang Laning was a close friend of the empress, and would stand beside her during the court. Chen Xianyi had just sat on the dragon chair with his front foot when he saw Dongfang Laning suddenly take out a golden dragon robe. Then without waiting for Chen Xianyi to react, he directly draped himself onto Chen Xianyi. Chen Xianyi, why did you give me a yellow robe? I didn't say there was a link when I came here. You are harming me. Ah no, harm me. Chen Xianyi immediately looked at Lang Yanran with a puzzled look. Lang Yanran just looked at him with a faint smile and was silent. She had all but made up her mind that she wanted Chen Xuani to stay in the imperial capital as an emperor. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to let Chen Xianyi adapt to life. In the future, this seat is not for him. Chen Xianyi also realized at this time that the officials were surprisingly unresponsive to him sitting in this seat as well. It looked like everyone accepted him as the future emperor, but he's the only one who just found out. Soon, Lang Yanran put away her smiling expression and returned to seriousness and solemnity, looking at the civil and military officials and said, "Go to court." Her haughty queenly voice echoed in the middle of the great hall, and her majestic voice caused all the officials to admire her. In a short while, an official came forward and said, "Your Majesty, after the death of the king of Jinshi, the officials sent by His Majesty took over the government of the various towns in the west. Officials have discovered several droughts as well as famines that the king of Jinshi has consistently concealed and not dealt with, and now there is an urgent need for a solution. So I look forward to your Majesty's holy judgment. For things like droughts in the mortal world, unusual monarchs are usually too lazy to manage them, simply because in the metaphysical world, such things as peasant revolts simply don't exist. Mortals with swords, guns and clubs can't kill a monk even if they're exhausted. So much so that how the ordinary people in the mortal world live depends on the level of sagacity of the current saint. In fact, there were times when the drought could easily be solved with just a finger move from the cultivator monarch. But in the eyes of some monarchs, mortals are like ants, and they don't even bother to manage them by moving their fingers. Lang Yanran did not make an immediate decision, but instead turned her head to look at Chen Xuani beside her. Chapter 149, Why Not Eat Minced Meat? It's not funny. Wanted to see how Chen Xianyi thought about politics. However, Chen Xianyi was looking like he didn't care and didn't mean to give an opinion. Seeing that the future emperor had no ideas, Lang Yanran turned her gaze back to Chen Xuani's disciples. Chen Xianyi's fourth disciple, Hui Shiyao, had served as her national teacher, and her ability to calculate without fail was obvious to all. A division that was able to cultivate a national master must surely have non-trivial fellow disciples as well. It's just the right opportunity to see what the state master's fellow disciples are capable of. Maybe it would introduce her to a few more talents as good as the state master. Jiang Ningxian, what do you think should be done about it? Lang Yanran looked at Jiang Ningxian and asked. Jiang Ningxian was looking around with nothing to do, and was a bit surprised when he was suddenly asked. Ha, Settle? Let's see. If you can't afford to eat then you're hungry. It wouldn't be better to distribute a grain-repelling elixir to one person. I've heard that you don't need to eat for hundreds of years after taking the pure grain pill. Hearing her reply, Lang Yanran couldn't help but cover her face with her hand. Such things as the pyrrhic pill are given to cultivators to eat, and will explode and die if given to mortals. This one doesn't hold water. Look at the next one. Yeah. What do you think about the fact that the people can't even eat rice porridge? Lang Yanran regained her confidence and asked yeah. Among the fellow disciples, there are also different cultivation routes, so I think that Zhang Ningxian is not a main cultivator of the wisdom method. Maybe there are other disciples with usable talent. After Huyaya was asked, she touched her chin and thought about it, and finally said, if there is no rice porridge to eat, then eat minced meat. When she was young, she lived in the mountains for a long time after her parents died. Sometimes they went to town to pick up food. Sometimes they simply hunted in the mountains. Although she was very young, she relied on this to fill her stomach from time to time, stemming from a talent unique to the demon race, so much so that when she was a child, she couldn't eat rice before she ate meat. But the problem is, not all mortals are demons. Besides, famine is not as simple as just not having rice. The drought has left not an inch of grass in 100 miles. Even the bark of the trees has been chewed up, and the animals have long since died out. Where there are still animals to kill. Lang Yanran was once again silent after hearing this. What a great why not eat meatloaf. Both answers are outrageous as hell. I don't know if it follows Qin Xianyi, but both of these disciples are untalented in politics. Just as she was about to give up, suddenly Su Danro spoke up. If it's drought and famine, then you can send food there first. At the same time, sending another Jindan stage water cultivator to artificially form a rainfall area should easily alleviate it. Hearing this voice, Lang Yanran instantly perked up again. There's still moldable talent out there. In the world of metaphysics, cultivators can call the wind and the rain when they are powerful to a certain extent. This kind of thing could be easily resolved by simply sending a water cultivator. That's it. I approve. Now send someone to do it. Lang Yanran waved her sleeve and commanded the officials below. The official bowed and then slowly retreated. But soon a new official came forward to enlighten them. The time in court will continue for a long time. And it's all boring trivia. Chen Xianyi had been sitting on the dragon chair for a long time, so he was a bit bored and couldn't sit still. Started reaching down to fiddle with his royal robes. There's a good deal to be said for this material. I wonder how the one worn by the Empress is doing. With this in mind, Chen Xianyi pinched the corner of the Empress imperial robe and touched it. It's about the same touch. It just smells good. Lang Yanran suddenly felt her clothes being tugged, and she looked behind her in confusion. It was discovered that Chen Xianyi was actually fiddling with her clothes. This is the morning court. There are countless officials whose eyes are focused on them. Besides, don't you know that I have a good feeling about you? It's easy for me to get distracted when I'm disturbed like this. Lang Yanran turned back and continued to wear a serious expression. At the same time, he slowly reached out his hand and probed behind him, trying to open Chen Xianyi's hand. Chen Xianyi was even more puzzled when he saw this scene. I was just looking at her clothes. Why did she put her hand up? Is it hard to get a grip? Chen Xianyi directly reached out and grabbed her delicate hand. By this time the officials below were reporting on the situation. This year's production of spirit stones increased by 30% compared to last year's production. With a gain of. Lang Yanran was jolted when she was grabbed by the hand. She pursed her lips and made a strange sound. The sound caused the officials below who were reporting to stop their mouths. Is there a problem, Your Majesty? He thought he had been misreported. Lang Yanran hastily adjusted back to her state and said seriously, No, go on. Although her expression was cold, a faint blush was still faintly emerging under her unnoticed cheeks. This guy, Chen Xianyi, actually almost made her make a fool of herself during the morning court. Kinda has to make the most memorable memories for her. The morning court lasted a little longer. This was torture for Chen Xianyi, who had nothing to do. He was on the verge of counting the number of scales etched into the dragon chair behind him. Finally, under a sound of retreating from the court, the civil and military officials left the great hall one after another. Lang Yanran and Chen Xuanyi's disciples were left in the room. Lang Yanran slightly organized the zhengzhui in her hands, then looked at Chen Xuanyi beside her and asked, How does it feel to be in court for the first time? Chen Xianyi's attitude towards going to the court directly affected her future plans. If Chen Xuanyi liked it, then she could go along with it and wait until Chen Xuanyi returned from the demon state and directly announce his ascension to the throne as an emperor. When the time comes, he will be firmly bound to Tsangzhou. Couldn't even run away if I wanted to. Chen Xianyi rose from the dragon chair as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Twist said, Other than the fact that the experience was pretty good at first, it wasn't fun at all. Not fun? The fact that I let you sit in this position means that you can also order the civil and military officials of Tsangzhou. And you ended up saying it wasn't fun. Even if you're not interested in calling the officers. Isn't that a touchy-feely for you? This isn't funny either. Lang Yanran was instantly a bit enraged. Come, even if it's not fun. The position is yours. No, you're not buying and selling here. You're too strong for a woman, aren't you? I don't even want to be the emperor. Chen Xianyi had a face that was filled with tears of desire, knowing full well that nothing he might say would work. When the morning court was over, it was time for Chen Xianyi to start preparing to leave. Dan Ningguang and Yi Muyun both had affairs to attend to and needed to help their superior father manage the territory, so they couldn't accompany them. Not to mention Lang Yanran, who had an entire country to dispatch. The crowd could then only send Chen Xuani all the way to the outskirts of the city and bid farewell on this place. Chapter 150, Farewell. The Attentive Empress. Your Highness, be safe. I will take care of the house and wait for your Highness to bring the disciple back. Inside this ring are spirit stones. You keep them. Arriving outside the city, Yi Muyun held Chen Xianyi's hand and said seriously. At the same time, he also stuffed a ring in Chen Xianyi's hand, which contained the output of spirit stones from these days. The thought of parting ways made her inevitably a little worried. However, thinking about the strength of his lordship, even if she accompanied her, she would only be a drag. Why don't you manage the Jade Maiden sect well and become an important aide to Lord Shangzun in the future? Well, take care of yourself as well. And remember to utilize voice transmission to call out to me if you're in danger. Chen Xianyi nodded seriously and said. Dan Ningguang also gave a ring to Chen Xuani. Lord Superior, this is the spirit stones harvested by the Danding Pavilion in recent days. And there are also some 8th grade pills that I personally refined. You take it all with you? Just in case. Although the Danding Pavilion was not in charge of the spirit or veins, the pills sold at the Danding Pavilion every day would be traded using spirit stones as a medium. The daily output of spirit stones was in no way less than that of the Jade Maiden sect. Thank you, Chen Xianyi said with a smile, unable to help but feel warmth in his heart. Having two such loyal subordinates was considered a blessing for him. Lang Yanran felt angry when she looked at Chen Xuani's look of happiness. Obviously, she was the one who had given away the most spirit stones. The spirit stones of the others were about a fraction of what she had broken. Why haven't I ever seen you so happy? She was at least the head of a country, and the spirit stones she casually took out were definitely not comparable to this point. Chen Xianyi was her emperor. How could the soul let someone else take some spirit stones and hook away? She can take more. This ring is for you. Lang Yanran casually removed a ring from her index finger and handed it to Chen Xuani. She had worn this ring for many years and it was a personal item. This ring has been with me for a long time. It must be tens of thousands of years. It's for you. Just in case you forget about me when you get to the demon state. Lang Yanran said condescendingly. Chen Xianyi received it in surprise. The ring still had Lang Yanran's residual warmth and fragrance on it. He tried to probe his spiritual energy into it and checked the inventory inside. Hurtingly, he realized that there were 100,000 of them inside if they were approximately equivalent to top-grade spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, plus the ones given by Yi Muyun and Dan Ningguang, it was currently enough to break through a few minor realms. That said, Lang Yanran had broken the bank once before, and now she could still easily take out so many top-grade spirit stones. How much of her real inventory is there? Anyway, even Chen Xianyi had some envy in his heart at this point. You still have to make sure to get on good terms with Lang Yanran. After arriving in the demon state, if it's convenient, help me look into the matter about the giant dragon. This matter may be very important. Lang Yanran opened her mouth to remind. Regarding the sudden madness of the demon state's guardian deity, the giant dragon, there must be something odd in it. It may be important to be able to figure out the conspiracy embedded in it, but no matter how important it wasn't as important as Chen Xianyi's safety, so it needed to be at his convenience. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. So if there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Chen Xianyi waved goodbye to the crowd and intended to leave. Lang Yanran suddenly opened her mouth and called out to him. Wait, do you know where Hui Shiyaoshi is now? Take this map. Hui Shiryao is traveling to the demon state on the orders of the Zhangzhou state, so the probability is that she will be in the royal capital of the demon state, so you'll have the best chance of finding someone if you go there directly. Although Chen Xuani had been to the demon state, that was hundreds of years ago. Having this map will indeed make it a lot easier. Lang Yanran was surprisingly still the kind of character that was attentive. Chen Xianyi took the map. You have a heart. It's not that I have a heart. It's that you've prepared so little. Lang Yanran pursed her lips and said somewhat helplessly. It was also at that moment that another very important thing occurred to her. Wait a little longer. Although this place is only separated from the demon state by a sea, the size of this sea is vast. You're not planning to fly there, are you? This distance would take at least a few hours even if it was given to her who was flying at full speed. Although Chen Xuani's strength was by no means as simple as the Yuaning stage, He was at least not at the transitional abomination stage. It's going to be a monkey's errand to catch up. It'll have to do, won't it? Chen Xianyi returned. The dragon eggs have not hatched yet, and besides, even if the little guy in the dragon egg comes out, he may not be able to ride it right away, and that little guy is a dragon, so it's definitely easy to tame. In order to seek the fourth disciple, he would go even if it was more dangerous, let alone just a farther distance. Lang Yanran covered her forehead and finally snapped her fingers at the sky above. In the blink of an eye, a golden-winged rock appeared above the sky as if it had flashed into existence, then slowly landed in front of the crowd. Let's lend this divine beast to you for the time being. If we move forward at a normal speed, we should be able to reach the demon state within 2 days. I'm reminding you, I also only have this one divine beast mount. Make sure to take care of it. Lang Yanran reached out and stroked the feathers of the golden-winged rock, saying with some reluctance. Then with a slight force, he pushed the divine beast to Chen Xianyi's side. Then he commanded 2 words in the ear of the divine beast. Jiang Ningxian was thrilled to see this divine beast, happy to leap up at the first opportunity. I can't believe you're lending us all the divine beasts, Empress Sago. Such a big gift. Master, should you go to accompany her for one night? Well, otherwise I am embarrassed to ride. What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? Chen Xuani and Lang Yanran ignored them. That was very thoughtful of you. Thank you. So we're leaving? Chen Xiani asked with a smile. Lang Yanran frowned impatiently, her expression extraordinarily grim. You're asking me? I don't have anything in store for you. This guy was definitely waiting for her to keep spitting out something good. No more. Really? At least what's left over. She'll have to keep as a dowry. Just kidding. Thank you, Lang Yanran. Chen Xian leapt onto the divine beast's back and playfully waved with Lang Yanran. Lang Yanran looked at Chen Xuani, who was really leaving this time, and her demeanor immediately turned into one of reluctance. You come back early for me. Lang Yanran's always majestic queenly voice turned a bit delicate at this time. The sense of contrast, listening to Chen Xianyi's heart was crispy. Well, I promise. Mu Yun, Ning ***** Su. Goodbye. Chen Xianyi bid farewell to the crowd. Unwillingness was written all over the delicate pretty faces of both Dan Ningguan and Yi Muyun as they simultaneously waved goodbye to Chen Xuani. Yi Muyun, don't worry, Lord Shangzun. I'll take care of the house. Dan Ningguan, you guys stay safe. And remember to tell me the gossip of the demon state when you come back. The two spoke with great concern. The disciples all waved goodbye to the crowd at this point. Thanks to Lin Miaosong for the inspiration capsule. Thank you. Chapter 151, Unifying Goals. Departure from the demon region. Chen Xuani reached out and slapped the divine beast's back, and the divine beast obediently flapped its wings. Why does it feel like someone is missing? Chen Xianyi murmured, always feeling that a farewell figure was missing. It was also at this moment that 2 figures hurriedly ran in from below. It's Dongfang Laning and Dongfang Xinghua. Dongfang Laning hurriedly waved at Chen Xian. Late to the party. Chen Xianyi, remember to call me if you're bullied in the demon state. My brother will help you fight back. Dongfang Laning shouted loudly at the top. If she wasn't in the imperial capital and had the same things she needed to deal with, coupled with the fact that she hadn't recovered from her injuries, she would have really wanted to go with Chen Xuani. Not only was it to help Chen Xianyi, but there was also another reason why it felt fun to be with Chen Xianyi. She was a little reluctant to part. Chen Xianyi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Either way, the other man's heart did touch him. Dongfang Effect Gua also shouted into the high sky at that moment. Thank you for saving my life and for your dedication to Cangzhou. Also, my sister, she's not married. If you're interested, come back and marry her. Before he could finish his sentence, Dongfang Laning slapped him on the top of his head. Even Chen Xianyi couldn't help but shiver as he watched. This is not to blame Dongfang Laning pugnacious. It is you as a brother's mouth really but good intentions he took. Kind words are appreciated. Chen Xianyi smiled back, then slowly retracted his body from the divine beast's back. The crowd located on the ground watched as Chen Xianyi's figure gradually disappeared, all of them silently grasping their hands. It wasn't until the divine beast figure carried by Chen Xuani completely disappeared from the crowd's line of sight that the crowd came back to their senses. This man is too important to them all. It leaves a strong mark on everyone's heart. After seeing Chen Xianyi off, Lang Yanran had to resume her usual life. However, she still had some things that she needed to explain to Dan Ningguan and Yi Muyun. You too, if you have anything to do in the future, just come to me. Consider it for Chen Xianyi's sake. I will help you. Resources from all over the world will be transferred to you as well. However, if I find out that you have any ill intentions towards Chen Xianyi, I will never forgive you lightly. Lang Yanran said in a cold voice, and then left without looking back, leaving only a condescending back to the two. In Lang Yanran's opinion, since they were all loyal to Chen Xuanyi as well, she, as the emperor of Tsangzhou, could help out a bit as well. Chen Xianyi's power was also her power. After all, Chen Xianyi was her emperor, but she couldn't quite trust the two yet, so there was less of a knock. However, as long as both of them were sincere in their treatment of Chen Xuanyi, she would absolutely support them without hiding anything. Dan Ningguang and Yi Muyun both lit up when they heard the empress' words. Your lordship is really taking care of the empress. Their forces are all within the territory of Tsangzhou, and if they have the emperor's direct care, the benefits would be too much to think about. The Jade Maiden sect had directly transformed into a national-level sect in Tsangzhou, on par with all the holy places of cultivation. The Danding Pavilion will also open up various policies to support development and growth, and quickly become the world's largest elixir production and trading place. Your lordship is truly amazing. Thank you, your majesty. Dan Ningguang and Yi Muyun bowed excitedly and returned. Dongfang Laning followed closely behind the empress, and as she walked, she turned back to pay her respects to Dan Ningguang and Yi Muyun. Call me in a fight-o, he said, and turned away as well. A few of the girls sort of united in their goals at this point. For the sake of Chen Xianyi, they were all willing to join together. If it wasn't for Chen Xuanyi, it was probably impossible for anyone to imagine that an emperor of Tsangzhou and a general of Tsangzhou, two Danding Pavilion masters and the Jade Maiden sect's patriarch would have joined together. What an amazing thing! On the back of the divine beast, after bidding farewell to its others, Chen Xianyi and his disciples returned to their solitary lives. Jiang Ningxian stretched out comfortably and muttered to himself, you can enjoy 2 days of quiet life with your master. She smiled and walked over to her master's side, pulling up his arm playfully. Master, do you want to spend these 2 days intimately with me? Or do you want to indulge with Hu Yaya? Or do you want us to spend it together in ecstasy with mastery? Oh, that's an attractive offer on both counts. Experiencing a 2-night extravaganza with 2 dogs is nothing short of anticipation pulling. Who could refuse the exit of this? Then, Chen Xianyi opened his mouth tentatively, but before she could finish her words, Su Dan Rohiv pushed the two of them away, her arms in front of her chest seriously compared to an X. Not allowed. If we really do this, what's the difference between our clan and the confused evil cultivator? As our clan's new disciplinary committee member, I feel that I have the need to supervise you. Who wants to supervise this uselessness? She still wanted to stick it to her master. The reason I say that is because she wasn't even in the 2-for-1 offer you just made. Eldest sister. In that case, let's not call him heartless. All of the above is a true reflection of Suthanro's heart. She is wearing literary round glasses, and her body contains an extremely explosive element of boredom. No way. I've got all the 108 little games I want to play with my master. Huye said with a face full of pity, her expression very meaningful. What 108 mini-games? It's hard not to let any normal words come out of your mouth. Su Danro thought in surprise. The golden-winged rock held an entire small palace on its back. Chen Xianyi pushed the door with his disciples and walked in. Perhaps because of the reason of having a unique construction, the shaking of the outside world could not be felt within the entire palace, as in really on the ground. Upon entering the main entrance of the palace, one is greeted by the dragon chair where the empress sits. The entire interior of the hall was extremely gorgeously decorated. Even the floor tiles were engraved with gold. The second floor is the bedroom area, so there is no shortage of places to rest, even on long trips. Lang Yanran was lending Chen Xuanyi all of her imperial mounts. It's really generous. Since we're going to be living up here for 2 days, it's only natural to choose a room first. The crowd came to the second floor and looked at the door of the room hesitantly. I suddenly remembered that the effects of the refreshing pills I've been refining lately have always been poor, and I need to ask my master for advice. You guys can pick your rooms first. Master, can you come down this way? Sultan Rose suddenly had an idea, and pulling up her master's arm, she pushed open a bedroom. Traveling is the perfect medium to enhance the relationship between two people in the best possible way. Now, she was given this perfect opportunity to enhance her relationship with her master. She had to take advantage of this opportunity to increase her sweet memories with her master, increase the likelihood of success for subsequent confessions. Chapter 152 Sadanju's measurement, leaving deep memories, and as she utilized alchemy as a method of concealment, she thought that she would definitely be able to trick the two senior sisters. This creates a unique opportunity to spend time alone with your teacher and leave the best memories in your teacher's mind. At that thought, she had pushed her master's father into the middle of the bedroom. Then she turned and walked in, turning to the two senior sisters with a feigned smile. I'm going to ask my master for advice on the next question, and I hope you won't disturb me. After saying that, Su Danru directly closed the bedroom door, even heard the click of the door lock. Sutana pursed her lips and snickered. She was so smart to think of using alchemy as a cover. The two senior sisters would never imagine, even if they were exhausted, that she would have something going on with her master in the room, right? Make unforgettable memories for your master and get a head start. Outside the house, she's definitely going to do Shirbari. Jiang Ningxian's eyes were speechless. It will also be done in a very old-fashioned way, Hujiraja added. I'm just too lazy to think. Not really stupid, hey. Jiang Ningxian finally couldn't stand this being treated like a little cutie. The feeling of being snubbed couldn't help but scream out. Immediately, he looked like he was going to break down the door. Huyaya hurriedly held her up with both hands and persuaded her. Let's just forget about it. Zoe, she had a hard time getting up the courage to do that. We've been eating for so long. Let's make her whole for once. The gentle Huyaya never forgets to think for her senior sister. Hearing Huyaya's words, Jiang Ningxian also sort of calmed down a bit. It's irritating, but you have a point. The master has been snatched away. So what should we do? Jiang Ningxian said with some reluctance. With a wave of one hand, Huyaya smoothly pulled out a drawing board. It's been a long time since I've painted. Senior sister will help you paint too. Keep them as a souvenir of your trip. Huyaya has a hobby of painting and uses it as a pastime in her spare time. Meanwhile, inside the house, Chen Xianyi asked doubtfully, what's the point of locking the door? Sutano leaned against the wall and explained somewhat vainly. Eldest sister, she's too noisy. You know that. Master, let's start alchemizing. With a wave of Su Dan rose one hand. A star Dan furnace appeared in the empty space of the bedroom. She sat cross-legged with her master. Su Dan Ro gradually probed her spiritual energy into the Dan furnace and did the preparatory work for alchemy. A small box was also taken out from among the storage ring. Opening the box up, it contained many cultivation pills for raising one's cultivation level. Each of these cultivation pills was at the level of quasi-8th grade. Senior, these pills were given to you by Zoe. Can you take it now? Zuozua wants to see you take the pills Zuozua has made with your own eyes. Su Danru said with a sincere face, her eyes filled with longing. However, seeing her master take the pill with her own eyes wasn't her true purpose. She could only rest assured if she saw her master take the pills with her own eyes. Love, all mind, you have a heart. If this is a request, master will fulfill you, Chen Xianyi said, picking up an elixir and placing it in front of his eyes to look at it. It's the cultivation Dan, all right. Without hesitation, Chen Xianyi took the elixir. The elixir exploded inside his body, and soon countless spiritual energies surged into her body. The effect is good. It's a quasi-8th grade, Chen Xianyi complimented. For a third disciple to be able to concoct an 8th grade Dan at this age was truly astonishing. In the entire immortal cultivation world, I'm afraid I can't find the second one. If it wasn't for him, the master, it wouldn't be too much to call it the best in the world. He was doubly pleased to have such an excellent disciple. I think my own disciples will have a more grandiose development in the future. Master, don't be polite, take the rest. Seeing that Master Zun stopped eating one, Su Danro hurriedly handed the remaining pills to Master Zun's mouth as well, then simply reached right over and fed it himself, shoving it all into his master's mouth. Chen Xian's mouth was bulging with stuffing. Well, you're so concerned about master. Well, Chen Xianyi bulged his mouth and said vaguely. His own third disciple was not only amazingly talented, he was actually so filial. He was simply too moved. What more can one ask for when one has this disciple? One is so blessed. I'm sure the third disciple was aware of his lack of spiritual cultivation, and that's why he was so kind to him. After taking all of the pills, the two of them refined the refreshing pill together. A spirit-lifting elixir was, in essence, an elixir that increased mental power. Generally, when studying a gongfu, or performing a study that required brain power, taking this elixir would increase mental power and be more effective. Halfway through the refining process, Su Danro suddenly looked puzzled. It's here that things go wrong every time. Can master teach my disciple carefully for once? Su Danro showed a pleading expression, and with her cute round eyes, she had a unique charm. She was wearing a long dress underneath that was open on both sides, so she might not notice anything when she was standing, but when she sat down with her legs crossed, those white and slender legs would be revealed from among the long skirt. In her room she took off her shoes, her beautifully defined arches slightly curved, her bony toes as white and delicate as lamb's milk. Chen Xianyi naturally wouldn't refuse. I'm your master. Of course I'll teach you. In this way, you sit over a bit, and master will probe the spiritual energy into your wrist to assist you in channeling it. Chen Xianyi's intention was for her to just lean towards his side. After all, the two would always be master and disciple until they jumped out of the master-disciple relationship. Too much intimacy would be inappropriate. Most of all, whenever Sultan Ro was very close to him, it was hard for him not to recall that day in the middle of the hot springs. At that time, he was so close to forcing the third disciple down. As soon as he recalled that day's scene, he was a little embarrassed to look directly into Su Danru's eyes. That's being vain. But right under Chen Xianyi's gaze, Su Danro unexpectedly stood up directly before sitting in his arms. The two were pressed so closely together. The unique fragrance of Su Danro's body all poured into Chen Xianyi's nostrils. That warm and luscious body was defenselessly in front of his body. Chen Xianyi was so surprised that he didn't know where to put his hands. This third disciple, still as defenseless against the opposite sex as before. Even if he was her master, he couldn't be so bold. Although Su Danro was somewhat simple in her feelings, she was definitely not a silly girl who didn't know how to protect herself. It was only because the other party was a master teacher that she was willing to stick it to her like that. Thanks to Night and Stars and Moon for the back-to-back character summons. You are the god of Tweedledee. Chapter 153, the material added more. Master So Adult disappeared? It wasn't because she liked Master Chief, but Master Shifu doesn't know anything about it. Su Danro sat in her master's arms, then suddenly became powerless in general and collapsed into her master's arms. She slowly raised her head, her beautiful eyes with violet pupils looking at her master with a faint smile. Master, didn't you say that you would teach your disciple to refine pills? Why are you suddenly not moving? Su Danru asked with a face full of confusion. Although she appeared to be puzzled, she actually took in all of her master's thoughts. Master is being shy about the intimate gesture she made, though she's kinda shy too. It took a lot of courage just to sit in her master's arms, but as long as she doesn't show it, no one will know, right? Oh, right. Chen Xianyi returned as if awakened. She's coming over. The third disciple just came over with a bright A. Although Chen Xianyi had long since ceased to be a green boy by now, the always restrained third disciple suddenly launched an attack. Even Chen Xianyi would find it hard not to be moved. But then again, if he would be moved by a disciple sitting in his arms, doesn't that mean he just likes the third disciple? It's just that it's still stiff-armed and strong-armed. Just give the wrist to the master. Chen Xianyi did his best to calm down and grabbed her wrist with both hands. Su Danru's wrists were delicate and smooth, perhaps because her hands were often soaked in nourishing herbs. Her small, glistening white hands were very nimble and at the same time rich in bony beauty. A soft touch came. Chen Xianyi attempted to probe his spiritual energy into her wrist to guide it into play. Not only was Chen Xianyi who was having his heart moved at this moment, even Su Danro's hands were trembling slightly. Master's warmth was transmitted unreservedly through her wrist, and the touch of the skin was equally overwhelming. Somewhat shyly, her delicate body was trembling slightly, both wanting her master to stick closer, but also somewhat afraid that she was making a fool of herself. The refining of the lifting spirit Dan was progressing slowly, and neither of the two men's minds seemed to be on it. As time passed, Chen Xianyi found himself less and less able to focus. The whole brain emptied a little, in a strange sort of way. I can't believe that I'm having second thoughts about the third disciple. It can't be. Would I even be tempted to concoct pills with a disciple? Chen Xianyi thought with some afterthought, though she's getting a little less decent now, but not to the point where one's heart is moved by alchemy with a disciple. The point of awe. But he was in a situation where he had to admit it even if he didn't want to. One is just loving the disciple in front of him. Sultan Ro was now defenseless against her, and the disciples outside the house were busy with other things. As long as he moved his heart, the third disciple would definitely not be able to resist. While the crowd was in the room, the divine beast rock was still rushing, so the view out the window is changing. A little bit of time passed. Even Su Danru could feel that the master teacher who was hugging her was very hot at that moment. Even the breath exhaled from the middle of his nose was laced with rolls. Bad. I was just trying to get to the point of being slightly drunk just fine. Now it seems to be getting a bit out of hand. Su Danru didn't expect to actually take the final step with her master at this point in time. After all, feelings are only rich in true value if they are important enough. All she wanted was for her master to reach the point of being slightly drunk, and then the two of them to intimate alchemy together and go through a unique cultivation process, leaving the master with memories of his own touch, if any, and staying hidden in his heart, planting that seed of love. I didn't realize it was overkill. If she was directly with her master at this point in time, she didn't hate it, but it wasn't quite what she thought it would be. Just as her brain was racing, there was a sudden noise outside the door. It was already hard for her to concentrate now that she was alchemizing pills, and now there were voices disturbing her. In a fit of anger, she temporarily stopped her alchemy and walked straight to the door and pushed it open. What are you arguing about? The noise outside the door was naturally Hu Yeye and Jiang Ningxian's. Sultan Ro's face was full of displeasure as she looked towards the two people at the door. He saw Jiang Ningxian holding a portrait in his hands, with a face of incredulity and shock at the same time. Zoe, you came just in time. Look at me. I'm as astringent as in the picture. The scroll is painted. Jiang Ningxian is not false, and the appearance is also restored very exquisite. But strangely enough, the Jiang Ningxian in the middle of the scroll has a particularly explosive figure, and the color scheme of the dotted highlights and reddish hues is simply astringent to the extreme. She argued with Hu Yeye. And Huya even insisted that Jiang Ningxian was like that. Jiang Ningxian can always consider himself a youthful faction. Sultan Ro had a look of impatience on her face. Who cares? Hello. I'm making pills. Don't make any noise. She was at the perfect time to raid her master. Who cared about such trivial matters? Jiang Ningxian relentlessly took out another painting. You're looking at this painting of the master. In the middle of the scroll is a portrait of Chen Xianyi. Only the Chen Xianyi in the painting was wearing tight black leather pants on his lower body. His upper body abs were exposed, and his expression was extremely seductive and astringent. Very outrageous. Yaya even blurted out that it was the usual master. This time even Su Danru couldn't help but spit it out. It does seem a bit outrageous. Huya tried her best to explain. I didn't want to, but after I drew it, it became like this. Despite her best efforts to restrain herself, the figure drawings are always detached from her desires. You might as well paint landscapes next time, Su Danru said as she covered her face helplessly. Anyway, wherever you go to paint, please don't bother us here. Thanks, Su Danru said solemnly, then closed the door of the room without looking back. Really, senior sisters are not at all reassuring. It's better to get Shiryao back earlier to have peace of mind, Sutanu murmured. As far as she remembered, Hui Shiryao as a child was still very honest. With him around, I'm sure the sisters will be able to tighten up a bit. Unlock the door and return to your room. Su Danro was ready to rejoin her master's arms and finish the unrefined elixir. Back in the arms of the master. Back to the master. Where's master? Sultan Ro's eyes widened at once, and she looked around the room in a full circle. Master Chief. Such a big one. So big personally. Suddenly disappeared? Su Danro just rummaged around the room, even looked under the bed, and ultimately couldn't find the master's figure. And on the other end, the roof of the palace. Chen Xianyi wiped the hot sweat from the top of his head. With the cool breeze blowing in mid-air, he could only feel his brain clearing up. Chapter 154 Active Chen Xianyi. Abstract painting. But it was still hard to resist the brain fever. Though there would be a reason for this all because Satara took the initiative to stick over. But it was he who would have his heart set on the third disciple who was the culprit. So it's not her fault, and it's not her fault. It was he who was the master who had not taught him well. Failure to teach a third disciple not to just get so close to the opposite sex. Even with the master, it's important to keep your distance and maintain the space you deserve. Otherwise even he would have grown fond of her by osmosis. For fear that I might actually get so hot-headed that I'd forget everything and do something unreasonable. Chen Xianyi simply took advantage of the brief opening to leap out of the window just now. It was a bit of a shame for the third disciple, but it was better than doing something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Coming onto the roof, Chen Xianyi wiped off 2 handfuls of hot sweat. Still feeling physically ill, he leapt and flew back into the halls of the palace. Wanted to find a place where no one was around to meditate for relief. But as soon as he entered the hall, he came face to face with the eldest disciple. Yahoo! Master, why are you here? Zoe has finished refining her pills? Jiang Ningxian asked with a smile as she waved her hand at her master teacher in a lively manner. Aha! Chen Xianyi had become a bit quiet now. His head was too blank to think of much right now. Chen Xianyi walked straight to Jiang Ningxian. Jiang Ningxian looked at his master teacher who was close at hand and flirted with a suspicious face. Master teacher is leaning so close. Should it be that he wants to be here with me? As always, she opened her royal mouth at her master. Yes, for the master wants to, Chen Xianyi's magnetic voice replied. Hey, master refuses disciple again. The disciple will not give up. Ah no, wait, what did you just say? Master? Jiang Ningxian was all ready to flirt with his master's words, but her master's response was completely beyond her expectations. The master says he wants to be with you. Once again, Chen Xianyi boldly opened his mouth. Then straight away he wrapped his arms around her fragrant shoulders. Ah, wait, in the old days, even if the master wanted to in his heart, he would have refused with his mouth. How are you today? So proactive. Jiang Ningxian's cheeks immediately burned, and her entire body became somewhat shy and formal. She, who used to be the most proactive in the past, had become overwhelmed at this time. We're Dao couples. Right, and it's not the first time, Chen Xianyi said seriously. Jiang Ningxian nodded obediently and stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest. That's right. I don't hate it. It's just that it's so sudden. It's just so sudden. It's kind of hard to get used to. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Xian directly cupped her delicate, soft cheeks with one of his hands. Then the head poked through. Jiang Ningxian had never had this kind of experience before, and all the feelings came too suddenly. The nice aroma that belonged uniquely to her master's body filled the tip of her straight nose. Held tightly, she was powerless to resist, her hands clasping her master's waist in panic. Jiang Ningxian only felt her delicate body soften, almost unable to use her strength. It was as if the whole person was going to melt. so light and comfortable that the consciousness seemed to float away. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ningxian had a flushed look on his face, and his heart was getting excited. Master teacher now is really accepting her completely? I feel so happy. The corners of Jiang Ningxian's happy mouth rose, revealing an expression of extreme joy. Master, Xianer is all ready. All ready. This delicate and soft voice fell into Chen Xianyi's ears, causing his brain to completely ventilate to the heavens. Wrapping his arms around Jiang Ningxian, Chen Xianyi also nodded his head before kissing once again. In the room on the second floor, Satana wandered around the bedroom a few times, and ultimately found no sign of her master. Where would the master in this state go? Is it hard to believe that you'll be with your sisters? If she was with her sisters, it would be better to cheapen her. Su Danru pushed open the door to her room and came into the middle of the corridor on the second floor. She was going to look in her sister's rooms. Opening Jiang Ningxian's room, Su Danru fell asleep and peeked inside through the doorway. Apparently no one. After that she searched for Hia's room, which was also empty. Eventually she searched all the remaining rooms on the second floor and they were all empty as well. Su Danru was desperate this time. If master is not on the second floor, he can't be in the hall. There was really nothing she could do if she couldn't find her master. After all, if master teacher insisted on trying to hide from her, she wouldn't be able to find her even if she was exhausted. Epsilon sadface Omicron asterisk, ugh. Sodenru sighed with loss and had to go back to her room again. It wasn't quite what she expected, but it wasn't a complete failure. After all, the way her master held her wrists and twisted them was still deeply imprinted in her mind. I'm sure the master must not have forgotten it either, and she still got a day's worth of chances. For the rest of the day, just keep on refining pills. Outside the palace, Huyaya sat on top of the head of the golden-winged rock. With a drawing board in his hand, he made a drawing of the golden-winged rock's appearance. She drew with great seriousness, as if she had to show her strength this time. In no time, a portrait of a golden-winged rock was drawn. Huyaya raised the painting to the golden-winged rock's eyes and asked curiously, I can't draw for a demonic beast and still be astringent. Rock, what do you think? The golden-winged rock waved its wings, its eagle eyes gazing ahead. With just a glance, 2 streams of blood spurted out from among the golden-winged rock's eagle nose. The wings fluttered a bit out of control as well, rocking back and forth. No? Huyaya hurriedly took the painting back. It seems her drawing skills are hopeless for drawing creatures, but if you paint landscapes, you should be fine. With that, Huyaya simply scribbled at the view below. Soon another landscape painting was born. Huyaya looked at the landscape painting and nodded with satisfaction. It's still great this time, but there's always something weird about it. There's something to be said for that. Abstract with pictures. Don't guess equals. Maybe she was overthinking it. A long time had passed since the paintings were done, and I wonder what the master is doing. Go back and look. Huyaya put away the drawing board and then walked back to the entrance of the palace. She placed her hand on the palace door, feeling vaguely that something was wrong. She had a good ear and could hear subtle sounds even through a thick wall of doors. Huyaya swallowed, then did enough to push open the palace doors. The hall greeted her with a horrifying scene that met her eyes. Thanks to Night and Stars and Moon for the inspiration capsule. Chapter 155 Unconscious Master. Beautiful noon. Master, did I hear you wrong? Huyaya looked at the somewhat wrecked hall in front of her and scratched her head in confusion. She had just clearly heard her master's voice outside, only to open the door without seeing anyone. The entire hall of the palace, though, showed signs of having been moved everywhere at this point. There is also a subtle odor in the air. Master and the others shouldn't have been here just now, Huyaya murmured meaningfully, walking to the dragon chair in the depths of the great hall. The dragon chair was touched by someone and was a bit crooked. She reached out and touched the seat of the dragon's chair, which was even still warm. Really? If the Empress finds out that you guys are doing this kind of thing on the dragon chair, how will she sit in the future? Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Huyaya used her hand to push the dragon chair upright, and then used her spiritual power to remove the next flavor. Afterwards also will be knocked on the table next to the dragon chair mess, fell to the ground of the books and bamboo slips, are picked up and put back in place. After organizing everything, Huyaya then clapped her hands in satisfaction. The current her was truly becoming more and more like Chen Xiandao's couple. She could really work hard for the sake of this home that we all shared. However, through the scent contained in this room, it should be the smell of senior sister stealing food again. It's barely afternoon and I can't believe it's already going down. Since we let eldest sister get her hands on it today, we must leave it to her tomorrow. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't lightly forgive big sister. Since everyone was busy, there was only one thing Huyaya could do now. That was to hurry up and cultivate, striving for an early breakthrough so that one's cultivation could be raised to a level where one could protect everyone. There's really no slacking off at all. This accompanying palace also has the facility of a practice room in its midst. Meditating and practicing inside can be more effective with less effort. Huya then went to the practice room to meditate and cultivate. The time turned to early the next morning. In one of the bedrooms on the second floor, Chen Xian lay on one side of the bed, his face filled with tenderness as he hugged Jiang Ningxian in his arms. At the same time, he also reached out and slowly and lovingly stroked Jiang Ningxian's fiery red and beautiful hair. After the night's exchange, the eldest disciple, who used to be the most lively and cheerful, was now sleeping extraordinarily deeply. The even breathing sounded as if he had passed out. Even though he was sleeping, Jiang Ningxian's face always had a faint smile on it. It was a smile of immense happiness. Jiang Ningxian's face is very delicate and good-looking, with gorgeous aqua-colored cherry lips and straight nose, and that such as the scroll-like eyebrows as if the earth is absolutely beautiful. Rich delicate red jade feet with the white and tender legs, but also the beauty of this billet outlined to the extreme. Her vivacious and cute look, intertwined with her penchant for teasing from time to time, seemed like the first love of a boy's dream. No matter how long it looked quiet, Chen Xianyi would never get bored. He just lovingly stroked Jiang Ningxian's hair that was as fragrant as silk, quietly admiring her captivating face, and a long time had passed, until close to noon. It was only then that Jiang Ningxian finally regained some strength and came to his senses. She rubbed the corners of her pink eyes in a somewhat half-asleep greeting. "Good morning, master." Chen Xianyi smiled and lovingly rubbed her cheeks, the soft skin immediately giving back. "It's noon, Xianer." Jiang Ningxian's small, plain white hand cupped her master's large hand on her cheek. A cute playful giggle followed by a tongue-out said, "Aha, master, kiss." The fragrant orchid that came out of her mouth hit Chen Xianyi's chest, and her head just stuck towards Chen Xianyi. Jiang Ningxian's childhood experience of starvation made her extremely insecure from a young age. It was only in the days that followed, when he met his master, that this changed. This insecure personality made her become extremely eager for the companionship of her master-teacher after she met him, someone she could completely rely on and depend on. All matters concerning her she wanted to leave to her master to decide. She, on the other hand, only wanted to lean peacefully in her master's arms and enjoy everything he had to offer, leaving the rest to his master's arrangements. She only needed to do as she was told. Only after her master's sudden departure, although she still had the company of her sisters, that sense of security that her master had given her was no longer there, so much so that she had to retrieve her master no matter what. Mad as hell, she would have an unspeakable feeling of loneliness after leaving her master, a feeling of fear that made it impossible for her to live at all. And during those years of searching for her master, she had gone from little girl to youthful and ignorant. It was also profoundly clear that his love for his master was more than just a master-disciple relationship. She had also made up her mind during this time that if she could recover her master she must not leave herself with any regrets. It was only now, when her master completely held her in his arms, that she felt the happiest in her life. Although she was now a Yuaning stage cultivator, her age was not that of a child, but that mind is still like a child's. She didn't want to live alone for support. She just wanted to keep growing up under her master's protection. However, it wasn't like she couldn't do it if her master wanted her to be independent. She just enjoys the feeling. In other words, she's just too lazy to think. Not really stupid. She only needed to remove the disguise of independence in front of her master, and hand over to him with her most essential side. A few minutes passed before their heads slowly parted. The soft warmth and touch still echoed in the tip of his heart. After getting along all this time, Chen Xianyi had actually sensed the nature of Jiang Ningxian's heart now. She's always been an overgrown, sweet disciple, and she doesn't need to change. The great disciple need only keep himself always in his presence, and leave the rest to his guardianship. He would give the first disciple more security and everlasting companionship. After the kiss, Jiang Ningxian contentedly hugged his master, burying his head as far as possible in his master's arms. Then the two enjoyed a quiet noon together. During that time, the two had a pillow talk. "Master, during those years when disciple was searching for you, I visited the weaponry state once. Do you know, the people of the weapon state, from the cultivators down to the people, can all admire you extraordinarily, saying that your ideas are astonishingly heavenly. I'm sure it's super fun when you get a chance to check it out." Jiang Ningxian rested her head in her master's arms, playfully telling her master about the interesting things she had encountered during the years of her master's absence. Chen Xianyi had also harbored a passion when he first crossed over to this world. For example, changing the landscape of the metaphysical world, creating an absolutely fair country, and changing the daily lives of the people. Chapter 156 Everyday Feelings, not hateful but likable. During that time, he used his knowledge of the blue planet to invent a number of rare items. These include, and are not limited to, machinery, and various viable industrial items. There are also many writings that have been moved over as is to try and change the minds of people. His ideas, as well as his creations, did somehow, or drastically, change the world. But what absolutely cannot be changed is the gap between cultivators and mortals. After trying his best, Chen Xianyi eventually gave up as well. Not that he failed. On the contrary, he actually did drastically improve the quality of life for mortals. But he also had his own life to lead. He had to teach his disciples and maintain his own practice. Having made it this far, he's done everything he can. Besides, his invention doesn't work everywhere. Just like the Zhangzhou country, in fact, is still a more typical feudal dynasty. The only difference is that the people use some changes in the tools. In the aftermath is stalled a good monarch. And in the weapon state, the kingdom there itself revered the inventions of craftsmen. So much so that Chen Xuani's invention was extremely substantially passed down there. It seems that the folk of Ware State still have statues of him erected. Chen Xianyi, on the other hand, was unaware of this. There is such a thing. Then when you are free, Master will take you on a trip. Chen Xianyi smiled back. And also, Master, about 3 years ago, when I was utilizing the art of seeking to find you, I happened to meet Shi Yao once, and she was using the art of divination to find you then as well. But we both swooped in. And after that, after 2 days of hanging out together, we went our separate ways again. Jiang Ningxian recalled the events that had happened in the past and told them one by one. Chen Xianyi, as a listener, likewise shared with him what had happened to him. The two made small talk, a daily atmosphere that was uniquely theirs at the moment. After chatting for a while longer, Jiang Ningxian's physical strength was almost recovered. Even she was extraordinarily tired from that intense exchange earlier. After the two of them straightened their clothes together, Chen Xianyi pushed open the door to the room. Next door, separated by a few room doors, was Su Danru's room. That said, yesterday he left on his own accord without saying hello to Su Danru. He probably broke the third disciple's heart. There is a need to clarify or apologize to her today. Arriving in front of Su Danru's room door, Chen Xianyi reached out and knocked. Not long after, the door to the room was pushed open with a click. Su Danru opened the door to the room, which still contained a strong medicinal fragrance. It looks like it's in the middle of alchemy. When Su Danru saw that it was her master teacher who appeared, she immediately came into the spirit. Master, finally, I've found you. What did you go and do yesterday? Why did you suddenly disappear? The disciples are so worried, Su Danru asked with a face full of worry. She wasn't accusing her master teacher, but was somewhat worried about his condition. Yesterday, I fed master teacher so many pills. Chen Xianyi took Su Danru's hand and said seriously with an apologetic face. Yesterday, Master suddenly remembered something and left. I'm really sorry. Master will definitely instruct you carefully today. He was really feeling a little derelict in his duties. What he didn't know, however, was that Sultan Ro also felt that he had gone a little too far. Both are in an extremely strange position. No, it's not Master's fault. The matter of the pills, disciple has already learned last night, and now I just happen to feel like I'm about to make a breakthrough. Does Master want to accompany me to the practice room? Su Danru digressed, intending to create a new opportunity with her master. Chen Xianyi naturally had no reason to refuse. He didn't even teach his disciples to the last minute yesterday, so he must not be absent today. Okay, let's go. Chen Xianyi returned. Su Danru walked out of the room, and it was only then that she saw that there was still a senior sister standing behind Chen Xianyi. Why is eldest sister with master? Yesterday's senior master in that state. Shouldn't he have gone with eldest sister? It's not going to happen so doggedly, is it? You've done all your own calculations and ended up picking up a bargain for big sister? Xian, what did you and Master Xian go do yesterday? Su Danru asked with instant alertness. Doing what? Doing everyday dry things. Of course. Jiang Ningxian returned without even thinking. She and her master were Dao couples, so doing that sort of thing wasn't just an everyday thing. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Suthano looked skeptical. Really? Of course it's true. We're good sisters. And you're doubting me. Jiang Ningxian bulged his mouth and crossed his arms in dissatisfaction. Eldest sister is a person who can't hide panic in her heart. It would be easy to tell if you were lying. This time, however, Sultan Ro surprisingly really didn't see that she looked like she was lying. It looked like she was wrong about eldest sister. I was wrong about you. Let's go. Sadanju sighed in relief and then walked with her master. The crowd arrived at the door of the practice room, and Chen Xuani pushed open the door of the practice room. The practice room was a space of around several hundred square feet, which was covered with spirit-gathering formations, as well as various protective measures, so that the cultivator could unleash his attacks to his heart's content inside. As soon as he opened the door, Chen Xianyi saw Hu Yeye, who was unleashing her attacks on the puppet. She had obviously been practicing for a long time and her body was covered in fragrant sweat. A light tulle skirt will easily mold to your skin with the slightest hint of liquid. The clothes clung to Huyaya's shapely and plump petite body, forming a marvelous landscape. She was still wearing thick white silk up to her thighs on her slender legs, but they were all soaked by now as well. Only when she saw her master teacher and senior sisters appear did she stop her hand movements. "Good day, master." "Good day, senior sister." Hia smiled and greeted the crowd. Chen Xianyi was surprised to find that Huyaya had actually broken through from the first sky of the Yuanying stage to the second sky in the course of one night yesterday. "You broke through," Chen Xianyi said excitedly. Huyaya smiled and nodded, then quickly walked over to the master and hugged him. She wanted to use this method to express her joy of her breakthrough with her master. But Huyaya soon realized that she was covered in beads of sweat, even on the clothes. "It's really a bit out of character. I'm sorry, master, for dirtying your clothes." Huyaya hurriedly apologized. Soiling master teacher's clothes with his own beads of post-cultivation sweat was just too embarrassing. Although Huyaya felt it was very wrong, Chen Xianyi felt nothing. One could even say that it's not just not annoying, it's enjoyable. The beads of sweat on Huyaya's body emitted a vague fragrance, caused by the innate power of seduction within her body. Instead of being obnoxious, the smell of that fragrant sweat emanating from it was much more appealing. Can't get any nasty thoughts at all. 30 flowers from Sense of Refinement old be dang. And thanks to Baki for the inspiration capsule. Chapter 157, Disciple Competition. Body Swap. There's no harm in it. Quickly talk to your master. Do you have any epiphanies from this breakthrough? Chen Xianyi rubbed her pink hair and asked with concern. Caring about his disciple's cultivation status was his duty as a master teacher to do. Whether the disciple succeeded or failed after the breakthrough, he would pay careful attention to the other person's physical condition. Huyaya nodded affirmatively. Seeing that she took a few steps back, her right hand grabbed out of thin air, and a purple crystal ball was grasped in the middle of that beautiful jade hand. The crystal ball revealed a rich demonic aura, and the two disciples located closer to the crystal ball felt as if they were being tugged on, as if they were going to be ripped through. After breaking through to the second sky of Yuanying stage, disciple has comprehended a new stance. It's the second stance in the Nine Heavens Demon God record, Soul Regenerating Crystal Vampire. Huyaya briefly recounted the abilities of the new move. The soul regenerating crystal phenomenon is made from the sanguinary demonic energy in Huyaya's body, and can be thrown at the enemy to absorb away one's soul. Up to this point, it appears to be not very different from the human emperor's past life streamer, but the truth is quite different. The person whose soul had been sucked away didn't die, and even as long as Huyaya didn't want the other person to die, she could return the soul without any damage, and the person whose soul is sucked away will become a walking corpse in the true sense of the word. At Huyaya's disposal, if she wanted to, she could manipulate countless enemies at the same time and kill each other. This is an extremely vicious and cunning move, and when utilized well, it can hit the enemy hard without them realizing it. After the narration, Huyaya asked Zhang Ningxian with a slightly provocative tone, "How about it, eldest sister? Do you want to compete with me?" How could Zhang Ningxian stand this kind of provocation? Although Huyaya was her senior sister, she was likewise her love rival. Come pair. It's a match. You think you're the only one who's realized a new move? Zhang Ningxian said warily. Chen Xianyi took Su Danro's hand and retreated to the side with her, leaving an open space for the two of them. As the battle began, Zhang Ningxian's body quickly began to burn with a blazing flame around him. She gradually converged the flames around her body towards the palm of her hand, and the flames rapidly gathered and became more and more numerous. It eventually formed a tornado of flames that approached the general nature of a storm vortex. The entire flamestorm was interspersed with boiling hot streams, and the high temperature in the center of the storm came to an unprecedented height. Senior sister, be careful. Blazing wind wave. Zhang Ningxian threw the flamestorm with both hands, and the flamestorm swept out after taking off his hands, burning toward the destruction of everything in front of them. When this practice room was first constructed, it was meant for the Empress to use, so at the very least, all of them could withstand attacks from around the Mahayana stage. If it was an ordinary practice room, I'm afraid that it would have been destroyed by this flamestorm. Hoya tries to jab a ribbon attack. The ribbon she shot out had trouble getting close to the inside of the flamestorm. Though, however, the Nine Heavens Demon God record she cultivated was itself a technique that favored flexibility. Plus she herself was of the flexible Fox Demon clan. She stomped on the ground on her toes and quickly maneuvered her way around the room, surprisingly fast for her speed and stature, always keeping a safe distance from the flames. Her eyes grew sharper. Although the flamestorm was extremely destructive, the flexibility made it difficult to catch up with Huyaya, who was so fast. Huyaya circled around the flamestorm after finding the right opportunity, and, 1,000 threads, stabbed out at Zhang Ningxian. Zhang Ningxian swung his flaming fists in a continuous attack, smashing the multiple attacks that stabbed at him. But still, it was reduced to a viable space and closed the distance between him and Hia. After timing it just right, Huye struck the soul snatcher. The crystal ball glowing with demonic aura was thrown in front of Jiang Ningxian's body in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ningxian quickly reacted and was just about to throw a punch, but she quickly felt that she had lost control of her body. Consciousness was thus dimmed and then completely separated from the body knee. Jiang Ningxian's body quickly collapsed helplessly. Huye clasped her hands together and then slowly fell to the ground. Chen Xianyi quickly surrounded him with Su Danro. Surprised, Su Danro poked Jiang Ningxian with her hand, only to see that Jiang Ningxian's body was as if he had lost his strength, and his hands were drooping helplessly in the air. Wow, go on. Eldest sister won't sure, right? Su Danru said with some worry. Huye smiled mysteriously and casually shook her right hand that was grasping the crystal ball. A transparent Jiang Ningxian just burst out from among the crystal ball. Transparent Jiang Ningxian not only didn't have the slightest feeling of fear and nervousness, but on the contrary, he was full of novelty as he floated around the room. Is this out of body? It's so cool. Aha! If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't fully recover my strength today, I wouldn't have lost to Yaya. Transparent Jiang Ningxian said unconvincingly. Yahoo! Yoo-hoo! After Jiang Ningxian finished his vicious words, he floated back and forth beside Su Danro and Chen Xianyi. It even penetrated through the master's body. While flying back and forth, he also let out a happy laugh. Happy as a 100-pound kid. The noise was so loud that Sultan Johan frowned. Sister Yaya, quickly tuck her back in. It's so loud. It's unbearable. Sultan Ro shook Huyaya's shoulder, almost pleading. Huyaya clutched the crystal ball in her hand and looked at her thoughtfully. A ghost of a smile followed. I suddenly have a great idea. Huyaya opened her mouth and then sent the crystal ball in her hand directly to Su Danro's body. Su Danro only felt an emptiness of consciousness, then was directly sucked in. Two souls appeared in midair after that. Sutanu? What the hell? She'd forgotten that second senior sister was a nervous wreck sometimes. It wasn't as outrageous as big sisters, but occasionally it came to a head. Huyaya's hands grabbed in the air and just like that, she grabbed the souls of Jiang Ningxian and Su Danro. Then he placed Jiang Ningxian's soul in Su Danro's body. Su Danro's soul was then placed in Jiang Ningxian's body. With that, the two bodies just moved. Su Danro, played by Jiang Ningxian, exclaims in surprise. I've become Ro. She was seen reaching down and grabbing at her thighs. Zoe's body turned out to be so soft. He. Let me see if Zoe is still a pure girl. With that said, Sultan Ro explored her hand again. Jiang Ningxian, Su Danro, watching her movements, reaches out in alarm to stop her. Don't touch weird places, but it's still a step too late. Just see Su Danro smile with satisfaction. Well protected. I haven't used anyone else's body to stick it to Master. Master, come here. Su Danro poked out her arms, then directly rushed to hug her master's neck. Her watery lips were slightly puckered and her expression was very open and bold. Never the restrained passivity of Pixel Danzu herself. This was completely different from the Su Danro that Chen Xianyi saw on normal days. It's just so contrasting. Chapter 158, A Different Feeling, Punishment. No, I haven't even put much of a sticker on it yet. Jiang Ningxian, Su Danzhou, is anxious to see her body being wrecked in such a way. Arriving at his master's side, Jiang Ningxian directly pulled his master aside. You did this to my body. Then don't blame me. Jiang Ningxian, Su Danro, exasperated at Su Danro. Then with his hands cupping his master's face, he kissed him quickly. Chen Xianyi looked at that familiar face leaning over it the first moment and didn't even remember to stop it. After all, this is what his dawn guard looks like. Chen Xianyi was also the first to smell the fragrance of the vivacious scents on his eldest disciple. Although it was a familiar touch of a familiar person, the other person's reaction was very different. If it was with Jiang Ningxian himself, Jiang Ningxian would definitely hug his back tightly at this time. But the current Jiang Ningxian was introverted and embarrassed to hug her tightly, while acting extremely rusty, because her inner self is Sudanju. Jiang Ningxian, Su Danzhou, still in the first time so bold to experience kissing with the master. It felt really, very different. Although it was a bit unpleasant to have one's body switched, it didn't feel too bad to borrow this skin and stick it to the master. If it wasn't for the special circumstances at hand, she would have been too embarrassed to do this on a normal day in any case. But, while everything is good, it just feels like I'm being green by myself. Now was he kissing master teacher? Or was eldest sister kissing master teacher? Only after a few more moments does Jiang Ningxian, Su Danro, slowly release her master's neck. Because of her shyness, a noticeable flush surfaced on her fair and delicate cheeks. The slender legs also unnaturally twisted together, hands behind her back, too shy to raise her head. Chen Xianyi looked at Jiang Ningxian in front of him and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This contrasting sense of introverted shyness of Jiang Ningxian was something that Chen Xianyi would never see on a regular basis. If it was Jiang Ningxian himself, he would definitely want to do it again at this time, or hug him and keep pampering him. This shy look that is so shy that she is embarrassed to look at herself and has her hands behind her back. It's just great, isn't it? That's my turn. Su Danro, Jiang Ningxian, came to the master's body and smiled playfully. Then he couldn't wait to kiss his master. But Jiang Ningxian, Su Danrao, stops her and doesn't let her have her way. No, my body can't withstand the scourge of someone as coarse and nervous as you, Jiang Ningxian said with great resistance. Su Danro quit this time and retorted furiously. You've kissed with my body. It's not fair. Both of them looked as if they were on the verge of flashing lightning between their eyes as neither of them was convinced. In the end, it was Huyaya who withdrew both of their souls. Okay, stop. Then Huyaya put each of the two souls back into their original positions. Jiang Ningxian, who had regained his body, sighed with a face full of loss. It's a shame. He saw Jiang Ningxian touch his lips with his hand. And the temperature. Su Danro held her body with some afterthought, as if she had been spoiled by the eldest disciple. Huyaya had a bellyful of satisfaction at this point. What a way for her to have fun. That said, she still didn't know what it was like to manipulate her master's body. With that in mind, Huyaya ghostly looked at the master. Then he threw the crystal ball when his master wasn't looking. But the imagined situation didn't happen. It was then that Chen Xianyi grabbed the crystal ball with one hand before looking at Huyaya with nuclear kindness. Even dare to tease your master? The second disciple is having a blast. How dare you even play with him? Why? It's not useful to master? Huyaya said in puzzled surprise. This soul regeneration crystal orb of his own was able to take in even those who were a few minor realms higher than him. Master's current realm should be similar to hers. Surprisingly, it failed completely. Chen Xianyi said confidently. Because I am your master. All your moves are left over from my play. The disciples' gong methods. Chen Xuanyi had all blended in. Want to use his gongfu against him? That's still too naive. Huyaya at this time also realized that he was in trouble, and immediately wiped his feet and wanted to escape. Retreat. Chen Xian reached out and grabbed the long fox tail behind her. Disrespecting your master is punishable, Chen Xianyi said with a somewhat evil expression. Huyaya begged for mercy. Punishment. Tonic wow QWQ. A few minutes later, Hia was half suspended in the air by ribbons. The legs, dressed in thick white silk up to the thighs, drooped helplessly in mid-air. Those pink pupils were still looking beyond, praying at the foxtail behind herself. Disciple is wrong. Master, please spare my disciple. Don't. Master, don't. She couldn't help but beg for mercy. The culprit, Chen Xianyi, was currently holding a water cup and continuously pouring water on her tail. The hairs on Huyaya's tail couldn't help but fling them off once they came into contact with the water stains. But now she was caught by the tail. And not only could she not shake it off, she could not even lick her tongue. As a fox demon clan, Huyaya had inherited some of the habits of the demon clan. It's just hard to accept that your fur is getting wet. As long as the knots were stained, she couldn't resist the urge to straighten them out. Now that she was not allowed to care for it, it was dry for her to look at. And even dripping and nodding back and forth, it was tormenting her to the core. Know what's wrong? Chen Xianyi asked in a slightly serious manner. In fact, when the 9 disciples were still young, Chen Xianyi had urged the younger disciples to cultivate in order to urge them to do so, but without being too harsh. So according to the preferences of each of the 9 disciples, a punishment was developed that was unique to them. This water-dripping punishment method is tailor-made for the second disciple. Huyaya gasped and said somewhat feebly, wrong, disciple really knows it's wrong. Disciple will serve master in the future. And in the future, as long as master doesn't call out to stop, the square or the hall I can do it. Chen Xianyi couldn't help his hand shaking as he held the water cup. Row a ghost. Master doesn't have this kind of hobby. Forget it, seeing as you realize your mistake too. Chen Xianyi retorted with a strange expression, then reached out and set Huyaya down. It's still early in the day, and you can continue practicing for the rest of the day. After all, the time spent practicing cannot be wasted. Otherwise it would be a waste of time. Chapter 159, Disciples break through and go to the beach. After releasing Huyaya from the rope, Chen Xianyi continued to guide the disciples in their cultivation. Huyaya continued to consolidate her cultivation, while Jiang Ningxian had just arrived at the peak of the first sky of Yuaning stage. At the Yuaning stage, breaking through each of the heavens was no longer as easy as it was originally. The more talented a cultivator was, the more cultivation spirit energy they needed to break through. Although the disciples' talents were heaven-defying, they had not yet reached the level of the master teacher, who was so powerful that he was not only heaven-defying but also outrageous. So just spitting out spirit stones wasn't enough. It also needed to be paired with enough pills. In order to make Jiang Ningxian's breakthrough a bit easier, Chen Xianyi and Su Danro worked together to refine the Yuaning stage breakthrough pills. During the time of alchemy, Su Danro once again gifted Chen Xuanyi with a few spirit-boosting pills. This was something she had refined alone last night, and she was still persevering in her cultivation without her master's company. Master, these pills are for you. She handed the elixir to Chen Xuanyi as if nothing had happened. Chen Xianyi, on the other hand, looked at the elixir in her hand this time with some trepidation. He was not worried that the disciple would harm him, but after having the experience of the last time, he knew that the disciple had added some small ingredients to this elixir. I'm sure the third disciple still doesn't know what this little ingredient does. It's only fair to think of a way to warn her yourself. Zoe, are you sure this potion is genuine? Chen Xianyi said with a gentle smile, because this kind of small material was more difficult to talk about. If he said it too bluntly, Chen Xuanyi was worried that the innocent Ro would be shy, so it's expressed in a euphemistic way. Where can you find a master who cares so much about the mental health of his disciples? Su Danro appeared to have not understood her master's reminder and said with great confidence, I specialize in refining pills. 8th grade alchemist. Can I give my master raw pills? Eat as much as you like. Master, it's wrapped in sweetness. That was true of her. When she was little, in order to make Jiang Ningxian take the pills, she developed the habit of adding some sugar to any pills. It's still really sweet in your mouth. It's this dialogue that makes you think she's a melon seller if you don't know. Then, the master will take it. Chen Xianyi ultimately chose to accept it, and did not tell Su Danro directly about the pill spiking. It's better to find an opportunity to express it in some other euphemism. After the master and disciple had refined the Yuaning stage breakthrough pills together, Jiang Ningxian had broken through to the Yuaning stage second stage with the help of Chen Xianyi. The third disciple, Su Danru, hadn't slacked off on her workouts during this period of time, and had similarly broken through to the second level of the Yuaning stage a few hours later. Chen Xianyi took the three disciples to digest and consolidate their new strength, and by now the time had come to the afternoon. After completing the breakthrough in one breath, Jiang Ningxian was clearly a bit distracted now. She peered down through the window of the practice room. The view out the window was of a blue-colored sky, and the feeling was exhilarating. Below was a green ocean with several reefs and small islands floating in the sea. The beach mapped the sun, creating a golden sandy beach with coconut leaves moving in the wind every now and then, making for a very pleasant scene. You could even smell the salty sea breeze through the windows of the practice room. Jiang Ningxian's eyes were glowing as he looked outside. This is what freedom feels like. Master, let's go out and play. We've practiced enough today. Jiang Ningxian immediately jumped up from the ground and waved at his master. Chen Xianyi walked over to her side and looked towards the bottom. It's the beach. No wonder you're so excited. But what's so fun about the beach? Chen Xianyi said tastelessly. This important time is not as real as practicing. Jiang Ningxian waved his hands violently in the air and explained in a colorful manner. Have fun. Can fish. You can play in the water. And you can race. Play in the sand. How does any of this sound like a game that a monk would enjoy? In the hearts of mortals, cultivators must be the kind of people who are high up in the world, bent on seeking the way, and tasteless to the boring games of the mortal world. How could any monk idly go to the beach for a vacation? This style doesn't look like something that would be found in a metaphysical world of deceit. After Jiang Ningxian finished recounting the contents of the game, she became a bit anxious when she saw that her master was still not interested. She was seen to probe her hand to the area at her collar and pull down hard, revealing part of the edge of her peak. Master can still see us in our bathing suits. Jiang Ningxian leaned towards his master's body and said with a serious face, Chen Xianyi, bathing suit? Who would be interested in how their disciple looks in a bathing suit? But he would be interested in how his dogs look in their bathing suits. Ahem. The three of you have successively broken through the second level of the Yuaning stage. In recognition of your cultivation efforts, just play a little bit. But you can't play for too long. The trip to the demon state must not be delayed. Chen Xianyi said with a stern, serious face. The golden-winged rock's speed was obviously slightly slower than when it first left. Guess it gets tired too. Resting for a little while, letting the golden-winged rock recover its strength. The travel time might not be too far off if it was rushing at full speed. Besides, Lang Yanran had said that this divine beast was her only mount, so he would be in trouble if he got exhausted. So it's still necessary to give him a break. Hu Yiya walked in front of her master. A tender hand touched her master's face, and smiled demonically and evilly. Master was just rewarding us, and definitely didn't want to see the bathing suits, right? Chen Xianyi turned his head somewhat stiffly, his forehead sweating. Jiang Ningxian directly jumped up in excitement after hearing his master's agreement. Long live the master. Let's go change into our bathing suits. With that, she quickly left the practice room. It was as if it would melt if it stayed for a while. After Huyaya flirtatiously threw a wink at her master, she also turned around and went to change her clothes. Su Danru was at this point standing in place, somewhat at a loss for words. Chen Xianyi stepped forward and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Zoe? Don't you want to play?" Su Danru shook her head, her eyes yearning. "Although it's a bit immodest to go and play during the time of cultivation, I still want to play with senior sisters. It's just that I didn't bring my bathing suit." "Who'd have thought you'd bring a bathing suit to the demon state?" Eldest sister and second eldest sister clearly planned to come and play. She, on the other hand, hadn't even expected this part. Even the change of clothes in the storage ring didn't have the habit of bringing a bathing suit. A little while later both big sister and second sister changed into nice bathing suits, and she was still in this light, thin dress. I'm sure master's eyes were drawn away by those two chimeras. I'm sure I won't be competitive in the future. I had thought of leaving precious memories for master. Damn the two senior sisters for taking away her precious memories with her master. When we get to the beach, we'll bury them as corpses. Thinking about it, Su Danru's expression became more and more horrible. Just then, Huyaya suddenly shouted at Su Danru, "Zoe, I have some extra bathing suits here. Come over and try them on. Sister is definitely the best creature in the world." Coming. Sultan Ro's expression burst with joy as she turned around and chased towards Huyaya. Chapter 160, The Feeling of First Love. Changing swimsuits. The disciples all went to change into their swimsuits, and Chen Xianyi also changed into a pair of swim trunks in order to cater to the atmosphere. He then first went outside the palace alone and waited for the disciples to change their clothes. I have to say, it's extraordinarily time-consuming for a girl to change her clothes. After waiting for half a day, I didn't see any intention of coming out at all. If you don't know, you'd think the bathing suits were made from scratch. Chen Xian was bored in all directions for the first time, and eventually even began to meditate and cultivate. After running for a few weeks, the sound of footsteps finally came from the doorway. It was then that the eldest disciple, Jiang Ningxian, finally appeared first. She pushed open the door of the room in the great hall with a wide open hand, then excitedly and quickly came to Qin Xian's body. Then he spun around in front of Qin Xianyi's body, showing off his unique swimsuit. "How was it? Didn't disappoint, master?" Jiang Ningxian said with a playful smile, revealing her silver white teeth. The way she flashed her cheerful smile was very lively and cute. Chen Xianyi nonchalantly scrutinized her. The color scheme of the top half of the bathing suit is red and white, a very classic cool style for the beach. The bottom half is also a very classic swim trunk with the same red and white color scheme, but in what seems like a classic and ordinary swimsuit. It's all extra different on the curvy woman. Red and white knee plus Jiang Ningxian unique fire red hair. This moment she is simply synonymous with youthful beauty. It's very lively. "Oh, it goes well with you." Chen Xianyi nodded in admiration. To have such a lively temperament, there would be no one else but his eldest disciple. After Jiang Ningxian heard his master's praise, he was not as excited as always, but instead, he puckered his lips somewhat gamely. "Every time my master uses this kind of universal method to praise me, I can't see any sincerity at all." Chen Xianyi was of course praising from the bottom of his heart, because Jiang Ningxian was really lively and cute with a wow body. However, he had just been promoted from a complete straight man of steel not too long ago, so he really wasn't very good at complimenting girls. So in the end, every time you praise a disciple, it's this kind of seemingly inoffensive remark. A disciple like Jiang Ningxian, who had not been favored by his master for a long time, was happy to hear these kinds of words once in a while, even if they were inferior. But over time, there will eventually be a sensitivity unique to girls. It's easy to think, if you praise me with such simple words, then you might be sincere when you praise Huyaya. This kind of jealousy. Chen Xianyi's brain was racing at this moment, almost thinking through the vocabulary in his mind as he opened his mouth expressionlessly. "Xianer, your body shape is like a shocking, graceful as a swimming dragon, glorious as an autumn chrysanthemum, gorgeous as a spring pine, seemingly outpatient if a light cloud covers the moon, floating in the air if a flowing wind returns to the snow, walking like a lingbo microsteps, luo stockings." "Stop, stop, stop, master stop." Jiang Ningxian hurriedly covered his master's mouth as he listened to his master's praise that was like a human machine. Why is master suddenly reciting a poem? She can't understand wow at all, but the way the master recited the poem for her, he really was caring for her in a very big way. She could also feel her master's heart. She let go of her master, then wrapped her arms around him and pressed her head against his shoulder in earnest. "I was actually just kidding. I'm already happy that master teacher can praise me, so don't be burdened. Master, you can praise me in any way you want." The way Jiang Ningxian pretends to be angry from time to time is even more like the object of his first love that only exists in the teenager's memory. Especially Jiang Ningxian's body, from time to time, also exudes that like the first love, indescribable unique aroma. It simply made Chen Xianyi love him even more. Chen Xianyi reached out and stroked Jiang Ningxian's head. I love you, Xianer. Looking at Jiang Ningxian, he couldn't help but say something. Jiang Ningxian looked up in surprise and revealed a very happy expression. Master teacher unexpectedly would say this to her. Why did master suddenly confess to me? I wasn't even ready. Is this considered a compliment? Xianer loves Master Xian the most too. Jiang Ningxian responded in a bit of a panic, then quickly planted a kiss on his master's cheek. Although they had been together for a while, this was still the first time that Shizuan had seriously confessed his love for her. It made her unable to stop her heart from beating faster and happy as hell. She'd waited a long time for those words, and that wish was surprisingly fulfilled today. Thinking back to the time when he met with his master not too long ago, he was clearly still so shy then. The current master was completely groomed to be her favorite type. Nope, it would be better to say that whatever Shizuku becomes is her favorite type. Can't stand it. Love it. Love it. Jiang Ningxian hugged his master's arm, his delicate cheeks constantly pressing against his master's shoulder. The intensity of that love was almost overflowing into a solid body. Just as Jiang Ningxian was enjoying his master's affection, another figure walked out from the entrance of the palace. What made this figure different from Jiang Ningxian was that her body was wrapped in a thick layer of cloth, and she did not put her swimsuit on display. The ears on the top of her head and the fox's tail behind her revealed themselves from the cloth. Clearly the features of a second disciple. Chen Xianyi looked at Huyaya's outfit unexpectedly. He had never seen such a restrained Huyaya before. Usually Huyaya, if not outside at home, hate to simply not wear. Not to mention a deserted overseas place like this with only a few of them now. It's suspicious plus strange. He saw Huyaya slowly walk up to Master Teacher, a pair of fox eyes looking at Master Teacher with interest. She grabbed her hands on the cloth she was wrapped in and said in an unmistakably sultry manner, Master, everyone has to wear clothes. Some for others, some for themselves. At that, she violently pulled the cloth off her hand with force and threw it away. I, on the other hand, only wear it for master. Huyaya's action really gave Chen Xianqi a whole won't. The sudden seductive language plus movements directly gave Chen Xianyi in situ control. What Huyaya wore on her upper body was not the usual cool swimsuit for the beach, but a pink halter swimsuit. The swimsuit also had a pair of fox eyes drawn on the chest area, which looked like she had designed it herself. Since I came to the beach in a bathing suit, I didn't have to worry about getting naked at all. And, of course, wearing swim trunks. That long fox tail then stretched out along the opening behind her, waving in the air with abandon. The swimsuit with the fox ears and tail is very interesting. Normal wear has no adverse effect. Normal wear without adverse effects. Normal wear without ill effects. Chapter 161 Deadly Question. Master's reply. Compared to Jiang Ningxian's first love-like feeling, Huyaya's extreme charm is equally hard to resist. Chen Xianyi didn't want to be a scumbag, but the girls were too proactive and didn't even care that he had a Dao partner. Who can top this? Chen Xianyi wiped his face, and as much as possible, he would lock eyes with Huyaya so that he could soothe his heart. But the power of seduction in Huyaya's body not only existed in one place, even the pair of fox eyes seemed to be as charming as if they would take in people's souls. Not to mention the fact that those beautiful eyes were looking at him with a smile on their face at the moment. In the end, Chen Xianyi had to look at the ground with his eyes, his fingertips picking at his cheeks, and said in a less than natural manner, Yeah, that's too much. Huyaya listened with a puzzled face. Hands on the sling enough dog. Unknown. Exaggerate? This swimsuit is obviously very wrapping. I'm not even showing my waist. Master, you wouldn't even be jealous if I was seen by your own disciple, would you? After Huyaya's words, she smiled and stepped forward to wrap her arms around her master teacher. It was surprising how possessive master was of her. It's such a happy feeling. Jiang Ningxian looked sideways at this scene and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. By exaggerated, master should not be referring to this bathing suit. Why can a fox demon be so big? That's a little out of line. A little bit jealous. Master, which one of us has the better swimsuit? Jiang Ningxian puffed out his little mouth and asked his master teacher. Huyaya also looked at Chen Xianyi with interest, waiting for his reply. As soon as Chen Xian heard this question, he was stunned. Asked this question in front of two dogs. No less terrifying than who do you save first when your mom and I fall in the water? Whichever side you choose, the other side will be jealous and unhappy. But if the answer is that they all look good, then it seems a bit too perfunctory. I'm sure you won't get full marks no matter how you answer. Just as Chen Xianyi was running his brain at speed to find a solution, Sultan Ro also changed into her swimsuit at this time and walked out from the entrance of the palace, breaking the tranquility in the air. She didn't run to her master to show off her costume as quickly as the two sisters did. Instead, he took small, bare feet and took small, formal steps to the master, even kept a distance out of shyness. Above her beautiful eyes she wore a pair of large round glasses with thin rims and large lenses. It looks a little cute all over her face, while still having a literary vibe. Her somewhat evasive and shy eyes fit perfectly with the glasses, as if she were a young girl who had just stepped out of a library. Master. Fit? She wilted and whispered, her girlish, clear voice tantalizing. Chen Xianyi was able to take a break from the question he had just asked, and his eyes sized her up carefully. Suthanu was wearing a classic deadstock water swimsuit, a swimsuit that just about covered as much of the important parts as possible, since the crowd was in mid-air, perhaps because they were closer to the sun. Those white, well-proportioned legs seemed to shimmer under the sun's rays, because she was wearing a swimsuit prepared by Hu Yaya. The upper part of the place looked a bit loose on her. It fits super. Chen Xianyi nodded and said very seriously, swimsuit glasses girl race high. Sultan Ro got the affirmation from her master, and only then did she relax a bit. She smoothed her purple hair behind her and gave a faint smile. Jiang Ningxian interrupted with some dissatisfaction at this time. Master, don't even think about digressing. I'll ask you anew, which of the three of us is better looking? Now that there was an additional competitor, she had to modify the contest. Su Danro was likewise very interested in looking at her master, waiting for his reply. Perhaps in the eyes of a girl, such questions are vital. After all, girls love to dress up and adorn themselves for half a day, and at the end of the day, they still crave real affirmation and compliments. Once Chen Xian heard this, his expression became even more tearful. What's with the escalation of this question? One could say it's gone from, who do you save first when your mom and I fall in the water, to something like, who do you save first when your mom and dad and I both fall in the water? Why are they all so happy to fall in the water? After Chen Xianyi carefully pondered for a while, he finally found the most suitable answer for the moment from it. He took a deep breath before speaking. Xian's swimsuit is lively, fun and youthful, blending in with her well-proportioned and perfect body shape. Definitely the cutest and most vivid girl. Yaya's swimsuit with that unique demonic feature is simply flattering to the extreme, and the ultra-short skirt with the ocean background adds a bit of youthful beauty to it. Zoe's stunningly beautiful eyes paired with her round glasses are simply the best match, and the deadstock water swimsuit makes the pure emotion even more intense, the object of all the boys' adoration. To summarize, each of you is the most beautiful. Sincerely, sincerity is the best surefire way. With such a question of certain death, Chen Xianyi accurately complimented each of the disciples, taking out what boys call the strongest sincerity muster. To directly boast that everyone is the most beautiful would be very perfunctory, and the disciples would inevitably lose heart. But what if, before that, the beauty of each was definitely analyzed before saying the last paragraph? Then the passage will seem less important, because Chen Xianyi gave everyone the best praise. As expected, after Chen Xuanyi's words fell, none of the three disciples were even angry. Not only did he not look at him with a bulging mouth, instead, he was smiling and cupping his cheeks, still reveling in his master's praise. Everyone's emotions are running high. Jiang Ningxian, master praised me for being the cutest girl. Hu Yaya, master praised me for being the most charming woman. Su Danro, master praised me for being the most pure-hearted girl. Each of the three were so immersed in their master's compliments to their east that they simply couldn't help themselves. As for the master's final comment that all three were beautiful, it was all completely unimportant in their minds, because none of the compliments were more than enough to attract them before. Chen Xianyi watched the reactions of the three disciples and finally relaxed and wiped his face. It's really not easy to have multiple Taoists at the same time. If you don't have enough brains, you will easily be disliked by them all. Fortunately for Chen Xianyi, his emotional intelligence was still enough to use most of the time. Even if it's not high, it's not so high that it's completely down. I believe it should be enough with more exercise. Chen Xuanyi had a premonition that this kind of thing was feared to occur again in the future with no guarantee. If you want to capture the adoration of multiple dojos at the same time, you have to satisfy the heart of each dojo. Chapter 162, Can't Swim? Apply Sunscreen Ointment. Diving. Jiang Ningxian walked onto the wings of the golden-winged rock, looking at the swirling waters below. Without a moment's hesitation, she directly leapt and swooped down towards the bottom. Because they were all cultivators, this height was not enough to scare them at all. Having received a satisfactory answer from the mouth of their master, the crowd went into a state of amusement. Hu Yaya and Su Danro both leapt off the back of the golden-winged rock one after another as well. Chen Xuanyi patted the golden-winged rock's head, signaling him to find a random place to dock, then jumped off as well. The wet and salty sea breeze blew softly on Chen Xianyi's body, looking down at the magnificent azure sea below in mid-air, the rough waves lapping at the shoreline of the small island, and the sparkling ocean flooded with golden sunlight. Not far away from the seascape island is lush and green. The island's sandy beach is as white as snow, delicate and soft, and the sea. There are also colorful coral reefs surrounding the island. adding even more color filters. It was also the first time that Chen Xianyi had gone to the beach in the Xian fantasy world, so he looked extra carefully. If it weren't for the company of the disciples, I'm sure today would have been just a mediocre rush, but it was the presence of the disciples that made the day different and lively. Perhaps it was Chen Xianyi who was saving his disciples' lives, but they were likewise saving his boring life. The crowd's high fall was so fast that in the blink of an eye there were 4 splashes on the waves. Hu Ye and Su Danro poked their heads out of the sea one after another. Chen Xianyi also floated on the surface of the sea. After waiting for a while, there was only one other figure that didn't appear. Bubbles even bulged on the surface of the sea. Chen Xianyi. A moment later, Zhang Ningxian was seen violently scurrying out of the sea and spitting a large mouthful of seawater towards Chen Xuanyi's face. I didn't know how to swim, Sigma. It won't float at all if you don't utilize your spiritual power. Zhang Ningxian said with great surprise. The 2 disciples and Chen Xianyi were both very speechless as they looked at her expression. What kind of monk still doesn't know how to swim? And you're the one who shouted to come to the beach to play most cheerfully just now. And you didn't even know you couldn't swim? Although the way mortals swam couldn't do it for Zhang Ningxian, cultivators had their ways. She worked her spiritual energy and stepped on the sea level with ease. Then, like a surfboard, he sped toward the island beach. Chen Xianyi and the others similarly revved up their spiritual energy and quickly chased after them. Arriving at the beach, Chen Xianyi couldn't help but burst out laughing when he looked at Zhang Ningxian, who had buried himself in the sand with a face of enjoyment. I've never seen any metaphysical novel that's so laid back. Maybe that's where reality and fiction have provenance. It's not like their novels, after all. ****. Hu Ye shook the water stains from her fur vigorously when she came ashore. Then with a casual grab of one hand in his mouth, his spirit power slashed at the coconut tree a few times and a beach chair was made right out of it. It's just convenient for monks to travel. Hu Ye took out her sunglasses from her storage ring and then directly lay down on the chair. Soothing exclamations. Ah, cool. Eldest sister has kind of proposed a proper thing today. Su Danro squatted next to Zhang Ningxian's sand and covered the castle directly on the sand on her. Hu Ye waved at Chen Xianyi at this time. Master, come here. As soon as Chen Xian walked up to her, he saw her hand out a jar of ointment. What is this? Chen Xianyi asked doubtfully. Hu Ye rolled over on the sun lounger and plopped down on it, then pulled the hem of her bathing suit upward. I saw it when I was shopping earlier, and I heard that it can isolate the sun and make your skin lighter when you apply it. If Chen Xianyi hadn't guessed correctly, this thing should be called sunscreen? Is there such a thing in this world too? Besides, why do you, a monk, need to apply this kind of stuff too? Yeah. Are you sure this thing is useful for cultivators? Chen Xianyi asked, feeling amused. Of course it doesn't work. My skin changes directly to my thoughts. Hu Ye resumed without even thinking. As a flirtatious fox demon with the power of natural seduction, it wasn't difficult to change her appearance. Skin tanning is even less likely. Why put it on if it doesn't work? Chen Xianyi was now 10,000 times puzzled, not knowing what Hu Ye she was thinking. Hu Ye plopped down on the sun lounger and twisted her head around to look at her master teacher with a flirtatious smile. Those slender legs danced back and forth in midair. It was all on display for the master to see. It's useless, but doesn't master want to help me apply it? Hu Ye said in an incomparably flirtatious manner. Her voice line seemed to be trying to take in the hearts of the people. Although it wasn't said in his ear, the enchanting voice seemed as if it was blowing in his ear. Chen Xianyi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Actually, this sunscreen may not be useless for monks. After all, even if you are a monk, if you don't take care of your skin, it is possible to get darker. When it turns black, you need to use psychic power to get rid of it. It's not easy for a monk to save up some spiritual energy. It's also somewhat useful. Ahem. Since we're here to play at the beach, this part naturally can't be missing. You and lie down. For the teacher will not only practice, but also a little massage. Chen Xianyi said confidently. A massage is nothing more than applying pressure to several points and important parts of a person's body. And as a top cultivator, he naturally knew the human body like the back of his hand. Massage is also a breeze. Hu Ye obediently lowered her legs to lie down, then rested her arms on her chin. Disciples are ready, so let's begin. Master. She gave a very playful smile. On this rare opportunity to vacation with her master, she had to make the most important memories for him to be able to do so. Although she had already gained her master's favor, but with so many Dao couples around her master, what if she didn't fight to leave precious memories behind? And what if she was forgotten in the future? Even if it is to become the harem of the master, then also when the most favored one. As for any sunscreen salve, hey, she made it all up. How in the world can anyone sell this stuff? The scheming phantom fox demon. Chen Xianyi first carefully touched her waist. He applied part of the ointment to his fingertips, then covered it with his spiritual energy and began to attack some of her acupoints, from the waist up to the back and finally attacking the shoulder area. Chen Xianyi's eyes were serious. It was as if he had become a Buddha in the flesh at this moment, precisely massaging each of the cultivator's key acupoints. Chapter 163 Massage by the Sea. Relaxing Vacation. He has even used his method to improve the massage to an amazing limit. After this set of processes, Huyaya only felt that her body was incredibly light. She could even feel that the spiritual energy in her body was running extraordinarily smoothly. All the 5 organs and meridians feel like they have been revitalized. This was not an ordinary massage at all, which was no less beneficial to cultivators than cultivation. It's simply amazing that Master Teacher even knows how to do this. Wait, the Master's father was so skillful in massaging her. He wouldn't have already massaged many female cultivators, would he? How else would you know so much about a female practitioner's body? Although she wasn't the jealous type, she was still a bit offended. There it is, the inexplicable angry psychology of girls. He saw Huyaya bend his leg, then kicked at his master's chest. It was as if he was venting his anger. At this time, Chen Xianyi naturally didn't know that Huyaya was jealous and directly grabbed her ankle in a smooth manner. It was an unexpected touch that made her bite down. Well, after massaging the upper part, Chen Xianyi began to start massaging the remaining acupoints. The legs are the foundation of the body's flexibility and contain countless important acupuncture points. Chen Xianyi naturally wanted a good massage and would not leave every important point. After another moment, when this set of processes was completely finished, Huyaya only felt the sensation that the acupoints of her entire body had been opened. The body had never been lighter, and there was a sense of relief at having lived a new life. It's as if all the previous ones were lived in vain. She was now comfortable and completely free of resentment. Even if her master had once given a 10,000 female cultivators a massage, the current her would have complimented her master on her good fortune. Just as she was emptying her mind of the excellent enjoyment, suddenly her foxtail was grabbed. She twisted her head in confusion and realized that it was her master who was grabbing her by the fox's tail. Just listen to Chen Xianyi say. Yaha is a fox demon whose body also has a few extra points. Don't worry, master will do it all, Chen Xianyi said with great confidence, and then didn't even put down his tail massage. He had practiced this martial art. What a pity not to give his disciples a good practical fight. After another while, eventually, Chen Xianyi even relaxed even her tail while ears all over again. This time, Huyaya, not to mention having resentment and jealousy, even forget to think cleanly. The entire fox demon relaxed and almost collapsed into the sun lounger. Master, the most favorite. She spat the words out almost subconsciously. Chen Xianyi rubbed his somewhat tired wrist and let out a satisfied sigh. Just now he had really devoted himself to the massage work, not at all distracted by the fact that it was a woman's delicate body. Mostly because I'm worried something will happen if I get distracted. Just then, Zhang Ningxian was attracted by what was happening over here. The master's hands were swinging like a phantom. Very curious, she crawled out of the sand with one hard push. Because he's up, it directly collapsed the sandcastle that Sadanju had built. Sodenru, my castle, wow, oh, Tiomegati, oh. Zhang Ningxian ran to his master's side and asked with interest. What is master doing? Helping Yaya with a massage. Do you want to try it too? Chen Xianyi replied. Since he had helped the second disciple to unclog his meridians, it wasn't too bad to help the eldest disciple again. After all, Chen Xianyi had never been a biased master teacher. Zhang Ningxian looked down at Huyaya. Huyaya was near paralyzed on the sun lounger, her hands relaxed and drooping in midair, and in the eyes of the uninformed, the scene was extremely appalling. Zhang Ningxian didn't know what was happening and couldn't help but shiver as he watched the scene. This scene is more terrifying than cultivation. It's a little scary. Let's just forget about it. Zhang Ningxian resisted and shook his head. Chen Xianyi sighed with a slight sense of regret. Alright then. After strolling around this side enough, Zhang Ningxian turned around and ran to Su Danro's side again. Then he took her hand and ran towards the beach. Go, Zoe, senior sister will take you fishing. Zhang Ningxian was clearly having a good time and spoke excitedly. Seeing the two of them come to the ocean, Zhang Ningxian rolled out 2 fishing rods out of thin air, then threw them directly into the sea. But without fishing for much longer, Zhang Ningxian got bored and then simply had a water fight with Su Danro on the beach. The two of them were overflowing with each other's splashes, and this scene was extraordinarily heartwarming for Chen Xianyi to watch. Even though he had just massaged without any distractions, how could he not have left a memory? Oops, forgot one thing. I'm afraid something will happen if we keep this up. I'm going to go somewhere else to calm down. With this in mind, Chen Xianyi took advantage of the disciples' inattention to sneak to the other side of the island. Huyaya had completely recovered her spirit after a short period of disorientation, and now she could be said to be 100 times more energetic. After all, The lapse in concentration she'd just experienced wasn't exhaustion. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that her master was actually sneaking away, so she spared a moment to chase after him. Chen Xianyi walked all the way to the edge of the beach and sat down, calming down as much as possible in a place where no one was around. That said, why didn't he take 2 male disciples in the first place? This coming out to play messed with his heart always beating faster without him realizing it. But come to think of it, if you take in male disciples, won't all the Taoists who came to the beach today to play with themselves be seen? It's better not to take it. Absolutely, positively not to take it. Forget about the female disciples. 9 disciples is more than enough for now. A few more out, then he won't be able to keep busy. Busy refers to teaching the practice. Chen Xianyi hadn't calmed his mood for long before there was the sound of feet stepping on sand beside him. What is master doing here alone? Hu Yaya asked with a suspicious face. For master. As soon as Qin Xian saw her walk up to him, he stumbled and didn't know where to start. You can't tell her that you're looking for an unoccupied place to cool off because you can't help but have a crush on them, can you? It's humiliating. Wow. Although Chen Xuani didn't say why, Hu Yaya guessed the reason just by looking at her master's appearance. Oh, so that's how it is, said Hu Yaya meaningfully. So what? Master didn't say anything. Chen Xianyi had the feeling of being seen through and hastily retorted. The feeling of being a master but always being able to have one's mind read by one's disciple was very humiliating. Hu Yaya half-kneeled in front of Chen Xianyi's body, standing with her arms crossed in front of her chest, and said very apologetically, "It's all Yaya's fault that Fong made master massage. It's Yaya's negligence. The senior sisters are all playing on the other side right now. They shouldn't notice here. So master, come on. Chapter 164 Ocean Scenery. Looking for master? Come on, what? Chen Xian's pupils couldn't help but widen upon hearing this. Looking at her with great surprise, Hu Yaya licked her red lips and pressed her cheek in the direction of her master. Seeing that her master didn't hide, she simply kissed him. Hu Yaya's pair of thin hands reached out and hugged her master's back tightly. There was only a stunningly beautiful face left under Qin Xianyi's eyes. Nothing else could fit. At this moment, his sight was not only occupied by Hu Yaya, but even his heart was hooked away in general. The incomparable aroma almost filled his whole world, and Chen Xianyi's brain directly emptied out. Not long after, Hu Yaya's waist arched slightly and her cheeks burned slightly. Hu Yaya slowly let go of the master in front of her, her eyes incomparably mesmerized as she looked at her master. Then she slowly stood up. Master, this side isn't safe either. Come over here, she said in a soft voice, then walked towards the pile of reefs on the beach. Chen Xianyi hesitated briefly before following suit. Attach another picture of Hu Yaya. Photo submissions are welcome at. Time passes in playfulness. The crowd had come out to play when the sun would have been at its thickest in the afternoon, and now that the sun was setting, the sea had created a scene of interlocking golds and yellows. Jiang Ningxian and Su Danro fished, played in the water, swam and surfed on the beach until now when they felt that they had enough fun and lay down on the beach to rest. They also realized something at this time. That's why Master and Hu Yaya have disappeared. That said, where did Master and Hu Yaya go? It's not supposed to go back, is it? Su Danro lay on all fours on the beach and asked the eldest senior sister beside her. Was it because the two of them were having too much fun for Master and Second World to get involved, so they got bored and went back first? Jiang Ningxian similarly posed in a large shape, lying in the sand with a face of enjoyment. Thinking back, I don't think so. Master never spoils the fun. Let's go look for it. The master never spoils the fun with such things. If it's time to play, the master will also play with them painfully. She loved her master who played happily together, because seeing him happy made him feel happy from the bottom of his heart. With that, the two men rose from the beach and felt their way toward the other side of the island. The two walked together to the other side of the island, and looking around neither found any figure. Reluctantly, the two tried to look more closely, and after groping around, they finally saw towards the back of a reef. The two had just come to a place not far away from the group of reefs when they suddenly heard the voice of a master teacher behind them greeting the two. Xianer, Zoe, what are you looking for? Chen Xianyi waved towards the two with a somewhat strange expression, and he was accompanied by Hu Yaya. Jiang Ningxian was startled by the sudden voice. Sigma, Master, you walk without a sound. Really? Of course I was looking for you guys. Jiang Ningxian turned around and looked at the two people, Master Teacher and Hu Yaya, who had suddenly appeared, and said with incomparable doubt. Sultan Ro walked to Hu Yaya's body, pushed her glasses with her hand, and asked with very cautious eyes. Yaya, what did you guys just do? Tell me the truth. Hu Yaya had her hands behind her back, and was imperceptibly arranging her swimsuit skirt. Her demeanor also revealed strangeness at every turn. Master and I just saw a super large oceanic beast. The body is up to 100 meters long and swims incredibly fast, Master and I were both interested, so we chased after it to have a look, but unfortunately didn't catch up and came back. Huya pursed her lips, and said with some heartfelt evasiveness in her eyes, all the while showing as much of a lost look as possible. It was as if he was genuinely feeling bad for not chasing the oceanic behemoth. After saying this, the expression was still a bit unfulfilled as he looked up at the master at his side. When Jiang Ningxian heard her words, he raised his spirit at the first moment and shouted with a face full of excitement. Really? Where? I want to see it too. Her eyes looked everywhere, her whole being full of interest. If you want to say what's the most mysterious thing about the ocean, it's its creatures. She hasn't seen it yet. Sutana sighed breathlessly. You're really good at fooling big sister. Not to mention whether or not there would be such a large oceanic beast appearing. Even if there was, then there was no way that it wouldn't be able to catch up with it if there was a master. Huya is clearly lying. You can tell just by looking at the demeanor. As for why the lie, that's really suspicious when you think about it. You're lying. How can there be this? Su Danro intended to poke through Huya's inferior deception, but before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Ningxian's voice suddenly interrupted her. Whoa! I saw it! It's right over there! Jiang Ningxian pointed to the ocean on the side of the crowd and said with a face full of surprise. The crowd all craned their heads to see that there really was a huge ocean fish, flopping out at sea level. Huge waves of water tumbled in midair. The fish was incredibly large. The fish looked somewhat similar to a whale, but it was more powerful and also much larger. It's more like a giant sea monster than saying he's an ocean beast. However, the crowd didn't feel the spiritual energy contained within it. It wasn't a demonic beast, just an ordinary creature. It's still true. Huya was stunned looking at the whales on that sea. Even Chen Xianyi's eyes widened. Su Danru was even more filled with disbelief. So Huya didn't lie to them. I'm the one who's being petty. With the evidence in front of her, even if Huya's words were doubtful, Sultan Ro had no way in not believing it. When Jiang Ningxian saw that a whale tumbling really appeared, he rushed out from his original position at the first opportunity. With Jiang Ningxian's current strength of Yuaning stage second sky, he arrived in the blink of an eye at this distance. As Chen Xianyi and the others watched from afar, they saw blazing flames tumbling in the air, and their heat waves could be felt even from this side. The flames soon burned bubbles out of the ocean, and the roaring red flames scorched the whale in no time. Jiang Ningxian probed into the ocean, lifted the whale's body with both hands, and threw it onto the beach with one hand. Then excitedly, he quickly ran to Chen Xian's body and said with a playful smile, Master Teacher, our dinner is ready. Chen Xianyi. So, you've been working hard? Chapter 165 Whale appears. Bonfire party. The camera pans out to show the crowd setting up a bonfire by the beach. By now the sun had gone down and the night seascape reflected the stars in the sky, outlawing the golden color that had been there not so long ago. The sea shimmered with a silvery glow, outlining a dreamlike image. Chen Xianyi simply disposed of the whale's corpse and placed it on the campfire for grilling. The crowd sat around the campfire, and it wasn't long before the aroma of fish and meat wafted out. Jiang Ningxian took a skewer of grilled meat and chewed it in his mouth before swallowing it down in one big gulp. A very soothing sound followed. Well, it's good to be alive. What kind of strange sentiment is that? Sultan Ro spat at her big sister, while taking a bite at the same time. She also wore a very happy expression afterward. Huya, on the other hand, carefully picked the fish and then gently blew warmth through her mouth, after which she used her chopsticks to clip it to her master's mouth. Chen Xianyi was not polite either, enjoying her ministration swallowing it in one gulp. Thanks Yaya. Chen Xianyi reached out and rubbed Yaya's head. This scene left Jiang Ningxian and Su Danro dumbfounded. There's no harm in not having a comparison. Huya is so understanding, always feel that there is nothing for them in the future. Jiang Ningxian even felt that her position as the main palace was not secure. The second senior sister had such a high emotional intelligence, she couldn't be a vase herself. Huya picked at the fish while chatting with the crowd. That said, it seems that in the past, all of our dinners were made by 7th senior sister. I don't know where she's gone now, either. The 7th senior sister had a hobby of cooking since she was a child. So much so that during their cultivation journey, they would enjoy the meals made by the 7th senior sister together when they were free. Looking back, it was all ages ago. Wherever it is, the master will get her back. Chen Xianyi said with firm eyes. The memories of the past washed over him scene by scene, and he didn't want the memories of himself and his disciples to just remain there. He also wanted to create more memories and make more stories with his disciples, practicing together and experiencing the future. Well, we trust you, the 3 disciples said in unison. The burning campfire mapped the light of a slight fire. The faces of the 3 disciples were illuminated by the firelight, and the hidden feeling was exquisite and moving. Together, the group ate barbecue by the campfire, watched the night sea view in moonlight, and gossiped about memories that were uniquely theirs. After playing almost Jiang Ningxian stretched out comfortably, his perfect figure showing in the moonlight. It's a lot of fun, but it does still seem a little chilly. If the senior sisters were all there, I'm sure it would be even more lively if all 10 of us played together. I also miss Shiryao a bit. Master, shall we continue walking? Jiang Ningxian turned around and said in such a rare and serious manner. Chen Xianyi thought she would stay on the beach for the night. I didn't expect to be so understanding as to take the initiative to speak up and propose a departure. The eldest disciple had still grown up, and knew in his heart that he was looking after his sisters and the situation at hand. In fact, what Chen Xianyi didn't realize was that perhaps even Jiang Ningxian's proposal to come out to play was because he was worried that his master was under too much pressure. So he was using his own methods to help relieve his master's pressure. After all, although the master teacher did not say anything on his lips, but in his heart, he was thinking about the safety of the rest of the disciples. And there were so many people behind him to guard. Even if he had even more strength, it was impossible for him to be without pressure. And it was unlikely that someone like Chen Xianyi, or any of the senior sisters, would take the initiative to propose a relaxing trip of sorts. In the end, all of these things were opened up by Jiang Ningxian again and again. And in the end, countless important memories were left behind. Well, let's go. Chen Xianyi nodded. The golden-winged roc ate what was left of the whale's carcass, so to speak. It had also regained its strength after resting, and was more energetic at this time. Chen Xianyi brought his disciples back onto the back of the golden-winged roc. Then Chen Xianyi reached out and patted the golden-winged roc's head, signaling for takeoff. The golden-winged roc instantly understood and flapped its enormous wings, quickly bursting out. The speed after the rest was even several times faster than before, and the crowd would not only not be delayed by this, but on the contrary, they would be a little faster. Back in the middle of the accompanying palace, Jiang Ningxian skillfully yawned and was about to run away. Chen Xuanyi grabbed her neck with one hand and yanked her back. I just mentally complimented you on your maturity and then I want to run. After the fun, there's still the rest of the day to consolidate your cultivation. Chen Xianyi said very seriously. Jiang Ningxian revealed a lifeless expression. No wow, after all that fun is when you're supposed to get a good night's sleep. I don't care. I'll sleep hanging onto master teacher if he doesn't let me. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Ningxian leapt up, and after hugging his master at the back tightly, he closed his eyes and began to sleep. The flamboyance of the action is smashing. Aside from the eldest disciple, Hu Yeye and Su Danro had no complaints. Chen Xianyi led the crowd to the practice room once again. Chen Xianyi suddenly remembered something and asked Hu Yeye, by the way, how is the dragon egg hatching? Since obtaining the dragon egg, the usual care was all taken care of by Hu Yeye. Hu Yeye took out the huge dragon egg from her storage ring and held it in front of her body and said, just happened to have something to say to master. These days, I've been thinking hard about how I can control the dragons after they hatch. After all, creatures like dragons are not extraordinary, with wild and arrogant personalities that are generally not impossible to tame. As soon as Chen Xian heard that Hu Yeye had a solution, he asked with interest, so how's the thinking going? Hu Yeye said with great confidence, I don't know if master has ever heard of fetal education, which roughly means giving a child part of his education before he is born. I think the same principle applies to hatching dragon eggs, so I'm ready to brainwash it with enough education. With that said, Hu Yeye demonstrated her unique mode of fetal education. Good baby, I'm your mommy. If you don't listen to your mommy, you'll be struck by lightning after you're born, and then you'll die like a wild dog on the side of the road. Children who don't listen to their mothers will also have their stomachs thrown open by ghosts and monsters, their eyes pierced, and their internal organs spilled all over the ground. Only dragons who listen to their moms can live. Your life is all about your mom. If you don't listen to your mommy, you'll die. Listen to your mommy or you'll die. This you is your dad. Also remember to listen to your dad. Oh. Her originally charming and gentle voice became gloomy and cold at this time. The entire sound seemed to surround the dragon egg in 360 degrees, constantly echoing around it. Chen Xianyi could even see that the dragon egg that was in Hu Yeye's arms seemed to be trembling slightly. It's like shivering with fear. Chapter 166, Dragon Egg Fetal Tutoring. Arriving in the demon state. Is it really a good idea to educate a dragon's egg like that? It always felt like it was getting played out. Wow. Hu Yeye rushed at Chen Xianyi with a million confident assurances. I will recite to the dragon egg for an hour every day before I rest. Don't worry, master. It works. Seeing her so confident, Chen Xianyi felt bad saying anything. No matter what, Hu Yeye is a girl. She should be better than him in this aspect, right? Let's just hope that the dragon egg is born without a mental note. After learning about the way Hu Yeye took care of the dragon eggs, the rest of the time, Chen Xianyi continued to instruct his disciples in cultivation. Unsurprisingly, he should arrive in the demon state at noon the next day. At that time, the golden-winged roc would not accompany them for too long and would embark on the road back alone. After all, as the empress was the ruler of a country, she needed to travel from time to time. Moreover, Lang Yanron's arrogant character. If she doesn't have a ride that's good enough to travel with, she'll definitely be unhappy. To be able to lend him the golden-winged rock for use here was already a remarkable thing. So in the future, it's still going to depend on this dragon that hasn't hatched yet to catch up. Chen Xuanyi did not know what the fourth disciple's current situation was in the demon state. After all, when he met the second and third disciples at that time, the situation was not too optimistic. If the fourth disciple were to have a shortcoming, Chen Xuanyi could not really imagine what his reaction would be. Must have crashed. Holding on to this worrying mentality, Chen Xuanyi would still look a little distracted when teaching his disciples. The closer he got to the demon state, the more apprehensive he became. The disciples could also see what their master was worried about, but they didn't have a better way to comfort him. One has to practice with the master and pray silently while giving him the best possible company. Time gradually passed, and it soon came to noon the next day. Early in the morning, Chen Xuanyi ended his cultivation and brought his disciples outside the palace, standing on the back of the golden-winged rock and gazing into the distance with anticipation. Not long after, a vast and boundless expanse of land gradually came into view. Looking from here, the scene of this demon state was completely different from the actual situation in Suzhou. The land was desolate, with only a few withered, dry trees growing on the vast continent. Like the Gobi Beach, a few bushes rolled across the ground every now and then, and there was absolutely no sign of any civilization at all. The golden-winged rock continued to head in the direction of the imperial capital of the demon state, and along the way, only in places where the vegetation was slightly more lush could one see a small number of demon clans gathering. These demon races all existed in the form of tribes, with one race of demons living together, and a few grass huts supported on the ground were considered houses. Compared to the village in Suzhou, it's far too simple. Chen Xuanyi saw some interesting things along the way. Some of the demon clans that seem to have kind faces, such as the ones with cat and dog ears, usually plant a few crops in the vicinity of their tribes. It looks like a step into an agrarian society. However, when passing by the leopard demons that were over 3 meters tall and muscular as well as the tiger demons, they lived more in the form of hunting. In this institutionalized society, several completely different social bodies intersect. The golden-winged rock that Chen Xuanyi and his party were riding on was nearly 100 meters long, and it was holding the palace on its body. It was also an extremely shocking scene in the eyes of the demon race below. Everywhere he went there were people looking up and talking. Chen Xuanyi was currently unaware of the situation in the demon state, not to mention the safety of his fourth disciple, and approaching the imperial capital in such a blatant stride would inevitably cause a storm. It's necessary to keep a low profile to do so. The imperial capital wasn't too far ahead, so Chen Xuanyi simply patted the golden-winged rock's head, signaling it to descend. The crowd leapt down from the body of the golden-winged rock, and was considered to have officially stepped on the land of this demon state. You can go back. Chen Xuanyi waved his hand with it as a sign of farewell. Bai Rock Jiang Ningxian patted the back of the golden-winged rock and waved with it with a smile. The rest of the disciples did the same. The golden-winged rock rubbed against the crowd somewhat fondly, then raised its wings and took off into the air. After crowing twice in the air in farewell, the figure weaved and disappeared. This demon state, it's a bit different from what I imagined. Hu Yaya's eyes looked around, and there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. Is this your first time in the demon state? Chen Xuanyi asked curiously. Huan Yan nodded. Although she was a demon, she had lived with her mother in Suzhou since she was born. To be honest, the demon state, as the rightful homeland of the demon race, was still something she was a little curious about and longed for before coming here. Of course, all these yearnings were dashed upon arrival. This hometown really doesn't give off a good vibe. Chen Xuanyi recalled the past and pondered. A few hundred years ago, masters should have come to the demon state once. At that time, the demon state was still quite good. The vegetation was lush and you could pick so many heavenly treasures just by walking around. It could be said that it was the most desirable place for cultivators. The unique social system of the demon state drives them not to mind the landscape drastically. More pristine terrain was preserved, and more powerful demonic beasts lived here, which would breed the most unique heavenly treasures. So now what? Turned out like this, Sadanju said doubtfully. Hearing her question, Chen Xuanyi thought carefully. To be honest, it made sense that the demon state would have this scene. After all, that legendary demon state's guardian deity, the real giant dragon, had died in Suzhou, and its heir dragon egg was still in their possession. An existence of this caliber, almost godlike, had suffered this fate. As if the female emperor of Suzhou, even with the oriental Lanning, everyone died, leaving the 4 major feudal lords to defend one side. Time has passed between the feudal lords in each other's rivalry. A few years down that Suzhou is also surely not good enough to go. When you think about it, it's unimaginable what this strip has been through. Master is not sure. It might be caused by the war. Let's not worry about that first. Let's go to the imperial capital to find Shiryao first. Chen Xianyi also hadn't read deeply into the history of the demon state over the years, and in his heart none of these things were as important as quickly retrieving his disciple. The crowd nodded and headed towards the imperial capital with low-altitude flight on this ground. It didn't take long for pedestrians to pass by on this dirt road. Looking at the features, it was a male cat demon with a child. The clothes he was wearing were very simple. It looked like he was just an ordinary civilian. As soon as Chen Xian first arrived here, he intended to go up and inquire about the recent developments regarding the imperial capital. Hello, please ask. Chapter 167, The Noble Fox Demon. Changing forms. Chen Xianyi revealed a kind smile, but before he could finish his words, the cat demon's child pointed at Huyaya with a horrified expression. Daddy, it's a fox demon. That cat demon's immediately slapped at the back of his child's head at the sight of the situation and whispered a couple of words close to the child's ear. Although the sound was small, Chen Xuanyi and his group were all cultivators and heard it clearly. What did Dad tell you? Now when you see a fox demon or a tiger demon outside, call out to the Lord. With those words, that cat demon said to Huyaya with an apologetic face, Master Fox Fairy, this child of mine is young and unintelligent. I'll make amends to you. We have business to attend to, so we'll leave you to it. With those words, this cat demon carried the child and quickly left the spot. Although his expression was slightly apologetic, his demeanor was not hard to see that he was hostile to Huyaya. Jiang Ningxian walked to Huyaya's side with interest and flirted playfully. He, Master Fox Fairy. Yeah, you don't still have royal status in the demon clan, do you? Huyaya shook her head, her face in disbelief. The world knows that the only emperor in charge of the demon state is the true dragon Heavenly Sun. How can a fox demon like me have a royal status? The so-called true dragons are the dragons. The dragon was the guardian deity of the demon state, and the dragon demon was the emperor of this demon state. For thousands of years, the demon state had been ruled by the dragon race, and its bloodline was considered the finest existence in the demon state. In the demon state, there was even a tradition that non-dragons could not be king. Su Danro keenly noticed the hostile eyes of the cat demon from the party and opened her mouth. I don't think it's an illusion. I have a feeling she's not really respecting Ya. Jiang Ningxian also felt some of this. She made a pondering gesture and suddenly thought of something. Or maybe it's because we're humans and fox demons together? We've all come to the demon state. Why don't we try to follow the customs? After saying that, Jiang Ningxian waved his right hand in the air and a spiritual force probed into himself. Then she saw a pair of cat ears grow on top of her head. The palms of his hands also turned into cat claws, and a long cat tail grew behind him. It was a form that was conjured up by spiritual energy, and it looked fake enough from the outside to be real. She was seen placing her cat's paw on her cheek and purring with her tongue out at her master. Meow. How's that for a good look? Appeared. Jiang Ningxian Cat Lady Limited Edition. Chen Xianyi looked at the cat maiden great disciple in front of him. The spirited and lively feeling and the unique adorable temperament of the cat race blended perfectly together. It's simply adorable. I didn't expect to come to the demon state and have this kind of benefit. Fu Nan. Very good. Chen Xianyi marveled, because his pronunciation when he marveled was a bit inaccurate. When it fell on Jiang Ningxian's ears, it changed a bit. Fury? What is fury? Jiang Ningxian asked suspiciously. Chen Xianyi hastily waved his hand and corrected. No fury. There's no such thing here. Is it because I heard it wrong? Jiang Ningxian said doubtfully. After she transformed into a cat lady, she moved her gaze back to Sultan Ro. I wonder what the third senior sister will look like when her change is complete. Think about it and look forward to it. What does Zoe want to change? I'll help you. Jiang Ningxian said as he ran up to her and surveyed the top of her head. Su Danro looked at eldest sister with some resistance. I have to change too. To be honest, she wasn't really feeling the animals. After all, the usual place of contact with animals, only to grind into bone powder or take the essence of alchemy. Of course the ones used are from demonic beasts, not the demon race. I'll think of one for Zoe. How about a cow? Jiang Ningxian said thoughtfully, then with a wave out of thin air, a pair of bull horns grew on top of Su Danro's head. A pair of buffalo horns growing out of the head of a woman with a delicate figure is just too much of a violation. Huyaya and Jiang Ningxian as well as Chen Xianyi who were watching could not help but burst out laughing. This scene exasperated Sultan Ro who immediately used her spiritual power to eliminate the horns. What's all this? It's outrageous. Sultana stomped her foot in protest. Jiang Ningxian said with some loss. How to eliminate it? Isn't it quite good? I'm changing it then. Try the rabbit? She once again released her spiritual energy with one hand, and then a pair of long white rabbit ears grew from the top of her head. This time, the characteristics of the illusory demon race were still normal, but it always felt that there was some discrepancy in temperament with Sultan Ro. A purple-haired girl with glasses with bunny ears always feels like it lacks a sense of incongruity, doesn't it? Sultana shook her head violently, shaking her rabbit ears down. You're all unreliable. So I'll do it, Sultan Ro said, then probed her spiritual energy out. After the illusion, her beautiful eyes with rimmed red oval glasses gradually became serious and sharp, and even got a lot bigger. This time the ears that grew were not on the top of the head, but on the sides of the head. The ears are not particularly large, and the eyeballs are even vaguely visible through the inside of the ears. Sharp, serious eyes with oval red glasses. This aura is perfectly pulled off. It's an owl, right? Chen Xianyi said in surprise. Sultana's transformed appearance also fits her temperament. The disciple's already perfect looks came to a head this time. Chen Xianyi suddenly felt that this trip to the demon state was too worthwhile. Well, now we're all done changing. It's master's turn. Su Dan-ro, who had finished changing her form, looked at her master somewhat shyly, her eyes slightly interested as she waited for her master to change her form. Chen Xianyi lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then came up with a good idea. Just turn into a dragon. With those words, he waved his one hand, and a pair of Y-shaped dragon horns grew on top of his head. The mold is not only not jarring, but also very handsome. Huyaya hurriedly waved her hand and opened her mouth to advise. Master, the purpose of our transfiguration is to not attract attention. It would be hard for this to go unnoticed if you turned into a dragon. Besides, imitating a dragon's face is a felony in the demon state. But despite saying that, Huyaya looked even more mesmerized at her master's appearance. Very handsome indeed. Jiang Ningxian had another idea, and she saw her reach out and remove the fake dragon horn from the top of her master's head. Then with a single wave of his hand, another new pair of ears grew on top of his master's head. Only the ears looked very familiar. Jiang Ningxian laughed out loud as he looked at his master. Su Danru couldn't help but cover her face as she looked at her master teacher. If it isn't a dog's ear, Hujaraja added. Well, not only that, but Teddy's. That being said, she also laughed a bit demurely. Rather, it's quite in line with Master. Chapter 168 Arrival at the Imperial Capital. Rescue? Fourth Disciple? Listening to Jiang Ningxian's debauched laughter, Chen Xianyi gradually began to red warm. Dare to tease Master. Looking for a fight. Chen Xianyi reached out to lift her neck. Jiang Ningxian flew away, smiling and pleading for mercy as he did so. Puh ha ha, wrong Master. I know it's wrong. Ha ha ha. The two of them chased and fled. And in the end, Chen Xianyi grabbed her back by her cat ears. There seems to be 2 extra red handprints on his ass as well. However, Jiang Ningxian not only didn't have an expression of repentance, but also seemed to be very uninterested. Chen Xianyi sighed, intending to offset the ears on top of his head, but Huyaya suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Xianyi's wrist. It was Huyaya who looked at the ears on top of Chen Xianyi's head with incomparable fondness, so fond that her pupils turned into heart shapes, almost begging, how about this one, Master? The disciple who really looks at it has a great feeling and wants to. Chen Xianyi, what do you call all this? These 3 disciples of his own are 1xp more eccentric than the other. It's strange to think that I'm still satisfied with all of it. That second disciple had spoken to him almost pleadingly, so he couldn't refuse. The camera panned out, and Chen Xianyi's group of 4 was on their way. Chen Xianyi really didn't change it yet and just listened to Huyaya's words. That's really spoiling the disciples. 2. The forms of the demonic beasts they had manifested were such that ordinary people couldn't tell the difference. However, it could only fool mortals without spiritual power, or cultivators with a large difference in realm. When encountering a real cultivator, it was still easy to distinguish the real from the fake at a glance. So in the demon state, it was nearly impossible to rely on something like transforming into a dragon race to woo people. On the way, Huyaya refused to let go of her master's arm throughout the entire journey, and her demeanor was a bit strange. Chen Xianyi always felt that her delicate body was warm. Huyaya, the master teacher with dog ears always feels very astringent. It's like he's seducing her. In a short while, after rushing over a few dirt roads, the sight of a rich plain came into view. The terrain where the crowd was located was high, and the entirety of the demon state's imperial capital could just be seen below. The imperial capital was ultimately the center of culture as well as politics, and no matter what kind of scene the rest of the demon state was, the prosperity here wasn't much worse than the imperial capital of Zhangzhou. Compared to the stone and brick walls constructed by the imperial capital of Zhangzhou, the walls here are more like earth and stone walls with rammed earth structures. Although the style was different, the walls of the imperial capital were naturally not as simple as they looked. It likewise contained the power of formations. Crossing this high slope, one was greeted by the gates of the demon state's imperial capital. Because the crowd had transformed into the appearance of the demon race, they wouldn't look too obvious in the pile of demons. Incidentally, not all of the demons are in human form. There were also near-identical looking demonic beasts, but in an upright form. There are even some that are 4 meters or more in size straight up. That's why the gates of this demon state are extraordinarily interestingly designed. There are 3 sizes of gates, large and small. Demonic beasts of different sizes lined up at the gates of the city of their own size. Chen Xianyi looked at the interior of the imperial capital that was close at hand, and his entire body was instantly filled with vigor. Come to think of it, none of his encounters with the second and third disciples went well. At the end of the day, it's all about making a big deal out of it and stirring the pot. But things are different now. Not only did he possess the strength of an invincible strike, his own strength was now a premier existence in this Xian fantasy world. He was not afraid of any kind of enemy. This time if anyone rushes to touch his 4th disciple's heart, he'll kill him from end to end. Lovers, let's go. Make a big deal out of the imperial capital and then rescue Shuriao from her. Chen Xianyi lifted his arms and shouted with a very excited expression. Yes, the disciples were also filled with energy. And just then too, a clear and pleasant voice rang out from a corner at the entrance of the city. It's probably going to be a disappointment to Master. Disciple over here. It was a young girl's voice, which was clear and pleasant. Very nice. Hearing this voice, all 4 of Chen Xianyi's master and disciples were startled. The crowd turned their heads together, looking incredulously toward a shadowed back under the gates. A young girl slowly emerged from the shadows. The woman's body was well-proportioned and delicate. Her eyebrows were picturesque, her eyes were watery, and her skin was fair and textured. A head of white hair was waist-length. Her features were dignified and delicate, and above her cherry lips was a luscious aqua color. She was draped in a white robe painted with ink and watercolor paintings, her small white hand holding a black and white feather fan swaying, the breeze blowing between picking up her white hair. The appearance seems to be from the classical ink paintings among the jump out of the world of amazing beauty. She was seen slowly walking up to her master. Although she had counted on seeing her master teacher here today, the moment she actually saw him, there was still an incomparable awe in her eyes. Those watery-colored beautiful eyes looked incomparably cherishingly at the master in front of them, which revealed not only longing, but also its other various countless emotions. And most of all, when it comes to love. Sure, Shuriao, is it really you? Chen Xianyi said in surprise. If he hadn't seen the images left behind by the 4th disciple and seen Hui Shuriao's appearance in advance, Chen Xianyi wouldn't have dared to recognize him. Hui Shuriao pursed her lips and smiled faintly, perhaps a little embarrassed from not having seen each other for too long. She did not directly jump into her master's arms, but instead bowed respectfully in front of him. Of course it's Disciple. Disciple has been waiting for you at the door for quite some time. Disciple Hui Shuriao, meet Master. She smiled. When she was small, Hui Shuriao would greet Chen Xianyi like this every day, and little things that were commonplace at the time were never heard of again for the next 10 years. Until today, after hearing the familiar, Disciple Hui Shuriao, meet Master, Chen Xianyi's excited expression could no longer be stopped. He spread out his arms and directly took Hui Shuriao in front of him into his arms, holding on tightly, feeling the temperature of the disciple. It was as if this was the only way to be sure that the 4th disciple was real and in front of his eyes. Hui Shuriao was so surprised by this sudden embrace that the feather fan in her hand fell to the ground. She looked at her master teacher in front of her in surprise, revealing an incomparably happy smile. Master has become, well, a little more proactive. Hui Shuriao murmured with a smile before similarly hugging her master's waist. Feeling the temperature of her master's body, as well as the unique aroma of her master's body, Hui Shuriao only felt incomparably familiar and cozy. Over the years, she had been reminiscing about what it felt like to stay beside her master. What was that like? It was the most carefree, secure, happy, and comforting feeling in her life. So much so that by the time she had grown up, she had become a cultivator who could stand on her own. Chapter 169, Disciples Meeting. Excited Su Danru. But still, he could never forget the feeling of being with his master and always missed returning to him. And today, after all she'd done, she'd finally gotten her wish. What surprised her even more was that her master teacher had embraced her so actively. It looked like master was thinking of her just the same. So happy. Senior, loosen up a bit. 4th senior sister, she's almost out of breath. Jiang Ningxian patted Chen Xuanyi's arm, and only then was Chen Xianyi willing to let go of the disciple in his arms. Chen Xianyi, a big man. His eyes were even slightly moist at this time. It felt so good to see Shuriao again. Jiang Ningxian picked up the feather fan that had fallen to the ground and handed it to Hui Shuriao. Hui Shuriao looked at Jiang Ningxian with a smile on her face and laughed. Hello, eldest sister. It's been so long, and you haven't changed a bit. You're still as perky and cute as ever. Hearing Hui Shuriao's praise, Jiang Ningxian smiled very happily and then hugged her. After that, Hui Shuriao walked over to Hu Yaya again with a somewhat pompous surprised expression. 2nd senior sister is amazing. she's become so beautiful. With such a great body too. I'm so fiercely envious. Saying that, Hui Shiryao looked at her chest with some self-consciousness. It's really not very noticeable. And just a little bit better than nothing. Not to mention comparing with Hu Yaya. Even comparing with Jiang Ningxian and Su Danro, it's still a stretch. Hu Yaya smiled flirtatiously and reached out to embrace her in her arms. Hui Shiryao's head plunged directly into the mountain peak, as if it was drowning in an exaggerated manner. Fourth senior sister is so good at talking. Complimenting senior sister makes me so happy, Hu Yaya said with a very happy smile. Sutana walked up to the two at this point and waited for them to finish hugging. Su Danro looked at Hui Shiryao with incomparably longing eyes, tears dripping out of her eyes. Hui Shiryao looked at her in surprise and said, "Is it that exaggerated? Did Zwazwa turn out to miss me so much?" Sultan Ro wiped the tear stains from the corner of her eyes and said, "Shiryao, it's so good to have you back. Woo 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 woo. You don't know how rowdy these two senior sisters have been during your absence. Turns out it's because of this." Hui Shiryao patted her shoulder with great understanding. "Senior sister understands you. Hard work." The two seemed to be comrades in arms side by side. Being comforted by Hui Shiryao, Su Danro excitedly she hugged. In the future, the burden of overseeing eldest and second eldest sisters would not have to be on her alone. Hui Shiryao not only had a high IQ, but also a high EQ. "I just met with my sisters and quickly comforted each of them with an extraordinarily good rapport." Chen Xianyi was still looking at Hui Shiryao with some disbelief. I can't believe it's so easy to see. If only the rest of the disciples could be that easy." Wow. Hui Shiryao sensed the look in her master's eyes and said jokingly, "Did master not expect me to stand in front of you in such a watery manner?" Chen Xianyi nodded. "It's really so unexpected," Hui Shiryao said as she shook her feather fan in a pretense of sophistication. "Well, it's not a fictional world, where there are so many 991 difficulties. Disciple, I am not in a low position over here, and I enter and leave the city as if I were in no man's land. Come, I'll show you to my mansion." Thighs. Absolute thighs. This time, surprisingly, not only did he not need to save his disciples, but he also accidentally hugged his thighs. Not to mention not having to fight, but to come here and have a place to enjoy yourself? It's just not that great. Chen Xianyi also felt the benefits of having disciples at this time. Hara doesn't all need to save herself. Wow. Okay, let's go, Chen Xianyi said excitedly. Because of Hui Shiryao's guidance, the crowd didn't even need to be inspected as they entered the city. There were also many similarities between the city of the Demon State Imperial Capital and the Tsanzhou Imperial Capital, such as buying and selling transactions, as well as various yells. Only the ones traveling along the roadside were not humans, but various demon races. Only a few humans could be seen occasionally, but they were few and far between. The architectural style is a bit wild on this side, which prefers earth and stone houses as the dominant color than wooden structures. Walking through the noisy and boisterous place, a building of walled house compound appeared. This side of the street is wider. The environment is more excellent. This side should be the rich area. In fact, when he had just come to the demon state, Chen Xianyi had clearly felt that the hierarchical division over here was very obvious. The more lowly ones such as the cat people, and the dog people, generally work in low-level jobs, and all of the tiger demons are a superior race, draped in damask and often seen in wealthy neighborhoods. In the demon state, perhaps the future of your life is predetermined by what race you were born into. A dog, in all its development, cannot become a tiger. And on the other hand, the demon race valued bloodlines, so much so that almost all of those who could cultivate into high-level cultivators were of the superior race. Another complete burial of the possibility of the ordinary demon race to cross the class. However, these were not things that Chen Xianyi had to consider. He did not have such a strong loving heart yet. Arriving in front of a separate courtyard, Hui Shiryao led the crowd inside. Directly opposite the door of the other courtyard was a parlor hall, richly decorated and styled in a rather Tsangzhou-like manner. "Master, I'll show you something good." Hui Shiryao pulled up her master's wrist and led him to a chair. Then he clapped his hands in the air. Soon, a number of maids came through the door, and the maids holding lutes began playing at the first opportunity. Then the maids in charge of accompanying the dancers began to dance, and the scene was extremely stunning. "Do you like it, master? It's okay if we stay here a few more days if we like." Hui Shiryao looked at her master teacher and inquired with a smile. After such a long time apart from her master, she wasn't sure what her current master liked. That was why she had prepared many things for her master's enjoyment at the mansion early on, just waiting for the master to come. "Anyway, let's cheer up the master first." Chen Xianyi waved his hand in a somewhat unnatural manner. "This isn't too good, even if you don't have to fight, but you're still living so extravagantly." Upon seeing Chen Xian waving his hand, the maids who were dancing hurriedly stopped in their tracks. "Oh, it turns out that master doesn't like this." Hui Shiryao murmured thoughtfully. Maybe it's because the maids are so common. What about trying a cat-eared lady instead? With a wave of one hand, Hui Shiryao quickly had a new batch of maids appear. Master, are you satisfied this time? Hui Shiryao asked with a smile. Chen Xianyi's face was almost black now. Fourth disciple, you still don't understand the current master. Do you think master doesn't want to see it? Mainly because there are 2 other dogs around right now. He needs to keep up appearances. Chapter 170. Then the music was played, and the disciple confessed his love. Seeing that Master Shiryao did not reply, she thought that Master Shiryao was still not satisfied, so she opened her mouth to replace it again. Change another batch, Hui Shiryao said. Zhang Ningxian and Hu Yaya gazed at their master teacher grimly. Not that you really picked on it. Now you've got 3 couples. Isn't that enough? That's 2 of them next to you. Chen Xianyi realized that something was really going to happen if he kept switching, so he simply didn't change, stood up and said with a dashing wave to the maids below, don't stop, keep playing the music, keep dancing. Zhang Ningxian looked at this scene and couldn't help but spit. Senior really does have a character that can easily fall. This has just hugged Shiryao's thighs and he's already enjoying himself. Now it was because there were still them, the disciples, to be taken care of, so the master was still trying to cultivate and create a safe environment for all of them. I don't dare to imagine how muddled master teacher will be every day when they turn around and protect him after all these disciples have become successful and can't use him at all. Hui Shiryao looked at her master, always feeling that these were not enough to please her master, so she directly opened her mouth and asked, what is the current master's favorite thing? Chen Xianyi froze when he heard her question. He is not a maverick when it comes to what he likes, and what most people are interested in. He does not reject, but for all this entertainment, he hadn't liked it enough to become obsessed with it. If he really talked about his favorite thing right now, it was the feeling of spending time with his disciples. After much deliberation, Chen Xuanyi seriously replied back to Hui Shiryao, my master's favorite, of course, is to be with you. What? Like what? Like being with me? Hui Shiryao was startled violently upon hearing her master's words, her pair of wise eyes staring wide, the feather fan in her hand silently covering her flushed cheeks. When did master take such initiative? Could it be that all these years, the master, who had never seen him, was actually silently fond of him? I don't think so. The fact that she liked her master teacher should only be known to her senior sisters. What exactly did master suddenly mean by talking to her about this? Do the math. This number is born in a strange pattern, Mingjing as a dazzling lintel. First 3 a day lucky is auspicious. After a 3 days as prosperous, she pinched her finger with one hand, and recited the fortune-telling mantra in her mind. But no matter how she counted, she couldn't count a bit at all regarding the emotional aspect with her master. Maybe it's because it's hard for the mind to be still every time you do the math. What exactly does master mean? Confuse me? Or is he planning something else? Is it for that? Or, her mind wandered, thinking more and more, so much so that her brain gradually began to heat up. To the crowd's eyes, the top of her head even ignited with a hint of white smoke. Then I heard a poof sound. Hui Shiryao's CPU exploded and fell down directly. Hui Shiryao, annoyed face. Shiryao. Chen Xianyi was startled at the sight and immediately reached out to grab her who was about to fall to the ground. Then one hand held her soft waist and the other encircled her beautiful back. Hui Shiryao quickly recovered again after a brief moment of disorientation. Waking up, she looked at the handsome face of her master's father close at hand in front of her and froze once again. Master Ji even hugged directly at her this time. What's the next step in a typical man-woman relationship once it's proceeded to the point of cuddling? Time for a kiss. But she had only just met with her master for a day. It was progressing a little fast, wasn't it? Originally, she had thought of so many other ways to get a little closer to her master, and planned so much. As a result, he didn't expect that all his plans would be disrupted as soon as he met his master. Not only was she not the active party, she was even completely passive overall. Chen Xianyi looked down at her with great concern. Hui Shiryao's facial features were very delicate, with the feeling of cafe's devotion to her country, while still having a classical flavor. The picturesque eyes contained the shyness of a woman, while still carrying the unique feeling of refusal to welcome a man of your choice. Of course, these were emotions that Chen Xianyi did not perceive. The only thing she saw was Hui Shiryao's slightly animated watercolored cherry lips. Just hear her say shyly, if it's master, even if it's that fast, there's no problem. However, let the disciples at least release a formation to separate the senior sisters. As soon as she encountered her master, Hui Shiryao felt that her brain became a bit inadequate. Even the words that came out were cloudy. Maybe that's because after meeting someone who needs to be true to himself, he brings himself out completely without using his wits. She hides her true self when she's around outsiders. At the same time, it's a means of protecting yourself. And after meeting the master, this layer of protection was no longer needed. It's the purest version of her that shows up. As soon as Chen Xian heard Hui Shiyao's words, he was also a bit confused at this point. Separate? Separate from who? Why should we? Fourth disciple, what do you think master is going to do? You were about to faint, so I came to protect you. There's no chance of misunderstanding something, is there? Under Chen Xianyi's gaze, a formation suddenly appeared out of thin air under his feet. This was a common isolation formation, released by the fourth disciple. The isolation array quickly generated a barrier that was pure black and wrapped the two people in it, making it invisible to the outside world. Chen Xianyi's eyes were even more shocked as he watched the scene. It's not that you still have to isolate the sisters. Hui Shiyao, what on earth are you thinking? Before the crowd could react, the isolation formation had already formed. Only Chen Xuani and Hui Shiyao remained within this somewhat narrow formation space. The two of them stared at each other, and Chen Xianyi eventually slowly released Hui Shiyao. That, Shiyao, you might have misunderstood. It was you who just fainted before master. He now had a first and second disciple, and even his third disciple's relationship had become unclear. This had just met the fourth disciple, and there was such a misunderstanding. He felt the need to set the record straight. There can be no misunderstanding this time. Hui Shiyao wore pantyhose with a black and white gradient like ink underneath her ink-painted robe. She was a little nervous at this point with her legs together. In fact, she had long thought that there would be a time when she would create an ambiguous environment with her master. But I didn't expect it to come so early and so suddenly. Since the time and place were all taken, she simply took advantage of the opportunity. It's good to stop hiding it. Master, listen to me. Hui Shiyao suddenly stood on her tiptoes, her eyes incomparably deep and serious as she looked at her master. At the same time there was a somewhat nervous clenching of her showy fists. Her clear and pleasant voice was heard ringing in Chen Xianyi's ears. I love you. Chapter 171, Sudden Confession. Magical book. Disciples love you. I want to become a Taoist couple with you and spend the rest of our lives together. This young girl's voice echoed in Chen Xianyi's ears. Chen Xianyi had never heard such a confession, so sincere and youthful, compared to the directness of the meeting with Xian'er, and the coercion of Hu Yaya. Hui Shiyao precedes the kiss and everything else with the most heartfelt confession. However, this sudden confession was really confusing to Chen Xianyi. How she confessed all of a sudden. It hasn't been long since he and Shiyao re-met, and he himself is also her master. How can you think of that? Shiyao, are you, seriously? Chen Xianyi said in surprise. The whole reaction was a bit overwhelming. The first reaction was to think that Shiyao might be playing a joke on himself. While it was a bit strange to joke about it to the master, it was not impossible. There's another possibility that she really means it. But, this was his disciple, the one he had always wanted to see and care for. Although he had strong feelings for Hui Shiyao, this strength had not progressed to the point of love. She would definitely be sad if she rejected the fourth disciple. I am afraid that the relationship with the disciples will then be affected. If the fourth disciple hated himself because of this was something Chen Xianyi could not accept in any way. But the words of agreement, Chen Xianyi was not really prepared for. He doesn't want to cheat Shiyao by making the fact that after agreeing to the confession, he actually still doesn't have her in his heart at all. Chen Xianyi didn't know if he liked Hui Shiyao. After Hui Shiyao confessed, she quickly turned her back. With her back turned, she was flushed beyond belief, her lips pursed together nervously. Despite gathering the courage to say it, I'm still incredibly shy. She had always been calm and far-sighted in her actions, and there had never been a time when she had been so nervous and confused. The reason why she was so flustered was because she was confessing her feelings to her favorite mentor. After trying her best to adjust her state, Hui Shiyao quickly turned around again and walked over to Chen Xuani's body and said, Disciple does not need an immediate response from master, nor does he want an answer now. Whether master likes disciple or not, disciple will make you like it in the future. The disciple is in no way saying this out of the blue. There is also, please also keep it a secret from the senior sisters. Hearing her words, Chen Xianyi almost subconsciously returned. Oh, good. He responded that way because up until now, he's been down. The confession came so suddenly that I didn't think of how to answer it. Fortunately for the fourth disciple, she didn't demand a response in the first place. It gave him plenty of time to think. After Hui Shiyao finished her words, suddenly the isolation barrier was being broken open by the strike. A flaming fist runs through the barrier and destroys it. Let me conk out. I conk out. What are you doing in there? Zhang Ningxian's head poked through the gap in the barrier. Really? We've only just met, and fourth senior sister is living in a two-person world with her master. It's still a forced duo. The fourth senior sister even released a barrier to keep them all out. God knows what they did in there. After waiting so long just now worrying about the two getting married in place, she simply barged in. The fourth disciple practiced the art of formations, and although she was equally gifted, before she had cultivated the technique given by her master, The barrier she had created was still stretched in front of Jiang Ningxian. Seeing that the barrier had been destroyed, and that she had finished what she needed to say to her master, Hui Shiryao simply lifted the barrier directly. After lifting the barrier, Jiang Ningxian immediately rushed in and grabbed Hui Shiryao's shoulders and shook them frantically. Fourth senior sister, what did you just do? Come on, tell me all. Wow. Being the first of the 4 disciples to seek out the master, she was also the first one to express her love to her master, as well as the most direct one. And the appearance of the 4th senior sister shouldn't be faster and more direct than her, right? Eagerly, she was desperate for answers. Hui Shiryao hadn't practiced the gongfu given by her master yet, and her physical quality was still far from Jiang Ningxian. Being shaken violently, she only felt her internal organs being shaken out. This kid's been strong since he was a kid. Just at this time, suddenly a book was shaken out from Hui Shiryao's sleeve. Hui Shiryao and Jiang Ningxian didn't even notice. Hu Yaya's eyes were keen and she reached forward to pick up the book. Is this the book Yo-Yo dropped? What's it about? The outer cover of the book was a very common kung fu package, except that there was no name written on it. From the outside, there's no way to know what the contents are. With those words, she also turned the book over with interest, her beautiful eyes looking towards the first page. Hui Shiryao was startled when she saw this scene and quickly reached out to stop it. No, don't look, she cried out in great anxiety. But it was too late. Hu Yaya looked at the name on the first page and murmured out, Raiders of the Master, Anatomy of a Master's Psyche. For a purely affectionate male without a Taoist couple like Shifu, if you want to take it down, you have to use the most direct and swiftest way. Such things as meeting and confessing directly, as well as inadvertent contact. And, Hu Yaya's voice gradually realized that something was wrong even after reading this. It was not a book of feats, much less a book of formations. It turned out to be an encyclopedic book that specialized in dissecting their masters and telling them how to raid them. From the first page as well as the 100 or so pages that follow, the whole thing is told before and after. Is there anyone else in the world who writes books like this? How well would someone who could write a book like this know mastermind? Wow, who would have the ability to write this book? With that in mind, Hu Yaya turned her eyes to Hui Shiryao. It's definitely her. Hui Shiryao had actually written an entire book according to her own memories of her master during the years of his absence. It's really shocking enough. Hu Yaya gently covered her lips with her hand and said with an incomparably delicate smile, Ouch, 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 ouch. It seems like there's no need to guess. You know what Yao Yao just did? It's using the first stance of the book, isn't it? Why? Did it work? Hui Shiryao pursed her lips slightly, her cheeks reddening a bit at this point. With a flick of her feathered fan, she recalled the book back into her hands, then carefully hid it. The second elder sister asked her if the confession had worked, and honestly, she couldn't have guessed such a thing. You'd have to ask the master to see that. No, don't guess much. Hui Shiryao returned. She quickly adjusted back to her state, shaking her feather fan in an inscrutable manner. Su Danro looked at the sleeve of her hidden book, and her eyes seemed to sparkle with light at that moment.